empire, especially the prestigious members of the royal household. Moreover, an imperial prince. Moreover, this prince enjoys great popularity among the common folk in the region, making him not at all ordinary. Lu Xue quickly nodded her head and brought the person in soon afterward. The captain was already covered in blood, kneeling before Li Yu with terror filling his eyes. Your Highness, I'm willing to confess everything if you just don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I beg you, he said through snot and tears while kneeling before Li Yu. All of Li Yu's intention to interrogate vanished in an instant. You fool, do you even understand what's in my heart? You're completely worthless. The only reason I might spare your insignificant life is for you to help point out the real culprits, perhaps giving you and your family a chance to survive. On the streets of the county town, suddenly, a group of imposing soldiers ran by. Each soldier carried a long sword at their waist, full of killing intent as they strode toward the county office without hesitation. These were the personal guards under Li Yu's command, with Li Yu himself surrounded by them walking unhurriedly, his expression extremely unkind. Li Yu's mood was currently somewhat sour, particularly after the previous incident. All he wanted now was to quickly drag the incompetent official Li Muhai over and ask how things came to pass. He didn't need any evidence. Li Yu already clearly knew that those past incidents were not unrelated to the scholars officials within the county city. Li Muhai, being the governor of the county city, had such a huge disaster occur under his governance, which naturally caused problems for Li Yu. The accompanying bodyguards also felt the fury in Li Yu's heart, causing the murderous aura around them to grow even denser. Those who dare to offend His Royal Highness Prince Qi should die. This was the collective thought of all the guards. With this mindset, the crowd marched forth, naturally exuding a horrifying killing aura. Some horses occasionally passing by on the street, sensing this intimidating presence, involuntarily neighed loudly. No matter how hard their owners whipped them, these poor horses still dared not move an inch. Such a scene naturally made the commoners along the way feel somewhat frightened, hastily running to the side of the road for fear of colliding with them. After the intimidating men passed by, the half-dead commoners along the route ventured to peek their heads out cautiously whispering, "What is happening? How did such a large group suddenly appear on the main road?" Their attitude suggests they're heading towards the county office. Could it be? Don't say nonsense. These are definitely court officials. If you talk recklessly, getting severely beaten will be the least of your worries. What happened? Is there some impending disaster? Seeing Li Yu and the numerous bodyguards depart, some began speculating anxiously. Though they weren't certain what exactly occurred, judging from the atmosphere, it seemed like the skies of this county city were about to change. Their only hope was that this calamity wouldn't affect them too much. Li Yu led a group to the front gate of the county office. A mere signal from Li Yu's gaze had Li Taishan immediately stepping forward with two strong and robust guards. As Li Taishan delivered a heavy kick to the gate, the solid wooden gate of the county office resonated with a dull, thunderous sound. Boom! Amidst the rumbling sounds, dust flew everywhere, and the hardwood door made specially for the office was directly kicked open by Li Taishan's brute force. As for the few county guards originally stationed by the gate, they had fled upon seeing Li Yu's entourage approach. When they recognized these men as belonging to Prince Qi and their lethal intentions, how could they stay? Prince Qi was the biological son of the current emperor. Should the guards dare to intervene, the prince's guard would rip them apart. Dying thus would be meaningless. Follow me in. Bring me the incompetent official Li Muhai. Seeing the gate open, Li Yu coldly sniffed once and swiftly waved his hand. Upon receiving Li Yu's signal, the many guards all responded in unison, gripping the long swords at their waists as they charged into the prefecture office. Inside the prefecture office, there were still a few clerks on duty. Upon seeing these fierce guards rushing in, they all froze in shock. These officials were all scholarly weaklings who had never witnessed such an imposing scene. Their faces immediately turned pale with panic. Where are these people from? Could it be that someone is planning a rebellion? Trouble. If I had known this would happen, I should have called in sick today and stayed home. At least then I'd have a chance to live. Finished. The killing aura from these men shows they've already slain countless individuals. The bureaucrats were seized with anxiety, some so timid that they almost lost control of their bladders and bowels. They all thought they probably wouldn't see the next day's sun. But what these officials didn't anticipate was that after those tough giants stormed in, they simply looked around the office without paying any attention to these low-ranking officers. It wasn't until a commanding-looking figure noticed his search was fruitless that he approached these minor officials. "Hey, do you know where Li Muhai is? He's your superior." Li Taishan walked over grim-faced, addressing the petty officers who had been previously ignored. "Don't tell me you don't know. If you dare to hide anything from me, my sword won't care who you are." Having said this, Li Taishan extended his large hand and slammed it heavily on the sword sheathed at his waist. "Ah, sir, you're asking about our prefect? He isn't in the office today." The closest clerk to Li Taishan began trembling as he quickly answered. "Our prefect came to the office yesterday, but today? Well, something must have come up, so he's not here." This low-ranking officer was on the verge of tears. Being stared down by Li Taishan felt like being targeted by a ferocious tiger. If he did anything unsatisfactory in Li Taishan's eyes, it seemed this tiger would pounce and tear him apart. But upon hearing this clerk's words, Li Taishan's eyes suddenly widened sharply. Chapter 273, Not Giving a Damn. However, when Li Taishan heard the words of this petty official, his eyes suddenly widened in fury, and he said with an unfriendly expression, "What? That bastard Li Muhai is actually not here? Are you lying to me?" This petty official could no longer withstand the killing aura radiating from Li Taishan. He immediately fell to his knees with a thud, bowing repeatedly as he said, "Lord, spare my life. Lord, I truly do not know where Magistrate Li Muhai has gone. I am not telling a single lie, Lord. If you really need to find Magistrate Li Muhai, you can ask in the next room. Those are all Magistrate Li Muhai's advisors. Perhaps they know where the magistrate has gone." This minor official was terrified that even the slightest misstep might result in him being beheaded by Li Taizhan. He had both parents and children at home. Should anything untoward happen to him, how would his family survive? But just as this petty official was feeling anxious, there came a voice from outside. It was the voice of Magistrate Li Muhai. "Ah, is His Royal Highness, Prince Qi, inside? Your humble servant, Li Muhai, did not know that your Royal Highness had arrived, so I have come late. Please forgive me, your Royal Highness." Li Muhai's voice grew softer toward the end, as if he too had seen the situation inside the county office and felt frightened. But for Li Taizhan, the deputy leader of the palace guards, now that Li Muhai had arrived, it was fine. So he let out a cold snort, shoved aside the small official standing before him, and strode directly towards the gate. "Li Muhai, why are you only coming out now? His Royal Highness, Prince Qi, has been looking for you for quite some time." Li Taizhan roared as soon as he reached the gate. Though Li Muhai was a distinguished county governor who had faced many situations, facing the murderous intent emanating from Li Taizhan made his legs tremble involuntarily. Still, being a person with deep cunning, he managed to steady himself and said, "Well, your humble servant had some matters to attend to this morning, which is why I came late. It was certainly not intentional. May I inquire why His Royal Highness, Prince Qi, has suddenly graced us with his presence? Is there something you wish for me to assist you with? Do you, General, know the reason for this visit?" Li Muhai asked softly, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Humph," Li Taizhan angrily snorted. His already fierce face grew even more brutal after that icy snort. Li Muhai felt a chill down his spine. This general was terrifyingly ferocious, his face like someone ready to kill. Indeed, the warriors by the prince's side are different. Each one of them behaves so aggressively. It is simply uncouth. Yet Magistrate Li Muhai dared not offend anyone, knowing full well that behind this warrior stood no ordinary person, the noble Prince Qi. Li Muhai's mind instantly recalled the events of yesterday. He had been drunk and seemed to have heard some noises. Song Mosin had persistently urged him to join under the service of a certain lord, eventually resulting in excessive drinking. He vaguely remembered that Song Mosin acted oddly, seemingly encouraging him to drink deliberately. As a county governor, having risen to such a position through absolute intelligence, Li Muhai possessed a keen sense of judgment. He pondered deeply about what exactly was going on. Could last night's events have involved that lord, and also bear significant connection to Song Mosin? Otherwise, why would Prince Qi be so enraged as to storm here? Li Taizhan watched as Li Muhai, with a strong smell of alcohol on him, showed up today, even though the messenger sent by Prince Qi had already notified him earlier. Yet, the magistrate was still suffering from hangover. How could a high-ranking official behave in such a manner? Truly a respectable county governor, drinking the whole night, refusing to meet the emissary sent by Prince Qi. You wouldn't even understand until we've come knocking on your door ourselves. Do you think His Excellency the Prince will overlook this and allow you to keep your head?" Li Taizhan spoke thus, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Upon hearing these words, Li Muhai was startled profoundly. What happened? Why is this related to a prince? And when did the prince send an envoy anyway? His mind drew a complete blank. Mumbling to himself, he said, "Did I drink myself into stupidity? I remember nothing at all." As soon as Li Muhai considered the consequences of offending Prince Qi, likely being reported by the prince, he quickly took a breath and said, "I'm willing to apologize. Last night, I was just in a bit of a foul mood, hence I indulged in a little drink. I didn't intend to get drunk. If the prince hears about this matter, he surely will not hold it against me. And regarding Wang Yinshi, I indeed missed it." Li Muhai had a hunch that the general in front of him might have some ulterior motive, so he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "General, I have something to say." At this point, he took out a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it over. "General, I would appreciate it if you could smooth things over for me and let me know what's going on." When Li Muhai said this, he appeared extremely uneasy. Li Taizhan casually tossed the silver in his hand. Finding it not light at all, it weighed around 20 or 30 taels. He then smirked coldly and threw the silver back. "With just this amount of money, you think you can bribe me? You just wait for the prince's anger." Standing there, Li Taizhan no longer paid attention to Li Muhai. This made Li Muhai suddenly feel extremely uneasy. The words he originally intended to speak were immediately swallowed back down, and he said nothing more. He paced back and forth, seemingly clueless about what exactly happened. Meanwhile, an official nearby walked up to Li Muhai and complained in a resentful tone. "Isn't this guard being way too extreme? Simply disregarding us local officials. When have we ever been inferior to them? And they dare to act so presumptuously in front of us." He clenched his teeth while speaking, evidently quite dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Li Muhai turned his gaze to the official beside him and promptly rebuked him. "Do you even know who this is? This is Prince Qi. And given such a grand display of coming here to question, surely something significant must have occurred. Earlier, someone likely attempted an attack. It's very possible another attempt has been made on Prince Qi." With great tension, Li Muhai voiced this concern. After taking a deep breath and releasing it quickly, he added, "This matter isn't simple at all. It won't be easy to resolve." Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it have anything to do with him? Otherwise, we've never crossed paths before. Why would he invite me to drink and show me that prominent person's letter? and he was so insistent on recruiting me. Chapter 274, The Governor's Fear. When Li Yu heard the report from the guard standing by, and was told about all the actions of Li Muhai, he immediately frowned. There is actually such a thing. He actually gets drunk at night. As a governor, he abandons his post so recklessly. This is indeed going too far. If that's the case, then let him wait. I originally planned to meet with him, but if he cannot explain this clearly, humph. Li Yu coldly chuckled twice and showed some mockery on his face. After hearing this sentence, the guard standing nearby did not respond in any way. Because it was obviously the prince speaking to himself, how could the guard dare to interject? Li Yu picked up the book in his hands again and began to read. With one wave of his hand, the guard retreated out. The guard quickly came out and told Li Taishan about this matter. Li Taishan glanced at the Li Muhai in front of him and sighed, saying, "Governor, I truly apologize for this. Prince said that he currently doesn't want to see you. I hope you can understand. Just wait. When Prince wants to see you, naturally he will send someone to summon you." After Li Taishan finished speaking, he spoke again. "In addition, the prince asked me to inform you to go outside and take a look at the things we have brought over." Li Muhai felt that the unease inside him was growing stronger. When he went out following the guard in front of him, he couldn't help but gasp sharply and instinctively stepped back 4 or 5 steps, almost sitting on the ground. But after all, he was the honorable governor. Even though there was great fear inside him, he still stabilized his mind, standing there like a pole. Whoosh! His face turned slightly pale, as if frightened by what was on the carriage. He took a deep breath to try to calm his mood. Looking up, he questioned Li Taishan who was in front of him. What is this? Exactly as you see, what you see is what it is." Li Muhai turned around, still shocked, because right outside in those carriages were piled up an entire cartload of corpses. After calming down, he carefully observed these bodies, wanting to find some clues. After careful examination, he discovered these were strong corpses, each one well-trained elite soldiers judging from the thick calluses on their hands. Now they were just stacked in this carriage. Apparently, just last night the crown prince had gone through a battle where these formidable soldiers had been slaughtered and stacked here. "Is this why people came to me with such arrogance?" muttered Li Muhai. He thought about this and felt fear, because someone dared to risk everything, attack the crown prince during such times, obviously ignoring the Tang dynasty. And now only certain individuals could be capable of doing this. But what shocked him most was how ruthless these people had become. They had already attacked the crown prince once, yet they struck again in such madness. No wonder the crown prince was extremely enraged, directly questioning him for answers without even giving him audience. Instead, the crown prince forced him to witness these corpses, demanding he produce results. Huff! Li Muhai exhaled, deciding to continue waiting for an audience with the crown prince. Still, the sweat trickling down his forehead revealed his inner terror. Just when Li Yu was ignoring Li Muhai completely, leaving him without an audience, someone had directly reported the matter to Xianxia son. What? The crown prince didn't have any incidents last night. After hearing what the official in front said, Xianxia son instantly became furious, picking up a cup before smashing it on the floor. Immediately, the cup shattered into pieces. Damn, it's absolutely unbearable. Xianxia son spoke angrily with frustration and gripped his hands tightly, wishing he could confront the crown prince to check if he was all right. Is everything now just the crown prince making exaggerated claims or intentionally trying to lure him out? These incompetents, they promised that as long as they handled the job, it would definitely be done impeccably, bringing no trouble to me. Unexpectedly, they are this useless. Now, these things are unresolved, instead pulling trouble into our house. Xianxia son did not rush off, but instead sat down and started carefully pondering. Right now, I still have some chips in my hands. Even if they investigate, it absolutely can't possibly trace back to me. During the renewal period, those few families will be forced to keep their mouths shut. The number of people truly involved in this matter is not many. For the sake of their own families, they will surely be willing to sacrifice. Xianxia son quickly made a decision. Send someone personally to confront those people, and at that moment, take direct action to eliminate them. Humph. Xianxia son let out a cold chuckle. Looking at the official in front of him, he quietly gave a few instructions. Yes, master, I understand, said the subordinate as he hurriedly walked out the door. Not long after, several military officers rushed into Xianxia son's room. Their faces were filled with fear and unease. Master, we never would have thought that the people sent by these few families could be so useless, unable even to handle such a minor task. We have sinned, one of the military officers said, his face showing terror. Humph. Xianxia son glanced at the military officers before him and let out a soft, cold chuckle. I already know about this matter, but I don't intend to blame you. Because you are, after all, my right-hand man. However, since no one has returned to report, that indicates they've likely caught a live witness. The person originally left to report back is now in their hands. And there are simply too many people who know about this situation. Don't you think? As Xianxia son delivered these icy words, a wave of dread swept through the hearts of the few military officers before him. Too many people knowing about this. Does that mean wanting to eliminate all of them? Otherwise, why bring up such a sentence? These elites from the great families were sent because they were capable of getting things done for them. They were the elites nurtured by local warlords, and these warlords also knew something about certain affairs. They were willing to stake their lives on this gamble. As long as they succeeded in the bet, they might immediately gain an unprecedented opportunity. Chapter 275, Eliminate the Root. But now that they failed, trouble has come. Xianxia son did not pace back and forth, but instead sat down, looking at the people in front of him with a half-smile. Either you fix this matter, or you figure it out yourselves. Of course, I will not neglect you. After this is done, I'll find ways to promote you and transfer you away from here. As long as you keep your mouth shut and make sure these people also keep theirs shut, they know far too much, which isn't beneficial for any of us. Xuanhuan said this, his voice laced with killing intent. Gulp. These military officers immediately swallowed their saliva. They realized they were now facing an extremely dangerous choice. One misstep could cost them their lives. Choose them, or confess yourselves. Just a warning, His Majesty has a group of people specifically dealing with such matters. Their methods are far beyond what you can withstand. No matter how tough you may be inside, they'll pry open your mouths and force you to admit everything. After Xuanhuan calmly took a sip of tea, he continued speaking. After hearing this, these generals felt despair creeping over them. Their fear was indescribable. This situation had them feeling as if they couldn't breathe. Damn, one general's hands were trembling. If we do this, our influence over the local area will be greatly weakened. And those aristocratic families will certainly refuse to obey our orders afterward. They might even consider us enemies and try to fight us endlessly. Even though they're suppressing us with force now, I doubt it'll last long. A military officer worriedly stated. Upon thinking about this possibility, he felt his future was becoming increasingly bleak. Listening to this military officer's words, Xuanhuan seemed as if he hadn't heard anything at all. He just stared silently at him, a slight smile on his face. This military officer swallowed his saliva hard. Lord, you don't have to do it if you're unwilling, and when something happens, deal with it yourselves. Don't come to me after that. I know nothing, Xuanhuan replied. After finishing, he stood up and prepared to leave. Lord, I'm willing to act, but I hope you can give us a promise that after doing these things, we won't get involved in this matter. That goes without saying, Xuanhuan responded. As long as I'm here, I absolutely won't let anything link back to you, because linking to you would mean linking to me. I'll cover for you. Bring some men and handle them quickly. We absolutely cannot allow them to become our thorns. In the end, they might drag all of us into trouble. After Xuanhuan finished his speech, the military officers nodded in agreement. Don't go personally. Send someone from your subordinates. Find a trustworthy person to help resolve these issues. Once this issue is resolved, settle the final loose ends yourself. Don't let anyone trace us back. After saying that, Xuanhuan left the room. After Xuanhuan departed, the other 5 military officers all looked at the man in the center. Brother, who would have thought that not only did we fail in this matter, but we also fell into trouble? Should we follow this gentleman's advice? Master Song clearly wants us to be the Black Hand. If we carry out this action, then real trouble will surely come knocking. The military officers debated animatedly, each showing signs of unrest. The officer sitting in the middle gritted his teeth. Who would have thought Master Song to be so spineless? Initially, we assumed there was someone behind him who could support us, yet at the first sign of trouble, he wanted us to eliminate our own people. It was originally his plan to have us surround Prince Qi, but since we didn't capture Prince Qi, problems emerged. Now, these problems have all been thrown onto us. The most infuriating part is that we can't ignore this task. If we don't do it, once we're implicated, it's highly possible we'll lose our lives. The middle officer, whose face was covered with a thick beard, appeared ferocious despite having a pair of eyes that revealed shrewdness. It was precisely this quality that enabled him to reach this point without being eliminated. Brother, what should we do next? A military officer nearby asked quietly. There was a coldness in his eyes as he made a throat-cutting gesture. Shall we take care of this Tang? No. If we kill this Tang, the people above us will certainly come to investigate, and our problems will become much bigger. He spoke with gravity. We also need to prepare ourselves. Since there is someone behind him, we can find someone to support us as well. Right now, isn't the prince interested in finding out who's behind all this? If we help him get evidence, do you think he would still want to cut us down completely? We must be prepared. Saying this, he wore a half-smile that hid deep machinations within. Brother, well said. Since this Song fellow doesn't see us as human beings, we don't have to treat him with respect either. He wants to use us as stepping stones. Then let's use him for the same purpose. Another military officer said, lowering his voice. These military officers immediately sent men off hastily. They moved quickly and soon left the place. It had been 2 hours already. Liu put down his teacup, raising his head and looking at the servant before him, saying, let the official come in. Considering he has waited so long, I shouldn't make it hard for him any further. He's a prestigious prefect after all. Standing outside this long does show respect for me, an idle prince. After the servant acknowledged the order, he hurried out and informed Li Taizhan. Upon hearing the servant's words, Li Taizhan glanced at the prefect who had stood waiting for quite some time not far away. Smiling faintly, he said, Lord, you've been standing here for quite some time. Prince Qi wishes to see you now, please follow me. Li Mohai, whose legs were already numb, massaged them vigorously and quickly followed behind, entering the room. When he entered the room, he saw a young man with noble bearing. Chapter 276, 2 Choices. Whoa! As soon as he saw Liu, he immediately drew in a sharp breath. The aura of this prince had become increasingly powerful. Compared to before, his presence now was even more exaggerated. In the past, it wasn't particularly noticeable, but now it caused an undeniable chill. Li Muhai quickly paid his respects to Liu and then explained, Your Highness Qi Wang, I truly had no idea how things would turn out like this. After your messenger came last time, I immediately dispatched people to guard all areas and investigate the situation thoroughly. However, I never expected that things would take such a turn, and still, someone dared to harm you. This time, we absolutely cannot let this pass easily. We must comprehensively investigate everyone involved. I will directly send my most capable officers to look into it. Not a single person will be spared. Li Muhai hastily demonstrated his loyalty because he knew that if he could not clear this hurdle presented by Prince Qi, he would not be able to get through the next one posed by the court. Is that so? After hearing this, Li Yu did not entirely believe it. He gave a faint smile. Actually, I think there may be something strange about your administration, because among those I captured, there's actually a captain. This captain is from the military and has revealed certain issues concerning the imperial garrison. In this very garrison, there are people bold enough to plot against a prince of the blood. I wonder what kind of crime this would constitute. Li Yu said with a light tone while looking at Li Muhai, which made Li Muhai suddenly panic-stricken, thinking that Li Yu was blaming him for poor supervision. After hearing his words, Li Muhai couldn't suppress himself any longer and immediately fell to his knees in fear. My lord, it's true this matter hasn't been well managed on my part. Please forgive me, grant me another chance, and I will surely make amends through meritorious service. Whoever dares to do this, regardless of who they are, I will bring them to justice. Li Muhai's breathing became rapid, his hands trembling slightly. Good. Li Yu looked seriously at Li Muhai and nodded, saying, very commendable. Since you've already spoken thusly, naturally, I will give you a chance. Next, let's investigate clearly. Wang Yi, can you inform me about their condition? How did they ambush you? What kind of tactics were employed? Li Muhai asked cautiously. It was very apparent to him that if this case could be solved, he could free himself from suspicion. What mattered most at this moment was to win the recognition of Qi Wang here and gain this opportunity. As long as he got this chance, he could shake off the current trouble. My lord, please grant me this chance. Just as Li Muhai was about to kneel down again, Li Yu smiled faintly. If I were to give you this opportunity, there is something I need you to do. Take action against some people. I suspect these individuals might also be behind the real culprit pulling strings. After finishing his sentence, he took out a list and placed it in front of him. When Li Muhai received this list, his eyes opened wide in disbelief. How could this be? The names on this list are seemingly several key officials from our commandery. Their powers are only second to mine. If they're problematic too, then it means the entire commandery could have fallen largely outside my control, and they have amassed quite a lot of power as well. Even if I wanted to forcefully deal with them, it would be impossible. After all, without evidence, considering our ranks are not far apart, successfully taking them down would basically be out of reach. Li Muhai raised his head and urgently replied. Who said anything about having you personally capture them? They indeed hold considerable strength. However, if implicated in a treasonous act, wouldn't you then be able to seize them? Li Yu countered, causing Li Muhai to feel uneasy inside. Well, but my lord, there is no evidence proving their betrayal. Who said there's no evidence? There are already witnesses, and we just need some physical proof. You should know that now I aim to investigate these people, given that it has already involved a conspiracy to rebel in your commandery. Originally, I intended to take you down along with them, but after much thought, I assumed as the governor, you wouldn't have such ideas. Because if something happens to me, you won't escape either. You'll definitely have no future afterward, but the people behind you absolutely do. They fulfill the wishes of those great men and will undoubtedly get promoted and receive better pay. And when the time comes, you might just become a scapegoat. No one truly cares about your fate because, to them, you're merely the one chosen to be sacrificed. You are the top person here, so only you will bear the responsibility. Li Yu smirked lightly, as if he had already seen through the Li Muhai standing before him. Li Muhai's face showed signs of inner struggle, because he knew that if he didn't make a decision soon, he might be abandoned by the prince before him. Once the prince no longer had any sympathy for him, or even decided to use him as an example, he would have no way out. Because he was now in the most dangerous situation. By his side, the prince's guards were monitoring him, ready to capture him at any moment. He had been taken away from his usual place of power and intrigue, becoming a solitary figure. My lord, since you've obtained the evidence, I naturally agree to capture these individuals, sooner rather than later. But if we can't find any evidence after arresting them, I hope you'll speak on my behalf. That's natural. Everyone knows that you've come to me, and they know too. Therefore, I absolutely won't harm you. Li Yu lightly patted the county governor in front of him. Make your move. Yes. Li Muhai shouted outward. Come in. The constables and bailiffs waiting outside entered the room. Sir, is there anything important for us to handle? The prince has discovered a few traitors. Now, go immediately with men and arrest all of them. Don't let a single one escape. Li Muhai said to the constables and bailiffs under him. These constables and bailiffs glanced at each other. They never expected that their governor would issue such a command, asking them to arrest several other high-ranking officials. Even though this matter was initiated by the prince, it still seemed too outrageous. Master. Chapter 277. Thinking of the big picture. You must think of the big picture. If you act now directly against the ministers for the sake of His Royal Highness, that would be wrong. A small official beside Li Muhai said anxiously. These officials followed Li Muhai, and their fates were inseparably tied to his rise and fall. If Li Muhai could no longer stay here, they would also have no way to continue staying here. They might even be retaliated against by the families and relatives of those officials, possibly losing their lives. They didn't want to encounter such a great trouble. This small official lowered his voice, trembling with his hands and feet. It was a natural fear, a fear of the future. Li Muhai stared at this small official by his side. Seeing him half-smilingly looking at him, he chuckled slightly. Do you think I don't know you? He continued with a killing intent in his eyes. Are you trying to save your own life by refusing to follow my orders? Am I the governor, or are you? Are you planning a rebellion? The small official was nearly scared into tears, his legs trembling incessantly, almost kneeling down pleading for mercy. After seeing this scene, Liu did not give any warning, but just took a sip of tea. What's the matter, Governor Li? Can't you do it? Liu's counter-question made Li Muhai swallow hard instantly. He hurriedly cried out, Your Highness, please forgive me. My subordinate has no respect. Li Muhai struck a slap on the face of the small official beside him. When did it become your turn to speak? Do you think you are something? You're merely a relative of one of my concubines, and you dare to talk nonsense in front of me. He should be dragged away. Li Muhai said coldly, his expression icy. Your Highness, those people have considerable power within the whole province. Even if I wanted to take them down, I am somewhat powerless. Therefore, I request your Highness to send me some elite soldiers. As long as your Highness gives me reinforcements, taking them down will be a piece of cake. All right, I had the same intention. Thus, let's do this. Li Taishan, take several guards and go along with this fellow. Yes, your Highness. After hearing Li Yu's words, Li Taishan smirked faintly and stepped boldly toward Li Muhai, standing beside him. Governor Deng, since your Highness believes you've already decided, naturally there will be me by your side to protect you. If anyone has disloyal intentions. Li Taishan looked towards the small official at this point and waved his hand. Immediately 2 guards advanced, seizing this official. Governor Li, is there any problem with this? Li Taishan asked Li Muhai, with a mocking smile on his face. Upon seeing the sneer from Li Taishan in front of him, Li Muhai suddenly felt a chill down his spine, realizing that without care, he'd already been entangled in the court struggle. He almost cried when he thought about this. What sins had he committed? Why had he been pulled into this situation? Li Muhai was almost in tears. He was still hesitating yesterday about what to do, but now, because of this matter, he wasn't feeling good inside. Yet, he had no choice but to make this decision. Li Muhai quickly made up his mind, waving his hand behind him. Why aren't you following me? What are you still staring at? He glared angrily at the bailiffs and constables behind him. The bailiffs instinctively shrunk their heads and dared not say anything more. These officials are involved in the assassination attempt on His Royal Highness. Bring them over. Remember, we invite them. Invite them to cooperate with the investigation. Follow me, said Li Muhai, then led his subordinates and Li Taishan away hurriedly. Lu Xue stood by Li Yu's side. Watching Li Muhai leave with others, she whispered softly, Your Highness, is our investigation going to create any issues? Like after this incident, there might be someone who submits a petition to the Emperor accusing you. Li Yu revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. I've been waiting for them to find fault with me. This way we'll know exactly who is secretly plotting against me. Do they think that being a prince means I lack temperament? This isn't the first time, nor will it be the last. Moreover, if I act recklessly and gain a bad reputation, I won't be feared as much either, because I am no threat to the crown prince. On the contrary, I am extremely dangerous to those people. Li Yu said this with a hint of killing intent. How can we pacify my anger without a few deaths? Moreover, this time, it is the governor in front of me who is conducting the investigation. What does it have to do with me? I'm merely sending someone to assist him in order to fully investigate the matter. If the investigation shows no connection to them, an explanation will suffice. Could these officials possibly dare to oppose me, the prince? Li Yu explained this way and didn't take these officials seriously. Plus, he had sufficient evidence to prove that his actions were justified. I understand. Lu Xue nodded her head. There's one more thing for you to do. Since I'm already preparing to act against these people, there must be a real mastermind behind the scenes yet to be found. This person is deeply hidden. To capture this rat, we need to investigate all traces of these individuals, leaving him nowhere to hide or escape. What use are his schemes then? As long as I catch his trail, he's finished. As Li Yu spoke, Lu Xue sucked in a sharp breath. Your Highness, I understand. She nodded in agreement. I'll get on it immediately. I'll mobilize our people to keep watch on the officials within the city. As soon as we detect any trace, we will surely uncover their movements. Pay special attention to the military officers. Only they hold true military power and can genuinely cultivate powerful warriors. It's absolutely impossible for anyone else. After pondering, Li Yu made this request. Yes, Lu Xue responded. Just as Lu Xue left, a panel appeared before Li Yu. Investigate the mastermind task. Reward, a mysterious fruit that temporarily alters taste. Upon seeing the reward, Li Yu's eyes widened. Is there a reward for this too? Li Yu muttered, and when he saw the reward for the mysterious fruit, his eyes lit up with delight. This was no ordinary fruit. The crucial point was that this thing could even alter a person's sense of taste, though only temporarily. It could create many uses. It could be utilized in many areas. More importantly, this mysterious fruit also had the function of regulating blood and qi, making one's body healthier and extending life. Li Yu looked at the mysterious fruit, his eyes gleaming with joy. Since that's the case, I won't hesitate to accept. At an official's residence, an official sat at a dining table. In front of him were dishes filled with various rare delicacies. By his side sat several stunning beauties. These beauties sat there, each of their faces full of smiles. Lord, I've set my eyes on a necklace made from a string of night pearls. It's so beautiful. I truly like it very much. This woman's eyes carried a seductive hue. She kept coquettishly pestering the lord beside her, her behavior resembling that of a fox spirit reincarnated, enough to make anyone lose their mind just by looking at her more than a few times. Beauty, you have been quite extravagant lately. Though I am rich, I don't spend money like this. But if tonight you can take good care of me, I'll naturally buy you whatever you want without treating you unfairly. This lord smiled slightly as he gently touched the chin of the beauty next to him, with a hint of wickedness in his tone. Lord, you are such a devil. This beauty spoke in a sweet, petulant manner. And right after the lord said this beauty became completely boneless, clinging to the official. Lord, you really are too mischievous. At this moment, this beauty gently moved closer to the man in front of her, snuggling into his arms. Meanwhile, at the door of this lord, a constable was knocking loudly. Open the door. What are you doing? Open the door quickly, or we won't be polite. The constable cursed with some displeasure. When the gatekeeper opened the door and saw the constables outside along with a group of people, he immediately scolded. Damn it. Do you know whose door you're knocking on? This is Mr. Li Punan's house. If you offend Lord Li, will you still have your jobs? Do you believe that Lord Li needs only a word and all of you will end up in jail? The gatekeeper spoke angrily, carrying a bit of menace. He walked out muttering to himself, completely disregarding the constables and the head constables in front of him. However, when he rubbed his drowsy eyes, he saw someone who made him feel extremely surprised. He actually saw the governor of the province. As a gatekeeper, what was most important was having sharp eyes, knowing whom one could and couldn't offend, otherwise it might cause trouble for the master of the house. Because of this, every gatekeeper would recognize their home's master. Gulp, he swallowed hard, feeling a strange sense of unease inside. It turns out it's Governor Darun. I wonder why you have come. I'll immediately inform our lord. Li Muhai stood there, his face showing no emotion, his expression stern, making people somewhat uneasy. Gulp, the gatekeeper gradually felt something was off and instinctively took 2 steps back, trying to retreat into the courtyard. Just before he retreated, Li Muhai sneered coldly. Even the gate of a prime minister has officials of 7th rank. How dare a little gatekeeper act so presumptuously? Today, I must ask your lord to accompany us. Therefore, seize him. Long suppressed, the head constable and constables glared fiercely at the gatekeeper and rushed forward without another word. One after another, they easily subdued him without saying anything else. You? How dare you do this? The gatekeeper kept cursing. In the courtyard, there were many guards. Upon noticing the commotion outside, they all rushed out, and a steward strolled out lazily with both hands behind his back. But when he realized the troublemaker outside was none other than the honored governor, a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Oh, Governor Dawn, I thought it was just someone creating trouble outside. I wonder why the Governor Durad has come here today. Is there any urgent matter? The steward looked at the district governor before him and asked, with a somewhat dignified air. Today, we need your master to come back with us. So step aside. At this, the police captain sneered coldly and repeatedly Muhai's words verbatim. You? The steward's face quickly changed. It seemed he hadn't expected things to escalate so suddenly. Swallowing hard, he hurriedly asked, do you have imperial approval for this? Li Muhai stepped forward. The situation calls for urgent action, so I simply wish to bring your master back for now. Search. His face remained calm as he ordered the captains and their men into action. However, the constables were stopped by the mansion guards. Fierce skirmishes ensued between the captains, constables, and these guards, but they didn't dare to use lethal force, fearing retaliation from the official in question. For they knew that this official was merely under temporary investigation, and there was always the chance of him regaining power. Should any retribution occur, trouble would undoubtedly follow them all. Upon seeing this scene, Li Taishan felt quite troubled. The lack of boldness on the part of these constables explained why the prince had sent his own men out. Apparently, they had already identified issues with these people, hence sending their own troops precisely for moments like this. With a cold snort, Li Taishan said, act. The moment these attendants received the command, a noticeable change occurred. Their eyes filled with a chilling intent as they surged forward. The mansion guards, noticing how ineffective the constables seemed during their tussles, were perplexed about what exactly was happening. Quickly entangled once more, one thought surfaced in their minds. They're surely afraid of offending our lord. It was at this very moment that the palace guards charged ahead. Each warrior among them displayed an extraordinary ferocity, their hands and feet striking mercilessly against the guards of the estate. In an instant, the household guards cried out in anguish. How could they possibly be a match for palace guards who had seen countless battles? These warriors were chosen personally by Li Yu, elite soldiers without question. In no time, each strike delivered by them managed to knock down one of the guards with either a single punch or kick. Chapter 279, Arrest. In just a moment, these guards had been knocked down to the ground, groaning in agony. When these constables saw this scene, they were shocked that after these guards made their move, all of them were defeated in just a short time. Their eyes widened instantly. Although they had held back, they also knew clearly that the skills of these guards were not weak. However, in front of these servants, they were completely powerless, which made them widen their eyes and wonder what had happened. SSS. This is too powerful. They said this with some sighs in their hearts. It wasn't that they didn't want to act, it was just that if they acted, they would offend too many people. Thinking about this, they sighed in their hearts. Li Muhai looked sternly at his subordinates at this moment. He knew these people were very useless, but he never expected that they would be so incompetent. But he still forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart because he knew these subordinates also had to make a living, so they did such things. Huff. Li Muhai took a deep breath. Arrest. Li Taishan's subordinates looked at the constables and sneered with contempt on their faces. After Li Muhai saw this scene, his face became pale, and looking at Li Taishan's contemptuous gaze, he also felt somewhat awkward. When had he ever lost face in front of a military officer like this? Alas, he sighed heavily in his heart and looked grave. Arrest. After he gave the order, this group entered inside. The manager rushed into the room hastily. There were some wounds on his face, and panic was evident as he burst into the master's chamber. Master, it's bad. Lord Li Muhai has brought men charging and saying he will take you for an investigation. Li Pu Nan, who was drinking wine, became extremely angry when he saw the steward barging in. Do you want to die? Who allowed you to come in? Get out. The beauties around Li Pu Nan all hid behind him. He was already drunk, and after hearing Li Pu Nan's words, the steward not only did not leave, but shouted loudly instead. Master, the governor has brought people inside. Our guards have all been beaten down. What? He said this, with a hint of tension in his eyes. Li Pu Nan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately sobered up. What? Li Muhai actually sent people? Did he come himself? Seeing this, he exclaimed with fear as he came back to his senses. As he thought about the matter, he felt cold sweat dripping down his back. Bang! The next second, the door was kicked open. Li Muhai walked in from outside, and, seeing Li Pu Nan hurriedly putting on his official robes, a smirk immediately appeared on his face. Today isn't your rest day, Master Li Pu Nan. I wonder why you're spending your days drinking at home, enjoying the company of beautiful women. Truly unexpected. Li Pu Nan quickly regained his composure. Looking at Li Muhai before him, he laughed loudly. Ha! Governor, your words are rather strange. I indeed took leave today and drank some wine while being accompanied by beautiful women. Does the adult gentleman plan to investigate me for this? You're suspected of organizing an attack on Prince Qi. Prince Qi has submitted a list and suspects you of treason, instructing me to arrest you. Please come with me. Upon hearing this, Li Pu Nan instantly started sweating profusely. What nonsense are you talking about? I am a high-ranking official. If someone wants to arrest me, they need an order from the court. You're merely a provincial governor and have no authority to arrest me directly. Li Muhai smiled, looking at Li Pu Nan, who used to be disrespectful towards him in the past. Now he chuckled. Who said I'm arresting you outright? I'm personally inviting you to my office for a short stay, to cooperate with Prince Qi's request, and see if you're involved in any treachery. Arrest him. Li Muhai ordered his subordinates. But these subordinates did not dare to step forward. Li Pu Nan sneered. I wonder if Lord Song knows about your actions, or if it was your own decision without authorization. This doesn't comply with the bureaucratic order, and I will not follow your orders. Li Pu Nan looked at the approaching constables and detectives. Then he let out a cold snort. Who dares to approach? Let's see if anyone has the guts. Following Li Pu Nan's words, for a moment, these detectives and constables looked at each other, hesitating greatly, wanting to step forward but not daring to do so. Slap. The next second, Li Taishan stepped forward and slapped Li Pu Nan's face. Li Pu Nan was immediately knocked to the ground. A large red handprint appeared on his face, looking extremely swollen. Li Pu Nan covered his face with his hand, shock evident in his eyes. You, how dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? I am a fifth-rank official of the court. What are you? Li Pu Nan relied on his status as a court official and showed no fear even in front of these people. Take him away. Li Taishan ordered the guards under his command. At this moment, one of Li Pu Nan's concubines rushed forward. Master, you haven't bought me a necklace with night pearls yet. How dare all of you lay hands on Master? Slap. Before her words were finished, Li Taishan slapped her as well. Go away. Take him away. Li Taishan said this and then ordered his subordinates to take Li Pu Nan away, leaving behind his concubines who wailed miserably, their hearts broken. Hiccup. Next place. Li Taishan said. In just half a day, several officials had been arrested. Ostensibly, they were only being invited for investigation by Li Muhai, but in reality, they were under house arrest. 2 military officers involved in the matter were also caught directly. When Song Mo's son learned of this, he felt a thunderous roar inside him. He could not have imagined that things would turn out this way. Phew. Phew. He tried hard to take a few deep breaths, calming himself down. Damn it. How did everything turn into this? This thought crossed his mind, along with an unsettling premonition. Had His Highness Prince Qi discovered his actions? Were they now removing his subordinates first, planning to wait until he couldn't resist anymore before taking him down too? Even if he had numerous reasons, it might be impossible to defend himself. Thinking this, he clutched his chest, trying to suppress his unease, and shouted outside. Go invite Lord Zhou. Chapter 280, The Deceased. Zhou Kuan, the military officer, sat there with a look of seriousness in his eyes. He had already learned that 2 of his brothers had been caught. These 2 brothers also knew a lot about the assassination attempt on Prince Qi. Although he knew these 2 brothers would definitely not divulge any secrets, he could not guarantee others wouldn't suspect or worry, such as that certain Mr. Song. At this moment, someone rushed over. It was the other several military officers. With anxious expressions, they uneasily said, Big brother, Zhao and Li have now been invited by Prince Qi. It's related to treason, and we must rescue them now. Otherwise, it's possible we might be implicated. Am I not aware of this? After hearing this, Zhou Kuan's gaze swept over his brother. But right now, we cannot rush. The more urgent we get, the easier it is to reveal our flaws. If Prince Qi has already traced it back to us, he will definitely find us. But for now, there hasn't been a single sound, proving that up until now, Prince Qi hasn't discovered anything relevant about us. He said so, lightly tapping on the table with his hand. Anyone suspected of being involved in the assassination attempt on Prince Qi will be investigated. Currently, they don't have enough authority to summon everyone to the courthouse for questioning, but they do have the right to invite people for investigations, albeit through slightly harsher means. Prince Qi is just a prince. If he interferes in local matters, he'll definitely be detested by the civil officials. That way, he'll have no shortage of troubles. But if the charges stick, then who will care? Whoever cares will be the mastermind behind it. Don't say that those higher-ups can't protect them. They themselves can't even protect themselves. Xiuxian said this softly, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Whistle. And moreover, once people are in their hands, what stops them from doing whatever they want? It's still their call. Do you think it's our turn to make the decisions? With Xiuxian's words, each of these men became stunned. Just at this moment, a soldier came knocking on the door outside and shouted, General, someone has come. He says he was sent by the adult sir to see you. After hearing this, Xiuxian paused momentarily. That gentleman is starting to worry. I will go meet him. Hopefully, we'll achieve good results. Otherwise, we'll only resort to measures. Meanwhile, Luzhua had already arranged some personnel in this village, secretly monitoring things. On this day, he noticed that someone had directly entered the village. Once these individuals entered the villages, strange events began happening inside. Originally healthy high-level figures within the village suddenly passed away due to illness. Luzhua immediately detected something amiss. How could this be? He mumbled quietly to himself, growing increasingly suspicious. Why did this happen? Why were they compelled to act like this? He quickly dispatched some individuals to investigate the situation, and very soon, he received news that after meeting with these visitors, the senior members of these place-based family powers had all died, strangely all from illness, and they all fell ill simultaneously. This sparked a flicker of doubt in Luzhua's heart. Previously, Liu had given him an order to investigate these mysterious deaths. Additionally, it was necessary to figure out which clan families had sent individuals out and which individuals had experienced unusual situations. Phew. After taking a deep breath, Luzhua tried his best to calm himself down. It seems I underestimated these people. Fortunately, I've already sent people to investigate them. Their audacity knows no bounds. They're actually making such moves at this time. His Highness the Wong truly said it correctly. These people dare to assassinate the royal family, showing they no longer adhere to worldly rules. Having reached this conclusion, Luzhua decided to conduct a post-mortem examination tonight. Night arrived soon, and he sneaked into the clan's ancestral hall. In the deep night hall, only a few people were keeping watch. These people didn't seem too great. After all, their kinfolk had passed away unexpectedly from sudden disease, which left them feeling unsettled. What on earth happened? Why have these relatives become like this? Each person felt a mix of resentment, and they fully understood the trouble surrounding the matter. Alas, who exactly were those people? Why did the chieftains foresee their own demise from sudden illness? What exactly occurred? Two night guards huddled together exchanging thoughts. Who knows what really happened, but it's undoubtedly not good news. Recently, I've heard that several individuals from the clan are missing. Those few people were originally the best warriors in the clan, but now they're suddenly gone. This is probably related to this matter. They might have sacrificed themselves for the clan. Everyone has been on high alert recently, and the new group leader hasn't even thought of investigating it, indicating how deep the situation is. Just as they were whispering to each other, Luzhua had already heard everything. After watching them fall silent, he stealthily moved closer to them. The two men began to sense something was off because they could hear some movements behind them. There were quite a few coffins set up in the ancestral hall, along with several memorial tablets. It was already chilly inside here. With what had just happened, they felt like their skin crawled as if covered in goosebumps. What's there? They both exclaimed in surprise and turned back, wanting to see clearly what was going on. As they looked back, they saw a figure. A shadowy dark form loomed before them, ready to make its presence known. The two were about to shout out loud, but the next moment, a hand landed on their heads. Both only managed to emit a muffled groan before collapsing unconscious onto the ground. Luzhua looked at the two men in front of him and smirked. I guess tonight you'll experience something truly terrifying, though I feel bad. Still, I need to find out what's happening with your chief. Not far away, there were another two night guards who had heard the commotion. They walked over toward this area. What happened? What's wrong with the two of you? How come you've fallen silent so suddenly in the middle of the night? Surely you didn't see a ghost, did you? Chapter 281, Ambiguity. I'm going. As the two individuals walked over, they noticed two people lying on the ground with no visible injuries. It seemed as though they had suddenly fainted. This gave the two of them a terrible fright. What was going on? What happened to these two people for them to just collapse like this? As they were about to issue an alert, they felt as if someone appeared behind them. Before they could turn around, they felt a sharp pain in their heads. Then they only felt a chill run down their spines and fell heavily onto the ground, completely losing all response. Luzhua looked at the black-clothed person behind these two individuals and nodded. Perfect. Conduct an examination upon opening the coffin. See exactly what's wrong. Only then did he open his mouth to say, asking the black-clothed individual to open the coffin and inspect the bodies. As the two of them approached the coffin, after they opened it, they found that the person inside had lost all blood color. After Luzhua plunged into their necks and abdomens, upon pulling out, he discovered that they had already turned black. Hiss. They died of poisoning. Never expected that these people would act so swiftly. It seems several clan leaders sent their men out. They're trying to deal with Prince Qi, but little did they know that they would invite calamity. Now that they are dead, all the evidence cannot be traced back, because everything is broken off. These people from the powerful families are truly ruthless, extremely ruthless, utterly ruthless. Luzhua muttered, heavy-hearted. Phew. Luzhua made a great effort to exhale. Close it up, let's withdraw. Only then did the two of them hurriedly retreat, leaving this place. The four individuals on the ground regained consciousness an hour later. When they woke up, they found that all of them were lying together, which frightened them immensely. It's bad. It must be the old clan leader returning to claim their souls. one person said in a trembling voice, full of fear. The rest were also startled awake amidst his cries, their faces pale with fright. What exactly happened? We don't know, we just suddenly fainted. We felt a chilling wind passing through our backs, and then collapsed unconsciously. It's like the old clan leader's spirits refusing to leave, wanting to come back to reclaim their lives. One person said, voice trembling with emotion. These discussions quickly spread among the group. We should report this immediately to the new clan leader. Tell them to resolve this matter. With their reports submitted, within the family line, a rumor began spreading about the ghost of the old clan leader not leaving. Later, the family even invited Taoist priests to perform rituals for the deceased. At this time, Liu held a cup of lotus seed soup in his hands, and Zhang Sun Pingting was watching him with a faint smile. Prince, this is something I personally stewed for you. Drinking this lotus seed soup while it's hot is the best, please take it. She raised the lotus seed soup she was holding and presented it to Liu. Her virtuous demeanor was quite attractive. In that case, I shall not refuse your kindness. Liu accepted the bowl of lotus seed soup, yet his hand wandered as it brushed against Zhang Sun Pingting's, making moves on her without letting any chance slip by. How fragrant. Liu lifted the lotus seed soup in front of himself, deeply inhaling its aroma before greedily saying, completely indulging in the fragrance. This lotus seed soup is incredibly delicious. Just the smell has me entranced. Zhang Sun Pingting said as she watched Liu. Prince, you really are naughty. She kept her head low, afraid to look directly at the prince in front of her. Liu feigned innocence and asked, Am I? Where am I being naughty? Could you elaborate? He stood up and stepped closer to Zhang Sun Pingting before looking straight into her eyes, causing her breath to catch audibly. Prince, please don't. It's still broad daylight. She said this shyly. Upon hearing her words, Liu burst out laughing. Your meaning is that one cannot during the day, but it's fine at night? After finishing this sentence, he moved closer to Zhang Sun Pingting. Her face immediately turned red all the way to her neck roots. She didn't even want to acknowledge Liu anymore, turning her head away in a petulant tone. If you keep talking like this, I won't pay attention to you. I will definitely be angry and will definitely ignore you. After all, we haven't truly gotten married yet. If something improper happens, many officials would surely criticize it, and it might even affect your highness's future. Your highness, please consider the bigger picture. At this moment, Zhang Sun Pingting looked at Liu in front of her and earnestly said. Her eyes carried sincerity, and Liu could only feel a bit ashamed as he stared into them, realizing how dirty his thoughts had become. The intense emotions that had surged up were now immediately suppressed. He gave an awkward laugh, but quickly changed his demeanor and slowly moved closer to Zhang Sun Pingting's ear, lowering his voice as he spoke. I didn't say I was going to do anything. I was just teasing you. After all, isn't our acquaintance and mutual understanding like this? I am merely reviewing our encounter. After Liu said this, Zhang Sun Pingting found herself unable to speak. Liu moved closer. Zhang Sun Pingting couldn't withstand such provocation. She suddenly found herself breathing heavily, out of breath. As Liu leaned in to kiss her, just before their lips were about to meet, a sudden report came from outside. Your Highness, the matter you asked us to supervise has occurred. We've come to report. Zhang Sun Pingting, who had closed her eyes awaiting the kiss, suddenly opened them and pushed Liu away, covering her face as she ran out. Seeing this scene, Liu felt utterly helpless. Success was just moments away, but now it was undone at the last second. However, he couldn't let his anger show on this matter, so he shouted outward, Come in. A man dressed as an ordinary guard walked hurriedly into the room with his head bowed. As he raised it, it turned out to be Lu Zhua. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Highness, as expected, they did indeed make their move at this time. These are the records I have compiled. Now I have found out which military officer they belong to, confirming they are indeed under the command of one of the officers Your Highness invited to the official office. Chapter 282, The Emperor's Fury. When Liu heard this, his eyes changed slightly in an instant, and he underwent a tremendous transformation at this moment. He appeared very confident, as if he had foreseen all these matters long ago. I knew they would do such things. As expected, they indeed did these things. If that is the case, then we will lure out all of their remaining people. Since they dare to take action against me, then they should be aware of what consequences await them now. Surely they must also be very troubled about how those who have been captured by me will fare, whether they will confess or reveal their secrets. Thinking here, Liu stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the table, his eyes full of wisdom, as if determined to fully understand every aspect of the situation and foresee future events. I've got it. He broke into a faint smile. Arrange for people to watch over them carefully. They will surely try to make a move. Once they act, the remaining ones will be exposed. At this point, Liu began to pace back and forth, meticulously contemplating each step in his mind as he hypothesized what the future might hold. There, Liu smiled faintly as he continued. Leak this matter secretly. They will certainly try their best to make a move. Even if they trust their brothers, will the others believe in them? They are not just one group anymore. With so many involved, the probability of them making a move increases indefinitely. Lu Zhua watched in amazement, staring at Liu before him, astonished. Your Highness, I never expected you to have calculated the future so clearly. Indeed, I didn't expect that you were such a prince. It seems my sister's worry about you is unnecessary. After saying this, Lu Zhua quickly covered his mouth with his hand, appearing quite embarrassed. Humph. Liu snorted and turned his gaze towards Lu Zhua. Lu Zhua, your audacity has grown considerably to joke around with me. Are you disregarding the fact that I am your prince? Hearing this, Lu Zhua's complexion immediately changed dramatically. He knelt down directly in front of Li Yu. Your Highness, these words slipped out unintentionally. Please forgive me. At this moment, Lu Zhua remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head. After hearing this, Li Yu suddenly laughed. All right, I understand. Actually, I do not hold any grudge against you. After all, you are my brother-in-law. Considering the relationship between us and your sister, I will absolutely not hold this against you. So don't worry, get up. He extended his hand and helped Lu Zhua to his feet. After being helped up, Lu Zhua still did not dare to look directly at Li Yu. Do well in what I've arranged for you. In the future, I will promote you as much as possible, since you are my brother-in-law. Li Yu said this to Lu Zhua. Lu Zhua lowered his head, not daring to speak loudly. Li Yu said seriously, you must trust me. Words spoken by your highness have never gone unfulfilled. How could someone like me ever doubt you, your highness? Lu Zhua responded. A man's life in this world needs great adventures and experiences. We need to go through the ventures we've never experienced before. Not only that, a man must have power within reach. And because you are my brother-in-law, I will certainly help you in the future. Li Yu was very satisfied with Lu Zhua, believing that he was a promising talent. He believed he could eventually push him forward to become a cultivated person capable of contributing to court forces in the future. Therefore, he placed immense trust in Lu Zhua and assigned him these tasks. In fact, Li Yu planned to give him important responsibilities in the future, which was part of Lu Zhua's cultivation process. Yes, your highness, I will definitely handle these affairs well, and will not let you down, Lu Zhua said deeply after taking a deep breath. Li Yu had saved his life and would become his future brother-in-law, so Lu Zhua was utterly loyal to Li Yu without any second thoughts, while Li Yu trusted him immensely. If you want to see your sister, you may go and meet her. Your sister has been longing to see you during this period. Moreover, you performed exceedingly well with the previous matter. Go ahead and visit your sister. At this moment, Lu Zhua resembled a child, nodding vigorously. Thank you, your highness. Then, delighted, he left the room and rushed toward his sister's chamber. Li Yu returned to the chessboard on his desk at this moment, picked up a chess piece, and played for a while before covering his head. This Go game is really hard to learn. There are just too many moves. Not good. As a prince, I must have my own grace. So playing Go needs to be practiced well. Otherwise, how can I appear dignified and wise? I need to show off. Li Yu muttered these words to himself in front of the chessboard. Just at this moment, however, events in Chang'an were unfolding one after another without respite. Li Qingxian's recent days had been much better. Li Shimin neither scolded him nor favored him, leaving him quite depressed for a period. Beside him was an eunuch who leaned close and whispered, Your Highness, here are the recent happenings. Li Qingxian took the envelope handed to him and quickly began reading it. He didn't read for long before his expression dramatically changed. Then he burst out laughing, saying, Haha, I knew my little brother would cause trouble. Who would have thought he'd stir up such a huge mess outside? It seems quite a few people want my younger brother dead. Li Qingxian felt excited upon learning about several attempts on Li Yu's life. Old Zhao, who do you think wants to harm my brother this time? Li Qingxian asked the old eunuch beside him with a mixture of seriousness and doubt in his eyes. My brother might have offended quite a number of people, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? How can there be such power in our great Tang dynasty that dares to attack my younger brother? Originally, Li Qingxian was overjoyed, but once he calmed down, he realized that the background behind this incident might be more complicated than he initially imagined. If these people dared to attack Li Yu today, then wouldn't they also dare to attack him tomorrow? Their audacity suggested that they must be supported by a very large and powerful force, allowing them to act so recklessly. SSSS. The eunuch sucked in a cold breath after hearing this. Chapter 283, Suffering Innocent People. His face also showed some serious expression. Your Highness, your concern is not without reason. If they dare to do such things, there must be a very powerful force behind them. Or maybe Prince Qi has offended someone. Did the Crown Prince take any action? After hearing this, Li Qingxian didn't get angry but put down the letter in his hand. Although I hate my younger brother to the bone and think he is too outrageous, having bullied me many times, I dare not take action at this crucial moment. To want him dead, there must be absolute certainty. Trapping me so many times, how could I not want his life? Li Qingxian clutched the letter in his hand tightly, and hatred in his eyes was simply unobstructed. Annoying, truly annoying. It was seen that he muttered, and the hatred on his body was so obvious. But after he finished saying these words, he relaxed again. I hope this silly younger brother can survive it. Your Highness, I think we cannot take this matter lightly. Perhaps this may also be Prince Qi's self-inflicted wound strategy, wanting to pin the blame on your highness. Oh, when Li Qingxian heard what this eunuch said, his originally lazy expression became serious in the next second, and his sharp eyes gleamed. You speak. Then it was seen that he spoke out. Your Highness, you think about it. Now all the bad news about Prince Qi fills the capital city. Everyone thinks he performed a play of seeming to give up, but intending to seize. Intentionally letting the border defenses be breached, so that he can reap all the benefits. But now this happened to him. Prince Qi was attacked. No matter where it happens, this is a shocking case. In anyone's eyes, Prince Qi is a weak party. All people will think it might be your highness who took action, trying to recreate the xuanhuan incident as our current holy emperor did. As the eunuch spoke fluently about the matter, Li Qingxian sucked in a cold breath, instantly feeling his back chill, a sense of bone-chilling horror rising in his heart. Yes, Li Qingxian murmured in such a way. If all people suspect me, even if I didn't do it, it would be considered as my doing in Father Emperor's mind. Not to mention that Father Emperor has bias towards me. Xiuxian muttered as cold sweat poured down his back. Oh Xiaohan, I'm grateful for your reminder. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Xiuxian murmured and said, I am going to write a memorial immediately and appeal to let the Father Emperor thoroughly investigate this matter and send people to protect Prince Qi immediately so he will not be harmed. Your Highness is wise, the eunuch loudly proclaimed. At this moment, Li Shimin looked at the petition in his hands. This was an emergency petition. As soon as he took it in his hands, his expression slightly changed, becoming extremely angry. He stretched out his hand and slammed the petition hard on the ground. Is this world still mine? How bold these people are to dare ambush Prince Qi on his way back to the capital. If it wasn't for my good son with superb martial arts skills and trusted assistants protecting him, perhaps I would never have a chance to see my son. As Li Shimin roared, the eunuchs and palace maids serving in front of him all fell on their knees as if they had seen a ghost, too afraid to lift their heads. Though Li Shimin was a benevolent ruler, this emperor was completely different from other emperors because he carried an unimaginable amount of killing intent. After all, he spent half his life in battlefields and killed countless people. His killing aura was beyond imagination. How could these people inside the palace, who had never been to a battlefield, resist it? Retreat. The head eunuch responsible for serving beside Li Shimin quickly waved his hand, making the nearby maids and eunuchs retreat. He urgently advised, Your Majesty, don't let anger harm yourself. The most important thing now is to find out exactly what happened. Now that Prince Qi has encountered assassination attempts multiple times, it's probably inconvenient for him to return to Chang'an. His Majesty probably needs to dispatch imperial messengers personally to investigate thoroughly. Now they dare to do these things, which proves they act recklessly without fear. If Prince Qi returns hastily, there might be dangers on the way. Prince Qi is of great value. Caution is required. With the persuasion of this head eunuch, Li Shimin quickly calmed down. He sat there, his face serious, and he didn't answer the head eunuch's words immediately, but walked around, looking somewhat serious. These people look down on me. Wasn't Emperor Yangguang of the Sui dynasty also killed by their hands? It turned out that after just hearing about the matter, Li Shimin had already roughly determined the scope of the masterminds behind the scenes. These people have actually done such things up until now. They are truly, utterly detestable. Li Shimin said this, as if he were suppressing the anger within him. I thought about making my move against them a long time ago, but never had the opportunity. Since they've now handed me the knife, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Li Shimin closed his mouth. The senior eunuch standing beside him, upon hearing this, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and began wiping his forehead. Sweat poured down his head as though it was raining, unceasingly streaming down. The more secrets you know, the shorter your life may be. Dispatch an imperial envoy to thoroughly investigate this matter. The envoy will be Zhao Hang. Li Shimin directly named a person, and then instructed the senior eunuch beside him to draft the decree. Meanwhile, inside the government offices, many people were uneasy, as they had just received news from within the estate. The news was that clues about the assassination case had been uncovered, implicating many individuals. Now, His Highness Prince Qi was preparing to take action against the officials in the office to uncover the true mastermind. There were even rumors circulating that Li Yu was planning to arrest everyone, ensuring that no one escaped unscathed and no one met a good end. Damn, Song Mosen smashed several valuable porcelain items. These exquisite pieces had now become mere toys for venting his fury. It seemed only this could alleviate the anger in his heart slightly, relieving some of the anguish he had experienced before. After taking a deep breath, he slowly calmed himself down, realizing there were certain actions that needed to be taken. Has Xuanhuan arrived? He spoke with gravity etched on his face. Chapter 284, Ruthless. The Butler's Alliance nearby replied, Master, Lord Xuanhuan has already been waiting outside. Lord Zhou hasn't waited long, but earlier when your anger flared, I dared not disturb you easily, so I had Lord Zhou wait just a bit. Song Emosen took a deep breath and waved his hand for the butler to leave. The butler hurriedly came out and notified Xuanhuan to enter and meet Song Emosen. At this moment, Xuanhuan was wearing a straw hat and a raincoat, with light rain falling outside. He was entirely hidden under his disguise. He only removed his raincoat after coming outside the room. General, how is the situation? Song Emosen inquired, yet there was an unkind look in his eyes as he stared at Xuanhuan before him. His gaze was filled with suspicion. It seemed like he was questioning why things were still unresolved and instead led to the truth being leaked. After sensing such unfamiliar coldness in the gaze, Xuanhuan swallowed hard. Master, this is truly not my fault. I never expected it to turn into what it is now. They seem to have acted exceptionally secretly, he said cautiously, trembling all over. Song Emosen laughed as if hearing something amusing. Are you jesting with me? He is your sworn brother. I know that the two of you are sworn brothers. But now they have betrayed you and me. The information leaked from this office may not point directly to me, but it has implicated many lower-ranking officials. These people involved will not have beautiful endings. As Prince Qi arrests people, we must annihilate all true informants before the matter escalates. Upon Song Emosen's words, Xuanhuan felt his breathing grow rapid. Master, it's not yet time to act. I believe my brothers won't betray me. Acting now might. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me if you're willing to take action. Song Emosen only threw the letter in his hand and questioned him. Do you think I want to make a move? Look at this letter, containing accusations from one important adult. I may have ideas, but things are not as simple as we imagined. Hey, Xuanhuan trembled as he picked up the letter before him. discovering that it contained nothing but reprimands. There were even suggestions of abandoning the troops to save the general, clearly aiming to abandon individuals like Xuanhuan. Master, please help. I'm willing to personally eliminate them, but Master needs to dispatch manpower to cooperate with us. Though I can mobilize some people within the government offices, afterwards, handling them may require much more effort. So he said, feeling anxious inside. Good. I've waited for you to say these words. Song Mospan spoke thus. Take action, and I'll ensure people support you. Yes. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth and responded obediently. The next morning, when the constable went to check on those officials, upon opening the door, he immediately screamed in terror, his face turning pale. Did they hang themselves? His face turned ashen, as if seeing something unimaginable. He rushed out yelling, help, quickly. The masters inside have hung themselves. With this cry from the constable, the guards outside became alarmed. As Li Muhai was washing up in the morning, a constable rushed into the room in haste. Big news. Master, those officials we detained, they've all committed suicide. What? Li Muhai, who was washing his face with a bronze basin, let the basin fall. Water splashed everywhere, and his face showed complete shock. How could this happen? His face quickly turned white, then red, consumed by rage. Furious, he shouted at the constable before him. Didn't I order you to patrol day and night to ensure their safety? How did it come to this? In his anger, he kicked the constable, sending him tumbling over. The constable began crying, scrambling towards Li Muhai, saying in a choked voice, Master, I really investigated. I arranged all personnel carefully, but who knew such an event would occur? I've sent men to investigate the comrades who worked last night, and last night, it wasn't just our group guarding them. Also, the people under this prince have been guarding them. They were there too, and they don't know about this matter. Li Muhai's face turned pale as he stared at the constable in front of him. Do you mean that the prince already knows about this? Li Muhai cursed angrily. You're useless. Not far away, a maid stood trembling there, not daring to make a sound. Hurry up and get me dressed. I must go immediately to meet the prince and inform him of this matter. It seems like my term as governor is over. I originally thought I could become an official and enrich my family, but now it looks like just saving my own life will be quite good enough. Truly, the officialdom is like a battlefield. Li Muhai muttered sorrowfully with unspeakable sadness on his face. Well, at worst, I just won't hold this office anymore. The maid beside her was also moved at this moment, tears streaming down her cheeks. When Li Muhai arrived at the residence where Prince Qi stayed, Li Muhai directly knelt down before Li Yu and wailed loudly. Prince Qi, your subordinate has failed to trust and did not protect these witnesses well. Please punish me, Your Highness. I am willing to take all responsibility and resign from my post. Li Muhai knelt outside the door of Li Yu. When Li Yu heard this voice, he walked out and opened the door. He looked at the Li Muhai kneeling on the ground, and then burst into laughter. I already know about this matter. The fault does not lie with you. These people are truly too cunning. How dare they commit such crimes in the magistrate's office? Their boldness is simply unmatched, daring to directly kill officials and disguise their deaths as hanging. If the truth cannot be uncovered, heaven knows what the world would think of me as a prince. Perhaps some might even assume that I forced these ministers to death, truly unforgivable. When Li Yu spoke here, he struck the table hard with a hand, completely consumed by anger. As the city of June looked at Li Yu before him, he dared not interject. Your Highness, this matter. I have my measure of this situation. Come on, my breakfast has been prepared. Chapter 285, Subduing the Prefect. After Li Yu finished speaking, the words made Li Muhai in front of him jump in shock. Instantly his heart began to murmur. What exactly is Prince Qi planning? Previously, he used me against some people, so what's his plan now? His mind buzzed with doubt and a bit of confusion. Gulping. Seeing Li Muhai forcefully swallowing saliva, Li Yu quickly said in an effort to decline, My lord, this is unnecessary. After all, there's still much work left undone. We haven't yet uncovered the true villain behind all this. If I eat now, I will be restless, so please assign more personnel to assist me in fully investigating this matter. Li Yu patted Li Muhai on the shoulder, laughing slightly as he spoke. I know what you're thinking about, but there's no need to worry. This time, I genuinely want to invite you for dinner. After all, it was you who helped expose these villains from the shadows. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. After finishing his speech, Li Yu pulled Li Muhai toward the front. Li Muhai had a look of bewilderment on his face, but ultimately followed Li Yu's lead into the room ahead. Once inside the room, Li Yu clapped his hands, shouting, Bring out the dishes. In a short moment, several servants arrived bearing a variety of dishes, stir-fried pig liver, red braised eggplant, steamed corn, all placed neatly on the table. On top were 2 bowls of soup with green onions sprinkled over them, accompanied by floating egg bits. A strong aroma drifted from the meal, filling the air with such fragrance that anyone would feel their mood lift and their appetite greatly stimulated. Li Muhai, having never tasted such delicious food before, experienced an increase in appetite just from the smell alone. He pondered silently in his mind. Could this be the royal cuisine typically enjoyed by royalty? Indeed, everything here was vastly different from commoners' food. Even some of the ingredients might be rare delicacies unheard of or unseen before. He picked up a piece of corn in front of him and asked Li Yu curiously, Lord, what is this, and how do we consume it? Li Yu demonstrated while explaining. This piece of corn should be eaten like this. The kernels are smooth as jade and very simple to eat. Simply avoid the core and chew on the parts akin to jade. As sweet as this corn tastes, you'll experience its natural sweetness once bitten. The noodle dish has an exceptional flavor too. If paired with my specially made chili sauce, its taste becomes even more irresistible. Ignoring the previous murders of officials due to Li Yu's persuasion, Li Muhai started eating heartily, increasingly finding it flavorful. Deep down he thought secretly, so this is the real life of those at the upper echelons. I wouldn't take the position of a regional military governor if given a choice every day with meals like this. Li Yu also started eating. After they finished, he wiped his lips, removing oil residue. This event, I had foreseen it early on, though I didn't expect such cruelty. That's why I sent specific agents to investigate and monitor. Therefore, I've discovered something crucial. Indeed, someone covertly visited the official offices and interacted with these individuals. The methods of killing these men vary widely. They must have felt it impossible to eliminate all criminals with one single approach, hence utilizing multiple methods. Among your subordinates in the official offices, quite a few have already aligned with the rebels and thus cannot be trusted anymore. Upon hearing this, Li Muhai's heart leapt in surprise. Never did he imagine Li Yu had investigated to such depth, identifying all the problematic individuals among his staff. He immediately knelt down from his seat, kneeling in front of Li Yu. This matter shall strictly follow Lord's orders. If Lord commands me to go east, I will not turn west, and if Lord commands me to go west, I won't head east. Everything follows Lord's command. Li Muhai realized that only by clinging to a powerful ally could he resolve all these issues, so he resolved to obey all of Li Yu's instructions completely. Good, very good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you, Li Yu said while looking at Li Muhai, lightly patting him on the shoulder. Stand up, no need to kneel. So many things you should understand. They're extremely ruthless. One misstep and you may find yourself in grave danger. I will dispatch people to protect you day and night, but of course, you will need to bear a slight cost. Li Yu looked at Li Muhai in front of him and said so. By now, Li Muhai was crystal clear about the situation. Li Yu was actually courting him. No wonder he had been invited to partake in such a lavish meal. This factor clearly lay behind it. Without hesitation, he knelt before Li Yu and shouted loudly, I will fully comply with all of the Wang's commands, and I absolutely have no second heart. Haha, Li Yu burst out laughing instantly. He extended his hand and helped Li Muhai stand up from where he knelt. Since that is the case, I'll ensure your safety in this matter. If they attempt to harm me, I won't let them succeed, nor will I give them the chance. They might see you as a possible weakness. After you ate my food, you are now one of my people, Li Yu said indifferently, acting as though Li Muhai was now a crucial member of his faction. See, hearing this, Li Muhai immediately knelt down before Li Yu without saying anything more, shouting loudly, I will entirely follow the Wang's orders. I will send men to you. When the time comes, you should first arrest those problematic individuals in your estate. Li Yu continued, explaining calmly. I've already determined that xiuxian, likely the chief among military officers in this region, could be involved as well. He must have participated in these schemes, so we absolutely cannot show mercy to him. These words caused Li Muhai to become uneasy. Immediately, he called out in alarm, Wang, no, absolutely not. xiuxian holds immense power in the army, and supposedly has ties with some officials in the court. His strength is extraordinary, and an incautious move may incite rebellion. If rebellion occurs, not only them, but even us would probably find it hard to survive. Surrounded by troops, there's no way we can hold on. We would also put our families at risk if things get dire. As governor, Li Muhai naturally understood priorities, recognizing that certain issues shouldn't be meddled with lightly. Haha, but Li Yu erupted into laughter. Chapter 286, Suspected Plague. Are you saying that in this county city, it is no longer the realm of the Tang dynasty, but rather the domain of these military officers? Li Yu's words carried a hint of coldness as he gave a light snort while looking at Li Muhai. That slight snort was like a thunderclap in his ears, leaving him overwhelmed with terror. He immediately knelt down on the ground. My lord, I absolutely have no intention of such a thing, and we must not push them into desperation. Otherwise, who knows what future changes may come. After hearing his words, Li Yu replied, do you think I am one to be trifled with? Do you think all officials and commoners in the land will follow them in rebellion? No one would be so foolish as to carry out such actions at this critical moment. Li Yu spoke slowly, with a touch of nonchalance. Upon hearing those words, Li Muhai drew in a sharp breath. He swallowed hard and cautiously said, My lord, your words have made me tremble with fear. Instinctively, Li Muhai reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead, finding the mind and thoughts of the prince before him utterly unfathomable. Well, go and take care of these matters. Take the people I have assigned to you, and make sure the premises are secure. Then, the remaining adults from Mount Qin will come, and we will meet with them properly. I assume these few officials should also be willing to meet with me, and they would be willing to see you as well. After Li Yu finished speaking, he waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, Li Taishan came to stand beside Li Muhai, and Li Yu instructed, stay by official Li's side, and help resolve any issues that arise. If anyone dares to resist, do not hesitate, arrest them all. I grant you the authority to execute them on the spot. Li Yu directed these instructions to Li Taishan before him. Yes. After hearing this, Li Taishan promptly responded, I shall act immediately. This is more like it, Li Yu concluded, then waved his hand. At the same time, inside the room where prisoners were held, the corpses of the officials were being examined by forensic examiners. The more they examined, the heavier the sense of solemnity they felt. It seemed that there were some ailments present on these corpses, suggesting that it wasn't just poisoning, but that symptoms of a disease had already appeared. What is going on here? The forensic examiners felt a sudden surge of anxiety rising in their hearts. The situation seemed to have exceeded their expectations, causing them confusion and bewilderment. Suddenly, one examiner realized something and stood up, screaming loudly. I remember. This is the symptom described in medical books. It's the plague. It's the plague. A plague has occurred. This examiner screamed in fright, as though witnessing some terrifying occurrence. Everyone else reacted with alarm, quickly replying, Don't scare us. How could such a thing happen? Once a plague like this is detected, it will always be a large-scale event. How could a plague suddenly break out now without any war or widespread deaths? If such a situation occurs, then we are right in the center of the epidemic area. This whole region will be sealed off, and we won't even be able to leave when we want. We've already come into contact with these corpses. Once the illness takes hold, we will certainly be among the first group to fall ill. A few other examiners voiced their concerns with a mix of terror and uncertainty in their tones. This matter must be reported upwards. There's nothing we can handle ourselves. Even if we try to conceal it secretly, if it's discovered later, it could very well result in the death penalty. Continue investigating the causes of death for the others, and inform the guard sent by His Excellency. Report this issue up the chain of command, because we can no longer manage it. When Liu learned about the report from his guard, an expression of disbelief flickered across his face. What exactly is happening? Liu frowned deeply and asked. There shouldn't be any plague here. So how did it get diagnosed as a plague? Could it be that the examiner received money from someone else or was threatened to deliberately say this? Zhang Dun also changed his expression slightly and said this sentence. The guard gulped, hastily replying, Lord Zhang Dun, I don't know what happened either. This is what those forensic examiners reported back. They claim that the situation is likely accurate. They have already found evidence of illness on the bodies of those officials, which has already caused some effects on their bodies. Currently, there are some pathological changes inside the adults' bodies. They found that it matches exactly with the plague recorded in medical books, so they came to report. But they are afraid of infecting His Excellency, so they don't dare to come directly and sent me instead. The guard quickly explained everything clearly. Liu only pondered for a moment before immediately issuing orders. Stop all current activities and immediately quarantine the official residence. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Send people immediately to procure masks and cotton cloth to make disposable clothes. All these tasks must be done immediately to fully address this epidemic. All clothes must be boiled in hot water after being changed. Gather lime from the entire county city immediately for disinfection. Inspect the movements and interactions of these officials thoroughly and record everything meticulously. Do it immediately, Liu commanded. Also, gather renowned doctors within the region to diagnose everyone in the residence and determine if an epidemic has truly occurred. Zhang Dun, this matter is of utmost importance, and I entrust it to you. Act swiftly without delay and resolve this issue promptly. Only by resolving this peacefully can we survive here. Otherwise, once the plague breaks out, countless lives may be lost. As he thought about this, Liu remembered the mysterious fruit he had previously acquired through exchange. The mysterious fruit has the ability to treat plagues, albeit occasionally. By placing just a few in water, its effects could be tremendous, making it a crucial item. It can temporarily help the potentially afflicted guards overcome the illness or reduce the severity of their symptoms. Only by doing this can the fighting force be maintained. Otherwise, as the plague spreads uncontrollably, an unknown number of lives may be at risk. Chapter 287, Lockdown. System. Oh system, could it be that you knew this kind of situation was highly likely to occur, which is why you let me exchange for the mystic fruit? Liu murmured to himself, but the system did not respond. These fruits are for you all. They have an excellent therapeutic effect. You should put these fruits directly in your mouths and keep them there. However, this fruit has the ability to alter taste perception. After putting the fruit in your mouth, you must avoid eating anything sweet. Liu instructed. Zhang Dun had some doubts in his heart, but still placed the fruit in his mouth as told. The guards beside him also followed suit and kept the fruit in their mouths. You should also take a few of these fruits to the coroners. They are important people. Since they've discovered this matter, we cannot let them feel disheartened. By taking these fruits, any possible infection of the plague can be suppressed. Yes, my lord. When Zhang Dun heard this, he instantly felt that Liu before him was truly benevolent and compassionate. But when the coroners received the fruits, their expressions slightly changed. Could it be that Lord Wang wants to kill them to cover up evidence, so he's giving them these fruits? This thought popped into the coroners' minds. Their hands were trembling, and each one seemed somewhat fearful. They looked at the coroner who proposed to report the matter, seemingly filled with blame. Even under the supervision of Zhang Dun and others, this coroner had no choice but to place the fruit between his lips. After finishing this action, they immediately felt their saliva becoming strangely sweet, as if something in their mouths had changed. Could it be that this fruit contains deadly poison? Has it started altering our senses already? Such thoughts ran through their minds, making each one break out in a cold sweat. Rest assured, these fruits contain no poison. We also have them in our mouths. This is specifically given by His Highness the Prince for you all to protect against the plague. It's an expensive treasure purchased by His Highness. If not for this critical moment, His Highness might not have taken it out. So, having something to eat is already quite good. After waiting for a while and finding out that nothing particularly terrible happened, the coroners all sighed with relief. Phew. Once they exhaled, their hearts and minds settled down, and they began checking the body seriously. Li Muhai, leading Li Taishan according to the list, quickly rounded up all the internal spies among his subordinates. These individuals couldn't be forgiven if they posed problems. As a district governor, He possessed considerable authority and would usually be merciless when handling matters under normal circumstances. But facing Lord Li Yu, even he couldn't help feeling nervous, knowing full well that this royal prince was extraordinary and definitely not someone to be easily offended. If he managed to offend this prince, it could lead to a tragic end for him, and he certainly didn't want to die. Since he couldn't die, then perhaps letting others die would be fine, especially the spies among his own subordinates. Just as they led all these people out of the official residence and locked them in prison, a hurried guard rushed over. His face was pale, and he shouted loudly, "Gentlemanly, please wait. Do not leave this official residence. The prince has issued orders prohibiting anyone from leaving here. If someone dares to leave, then they must be stopped immediately." Upon hearing this, Li Taishan felt puzzled, unsure why Li Yu had issued such an order. What's going on? Why would the prince suddenly issue such an order? Could it be something has happened within this official residence? Has a major event occurred? Li Taishan calmed down afterward and asked the guard before him. That's correct. Indeed, something exactly like that has happened, Lord Li Taishan. Just a short while ago, the coroners inspected the bodies and found strong evidence suggesting these officials might have contracted the plague. It is very possible that part of these officials died from the plague. Though on the surface they seem killed by various means, they bear characteristics associated with plague infections. Now, His Highness has already summoned renowned doctors from this official residence to conduct inspections, to verify whether these people really died from the plague or not. Soon, a conclusion will be reached. If it turns out that they really did die from the plague, then it will be necessary to lock down this place strictly, avoiding the worst-case scenario. His Highness has already issued commands to prepare medicine and other materials for preventing the spread of the plague. Time is pressing, and both lords should hurry to meet His Highness. There are surely vital tasks the prince wishes to assign. Upon hearing this, Li Muhai felt as if struck by lightning. He never expected the situation to worsen so suddenly like this. If a plague were to occur, no matter what, a huge responsibility would fall on his head, failure in moral education, angering the heavens. Why is there no plague in other places, but here? Why just here? Precisely because of this, he felt a wave of despair. Damn it, this is quite a big trouble, he muttered to himself, filled with boundless despair. But deep inside, he still clung to a shred of hope that these coroners might have made a mistake. If that were true and it turned out to be false, then he wouldn't have any major problems. After taking a deep breath, he rushed to Li Yu's room and paid his respects. Your Highness, what's the current situation? Is it really a plague? Li Muhai anxiously asked, panic evident on his face. Come in, Li Yu shouted towards the two people outside. However, after entering the room, Li Muhai noticed Li Yu wearing a mask and dressed in white clothes. He felt puzzled. Your Highness, why are you dressed like this? Your attire looks strange. Is it for mourning? Do you know anything? Li Yu scolded as he heard Li Muhai's words, revealing some helplessness. These are special garments used to prevent the spread of epidemics. Once taken off, they must be boiled in hot water to kill germs. There's a high probability of a plague outbreak. We must be prepared. If it does happen, we need to ensure our own safety and absolutely avoid any issues. I'm sure you've already realized the gravity of this matter. I've obtained the results from the coroners, and their descriptions match those of an epidemic exactly. There's no way to avoid this now. I've already invited renowned doctors to conduct inspections here and obtain their conclusions. Chapter 288, Confirmed Plague. After hearing this, Li Muhai felt as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. He collapsed onto the ground and cried out to the heavens, saying, I am truly extremely unlucky. I originally thought that I could resolve these troubles, but I never expected something like this to happen to me. I thought that the assassination attempts on the prince was already the biggest issue, but who would have guessed that it was just the beginning? Once an epidemic occurs, my career is finished, and I won't be able to serve as an official anymore. Although I previously thought I was unsuited for being an official, now that I'm being forcibly removed, I still feel so upset. There he was, wailing loudly with a tinge of weeping in his voice, utterly grief-stricken. Upon hearing these words, Li Yu slapped his hand on the table. His fierce eyes stared straight ahead as he said, If you keep acting like this, do you believe I will not immediately order your beheading? As the local magistrate, you are facing major issues and yet dare to act so disgracefully. Since this incident has occurred, we must find a way to uncover the root behind all this. Only by finding the origin of the disease can we solve everything. And even if we encounter this trouble, there's no need to worry. I'll find a way to resolve all these problems. These matters aren't that severe. Plagues can also be solved, Li Yu said. I've reviewed many ancient texts, and these texts contain relevant records. If we follow the procedures, then even plagues can be completely contained. Li Yu looked at Li Muhai before him and said, Prince, does that mean we stand a chance now? Li Muhai's eyes lit up instantly, revealing a hint of surprise as he asked. Of course, or would I stay here? Li Yu replied with a tone laced with disdain. There is also some medicine made from mysterious fruits here. This medicinal water contains an extremely strong potency, and upon consumption, it will provide some resistance to the plague. These were purchased at great cost from the western regions. Drink a bowl quickly. Before their situation worsened, these officials had likely been infected with the plague. The infection may have already spread considerably over time and is about to break out. Maybe the plague has already entered your bodies, but it hasn't broken out, yet due to the time factor. Li Yu slowly spoke, mentioning this possibility. Li Muhai was frightened almost to the point of throwing the bowl away. However, he quickly grabbed it and held it firmly in both hands, afraid to move it an inch. He slowly drank the medicinal water, feeling somewhat comfortable. This medicinal water has the ability to alter taste perception. In the following days, you must eat things that are bitter, astringent, and unpalatable. Otherwise, you'll find what you eat to be unexpectedly unpleasant. This is the aftermath of this fruit. Don't blame me for not warning you. After finishing, Liu took a deep breath. The situation has developed to this point. Originally, I wanted to thoroughly investigate the masterminds behind these people, but it's no longer possible to continue the investigation. We can only directly invite those individuals to come and manage the plague together. Only by comprehensively suppressing the plague can we survive. A physician has already been summoned. Currently, all the renowned physicians in the county have already been invited outside by me. They heard about the appearance of a plague, so each one brought along their assistants and rushed here immediately. At the same time, they informed us that indeed, many people within the city recently have suddenly fallen ill quite frequently. After treatment, some of these patients' conditions improved, but some suffered complications leading to death. The arriving guard hurriedly reported everything. Bring them in quickly. Liu responded promptly. These renowned physicians also hurried into the room. There were about 30 to 40 of them, and their faces appeared unusually solemn. Several of the physicians had pale complexions, appearing quite weak, perhaps due to their hurried arrival. You all should understand the current situation. I must investigate these events thoroughly. If confirmed to be a plague, we must suppress it forcefully without fail. Otherwise, as you also know well, once the plague spreads, it could turn the entire district into a dead city. Plagues have historically caused countless deaths, a terrifying reality. Liu explained slowly. Your Highness, we all understand the situation at hand, and will do our utmost to handle it effectively. Liu waved his hand, and a nearby maid promptly brought in white robes along with masks. These masks are used to prevent spittle from spreading. Although they cannot completely isolate us from the pestilential air, they can still ensure everyone's safety as much as possible. I trust you already know that epidemics spread through pestilential air. Therefore, clothing must be washed with boiling water, and quicklime should be used to disinfect the residences of these patients. Only then can the epidemic's spread be controlled. Who would have thought that your Highness has already devised such measures? This is indeed an enormous blessing for all of us. One of the renowned physicians, despite a tinge of disdain because he'd never heard of such methods before, still flattered Liu. You all must quickly put on these robes and conduct diagnoses within this government office. Furthermore, all details about your recent external consultations should be reported to me. I need to conduct an investigation, Liu said. These renowned physicians had never met a prince in the past. Now encountering a genuine prince, naturally, they followed his orders without resistance. In no time, they jotted down everything they knew and handed it over to Lu Xue. Meanwhile, inside the government office, they began conducting diagnoses. To their astonishment, they discovered that 1/3 of those residing within the Huya district were already infected with the plague. This group's physical conditions were significantly worse than others, and they were already exhibiting various symptoms of coughing. When this news broke out, panic ensued among the people. Li Mahai was almost in tears, kneeling before Liu. Your Highness, I have indeed failed in my duties. I never imagined that so many cases of coughing and colds could actually be a plague. I originally thought it was just a minor issue, but I never dreamed it would turn into such a monumental crisis. Please, Your Highness, punish me accordingly. I have dragged Your Highness into this government office predicament. Now, by harming Your Highness, you cannot leave easily, so please forgive my sins. Li Mohai struck the ground with several loud knocks. Chapter 289, Discussion. There's no need to take on such a submissive stance. Liu looked at Li Muhai in front of him and saw him smile as he spoke. This matter will not be held against you. I have already submitted a memorial to the Emperor, requesting people to be sent to seal off the surrounding areas of the county instead of blaming this on you. The most pressing thing now is for us to work together to resolve the entire epidemic. That is truly a great merit. Moreover, I've already requested in my petition that the Emperor gather renowned doctors to find a cure. Upon hearing these words, Li Muhai revealed a look of surprise. Thank you, my lord. He repeatedly bowed his head, and at this moment, the renowned doctors around him showed some admiration in their eyes. My lord has an excellent reputation among the common folk, especially among ordinary peasants, who refer to him as the agricultural sage. Because of the high-yield rice he created, it will help the people in the future achieve a time of abundance where there is no worry about food or drink. My lord, truly compassionate. With your words, it seems we must give our all to match your emphasis. With the current plight of the common people, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves to find a cure. All of the renowned doctors said this while wearing masks and maintaining a certain distance to ensure airflow. I believe my lord's method can be promoted so that everyone knows the plague can also be restricted. Thus, large-scale problems won't occur. Indeed, a great virtue. The renowned doctors all spoke with excitement. At this moment, an old doctor let out a low hum, revealing some resentment. Among the crowd, Liu noticed this old TCM practitioner's reaction. Seeing that he seemed very dissatisfied, Liu opened the conversation. I wonder what insights this elder has. There was dissatisfaction earlier. Could you tell me why? After Liu questioned him, the old TCM doctor lifted his head, and his eyes contained clarity. My lord, I believe that when it comes to treating illnesses, our expertise should far surpass yours. Therefore, we should follow our advice. My lord, although you're esteemed as one worth 1,000 golds, your skills in medicine might not reach ours. Please proceed cautiously. After hearing these words, Liu burst into laughter. A disciple doesn't always outperform the master. Moreover, medical skills aren't solely dependent on the length of study. Continuing slowly, Liu stated, I once heard about an incident. A certain old TCM practitioner trained a prodigious student. Wasn't this talented student better than the teacher? His achievements eventually far exceeded his mentors. Is this particular renowned doctor any less worthy just because of this? You, old master, cling too much to rigid principles. Actually, things in this world are not as simple as you imagine. They follow necessary truths. For instance, epidemic qi tends to thrive in dampness and mustiness, hence requiring treatment with the dryness of lime. Additionally, lime water has caustic properties that burn away epidemic qi, leading to its purification. This isn't merely my personal opinion. No matter where you check medical books, you'll uncover the secrets and critical points related to this. If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate yourself. Li Yu said this steadily, and the old TCM practitioner rebutted without hesitation. That still stands under the premise that the disciple has fully accepted the master's teachings. One shouldn't draw conclusions based only on such assumptions. Li Yu responded, in ancient medical books, there are many records. For example, in the Huangdi Neijing, many relevant accounts exist. Take wind pathogenic qi as another example. Or, after presenting many counterarguments, the old doctor sighed and saluted. Indeed, this old man's thoughts are outdated. I never thought such methods could exist. Sighing, he stepped back 2 steps, appearing visibly older. Prince Qi is indeed erudite. These old doctors were all astonished and exclaimed. Li Yu then proposed more conjectures and methods. After listening, they suddenly understood. If everyone can isolate themselves from spreading the epidemic qi, it will no longer be a significant issue. While Li Yu was discussing these matters with the renowned doctors, Song Mo's son had received a report. When he learned that the government office had been sealed off, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Could it be that their actions were too obvious, leading to the prince's determination to uncover the true masterminds behind this at all costs? This thought struck Song Mo's son, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Everything fears close scrutiny. Once a price is paid without holding back, no matter what issue it is, everything can be investigated thoroughly. Cough, cough. Just beside him, a servant carrying a tray of tea approached. As soon as he arrived, he started coughing incessantly, seemingly unwell. Song Mo-san, hearing the servant's cough, was overwhelmed with anger. Why are you still coughing? If you're sick, don't you know to have someone else bring up the tea? Could it be there is no one else in the estate? Said Song Mo-san furiously. After hearing this, the servant dared not argue back and knelt down immediately, saying, Master Song, it's not that I do not wish to ask for leave, but many people within the mansion are already ill. So we are left with no choice but to work while being sick. Recently, there has been much illness reported in the county city. Upon hearing this, Song Mo-san's intent to punish this servant faded. It seemed the sickness was not limited to just one person. After dismissing the servant, Song Mo-san picked up the teacup in front of him. Just as he took a sip, a terrifying suspicion popped into his mind. If there is a large-scale outbreak, then it's highly possible an epidemic. Given how far he'd risen in status, Song Mo-san was certainly no incompetent person. He was well-traveled and had read various classics. In the next moment, his face turned pale. Could it be an epidemic? At this realization, he stood up instantly. Send someone immediately to investigate if there have been mass outbreaks of illnesses recently in the county, or if many people have passed away. Just as Song Mo-san was about to dispatch people for investigation, a guard from the prince's palace, dressed in white, wearing a mask, rushed to Song Mo-san's residence. Knock knock, Lord Song, the prince wishes for your immediate presence. Please follow me quickly. Here is the prince's letter. Chapter 290, Evil Change. The doorman opened the door. His face was dull, his eyes slightly swollen, and his facial muscles were thin as he kept coughing, showing signs of weakness. Wait a moment, I'll report this first. The guard, seeing the state of the doorman, his expression changed slightly, thinking of the possibility of an epidemic. Instinctively, he stepped back 2 steps. Are you sick? He asked, looking at the doorman with a grave gaze. The doorman sighed and said, Yes, I'm sick. Lately, I don't know why, but it seems like so many people around me are affected. The medicine I got doesn't help. The guard was shocked and sighed, already considering one possibility given the current dire situation. When Song Mo-san mentioned that there was a royal guard visiting, he was greatly startled, instantly imagining some bad scenarios. Could Prince Qi already know it's me acting in secret, and thus sent someone to find me? No, my actions have been so meticulous, they wouldn't be able to track any trace unless I revealed myself. Regardless, I need to meet this guard first. After having this thought, he instructed, Please bring that guard in. The guard rushed into the room hurriedly. Upon seeing Song Mo-san, he quickly said, Lord Song, this is the prince's letter. However, Song Mo-san frowned, watching the guard suspiciously. You say you're a royal guard, yet why are you dressed like this? A white cloth covers your face. It seems you intend to conceal your identity. What are your intentions? Could it be that you aim to assassinate me? After Song Mo-san said this, suspicion showed on his face. It seemed he was about to command his subordinates to seize the guard before them. This is the Lord's letter. The reason for dressing like this is actually to prevent the spread of disease. An epidemic has appeared already. The guard whispered these words, making Song Mo-san change drastically in color. What? An epidemic has broken out? What's going on? How could an epidemic appear suddenly? Song Mo-san remembered, realizing several people close to him had fallen ill recently. Originally, he hadn't thought much of it, but now it made him afraid. Those guarding Song Mo-san by his side also immediately changed in demeanor. This is the prince's letter, asking the Lord to immediately prepare for lockdown within the compound while taking necessary precautions. The letter has the old Lord's orders. The guard spoke urgently, while Song Mosen, upon hearing this, felt a tickling sensation in his throat, as if something was lodged within. Hurry, bring the letter over, he said anxiously, watching the guard intently as his mood became agitated. After he received the envelope and examined it closely, his expression grew astonished. Damn it, someone, Song Mosen called out immediately. Given the outbreak of an epidemic, all previous plans had become unimportant. As Liu mobilized all forces within the district city, the entire city would be sealed off to halt the spread of the pandemic. Hire men immediately to procure lime. Bring the lime back and disinfect the official residence swiftly. All sick individuals must not leave. Meals should be delivered by others. Song Mosen ordered promptly. The whole district started moving rapidly. The gates were closed, and heavily armed soldiers stood guard. Moreover, the soldiers were wearing strange clothing and face masks. This caused all civilians within the official quarters to feel quite bewildered. Liu spent the next period consulting extensively with the renowned doctors, examining the patients in the city, discovering that many had reached critical stages of their illness. Liu was incredibly busy organizing everything. Yet following a series of his measures, the entire city learned that an epidemic had erupted. Many originally planned to flee but were forcibly stopped. They had no choice but to return home, using the lime distributed by Liu to disinfect their houses and consuming the drugs handed out to maintain their health. Li Muhai looked worried. If this lockdown continues, I fear there might be unrest. After all, prices within the city are skyrocketing, and life is becoming increasingly difficult for ordinary citizens. People from outside are too afraid to bring food and medicine here. I've also heard epidemics have emerged in various villages outside the city, which are now isolated from our region, and no reinforcements or supplies can enter. If not for the presence of the Lord, who knows how dire things might become. Li Muhai held a report submitted from below, his expression less than ideal. Phew. Liu took the document in front of him, glanced at it, and then placed it aside. I understand. In the current situation, we absolutely must not let the epidemic spread. The best method is to cut off all contact and disinfect using alcohol. However, alcohol itself is very expensive, which explains why other places have sealed off this area. The good solution is to immediately research a cure for the plague. Fortunately, Liu had acquired many mysterious fruits, so few of his personal guards or these officials fell ill, thus preserving them. Phew. Song Mosen came to pay respects wearing his official attire, having also consumed the mysterious fruit. This rare fruit was exceptionally scarce and carried strong side effects. Once taken, one could only consume opposing foods afterward. This made some unfamiliar foods more appealing. Prince, these are the petitions from many wealthy families within the city. They wish to leave the city immediately and head to remote rural areas where they have residences. They've stored a considerable amount of food in these uninhabited places, hoping to avoid this plague once again. Otherwise, the number of people infected within the city walls is simply too high. They are extremely fearful. Additionally, many families of officials hope to leave the crowded city and take refuge outside to evade this outbreak of the plague. Song Mosen approached Liu despite feeling uneasy, seeking advice on this matter. Liu picked up the petition, looked through it briefly, and then tossed it aside carelessly. Are these rich families unaware of the quarantine measures compiled by this prince and renowned doctors? As long as the quarantine measures are properly implemented, they will certainly not be infected with the plague even while staying in their homes. On the contrary, hastily fleeing with crowds on the road exposes them to greater risks of infection due to excessive interaction. Tell them that in a week's time, at most, we will find a way to treat the plague. Liu said this while furrowing his brows. Chapter 291, The Plot of a Small Person. Song Mosen couldn't help but shrink his neck. My lord, the public is now in an uproar. There are rumors inside the city that everyone is trapped here because the epidemic is being contained within the walls, and the plan is to let everyone die of illness. As he said this, he stole a glance at Liu. When he saw Liu looking at him with a mocking smile, Song Mosen felt a chill run down his spine. He was representing the major families within the city, but also had concerns for his own family. Though they had the mysterious fruit, it could only save himself and 2 or 3 close companions. He found that several people within his household had already passed away, and many were growing anxious. Had it not been for the loyalty of his personal confidants forcefully maintaining order, those already ill servants might have revolted by now. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure the safety of the majority. Liu had already decided to reveal the life fruit. Using it in herbal soups could enhance most people's physical health. With such vitality increasing their life force, many could be saved. But the quantity was too little compared to the tens of thousands of people in the city. Actually, we have developed a temporary remedy to suppress the plague. However, the herbs required are extremely rare and can only provide temporary relief. Beginning tomorrow, supplies will be distributed across the city. Those who are critically ill may receive a portion. Liu announced resolutely. Yes, my lord. After the others left, Liu realized how hungry he was. Recently, while studying medicine with renowned physicians and using modern thinking to guide them, despite great progress, they still needed time to develop the final prescription. And since his status was so precious, everything was brought directly to him for handling, which made him quite weary. Phew. He sighed deeply. Lier, you've really put me in a tough spot this time. Using the life fruit would result in immense losses. Just as he frowned over this dilemma, there was a knock on the door. My lord, have you had breakfast yet? You've been working too hard lately. I've already prepared breakfast for you. Changsun Pingting's voice came from outside. Come in, said Liu. Yes, my lord. Changsun Pingting entered the room. She wore a mask and looked somewhat worried. Trapped here, Her heart was filled with anxiety and tension. However, recalling love stories she read, she was determined to support Liu wholeheartedly as they faced adversity together. Thus, she had prepared breakfast early. Enter. Liu set down his writing brush and spoke to Changsun Painting. My lord, your effort is beyond imagination. You should rest well, or it'll harm your body. You, as the prince, must preserve yourself. Only by remaining strong and useful can you handle these affairs. Changsun Painting placed the breakfast in front of Liu. Did you prepare all this yourself? I didn't expect your cooking skills to improve so quickly. Liu took a sip of the lotus seed soup in front of him and praised. Lotus seeds clear heat and detoxify, making them an excellent ingredient for strengthening the body. It's perfect for right now. While Liu chatted with Changsun Painting, Song Mosen returned to his residence. Along the way, he saw many soldiers maintaining order, arresting looters, and even killing some on the spot. After several deaths, the potential looters began to stop their actions, becoming much more disciplined. Upon entering his study, Song Mosen discovered a black-clad figure sitting in his chair. The figure played with a jade pendant on the desk, smiling mockingly as he watched Song Mosen enter. So, Song Mosen, did you go to see Prince Qi, Liu? What did he say? Did he agree to your demands? Song Mosen's face changed when he saw the black-clad figure. When did you come in? Are you trying to expose our relationship? If others find out, not only me, but even you could face certain death. The higher-ups won't forgive either of us. Song Mosen glared fiercely at the black-clad figure and gritted his teeth. Huh. After hearing these words, the black-clad figure burst into laughter. He stood up, his expression half smiling, half serious as he looked at Song Mosen, approaching step by step. Tell me, do those high-ranking officials still have someone watching us? Now the city is about to become a dead zone soon. This sudden outbreak has disrupted our plans and left us in quite a predicament. Even my subordinates have had several people fall ill, and I've heard that Prince Qi, Liu, seems to possess medicine specifically for suppressing this plague. And Prince Qi has given these medicines to you officials, am I right? Our esteemed Lord Song. As the black-clad figure continued stepping closer, Song Mosen's face went pale in an instant. How do you know? Song Mosen asked fearfully. Lord Song, don't ask how I know. Just tell me, is it true or not? Yes, Prince Qi indeed has such medicine. It said he's already discovered a secret formula, using some very rare drugs to alleviate the condition of the severely ill within the city. And he seems to be close to discovering the true antidote. Right after Song Mosen said this, the black-clad figure made a shocking statement. If Prince Qi were to suddenly fall ill and die right now, what do you think would happen? Wouldn't it be fitting for him to die under these circumstances? Then, most of the officials within the government offices would also die from illness, while you, Lord Song, could take the recipe and cure all the remaining patients, saving the people. What? Song Mosen's complexion changed drastically the next second. He stared at the black-clad figure, almost disbelievingly, pointing his finger at the black-clad figure. You, how dare you suggest something so reckless? If they start an investigation, then what? Remember, this is inside the government offices. If the prince dies, regardless of the circumstances, an investigation will certainly follow. Moreover, the entire office is sealed off. Even if you killed Prince Qi, there would be no way out, which might even leave you trapped in a dangerous situation. Huh. The black-clad figure laughed loudly, looking at Song Mosen with ridicule. Chapter 292, The Battle of Rivals. Director Song, are you so absorbed in office politics that you've become a fool? What time is it now? The man in black glared at Song Mosen in front of him and interrogated him. Gulp. Song Mosen, under the direct gaze of this man in black, instinctively swallowed his saliva and said with some panic and fear, now is the time when the plague star is erupting. That's right. With the plague breaking out, everyone now faces huge problems. How to protect oneself. In such a situation, not only you but all others will face life and death crises. They would never imagine someone might take action now. Since no one can guess, isn't it absolutely safe to act at this moment? Kill Crown Prince Qi, and our task will be completed. By then, everything will no longer be an issue, and we will gain absolute safety. Huh. With that, he laughed aloud. Crown Prince Qi passed away from illness due to the plague. Because of the need to prevent the outbreak of the plague, the governor cremated the prince. Not long after, the governor also passed away. As long as we get rid of them, won't your accounts then still be something Director Song can write freely? If you handle this perfectly, those senior officials will definitely appreciate you once the time comes. Once it reaches that point, there won't be any issues. SSS. After the man in black finished speaking, Song Mosen was stunned, because this method was completely executable and extremely effective. And at this moment, taking action would be the most reasonable move. No one would suspect him under the threat of the plague. With the epidemic hanging over everyone, fighting the plague was far more important. But Crown Prince Qi is currently very cautious about everything he uses or consumes. Even acting covertly poses difficulties. Furthermore, due to the quarantine, there's no way to bring people inside. Song Mosen frowned deeply, voicing this problem. Director Song, you truly. The man in black laughed slightly and slowly moved closer, saying, Director Song, you underestimate our abilities too much. Now that the plague has erupted, everyone wears something called a mask on their faces, and they're all dressed in white clothing. Who could tell who's who? As long as you can assist us secretly, we can sneak in quietly, simply switching a few people out. Wouldn't it be easy to do what needs doing afterward? Fine, I agree. Song Mosen wasn't a narrow-minded person either. Having a solution before him, he naturally didn't hesitate. Good. The man in black smiled, though his grin looked quite sinister. At this moment, Li Yu felt somewhat awkward while looking at Lu Xuei and Changsun painting. There were 2 breakfasts laid out before him. A bowl of lotus seed soup prepared by Changsun painting, and a set of baozi, soy milk, and youtiao, fried dough sticks, made by Lu Xuei. Miss Changsun, His Highness, doesn't like congee in the morning. He prefers baozi and youtiao, especially the soup-filled buns that I personally make, which he likes very much. One big bite fills the bun with rich broth. A mouthful reveals irresistible aroma, making it truly delicious. Lu Xuei smiled and said this, each word causing Miss Changsun's expression to sour slightly. I have already consulted several renowned doctors. They said foods cooked with oil can easily cause inflammation, which is very bad for Prince Wangi. Therefore, I still think His Highness should drink my lotus seed soup, which I've added ginseng to. It is very nourishing for His Highness now. Alright, I love both dishes equally, and I intend to eat everything. Don't argue anymore. Li Yu slapped the table and spoke to the 2 women in front of him. After he spoke, he immediately drank the lotus seed soup in front of him and then picked up the soy milk and baozi to start eating. Changsun painting originally didn't like to quarrel, but now she had the thought of challenging Lu Xuei. Her eyes stared directly at Lu Xuei in front of her. Lu Xuei also fixed her eyes on Changsun painting. Although neither made any moves, it seemed as if there was a current colliding between the 2 of them. Feeling the tension between the 2 women, Li Yu quietly continued eating the buns. This was nothing less than a battlefield for rivals. Although he was a prince, capable of marrying several princesses, he had never experienced such a scene, and it was quite tormenting. Yet he found some joy in it, for it was indeed a blissful feeling to have 2 women fighting for his affection. He soon finished eating, patting his belly contentedly. I really enjoy the culinary delights both of you make. Your Highness, since you like it so much, I will prepare a sumptuous breakfast for you tomorrow morning, one that will surely satisfy you. Your Highness, I've already arranged your planned breakfast for tomorrow. It will be a very rich lamb chop. Li Yu froze on the spot, wishing he could slap himself hard across the face. This was clearly him digging his own grave, and now he almost wanted to cry. If only he hadn't said so much. Wasn't this just him creating trouble for himself? Finally managing to send these 2 ladies away, he slapped his forehead. Women really do get jealous at any time. It's truly causing me some trouble. Just as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while looking worried, a knock came from outside. He jumped in surprise. Could those 2 madams have come back? Your Highness, it's me. Lu Zhua's voice sounded from outside the room. Upon hearing it, Li Yu quickly said, come in. Lu Zhua entered the room with a notebook in hand. Your Highness, here are the results of my investigation. Lu Zhua took the notebook and began reading its contents. But the more he read, the darker his expression grew. It turns out the epidemic has already spread so widely outside the city, and we still haven't identified the source. It seems as though all places became affected at the same time. It's like people suddenly fell ill. Li Yu looked at the notebook in his hands and felt that the situation seemed quite dire. It appeared as though an invisible hand had secretly spread the plague around, seemingly aiming for him as the final target. The outbreak of these plagues is extremely absurd. They seem to have erupted suddenly and appeared in different places where large groups of people became ill all at once. Your Highness, even though I haven't figured out exactly what happened, I did uncover one important fact. There is only one water source within the region. However, this water source is quite far away, and those sent out to check it haven't returned yet. Chapter 293, The Prescription. Good. Report to me immediately once there is any result. Li Yu commanded. Has anything unusual happened to Song Mosen recently? Li Yu burned the letter in his hand and asked. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Zhuo replied. His residence has been tightly closed recently, with hardly anyone coming in or out. There are people who directly deliver vegetables to his home, which I find very strange. How could anyone deliver vegetables straight to his home? This situation is rather peculiar, Lu Zhuo muttered, carrying some perplexity. SSS. When Li Yu heard this, his eyes instantly changed, and a hint of murderous intent appeared on his face. What exactly is going on? Tell me quickly. After hearing this, Lu Zhuo hurriedly added, I'm not quite sure what's happening either. I observed them entering the courtyard, but after that, I don't know what else happened. The plague situation is somewhat severe now, so I haven't sent anyone to investigate covertly. I have only managed these few things. Lu Zhuo slowly said, recounting the general situation. After listening, Li Yu's expression slightly altered as he pondered deeply. People can still deliver vegetables directly to his mansion. Don't you find this odd? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuo suddenly seemed enlightened as he gave a firm slap to his head. I understand now. Many people inside Mr. Song's house have contracted the plague. Now, someone would still dare to directly deliver food to his house unless they are either extremely reckless or have some other hidden agenda. Have you ever seen these vegetable delivery men before? After a moment of deep thought, Lu Zhuo lightly shook his head, saying, I have never seen those delivering vegetables. They usually go out for procurement, but this time, goods were delivered directly to them, which seems unusual. Li Yu sat quietly in his chair without speaking, instead gently tapping on the table with his hand. Keep monitoring the Song family. If anyone shows up again, thoroughly investigate everything until all mysteries are uncovered. Li Yu spoke gently but clearly instructed. Yes, Your Highness. If there are suspicious people, it's imperative to track them down entirely. Lu Zhuo knew how skilled Li Yu was in medicine, proficient in mysterious techniques, and curing diseases was simply effortless for him. With an awkward laugh, Lu Zhuo said, Your Highness, actually, there is one more thing I'd like your help with. Hearing this, Li Yu smiled. Just go ahead and say whatever you need. He Lu Xue scratched his head. It's actually nothing major. Some of my subordinates, even though they are physically healthier than ordinary people, many have fallen ill. What we want now is to obtain a bit of your secret medicine to treat these subordinates, hoping to gain your permission. My subordinates often operate outside. Now in this county city where the plague is spreading, infection is far too easy. Lu Xue mentioned this while casting a somewhat troubled glance at Liu, unconsciously scratching his head. At this moment, Liu slapped his head, almost forgot about this important matter. Then, he took out a palm-sized box from his body and handed it to Lu Xue. Inside here are mystical fruits. When you distribute them among your subordinates, as long as they hold them in their mouths, it will ensure that those who are sick will not worsen for 3 days. For those who are not yet ill, holding them ensures a significant degree of protection from the plague. Thank you for your medicine, Your Highness. Lu Xue knelt down with joy, shouting. He had consumed multiple life fruits before to cleanse toxins from his body, so his vitality was abundant, making the plague completely inconsequential to him. He was entirely doing this for the welfare of his own subordinates. Liu nodded his head. Continue the surveillance. It is essential to thoroughly investigate these matters and report back to me promptly. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Xue bowed out. As Liu exchanged life fruits, there were exactly 2. Gazing at the 2 gold strawberries emitting a strong life aura before him, he felt somewhat reluctant. These are all his accumulated points, and now they must be used. However, he could not bear seeing the tragic plight of these commoners. If I weren't a prince, I wouldn't have to take these out at all, but unfortunately, I am indeed a noble prince, so I have to think from a higher position for the benefit of all sentient beings. He muttered to himself, no longer feeling any reluctance. He went out and arrived at the medical hall. It was visible that all the renowned doctors inside were wearing masks and white coats, drenched in sweat due to the hot weather. As Liu entered the medical hall, these famous doctors all greeted him with respect. Your Highness, we've already prepared the prescription. We are ready for the next step anytime. However, our developed medicine still falls slightly short. According to the experiments conducted on the patients here in the medical hall, though it shows some effect, it can't fully stop the physical weakness within their bodies. Also, there is a risk of excessive drug dosage. Unless we use highly replenishing medicine to restore their vitality, they cannot fully recover. After hearing this, Liu nodded. No problem. I've reviewed the prescription. The drug efficacy is indeed quite intense, which happens to be what I need. I have ways to moderate such damage, so you don't need to worry about it. At the sound of Liu's words, all the people present were stunned. Your Highness, do you happen to have powerful replenishing medicines in your possession? One of the physicians asked curiously. One should know that unless it was a legendary remedy, nothing else could achieve this level of effect. Unless it's something like 100-year-old ginseng or 1,000-year-old lingji mushroom. As for the exact name, I won't tell you now, but when the time comes, you can take a look yourselves, and then you will understand what it is. With Liu's words, these physicians became curious. This thing won't be weaker than the mystic fruit I once used, Liu slowly said. However, after he said these words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Truly, it was no surprise that being royalty, any action would involve rare and valuable herbs. But for them, the fact that the pandemic situation might finally be controlled gave every one of them a sigh of relief. Thus, Liu instructed his subordinates to prepare all necessary materials. Once the concoction was brewed, it was brought to the pharmacy, where 2 large pots of herbal liquid stood in front of him. The smell of the medicinal water was extremely pungent, at which moment Liu took out the 2 gold strawberries and tossed them into the herbal water before him. Gurgle. Chapter 294, Delaying the Epidemic. As the golden strawberries slowly dispersed in the potion, an intense fragrance immediately emanated from it. The originally foul-smelling potion was instantly transformed into something irresistibly enticing, making people's mouths water and crave a taste. Liu ladled a bowl and took a sip, feeling a surge of life energy spread through his mouth. He had felt slightly fatigued before, but now he felt rejuvenated, as if filled with boundless energy, all traces of tiredness disappearing. Hiss! Liu inhaled sharply, looking at the golden potion before him with a grave expression. The potency of this medicine was still too strong to be fully utilized. He took a deep breath and activated his qi-seeing ability. After using this skill, the situation changed instantly. The large pot of potion in front of him appeared to him as a source of pure qi. This pot of medicine is still too potent. Diluting 1 bowl of water per pot should be sufficient. Liu murmured to himself and summoned some of the people outside. The next step is to dilute the entire pot so that more people can be saved. I have used extremely precious herbs in this pot, so you need to evenly distribute it all. You may boil each diluted pot for an hour outside, and then add a bowl of water. Any seriously ill person who consumes this diluted potion will be rescued. However, those beyond saving cannot be helped. Act immediately and start distributing it, and then let people come and collect their doses in every market district. Liu immediately gave orders to his guards and soldiers to begin acting on this. Following his instructions, his men sprang into action swiftly. Song Mosen also received notification from the authorities instructing his household to go and claim the curative potion. After he sent out his household servants, a black-clad figure stepped forward from behind him. Never expected a remedy to appear so quickly. We just need to observe the effects of these drugs to determine if we should act. At that time, please arrange for someone to bring me a bowl back so I can see how effective it is. The black-clad figure coughed, seemingly also infected by the epidemic. Liu stood on the city tower with only Lu Xue and some guards accompanying him. He looked into the distance towards the city below. Previously, there were thick layers of deathly dark qi hanging above the city, mixed with the stench of the epidemic, appearing quite horrifying. Now, this dark qi was gradually dissipating. Prince Wang truly is mighty, able to indeed discover the formula for curing the plague. Li Yu chuckled bitterly. I've used up the golden strawberries, currently only forcibly suppressing its effects. We must still research a specific antidote. Without an effective treatment, there's no way to cure such a great number of patients. This is merely a temporary reprieve. He raised his hand and forcefully pounded on the city wall, his expression serious. Prince Wang, if it's like this, the situation really isn't good. Lu Xue hadn't anticipated that Li Yu would resort to using the golden strawberries. All right, let's just wait and see what the results are. At that moment, a shadow suddenly dashed through the capital city, riding furiously on a fine steed down the main road. Move aside. All of you move aside. Is that a courier? Could it be that something major has happened? That's a 500 Li Express messenger. Ordinarily, they're never dispatched unless border matters arise. A passerby witnessed this scene and gulped audibly, muttering under his breath. Emperor Taizong soon received the letter. As he read its contents, his face immediately turned ashen. There's actually been an outbreak of the epidemic, and my son is trapped within. I never thought that during the great Tang dynasty's flourishing era, a plague could suddenly emerge. He immediately shouted orders to the eunuchs outside. What are you still standing around for? Get your lazy selves over here immediately. After this command, the eunuch hurriedly entered the room. Your Majesty, is there some urgent matter? Request your imperial instruction. Taizong threw the folded report on the ground with a tone full of anger. Go to the imperial physician immediately and fetch the best medical practitioner over. Who would have thought that an epidemic could erupt within our Tang borders? Dispatch personnel and soldiers immediately to investigate. Taizong held his chest with one hand, struggling to suppress his rising anger to prevent losing control completely. The eunuch, terrified, turned ashen and hastily said, Yes, Your Majesty, I'll go immediately. After uttering these words, he rushed out of the hall at once and soon brought over the imperial physician. Upon arriving at the study, the imperial physician Li Zhong quickly knelt down. I wonder why you've summoned me, Your Majesty. There's an outbreak of the plague where Prince Qi resides. We need to send an imperial physician for support. If you have any requirements, just let me know. Upon hearing this, Li Zhong's face changed dramatically as he incredulously asked, Your Majesty, is it truly the plague? Read the folded report yourself. Li Shimin gave a nod to a nearby eunuch, and immediately the eunuch hurriedly handed over the report. Li Zhong took the report in his hands and carefully read it. The more he read, the worse his expression grew. It's actually the plague. This is quite troublesome. Even though we are not in times of war, if the plague breaks out, it will mean barren land for hundreds of miles, and who knows how many people will die. He muttered to himself, his face now ashen. Your Majesty, I request to depart at once. Li Shimin nodded. From now on, whatever you need, just let me know and I will support you as much as possible, whether it be manpower or supplies. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhong immediately said, Your Majesty, I do not know if there are sufficient medicinal herbs available there now. I have a prescription that requires some specific herbs. Write it out quickly and present it to me, said Li Shimin. News of the epidemic quickly spread from the palace. Li Xiuxian soon learned of the situation. He first appeared surprised, then burst into laughter. Never would I have thought. I assumed my good younger brother was about to gain the emperor's favor, but who would have guessed he could be so unlucky? Though father has already sent help, I wonder if he can hold out until their arrival. At this moment, an old eunuch beside him coughed. Prince, even with such an event, your excitement must be tempered. Chapter 295, Father and Son Bond. This matter you must definitely write a memorial, expressing great concern for Prince Qi, so that the emperor sees that your highness has brotherly affection. Your highness as the crown prince, second only to the emperor, above 10,000 others, setting an example for all under heaven. One should have the proper bearing. After Li Xiuxian heard this, he seemed lost in thought. Yes, I being the crown prince, writing a letter of care for our brother is quite appropriate. Bring me spare paper and pen. Thus spoke Li Xiuxian. Xuanhuan quickly learned about Prince Qi Li Yu's predicament after hearing the news. His entire demeanor changed. My daughter is still by Prince Qi's side. She is also trapped there. Could my daughter really meet her end with Prince Qi? At this thought, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, becoming solemn. Boy, he shouted to the outside. A steward soon hurried inside. Arrange people at once to go to the county where Prince Qi resides and check on Changsun painting. Oh yes, take along my 300-year-old ginseng root. If she's ill, it must be used to sustain her life. No matter what, ensure that nothing happens to my daughter. Do you hear? At this moment, Changsun Wujia was unusually anxious, speaking these words with bloodshot eyes. His tone inevitably grew heavy. Upon hearing this, the steward felt a cold chill, as if a blade had just cut across him. Swallowing his saliva, he said, Yes, sir. I will act immediately and make sure nothing happens to Mississippi. The men Luge was sent had soon reached the water source. They worked hard to climb the mountain, and far away, they saw several floating bodies in the reservoir lake. This gave them a massive shock. What happened? They quickly fished out the bodies and discovered that they were highly decomposed, making it impossible to recognize their appearance. More horrifyingly, near the water source, they found some rotting cattle. What has happened? These spies' hearts were filled with immense doubt. However, this event made them sound the alarm. A major incident undoubtedly occurred here nearby. Quickly find out exactly what has happened. With this decision in mind, these spies released homing pigeons and began investigating here. They quickly located a village. Inside this quiet place, only occasionally did a wisp of smoke rise. One spy disguised himself as a passerby and entered the village. "Is anyone around?" Shouting loudly. After he uttered those words, an elder slowly emerged. After coming out, the elder coughed twice and said with a desolate voice, "Young man, don't shout. There are not many people left in this village. Not long ago, a serious illness broke out, and many people died from the disease. Only a few old and sick ones remain." Upon hearing these words from the elder, the spy's face turned pale. "Could you explain what has happened, elder?" The spy stepped forward, questioning the elder before him. "The events are quite bizarre. We don't know why, but suddenly people in the village started falling ill. Later, we discovered that the water source was contaminated. So, we fished out the bodies and buried them. But unexpectedly, more and more villagers fell ill, even some who went to fetch water dying in the lake. At first, we still tried to collect the bodies, but as deaths increased, we didn't dare to touch them anymore." The old man sighed deeply and showed a bitter smile. In the end, less than 1% of the villagers survived, only 10 or so people remaining. Now, no one dares approach the lakeside, fearing accidental death there. These spies already had suspicions in their minds. It was very likely that an epidemic occurred within the village, leading to people dying by the lake and then spreading the plague widely. As the contagion spread further, it caused a large-scale epidemic. Upon learning this, Liu felt uneasy as well. He could never have imagined that an upstream village's outbreak led to the epidemic's expansion. No wonder fewer and fewer people were falling ill recently, precisely because the infection source was severed. Now, we must stay vigilant and investigate thoroughly the exact cause. Liu always felt that something was amiss, but he still decided to go to this village to check and confirm whether it was indeed the true source of the outbreak. Perhaps some methods to resolve the illness could be found from these people. Since quite a number of them had survived, perhaps they had discovered a way to save themselves. Liu arrived at this village with his attendants. When the elder saw him, he was instantly terrified, and the remaining villagers all knelt down on the ground. "We don't know why the master has come to our village. Describe everything that happened here in full detail. Not a single bit must be missed," Liu said seriously to the elder before him. After clearing his throat, the elder began recounting what had transpired in the village. After hearing the whole story, Liu's face turned grave. "What?" he murmured, seemingly disbelieving such a situation. "It seems the severity of this plague far surpasses my imagination," he whispered again, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air. The elder chuckled bitterly. "In the end, we didn't find a solution, except that we stopped drinking water from the lake and then consumed some medicine brought by the village doctor. The medicine tasted bitter, but most of us managed to survive after consuming it. Unfortunately, the village doctor only found the remedy too late, and not many of us in the village were left. Everyone suffered, and we were busy handling the funeral arrangements, so we haven't had time to report to the authorities yet. Didn't your village chief realize how urgent this matter is?" Upon hearing these words, Li Muhai immediately became angry and questioned the elder sharply. Sighing deeply, the elder replied, "Our village chief already passed away due to the illness. He was among the first to die, and none of us have ever interacted with the government officials. We simply did not know what to do." Chapter 296, Injustice. After hearing this, Li Muhai fell silent for a moment. It turned out that the real person in charge of the village had already died from an illness, which explained why the village had come to such a sorry state. Alas, originally, there was a problem with the water in the river. No wonder so many people got sick and it all happened at the same time. "This is the reason," he muttered. "It's also because I haven't done enough in terms of teaching and guidance. If the commoners knew to seek us officials during an outbreak, how would things have come to this?" After saying this, he bitterly smiled and shook his head. Liu, listening to the elder's words nearby, seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he finally understood the most critical point. It was that the village doctor in the village had actually found a remedy. It was truly heaven's will not to abandon the path to life, which made him laugh out loud immediately. Haha, I never expected that salvation would come from despair. Elders, you've achieved great merit. Quickly take us to see the village doctor, Liu said. After hearing these words, the elder was puzzled, his eyes filled with confusion. I wonder why this official wants to see our village doctor. Could it be that you're also sick? We're fine, but many people in the county town are already ill. If only you hadn't failed to report the situation, how could it have come to this? That's enough. Don't say anything more. Liu rebuked Li Muhai. The most important thing now was to find the village doctor. Li Muhai sighed. He didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Liu. Yes, master. The oldest villager they met had seen no higher official than a neighborhood leader. They were living deep in the mountains and had no chance to experience the outside world. Now, upon learning that the whole district city had been infected due to issues within their village, the elder was filled with anxiety and quickly led the way. They soon arrived at the village doctor's place. As they approached the door, they could already smell the aroma of herbs. Zing, old man, I've told you, you're completely healed by now. If you have any problems, you should contact the government offices, not me. Liu saw the drying herbs outside and went over to examine them. Observe the qi. He looked at some of the medicines. Instantly, his eyes became bright as the drugs contained a lot of medicinal properties, appearing colorful to him. I never imagined these drugs to be so effective. He whispered, somewhat surprised. Who are you? The village doctor stepped out and saw a group of people standing outside. His face changed instantly, as if he saw something terrible, and he quickly turned around to escape. In an instant, he leaped out of the small courtyard and tried to flee. Lu Xue, who was beside Liu, saw this scene and her face instantly changed. Do you think you can run past me? She wielded her whip and jumped up, chasing after him. I've hidden in the deep mountains, yet your government officials still relentlessly chase me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? We may as well die together. The village doctor shouted furiously. He seemed to harbor immense hatred towards the government, hence choosing seclusion in this village. Lu Xue caught up with the village doctor. She held the whip in her hand and lashed it toward him. Stay. The prince wishes to see you. Hearing these words, the doctor froze, looking bewildered. What prince? Are you telling me someone from the court has come? His whole being had earlier brimmed with hatred, but upon hearing Lu Xue's words, he seemed rejuvenated. What exactly has happened? He spoke excitedly. Not only did he stop running away, but he moved closer to Lu Xue. Don't you know? Lu Xue's eyes showed confusion. Prince Qi, upon returning from Jinnan Road, succeeded in managing the floods. He is one of the best men. If you have any grievances, Prince Qi will uphold justice for you. After hearing this, tears welled up in the doctor's eyes as excitement took hold. Ha ha, I've finally waited for this day. I've finally waited. He burst into laughter, seeming like he was beside himself with joy, kneeling down directly. My name is Zhou. Please, noble sir, administer justice for me. Lu Xue nodded. The prince originally came to catch you, but now he wishes to meet you personally. Please, miss, show me the way. Dr. Zhou said. Dr. Zhou came before Li Yu and immediately knelt down, saying, Your Highness, please deliver justice for me. Li Yu turned his gaze to Lu Xue beside him, who chuckled wryly and said, Once you hear his story, you'll understand everything. Very well, speak out your grievances, Li Yu told Dr. Zhou. Zhou clenched his teeth and revealed all the details of his story. It turned out that he was originally a skilled physician in the county with a beautiful wife at home. However, one day, while buying groceries, he encountered a rogue who tried to molest him. When Zhou rebuked him, the rogue instead beat him up. To his shock, the next day, this rogue returned with accomplices and abducted his wife. When he reported it to the authorities, he discovered that the rogue was none other than the magistrate's son, who essentially ruled the county with impunity. On the third day, his wife was returned as a lifeless corpse. In grief and rage, Zhou poisoned and killed the rogue. As he recounted these events, tears streamed down his face, soaking his clothes. Lu Xue, listening nearby, gritted her teeth in anger. Who would have thought there are such shameless people in this world? It is utterly despicable. I was later wanted by the county office and fled into the mountains. I stumbled upon this village just as an epidemic broke out. I stayed and cured those left, gaining refuge from the villagers, Zhou continued. I've heard your tale, and I know of your injustice. Li Yu looked at Zhou and spoke solemnly. I never imagined there could be such tragedies in this world. This is the first time I realized how audacious and lawless some people can be, treating the whole land as their private property. Li Yu glanced at Li Muhai. Sensing the weight of Li Yu's eyes on him, Li Muhai broke into a cold sweat. Your Highness, I will thoroughly investigate this magistrate. I had no idea that under my jurisdiction, there are people so brazen and reckless. Such arrogant offenders must be punished according to the law. Good. Li Yu nodded and then gazed at Zhou. Chapter 297. Cannot stay. Just wait for news. Li Yu didn't waste words, and even less so in making threats. After hearing Li Yu's words, Zhou knelt down hastily and kowtowed 3 times. My lord, you are my benefactor. If there is ever anything you need in the future, I will fulfill it. He kowtowed with tears streaming down his face, his disheveled hair giving him a somewhat frenzied appearance. Everyone knew that what he said would certainly come true because it was not only for revenge, but also for helping him obtain salvation. Without any reason, he might have been successfully hunted down by the despicable magistrate or grow old and die in these mountains without any chance of revenge. Li Yu paused for a moment and sighed lightly. At the same time, Zhou stood up and entered his straw hut, quickly walking out holding a bamboo scroll. All the information is recorded on this bamboo scroll. As long as the prescription on the scroll is followed, these patients can be cured and successfully restored to health. Of course, if there is a nourishing prescription, those who are sick could recover faster, at least 9 out of 10. If the medicine is powerful enough, basically everyone except the elderly and infirm should be able to recover. Are you telling the truth? Li Muhai approached excitedly, looking at the bamboo scroll before him. Of course what I say is true. If I lie, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunderbolts and take me away. That won't be necessary. Li Yu looked at the bamboo scroll before him, picking it up to read. Wow. After reading it, he couldn't help but admit that Zhou's thoughts were incredibly sharp. He was indeed able to cleverly discover a way to cure the patients. Let's go back to the city. We've already found a solution. Li Yu said excitedly but showed no hesitation at all. Zhou, I'll immediately send people to capture that magistrate. Thank you, my lord. Zhou bowed respectfully. Because of the epidemic, Li Yu only brought along more than a dozen people on this trip. Wow. Just at this moment, faint sounds appeared in the mountain forest. Li Yu's ears twitched slightly upon hearing these sounds. Due to having consumed the war god fruit, his entire physical constitution had improved. His ears were sharp enough to detect these movements. In the next second, he suddenly turned around and stared towards the source of the sound. Sure enough, he saw several shadows flashing through the forest, but these people seemed unwilling to expose their presence just yet. He smirked faintly with a trace of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. It's true. These people have quite big guts to dare sneak attack on him right now. He whispered, Be careful. When I notice that someone has been tracking us into this forest, they might want to ambush us. Whistle. After Li Yu finished speaking, every one of the guards present became instantly rigid, subconsciously displaying alert reactions. They exist to protect Li Yu. Is there any way to contact our people outside? Liu asked. Not currently possible. However, we previously arranged undercover agents around us. Even if we only have over 10 people here openly, our hidden people can deal with these troubles. Lu Xue said precisely at this point. Sure enough, shortly after in the mountain forest, several cries of agony suddenly sounded. Some peculiar noises followed, like fighting and slaughtering occurring within. Not long after, sounds of wild rooster calls came from the distance. Lu Xue nodded, also producing a similar wild rooster call, completely specialized covert agent communication. Taken care of, all assassins have been dealt with. My lord, you may rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will harm you. Back to the city. Liu nodded and spoke. In the distant mountain forest, several men dressed in camouflage pulled some black-clad men into the woods, burying them inside. Who would have thought there would be people daring to assassinate the Duke at this time? Do they think we eat vegetables? These people sure have large gallbladders. I wonder who sent them, not even knowing such basic knowledge. An undercover agent sneered, clearly disdainful of these assassins who had come to try their luck, considering them as a bunch of useless fools. Haha. Do you think everyone is as proficient in various military tactics as the prince, and also skilled in all kinds of training? Alright, quickly resolve these matters and catch up with the prince. Absolutely no harm must come to him. If the prince is harmed, even if we commit suicide, it would be impossible to make up for it. Yes. The remaining dark guards swiftly dealt with these bodies. Song Mosen was pacing back and forth in his room at this moment, anxiety filling his heart. The black-clad man sitting there appeared somewhat lazy. Alright, stop walking already. You're going to drive me crazy. I've already said that although he has discovered some traces between you and me, there's absolutely no way he will take action now. Song Mosen's eyes carried a hint of bloodshot redness, along with some anger. You shouldn't joke with me. You can just leave, but I am already an official on the court's list. If I were to flee, a wanted order would be issued immediately. There's no way I could leave here, so I cannot not care about this. Don't worry. I've already arranged people to investigate. As soon as they find a solution to the plague, I will eliminate them immediately. The higher-ups don't want the outbreak either. Besides, how can a prince possibly have the audacity to kill you? It's not that simple. He doesn't have such skills nor the guts. Anyone with such audacity wouldn't make those absurd decisions out of emotion. The black-clad man comforted Song Mosen, who sat before him, clearly showing disdain for Liu. Didn't you see what Prince Chi did here? He isn't someone who makes reckless decisions, but rather someone truly talented. He only hides his abilities under disguise. The emperor certainly wouldn't tolerate another extraordinary person appearing, and this is how he conceals his talents to avoid calamity. People like this are never simple, and they will surely become a great threat to us. Chapter 298, Vile. After hearing these words, the man in black became even more contemptuous, thinking that it was only because Song Mosen had lost his nerve that he would have such an idea. Alright, stop your incessant chatter, it's truly annoying. At this moment, a frighteningly dressed man hurriedly entered the room and whispered a few words into the ear of the man in black. The man's face immediately lit up with surprise. Ha ha ha, who would have thought they'd really find it? This prince is indeed capable, actually managing to find these antidotes. It seems our action plan is about to be implemented. This prince should not exist in this world. We should give him a little surprise. The man in black wore an expression of ease, as if he already had everything planned out. Could it be time to make a move now? But if we do so now, wouldn't that seem too hasty? Would they suspect me? Don't worry, I'll ensure that all evidence is cleaned up thoroughly. They won't suspect you at all. Just as Song Mosen was about to say something, a sudden murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the man in black, locking onto him. Song Mosen instantly felt a chill run through his body, a cold sensation spreading down his back. He knew that if this person decided to act against him, he might very well end his life. His body reacted instinctively, warning him. He swallowed hard, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. A reminder that was on the tip of his tongue turned into a question. Do you need any help from me? If you do, just let me know. The man in black handed over a piece of paper to Song Mosen. I need these items ready as soon as possible. In the past few days, it hasn't been convenient for us to take actions. So many things are difficult to procure. But if you purchase them, there will be no issues, since you, as an official, have the authority to help disaster victims. Furthermore, if your servants handle these tasks, no one will suspect a thing. Even if there are suspicions, they can't search your residence. Gulping. I'll arrange it right away. Song Mosen responded directly after swallowing his saliva. Well then, it's on you, the man in black slowly said. After he walked out, the servant by the side of the man in black showed a serious look and asked, Master, if we use Mr. Song's men to search, these things may get discovered. It could even expose our whereabouts. Do you think we should continue letting him cover for us? This statement made his underling startle and quietly ask, Master, what do you mean? We've completed more than half of the most crucial task, but our identities are far too sensitive. If we don't expose some people, how will they feel like we're within their grasp? Only the person behind the praying mantis catching cicada strategy can truly laugh last. At this moment, the man in black smiled faintly, looking utterly pleased. I understand. His subordinate suddenly realized the master's plan. Master, your words have enlightened me greatly. Now, I know how to execute missions from now on. Don't worry, once this mission is complete, I will definitely heavily rely on you. The man in black chuckled at his follower. Upon hearing these words, his follower was overjoyed and knelt down quickly. Thank you, master. It wasn't long before someone from Song Mosen's estate went out to buy goods, and Lu Shue's people immediately followed them, obtaining a detailed list of their purchases. Upon receiving the document, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. Who would have guessed that this Mr. Song was indeed colluding with the black-robed individuals and purchasing these poisons? These herbs seem harmless on the surface, but when combined, they create an extremely potent poison. They probably want to put the poison in the water given to the refugees, deliberately poisoning them and implicating the prince. How audacious! Lu Zhuo felt that he had already guessed the possibility, and a strong sense of killing intent erupted within him, causing him to growl ferociously. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Keep a tight watch on all of them. We must uncover every single trace. Everything must be investigated completely and clearly. I don't believe they can still escape. After uttering these words, Lu Zhuo was as if enveloped in flames, trying hard to suppress the rage within him. Anyone daring to harm Li Yu is his enemy. Because not only did Li Yu give him a new lease on life, but he was also his brother-in-law. For the happiness of his sister, he absolutely could not tolerate anyone harming Li Yu. Li Yu was in this clinic, facing these renowned physicians. Zhou was actively discussing with these physicians. I'm using xiuxian sect techniques. The approach treats with vigorous medicinal properties. As they were in discussion, an elderly physician approached Li Yu. Your Highness, it's fortunate that you found such a doctor who has discovered a novel way to treat the plague. A blessing for the people. If not for your painstaking efforts, it would have been impossible to find such a person. Listening to these words from the old physician, Li Yu felt a slight itch in his nose and smelled a pungent aroma. Achoo! Involuntarily, he yawned, and in the next second, he felt his body seemed slightly weaker. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly, in the next second, his detect aura skill activated automatically, and he noticed the face of the old physician in front of him change immediately. Because the old physician standing before him radiated a strong murderous intent directed at him, filled with hatred. What was going on? A great shift occurred in Li Yu's mind upon realizing the unexpected emergence of such hostility from this seemingly benign physician. However, just like ripples on a lake, the murderous intent from the old physician vanished in the next instant, as if it had never appeared. Li Yu even doubted whether what he saw was an illusion. With some confusion, he vigorously rubbed his eyes. The figure before him was still the benevolent-looking old physician. Chapter 299, The Poisonous Assassin. Why is His Highness looking at me with such an expression? The old Chinese doctor's face showed a look of confusion as he looked at Li Yu before him, seemingly feeling quite baffled. Li Yu rubbed his nose, then smiled and said, Nothing. His Highness, you must take care of your body. With the epidemic raging recently, you need to especially cherish your health. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, we might all be unable to bear the consequences. Huh. Li Yu laughed loudly after hearing these words. Don't worry. My body is extremely strong. Even if all of you fall ill, it is absolutely impossible for me to become sick. This was because he had the gold strawberry fruit of life, which could replenish his vitality instantly no matter what disease it was. Just as he was chatting with the old Chinese doctor in front of him, the system panel suddenly popped up. The vitality indicator on this system panel started continuously declining, as if his body had been subjected to some special harm, leading to his vitality continuously decreasing. What's going on? Li Yu's expression changed slightly. Seeing that Li Yu's gaze seemed somewhat off and his complexion also wasn't good, the old Chinese doctor quickly moved closer and asked, concern in his voice. Simultaneously, a hint of smug satisfaction flashed through his eyes. Li Yu also smelled a peculiar fragrance, one that seemed rather unique. It felt as though his vitality had been affected by a special kind of damage, starting to decrease even faster. What's happening? Li Yu looked at his attribute panel and noticed that there was an entry indicating poisoning. His face turned pale. Damn. It turned out that this old Chinese doctor had decided to suddenly poison him. In the next second, he directly grabbed the arm of the old Chinese doctor in front of him, gazing at him with a smile, and said, Old man, quite the nerve you have. After hearing these words, the old Chinese doctor revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. Your Highness, what are you talking about? Why are you suddenly saying such things? I've never offended your Highness. If your Highness isn't satisfied with me, I can leave at any time. Please, don't be angry and involve my family. This old Chinese doctor knelt down on the ground, constantly bowing and begging for mercy, seeming afraid of offending Li Yu before him, while also bringing a touch of sobbing. Huh. Li Yu extended his hand to cover his mouth. He quietly tossed in a life fruit. As the life fruit spread in his mouth, he could feel a powerful life force surge into his body, flowing through his limbs, and also entering other parts, nourishing his body. The vitality that was originally being diminished due to the toxin began to recover, allowing him to quickly restore a lot of energy. Li Yu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was jet black, emitting a strong aura of death, just a whiff of it causing dizziness and vertigo. What's going on? Everyone around saw Li Yu spitting blood and immediately revealed expressions of astonishment. They all knew who this person was, the prince. If anything happened to him, it would create significant trouble. All of them rushed over, wanting to find out what exactly had happened to Li Yu. It's fine, a bit of poison won't kill me. Did you really think your act was that covert? But you couldn't possibly imagine that I have antidotes on me. I didn't expect an assassin to be able to infiltrate here. No wonder I didn't find any traces before. Li Yu said slowly. At this moment, the old Chinese doctor's face still carried an expression of fear. He realized that he had already fallen into a dangerous situation, and if he couldn't extricate himself clearly, he might very well end up without a proper burial place. Moreover, he knew that the poison he administered was highly lethal. Once it spread, it would definitely kill Li Yu before him. But now, he had to clear his suspicion. His Highness, did you mistakenly eat something, leading to hallucinations, which made you suspect me so strongly. I truly know nothing. The old Chinese doctor defended himself. However, after what just happened, no one dared to speak or defend him anymore. Guard, apprehend him. Liu commanded. Just after these words left his mouth, several guards rushed up, intending to capture the old Chinese doctor before them. Upon seeing this, the old Chinese doctor's expression changed slightly. His Highness, do you really think that capturing me will remove the poison from your body? This is laughable. The poison is colorless and odorless and has terrifying properties. Once someone is poisoned, they will die instantly from its effects. You won't last long. You're about to die right here, and after that, you should just stay dead. Stop being a prince because too many people want you dead. After the old Chinese doctor finished speaking, a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand as he lunged toward Liu with the intent to assassinate him on the spot. Save His Highness. Someone shouted, prompting the other physicians to rush forward in an attempt to stop the assassin from attacking Liu. When Zhou saw this scene, she immediately rushed forward, positioning herself in front of Liu in an effort to shield him with her own body, ready to take the blow of the blade. Don't worry about me. Liu slightly moved his hand, and Zhou instantly felt her body becoming lighter, almost as if she were lifted into the air. She could sense a peculiar change happening around Liu's body, as though it had become weightless. What's going on? This question surfaced in his mind, leaving him somewhat puzzled. In the next second, he saw Liu rise to his feet, looking robust and full of vigor. With a simple motion of his hand, Liu grabbed the arm of the old Chinese doctor standing before him and effortlessly crushed it, the sound of breaking bones ringing out. The old Chinese doctor let out a cry of pain. How is this possible? How could you possibly be so strong and withstand my attack? It should have been impossible for you to resist after being poisoned. Could it be that you haven't been affected by the poison? He spoke in a tone filled with shock, clearly unable to believe what he was witnessing. At this moment, two guards stepped forward, ripping off the assassin's mask to reveal a man wearing a human skin disguised beneath. This man looked visibly distraught and seemed to act with madness. Liu approached him, staring down at him with a mocking smile. I'm surprised that you turned out to be such a failure. Did you not even know the abilities of your target before attempting to assassinate me? I'm far from an ordinary person, Liu said slowly. Chapter 300, Detoxification. How dare you show off your meager skills in front of a prince like me? I am not just any prince, but one who has been through countless battles. Your abilities are nothing compared to mine, Liu said with a tinge of disdain. Search him thoroughly, we must find the antidote. He probably didn't only use one type of poison, but likely mixed a very potent concoction. He used items on his person and combined them with the fragrance in this room to create such an effect. If my guess is correct, everyone here has already been poisoned, quite severely. We must find the antidote, Liu declared. Upon hearing this, the assassin let out a laugh. Prince, since you know you're poisoned, why don't we make a deal? I'll give you the antidote if you set me free. That way, everyone's happy. Even though I'm injured, I won't hold it against you. Besides, I can tell you who really wants your life. I'm not some unknown person, I'm the faceless killer. My specialties are poisoning and disguise. No one has ever truly captured me. Is that so? Yet didn't I already capture you? Liu smiled slightly after hearing this. The faceless killer froze upon hearing these words. Your Highness, it's because you were fearless in the face of my prepared poisons. I thought I was fully prepared, but I still fell into your hands. No one has ever been able to catch me, yet you did. That alone earns my respect. He spoke slowly, his beads constantly turning, as if searching for a way to escape. Don't even think about escaping. I won't give you any chance. As Liu said this, he slapped the assassin's forehead, and in the next moment, the faceless killer fell unconscious. Search him. There must be an antidote on his body. Otherwise, there's no way he could survive under such toxic gas. Found it. The two guards had been searching the man, and quickly uncovered a small brocade pouch. A renowned physician approached and smelled the pouch near his nose while comparing it to the smell of the poison around the room. It's actually the legendary 5 toxins powder. This poison carries a strange, sweet aroma made from 5 unique toxins. Once inhaled, the victim must consume the antidote immediately. Such a poison is rare in the world. I once encountered this poison 10 years ago, or I wouldn't have recognized it. The old man will try, he offered. No need for trials. I have detoxifying powder right here. After taking it, you'll neutralize the poison in your bodies and regain your health. Liu then retrieved a small bottle containing golden strawberries, the fruit of life. He poured hot water over them, and they quickly dissolved, releasing a strong, fragrant aroma. Check yourselves. If anyone has been poisoned, take just a sip, only a small sip, to detoxify. The doctors examined themselves. Those who hadn't been poisoned stood aside, while the poisoned ones drank a little. Hiss! Who would have thought His Highness possessed such miraculous medicine? This liquid brims with life energy. Just a sip fills one with invigorating vitality. This powerful life force can completely cleanse the toxicity from one's body, no matter how terrifying. Now that this problem is resolved, there's no more hesitation needed. Moving forward, I expect everyone to stay until further inspection is done. Only then will I allow you to leave. Liu commanded, knowing these learned physicians understood the urgency of their situation. Prince, rest assured, we will not hinder your affairs. Go ahead with what you need to do, the group quietly murmured. Good. After setting the prescriptions and sending people to rescue others, Liu rushed back hastily into the official residence. Your Highness, I've discovered the true mastermind, it's Song Mosen. He orchestrated all of this, and I found evidence he was buying poison. I suspect his goal might be to put this poison into the medicine for treating the plague, thus causing a large number of deaths and framing you, my lord. Moreover, I have already found his collusion with these people. I even discovered where the assassin is hiding and captured several of them. Based on their confessions, they were commanded by Lord Song Mosen, specifically to harm you, my lord. Lu Zhua excitedly spoke to Li Yu, who was in front of him. If that's the case, there's no need to hesitate. Take him down immediately. I would like to see how he plans to defend himself, said Li Yu. Yes, my lord, I'll do it right away, replied Lu Zhua. Who says you should go ahead and act? You are merely an undercover agent now. Regardless of the circumstances, it shouldn't be your responsibility to take action. The court will naturally handle it. If you reveal yourself, it could make them suspicious of me, complicating matters. After hearing these words, Lu Zhua suddenly realized, my lord, I understand. He said excitedly. But do you know someone almost infiltrated the official residence today and tried to assassinate me? Moreover, I've been poisoned. If I hadn't temporarily detoxified myself with the fruit of life, I'd probably be dead by now. Li Yu shared this information with Lu Zhua. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhua's face changed instantly. My lord, are you unharmed? How dare anyone directly ambush and assassinate you? They must not be forgiven. I'll send people immediately to investigate and dig up all 18 generations of his ancestors to uncover every detail. That's enough. Since they dared to make a move, they have undoubtedly covered their tracks completely. How could they possibly let you trace them? Li Yu slowly said. I suspect there's another mastermind behind them. It's impossible for a civil official to accomplish something like this. Chapter 301. Trapping the Sister. I understand. After hearing Li Yu's words, Lu Zhua revealed a look of seriousness. My lord, what is your intention? My intention is very simple. Before their next move, we must find out their last traces. As for Song Mosen, we wait until he makes his real mistake before capturing him. Because the person behind him will definitely expose some doubts at this time, and will be very curious as to why we haven't yet taken action. Once that moment comes, we will know exactly the reasons for their moves against us, and how they managed to hide close to me. Because he will definitely try to use old tricks again, and do everything possible to uncover the true mystery, and determine if someone has betrayed the person behind him. After hearing this, Lu Zhua became somewhat delighted. Lord, I understand. So our plan is to wait for them like a rabbit by a tree. Since they have such objectives, they will certainly try to find out the real reason and take actions. If there are conflicts among them, then we can directly uncover the secrets behind their operations, thereby capturing them all. Glory to my lord, Lu Zhua excitedly said, looking at Li Yu with admiration. It's just a small inference. It doesn't amount to anything truly great. If it were something really remarkable, then even changing the world would not stop the course of things. At this point, he seemed to look a little uneasy because he remembered the system's warning. Modifying the events here would lead to great danger. He sighed, realizing this thought was absolutely impossible, an unattainable feat. Lu Zhua didn't know why Li Yu suddenly looked unhappy, but he had vaguely sensed that this lord harbored grand ambitions, leading to these remarks. My lord, I'll get on it immediately. I will make sure to clarify every detail of the matter and leave them nowhere to hide. I will deal with this matter according to your instructions. Li Yu nodded while looking at Lu Zhua. Go ahead without worry. You don't need to concern yourself with this side. With the protection of your sister, I'll be safe without any problems. Hee. At this moment, Lu Zhua grinned mischievously. My lord, when are you planning the wedding? I want to drink the celebratory wine with both of you when the day comes. You two should not delay further. Otherwise, I fear His Majesty might give you several more concubines. When my sister finds out, she will surely be furious. Therefore, if you agree now, bring her home directly. In the future, even if you take 3 wives or 4 concubines, my sister will not be able to reject. Just after saying this sentence, from outside came Lu Shui's voice. You good-for-nothing younger brother, betraying your own elder sister right now? How could you calculate against your loving sister at this crucial moment? Immediately after speaking, Lu Zhua shouted, Sister, how did you come here? Weren't you supposed to be outside making food for brother-in-law? After hearing Lu Shui's voice, Lu Zhua jumped in alarm and quickly hid behind Li Yu. Do you think concealing those hidden guards will help you escape my senses? I've already discovered them. With a little trick, I easily shook off the spy and found you here. You'll need more practice to fool your elder sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhua felt uneasy and started swallowing hard. He knew he wasn't a match for his sister and realized if caught by her, he'd likely be beaten up. Sister, I have important matters to attend to. Please stay here and keep Lord company. I wish to leave. Lu Zhua couldn't linger longer, so with that sentence, he sprang away and ran toward the door. Sister, farewell. Bastard, stand still. Lu Shui chased after him furiously, but Lu Zhua slipped away like a cunning rat, turning a corner in a flash and escaping. Sister, you won't catch me. My kung fu practice recently improved my running speed greatly. To catch me, you'll have to train better. After saying this, he immediately ran out of the room. Lu Shui failed to catch Lu Zhua and was left breathing heavily for a moment. Her face turned extremely red, like a monkey's bottom. She looked at Li Yu before her and softly said, My lord, this is not what you think it is. My younger brother was just talking nonsense. That's why. After hearing these words, Li Yu reflected thoughtfully and responded, I feel that what he said makes perfect sense. I should tie you up first. Only then can I truly capture your heart and make you unable to leave me in the future. Otherwise, I would be very worried that you might leave me. You belong to me now, so if you ever plan on leaving, I will never let go. No matter what, you are mine. If you want to leave, you must tell me first. At this point, he slowly approached Lu Shui and spoke with a solemn tone full of deep affection. as though he were confessing his love akin to a passionate rogue making a slow declaration. In this atmosphere, she seemed to have become completely entranced by Li Yu. "Ah, my lord, you really shouldn't say such things. You cannot turn bad. I am already inherently bad, thoroughly so. Right now, I want to devour you and make you my woman." Upon hearing this, Lu Xue swallowed hard. "My lord, please don't say things like that anymore, or I'll start taking them seriously. Marry me. This is my formal proposal to you. In the future, I will care for you, love you, and cherish you. However, outwardly, I may appear to have other women, but my heart will never be with them. What about in you? Even though she has been gone for such a long time without finding you, I know that your feelings for her remain unchanged. Are you still trying to hide your own heart? Can you truly claim that you won't search for her?" Chapter 3:02 Bait. After Li Yu heard what he said, his heart suddenly ached sharply. He felt as if he had lost something from the past. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "You know, you and her mean different things to me. You are both very important people to me, and there are many things in her mind that I can never figure out. I don't want you to become like her, because you are the most important person to me." Li Yu looked at Lu Xue and said this. "Prince, you are getting more sentimental every day." Lu Xue slowly spoke out these words. "In fact, I have already been yours a long time ago. No matter what happens in the future, I will never leave you." Lu Xue said softly. The two embraced each other and started kissing. At the same time, Song Mosen also received news of Prince Qi's assassination attempt. His face immediately turned ghostly pale, staring at the black-clothed man in front of him. "You actually stayed with me after receiving this news. If something happens, we might both die here. If you dare to do such a thing again, I won't spare you easily. Why did I not know about these matters beforehand? Do you know how passive your reckless actions make me feel? They will definitely find out there's a puppeteer behind all this. My agreement is now the greatest stake." After saying these words, Song Mosen's hands trembled constantly, sweat covering his forehead, dripping onto the table one drop at a time. "My esteemed Lord Song, how could you be so foolish? Do you think I'm that stupid, without any plan? Since I already knew they would try to take action, I have naturally made arrangements well ahead of time, leaving no room for them. No matter how deeply they hide, if they truly want to investigate you, by the time you know about this, you would have been thrown into prison already. They obviously haven't investigated you yet, or perhaps they're planning to use you to catch the bigger fish. So, I will find a way to draw their attention away. Then, whatever plans you have in mind can be executed. Or you can serve as the vanguard and draw all their focus, allowing me to sort everything out thoroughly. As long as I clean up all traces, no one will trace back to you. For example, those few military officers under you should be dealt with as soon as possible instead of letting them stay on freely." After the black-clothed man finished speaking, Song Mosen was instantly startled. "How do you know I want to get rid of them all?" "Because you're not stupid enough to let such great danger linger by your side. I just happen to help you deal with it. All you need to do is send them out, and I'll handle the rest. With our cooperation, no one will uncover this secret. Isn't this a good plan?" The black-clothed man smiled gently at Song Mosen in front of him and said this. Song Mosen sighed bitterly. "It seems you've already included me in your grand scheme, which explains why you're the true mastermind behind all this. All I have to do is follow your orders and solve these issues. As expected, the esteemed senior has already planned everything meticulously. All I need to do is carry out the tasks. Since you've put it so clearly, naturally I will follow through." Song Mosen continued slowly, with a wry smile. "I'll send these military officers outside the city, and then it will be up to you to deal with them. They've served under me for so long, and they know many things about me." After Song Mosen spoke, a murderous intent emerged on his face. He had indeed decided to kill, and he wouldn't let them exist any longer. "Good, Lord Song, you truly show great resolve. It's no wonder you're chosen by our superior." After finishing speaking, the black-clothed man returned to his seat. Song Mosen looked outside and gave instructions. "Bring someone here, and let them deliver this letter." Xuanhuan was currently drinking alone at home. During this period, all his subordinates were called back by Li Yu. This left him quite speechless, and he could only numb his feelings with alcohol. At the same time, he was extremely uneasy inside. Why was it like this? He didn't know. He could only feel as if there was a monkey constantly scratching at his heart, unable to calm his anxious emotions. What exactly is going on? A surge of anger rose in his heart, and he slammed his hand on the table. Right after he did this, voices from outside could be heard. "Boss, just now we received a letter from Lord Song, asking us to leave the city for a while to handle some matters. He said these matters were extremely confidential, and only we few could resolve them, as they concern our lives." At that moment, several military officers walked into the room, looking at Xuanhuan and said this. After finishing their words, they picked up the wine before them and started drinking. Xuanhuan took a sip of wine, his expression filled with seriousness. "I don't know why, but this time I feel an immense unease within me, as if something's about to happen. Although I have suspicions, I can't seem to find out the real reason. This time he might send us out of the city to secretly take action against us." Xuanhuan said. "He." At this point, one military officer laughed. "He doesn't have the guts or the ability to make a move against us. In this city, the one holding the most power isn't either us or him. If he wants to act against us, he has neither the ability nor the means. Who else other than us in this city is capable enough to kill an accomplished military officer? Unless there's someone more powerful behind him, and who could defeat us? All of us are top-notch experts. The only reason we haven't been promoted is because we lack connections higher up. But when it comes to self-preservation, who could stop us? If it weren't for this miserable official rank, how would I still stay here?" Our two brothers were quietly done away by them, and we didn't even get the chance to avenge them yet. Chapter 303. This is a trap. After hearing the words of his brothers, Xiuxian felt inexplicably relieved. Yes, he had so many brothers, what was there to fear? And even if danger appears, they're nothing to be afraid of. They also arranged people outside, and these are their true subordinates. As long as something happens, they can mobilize these people to do it. You're right. Since he wants us to handle this matter, we must make him bleed a bit too. Especially at this critical juncture, no one will act rashly. If we have to act, we need money. Or give us a promise, give us an official position, said a military officer. They were discussing heatedly, but they didn't know how terrifying the danger they would face could be. The skills of that black-clad person might surpass these military officers' imagination, sending them straight to hell. Huff. 500 miles, urgently. Make way for me. At this moment, on the road, there was a man riding a steed rushing towards them. He was dressed in official attire, with a serious expression. Xianxia came holding a letter to the door of Li Yu's room and shouted loudly, "My lord, secret letter from the court." "Come in," Li Yu said, after which Xianxia entered the room with the secret letter. "My lord, the secret letter." Panting heavily, Xianxia handed over the secret letter in his hand to Li Yu, who then looked left and right. "Inspect the secret letter." Upon his command, the guards beside him went up, took the letter, and began checking it. Once it was confirmed that the letter wasn't opened and there were no problems, they gave it to Li Yu. "My lord, there's nothing wrong with this letter." Only then did Li Yu take the letter, tear it open, and start reading it. As he read further, he grew more relaxed. "Haha, I didn't expect reinforcements to arrive, allowing me to mobilize all the troops here." When Xianxia heard this, surprise immediately flashed through his eyes. "My lord, it seems His Majesty indeed places great emphasis on you, willing to give you such help, proving that you're really being considered as the true heir to the throne." Li Yu, upon hearing these words, turned his gaze to Xianxia before him. With a murderous aura emanating from him, Xianxia, upon feeling this gaze, didn't know why, but suddenly found his whole body trembling slightly. "My lord, I am wrong. I shouldn't have recklessly discussed state affairs. Please forgive me, my lord." After saying this, Xianxia kept bowing down until his forehead became swollen. It was only then that Li Yu said, "As my deputy leader of the guards, you should understand, some things can be said, others cannot. Considering this is your first offense, I'll let you off this time. If there's another time, you won't escape death." Li Yu stared sternly at Xianxia in front of him, boiling with killing intent. After hearing this, the originally frightened face of Xianxia gradually relaxed, losing its previous tension and fear. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. Go down and receive 30 strokes of the rod." Li Yu thought about it for a while, and then spoke to Xianxia. "Yes." Xianxia answered, and then retreated out. Li Yu slapped his own forehead, muttering quietly to himself, "Li heir, do you truly value me? When exactly did I stand out too much? So much so that you are reluctant to lose me, and this isn't a good thing for me." He knew well that Li Shimin chose the weak Li Ji to become his successor. Huff. After exhaling a breath, he closed his eyes and began contemplating. Meanwhile, Xiuxian led several of his generals out of the city secretly and arrived at the rendezvous point. In his hand, he held a package, his eyes filled with seriousness. "Damn it, those guys weren't supposed to wait for us here? Why haven't they come yet by now?" One of Xiuxian's subordinates among the generals complained impatiently, their followers each carrying 1 or 2 elite soldiers. Every one of them exuded a fierce air, with cold determination in their eyes, ready to punish anyone who dared to challenge them. At this moment, not far away, a black-clad figure leading more than 10 others appeared. They all seemed to have some martial prowess. "How long have we waited for you here?" As they stood up to speak, laughter erupted from the group ahead of them. "That surely must have been a hard wait for you. But actually, we don't really need too much help. There is merely a certain nobleman who worries greatly about not seeing you. So he plans to let me take your heads back, and then he can rest assured." After the black-clad man walked in, he revealed a cold smile and said, "What?" Xiuxian's face instantly turned cold. These people were incredibly bold, actually daring to try to capture him. Looking for death, Xiuxian instantly drew his waist knife, with a killing intent on his face, and without a word, rushed forward to fight this group of black-clad people. Because the number of these black-clad people was not large, he wasn't at all anxious. But the moment he charged forward, he was hit by the palm of the leading black-clad person right on his chest, sending him flying out, falling heavily on the ground. "Big brother, are you okay?" The remaining people truly rushed forward, coming to Xiuxian's side to ask. "Hack hack." Xiuxian coughed twice, lifting up his clothes. Beneath his clothes was a set of chainmail. However, there was an indentation of a palm print on the chainmail, pressed inward. "Escape. These people are all experts. Their skills are much better than ours. If we had heavy armor and rode fierce horses, we could still have a battle. Now we're completely no match." Xiuxian instantly judged the situation and led his subordinates to leave here. But the head of the black-clad men just smiled. "I've already prepared everything. How would I possibly let you leave? Stay put. I've received your heads, don't worry. Even though you aren't my subordinates, I will certainly give you a complete body." Just after saying that sentence, he laughed loudly, as if he were playing with monkeys. "Do you think finding our weakness is enough to threaten us? Do you think we haven't made any preparations?" Xiuxian looked at the headman of these black-clad men approaching step by step, and also revealed a fierce look in his eyes. He straightened his figure, stood upright. "I already guessed that Commissioner Song would definitely not let us go, so I've also prepared a trump card. Send someone." Chapter 304, Escape. Clap clap. Zhou Kuan clapped his hands forcefully, the sound echoing around. According to his plan, as soon as he clapped, the people who were lying in ambush nearby would immediately attack. But after his claps, there was no response at all. It seemed as if those people he had hidden around had disappeared without a trace. This caused the smile that appeared on his face to freeze instantly. What is going on? What exactly is happening here? He roared angrily. Where are the people I assigned? Why has not a single one of them remained? Don't shout anymore. A black-clothed leader interrupted him. Even if you shout till your throat hurts, those people won't come out. Do you know why we came late? We dealt with the ones causing problems for us. All your little tricks, do you think I can't see through them? The head of the black-clad man gave a derisive laugh. Forget about your petty schemes. Today, you must die. No one will be able to save you. You'll all perish here today. Saying this with an eerie grin, the black-clothed man drew his sword. His blade radiated coldness and emitted a strong smell of blood, as if it had just gone through a fierce battle not long ago. Not far from there, within the forested mountain area, there were dozens of soldiers holding bows and arrows. However, these soldiers had already been ambushed and eliminated. Their necks had been cut, and they lay scattered across the mountain forest, bleeding heavily. Not a single one was left alive. The ground was stained red, their eyes filled with fear, as though they had witnessed something horrifying. Escape, scatter, and run. Save yourselves if you can. Zhou Kuan realized the situation was hopeless and turned to flee. Brother, these people are skilled warriors. You should escape first while we stay behind and hold them off. You're the strongest among us. Once you escape, you must avenge us. As Zhou Kuan ran a few steps, he heard his comrades shouting behind him. Turning back, he saw these generals rushing forward with determination to fight until death against the black-clothed men. Run? What are you doing? Charging like this is just throwing away your lives. There's no way you can defeat them. Zhou Kuan roared in despair, the anguish clear in his voice. These were his old brothers in arms, who had followed him through countless battles through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Now they were about to sacrifice themselves, with no hope of survival, merely so he could escape and help them seek revenge. He gritted his teeth forcefully. My dear brothers, rest assured. If I can escape, I will surely avenge you. Song Mosin, you wait for me. I will never let you go unpunished. After shouting this with anger, Zhou Kuan turned and fled. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed leader narrowed his eyes slightly and shot a dart from his sleeve with a flick of his hand. Puchi. The next second, fleeing Zhou Kuan was struck by an arrow, directly piercing through his abdomen. Looking down, he found blood streaming from the wound on his stomach. But being a skilled fighter himself, he quickly controlled his flow of qi, pressing his acupoints to prevent further blood loss. Desperately, he ran forward as much as possible, trying to put distance between himself and the enemy. Kill. The black-clothed leader said coldly. His subordinates instantly moved in, surrounding the generals. These generals roared furiously but proved no match for the black-clad men. In no time, they were all killed. Just as the black-clad leader prepared to continue pursuing Zhou Kuan, suddenly, he felt a strong grip on his leg. Looking down, he saw an injured general lying on the ground gasping for breath, blood spilling from his mouth, appearing utterly tragic. With a bitter smile, the general locked eyes fiercely with the leader, saying, Our brother will make you pay for this. Your plot will never succeed. Ho ho, to step over us, you have to completely annihilate every last one of us. Share the same coat. The general recited lines from a popular military song, full of sorrow and despair. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed leader sneered. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first and then chase after your brothers. Don't worry, I'll send him to meet you right away. None of you will escape. After speaking, he stabbed the general in the head with a swift strike of his sword. The dying general grabbed onto his foot tightly, but now lay motionless. In the delay caused by this, the wounded general had already found a fierce steed inside the mountain. This was his well-prepared trump card, specifically meant for saving his life. As soon as he leaped on, he struck the fierce horse hard with a whip. The steed galloped off quickly into the nearby wilderness. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he fell off its back. He looked up groggily, gazing at the scorching sun in the sky, his eyes filled with confusion, and then he fainted. An unknown amount of time later, he heard a voice. This young man is really lucky. After encountering bandits, he has somehow survived. Judging by what happened before, it must have been that the caravan that passed through here earlier encountered bandits, but somehow survived the attack. Still, it's pitiful that only one of them made it out alive. Zhou Kuan slowly woke up, his lips parched and his expression disoriented. Where am I? You're in Hewu Township. Drink this medicine. All the villagers have received treatment for the plague already. You foreigners are quite lucky. Had you come any earlier, we might not have saved you. But now that the court has provided the medication to treat the plague, if you take this healing potion or anti-epidemic medicine, you'll be fine. Your internal organs are damaged. If you can endure for 5 more days, you will recover. If you don't make it past those 5 days, you will certainly die. Zhou Kuan gave a bitter laugh. Huh? I won't die. I still have important matters left unfinished, and I will definitely take my revenge. They killed my brothers and intercepted my goods. They won't get away with this. As soon as he finished speaking, he started coughing violently, covering his mouth with his hand. He felt dizzy, his vision blurred, and his face turned pale. The elderly person beside him quickly consoled him. Young man, you need to focus on recuperating first. We'll talk about the future later. The most important thing right now is your health. Zhou Kuan nodded slightly, memorizing the appearances of the people around him so he could repay them later. Lying in bed, he began circulating his inner energy. Streams of vapor surged within his body, nourishing him powerfully. gradually restoring his strength. Chapter 305, Not Allowed to Leave the City. When he spoke these words, tears streamed down his face. He seemed exceedingly sad and sorrowful, as if, should Liu not agree with his request, he would kneel indefinitely. This time I'm sending you out because there's a mission for you. It's not simply about opening the gate. After hearing this, Li Taizhan still responded with confusion and disbelief. My lord, are you playing a joke on me? Last time, I indeed meddled too much, but I can't bear to leave you, my lord. I will protect you, my lord, absolutely ensuring no one comes to harm you. Li Taizhan knelt on the ground, continuously bowing as he spoke. This made Liu feel some headache. It was just so annoying. Come over here, and I'll tell you quietly what's actually going on. Li Taizhan, his rugged face filled with doubts, walked over to Li Yu's side. Li Yu then whispered a few sentences into his ear. The confusion and unrest originally present on Li Tieshan's face quickly transformed into expressions of joy. My lord, I understand now. I will definitely handle this matter properly, absolutely not letting even a sparrow fly out of the city. And I will surely investigate who inside and outside the walls is colluding, thus releasing those bastards. Li Taizhan said firmly and clenched his teeth. As he forcefully pounded the table, the killing intent in his eyes could hardly be concealed. That's right, once you return, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Li Yu said this to Li Taizhan with an approving tone. After circling around in his mind, Li Taizhan softly asked, My lord, if someone dissents, what should we do? Should I deal with them all directly? If they resist arrest, how should I handle them? Li Yu let out a cold laugh. If they dare to resist, then annihilate them all, without leaving anyone behind. Their audacity is so immense, hence they must not be spared. At that time, I won't hold any resentment towards you. All the responsibility will be borne by me. If you can capture the real traitors, the next time war breaks out, I will let you lead the troops first. After hearing this, Li Taizhan became excited instantly and gave a loud head knock on the floor. My lord, I will undoubtedly get this done well. After finishing his statement, with an air of pride, he left the room, picking up a few people to take over at the city gates. At the moment, the city gatekeepers were sitting on the wall, eating large bites of meat and drinking heavily. However, their faces clearly showed signs of relaxation and happiness. Who would have thought that the prince had found a way to solve the epidemic so quickly? Truly, it's our good fortune. I was preparing to run away if the plague got out of control, no matter what position I held. Life is more important than anything. Haha, we don't need to run away now. We can indulge in food and drink, enjoying the simple pleasures of being a minor official. After saying this, they burst out laughing. It's forbidden to enter. Our master is resting inside. Who are you, to dare barge in like this? Right at this moment, upon hearing the noise outside, they immediately stopped their actions and looked outward. They saw figures swaggering in, casually saying, Oh, didn't know you had such leisure times. Indeed, it was Li Taizhan. In his hand, he held a token of authority, his face bearing an expression of scrutiny as he stared at these individuals. Who exactly are you, suddenly coming in here provocatively? Do you believe I'll grab you right now and deliver you to authorities for handling? Li Taizhan erupted in hearty laughter after hearing this. What kind of joke are you playing with me? Don't you know who sent me over? To send me to court, believe me or not, I'll demote you right now. Coldly speaking, Li Taizhan slammed the token onto the table. Upon seeing the token, these two girls immediately knelt down. We small ones did not know of your arrival, master, and thus failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive us. Get up. The prince thinks you've worked hard for quite some time, so he wants you to go back and rest for a while, allowing me to take over the responsibilities of the city magistrate. After hearing this, one of the junior officials swallowed his saliva. Master, we're doing just fine managing here. We don't need to rest. Serving the imperial court, we do not find the mental labor burdensome. We're willing to dedicate ourselves to it. After hearing this, Li Taizhan slapped the table powerfully. Enough chatter. I'm telling you to let me manage things honestly and straightforwardly. Just let me manage. If you keep blabbering, do you believe I won't just kick you out? Li Tieshan's rugged face looked exceptionally arrogant and domineering. Gurgle. These city gate officials hadn't anticipated the commands from above, and they immediately felt a chill run down their spines. If those people are caught once they return, we will be in big trouble. Sir, you probably don't fully understand the current situation. We're willing to work under you and help you get acquainted with these matters. Don't underestimate the city gates. They may seem neither too large nor too small, but one wrong move could let bandits from outside sneak in. The city gates also need daily maintenance. Failing even one day can lead to potential issues, all of which require proper handover. Upon hearing that this task was so complicated, Li Taizhan slapped his own head. If that's the case, then stay for now. I'll consult you if there's anything I need. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The two minor officials hastily said this, but they glanced at each other. You continue eating, I'm going on patrol. After saying this, Li Taizhan left. The two minor officials exchanged glances again, an unease bubbling up in their hearts as they leaned close together, whispering. What should we do about the orders sent down from above? There are quite a number of people in our control, but this isn't good news for us. If too many people get investigated, it's very possible we might also get into trouble. It will definitely implicate us. This is a conflict between two powerful adults and figures of importance. We absolutely must not get involved. An official who looked somewhat cunning and sly rolled his eyes and muttered softly. But right now, we can't offend either of them, or we risk losing our lives without even having a burial place, dragging our families down with us. Chapter 306, Internal Strife. What? Upon hearing the words of the black-clothed man in front of him, Song Mosen's face turned ashen, and he stared intently at the black-clothed man. You're really trying to ruin me. Do you even realize that he knows a lot about us? If we don't take care of him now, neither of us might end up well. He patted Song Mosen's shoulder with a mocking tone and said sarcastically, Sorry, but what he knows is your business, not mine. As for those elders' affairs, it has nothing to do with him. If you want to fight to the death with me, I wouldn't care either. If you truly want your whole family to be wiped out without a trace, then go ahead and expose that elder's information. Song Mosen felt utterly desperate at that moment. Indeed, he didn't dare. Rest assured, I will definitely send people to subdue him and won't leave you with too many troubles. Just stay calm. I know that you actually still have a group of people hidden. They are your crucial subordinates and control part of the key military force. Others may not know, but I've investigated you thoroughly already. Your aristocratic family has been here cultivating influence for quite some time. Am I wrong? The black-clothed man stared slowly at Song Mosen in front of him and directly exposed his greatest secret. This made Song Mosen's face instantly pale. So it turns out you had a premeditated plan against me all along. I really underestimated you. Song Mosen, you seem rather cold-hearted. The black-clothed man said slowly. In fact, I didn't originally intend to coerce you like this, but you seemed unwilling to exert yourself, so I have no other choice but to resort to these lower tactics. I didn't expect the prince would achieve such feats. He was able to uncover the assassins we placed. After all, this was supposed to be my most carefully planned method, and yet, he managed to escape from our pursuit. At this point, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a glint of menace, undoubtedly a flowing murderous intent due to anger. After Song Mosen sat down, he fixed his gaze on the black-clothed man before him. If that's the case, then I hope you can assist me in resolving this issue as much as possible. All right. Song Mosen also chuckled slightly. I will spare no effort in assisting you. However, if the mission keeps failing, that will be on you. At that time, I'll report everything truthfully to the elders. You just go die quietly. Song Mosen cast an intense glare at the black-clothed man, and then turned and left. He didn't want to stay in the same room as him, because when he was around him, Song Mosen felt unbearably oppressed. After all, he was a distinguished official himself, but he suffered such a heavy loss at his hands, losses he'd never encountered before. When Song Mosen walked out, he stretched out his hand and hit it hard on the pillar. His face showed frustration and anger. Utterly disgraceful. Master, what should we do now? The steward beside Song Mosen approached and asked softly. Although I still have this remaining force in my hand, we absolutely cannot use it lightly. He knows I've secretly controlled parts of the regional forces, but he could never imagine that I have this extra force. Since he already harbors animosity toward our family, then find ways to get rid of him. Absolutely, he cannot continue to live. Even if it costs only my life, so be it. It will absolutely ensure that we utilize the power of our family to drag the entire clan down. Since we have already judged that we chose wrongly, there must be no continuing mistakes. Song Mosen's eyes at this moment were like a venomous snake's. Liu quickly learned from Lu Zhua that the subordinate military officers had gone missing. Prince, could it be that they fled fearing punishment? These people indeed command considerable troops. They are the ones most likely to mobilize armies to attack the prince. Now, during this critical juncture, they secretly ran away. It's highly possible they're acting out of guilt. Lu Zhua speculated while saying these words, and his slightly youthful face carried confusion. Huh. After hearing these words, Liu chuckled softly. You still need more training. How could these people suddenly flee at this time? If they have been infected with the plague and try to leave now, they won't even have a chance of treatment. Besides, the area is already sealed off on all sides. Where could they possibly escape to? The only plausible explanation is that they have likely already been silenced. Liu spoke slowly, his eyes heavy with concern. These people acted far too swiftly. Has anyone been seen sneaking out of Song Mosen's house recently? My lord, there have been some, but I've sent people to track them. It turns out they were just regular errands run by servants. This is strange, Liu mused slowly. It seemed as though there was another very mysterious force within this city, quietly assisting Song Mosen in eliminating potential threats. I originally thought there was only one opposing force, but it seems now that there are more than just one. Liu spoke slowly, taking a deep breath. Investigate. Keep digging deeper. We must secretly uncover all their operatives and eliminate every single one of them, no matter how many there are. Report immediately any homicides that occur. There's a good chance we'll find useful clues leading us to their hideout. Deploy Li Taizhan to guard the city gates. Let our people take full control of all exits so they never get another chance to act. At the same time, investigate all possible routes out of the city. I want every one of their movements exposed. Not a single person will escape from my grasp. After delivering these words, Liu clenched his hand tightly in the air. His fingers cracked audibly, emitting a strong sound. It seemed as though he had firmly grasped all the enemies in his hands, not letting a single one slip away. Upon hearing Liu's orders, Li Taizhan fell to his knees with a sorrowful face. My lord, I really don't want to leave you. I've followed you for so long, and I don't wish to part ways. Chapter 307. Tracing. As he thought about it, he lightly tapped the desk, his eyes reflecting a look of gravity. Right now, send someone immediately to inform the person above. Let one of our brothers sneak out quietly. If anyone encounters trouble, they should immediately tell him that it's currently unsafe to enter. Phew. After speaking, he took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Never imagined guarding the city gate could be such a troublesome job. If we're not careful, we might lose our lives over this. Damn those high-ranking officials upstairs. The official with a pointed face muttered through clenched teeth. He was extremely upset inside, but had no way to vent it, because this matter had exceeded his expectations. What started as a minor issue has now become an enormous hassle. After Li Taizhan walked out, he chased after the guards under his command and instructed them, "You all wait and hide outside secretly. If these people send someone outside the city, capture them instantly. If they stealthily send someone to deliver messages inside the city, you must follow them. Check which household they visit." Although Li Taizhan looked very rough, his thoughts were exceedingly meticulous. Just by glancing at the two individuals, he discerned their ulterior motives. "Yes, master. We will handle it immediately." The guards before him responded promptly and quickly hid themselves. Li Taizhan looked at his subordinates, his eyes sharp like knives as he scanned far away, trying to take in everything outside the scene. "Ah, this time fortune is truly on my side." With a smile on his face, he spoke, seeming quite proud. Just at this moment, the gatekeepers had already heard the news and came one by one to pay respects to Li Taizhan. "Master, since you are now in charge of the city gates, we've come here earlier to show our respect." It seemed that these city gatekeepers prepared some gift boxes and presented them to Li Taizhan in front of them. Li Taizhan glanced briefly at the gifts before him and then cheerfully took them all into his possession. He turned to his nearby guard and said, "Take these items along. They represent possibly the camaraderie of our fellow men." After Li Taizhan finished speaking, he noticed the soldiers and officers standing before him. "It appears you have prepared your greetings thoroughly. Don't worry, if you guard the city gates with me, I naturally consider you all as brothers. To enjoy blessings together, any money-making opportunities one find won't exclude you either." Li Taizhan spoke jovially, seemingly a real greedy official. This made the officers present sigh in relief. At the same moment within the city, there was an ordinary soldier who stealthily crawled out through a dog hole in the wall of the city. However, just as he was about to report what he'd observed, a hand grabbed his neck tightly, making it impossible for him to move on the ground. "What person dares to lay a hand on me? Do you think I can't destroy you?" The soldier roared angrily, only to see two neatly dressed guards watching him coldly, leaving him feeling numb all over. He couldn't help but wanted to retreat. "Just stay put honestly. There's absolutely no chance of letting you leave. Just confess honestly, and you might bear less punishment. Otherwise, let us use our tricks on you. It might be hard for you to endure." The guards laughed sinisterly, their tone carrying menace. At the same time, another soldier was stealthily changing clothes, looking nervous while attempting to leave. Phew. For some unknown reason, he always felt uneasy inside, as if something dangerous was staring at him. "I am merely delivering a message. Could there possibly be any trouble targeting me? Anyway, better hurry up. No one inside this city would dare harm me." He murmured to himself, deeply inhaled, and rushed forward quickly. Soon, he arrived at a shop's exterior. He pulled out the letter from his hand and slid it into the crevice of the door. "I've delivered the message. The rest has nothing to do with me." After finishing his task, he hurriedly left. At the same time, the door where the letter had been slipped and slowly opened. A young servant peeked out with curiosity, checking around to identify who might have dropped off the letter. When he spotted the retreating soldier, he retracted his head once more. "Hee, looks like we've caught ourselves a big fish this time." The distant attendant tracking them revealed a hint of a smile. Clearly they would achieve a great feat this time. Liu quickly finished writing the letter in his hand, a sense of joy evident in his eyes. "Haha, never thought that most of the patients have already been cured so quickly. I must hurry to claim my reward. This time, I can finally leave the capital and head to my fief. Staying there quietly will surely be comfortable. I don't want to stay another minute in this capital. It's much better to return to my own den." Liu murmured these words to himself. Right. He soon finished writing this memorial, sealing it up afterward. Summon someone immediately, gallop all the way to deliver this letter to the capital. After finishing this task, he stood up. "Your Highness, Governor Li Mahai has been waiting outside for quite some time now, wanting to meet with you. He said there is an urgent matter to report concerning the lives of the common people within the city walls. Your Highness, shall you meet him or not?" By Li Yu's side, Lu Xue spoke with a slight tinge of amusement in her voice. "Of course, I want to see what urgent matters bring him before me. Could it be because he fears being questioned by the imperial envoy? This old man certainly lacks courage, yet harbors many thoughts." Li Yu shook his head slightly, a faint smirk crossing his lips. "Let him enter," Li Yu said. Li Mahai soon entered the room. As soon as he stepped inside, he immediately knelt before Li Yu. "Your Highness, please save me. The green vegetables are arriving soon, and it's highly possible I'll be accused of dereliction of duty. Moreover, I heard that many officials intend to impeach me. These people obviously want to make me their scapegoat, making me bear all these problems. I suspect they might be incited by someone surnamed Song, causing them to create trouble for me. Furthermore, there's something I need to report to your Highness." Upon hearing this, Li Yu showed a look of confusion. Chapter 308, Investigating the Truth. "Your Highness, there are some things you don't know. Actually, since I came here, I've never been able to fully take control of the entire county. Even though I am the real governor, I don't hold the greatest power. It has been seized by this man surnamed Song." When Li Muchai said this, he gritted his teeth in anger and hatred. While speaking these words, because he clenched his teeth too hard, they made a crackling sound. After hearing this, Li Yu immediately showed a curious expression on his face and looked at the present Li Muchai with a smile, saying, "All right, give me a general idea of what happened. With only your word alone, I indeed cannot easily believe you. Tell me the specific details of these events." Li Muchai took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then slowly recounted the whole matter. It turned out that he was an official after passing the imperial examination, directly dispatched to manage a local area. Besides the imperial examinations, there were other ways for people to become officials. The one surnamed Song became an official through recommendation, so he had a very complicated network of relations and many connections. These subordinate officials aligned themselves with the one surnamed Song instead of him, causing him to lose a large portion of his control here. And as a scholar, how could he understand all these intricacies? So he encountered significant restrictions here and was visibly troubled. He originally planned to just stay here peacefully, living harmoniously with everyone, and then be reassigned to another place after a few years. But now this Mr. Song wants to take him down directly, making him the scapegoat, which he refuses outright. At this moment, the only one who can save him is Prince Qi, Liu, so he must come for help. Alright, I've understood. Don't worry. Since you have already aligned with me, I will naturally speak for you. Liu looked at the present Li Muchai and nodded, saying, you don't need to worry at all. As long as I'm here, I won't let you fall into such trouble. Moreover, this Mr. Song is suspicious himself. I suspect the attack on me might have something to do with him. After contemplating for a while, Liu shared this thought with Li Muchai. Upon hearing this, Li Muchai's thoughts instantly recalled that day. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, perhaps I know something about this matter. After finishing this sentence, Liu's eyes suddenly showed a look of seriousness. Tell me everything about this matter. You mean he was representing a certain senior official to recruit you? That very night happened to be the night I was attacked, wasn't it? Liu looked at Li Muchai with serious eyes. Yes, Your Highness. That day actually was when you were attacked. I've always wondered why he insisted on recruiting me. And after that, he never mentioned this again, instead treating me as an enemy, which left me confused. After Your Highness pointed out his issue, I suddenly realized it was very likely that his plan that day was to make me drunk, preventing me from receiving your rescue call and sending reinforcements. If Your Highness had been killed that night, I would definitely have been investigated thoroughly to see if I had any involvement. After saying this, he took a deep breath. I suspect he masterminded this evil plot. Upon hearing this, Liu tapped his hand on the table. I know about this matter. You may step down now. Don't worry, I will protect you. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Muchai bowed deeply and left, but once he exited the room, he let out a long sigh. Your Highness will certainly help me, reducing my troubles. Fortunately, Your Highness is benevolent. Saying this, he sighed deeply. I really don't want to be an official anymore. Alas, after he finished speaking, he let out a deep sigh, looking somewhat dejected. Zhang Yuehai and Chong Dun, both of you come in, Liu called out loudly. Zhang Yuehai and Chong Dun immediately entered the room, kneeling before Liu. There is indeed an important task I have for you. Before, I suspected that this Mr. Song had issues. Go and investigate the records of a certain high-ranking official. See how many people in this city were recommended by this particular official, and how many have connections with him. Liu said, planning to look into the big figure mentioned by Li Muchai. Yes, Your Highness. Both men responded immediately and started investigating this matter. In the small mountain village, General Zhou Kun felt restless and uneasy. His injuries had recovered quite a bit, but recently he had heard some rumors. There were people inquiring whether anyone had been injured. The village chief was also troubled and uneasy. Tapping his tobacco pipe, he looked at the elders before him and said softly, We have already done our best by rescuing this merchant. I've heard that many people are investigating his whereabouts, likely because they're connected to the bandits. It's possible that he saw their true faces, so these acquaintances want to eliminate him completely. After saying this, uneasiness spread among the elders in front of him. If that's the case, he absolutely cannot stay in the village anymore. Otherwise, it will implicate us. I've heard that these bandits are extremely cruel. They sent so many people to inquire about this matter, which shows they are probably part of a powerful force. They may not be mere bandits, but could be after him specifically. If he stays in the village, it might cause trouble for us too. Even worse, we could lose our entire village. It's something we must guard against. One elder who was well-versed in knowledge, having read plenty of books in his youth and ventured outside, understood the gravity of the situation. Selling someone out is not something a righteous person would do, and it might even plant the seeds of disaster for our village. We have already earned some favor from him. It's time to send him away, the village chief finally resolved after pondering for a moment. He decided to let Zhou Kun leave on his own, while preparing dry provisions for him. Hero, we've learned that there are many people searching for your traces. We've prepared food and some money for you, so please leave immediately. We haven't told those people where you are, but they've offered rewards and painted you as a very cruel and merciless individual. But judging by your behavior, you're definitely no ordinary person and certainly not one of those bandits, the village chief said earnestly. Zhou Kun shed tears and said, I am sorry for dragging all of you into this. Chapter 309, Revenge. A life-saving grace shall be repaid in full. After Zhou Kun finished speaking, he violently kowtowed 3 times on the ground. Then, he took out his wallet from his bosom and placed a silver ingot in front of him. This is all my savings, also a small token of my gratitude. If I can escape safely, I will definitely repay you in the future. After saying these words, he decisively got up, determined to return to the provincial city to expose Song Mosen's true nature. You have not been righteous, so don't blame me for being unforgiving. You killed so many of my brothers, I must avenge them. I will never let you go. Zhou Kun spoke fiercely, tightly clenching his fists. Your Highness, the situation has been investigated clearly. Indeed, there are people who have secretly sneaked through the city gate and now lie in wait outside, going on missions. Judging from their confessions, these people seem to be very cautious and prudent. If we hadn't prepared properly, they would probably have escaped. After excitement flashed across Lu Zhua's face, he quickly wrote a letter. Pushing the letter forward with his hand, he said, "Your Highness, this is the secret intelligence I have uncovered, which includes the location of these people." Liu took the letter into his hands and read it. Nodding his head, he said, "It's indeed as expected. We've found their secret base. Your Highness, should we take immediate action and capture them thoroughly?" Shaking his head, Liu said, "Now is not the time to act. Once they enter the city, we can catch them all at once. Besides, we don't know if there are experts among them. If you just go after them, there's a high possibility that you might be counterattacked. I'll directly send my subordinates guards to handle it, while also mobilizing soldiers within the city. Even if they are incredibly strong, we will still be able to capture them all." After Liu finished speaking, Lu Zhua felt a little regretful, but he soon adjusted his attitude. "Yes, Your Highness. You take this packet of medicine. If your subordinates get sick, you can use this medicine for treatment. It's already the best prescription we've improved. Even if someone gets an epidemic disease, it can be easily treated," Liu said to Lu Zhua. After hearing this, Lu Zhua hurriedly accepted it. He was the shadow in the darkness and couldn't easily step into the light without Liu's command. The Imperial Inspector and 5 Imperial Physicians were racing against time on their journey. An Imperial Physician was sitting in the carriage, feeling dizzy and nauseous due to the bumpy road, but he bit down firmly on his teeth. "Never thought we'd have such arduous tasks. This is really too difficult." As he said this, he deeply inhaled, and his face revealed a bitter smile. Looking towards the other colleagues, all their faces showed signs of discomfort because they couldn't bear the bumpiness of the carriage ride. But with the Emperor's decree, even if they cannot bear it, they must endure it. "Hopefully when we arrive, the plague won't have spread further." One physician spoke with a bitter smile. "Otherwise, our troubles will be huge. If we can't find a way to solve the plague, do you know what kind of outcome awaits us? We might be executed by the Emperor himself. The Emperor is not a person who likes killing. He wouldn't do such a thing." Another physician's face showed some relief as he spoke. But after all, a Prince Qi is involved in this matter, and Prince Qi is no ordinary person. He is greatly favored by the Emperor. As soon as the Emperor heard of his predicament, so many people were sent out. Could this be something any prince could match? This is simply the topmost level of treatment. And we're rushing night and day. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to this prince. These Imperial physicians whispered anxiously, worrying about their own futures. Just then, the sound of galloping horses came from a distance. The leader of the group caught up with them and shouted loudly, "Please wait, the Emperor has an edict." People in the caravan, who had been traveling tirelessly day and night, began to feel curious. What happened? Why does the Emperor's edict follow? The eunuch who had rushed arrived, letting out a breath of relief. "You almost chased me to death." Then the eunuch held a stool in one hand and breathed heavily. The fine steed under him was also panting, seemingly having rushed here for several days and nights. "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees." In welcoming the gathered crowd, the eunuch quickly announced the Emperor's decree. A flash of astonishment instantly surfaced in their minds. They had never expected that the Emperor, who originally urged them to rush over quickly, was now not in such a hurry. The reason turned out to be that Prince Qi had already found a way to solve the plague and had started treating the entire city, successfully curbing the spread of the epidemic. Impossible. In their minds, Prince Qi Liu was merely a noble lord, though skilled in agriculture. But what did this have to do with agriculture? This was about curing and saving lives. Could he possibly have this skill as well? If this is true, then this prince has truly achieved remarkable feats worthy of being recorded in history. They murmured softly among themselves, tinged with admiration. "I hope the report we are heading towards isn't false." The Imperial physicians whispered amongst themselves, all feeling a sense of wonder. "The Emperor's meaning is that you can slow your pace. Also, these medications no longer need to be collected throughout the realm. This time, you're just going there to supervise and inspect. Should anything arise, it needs to be reported back to the Emperor promptly." The eunuch wore an expression of scrutiny as he looked at the Imperial Inspector and the Imperial physicians present. "Of course, I will also be accompanying you." The eunuch grinned somewhat deviously, appearing less than benevolent. "In that case, we thank the public servant." The Imperial Inspector and the Imperial physicians all responded warmly together. Once they returned to their carriage, the vehicle slowed down, making the journey more comfortable for them. "You say, could what this eunuch said be true? Has Prince Qi truly found a solution? You must know how hard it is to control a plague." This physician's face bore some solemnity because plagues were notoriously difficult to control. Once they got out of hand, they could affect thousands of miles. That would drastically reduce the population and might even lead to the downfall of a dynasty. "Hey, what worries me more is if something might go wrong on our journey. I fear someone might not want us to reach Prince Qi." Chapter 310, A Sense of Relief. After this royal physician spoke, the other several royal physicians instantly gasped. If this is true, then we are in deep trouble. However, hasn't Prince Qi already found a solution? We should not yet be targeted. This royal physician sneered. Who can predict the matters of this world? This immediately cast a shadow over the hearts of the group of royal physicians. Capital City, Morning Assembly. It was evident that discussions were rife at the morning assembly due to an outbreak of plague, which had caused great turmoil within the court. This matter must be handled with utmost caution. Even rumors spread among the common people, leading to rampant hoarding of food and medicine to prevent against the plague. Because if the plague spreads unchecked, it might bring about a tremendous calamity. At the same time, these pharmacies have jacked up the prices of drugs, and many have made small fortunes. Of course, more people stockpiled significant amounts of drugs, unwilling to sell them. waiting to sell at higher prices to earn even more money. Emperor Taizong had already known about the activities of his ministers. Smiling faintly, he said to the eunuch beside him, "You'll see. Soon someone will submit a memorial criticizing Prince Qi for failing to act. Even some will defend Prince Qi. What a grand play is about to start." The eunuch by his side, after hearing this speech, was struck by surprise, realizing Emperor Taizong had clear knowledge of all events. Seeing this, the eunuch lowered his head even more, speaking with increasing respect. "Your Majesty is wise." After finishing his statement, Emperor Taizong moved forward and sat on his throne. "Pay respects to your Majesty." All the ministers looked grim. "Your Majesty, I have something to report. Now that Prince Qi has encountered the plague, it's very likely due to the plague brought back from Jiannan Road. If this is indeed true, then severe punishment is necessary. After all, a prince carrying ominous events to another place, possibly endangering the entire country, is no trivial matter. Please, your Majesty, thoroughly investigate." After these words were spoken, many ministers' expressions showed some astonishment. Which faction sent this person? They were being too unsubtle. Nonsense. At this moment, xiuxian stood up, loudly rebuking. "Father, I believe this matter needs thorough consideration. To accuse a prince of wrongdoing just based on suspicions is nonsense. Our prince is of imperial lineage, protected by heaven. He has done nothing immoral, so how can we impose blame on him? Your son wishes to propose honoring Prince Qi." Xiuxian's sudden intervention made approval flicker in Emperor Taizong's eyes. This son of his finally did some good and wasn't acting as wildly reckless as before. "Gentlemen ministers, what do you think? I believe the most urgent thing now is to resolve the plague. Each passing day without progress only worsens the situation. Yes, this matter can be discussed later. Your Majesty, currently, both drugs and grain are scarce in the capital city. Everyone is frantically purchasing. Prices are soaring uncontrollably. We must." Taizong waited until everyone finished discussing heatedly before smiling and saying, "Perhaps you don't know what Prince Qi has done. He has already discovered the remedy for the plague and suppressed it." After Taizong's words, the previously fervent discussion on the morning assembly instantly fell silent. After a long while, xuanhuan timidly asked, "Is what your Majesty said truly true? If there really is a cure for the plague, then surely the epidemic can be cured, a blessing for all under heaven." Of course it's true. This is the petition submitted by Prince Qi, with relevant details inside. Emperor Taizong wore a pleased expression, laughing and saying, "However, whether this is truth or falsehood still needs verification. I've already sent people to investigate. If all goes well, results will come soon. So, the matters you have spoken of need resolution after investigation." As Taizong's smile swept across the faces of the ministers below, it couldn't be concealed how pleased he was. These ministers stole furtive glances at each other, every one of them feeling awkward. They hadn't expected His Majesty the Emperor would humiliate them to such a degree. And below, upon hearing what Emperor Taizong had said, xiuxian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing unbridled anger. "How can this be? How can this be?" He spoke with intense hatred, his handsome face contorting in an instant, turning bright red. His breathing became more rapid as he clenched his fists tightly. But soon he realized his composure had slipped. After all, he was the honorable crown prince. How could he let his features twist like this before the court? Besides, this was good news about his younger brother, and even if he were foolish, he would know better than to show such emotions. He quickly lowered his head, clenching his fists so hard that they emitted a cracking sound. "Hate." That was his first thought. Why can only you have such great fortune? I exhaust all my schemes just to win Father's favor, but it's always you who succeed. Father dotes on you, and not me. Thinking this, he finally made up his mind. He resolved to secretly plan a rebellion. If he couldn't honestly inherit the throne from his father, then neither would he allow himself to be stripped of his title as crown prince. He intended to seize the position by force. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled. "Wait for your turn." This thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly regained his calmness. "Father, I will prove to you that I am the most qualified prince. I will surely succeed in inheriting your imperial crown." After muttering these words in his heart, he inexplicably felt a sense of ease, as though clarity had dawned upon something previously incomprehensible. Lifting his head, he glanced at Emperor Taizong above. Looking at the imperial robes and throne, he knew that sooner or later he would personally seize this position, just as his own father had done. Taizong soon settled this matter, setting it aside temporarily, allowing the ministers below to discuss other issues. After the assembly ended, many gathered around xuanhuan. "Xuanhuan, what should we do about this matter?" Chapter 311, Cassava. Could it be that Prince Qi has really found a way to treat the plague? If that's the case, then he might very well inherit the true imperial throne in the future. What he is doing is so unprecedented and unparalleled that it will be hard for later generations to match him. He has taken two paths already. One is having developed high-yield rice, which is now being widely promoted in the south. Many people consider him a true sage of the farmers, while others call him a god of grain. What do these country bumpkins know? And they dare to say such things. Beside xuanhuan, another minister of court said contemptuously, his eyes showing obvious displeasure, because they had already invested their support in the crown prince and never considered supporting this Prince Qi. This prince was still young, but had managed to come so far. If he came up with a cure for the plague, he might even be hailed as a divine doctor by those who treat illnesses and possibly become renowned through the ages. xuanhuan paused for a moment and said, "Wait, none of you should make any random moves next. Watch what happens next." He spoke calmly. Tell His Highness the Crown Prince not to make too much of a fuss. The most important thing now is to stabilize his position, and doing nothing at all is the best approach. His Majesty despises those who do not know their place and act recklessly. Xuanhuan said slowly, with a solemn expression in his eyes. As for what he was thinking inside, no one else knew. At night, within the capital city, a group of black-clad individuals were gathered secretly in a dark room, discussing quietly. Prince Qi Liu has not only evaded our pursuit, but also found a way to treat the plague, successfully extricating himself. Now it is even harder to kill him again. It might even expose more of our forces. It seems that all we've invested in the Crown Prince may go down the drain. We originally thought we could easily control the Crown Prince, but it turns out to be quite difficult. A black-clad figure slowly spoke, wisdom shining in his eyes. Prince Qi, since we cannot eliminate him, we must find his weakness. Everyone has a weakness. I can't believe Prince Qi doesn't. Perhaps we can directly interact with Prince Qi and plant our people around him. Once he ascends to the throne, we can control him easily. After saying these words, the voice of the black-clad individual turned highly venomous. Originally, the Li family was merely a puppet we helped raise, but we didn't expect them to go this far and take away our rightful positions. After saying these words, the black-clad person clenched his teeth angrily. We must regain our empire. To accomplish such feats, we must reinvest elsewhere. Perhaps some remaining princes could also have our operatives planted among them. At this point, the central black-clad figure, who had been silent until now, spoke in a hoarse voice. After hiding for so long, we did it all to seize this empire. Now, at this critical juncture, an unexpected change has occurred. It's a good opportunity for us to redeploy. After finishing this speech, the black-clad person scanned the other black-clad figures with his gaze. Remember, our goal is to completely gain control of the empire, not plunge it into chaos again. After speaking these words, it made everyone present reflect. Agree. One black-clad figure raised his hand to show agreement with the matter. Others also raised their hands, every single one agreeing with the ideas of the central black-clad individual. Next, let's begin planting operatives. The central black-clad figure said slowly, his gaze seeming to pierce through time and space, directly focusing on Li Yu. Li Yu was in his room at this moment, writing a memorial, carefully detailing the matter of the epidemic. At that moment, he suddenly sneezed and vigorously rubbed his nose, looking slightly puzzled. What's going on? Why did I sneeze suddenly? He touched his nose, sighing somewhat wistfully. Could it be that someone is missing me? Just as he finished saying this, Changsun Pingting's voice came from outside. Prince Qi, I've cooked you some midnight snack. She stretched out her hand and tapped on the door. The guards at the entrance didn't stop her since Li Yu had already given orders. If it was Lady Changsun coming over, she was not to be stopped. So they turned a blind eye. Come in, let me see what midnight snack you've brought. Li Yu chuckled as he spoke, looking at the late-night snack Changsun Pingting carried in. Inside was a pot for soup with an old hen stewed inside, sprinkled with some green onions and speckles of oil floating on top. As soon as the lid of the soup pot opened, a faint aroma wafted through the entire room. After catching a whiff of this scent, Li Yu's appetite was instantly piqued. This old hen is a 3-year-old local one, so rich in flavor that you'll feel the fragrance envelop your senses. Changsun Pingting grinned as she spoke. She had grown familiar with Li Yu, so gradually, more of her true self was showing. For instance, she wasn't as shy as before. She could now look directly at Li Yu and even crack the occasional joke. Li Yu nodded. I can already smell this fragrance. He picked up the spoon and took a sip of the broth, instantly feeling a strong wave of aroma rush down his throat. The scent was irresistible, making his mouth water. Comforting. He took another sip of the soup and said happily, You'll like it. Changsun Pingting replied shyly. Just at that moment, Li Yu suddenly heard the sound of the system by his ear, prompting him to quickly open his system panel. Sure enough, on his system, an updated task settlement appeared. You have solved the plague and receive reward, cassava. Whoa! Li Yu's eyes widened with surprise upon seeing the reward. After all, this was also a high-yield grain crop. Cassava originated from Brazil, but later became widely cultivated in tropical regions around the world. It was introduced in the 19th century and sustained countless lives. And now, it was in his possession. This could transform vast amounts of barren land into granaries. Chapter 312, Promise. Li Yu immediately burst into laughter, a little carried away with pride. Cassava is not only used as food, but can also be used to produce starch. Although it's toxic when raw, once cooked, it's perfectly safe and very delicious. It can be roasted over the fire and enjoyed after being cooked. Li Yu had eaten cassava before and found its taste extremely good. Moreover, it could be applied in many industrial areas. As Li Yu thought about this, his lips slowly curled upwards. Seeing the sudden twisted smile on Li Yu's face, Changsun felt inexplicably tense inside. Could it be that Li Yu wanted to do something improper to her? Once this thought crossed her mind, her face turned incredibly red. You're bad. I won't talk to you anymore. Changsun Pingting lifted her foot, stamped hard on the ground, then turned around furiously and ran off. When Lu Xue arrived at Li Yu's door, she saw Changsun Pingting running out. She covered her face with her hands, looking as if she had been bullied. She walked into the room and said, The prince is too eager. Miss Changsun hasn't even married into the palace, yet the prince already bullies her. At this moment, Li Yu still held a spoon in his hand, a look of confusion on his face. He had not yet recovered from the joy of getting cassava. Lifting his head, he realized Changsun Pingting had already left the room, which made him confused. What did I do? He asked with confusion, trying hard to recall what happened just now. I took a sip of chicken soup and recalled something, so I laughed. I haven't even stood up. How could I have done anything? Could it be that Changsun painting misinterpreted my smile for something else? It was only now that Li Yu realized how shy ancient women were, and they could be bashful enough to run out of the room just because of his smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. Huh. His laughter became awkward. I don't know what's going on either. My lord, there's something you need to pay attention to. I've heard that outside the city, there's a group claiming to be servants of the Changsun family, wanting to enter the city. But our people blocked them outside, and they didn't let them in. They are deeply worried about Changsun painting, fearing that something may have happened to her. If the Changsun family finds out what you've done to Changsun painting, Changsun the Grand Secretary will probably come after you. Lu Xue giggled as she spoke these words, seemingly teasing Li Yu. Without panicking, Li Yu simply extended his hand and grabbed Lu Xue, pulling her directly into his arms. Lu Xue, how dare you flirt with me now? Do you believe I won't bully you properly right now? I haven't done anything, and I respected Miss Changsun as a guest. I merely accepted some goodwill from her. If Changsun Wujia starts blaming me over such matters, then I'm certainly no less than him. He is the prime minister, and I am also a prince of high standing. Lu Xue smiled, leaning her head against Li Yu's shoulder. My lord, I wonder if I can live this kind of life with you after we return to the capital. After returning, you will probably soon get married. At that point, moments like this may become a rarity. Afterward, this Miss Changsun will be the head mistress of the house, and everything must follow her commands. As Lu Xue said this, there was sadness in her tone, and Li Yu's movements halted for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he embraced Lu Xue and rested his chin on her head, speaking in a magnetic voice. After we go back, I'll marry you too. I will never allow you to suffer any loss. As long as I'm alive, you will always be the head mistress of my household, and no one will bully you. If anyone dares to hurt you, I'll personally handle it for you. Li Yu declared. After hearing this, Lu Xue closed her eyes, laying silently in his embrace, murmuring, My lord, even if you discard me later, I'm happy now. The next morning, Li Yu arranged for the maidservants to bring over a pot of soil, and he planted cassava seeds in it, watering them. These are very precious seeds. You must take good care of them and prevent birds from eating them. Li Yu instructed the maid before him. The maid drew in a sharp breath of air. My lord, what delicious treat have you brought this time? After hearing this, Li Yu placed a finger by his lips and softly hushed. This is very precious grain. To avoid it being stolen, we must not tell anyone else. The maid understood Li Yu's order and was almost about to embrace the pot in her arms. She also lowered her voice and said, My lord, you can rest assured. I will not let anyone touch this pot, and I will take good care of it until it grows. Li Yu then left. By that time, Zhouzhou had arrived and found Li Yu. Zhouzhou's face bore a look of concern. My lord, the plague inside the city has been controlled, but it is still spreading in other areas. Although due to the vastness and sparsely populated regions, it may not have been discovered yet. These are certainly all hidden dangers. My lord, please allow me to go and treat these plagues one by one. Only this way can we benefit the Tang dynasty and bring peace to the people of the world. Li Yu looked at Zhouzhou before him with some surprise in his heart. He never expected this unremarkable-looking man to have such a broad mind for the world. He nodded. I have already prepared the memorial to present to His Majesty on your behalf, and I have written your grievances in it. Upon hearing these words, Zhouzhou bowed his head respectfully without speaking. The county magistrate is already imprisoned. I suppose you've seen him. Unfortunately, I do not have the authority to deal with officials. Although I can send someone to arrest him, I cannot kill him. But if I include this matter in the memorial, surely His Majesty will see it and handle him accordingly. According to your merit, you should at least be promoted to a 7th rank official because you saved an entire city and helped eliminate this plague. I hope you become a good official in the future. However, Zhouzhou shook his head. My intention is not to seek office. I would rather be a renowned doctor who saves lives through medicine. And I haven't learned the art of governance, nor do I possess that cunning and scheming mindset. Please, my lord, allow me not to serve as an official. Chapter 313, The Cicada and the Praying Mantis. As Li Yu watched Zhouzhou in front of him with such determination, he could no longer say anything. All he could do was sigh deeply. If you don't want to, then forget it. I have granted your request. Next, I will arrange for the people in this county town to provide assistance to you. You can approach them for any needs. After hearing these words, Li Yu forcefully bowed twice on the ground with a loud thud. Bang bang. My lord, I only have one request. After hearing this, Li Yu glanced at Zhouzhou in front of him, thought for a moment, and responded, Whatever ideas or requests you have, go ahead and speak up. If that magistrate decides to mete out justice, please order someone to call me back. I want to see this wicked criminal punished with my own eyes. When Zhouzhou said this, his teeth were clenched so tightly that they were almost grinding into pieces. Good. Just rest assured, if there comes a day for this matter, I will definitely send someone personally to bring you back so you can witness the execution of justice. After hearing this, Zhouzhou's face brightened with relief. With that assurance, even if I die, I will have no regrets. I'll now arrange for someone to escort you out. Li Yu said. Li Taizhan squatted in a corner, his eyes showing some gravity as he looked distantly at the world outside. Damn it, weren't those people already planning to come inside? Why haven't they arrived yet? Could the news be false? Thinking about this, Li Taizhan felt somewhat irritated. These bastards, couldn't they have discovered our ambush and thus sneaked away quietly? As soon as this thought crossed Li Tieshan's mind, he began feeling unbearably troubled. At this moment, a guard approached Li Taizhan and whispered, "Master, His Excellency the Prince is just outside. He wishes to personally escort Dr. Zhou away." What? After hearing this, Li Tieshan's eyes instantly turned serious. How could the prince be letting me leave here at such a crucial time? I will go see His Excellency, while you remain here to keep watch. Report to me immediately when the enemy arrives, and whatever you do, don't act recklessly because you think you're not their match. After saying these words, Li Taizhan turned around and left. At this moment, Li Yu came with Zhou and Li Muhai. Li Taizhan rushed forward to greet them. "My lord, this isn't the best time to leave the city. That's because I've received intelligence indicating that, if nothing unexpected occurs, they are likely to arrive today." After hearing this, Li Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Haha, I didn't expect we'd be able to capture all of them this time. In that case, let's just wait for them to show up. For now, Zhou, don't leave today. Come along to watch an exciting show. Li Yu chuckled and said. Upon hearing this, Zhou's eyes also revealed a look of curiosity. Is this an ambush? Li Yu patted Zhou lightly on the shoulder. Wait nearby. You might get to witness an exciting scene. Li Taizhan, lead the way. Show us your skills shortly and demonstrate how you plan to catch those villains. Hearing this, Li Taizhan immediately became excited and grinned smugly. My lord, you need not worry. No matter what tricks they play, they won't escape from under my hand. I've set up a trap everywhere. Regardless of what they plan to do, they'll be unable to slip away. Saying this confidently, Li Taizhan continued proudly. You watch carefully, my lord. I won't give these guys any chance at all. After speaking, Zhou also became increasingly curious. Li Yu nodded at Li Taizhan, following him to the ambush point. It was a secluded small house where one could clearly observe everything outside, but from the outside, no one could see within, making it very convenient. All we need to do is wait for them to show up. Once they come, we'll be able to capture them all at once, wiping them out completely. Not only that, I've also stationed plenty of men elsewhere. They can take action anytime these individuals attempt to flee. I absolutely will not give them any opportunity to run. After speaking these words, a faint smile emerged on the edge of his lips, demonstrating his confidence. Li Yu also stood by the side observing intently, but after waiting for a while, still no one showed up. Li Taizhan started growing restless and spoke towards Li Yu. My lord, no one has come yet today. Perhaps they may need more time. Dr. Zhou really shouldn't go out now. It's simply not safe, Li Taizhan advised. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly raised his head, his ears twitching slightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. Actually, we don't need to wait any longer because they're already here. They're just outside. But their disguise techniques are truly excellent, allowing them to hide so deeply that you couldn't detect their location. Come out already. There's no need for you to keep hiding. I've already heard your voices and found where you are. Li Yu spoke softly to the outside with a hint of mockery in his tone. Li Tieshan's expression immediately changed drastically. He hastily drew the knife from his hand, shielding Li Yu while adopting an alert stance. Who's there? He roared into the surroundings. At this moment, a faint sound came from all around. Never expected you two to discover us. The voice was bizarre, appearing to emanate from every corner simultaneously, mysterious and unpredictable. Just hearing it sent a slight tremor through one's heart, creating an odd sensation as if something unseen was watching them closely. Realizing that the enemy had already surrounded the ambush point, Li Taizhan bellowed. Protect Lord Wang. Hurry up and protect Lord Wang. But after shouting this command, he noticed no response at all from those he had stationed elsewhere. Could it be that they've already been taken care of? Li Taizhan gulped down saliva, anxiety creeping into his thoughts. At that exact moment, the voice spoke again. I originally thought it would require great effort to find Prince Qi, but unexpectedly, everything is falling right into place without much trouble. Now here I already encounter Prince Qi. It's really happening effortlessly. Upon hearing this voice, Li Yu's expression instantly turned grave. Haha, so, it seems you were targeting me specifically. No wonder your concealment was so thorough. Chapter 314, Breaking the Situation with Force. Since you're already here, why don't you come out and meet me? Li Yu said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Li Taizhan didn't dare to do much at this moment, channeling the true Qi within him while carefully scanning the surroundings with his eyes. He knew that the opponent was likely hiding in some corner, ready to deliver a fatal blow and take his life at any moment. He had to protect the prince behind him and ensure no one could harm him. Because the prince was his entire fortune, if anything happened to the prince, he might commit an unforgivable sin. He signaled a nearby guard subtly, and upon receiving the cue, this guard revealed a glimmer of killing intent in his eyes. He slowly moved forward, gripping his weapon tightly as he remained vigilant against possible threats from all directions. Just then, suddenly, a dagger shot out from the darkness. The target was precisely the guard stepping forward slowly. Li Taizhan was well prepared, quickly drawing his sword and deflecting the dagger away. A great shock ran through everyone present. Rolling on the ground like a tumbleweed, Li Taizhan quickly returned to his original position. Master, what should we do now? At this moment, Li Taizhan felt a lump in his throat, neither ascending nor descending. He clenched his teeth and growled fiercely. What else can we do? I never expected them to be so cautious. They must have prepared everything thoroughly, just waiting for us to step into their trap. It doesn't matter, we can. Before he finished his sentence, someone suddenly appeared from the corner, attacking with alarming speed. It was a black-clad figure who moved extremely fast, wielding a curved blade. In an instant, he was behind Li Taizhan, aiming a slash directly at him. Die now, the attacker growled, his voice filled with murderous intent. His eyes gleamed with nothing but death itself, causing anyone who looked to feel a spine-chilling fear. But despite being caught off guard, Li Taizhan quickly reacted. Firmly gripping his weapon, he retaliated with equal force, shouting with a tone full of dominance. Do you really think it's that easy to kill me? In the blink of an eye, they were locked in combat. With every strike of his blade, Li Taizhan fought fiercely, but the assassin did not back down easily. They stood facing each other, battling neck and neck with neither gaining an advantage. At this sight, Zhou swallowed nervously and trembled slightly in fear. My lord, what shall we do? She had never witnessed such a scene before. The only violent act she had ever committed was poisoning the son of the magistrate, which she did out of revenge for her husband's murder. Now she felt overwhelmed by terror and anxiety, trembling uncontrollably. Gulping. With effort, she forced herself to swallow again, her whole body shaking under the pressure. What to do? What to do? These thoughts raced through her mind. Liu gently patted her shoulder and said, This is the outside world of the Jianghu, martial realm. A careless misstep could bring immediate life or death danger. If you were a civil official, you wouldn't encounter such trouble. Watch, this man isn't even a true master yet. A real high-level expert will come soon. There might be greater dangers ahead. Just stay behind me. If there's any danger, I'll let you know, Liu told Zhou. The prince is now the one in most danger. Let me stand behind you, my lord, so I can protect you. Despite her legs feeling like jelly from fear, Zhou still stepped in front of Liu, trying to shield him. As long as I'm around on Neti's cloud, idiomatically meaning as long as I'm alive, I absolutely won't let you suffer any harm. After all, it's you who helped me resolve my greatest trouble. Swallowing hard, she whispered anxiously, her heart brimming with an indescribable unease. Huh, do you think I am some weakling incapable of self-defense? I'm not the useless type of royal offspring that you imagine. I am also an incredibly strong expert. These enemies are nothing more than mere chickens and dogs before me. Just then, suddenly, another enemy leapt out and attacked. Suddenly, several smoke bombs flashed across the ground. After smashing onto the ground, they immediately released thick smoke, covering everything within. After sensing this smoke, Liu's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Looking for death. This was his first thought, because he knew the opponent's target was him. They would surely come for him first, wanting to kill him. In the next instant, he felt a chilling wind already reaching his back. He struck out with a palm in retaliation, and at that very moment, the battle god power erupted within him, a tremendous force that instantly hit the person behind him. The man let out an immediate scream of pain as his entire body flew out, whether alive or dead unknown. But these men had long since honed their ability to determine position by sound even in the darkness. Despite a comrade having been killed, they showed no sign of panic. At that moment, one after another, they launched attacks toward Liu, intending to eliminate him. After taking a deep breath, Liu's inner energy resonated, and in that instant, his eyes shot out a cold beam like a blade. In that moment, the battle god power exploded, causing his hair to bristle wildly as if electrified, standing on end. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he sent all enemies who dared attack him flying. These men never expected Liu to possess such terrifying strength. Before him, they were utterly powerless, akin to whack-a-mole. As the smoke spread further, at the exact moment when the light penetrated through the smoke, a shadow already appeared before Liu. He moved incredibly fast, with a crossbow in hand. In that same instance, he closed in, shooting an arrow directly at him, while simultaneously drawing his sword for a deadly strike. I never expected you to be born with divine strength. It seems we underestimated you this time around. No wonder every person sent against you before ended up annihilated. Who would have thought our misfortune would stem from this? Prince Qi, you have indeed hidden your depths well. All the people assumed you were a martial arts ignoramus, a waste of potential. They presumed your so-called divine strength was merely a smokescreen you concocted. Chapter 315, Fight and Kill. At this point, the man in black let out a hearty laugh to the sky. Laughable, truly laughable. Your Highness Qi Wang, your schemes run so deep that countless people have been deceived by you, calculated against by you. At this point, his smile suddenly disappeared, and the Fenggang gleam in his eyes was truly terrifying. Liu sighed sorrowfully to the sky at this moment, saying, I've never concealed anything. But in the eyes of this man in black, Liu was entirely a thorough schemer. He had hidden his true strength, all to use himself as bait, to lure out those who wished to move against him. But you underestimated the people of the world too much. He looked around behind him, and clearly visible was the fact that just moments ago, his attempt to assassinate Liu had failed, leaving only 2 or 3 of his men remaining. And these 2 or 3 were still locked in combat with these guards. In their fight together, they would inevitably end up in a fight to the death. The man in black looked at Liu. He took a deep breath, and his body began to turn red. In just a few short minutes, his entire body had turned completely red. When Li Taizhan saw this scene, he was instantly startled, as if witnessing something unimaginable. Protect the prince! Protect the prince! Li Taizhan shouted, and when he did, everyone present was greatly shocked. The guards quickly gathered around before after he shouted, intending to surround this man in black at the very center. After seeing this, the man in black didn't say a word. Instead, he stared intently at Prince Qi Wang, Liu. I know your skills are incredibly formidable. Why don't you give me a chance? Let's duel one-on-one. You claim to be so powerful, right? Allow me to witness the methods of your war god. Haven't some called you the living embodiment of a war god? Even the champion marquis is not as good as you, right? Haven't people said that? After Liu finished saying these words, he shook his head. Why should I struggle with you? I am a prince, not a brute who indulges in fights. What's the point of constant killing? There was a look of bewilderment on his face as he looked at the black-clad man before him. There was an indescribable laughter in his eyes, as though he had already seen through the man's strategies and intentions. The man roared with anger. Kill. At the sound of his roar, his breathing became immediately rapid. All the guards instantly became alert, every single person focusing their spirit to the utmost degree, adopting defensive postures. However, after they expected the man in black to charge at them, he suddenly turned around and fled instead. Simultaneously, he threw down a marble on the ground, and when the marbles violently collided on the floor, they rapidly produced enormous smoke. This intense cloud of smoke spread everywhere, causing everyone to be momentarily stunned. Protect the prince. All the guards were vigilant and firmly protected Liu, guarding him from all possible dangers. But just as they assumed the black-clothed man would rush through the crowd to attack Liu, they realized this black-clothed man was actually trying to escape. Unknown what method he used, his speed was extraordinarily fast. In the blink of an eye, he had turned and escaped. Chase him, they yelled, and were about to go after him. However, before they could act, Liu took a knife from a nearby guard and gathered his strength. He hurled the knife directly at the shadow in the distance. In the next second, the fleeing black-clothed figure plummeted from the air. A knife had pierced straight through his leg. He continuously rolled on the ground, looking absolutely pitiful while simultaneously emitting continuous wails of agony. Bring him back for questioning, Liu said to the nearby Li Taizhan. Li Taizhan was thoroughly excited as he came close to this black-clothed man. But just as he reached him, he noticed that this black-clothed man had already started flowing blood from the corner of his mouth. He had poisoned himself. Everyone froze in surprise for a moment, slightly speechless. Your Highness, this person, after being struck down by you just now, he immediately chose to commit suicide. It seems he anticipated the possibility of divulging secrets, so originally, it's like that. The probability of capturing Song Mosin using him has decreased. Still, we never relied on these men in black being alive to provide us with information. Since we already have so many leads, we can directly apprehend Song Mosin. Countless thoughts raced through Liu's mind as he contemplated exactly what to do. He quickly made a decision to let one of his subordinates disguise as the black-clothed man, thus tricking Song Mosin into exposing himself. Summoning Li Taizhan over, he whispered a few words into his ear. Li Taizhan became immediately excited, saying, Prince, according to your idea, we absolutely can do this. After handling this matter, it must allow us to uncover the true mastermind behind all of this. That guy will not be able to hold back and will definitely come out on his own. At that point, we'll figure out a way to take him down. Prince, you're truly a genius to come up with such a great plan. This time, that guy has no chance to escape. This guy has caused trouble for us twice now. But Prince, you have found her location, so we can deal with her completely. Li Taizhan was grinning from ear to ear, already passing judgment on Song Mosin in his mind. Liu then turned to Zhou beside him and said, I'll make arrangements right away for someone to escort you from here personally, ensuring you won't encounter any issues. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, just show them my hand order to let them know that you are under my protection. Though I'm not an overwhelmingly powerful prince, as long as I am here, they won't dare touch you, allowing you to continue practicing medicine. I'll also ask Li Muhai to issue a notice directly, instructing all local officials to cooperate fully with your efforts. A world-renowned doctor like yourself is extremely rare these days. Thank you, Your Highness. After hearing these words, Zhou felt immensely grateful and hurriedly nodded. Thank you, Your Highness. As soon as Liu finished speaking, his eyes took on a somewhat serious look. Let's return to the city. Song Mosin soon learned about this development. He looked at his subordinate before him. His eyes carried a certain gravity. You mean that Wang Yijuan has captured several black-clothed men, and these black-clad individuals suffered severe injuries and are currently receiving emergency treatment, correct? Is there a possibility that they could survive? Chapter 316, Substitution. After Song Mosin said these words, he combined them with his breathing. His whole body was trembling as if he had thought of something terrible. At this moment, the subordinate in front of him was also swallowing hard, muttering softly. Master, I have already investigated. It is indeed true. These black-clothed men are reportedly severely injured. All the doctors in the city have been called to treat them. I secretly sent someone to follow them. We should be able to get the situation inside very soon. Good. Song Mosin repeated 3 goods, because he was so nervous at that moment that his entire body was shaking uncontrollably. The black-clothed men were closely related to him. One could say they were of the same breath and roots, tightly connected. If an investigation began, it would lead directly to him, and he would be dragged out. When that happened, there was no doubt he would die. He didn't want to die just yet, because he wanted to live a good life. Who wants to live a life full of danger? Who would wish to die prematurely just because something wasn't done properly? Moreover, the assassination of a prince was considered treason, possibly endangering his entire family. No one would survive. His hands trembled uncontrollably, as did his legs. This bastard, what he said sounded good, saying that he could easily resolve all those problematic military officials. But now, instead, he has implicated himself. Thinking of this, Song Mosin felt an overwhelming surge of anger but could do nothing about it. Because these people were already locked up in prison, what could he accuse them of? I hope their mouths are tight enough so that no information leaks. But these people are obviously under that nobleman's control. They must be hiding poison. There's no way they would stay alive. Unless they were captured before they managed to commit suicide? Thinking to this point, uneasiness and panic began welling up within him, a fear arising deep from his heart. Miss Xiangxia met her servant. There was some seriousness on her face. Do you mean my father is extremely worried that I am nearly unable to eat or drink? The face of the old servant standing in front of her was riddled with wrinkles. At this moment, he said softly, Miss, you don't know what days Master has been through recently. It's not even humanly possible. You ran off stealthily. But Master is exceedingly tense, always worrying something might happen to you outside. After the epidemic occurred, Master immediately dispatched us urgently to come find you, ensuring your safety. Also, Master told Miss you must hurry back to the capital and absolutely cannot stay here any longer. Master wrote a letter for you, urging you to read it carefully and never act on a whim again. The old servant spoke, recounting everything that Master Changsun Wuji entrusted him to convey. Changsun Pingting stuck out her tongue, appearing quite adorable. She bit her lips lightly, slightly guilty as she began reading the letter in front of her. Wah! I didn't expect father to worry so much about me, refusing meals, even falling ill. Father daily attends the imperial court to deal with state affairs, and cannot rest properly. What am I supposed to do? Thinking to this point, Changsun Pingting covered her face and cried. If that's the case, then I will go and speak to the prince immediately. Today, I will bid farewell and head home to see father. Changsun Pingting made up her mind, planning to return home immediately. The old servant also showed relief on his face at this moment, as he was concerned that Miss Changsun may not follow him back. One must know that Miss Changsun was Master's darling daughter, cherished so deeply that holding her in the mouth might melt her, and holding her in hand feared dropping her. This time she came out, being with His Royal Highness. Otherwise, local military camps might have been mobilized to search for her by now. But unexpectedly, they encountered several attempts on her life. How could Master Changsun not be worried? Speaking of which, Miss Changsun Pingting, that was his obedient daughter, his beloved child. He originally intended to marry her off to a general. But who could have expected that because of His Royal Highness's teasing, she would instead be granted in marriage by the emperor? After the old steward had these thoughts, he quickly became respectful again. Li Yu was listening to Li Muhai's report, continuously taking notes on the relevant contents and preparing to make comments. Just at this moment, there came a knock on the door outside. A voice said, Your Highness, I have something I wish to discuss with you. In Changsun Pingting's voice, there was some sense of guilt, her tone weak as if she were somewhat worried, fearing that Li Yu would be reluctant to part with her. After hearing this, Li Yu spoke from inside. Come in. Li Yu said to the person knocking on the door. Changsun Pingting hurriedly entered the room. Today, the old steward already told me about my father's situation, saying that I should go back to see him since he fell ill due to his worry for me. That old. When Li Yu was speaking, he realized he was about to say something wrong, so he quickly closed his mouth and worriedly said, It's originally Master Changsun who is sick. Then you should hurry back to see Master Changsun, considering his age is also quite advanced. Master Changsun must surely be very concerned for you now. I've been telling you all along to go back quickly. At this moment, Li Yu said to the face of Changsun Pingting before him. After hearing this, Changsun Pingting became vigilant. Could it be that you think I'm here causing problems for your good affairs, wanting to get rid of me like this? While saying these words, Changsun Pingting's eyes remained cautious and skeptical, staring at Li Yu before her. Li Yu immediately raised his hands and loudly declared, Are you not my fiancé? How can you doubt your prince in such a manner? While you are here, I haven't done anything, and when you leave, what do you expect I would do? I am an upright prince. I will never engage in those disgraceful acts. Li Muhai beside had already wisely withdrawn from the room, watching far away outside without daring to approach, for after all, this was the matter between the prince and princess. How dare he interfere? Chapter 317, Self-Surrender. Let's go. Changsun Pingting looked far away at Li Yu as she turned back, with deep reluctance. However, now he had to leave here. Thinking about this, she inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Li Yu, I will surely become your princess no matter what. No one can snatch you away from me. Changsun Pingting muttered to herself, her eyes filled with a certain fervor. Li Yu unconsciously sneezed, then scratched the back of his head, muttering, Could it be that someone is thinking about me again? At the same time, a robust man saw the open city gate from afar. After Li Yu captured those men in black clothes, the city gates reopened, allowing people to enter and exit once more. Moreover, with the treatment of the epidemic, despite the prolonged lockdown, the city had grown even more prosperous than before. Originally, many people didn't dare to trade, but now they were all setting up stalls on the streets, filling the roads with lively chatter and busy movement. Li Yu stood atop the city walls watching down below, a smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Zhuo approached Li Yu's side. My lord, I've investigated already. I found out where those military officers are. All of them have been killed. I have located their bodies. They're under a large tree outside the city. It was actually the nearby villagers who smelled an unexpected odor. They assumed some wild animals had died. But upon inspection, they found these were several burly men dressed in mysterious attire. After our forensic experts examined them, we discovered these were indeed the military officers that disappeared earlier. There are plenty of wounds on their bodies, suggesting they fought a battle before dying. It seems like this Mr. Song is so anxious to eliminate any evidence that these are his actions. If only these black-clothed men hadn't committed suicide and escaped legal capture, we could have arrested this Mr. Song directly. No rush. This Mr. Song will soon come and surrender himself. When that happens, there will be no way for him to escape. Suddenly, a young man approached Lord Lu, whispered something to him, and Lu Zhuo's expression immediately changed. Are you sure about what you said? Could you possibly be mistaken? This man knelt instantly and loudly proclaimed, Lord, there's absolutely no way I would mistake him. It's definitely him. I followed the portrait that Lord gave me and discovered it really is him. Exactly matching without any difference. Upon hearing this, Luzhua took a sharp intake of breath, muttering, this situation has truly escalated. He quickly moved closer to Li Yu and quietly informed him about the matter. It turns out that xiuxian is alive and not killed as originally thought. Follow him, check thoroughly where he goes. We need absolute clarity. We mustn't let him get away. Li Yu ordered the words to Luzhua, who understood instantly. Yes, my lord, I'll follow up immediately. But after just a few minutes, as Luzhua walked only a short distance, he ran into his subordinate. After his subordinate relayed the latest situation to him, Luzhua froze in shock. How could this be? Luzhua hurried back to Li Yu's side anxiously. Lord, moments ago, xiuxian surrendered himself at the city hall. What? Upon hearing this, surprise flared in Li Yu's eyes. Quick, return. Li Yu spoke urgently, showing anxiety. Meanwhile, inside the official residence, in the room where those black-clad men were being held, a constable was bringing meals over with a smile on his face as he looked toward the two guards standing by the door. I am the person coming today to deliver the food, the constable stated cheerfully. The guard, seeing him, raised an eyebrow curiously. Isn't it usually another constable responsible for delivering the meals? How come it's you today? The constable laughed slightly and replied. There's nothing we can do. The other person fell ill, so they temporarily asked me to handle the delivery. The two guards exchanged glances, revealing concern in their eyes momentarily, but they quickly regained composure. You may enter first, the guards instructed the constable. Relieved, the constable breathed a sigh, holding the dishes tightly as he entered the room. After he entered, the two guards leaned against each other and said, Is there something wrong with this man? Should we go in? The other one then laughed and replied, If we both follow inside, once we are discovered, we won't be able to figure out what's really going on. Let him go in, let him do what he needs to do. The other guard took a look inside and returned to his position to continue standing. This constable walked into the room and found no one following him inside. There were only these black-clothed men being detained here. He placed the food aside. Then he approached the cell and said, Gentlemen, you can come over to eat. There's one more thing I need to tell you. He lowered his voice and spoke softly to these two men in front of him. After he finished speaking, the black-clothed men seemed to have no energy, not even raising their heads. Since you refuse to listen to me, there's nothing I can do about it. The constable sighed, revealing a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Within the next moment, he suddenly pulled out a bag of powder. Don't blame me for being unfriendly. Someone wants to send you to the Western Heaven. But before he could finish speaking, one of the black-clothed men who had been sitting there daydreaming suddenly whipped out a whip, striking his arm, causing the package in his hand to instantly fall to the ground. How could you possibly have a whip in your hands? The constable clutched his hand, fearfully staring at these people in front of him, and said, You were all supposed to be seriously injured, weren't you? At that moment, a black-clothed man kicked the cell door open with one foot. The master was right. Sure enough, your people would end up coming to us. Do you really think we're assassins? Stay here. Just as this constable opened his mouth to bite into the poison hidden between his teeth, how could these guards possibly give him the chance to commit suicide? Chapter 318, Takedown. The bailiff was kicked, and he instantly fell to the ground. A look of terror showed in his eyes as his mouth had already been clamped shut. A shadow loomed inside. A man stepped forward and slapped him across the face, causing everything in his mouth to be forced out, even his teeth which flew out. His face swelled up like a steamed bun with several teeth missing. He looked at these people in front of him with fear, only able to emit an sound. Song Mosin sat restlessly in his room, as if something big was about to happen any moment. What's going on? Why am I feeling so uneasy? Is it really that something is about to happen? Just as he thought this, the door outside suddenly burst open. Some guards and bailiffs had already rushed into his room. Leading them was Li Taizhan, who wore a slight smirk on his face. Director Song, you've sure made us work hard to find you. Why have you been hiding in this room? The prince wishes to see you. Please come with us. At hearing this, Song Mosin's expression immediately changed dramatically. He swallowed nervously and retreated several steps. What exactly do you plan to do? You've broken into my residence forcefully. You should know that I am an official of the court. My status and position are far beyond what you small fry can compare to. Do you think I can't issue an order right now that would strip all of your titles? Even while shouting furiously, the terror in his face could not be concealed. Li Taizhan smiled coldly. You needn't hide anymore. Everything about you has already been exposed. The prince wants to see you as an opportunity. If you don't follow us willingly, then we will have no choice but to take compulsory measures. Please come with me. Song Mosin's legs trembled as he swallowed nervously. Turning around, he attempted to escape, but how would Li Taizhan allow him such an opportunity? Quickly, he pursued and struck a blow to his face. Instantly, Song Mosin was knocked down on the ground. His face turned bright red, and he looked like someone who had gone mad. He screamed wildly. How dare you hit an official of the court? Are you not afraid for your lives? Li Taizhan did not give him any chance. Another slap silenced him. Imprison him. Take him to see the prince. Li Taizhan said coldly. Song Mosin finally realized that his fate was sealed. He opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a word. Soon after, Song Mosin was brought before Li Yu. Sitting there, Li Yu looked at the kneeling Song Mosin and murmured, Director Song, why must you do these things? Why do you want to assassinate me? Don't you know that attempting to assassinate a prince is a crime punishable by death? And once discovered, It means your entire family will be executed. Song Mosin knelt there with disheveled hair and 2 handprints on his face. Though hatred burned in his eyes, panic could also be seen as his legs trembled incessantly. Prince, what evidence do you have that I tried to assassinate you? Besides, without concrete proof, I can show that I didn't commit any of these actions. Moreover, Prince, your guards actually dared to assault a court official. This act alone constitutes capital punishment. You better think twice. If I were to report to the court, surely you won't have a good outcome. You may be the emperor's special envoy sent to Jiannan, but here you didn't exercise the rights of an envoy. What gives you the authority to capture me directly? Do you believe that when Chongting learns of this, you will have no good end either? Song Mosin said through gritted teeth, filled with uncontainable anger. Huh. After listening to this, Liu broke out in loud laughter. Step by step, he approached and came in front of Song Mosin. He lowered his head and stared coldly at Song Mosin, saying, Your meaning is that instead, I should be arrested for this matter? Haha, do you think I have no evidence? Since you're still unwilling to repent until now, then don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Liu called to those outside, Come in. Let our esteemed director properly meet the evidence he seeks. In the next second, a bailiff was dragged inside. The bailiff's mouth was swollen red and had suffered injuries all over, seemingly having endured brutal torture and questioning just moments ago. When he entered, Song Mosin's whole body trembled violently. Fear was evident in his eyes. At the same time, his hands and feet were also shaking constantly, but he quickly regained control of his emotions. Just now, this constable confessed that it was you who secretly sent him to kill those black-clothed individuals so as not to expose your true identity. Unfortunately, the constable wasn't quick enough and was instead captured by my people, exposing your true self. Now, are you still going to resist? Liu glared at Song Mosin in front of him and rebuked him. Song Mosin took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. If you insist on saying this, I have no other way out. I don't even know this constable. Could it be that His Highness has found someone from somewhere to falsely accuse me? I am just one of the lower-ranking officials. These men are too lowly for me even to converse with, and now His Highness insists they are my agents, which is truly absurd. After hearing this, Liu chuckled and said, I knew it all along that unless you see the evidence with your own eyes, you won't give up. Well then, come in, Zhou Darren. Zhou Kuan walked into the room from outside. He fixed an intense stare on Song Mosin in front of him. Lord Song, do you remember me? My brothers all died at your hands. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, attempting to silence my brothers. Even going so far so quickly, hiring strong people to directly eliminate my brothers. As Zhou Kuan spoke here, tears streamed down his face involuntarily, shaking the big man with anger. Yet his trembling stemmed from hatred. He was struggling to suppress his rage and didn't immediately leap forward to kill Song Mosin. Upon seeing Zhou Kuan standing there before him, Song Mosin's heart shivered, muttering under his breath, He's still alive. Chapter 319, Confession. Zhou Kuan looked up to the sky and cried out, Ha ha ha, just didn't expect that I'm still alive, right? Fortunately, heaven didn't wish for me to die this way. It didn't allow you bastards to escape by chance, thus granting me another chance to live. Chuckling. When Song Mosin heard these words, he felt as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. Still, he forced himself to endure the trembling in his heart, striving hard to suppress the fear within him. He straightened up and said, Lord Zhou, although I don't know why you've become like this, the fact is that you fled after committing a crime. Although I don't know why you returned here, trying to pin the blame on me is impossible. After all, I haven't had any private exchanges with you. Hence, your claims hold no water. Furthermore, I have no conflict or contradictions with Wang Yi. How could I possibly frame or plan to murder His Highness the Prince? Your reasons are even more baseless. To want to harm me shouldn't use such talk. Although we have enmity, your plot to kill me is too hurried. My lord, please settle matters on my behalf. This General Zhou Kuan in front has been reprimanded by me. This is something known by all. Everyone in Huyan knows there is no particular relationship between me and Lord Zhou. Rather, we harbor some old grievances, but now he accuses me of framing the prince under the command of someone named Wang. Isn't that strange? After listening to this, Liu burst into laughter. Looking at Song Mo's gun before him, he had a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Never would I have thought Song Mo-san could be so shameless. Even with evidence right before you, you still deny it, cleanly pushing everything away. I am encountering a person of unparalleled brazenness for the first time. Truly laughable indeed. After speaking these words, Song Mosin's complexion drastically changed in an instant. Because Liu actually pulled out a stack of letters from his hands, throwing them onto the table before Song Mosin while saying mockingly, Look yourself at the contents inside those letters. Do you think you can hide everything from heaven's scrutiny and push everything off onto others? Just when you wouldn't expect Zhou Kuan to leave behind these letters preserving everything you've done. After hearing this, Song Mosin's face was filled with terror. After remaining frozen for a moment, his whole body loosened up as he sighed heavily. Ha ha ha. He burst into loud laughter as if he had heard something amusing. Never did I imagine that I'd end up with such a sorry ending. I once believed I could resolve things easily, but in the end, this result occurred. After saying this, tears rolled down from the corner of his eyes, making him look incredibly mournful. Mr. Zhou, didn't I tell you to destroy all of these things already? Why do you still have these letters in your possession? Zhou Kuan let out a cold laugh and responded, You belittle us warriors, thinking we are brainless brutes and people who aren't presentable. Yet, how could you have ever imagined that I have brains? Before we communicated with you, I already prepared several backup letters beforehand, just for occasions like now. It was all for performing a grand show in front of you by burning these letters myself, thus leaving proof against you. As expected, you were extremely careless. Even after showing you the letters being burned, you didn't inspect them at all, allowing me to keep your handwritten letters. These letters about your conspiracy to harm the prince are now proof nobody can clear for you. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan relaxed his hands from behind his back, feeling utterly relieved. Yes, it's true. It was me who caused the prince harm. Kill me or torture me as you see fit. Li Yu then stared directly at Xuanhuan and slowly continued. Since you already know conspiring against me is high treason, why have you still done these things? Furthermore, doing them so incompetently revealed your true identity. Who sent you to carry out this deed? If you can confess this, perhaps I may spare your life and report this matter to His Majesty. I will certainly plead for mercy on your behalf. Ha ha ha. After listening to this, Xuanhuan laughed uncontrollably, as though hearing something incredibly amusing. His entire demeanor turned slightly mad. It's naturally because I can't bear to see you. How could a person like you inherit the throne of the emperor? I've heard that you sent all sorts of strange things to His Majesty, just so as to distract him and make him no longer care about state affairs. How could I possibly let someone who wreaks havoc across the land leave? When I heard about this matter, I contacted some brave warriors intending to slay you. Unfortunately, the grand cause failed even before it began. But I act alone. There's no one behind me pulling the strings. If you want to come after me, then bring it on. Li Yu stared at Xuanhuan as if trying to see right through him. But Xuanhuan just stood there, seeming somewhat convinced by his own words, even appearing spirited and pointing at the horizon with a certain air of authority. If that's the case, then we cannot allow you to live. Li Yu fixed his eyes on Xuanhuan and gave out a cold snort. If that's how it is, then go die, drag him out, and chop off his head. Li Yu spoke these words in an icy tone. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing disbelief. Why kill me without further questioning? Xuanhuan's hands and feet started trembling violently, showing evident shock. Others present also seemed surprised upon hearing this. Li Muhai, who had been listening nearby, hurriedly advised, Your Highness must not do this. The man before us is an official of the house, holding a high rank. Any issues concerning him should be reported directly to His Majesty, who will personally deal with them. If Your Highness decides to kill him, it would constitute overstepping your authority. When His Majesty hears about it, he will certainly find fault with Your Highness first. After hearing this, Li Yu chuckled coldly. And what if I don't care? As the prince, if I question him and decide to slay him in anger, isn't that justified? Chapter 320. The Imperial Envoy arrives. Kill. Li Yu said to his guards in front of him. Two guards immediately moved forward and directly dragged Xuanhuan out. After hearing this, Xuanhuan started trembling in both hands and feet. His face showed signs of fear, and he was so scared that he wet himself. A foul smell spread across the grand hall. At this moment, Zhou Kuan revealed a relaxed smile, as he had finally avenged his great grudge. After seeing this scene, Li Yu shook his head, unfit for use. I thought he might have been made of iron, but it turns out that mere words of intimidation were enough to scare him into wetting himself. He now had no interest in continuing to intimidate Xuanhuan, so he told those on either side, Record everything that has happened today. I must report it to His Majesty. Just at this moment, someone from outside reported, Your Highness, an Imperial envoy is here. Hearing this, Li Yu's heart suddenly stirred. How could the envoy have arrived so quickly? What envoy is it? Have you inquired clearly? They say they are envoys sent by His Majesty to deal with the plague, and they have brought doctors from the Imperial Medical Institute. After hearing this, Li Yu stood up immediately. Quickly, invite these doctors inside. Soon, these people arrived in the room. They looked at Li Yu before them, their eyes carrying some scrutiny, because they had already received the news not long ago that Li Yu had resolved the entire epidemic. You've finally come. There are still some lingering effects of the plague in this county city that need your help. I request that the honorable doctors provide a prescription to help the common people, using inexpensive yet effective medicine to restore their health. Otherwise, many will likely lose their ability to work. At that time, quite a few people in the city may die due to this. When Li Yu spoke these words, his expression carried a sense of regret and melancholy. The eyes of these imperial doctors revealed some surprise. They didn't expect that Li Yu would request their help for the sake of the commoners. Would His Highness allow us to meet with some of the commoners who have already been cured? Since the matter of the plague isn't a trivial affair, we still need to conduct a review. That is perfectly reasonable. Li Yu then instructed those around him, and soon, many patients who had been cured were brought in. All of them exhibited certain aftereffects, and during their illness, some problems had already surfaced. After checking these people, the doctors found that these individuals indeed had become this way due to the plague. Each doctor gasped sharply in shock. Would His Highness let us examine the prescriptions? Li Yu quickly ordered the prescriptions to be brought up. After these doctors reviewed the prescriptions, they all expressed feelings of admiration and melancholy. It's truly astonishing that someone has managed to devise such a prescription. This is truly an extraordinary talent. This prescription can indeed treat what cannot be treated. Even if the plague spreads through the future generations, this will be a great deed of merit. Could this prescription have been devised by Your Highness? Then, sir, you are truly knowledgeable. These doctors spoke with tones of admiration. This isn't a prescription I studied and developed. It was devised by a renowned local physician, and there's actually a complicated story behind it. Li Yu recounted the story briefly. After hearing this, the expressions of these doctors all drastically changed. They never expected such despicable matters to occur among the common folk. An enraged physician beside them slammed the table forcefully and yelled with gritted teeth. Truly disgraceful. I will definitely present a full report of this matter to His Majesty. Such a family deserves complete annihilation. How despicable it is for such arrogant and reckless disciples to be taught. Disgusting. At this moment, the imperial envoy also nodded and stated, I will truthfully report this entire incident to His Majesty. For such arrogance to exist in this world is truly unacceptable. Under heaven, all land belongs to the emperor, and yet someone has dared to treat parts of the empire as their own private domain. This is absolutely outrageous. At this point, the envoy turned to look at Li Muhai and asked, County Lord, why isn't Commissioner Song here? Li Muhai sighed and replied, this matter is related to another issue. Commissioner Song is suspected of plotting against His Highness. He is currently imprisoned. What? The imperial envoy was shocked and seemed to have heard something unimaginable. After listening to the whole story, he appeared disbelief-stricken. Who would have thought that so many events could happen within this small prefecture? Truly unbelievable. This Song official, merely due to his own grudge against the prince, actually dared to commit such a great act of rebellion. His entire family should be executed and his 3 clans wiped out. The imperial envoy slammed the table. I think we should continue to investigate along this line. Liu shook his head. Now, even if we wanted to investigate further, we wouldn't get any results. It's better to report everything to His Majesty. I believe my father, the emperor, will give me a fair judgment and won't let me be wronged over this matter. All matters should be left for my father to handle. We shouldn't interfere. It's beyond our jurisdiction. To find the ultimate mastermind behind all of this is already pushing the limit of what I can do. After saying this, Liu continued, since the imperial envoy and the doctors have confirmed everything, we shall return to the capital together at an appropriate time. Agreed. The doctors had no objections. The imperial envoy, for some unknown reason, had a sullen face but still slowly nodded. It should be so. After returning to his room, the envoy slammed the table, seemingly infuriated. Who would have thought that this Mr. Song is so incompetent, revealing his secrets? Fortunately, this Mr. Song was honest enough not to expose more. It seems I must see him personally. The envoy sighed as he thought. So it turns out these officials sent me here to clean up their mess, and it has deteriorated into this state. However, new opportunities have arisen. With so many people dead here, we could send some others to take over. Too bad our pawn here is now useless. If we proceed further, we might incur the emperor's wrath, which would result in losses outweighing the benefits. It seems from now on, we must remain compliant. Turns out, this envoy was also someone sent by those parties to tidy up the mess. Liu suspected there was something off about this envoy, yet couldn't articulate what exactly the issue was with the envoy. Chapter 321, Fishing for Big Fish. On their way back to the capital, they stayed at an inn. Xiao Song was now imprisoned in a cage, guarded by the royal guards brought by the imperial envoy. He leaned against the cage pillar like someone who had been drained of all his energy, appearing lifeless. Especially his eyes, which looked like dead fish eyes. At that moment, footsteps approached, and upon seeing the man, the royal guard immediately saluted and said, Master. Leave. Yes. Following the man's command, the royal guards immediately withdrew, leaving this man alone in the cage area. The man slowly raised his head, looking at the man before him, his eyes showing some surprise. He never thought it would be you, Master, coming to see me. Does this mean my death is near? Xiao Song already knew what he might face. There wasn't a shred of fear. Instead, he was ready for this moment. After hearing these words, the man laughed loudly. Xiao Song, you are too suspicious. I know about the contributions you have made for the Great Ones, and I believe those masters know as well. You haven't betrayed your superiors. I believe the masters will be very pleased after knowing about this. Your clansmen will be arranged properly, ensuring that your lineage continues. When the revival comes, we will rise again. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Song's eyes revealed a touch of joy. He stood up, knelt down heavily within the cage, and kowtowed 3 times. Master, rest assured, no matter what, I will not reveal even the tiniest secret. No, regarding that, I trust your loyalty completely. After hearing Xiao Song's words, the man smiled. What I want to know is how did Prince Qi manage to find out about you? What abilities did he use to track you down? Speak freely if you have anything to say. After hearing this, the man took a deep breath and exhaled, recalling events involving Liu. Just recently, all the people I sent out were wiped out, so I sensed something amiss. Who would have known Prince Qi actually? In no time, Xiao Song told everything roughly to the man standing in front of him. The man nodded. I understand. I will tell the master everything. With that, he turned and left, returning quickly to his room. However, the man didn't realize that from a nearby corner, a spy hidden in the shadows had been watching him from afar. He never expected this person to be one of the masterminds behind the scenes. I must report to His Highness immediately. The spy lowered his voice, murmuring these words. In his eyes appeared some surprise along with a sense of sighing. Truly remarkable. This thought flashed through the spy's mind. He quickly bowed his head and hid himself in the darkness. Not long after, the royal guards returned to patrol beside the cage. Liu soon received Luju's report. Prince, as expected, we've hooked a big fish. The excitement on Luju's face couldn't be concealed. Highness, we just got news that the envoy personally met with Master Song and said threatening words. Could this be related to the envoy? It seems like he can't help himself anymore. Highness, should I cautiously track him and ensure he doesn't leak secrets? Luju spoke softly, with some excitement. he won't go see Xiaosong again or take action, because his threats towards Xiaosong have already been completed, so he won't do anything that could lead to his downfall. And continuing could implicate the greater figures behind him, causing significant trouble. Thinking about this, Liu shook his head lightly. It's unnecessary. However, you can assign people to tail this imperial envoy and observe what he intends to do. Report back to me whenever there's any development. I would truly like to know who is behind this official, and why is he doing these things. Saying this, Liu's eyes filled with wisdom. After hearing this, Lu Xuan nodded and replied, "Yes, Highness." Halfway through their journey, he arrived at a small town where everyone was a bit tired. The dusty road had left them utterly weary. Even the local magistrate's invitation was rejected. The magistrate walked along, harboring a great deal of worry, his whole being restless. Could it be that the prince is dissatisfied with me as the magistrate, which is why he doesn't want to see me? As this hesitation arose in the magistrate's mind, suddenly he felt an upsurge of unease, and quickly turned around. Upon turning, he saw the vice magistrate hurrying over. "Magistrate Tang, have you invited His Highness and the imperial envoys? This is our best opportunity to approach these gentlemen. If we miss this chance, we don't know when we'll get another. If we could make a good impression on them, we might achieve great leaps forward and never again be restrained by such limitations." Upon hearing this, the magistrate shook his head and said, "I had originally intended to invite His Highness, but he does not wish to meet us. It seems that they have been very tired during their journey. Alas." At this point, he sighed deeply. The minds of these great figures are too hard to fathom. They simply refuse to give us a chance. After saying this, he shook his head again. "Let's just go back." Just as these two county officials were conversing, Liu and Lu Xue had already come to the street, walking side by side. "This place is governed rather well," Liu remarked appreciatively. Lu Xue glanced around. Her expression showed some doubt. The streets here appear prosperous on the surface, but one can clearly see that some repairs have been made. Could it be that these issues were only recently addressed, giving the appearance we see now? Your Highness, it makes sense that you couldn't tell. It's just like my childhood home. Chapter 322. Pork Skin Removal. After Lu Xue said these words, she sighed deeply. The expressions of the passers-by in this place seem to have traces of performance. Their eyes seem a bit strange, as if they were forcibly dragged here. And you can see that there seem to be many officials around here who are supervising these people and don't allow them to speak out of turn. Judging from their behavior, many people clearly don't want to buy anything, and their actions are very peculiar. These people's movements are too rigid. Combined with other factors, we can uncover what's truly going on. I've also seen similar things happen in the past. Lu Xue's eyes revealed a look of nostalgia as she reminisced about the past. After hearing her words, Liu seemed to suddenly understand everything. No wonder these people are acting so strangely. It seems like this guy must have been running his business very well. I wonder how much real skill he has. It looks like we cannot linger on this street. We should head to those secluded corners where we might uncover some truths. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xue spoke these words. "Since we're already here, let's go take a look." Liu was now filled with curiosity about this place. He absolutely could not tolerate deceit. How dare this new neighbor scheme against her? If they let him get away with it, he would only continue to trick more people. If these people think they can fool us, we'll just expose their lies. After saying this, Liu immediately sprang into action. "Let's go now." With that, he walked swiftly forward, quickly crossing the pedestrian street and reaching a remote alley. Through the alley, they soon arrived at an isolated corner with fewer people. There, they saw some simply dressed commoners sitting on the ground with furrowed brows. The clothes they wore were all tattered. Who would have thought that they'd make us do these things, driving us here? We beggars rely on being in the busy streets to earn a few coins for a bun, but now we're suffering. Hopefully, these big shots will leave soon so we can return to our normal lives. The citizens who've been forcibly dispatched to the streets suffer most. Without work these days, they've lost their daily income. Those skin-peeling guys have made a mess here and still want us to help decorate their storefronts. It's outrageous. One beggar hit his thigh forcefully, hatred showing in his eyes. After hearing this, Liu disguised himself as a traveling merchant, stepping forward and asking curiously, "What happened here, brother? I've just come down from the countryside, only to find the whole street is full of performances. What exactly did these skin-peeling individuals do?" Liu was fully aware, directly voicing his question. The beggar in front of him chuckled bitterly and said, "It's all because of Zhou Bapi. He heard important figures would visit, so he immediately drove us beggars into these corners. He said if those VIPs saw us, they'd think poorly of his administration. That's why he forced us here." After saying this, his entire body trembled in anger. "I used to be a small landlord, but then I offended the relatives of Zhou Bapi. As a result, I was ruined and turned into a beggar like this." After speaking these words, he let out a long sigh. Zhou Bapi's methods are indeed far too clever. After finishing his statement, he sighed again, tears streaming from his eyes. "Although I wanted to report him, I was severely beaten after attempting to sue, thrown back out, and locked up in prison for 2 years. Don't laugh, but I wasn't the only one thrown in. Several brothers of mine suffered the same fate." After saying this, tears rolled down his eyes, revealing deep sorrow. Liu suddenly became fully alert here. Could it be that all of you present have been locked up before, and all of you were messed around by this skin-peeling character? A few nearby beggars all nodded and said, "That's right. We were all made into this state by this skin peeler. Unfortunately, he covers up everything under the sky, so even if we want to sue, there is nowhere for us to go. But it's not the case for that person over there. He offended this pig peeler's son, thus becoming like this." We've heard that this Zhou Bapi's son has gathered a group of lackeys who do as they please in this city, and everyone says he is extremely ruthless. It is rumored that he has also recruited a number of people, monopolizing all the casinos in this city, running them quite smoothly. Upon hearing this, Liu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Doesn't this pig peeler manage his own son? This pig peeler wants an official promotion, so he needs to bribe those high-ranking officials above him. But he doesn't have money. He also wants to take money from the common people, but the taxes have already reached their limit, so he can only resort to these illegal means. We've heard that this pig peeler's business has spread to several surrounding counties. We've heard that people from several counties have come to these casinos to do business and ended up losing everything. So cruel. We've heard that he has already smoothed things out with the higher-ups and is about to get rich and gain a promotion. Alas, after listening to this, Liu also couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect there to be such corrupt officials using such cruel methods. After Lu Xue heard this, she tightly clenched her fists, appearing to be under immense pressure overall. What's wrong? Is something making you feel very uncomfortable right now? Liu asked Lu Xue in front of him, showing some tension. Yes, I indeed remember encountering some corrupt officials back in the day. Chapter 323, Punish Evil and Promote Good. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, I will never let those people do whatever they want. I will deal with them personally. In Liu's eyes, a fierce look emerged. In his heart, he had already sentenced these people to death, deciding to pursue this matter to the end. Just as he was about to continue questioning, a few ruffians approached from not far away. These ruffians had tattoos on their bodies, their eyes full of ferocity. They even had bones in their mouths, looking rather menacing. After they walked over, they glared at Liu in front of them and said fiercely, "Kid, it's best if you don't meddle in this matter. You outsiders should mind your own business, or you might end up taking a bath in the river tomorrow. Leave quickly, you're not welcome here." After threatening Liu, these hooligans then turned their gaze onto the beggars in front of them and said viciously, "Now you keep blaming everything on Brother Zhou. Your audacity is really impressive." After saying these words, these hooligans started to drive the beggars in front of them away, and their method of driving them away was quite tyrannical. They started hitting these beggars. These beggars haven't eaten anything, and they've also endured torture before. How could they withstand such beatings? Soon, one beggar fell to the ground. He kept rolling while constantly pleading, "Don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore, please stop. We won't talk about it anymore, we won't mention such matters in the future. We will definitely change our mistakes, and will not dare offend again." After saying these words, they let out some desperate pleas. "Hold it." At this moment, Liu stepped forward, glaring at the group of ruffians in front of him, and said, "In broad daylight, how can you do such things? You guys have quite big guts. Do you know that this land belongs to the Tang dynasty?" One of these ruffians glanced at Liu in front of him. He didn't acknowledge that Liu was the Prince Qi at all and spoke disdainfully and provocatively. "Looking at your clothing, you are just an ordinary person from a common family. I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily." After this ruffian finished speaking, he was pushed aside by the hooligan behind him. It was a fierce bald-headed hooligan. His muscles looked like they were about to burst, and every time he squeezed his fingers, there would be constant cracking sounds. "Brother, your guts are pretty big. Do you know what your consequence will be?" This thug's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he drew closer to Liu. "Judging from your attire, it seems somewhat decent. It's best if you hand over your money, or else you won't leave here today. 10 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Liu laughed. Never has anyone dared to threaten him like this. The ruffian standing in front of him simply had no regard for life. His eyes turned cold as he spoke coldly. "No money, just a life. If you want it, come take it from me." Upon hearing this sentence, the thug exploded in anger. "Are you refusing my courtesy?" After saying this, he slapped Liu right in front of him. Lu Xue saw this scene and took a step forward. She directly stretched out her hand to block the slap, then kicked the thug in front of her on the leg. In an instant, this thug was knocked down, rolling on the ground. "Ouch, ouch. My leg is about to break. My leg. What are you all standing around for? These few people actually dared to lay hands on me. They attacked me first. Get your weapons." This gang leader was certainly not someone who gives up easily. Realizing that he couldn't handle the young girl in front of him, he immediately signaled for his subordinates to act. His followers sprang into action, rushing up one after another. As soon as they moved, Lu Xue smirked slightly. "A bunch of weaklings daring to act arrogant in front of me." She went forward, one palm after another, knocking these thugs down to the ground. She didn't kill these ruffians but sneered, "If you dare to commit evil deeds again in the future, I will break all 4 of your limbs. You despicable beasts, aiding evil and being no better than animals. Now get out of my sight and don't offend my eyes." After cursing them, Liu took a deep breath and walked to the front of these beggars. At this moment, these ruffians glared fiercely at Liu, their eyes full of hatred. They clenched their fists tightly, memorizing the looks of Liu and Lu Xue as if planning for revenge. After seeing this scene, these beggars turned pale with fear. They hurriedly said, "Hey you two, you've caused a huge disaster. Run away as fast as you can. If you two leave too late, your lives might be in danger. These people are incredibly ruthless." It's said that they have martial arts experts stationed here, every one of them top-notch figures in the Jianghu martial world, who have killed many people. In the past, there were also those who opposed them, but mysteriously disappeared the next day. Everyone believed that these people had been killed by them. Escape quickly, otherwise, it may really be too late. Leave immediately. These beggars, still holding goodwill, urged them anxiously. Upon hearing this, Liu laughed aloud. "I'm just free at the moment. If these people dare to come, I will teach them a lesson and instruct them on how to be better humans so they won't dare to do such wicked deeds again. You rest assured, nothing will happen to me. Lu Xue, isn't that right? Lu Xue stood in front of Li Yu, a faint smile appearing on her face. Rest assured, our Prince Qi is not an ordinary person. He is an expert, and with me protecting Prince Qi, even with a horde of ruffians, he would remain unscathed. One beggar interjected. That's not necessarily true. They have connections within the officialdom. The defeated and fallen hooligans gnashed their teeth in anger. Boss, should we call reinforcements to deal with them? Their leader, leaning on someone's support, slapped him away harshly. Didn't you see how powerful these people are? How dare you challenge them? Hurry up and report to Leader Zhou. Chapter 324, Identity Exposed. At this moment, in a courtyard, there was a handsome-looking man sitting and chatting with a group of martial heroes. These martial heroes were all exceedingly fierce, drinking large gulps of alcohol and eating large bites of meat as they sat there. Haha, we heard that in the neighboring county, some people actually dared to cut off Mr. Zhou's financial route. These people certainly have big enough guts. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, we can help resolve these issues for you. This handsome man immediately burst into laughter. Then I will leave it to Brother Zhao. I believe that as long as Brother Zhao you make your move, anything can be easily settled. These people absolutely cannot be your match. I've already sent people to inquire, and I discovered that it is merely a local gangster. They are acting this way because they have support from someone behind them. But I believe that as long as Brother Zhao makes his move, handling these gangsters will be a piece of cake. Give them a good lesson. After taking a sip of wine, the handsome man forcefully smashed the wine glass onto the table, revealing a scornful sneer in his eyes. Thinking of fighting against me is simply asking for death. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a calling voice came from outside. Master Zhou, something's happened. A thug was carried in on a stretcher made from 2 wooden sticks, his leg bound with bandages, stabilizing the badly beaten leg. After being placed on the ground, he started crying and complaining to Master Zhou. Master Zhou, today I followed your order to check on those old beggars and remote merchants on the streets and alleys. I told them to speak recklessly. By this point, he began sobbing, wiping his nose in tears. But I never expected that once I ran over, I got beaten by a man and a woman. They not only said they would go to file complaints with the Imperial Envoy, but also challenged you, Master Zhou, directly telling you to confront them if you have any guts. These outsiders seem to have uncovered our casino operations. The old beggars revealed everything, and they should still be there with the beggars now. And these 2 people are very skilled. They're clearly experienced fighters. Upon hearing this, Master Zhou frowned. What kind of person dares to cause trouble for me at this moment? If Father hadn't left an order not to act rashly right now, I might have really taken them down. It won't do. Master Zhou paced back and forth a few steps, shaking his head. He was still extremely cautious and didn't want to get involved in this matter. Just at this moment, Brother Zhao, who was drinking alcohol, suddenly burst into laughter and stood up. Master Zhou, it's just 2 wandering martial artists. I hate those righteous sects most. According to your subordinate's description, they're young, so I'd like to meet them. Young people's skills are just SOSO, I can easily deal with them. The Zhao surname man took the handkerchief in his hand and clenched it hard. With the release of his inner strength, the wine cup instantly shattered in the next second. Seeing this scene, Master Zhou pondered for a moment. Bring 50 taels here. Since Brother Zhao is willing to help me handle this nuisance, I shouldn't let Brother Zhao suffer a loss. Hearing these words, the Zhao surname man laughed heartily. Master Zhou, I'll take the money when I return. The task isn't done yet. Naturally, I can't accept the reward without having accomplished anything. He approached the thug and looked straight at one of the men, saying, What are you standing around looking at? Quickly lead the way. After inhaling a cold breath, the thug hurriedly nodded. He walked ahead and quickly led this third-rate expert, surnamed Zhao, onward. Li Yu and the beggars arrived in front of a shabby house where there were several children inside. These children appeared somewhat malnourished and dry. Their clothes were ragged, their bodies unwashed, covered in much dirt, and they looked dirty. When they noticed strangers coming, they instinctively hid to one side, watching secretly, seemingly very afraid and nervous. After seeing this, Li Yu pulled out some copper coins from his pocket and threw them. These coins are for you. Go buy some food. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Each child stared at the coins lying on the ground with longing eyes, yet none of them moved to pick them up. Instead, they unconsciously looked toward the beggars. Upon noticing this, a beggar waved his hand and said, Since this young master has given these coins to you, you should pick them up. Esteemed young master, your attire and generosity clearly suggest that you are no ordinary person. It doesn't seem like you're just a merchant either. Out-of-town merchants are usually very stingy. They would never give so many copper coins. Upon hearing this, Li Yu chuckled. That's correct. I am not an ordinary person, but neither am I some grand figure. I just happen to have a small identity and position which allows me to speak with authority. However, upon hearing such strange stories, my curiosity is piqued, and I would like to learn more. Perhaps, I might even be able to directly bring down these corrupt officials for you. Hearing this, the beggars were immediately stirred in their hearts. One of the beggars had once read books extensively and even attained the title of scholar in the past. Unfortunately, he had offended the county magistrate, leading to his downfall. He gasped, We pay our respects to your highness, the prince. Your bearing and having such skilled protectors around you do not match those of an ordinary person. Surely, you must be the esteemed prince visiting here. We implore you to take action against these corrupt officials, and we will be forever grateful. Prince, please help us. Saying this, his voice was tinged with tears. After seeing this, the other beggars also fell on their knees. We greet your highness, the prince. Li Yu now looked at the beggar before him curiously. How had he recognized him? It mustn't be just from this. Your highness, the jade pendant you wear features an intricately carved dragon pattern, which only the royal family can use without overstepping protocol. Moreover, only your highness visited here recently, so I kneeled. Please rise. You've mistaken my identity. Actually, I'm merely an imperial physician accompanying someone else. My name is Li Deyuan, and this jade pendant was granted by the emperor himself. It's unrelated to the prince you mentioned. If word of your words spread, it could bring great calamity to me. Chapter 325, Takedown. Li Yu pretended to be very frightened. Looking at the beggars in front of him, he seemed to still be shaken and extended his hand to help up the beggar before him. The beggar appeared somewhat skeptical, staring intently at Li Yu. So Li Yu had no choice but to reach out and pat Lu Xue beside him. And the one you see by my side is not my bodyguard. She is my wife. After hearing Li Yu's words, each of these beggars looked as if their spirit had been drained, and they all collapsed onto the ground. It turns out to be this way. Seeing these beggars looking dejected, Li Yu immediately consoled them. But you don't need to worry too much. Think about it. After all, I am also a royal physician, and I can certainly plead your case. After considering this, the beggars thought it was indeed true. They began talking all at once, quickly uttering many complaints. Just as they were speaking, there came a sudden scream from outside. The bad guys are coming. From outside, only children could be seen issuing cries of alarm and panic. A slightly older child rushed into the room with anxiety and unease, addressing the beggars. Uncle Zhao, it's bad news. Outside where we live, a group of rowdy ruffians has arrived. The leader of these rowdy ruffians is a burly man with eyes that seem to glow fiercely. He should be the third-rate expert you mentioned, Uncle Zhao. Upon hearing these words, Scholar Beggar was instantly shocked. What? That guy has actually come. He's the most formidable under Zhou's command. When the beggar spoke here, his face instantly turned deathly pale, and intense fear filled his gaze. Let's go. We must leave right now. After saying this, he grabbed Li Yu in front of him tightly. Dr. Li, we can't stay here. The person coming is someone from Jianghu, Martial World. This man is extremely ferocious and cruel, using ruthless means. There are many ruffians in the nearby counties who have disappeared after offending him. Some people even hired experts to cause trouble for him, but none were his match. Instead, they vanished themselves. In such a small place, there's actually a third-rate expert. At this moment, Li Yu also revealed some curiosity. Dr. Li, we shouldn't say more. We cannot remain here any longer. Let's leave immediately. Haha, who might it be? It's Uncle 3. Just as the group of beggars was preparing to leave, a tall and muscular man entered from outside. His eyes glimmered with sharpness, his hands black and full of veins, clearly showing that he was an accomplished martial artist both inside and out. As soon as he entered, his gaze locked onto Lu Xue, his eyes displaying lustful intent. Who would have thought I'd come across such a beauty here? His eyes gleamed with desire as he moved toward Lu Xue. Behind him, the hooligans noticed this and loudly shouted. Brother Zhao, be careful. That woman is an expert. Our boss's leg was broken by her. Hearing this, Brother Zhao felt he had been underestimated. With one quick move, he threw a punch at the wall beside him. Bricks on the wall shattered into pieces, splintering everywhere. Did you see that? That's my true skill. How could human bones possibly be harder than bricks? Young lady, just submit to me obediently, Step by step, Brother Zhao advanced towards Lu Xue, speaking while simultaneously reaching out to grab her. Come here. Seeing this scene, Li Yu became somewhat angry. Someone dared to harm his woman. This was something he could not tolerate. To die, Li Yu pulled Lu Xue to his side and gently said to her, leave the rest to me. You've protected me for so long. Now it's my turn to protect you. Under Li Yu's unwavering gaze, Lu Xue's heart stirred deeply. It was Li Yu making a public declaration of love towards her. Mr. Li, please take care of yourself, Lu Xue said with her heartbeat accelerating. Their exchange was heard by the others, causing raucous laughter among them. Meanwhile, the beggars nearby, finding sticks from somewhere, charged out from the corners one by one. I'm telling you, you must not harm the two young masters. They are good people. You can't hurt them. The scholar beggar beside Li Yu shouted at Brother Zhao. Zhao Yuan, you were once part of the Zhao family. Following the Zhou family and doing evil will lead to no good end. You'd better reform soon, or else you'll be finished. He shouted loudly for fear they might harm Li Yu. He knew how cruel these people were and feared the two might get injured. Taking my kindness for granted, do you actually think you're my uncle now? After Brother Zhao said this, he raised his hand to slap him. But just as his hand swung out, it was suddenly grabbed by someone. Brother Zhao looked at Li Yu in front of him, somewhat stunned. How could he have grabbed the hand of a third-rate expert? Who was this kid? Just as he thought of this question, Li Yu turned around and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! With this single slap, Brother Zhao was instantly thrown away. When he fell on the ground, blood poured from his face, lying there motionless, unsure whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this scene, these ruffians and thugs were terrified and immediately fled. Who the hell are you? One of the ruffians stared at Li Yu with fear and unease in his eyes, bellowing out this question in anger. Li Yu stood there, hands behind his back. I am who I say I am, Imperial Physician Li Dachuan. If you have any issues with me, feel free to go straight to the inspector and look for me. After speaking, Li Yu then said to the group of beggars in front of him, don't worry, as long as I'm here, they will absolutely dare not harm you. Follow me. Li Yu told the beggars in front of him. At the same time, these ruffians fled, even forgetting to take Brother Zhao lying on the ground. Liu chuckled and said to them, "Go tell your boss Pig Peel that I will come find you later, and when I do, don't blame me for being unkind. Take your Brother Zhao back with you." Chapter 326. Anger. These escaping hooligans, who were originally fleeing, after hearing these words, each revealed a somewhat embarrassed expression and hastily returned, helping the man on the ground to his feet. But as they left, they still issued threats. "You guys are ruthless. Once Master Zhou knows, he will absolutely not let you go." Haha, Liu burst out laughing. "Just let him come. Bring as many people as you like. I'll be waiting right here." After hearing these words, Lu Shui also giggled while covering her cherry lips. "Master, you shouldn't tease them anymore. These people are so malicious. We should just capture them all at once." After hearing this, Lu Shui nodded. "You organize it. After getting hold of the evidence, capture them all. I was originally going to have some fun, but it seems we can't enjoy ourselves." After seeing Brother Zhao beaten up in such a manner, Master Zhou's eyes instantly emitted a fierce light as he glared fiercely at the underlings in front of him. "What exactly happened? Quickly tell me everything about this matter. How dare someone disregard my authority right here?" Brother Zhao, lying on the ground, clutched his chest and said, "Master Zhou, the other side claims they are imperial physicians, but their methods don't resemble those of an imperial physician at all. Instead, they're like highly skilled top-notch experts. I'm simply no match for them. These people are dragons crossing over from somewhere else. They're probably sect members disguised as imperial physicians, actually trying to gather information about you, Master Zhou, possibly preparing to file a complaint." Brother Zhao coughed twice after saying this. Humph. After hearing this, Master Zhou immediately became cautious. If the other side really is composed of imperial physicians, then we need to be careful. After finishing these words, he paced back and forth several steps, starting to think deeply. "No, the casinos will close recently. Let everyone keep quiet, and once they leave, we'll reopen. I'll give you all a sum of money. When you return, do not waste it recklessly. Carefully handle what you were supposed to do before." Master Zhou glared at the subordinates in front of him and ordered them accordingly. "It's too late." Just at that moment, a woman's voice came from outside. After hearing the sound, Master Zhou frowned instantly and shouted towards the outside, "Who's there?" Lu Shui entered with a few guards. "I am here under the king's orders to arrest all of you." "Master, it's her." Upon seeing Lu Shui, Brother Zhao loudly called out, "It's her who attacked." Brother Zhao looked uneasy and said with tension, "Humph." Lu Shui coldly snorted. "Initially inviting you back was to find out the location of your lair. Now, caught red-handed, you want to run away." In Lu Shui's eyes, there was a cold smile as she stared at the people in front of her. Upon hearing these words, Brother Zhao took a deep breath. "So defeating me was actually to catch us. You people are truly despicable." After saying these words, he stood up intending to escape. Lu Shui glanced at Brother Zhao and coldly laughed. "Do you think you can run away? We knew there was something off with you, so we specially came here this time to capture you. You won't get the chance to escape now." After Lu Shui finished speaking, she waved her hand. "Arrest them." Right after Lu Shui finished speaking, Master Zhou turned pale with fright. "Don't come closer." Very soon, Master Zhou was captured, all the evidence collected and handed over to Liu. Liu looked at the evidence in his hands, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. On his face, which was grimaced, he fiercely said, "I didn't expect them to be this cruel. How could people do such things? It's absolutely beastly." After saying this, he breathed heavily because he was extremely angry. On this document, details related to various incidents were filled. There was a girl who was captured by Master Zhou and tortured mercilessly, practically tortured to the point where she no longer resembled a human being, and eventually sold into prostitution. There was also a happily married man who gambled at this company, ultimately losing all his wealth. Even his wife and children were sold, and he became a beggar. All these matters are fully documented on his ledger, including even the intricate operational details. In this small county alone, he amassed 10,000 taels of silver and 100 taels of gold. This has already equaled the taxes collected by the national treasury. Never would I have thought there could be such cruel people in this world. Lu Shui nodded and said, "The prince should decide what to do now. These matters are all up to you. His father is also aware of this matter. I will just communicate with the imperial inspector." Liu came to the imperial inspector and discussed the matter with him. The inspector looked at the documents handed over by Liu. After flipping through them, his face turned ashen. He slammed his hand on the table and said furiously, "How abominable! How can there be such audacious and shameless individuals in this world? This county magistrate is so outrageously reckless, harming so many people." After saying these words, he took a deep breath and let it out. With such audacity, he absolutely cannot be forgiven lightly. This matter must be reported to the court. Liu nodded. It should be done this way. News of the county magistrate's arrest quickly spread throughout the small county. Everyone celebrated joyfully. In the past, they had been severely oppressed by Master Zhou, and many didn't even dare to speak loudly for fear of retribution from him. Liu also returned some of the wealth to those families that had been ruined by exploitation. These people, upon learning that the prince was aware of their hardships and had sought justice for them, were filled with gratitude. What a good person Prince Wang is. However, some beggars knew it was Imperial Physician Li Diyuan who had fought for justice for them. Still, young Master Li is the best. After finishing this task, Liu hurried back to the capital. Emperor Li Shimin saw the report presented by Liu. He immediately picked it up from the desk and began reading it. The more he read, the angrier he became. Never would I have thought that in such a small county, there could be such arrogant and outrageous individuals. It's truly detestable. After uttering these words, he forcefully slapped the table, scattering the petition on the ground. His expression was full of hatred and anger. Someone. He ordered the eunuch outside. Chapter 327. Possible early death. After he finished saying these words, an old eunuch came and knelt before Emperor Li Shimin. Your Majesty, what has happened? The county magistrate of Yingyang County is corrupt and lawless, acting recklessly, truly despicable to the extreme. This person is nothing but a parasite on our Tang dynasty. Send someone to capture him at once. He must not be let go. I will have him executed by slicing. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he was out of breath, his face turning red. This was due to his anger. After he became extremely angry, the eunuch beside him consoled and said, Your Majesty, this matter requires careful consideration. You cannot act rashly. You forgot your own goal, to be a benevolent ruler. If you really use severe punishment, it will certainly terrify everyone. These scholars are most skilled at using their pens to defame. They will definitely portray your Majesty as a tyrant. After hearing these words, Li Shimin clenched his fists tightly. If that's the case, then handle it according to the law. After saying these words, he sat there in silence for a long time. These damned noble families. At this moment, while looking at the petition in front of him, Li Shimin was thinking about Li Yu. This boy has the same demeanor as me when I was young. The old eunuch beside him heard these words and began pondering. It seems that Li Yu is deeply favored by Emperor Li Shimin. Perhaps one day, he might inherit the throne. With this thought in mind, he decided to cultivate a good relationship with Li Yu. Present xiuxian with the jade ruyi. Li Shimin quickly made up his mind and decided on the rewards. The old eunuch nearby heard about these rewards and quickly recorded them, soon writing the imperial decree. Li Yu had not yet returned to the capital. On the way, a eunuch came to convey the decree. The old eunuch held an imperial decree and handed it to him, accompanied by numerous gifts. This made Li Yu feel somewhat surprised, but he still humbly accepted the decree. After walking aside, he took out a piece of silver and gave it to the eunuch standing in front of him, asking softly, Did something happen? Why did the emperor suddenly send these gifts? Li Yu asked the eunuch about this matter, feeling confused inside. The eunuch did not hesitate and whispered immediately, Prince Qi, this matter is related to you. I heard some rumors inside the palace. It said that His Majesty greatly appreciates you, which is why so many treasures were granted. After hearing this, Li Yu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Is it really like that? It seems I inadvertently gained favor with Emperor Li Shimin. This made him feel somewhat troubled because this wasn't what he wanted at all. He shouted loudly in his heart. But he couldn't do anything about it, reluctantly accepting these things. In a dilapidated house in the capital, several black-clad men were sitting there at this time, all wearing masks on their faces. The leading man then issued a deep voice. How's the plan going? Don't worry, boss. We've already done what needs to be done. All we need now is to wait for him to fall into our trap. All the evidence will directly point to him. We've arranged everything. Li Xiuxian was lying on the bed at this time. He had a fever. Because of hatred and jealousy towards Li Yu, his heart was filled with enmity, unable to sleep day and night. All that remained in his heart was his hatred for Li Yu, preventing him from falling asleep. As a result, he fell ill after just a few days. Yet even in this state, he still harbored hatred for Li Yu. Beside him, the court physician conducted an examination. After finishing, he said to the nearby eunuch, Prince Crown, this illness is due to accumulated overwork and excessive anxiety. Rest well, and you'll recover quickly. I can write a prescription right away. Saying this, he quickly wrote a prescription. With this prescription, the treatment will progress rapidly. Of course, the more important thing is to minimize desires, which will help nurture both body and mind, allowing for swift recovery. Li Xiuxian coughed twice upon hearing this and looked at the court physician in front of him. Is there any good method to allow me to quickly regain my health? I have much more important matters to attend to. I cannot collapse now. If I collapse, how will these issues be handled? Upon hearing this, the court physician looked at Li Xiuxian in front of him and revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. He never expected that the crown prince before him was so concerned about the welfare of the country and the people, worrying so much over national affairs. At this moment, he hurriedly consoled. Prince Crown, you must not do this. He looked up at Li Xiuxian in front of him and earnestly said, Prince Crown, your situation now is like an oil lamp. Without replenishing energy, if it burns day and night, the result will be rapid damage to your body. If I am correct in my assessment, Prince Crown, if you continue like this, there is a great possibility that you might meet with an untimely death. As soon as these words were spoken by the court physician, the eunuch standing nearby immediately shouted loudly, Hold your tongue. The Prince Crown has a priceless body and would never die an early death. Li Xiuxian did not reprimand loudly but lowered his head, muttering, I could actually meet with an untimely death. The eunuch beside Li Xiuxian saw that he was muttering as if possessed by some trance, so he quickly drove the court physician away and then began to console urgently. Prince Crown, don't listen to the nonsense from this old man. You are a priceless body chosen by heaven. How could you easily suffer an untimely death? This old man merely wanted to scare you to make you rest properly. Li Xiuxian roared furiously at the old eunuch nearby. Shut up. His voice echoed repeatedly throughout the grand hall. His face turned bright red due to anger, appearing as if he were experiencing heart-wrenching pain. The old eunuch was scared into prostrating on the ground, afraid to raise his head. Haha. At this moment, Li Xiuxian really seemed as though he were possessed, laughing wildly. Since heaven treats me thus, let me go insane then. All this is heaven's fault. After Li Xiuxian finished saying these words, he sat up, his face tinged abnormally red, yet also pallid, looking particularly abnormal. He was originally a very intelligent person. With his determination made, he coughed twice. You may leave first. Bring the decocted medicine to me when it's ready. After finishing his words, Li Chengxian covered his mouth and coughed twice. Chapter 328, Message. Li Chengxian sat in this grand hall. A cold wind blew by, but his eyes were so bright at that moment, and so determined. Li Yu, this time it's either you die or I survive. After saying these words, he closed his eyes again. Li Yu inexplicably sneezed. He was sitting in the carriage, lazily lying there, with a somewhat relaxed demeanor. At this moment, a little maid came to Li Yu with an excited tone. Your Highness, take a look at this pot. The seeds you gave us back then have already sprouted. In here, there are quite a few tender buds growing. Shouldn't this be able to make a dish? The little maid's eyes were filled with some curious looks, as if she really wanted to cook a dish. After hearing this, Li Yu quickly said, Xiaoyun, this absolutely cannot be used for cooking, because these young shoots are poisonous. Xiaoyun got a big shock, her face showing some fear and panic. Your Highness, if this plant is poisonous, why keep it around? What if we get poisoned? Xiaoyun subconsciously swallowed saliva, fear appearing in her eyes. She secretly thought in her heart, could His Excellency have some secret intentions? Trying to cultivate some poison? If I know the prince's secrets, will I be killed by the prince? Xiaoyun was very scared and didn't dare to look at Li Yu's eyes. However, after it matures and goes through boiling, it truly becomes very nutritious and delicious food. At first, I wanted to take advantage of this season to cultivate it. So once we have the seeds, we can grow them on the estate, and then there will be enough space for planting. This year, we'll start with preliminary cultivation and then expand the planting on a larger scale. Now, take good care of it. When the time comes, plant it directly, and you must supervise carefully, not letting others eat what's inside. After Li Yu said this, he stared at Xiaoyun in front of him, speaking in a deep voice. Otherwise, someone might directly die from poisoning. Xiaoyun, upon hearing this, tightly hugged the pot in front of her. Your Highness, rest assured, I will ensure that no one touches this dangerous thing under my watchful eye. I must take good care of it. Li Yu nodded his head. Not far away, they could already see the walls of the capital city. On the towering walls stood many soldiers who were patrolling. Of course, they were just patrolling, guarding against any potential dangers. From afar, the noisy sounds within the capital city could be heard, spreading for hundreds of miles. Li Yu stood up, shouting loudly at the imperial envoy. I'm back. In the Changsun mansion, Changsun Painting was behaving like a lady of high standing, constantly doing needlework. By her side, the servant girl had been changed. This was a fresh-looking little maid whose eyes were focused on the needlework in front of her with some anticipation. Miss, your needlework is truly remarkable. Xiaoyu, stop praising me. I know how good my skills are. Even if you praise me more, it won't make my level any better. Changsun Wuji let out a long sigh here. She had worked on needlework for a whole hour, all for Li Yu, working hard as she did. Prince Qi will certainly be moved when he knows about this. Miss, ever since you went out and came back, it's like you've completely changed. The former miss only liked wielding swords and spears, which didn't seem. Xiaoyu suddenly realized her mistake halfway through her sentence and quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from revealing her thoughts further. When Changsun Wuji heard Xiaoyu's words, she raised her head and looked at Xiaoyu. Later, according to what's in your mind, I wasn't really like a noblewoman, right? Do you believe I would punish you, making you sweep the streets and forcing you to practice martial arts? So you'd learn not to talk back to me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu hurriedly shouted, Miss, I'm sorry. Please don't punish me. I'll never dare to talk nonsense again. After listening to this, Changsun Wuji paused her movements, silent for a while. It took her quite some time before she asked Xiaoyu again. Was I really like that in the past? Not even resembling a proper noblewoman. Xiaoyu started stuttering, too frightened to speak. Changsun Wuji looked at Xiaoyu in front of her, and at this moment, she raised her head and showed some dissatisfaction. But even the dissatisfaction seemed so cute. If you have something to say, just say it. Weren't you very happy to speak a moment ago? Why can't you say it now? Miss, it's just that I'm afraid you'll be angry. Xiaoyu said timidly to the person in front of her with some embarrassment. In other words, I was really like that in the past. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Changsun Wuji immediately became embarrassed and stood there for a moment. Miss, I didn't say it, you said it yourself. After saying these words, Xiaoyu made Changsun Wuji burst into laughter with anger. Never mind. Changsun Wuji had nothing more to say. Just at this time, a sound of footsteps came from outside. Sister, I have a great piece of good news to tell you. The thing you asked me about before, I found out. After hearing these words, Changsun Wuji quickly stood up. Brother, is he back? A man who resembled Changsun Wuji directly walked in from outside. This man was older than Changsun Wuji. He laughed and said, not only that, I sent a servant to wait by the city gate. As soon as there's any news about him, he should report immediately. While they were setting off the carriage, the person I sent has already reported. He said Li Yu is just outside the city gate. However, just after he returned, he was already invited to the palace by someone sent by His Majesty. When Changsun Wuji heard this, her excited face immediately fell. How could this be? How could His Majesty summon him for no reason? Changsun Wuji was unhappy. At this point, the man consoled her. The emperor summoned Li Yu to the palace. That must be because there's an important matter to discuss with him. This definitely shows the emperor's favor and care for Li Yu. Once you marry him, you will surely receive His Majesty's favor as well, which would bring glory to our family then. Rest assured, nothing bad will happen. Li Yu made a real impression this time. The only pity is, along the way he did capture some corrupt officials, causing some trouble. Maybe some issues will arise because of that. Chapter 329, the xianxia diagram. Changsun Wujia's ears twitched slightly, and she jumped up immediately. She stopped knitting the embroidery in her hand and anxiously asked, "Brother, tell me quickly, what exactly happened to Liu? Could it be that he caused some kind of trouble?" The man recounted the general situation. Changsun Wujia disdainfully replied, "I see. It turns out it was just about arresting corrupt officials. These officials deserve to be arrested for preying on the people. They should be caught." Her brother hastily added, "These people indeed deserve to be arrested. Unfortunately, they have many connections behind them. Some may even come from prestigious families. Their backing forces can play a significant role and might even affect the succession of the throne. If you offend these people, they might secretly sabotage you. Right now, you may be satisfied with his actions, but in the future, this could lead to plenty of trouble. It's not that I don't want to help, but this matter is beyond my capacity." Upon seeing Changsun Wujia's eyes, the man hurriedly explained, "Brother, please help him. If anyone targets him later, stand up for him and fiercely deal with those who dare to cause problems, so they won't dare to create chaos again. Do I really have that much power? At the moment, all is done in the name of our father's face. These people only refrain from making trouble because of father. You'd be better off asking father rather than me. After you left, father was extremely upset. Father even cried secretly, worrying immensely." The man glanced nervously at Changsun Wujia in front of him. Hearing this, Changsun Wujia became extremely frustrated. "Previously, you said father was gravely ill, which made me worry terribly. But upon returning, there was no issue at all. I no longer believe any of you. All of you have been deceiving me," Changsun Wujia angrily declared. The man seriously told Changsun Wujia, "At that time, father was indeed on the verge of sickness due to anxiety. Do you hope father becomes sick? Moreover, you are an intelligent woman. How come you've become so foolish now? How can young girls live together with men before marriage? There must be some distance maintained to ensure respect from them. Remember, if a girl lives with a man too early, it's against propriety and might end up preventing her from finding a proper marriage. Marriage proposals wouldn't allow overly immodest women into the palace. If you care about Liu, you need to respect these rules." Changsun Wujia said somewhat dispiritedly, "I understand. When he returns, I will take you to meet him, but do not tell father. Otherwise, I would definitely get scolded." "I know," Changsun Wujia responded unhappily. At this moment, Liu had already arrived at the palace before Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. Li Shimin's eyes gleamed with solemnity, as if trying to peer deeply into the heart of Changsun Wujia, who promptly spoke, "Why do you look at me this way?" Li Shimin then slammed his desk, staring at Liu and shouting, "Do you realize how big of a mess you caused outside? You almost didn't make it back." Liu quickly defended, "Father wrongfully accuses me. After going out, I behaved carefully and did not provoke any incidents. Yet I faced several assassination attempts along the way. My journey slowed down because I feared moving forward. That's why it took me such a long time to return. Once your order reached me, I came back instantly without delay." Liu explained earnestly. "Humph." Li Shimin grunted dismissively and sipped some coconut water placed before him. "Do you know you've apprehended quite a number of corrupt officials? There are piles of memorials filed against you now. Regardless, many things must go through the judicial process by the government authorities. It's not right to bypass due process and directly accuse people, then submit petitions accusing them. All procedures must follow laws and regulations. It's not your personal decision alone. If you can do this, others can too. Everyone acting this way could turn upright officials into corrupt ones, and vice versa." After hearing this, Liu reflected silently, showing a thoughtful expression. Li Shimin sighed and said to Liu, "You come with me later. I will take you to see the xiuxian of this land." Liu was curious, not knowing what Li Shimin had in mind, but he still followed behind Li Shimin, and they kept going until they reached a building. It turned out to be a tall building, 3 stories high. Inside, there was a huge map hanging there, depicting all of the Tang dynasty's territory. Though it wasn't entirely refined, it was quite clear for this era. Look at this panoramic diagram of the land, where the entire territory is recorded. This is our Tang dynasty's xianxia. In it, countless cities are encompassed, all under heaven contained within. But we are merely one person, so how much can we accomplish? We must rely on the subjects and scholars of the realm to manage things, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Li Shimin, gazing at the land before him, slowly spoke. "I know that you want to save the people, but do you understand that what you're doing is disrupting major national affairs? How much can one person achieve? Even if you are a prince who can travel around inspecting, can you truly confirm that everything you see is the truth? Only with so many common folk and subjects can we manage them well by setting rules that everyone follows. If the realm has order, then matters will proceed more smoothly, and people will perform better. If there are no rules, everything will devolve into arbitrary dictatorship. In the past, I didn't realize how important rules were, but after taking responsibility for ruling the land, I finally understood. Without rules, there would be no Tang dynasty. Only with rules will the Tang become invincibly strong. With rules in place, everyone knows their responsibilities. As long as these supervisory roles are managed properly, the realm will be governed increasingly better. But if these people aren't managed correctly and everyone acts as they please, how long could the world remain stable?" Chapter 330, Teaching. Li Shimin was speaking to Liu in front of him, with an air of teaching. When Liu heard this, he was suddenly shocked. Li Shimin was teaching him how to manage the affairs of the empire, which was beyond his expectations. He had tried every way possible not to interfere with the changes of history, but he never expected that he would instead find himself entering into the changes of history and possibly becoming Li Shimin's heir. Li Yu couldn't figure out what Li Shimin was thinking, but his heart suddenly sank. Father Emperor, I don't understand these matters, nor am I very clear on them. If you want to punish the evil merchants of the world, why don't you let me manage it? After hearing this, Li Shimin laughed heartily. You're quite cunning. Once you hear how complicated governing the empire is, you probably don't want to bother anymore. I'm telling you, I'm teaching you now so that you can learn well. You might need these lessons at any time in the future. You're exactly the kind of person I like. All your brothers are scheming to become the master of the world, but you are always trying to avoid responsibility. At this point, Li Shimin stared intently at Li Yu, suspicion evident in his eyes. Young man, you're not retreating as a strategy, are you? Li Shimin's words made Li Yu jump in shock. Father Emperor, you've wronged me. If I want to make a small profit, I'll grow some new fruits to satisfy my desire for food. I'm just a little prince, and Father Emperor, you're in such good health. Surely you will live for 10,000 years. Li Shimin burst out laughing after hearing these words. You fool, unwilling to look at the map of the world? Then I won't talk to you much about it. But remember this, Father Emperor has high hopes for you. Since you've offended the people from these prestigious families, they will cause you trouble in the future. We may be the royal family, but we cannot do whatever we want either. These prestigious families have ties to us. Even though I once granted many dukedoms, and they also support our Li family in a variety of situations. Their power in the regions is still not strong enough to absolutely ensure the loyalty of regional forces to us. Sometimes, we must compromise. When Li Shimin spoke here, there was also a tinge of nostalgia in his voice. Remember, don't embarrass me. After Li Shimin finished these words, Li Yu also felt quite moved. Yes, Father Emperor, I will absolutely not embarrass you. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he sighed deeply. Let's go back together. Stay in the palace today. Prince Qi's mansion has delivered quite a lot of delicacies. You can taste them with me. The watermelons you sent recently are quite satisfying. These watermelons are large, sweet, juicy, and refreshingly delicious when eaten. After you return, send over more big watermelons. It's best if one arrives every day, so I can eat my fill. After hearing this, Li Yu was shocked again. Had his subordinates really gone so far as to offer up the watermelons? Indeed, before leaving, he had instructed his subordinates to cultivate watermelons in greenhouses using the heat from local hot springs, allowing the fruit to mature earlier than usual. But now that Li Shimin had noticed them and wanted one a day, Li Yu felt somewhat helpless since he hadn't even tasted them thoroughly himself yet. So he quickly protested, saying, Father Emperor, watermelons aren't that fast to grow. They take a long time to cultivate. At most, 1 melon a month. Not acceptable. There should be at least 4 per month. Li Shimin shook his head and said. After hearing this, Li Yu bitterly smiled. Not worried. Growing 4 is already a bit of a stretch. Just 4, no more arguments from you. As a son, you must properly respect and care for your father. Do you understand? Respect, Father Emperor. Li Shimin spoke earnestly to Li Yu. With a bitter expression, Li Yu replied. Yes, Father Emperor. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly remembered something, the cassava that he had cultivated. I found a plant that can produce grain and can even be grown in the mountains. Moreover, it produces a fair amount of grain too. This news intrigued Li Shimin even more, knowing that grain was crucial. Though the Tang dynasty was incredibly powerful at this time, it still faced a shortage of food supplies. Only with sufficient grain can a nation become stronger and support the country in doing all sorts of things. Without grain, it will decline rapidly. If you want to go to war, you need grain and fodder for soldiers and horses. If you want to relieve disasters, you also need grain and fodder. One could say that grain is the lifeblood of a nation, and it's what can help a country survive calamities at critical moments. Li Shimin was well aware how robustly the rice grown in the palace fields was developing. He had not expected that Li Yu would now bring forth another new kind of plant, which naturally made him quite curious. Bring it over quickly for me to see. I'm eager to know what kind of good grain you've come up with. If it's good, I'll certainly reward you handsomely. After hearing this, Li Yu chuckled. Father Emperor, this time I've brought not grain but a plant. It's a tree. Once planted, within a year's time, it will grow into a large tree, whose roots can be used as food. Just roast it on a fire or steam it in a pot, and it becomes a very delicious dish. But there's one special note. If not cooked properly, eating it raw could cause poisoning. We must ensure proper publicity. After saying this, Li Yu pulled out some cassava roots from his pocket and placed them in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin picked up the cassava root lying before him and began inspecting it closely in his hands. This is nothing but a tree root. And it's poisonous too. How can it possibly be eaten? Li Shimin showed disdain. After hearing this, Li Yu gave a faint smile. Father Emperor, you don't understand the marvelous qualities of this thing. It has extremely high yield. It needs almost no maintenance after being planted. Just wait until harvest time. The most important thing is that by pulling out just one root of this stuff, a whole family can eat for 2 or 3 days, and it can also be used for other purposes. You can even make alcohol with this. Its effect is very good. One must prepare carefully though. It must be thoroughly cooked. If not cooked enough, it may still be toxic. We can hand it over to the Imperial kitchen for preparation, and I'll eat it first in front of you, Father Emperor. Chapter 331, Request. Li Shimin looked at Li Yu in front of him, initially stunned, then immediately burst into laughter, pointing at Li Yu and saying, You're quite clever, aren't you? Now you've learned to use these methods to pressure me. After laughing, Li Yu seriously said, Your Majesty, what I have said is absolutely true. If there's any deceit, please punish me. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Li Shimin laughed heartily. He pointed his finger at Li Yu and said, "You're quite amusing." Li Yu reached up and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "All right, your request is granted." After hearing this, Li Yu immediately jumped up. "Father Emperor, I'll go start steaming it right away. Someone, bring out the cassava I've already brought along." After finishing his sentence, a nearby guard approached with a large basket full of things that resembled tree roots. Li Shimin leaned forward for a look and felt puzzled in his heart. Could these really be edible? Could they be something like kudzu root? Kudzu indeed can be made into kudzu starch, which is also a very good food. Some people even use kudzu powder as medicine, useful for famine relief. Li Yu entered the imperial kitchen, a small palace where several large water vats were placed outside to prevent fire accidents. Next to the water vats, there were designated people keeping watch. Outside the imperial kitchen stood a row of guards, their faces displaying fierce demeanor. Accompanied by an old eunuch, he directly entered the imperial kitchen and drove most of the chefs out, leaving only one specialized royal cook. This cook was tall and sturdy. Upon seeing Li Yu, he instantly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, your royal highness." Taking a deep breath, he addressed Li Yu before him. Li Yu glanced at the chef and slightly nodded. "I will be using some items inside here to steam the cassava. Help me with the fire." The chef, upon looking at the cassava before him, revealed a surprised expression in his eyes. "Prince Qi, is this some rare treasure, requiring you personally to steam it? Why not leave it to me? I will make sure to prepare it perfectly." Li Yu raised his head and looked at the cook, coldly snorted. "This is my sincere preparation for Father Emperor. How dare you presume to help?" After hearing this statement, the cook was startled, realizing he had tried to flatter the wrong person. "Prince, I'm sorry." The cook quickly admitted his mistake. Li Yu then placed the cassava in front of them. "I have specially prepared instructions for this. It simply needs to be steamed in the steamer. It requires exactly 15 minutes of steaming." The cook quickly followed Li Yu's orders, peeling the skin off the cassava, boiling it in clear water, and then placing it on the steamer. Not long after, the journey emitted a faint fragrance, a woody scent that brought a peculiar aroma just by inhaling through the nose. This fragrance rapidly filled the nasal cavity, making it so pleasant to smell. As he sniffed the cassava, a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Indeed, it's a fine treasure. Even the guards outside smelled the fragrant aroma wafting from within, showing astonished expressions in their eyes. "What's going on? Why does such a strong fragrance suddenly come from in there? Could it be the thing His Highness brought in?" These guards all began drooling. It clearly looked like a great item. The eunuch originally harbored dissatisfaction towards Li Yu's insistence on handling the cassava, which even slightly displeased Li Shimin. But now, upon smelling this aroma, he unconsciously swallowed saliva, feeling greedy inside. "This is truly a remarkable item. His Majesty might love it." Soon after, the royal chef stepped forward and opened the steamer in front of him. From it, he removed a basket of cassava. After being processed, the subtle toxicity was greatly reduced, meaning even elderly people or children could eat it without issue. "Come with me to present it to His Majesty." Li Yu spoke. He set off with the royal chef towards the direction of Li Shimin. Li Shimin observed the cassava brought by Li Yu. After peeling its skin, it appeared tender and white, releasing a powerful, fresh aroma after being steamed. It was as if the clear fragrance of fragrant grass, making people feel refreshed and at ease when they smelled it. Huff! Li Shimin took a deep breath and exhaled. "You little rascal, you can really come up with a lot of good stuff." He did not immediately taste the cassava in front of him. A small eunuch came forward, picked up a piece of cassava. "Your Majesty, this cassava has an excellent taste and emits a strong aroma. Just eating it makes me feel a bit comfortable. And it's soft and tender, leaving a lingering fragrance in one's mouth. And I feel no discomfort in my body at all." Li Yu also picked up a piece of cassava and threw it into his mouth. Once it entered his mouth, a strong fragrant smell began to diffuse, melting instantly upon entry. "Delicious," said Li Yu. At that moment, the royal physician hurriedly walked into the palace. Li Shimin instructed, "Check this cassava in front of us for any issues." The royal physician inspected it closely before speaking up. "Your Majesty, this cassava poses absolutely no problems. It is completely normal to consume." After checking Li Yu and the nearby small eunuch, he found no issues whatsoever. Only then did Li Shimin pick up a piece of cassava and place it in his mouth. Li Shimin's eyes brightened instantly at that moment. "I never expected this cassava to look like just a piece of wood root, but in reality, it's so aromatic. Just one bite leaves such a lingering fragrance in your mouth." Li Shimin nodded. "Li Yu, you've done exceptionally well this time. You found another means to feed the masses, which can save countless famine victims during times of hardship. Speak your mind to your Father Emperor. Even if your requests are somewhat excessive, Father Emperor will still agree." Upon hearing this, Li Yu became extremely delighted. He hastily knelt before Li Shimin and said, "Not in a hurry, but I truly don't want to stay here anymore. I wish to return to my fiefdom. The cost of living in the capital is simply too expensive. Although I am honored to be a prince, I still find it somewhat hard to bear." Chapter 332, Li Ji. Upon hearing Prince Yu's words, the face of Emperor Taizong instantly turned gloomy. His eyes immediately filled with anger, glaring fiercely at Li Yu in front of him. "Li Yu, have I, your father and emperor, brought you such shame that you can't bear to stay in the capital? Or do you just want to return to your fiefdom to act as you please?" Emperor Taizong was after all the ruler of an entire nation, with life and death hanging on his every whim. Li Yu's repeated requests to return to his fiefdom finally enraged Emperor Taizong. The eunuch beside him was trembling from head to toe, dropping to his knees instantly, too afraid even to speak a word. However, Li Yu showed no signs of panic. Father Emperor, I know why you brought me to the capital. You once valued my knack for getting into trouble and doing all sorts of messy things. But here in the capital, how could I possibly find joy? There, I can tinker with all sorts of things that interest me. Alas, in this capital city, there's simply nowhere to put my skills to good use. After listening to these words, Emperor Taizong's previously fierce gaze gradually softened. He stared at Li Yu before laughing out loud. Young man, all day long you only think about supporting your little projects, and yet I've already entrusted you with our entire Tang dynasty. Don't you feel any excitement? After hearing these words, Li Yu hurriedly replied. No need to worry, I really have no interest in this. If you won't let me leave, then give me an estate. Not too big, the 5,000-acre imperial estate outside the capital would suffice. Father Emperor, when you hand it over to me, I will manage it well. Upon hearing this, Emperor Taizong noticed a hint of surprise in his eyes. It wasn't because he thought Li Yu was asking for too much, it was because what he asked for was too little. The reason Emperor Taizong thought it was too little was mainly because this estate had a hot spring, and the high water flow rendered half of the land infertile. Also, since the estate was located in the mountains, only about 1,000 acres were suitable for cultivation. Li Yu had discovered cassava, which could benefit the common people. With the rice and cassava he found, Li Yu was worthy of being recorded in history. It was naturally fitting for Emperor Taizong to reward Li Yu. The estate couldn't be of much use under anyone else's management and was even somewhat burdensome. Since Li Yu wanted it, he might as well give it to him. Taizong cleared his throat. We have come to an agreement. Unless I give you orders, you are not allowed to bring up returning to your fiefdom anymore. After hearing these words from Taizong, Li Yu felt a bit helpless in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. After all, who caused so many people to love him, like flowers attracting bees? Some just liked him, and there was nothing he could do about it. He was playing a strategy anyway. While he pretended to want to leave the capital, he actually knew Emperor Taizong would never let him go. So, he decided to grab the estate first to play with. Li Yu quickly said, Thank you, Father Emperor. I'll absolutely never mention this again. Only then did Emperor Taizong nod. How many cassava seeds do we have? We should plant more than 10 acres at first, cultivating more seeds, and then expanding further. In the future, our vast forests in Tang can grow plenty of cassava. In times of famine, the people just need to go to the mountains and dig up cassava, solving natural disasters naturally. Our dynasty will endure for countless generations, forever lasting. Taizong spoke with satisfaction. Li Yu mumbled a few words. There might not be natural disasters, but human ones could still happen. It's not that easy to last for thousands and millions of years. Taizong looked at Li Yu. What did you just say? Li Yu explained. Father Emperor, I was saying that I will definitely make this estate strong so that in the future, whatever you want to eat, I can deliver it to you. Taizong nodded. You've got the heart for it. They exchanged a few more words, and Li Yu then left. Watching Li Yu walk away, Taizong sighed deeply. Sometimes having an overly talented son isn't a good thing. There was some loneliness in his words, as if recalling something unpleasant. The eunuch standing by heard this, not daring to utter a single word. At this moment, Taizong seemed lonely, or perhaps reminiscing about something. With a wave of his hand, he said, You may leave first. Yes, your majesty. An elderly eunuch retreated upon hearing Taizong's command. Li Yu made his way out when a little boy came walking briskly toward him. It was none other than Li Ji. After seeing Li Yu, he shouted excitedly, Brother! He excitedly ran over to Li Yu. Brother, are you back today? Did you bring me anything tasty? I've heard that your estate has plenty of good food, and you often send some to Father Emperor. Could you send me some too? The boy in front of him looked up with an anticipatory expression. After hearing this, Li Yu reached out and touched the young Li Ji's head. This little guy was going to be the future emperor. Unbelievably, this child was so thoughtful. He came straight to Li Yu as his first contact. Li Yu gently patted his head and smiled, saying, Li Ji, how do you know brother here has all the good food? Hearing this, the boy let out a mischievous chuckle and said, Big brother, you don't know, but there are legends about you all over the capital. Even though you're rarely in the city, everyone knows that your mansion is filled with all kinds of rare fruits, exotic grains, and uncommon foods. I really like the hot pot from your house. Those are all such good things. I prefer spicy hot flavored hot pots. A flicker of thought crossed Li Yu's mind. This kid was actually a foodie. He pinched Li Ji's cheeks, smiling playfully, and said, You can tell brother what you want, and when I go home, I'll send it to your place. From now on, if you need anything, you can come to me, alright? After Li Yu finished speaking, he left. Li Ji rubbed his cheeks, watching Li Yu walk away. Who would have thought brother could be such a nice person? Murmuring to himself, by his side was a middle-aged eunuch. This eunuch watched Li Yu leave, lowered his voice, and whispered cautiously to Li Ji. Your Highness, although Prince Qi appears easygoing, it's not so simple where he stands outside the palace. There are many who eye him with ill intentions, but none of them met a good end. Prince, you mustn't underestimate Prince Qi. The middle-aged eunuch continued whispering carefully. Chapter 333, The Richest Prince. After hearing this, Li Ji sighed. I have no intention of competing. My elder brother is the one who can match the crown prince. In front of my elder brother, I have no ability to compete. Saying this, he sighed again. The realm of the future will surely belong to my elder brother. Although the crown prince also has a blessed appearance, his mind is too heavy. Elder brother Li Yu has a pure heart and a great patriotic sentiment that the crown prince cannot match. The throne in the future will surely belong to him. Li Ji said this, and these words stirred the heart of the middle-aged eunuch beside him. Your Highness, you already possess a princely position, with the Changsun family supporting you from behind. Your future achievements will not be insignificant. Perhaps you can also contend for the position of ruler of this land. The middle-aged eunuch named Xiao persuaded him thus. After hearing these words, Li Ji sighed lightly. I am too young, and it will be quite some time before I grow up. At that time, the struggle between these two elder brothers will surely have concluded. It's better now to build a good relationship with elder brother Li Yu, as in the future, it might result in a promising destiny. Li Ji laughed. After a while, he realized that he had wasted quite a bit of time. Oh dear, Father Emperor called me to have dinner, and I almost forgot. You dead slave, don't even remind me. We'd better hurry. Saying this, Li Ji quickened his steps. Li Yu was at this moment walking back to his mansion, his mind carrying some contemplative thoughts. Young as Li Ji was, he was already very wise, and there was an intelligent light in his eyes. This kid is truly extraordinary from birth. It's evident that those destined to become emperors are smart even from childhood. Li Yu muttered to himself, resolving firmly to develop a good relationship with Li Ji. Though I may never become emperor, I can cultivate a good relationship with the future emperor from a young age, and then learn when to advance or retreat. As soon as this thought popped into Li Yu's head, his excitement surged. Someone. Upon returning to his residence, he shouted loudly. Hearing his call, the old steward of Xiuxian Palace hurried over, falling to his knees before Li Yu. Your Highness, what brings you calling? Is there something urgent? Tell me quickly, so I can act immediately. Li Yu gave orders to the steward standing before him. Pack some fresh fruit from my mansion. Not good. Li Yu tapped on the table and added. If we give all the fruits now, perhaps they won't value them later when we send more. He paused, then continued. Pick a few big watermelons and send them to Prince Jean. Also prepare some hot pot ingredients. Send them along to Prince Jean. After hearing Li Yu's order, the steward hesitantly asked, Prince Qi, these watermelons are imperial tributes. Even the emperor doesn't have enough to satisfy his appetite. Wouldn't giving them to Prince Jean risk upsetting his majesty? Upon hearing this, Li Yu frowned and retorted. If I tell you to send, just send. Why do you ask so many questions? The steward immediately agreed, no longer daring to voice any objections. All right. Just as the steward was about to leave, Li Yu stopped him. Wait. Li Yu addressed the steward, saying, I have another important task for you to handle. The steward's eyes lit up with curiosity, and Li Yu cleared his throat softly and said, It's nothing significant. Today, the emperor granted me a large estate. There aren't enough people to manage it, so you must recruit some honest farmers. Also, find a few trustworthy individuals. Eventually, I will appoint you as overseer of this estate. One royal estate? The steward's voice trembled upon realizing the gravity of the opportunity. Managing such a large estate with hundreds of people living on it, spanning thousands of acres, would certainly place him among the most esteemed managers. Gulping sound. At this moment, the steward felt thrilled within his heart. Kneeling down before Li Yu, he bowed 3 times solemnly and replied, Thank you, Your Highness, for placing trust in me. I shall not fail your expectations and ensure the smooth operation of this estate, bringing no shame to you. After pledging his loyalty, the steward cleared his throat and inquired once more. Your Highness, forgive me, but which of the imperial estates did you mention? It's the hot water estate outside of Chang'an. Li Yu did not hide this information and answered straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, the steward was greatly startled. Your Highness, how could it be that estate? Seeing Li Yu's expression turn somewhat sour, he quickly explained. It's not that I look down on the estate, but there are serious issues with it. Hot water flows out all year round within the premises, making it unsuitable for farming. If we use the hot water to irrigate crops, it will certainly scald them to death. Worse still, the estate only has over 1,000 acres of farmland, while the remaining thousands of acres are mountainous lands. Moreover, the land here is full of stones, trees are scarce, and it's considered barren. This place is also called the spot where even birds don't defecate, and it's simply impossible to live here. Li Yu nodded, then said to the steward in front of him, It seems you already understand the situation here, which is excellent. I have precisely set my sights on this place where nothing grows, and hot water flows out. Li Yu continued, noticing the astonished look in the steward's eyes. Haven't I taught you all how to use furnaces to cultivate off-season fruits? The steward earnestly nodded and replied, With your methods, our mansion has reaped tremendous harvests. When he spoke these words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could the Lord harness this hot water to grow off-season vegetables and fruits? Even during winter, would it still bring in large harvests? As the steward voiced these thoughts, his breathing grew more rapid, unconsciously swallowing his saliva, his gaze filled with fiery enthusiasm. Li Yu chuckled softly. Not only that, I intend to create more income streams. In this Tang dynasty realm, I aim to become the richest prince. Upon hearing these words, the steward became visibly excited. The richest prince? Chapter 334, Favor. Li Yu has now established a solid foundation in the capital through running hot pot restaurants and trading various kinds of vegetables and fruits. In the capital, countless people look up to him, admiring this prince as an exceptional businessman who turned the place into a land of great prosperity. Is Prince going to become the richest noble under heaven? Prince, I wish to be your most dependable assistant, aiding you in becoming the wealthiest prince. Stand up. Li Yu nodded at the steward in front of him. So I will make this estate one of my key assets. Next, I plan to build even larger factories. In the future, I intend to move many things into our Tang dynasty, making it wealthier and more beautiful. Hearing these words from Liu, the steward was deeply moved. Of course, roads must be traveled step by step. Meals must be eaten bite by bite. Next, you shall recruit help for me, and I will not mistreat you. After hearing these words, the steward's heart began to race. After Liu introduced his plans, he realized that Liu valued him and thus assigned him to manage this estate, making him feel invigorated. Stepping out of the room, the steward started preparing gifts for Prince Jean and recruited more help. Soon in the capital, a recruitment notice appeared. Hot water estate offered good benefits, but many found it strange. Wasn't this originally an imperial estate? However, soon after, another piece of news surfaced. This royal estate was no longer a royal property, but instead had been bestowed upon Prince Liu. People were amazed that the emperor currently favored Liu so much that he rewarded him with such a large estate. But knowing that the water source of the estate was warm and steamy year-round, making it unsuitable for farming, some speculated on why it was given. Xuanhuan quickly received the gift and looked at the 2 large watermelons before him, puzzled. He questioned the steward standing in front of him. How are we supposed to eat these big melons? The steward smiled and said to Xuanhuan, this fruit is called a watermelon. This kind of melon was specially brought by envoys of Prince Qi from the west. It has thin skin, thick flesh, and tastes incredibly sweet. Once cut open, you'll see its red pulp. The pulp of this melon is exceptionally juicy and sweet. As the steward spoke, saliva naturally gathered in his mouth. At present, Xiuxian has only managed to cultivate a few watermelons. Every month, the emperor demands 2 large watermelons just to satisfy his cravings. Originally, Prince also reserved 2 for himself, but upon learning that Xuanhuan desired some fruit as well, they sent these over. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes instantly brightened. He never imagined Liu could be so generous as to send over the watermelons designated for himself. These, pointing towards the food items, are the secret hot pot ingredients made especially by the prince. Whenever you wish to enjoy them, simply dissolve them and cook accordingly. All these side dishes were personally sent by the prince. Furthermore, he asked me to inform Xuanhuan that these hot pots are not suitable for long-term storage and should be consumed quickly. If Xuanhuan wishes to taste them again, he may visit the residence of Prince Qi. Our manor houses foods unavailable elsewhere. Although young, Li Ji drooled upon hearing about all these delicacies. Of course, as a prince, he had to maintain his dignity, so despite nearly letting his saliva fall, he quickly swallowed it back. Outwardly, he maintained composure and solemnly nodded. I understand. Please help me slice this watermelon. After saying this, an eunuch beside him retrieved a jade knife and cut open the watermelon. When Li Ji bit into it, he immediately felt the sweetness spread throughout his palate. Tasty! Li Ji greedily consumed a large portion. Meanwhile, the steward advised Xuanhuan, the remaining watermelons need to be kept in an ice cellar. Otherwise, if left outside too long, they will spoil. Using the ice cellar for freezing will allow for long-term preservation, though it's best to consume within 7 days. Li Ji nodded and said, I understand. You may leave now. Li Ji declared, yes. With this, the steward withdrew. After stepping outside the mansion, the steward patted his chest and sighed. Who would have thought Prince Jean could be so dignified? From afar, I felt as if I was being completely overpowered. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Phew, this prince is no simple figure either, so young yet exuding such authority. It seems he will also become a mighty noble in the future. The steward thought quietly to himself and quickly cast the matter aside. After everyone else left, Li Ji, like a child, picked up the melon ice cream and began to devour it in large bites. Haha, it's truly delicious. His Royal Highness is truly wonderful. When I get a chance, I must definitely visit him and thoroughly enjoy this watermelon. How does elder brother manage to find so many delicious things? From now on, I must treat elder brother well and obtain all sorts of good and fun things from him. This is what brothers are for, not at all like Crown Prince brother. Li Ji finally revealed his childish nature as he spoke excitedly. Li Yu had no idea that inadvertently, he had already earned some favor from Li Ji and strengthened the bond between them. In a certain cellar, several black-robed individuals were gathering again. On their table lay a severed head, its eyes wide open, seemingly with an unfulfilled death wish. A black-robed person spoke in a deep voice. This was a spy who infiltrated our group. After being interrogated, he confessed that someone sent him to investigate us. According to his confession, the authorities have already learned about our existence and are investigating what kind of group we are. They seem to be trying to trace the source, uncover us, and wipe us out completely. The highest-ranking black-robed individual lightly tapped on the table. Humph. Will these detestable Li family's tactics suppress our desire for revenge? If it weren't for them back then, how would we have fallen to such a sorry state? As the black-robed person spoke, his voice brimmed with anger, as if bearing a blood feud against the Lis. The plan must be executed immediately. How are the arrangements coming along? The black-robed person at the top asked, his voice hoarse and sinister, making his words sound like those of a venomous scorpion. Just hearing his voice made one subconsciously shiver in fear. Everything is arranged. Chapter 335, Reconnaissance. Liu was at his estate outside the city. He looked afar at this garden, and there was a touch of fervor in his eyes. Steam was rising from the estate, making it look like a fairyland in the distance. Master, this estate now belongs to you, and you can arrange it however you want. Liu fanned himself with a fan, a smile on his face as he had great aspirations and plans for here. He had already mapped out everything in his mind, and when he arrived later, he would turn this place into a base for fruits and vegetables. Countless rare dishes and fruits could be introduced during seasons they don't normally appear, allowing him to make a substantial profit. Let's go. How about we take a look inside? If the person in charge here is decent enough, we can keep them. Otherwise, we'll have to replace them. Liu said this to Lu Shui beside him. He came over this time with the intention of examining the royal estate. After receiving the imperial decree rewarding him with this property, he found out that the people within the estate were also granted to him. These people were previously under the emperor's command, some naturally being good individuals, but others might not be. Liu needed to examine these people to determine who was good or bad. According to the emperor's intentions, these people would become his subordinates from now on. Achoo! Li Shimin was reviewing memorials in the palace when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. Hee, I wonder who is secretly cursing me, Li Shimin mused aloud. A nearby eunuch hurriedly said, Your Majesty is the son of heaven. Every word and action represents the heavens. This sneeze must mean that the heavens are sending a message. Huh. Li Shimin laughed after hearing this and pointed to the eunuch next to him, jokingly scolding him. You're really good at flattery. The eunuch, pretending to be slightly aggrieved, replied, Your Majesty, I am genuinely wronged. I am just speaking the truth and certainly do not harbor such thoughts. He almost started crying in indignation. Li Shimin held the memorial in his hand and smiled while saying, Do you think this kid can manage the estate properly? The eunuch quickly flattered, His Royal Highness Xuanhuan is Your Majesty's son. His conduct has always been excellent, and his ability to handle affairs is very strong. Such a small royal estate will definitely fall easily under His Royal Highness's management. Huh. Li Shimin, upon hearing this, laughed heartily again. You seem quite biased towards Xuanhuan. When the eunuch heard this, he got frightened and immediately knelt down shouting loudly, Your Majesty, I've been unjustly accused. I absolutely haven't accepted any favors from Xuanhuan. Li Shimin hummed lightly and warned, Remember, until now, you still belong to me, Li Shimin, not to any of my children. Do you understand? The eunuch quickly knocked several loud heads on the ground. Your Majesty, I've understood. I won't dare commit such a sin anymore. Go, Li Shimin instructed to the eunuch in front of him. The old eunuch rushed out quickly. Li Shimin simply gazed towards the distant direction, muttering, I wonder how far my dear son can achieve. Can you manage all these things properly? If you truly can do well in these matters, giving you an opportunity isn't necessarily bad. After saying these words, he chuckled softly. At this moment, Liu sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, Could it be because I caught a chill last night? That's impossible. My internal energy circulates without issue. Saying this, he noticed a woman tilling a field not too far away. Just then, he wanted to inquire about matters from this woman nearby. As he approached her intending to ask, the next second, his gaze showed surprise. For there were several scars on the woman's face before him, seemingly inflicted by whip marks. This baffled him greatly. What had happened? Are you someone from this estate? The steward following Liu asked the woman in front of them. Upon seeing Liu, Lu Shui, and the steward, she instantly panicked, saying, I know nothing. Please do not question me. If you need information, please ask someone else. After saying this, she covered her face and prepared to leave. We're not bad people. We merely wish to ask for directions, Liu told her. Here are a few copper coins. If you can tell us, we'll give them to you. In broad daylight, it's impossible for us to do anything inappropriate to you. The woman looked up, her eyes filled with fear. No, it's not that. When she said this, she seemed somewhat dazed, as if someone was threatening her, making her afraid to talk to strangers. This estate is no good. You shouldn't stay here. Otherwise, there might be danger. The woman looked up, with some fear. I'm not lying to you, but the truth is like this. She glanced back when she said this. You'd better leave here quickly. After she said this, she wanted to drive them away. We're not ferocious tigers who eat people. Why should you treat us like this? The supervisor became angry when he heard what the woman in front of him had said. He had already received Liu's instructions and would become the steward here from now on, managing the place. The woman in front of him would also become one of the people under his charge. How dare she not show him respect? This made him very annoyed. Just as he was about to get angry, a man with his upper body bare walked towards them from not too far away. He jogged slightly, seemingly quite excited. When he got closer, he saw Liu, dressed in magnificent clothes, clearly a nobleman. His face changed slightly, and then he started scolding the woman who was working the field. You women have no shame. How dare you not greet the distinguished guest immediately? Is my discipline not strict enough for you? How dare you go against my words? Do you believe me or not when I say I'll beat you to death? After saying that, he raised the whip in his hand to whip the woman in front of him. The woman was greatly frightened but did not dare to move, fearing even more terrible punishment from the person in front of her. That's enough. Liu couldn't stand it anymore. We were passing by here, so we wanted to ask for directions and learn about the local customs. Who are you? The man was puzzled. Chapter 336, Greed. Liu gave a faint smile. We are just passers-by. I have come out of the capital to see the local customs and traditions. If we bother you too much, please forgive us. I heard that there is a royal farm here with peculiar customs and traditions. It has hot water, which stays warm all year round, making it one of the wonders of the world. I am quite curious about it, so I have the idea of wanting to come and take a look. Huh. The man burst into laughter after hearing these words. You've come at a good time, and meeting me is your good fortune. Most people really can't get in, but as it happens, I'm one of the managers here. If you want to take a look at the hot springs, then there's no better time than now. After he spoke, instead of acting immediately, he stretched out his palm and lightly rubbed it. This is the royal estate. Usually outsiders can't enter easily. If you want to go inside, you need to take a bit of a risk. After saying this, he coughed slightly. So, if I lead you in, I'd be taking a risk. Don't you think you should give me a little compensation? If you're willing, then I'll take you inside. His gaze looked eagerly at Li Yu. But Li Yu glanced over at Lu Xue. Lu Xue's eyes showed some solemnity. Because on this man standing in front of them, she saw an intense black aura, not just one strand, but dozens. The black aura had formed into something like shadows covering his body, looking exceptionally ferocious. Li Yu also perceived such signs through his own vision and frowned. But he quickly relaxed his brows. It wouldn't do for trouble to break out just because of visiting a royal estate. He smiled at the man in front of him and asked, "How much money do you require?" The greed in the man's eyes flared instantly. Looking at Li Yu, it was as if he were eyeing a fat lamb. He waved his hand and said, "Not much, not much. 5 taels of silver will suffice." At this point, the overseer became furious in an instant, as if he had heard something laughable. "You actually dare." Li Yu stopped the overseer, pulling out a pouch from his bosom, and threw a silver ingot towards the man. "Let's proceed according to your request, but remember we want to enjoy ourselves thoroughly." The man put the ingot into his mouth and bit down hard. Confirming that it was indeed genuine, his expression changed dramatically. He became full of smiles and bent low with servility. "Noble guests, please follow me." A woman nearby shouted at that moment. "You cannot go. Leave here immediately, or you will all be in danger." After hearing her words, the man rushed towards the woman, preparing to slap her. Cough, cough. Li Yu found this somewhat unbearable and said to the man before him, "Can we refrain from using violence as a favor to me? I have come here today for recreation, so I wish to remain in a pleasant mood. Please spare me any violent actions that would cause unease." After listening to these words, the man immediately stopped. "Sir, since you have spoken thus, I naturally must respect your wishes. To avoid conflict with your face as well as hers, I won't lay hands on her. But I advise her to behave herself and stop defaming me, or else next time, there will be more serious consequences than just one slap." After finishing these words, he started leading the way. The woman beside them trembled visibly throughout her body. She furtively observed Li Yu's group, her eyes filled with extreme fear. She knew that terrible events were soon to unfold. Yet, she didn't dare to intervene. Walking at the forefront, Li Yu wore a somewhat lazy expression. The royal estate was originally a product of royalty, hence it came as a large estate. However, this man led Li Yu's group towards a mountain range. At the foot of the mountain, there were numerous people working the fields. When they saw the man bringing along Li Yu's group, they all stood up. But their faces were all filled with malice, like starving wolves who had spotted fat lambs approaching. After seeing this scene, Li Yu slightly furrowed his brow. He activated his chi sight and noticed that these farmers also emitted dark chi. Their bodies were surrounded by shadow-like figures, indicating ominous portents. When Li Yu saw these farmers, he felt extremely puzzled. After all, they were only farmers. Why did they have such strange auras? He had only seen similar things among mountain bandits. His heart stirred slightly. Could it be that this man was involved with the bandits? How had these people managed to infiltrate the royal estate? Li Yu was rather puzzled, but he still prepared to make these people in front of him explain personally. It would be better this way. "Another noble young master has arrived here." A farmer smiled and greeted them. "It's true. These few are indeed sons of wealthy families who have specially come here to admire the strange sights. Just with one move, they gave 5 taels of silver, so later I will treat all of you to food and drinks." The leading man chuckled, as if some grand good fortune had befallen him. These farmers also laughed and joked along happily. As they continued climbing the mountain for a short while, they came across a mountain stream. "Do you see that? It's the brook left by the hot springs. I'm not quite sure why, but this mountain always has flowing hot water year-round. It's quite strange. Therefore, every year, quite a number of people come to take a look. This hot spring water is extremely scalding. If a person were to fall into it, they'd immediately get boiled alive. We often use the water from here to cook our lunches. The real hottest spot is actually at the top of this mountain." The man said with a smile and continued leading the way ahead. But gradually, the overseer noticed something amiss because he realized those previous farmers had followed them up. Moreover, those farmers were carrying sickles, emitting an air of menace. The overseer moved closer to Li Yu, lowered his voice, and whispered cautiously, "My lord, I feel like something here isn't right. These farmers actually followed us up. Could it be they intend harm against us? My lord, I believe their intentions are possibly not honorable. Why don't we return quickly? Staying here could be very dangerous. You are priceless, your highness, absolutely cannot risk your safety again. Once we go back, we can reconsider our options." The overseer gulped down his saliva as he spoke. "Let's just see what tricks they're trying to pull." Li Yu waved his hand and said, "Besides, with Lu Xue here, what are you panicking about? Call." At that moment, a few crows flew across the sky. Chapter 337, Takedown. Li Yu looked up at the crows in the sky and smiled, saying, "These crows suddenly appearing here is a sign of bad omen." The man in front heard this and smirked slightly. "Who says otherwise? These crows showing up here means someone's about to die. Mr. Pretty Boy, why don't you just hand over all the silver on your person? Otherwise, I won't be able to leave you with a complete body after." Just then, the man leading them turned around, revealing a cruel look on his face. He seemed like a terrifying monster ready to pounce, prepared to deliver a fierce blow to Li Yu at any moment. Upon hearing this, Li Yu showed no trace of panic. He looked at the man before him as if watching a clown. "Could it be that you dare to rob and murder here?" Li Yu said this to the man in front of him. After hearing these words, the man chuckled softly. "What else did you think?" As he looked at Li Yu, it was as though he were gazing at a corpse. Behind them, over a dozen farmers all surrounded them. These farmers each carried cleavers, their faces filled with ferocity, encircling without uttering a word. Just now, we heard you muttering about something. Seems like you discovered some matters here. I know for sure you intended to sneak away quietly. But is it really up to you once you get here? Liu put away the folding fan in his hand, his expression becoming more serious as he glared at the man before him and asked sharply, "Oh, several wealthy young masters have gone missing here. Did they die at your hands? This place is the Imperial farmstead. How dare you commit such crimes here?" At this moment, Liu suddenly remembered the information he'd read about the Imperial farmstead and questioned sternly. Hearing this, the leading man burst out laughing loudly. Hee, farming yields little money anyway. Here is an Imperial farmstead, royal sacred ground. Even if we kill and steal, what can anyone do? Dare anyone really investigate? Killing you few and dumping you in the hot spring. Who will ever know? Then crush your bones and toss them into the ravines. And who could still find out? As long as we insist we've never seen you, who would guess? I've done this more than once, but nothing happens. Huh, the man laughed boisterously. It was easy to make trouble in remote wilderness areas where surveillance was non-existent and bodies easily buried. All right, I've told you so much. It's time I sent you on your way. Liu listened to the man and looked at him as if looking at a dead man. Because he had truly decided to take his life, it wasn't proper for such a scoundrel to exist in this world. If such a beast was left alive, how many others might suffer? But he must catch whoever was pulling the strings behind the scenes to truly uncover the truth. He pulled a bag of silver coins from his pocket and tossed it towards the man. I'll die clear-eyed. Is it just you guys doing this? Or has the whole Imperial farmstead become this corrupt? The man grabbed the money pouch, opened it, and found there was actually 40 to 50 taels of silver inside, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Seeing how generous you are, let me explain it clearly before I kill you. I used to be a bandit, hunted by the authorities. Eventually, I infiltrated this Imperial farmstead and took control of it. The former manager was already dim-witted. I spent a little silver and liquor, and that was enough to bring him under my control. By this point, the man was extremely proud, boasting about his achievements. It's not as if I'm constrained here. Not only do I have free reign, but I've abducted over a dozen women to sell in illicit trades. That was smooth sailing. I also see clearly. You're accompanied by a beautiful woman. Such a pity she knows too much and can't be spared. Certainly, I'll have my fill of enjoyment before. The man continued smugly, but before he could finish, Lu Xue moved. In a flash, she drew her sword. Her waist bore a flexible blade which, once unsheathed, became a formidable weapon capable of causing death. When still, it posed no threat. When in motion, it struck with intent to kill. Still laughing, the man lost his arm in the next second. A cry of agony escaped from his lips as he quickly reached out to cover his severed arm, staring at Lu Xue with eyes filled with terror. You're actually quite skilled? But you're alone while we have more than a dozen men. That man over there still needs your protection. Let's see how many you can kill. After saying this, the man turned and fled. But how could Lu Xue possibly give him a chance to escape? She lunged forward again, slashing with her sword. The man lost his leg and fell to the ground, emitting wails and cries of pain. At this moment, Liu turned around and locked his gaze on the farmers approaching them. Surrender now. The farmers exchanged glances, but they knew that having committed such heinous crimes, if they were caught, execution was inevitable. With this thought in mind, they charged forward with their machetes. However, how could these bandits stand a chance against Lu Xue? One by one, they were all cut down to the ground. Your Highness, these men are brutal villains. Please allow me the opportunity to personally execute them. Lu Xue knelt before Liu and spoke. Now is not the time to kill them. These men are brutal criminals, so let's make their crimes known across the land. Allow imperial law to judge and sentence them. They shouldn't die here like this. Moreover, they must not have committed only these crimes. Perhaps they've done far worse. Liu said this with a fierce expression. The farmers who had fallen to the ground heard Lu Xue call Liu, Your Highness, and their eyes widened in shock. They never expected to have angered such a monstrous dragon, the prince himself. When the bailiff arrived with his men, they saw the farmers lying on the ground. Yet the faces of the bailiff and the magistrate were drenched in sweat, knowing full well that the person standing before them was none other than His Royal Highness, the Duke of Qi, greatly favored by His Majesty. For such an incident to happen to this royal prince, it would surely cause a great disaster. There would definitely be an investigation, and they would be guilty of negligence in governance for letting such chaos reign unchecked. Chapter 338, A Shocking Case. Li Taizhan was now standing by with his guards, strictly preventing any danger from approaching. Liu looked at the woman in front of him as she slowly narrated these events. It turns out that after these bandits managed to infiltrate the imperial farm, disaster began. First, the diligent and hardworking farmers on the imperial farm were exploited. Next, the surrounding villages were ravaged. Given the imperial identity of those involved, the county magistrate dared not investigate deeply. Every time he sent people to arrest them, they were driven back. Reports to higher officials went unanswered, leaving the county magistrate helpless and ultimately choosing to turn a blind eye. Once they realized no one dared to investigate them, they became more audacious, killing even more people. The woman standing before them was originally not from the imperial farm, but from another village. Unbeknownst to her, she had been captured by these men, enduring beatings and abuse. If she ever angered them, she might even face torture or death. Many women had already been killed. However, because she was fairly good-looking and skilled in farm work, she was kept alive. After hearing the woman's story, Lu Xue grew pale with anger. How could there be such audacious and shameless people in this world? How dare they do such things when this is right under the sun of heaven's nose? If this could happen here, what about other places? Lu Xue was beside herself with rage upon hearing all this. Cough cough. Liu cleared his throat. Upon hearing it, Lu Xue stopped speaking, standing silently next to Liu. Her face was ashen, and she longed to slaughter all the bandits herself. Liu said to the woman, "Rest assured, I will give you justice." The county magistrate was nearby, but blocked by Li Taizhan, who did not allow him to approach. The magistrate's legs were shaking uncontrollably, seemingly fearing that upsetting Liu might cost him his position. "Let them come over," Liu instructed the guards. The county magistrate was quickly brought forward and immediately knelt down in front of Liu. He didn't try to excuse himself. Instead, while bowing his head repeatedly, he confessed, "My lord, I am guilty of negligence in governance, allowing these bandits to infiltrate the imperial farm. Please punish me accordingly." Upon hearing this, Liu glanced at the county magistrate and said calmly, "I'm just a prince without the authority of an imperial inspector, so I cannot hold you accountable for your crimes. Only His Majesty can hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the county magistrate collapsed with fear. If Emperor Li Shimin learned that such a shocking case had occurred under his own capital, the magistrate knew his days in office would be over. He immediately knelt down and loudly cried out to Liu, "My lord, save me, please." Liu stared at the county magistrate and dismissed the rest. "You may all go first." When everyone left, only the county magistrate and Lu Xue remained. "Do you know how much about this matter? Don't tell me you're only finding out now how rotten this place has become. What are the real reasons behind this?" Liu fixed his gaze on the county magistrate, interrogating him harshly. Upon hearing this, the magistrate smiled bitterly. "My lord, I once knew that something sinister was happening inside the imperial farm, and I reported it. However, there was no response from above. As far as I know, the manager of this imperial farm seems to have ties with a powerful eunuch in the palace. He is the eunuch's relative. That eunuch holds great power in the palace, so all my complaints were silenced. They probably assumed this was some minor issue within the estate. But it seems." At this point, the magistrate's voice became quieter. He wasn't sure what the prince really meant, whether he wanted to protect him or use him for some scheme. Upon hearing this, Liu's anger towards the magistrate lessened slightly. "I see," Liu nodded. "Investigate further then. The emperor has granted this imperial farm to me, and all the people here are my servants. I will send people to assist you. Reveal every bit of corruption hidden here. Proceed with the investigation fearlessly and without worry. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." Liu spoke firmly to the county magistrate, then added, "If you fail to handle this properly and thoroughly investigate, don't blame me for showing you no mercy." Liu's eyes bore into the magistrate, his words filled with menace. The county magistrate's hands were trembling in fear. He quickly knelt down and responded, "I dare not." Within the estate, in a cellar that was opened, the chief constable looked inside and saw more than 10 young girls imprisoned there. These girls were all wearing tattered clothing and were shaking with fear. A foul stench emanated from the cellar. After seeing this, the chief constable's eyes turned red. "It is utterly despicable. How can such evil people exist in this world? They truly deserve to die." With that, he slammed his fist against the ground. "Rescue all of them," the chief constable shouted. Elsewhere, several clerks were digging with shovels. They soon dug over a meter deep, uncovering some clothes underground, accompanied by a strong stench, causing these clerks to cover their noses and mouths. "Found something," a clerk exclaimed and sped up, quickly uncovering dozens of bodies. Some of the bodies were intact, while others had been severely mutilated. Upon seeing these bodies, the clerks' faces changed dramatically. One of the clerks suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "Isn't this Zhao's son? He was the son of a wealthy merchant in the city who went missing, and the merchant even offered a reward for finding him. I didn't expect him to die here." Clue after clue, evidence piece after evidence piece were unearthed. After Liu saw all this, he tightly clenched his fists, hatred flashing in his eyes. "Never did I expect this place to harbor such filth." He gazed far away at the royal farm, realizing how corrupt it had become. Li Xiuxian was waiting outside for Emperor Taizong's audience, while Liu had already gone in first to report some important matters. Although Li Xiuxian felt extremely dissatisfied inside, he did not show it, but his face looked rather gloomy. As he was waiting, an angry shout suddenly came from the direction of the imperial study. "What?" Li Xiuxian was also startled. Chapter 339, Acting on Heaven's Behalf. A question popped into Li Xiuxian's mind. What exactly had happened? Why did the emperor suddenly explode in anger here? Could it be that he was dissatisfied with Liu, so he scolded him like this? This thought made Li Xiuxian instantly become agitated. If this were true, it would be excellent. Liu, in the past, though you could temporarily make Father Emperor happy, flattery does not last forever. Now that you are being rebuked by the emperor, you have only yourself to blame, Li Xiuxian said excitedly with a tone of satisfaction. What he didn't know was that inside the study, an entirely different scene was unfolding. Emperor Taizong gazed at the evidence in his hand, and nothing but murderous intent remained in his eyes. How dare these minor stewards and peasants from the imperial farms act so cruelly? Truly despicable. Taizong stood up and paced back and forth, tightening his fists while walking. Hatred flashed in his eyes. Fools. These fools, are the officials all useless eaters? They almost put the prince in danger. Taizong spoke angrily, his eyes brimming with murderous hatred. Investigate. Conduct immediate investigations on all royal estates across the empire, and thoroughly uncover all these dirty deeds. If anyone is found guilty of lawbreaking, they must be arrested and imprisoned immediately. Those who know of crimes but do not report them will face no leniency. My lord, this matter requires careful consideration. We shouldn't rush to conclusions. Liu interjected, startled after hearing that Taizong intended to investigate all royal estates. This plan terrified him, as he realized he'd immediately become the thorn in everyone's side who managed these farms, putting himself at great risk for enemies. He just wanted a peaceful life, not one full of conflict. Taizong listened to Liu's words, then a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Oh, are you asking for mercy on their behalf?" Due to his anger, Taizong's attitude towards Liu grew somewhat hostile. "Father Emperor, although this estate has its problems, it doesn't mean all imperial farms have issues. These are your household slaves. Even if they cause trouble, they should be dealt with personally by you. If outsiders were to intervene, wouldn't that harm our family's dignity? Please reconsider carefully, lest we lose the bigger picture due to impulsive decisions." After listening to Liu's argument, Taizong gradually calmed down. He reached out and lightly tapped the table, his eyes gleaming with wisdom as he contemplated the feasibility of what was proposed. Sitting silently for a long while, Taizong remained silent. Liu dared not stand. The eunuchs beside him even broke out in sweat, their legs trembling slightly. Had they not been seasoned veterans who had long served under Taizong, they might have already bowed down and begged for mercy. Knowledge within the palace walls was perilous, sometimes leading to death to silenced tongues. Each year, several people vanished quietly from the palace grounds without any investigation or inquiry, their names quietly erased. After much time had passed, Taizong finally calmed completely. He raised his head, looked at Liu, and nodded. "What you said indeed makes sense. We must not act hastily, or else if such scandals spread across the nation, heaven knows how people will talk. This needs a thorough but discreet investigation. At the same time, we'll announce to the world, any officials linked to criminal activities at royal estates must be investigated fully and promptly reported. As for those people, they're no longer fit to remain at the estate. Execute those guilty, expel and disperse the innocent." As Taizong watched Liu, an idea sparked in his mind. "You've always wanted to return to Qi territory. This opportunity is yours. Go back there and handle this situation. I order you to inspect the estates on my behalf, catching these corrupt worms. For this, I grant you autonomy to resolve matters under the guise of border inspections, capturing all malefactors responsible." Taizong looked at Liu before him, his gaze intense and focused, saying firmly. Hearing this, the eunuch by the side immediately perceived a significant elevation in Liu's status. Clearly, he was now groomed for the role of successor. Otherwise, how would such extensive power be granted? Although secretly investigating imperial farms, this task carried massive responsibilities, effectively representing a delegation of authority. In public, this meant acting on behalf of heaven, signifying a certain level of authority over others. Liu, however, frowned unhappily. He had no intention of going so far away. "Father Emperor, this." Just as he was about to refuse, the sound of a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding. System task. Patrol all royal estates on behalf of heaven, clear corruption, and expose wickedness. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a Qi cultivation fruit. Ingesting it will grant you the pre-Qi cultivation technique, adding 100 years to your lifespan, along with various other miraculous benefits. Upon seeing this reward, Liu's eyes turned red in an instant. This was none other than the legendary Qi cultivation method. It was rumored that these techniques were secret methods researched by the Fengshi to ascend through cultivation, achieving immortality and eternal life once practiced successfully. Moreover, this meant extending one's life by 100 years, and Liu felt his heart burning hot at the thought. "Father Emperor, I am willing to patrol on behalf of heaven." And thus, Liu accepted the imperial decree. Only now did Li Shimin break into a broad smile, nodding contentedly at Liu. "I will have this matter written into an imperial edict, then announce it to the world before sending you out of the capital." Liu cheerfully accepted the edict. As he was walking out, he saw Li Xiuxian waiting nearby for his audience. Li Xiuxian's face carried a smirk as he looked at Liu and asked, "Just now, Father Emperor must have seen right through your flattery, which is why he loudly reprimanded you, right?" Li Xiuxian's face bore a smug smile as he mocked him. However, after hearing these words, Liu shook his head. Father Emperor worries about the country and its people. How could he ever become angry over trifles? "Prince, you must correct your behavior and not speak recklessly. As the Prince of Qi, I have never flattered Father Emperor. Father Emperor is the son of heaven, and everything I do is either to respect him or for the greater good. Prince, be cautious with your words. If others overhear them, they might think you're planning something nefarious. Are you dissatisfied with Father Emperor?" After hearing this, Li Xiuxian's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Liu to be so eloquent and articulate. Clearly, Liu had been at fault, yet somehow the blame was now pinned entirely on him. This made him furious. Just as he was about to hurl insults, a eunuch emerged from inside. Chapter 340, Slap in the Face. "Prince Qi, His Majesty's decree has arrived. This old servant chased you down for half a day. Please receive the decree." Liu and Li Xiuxian both knelt to welcome the imperial decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Currently, the land is not at peace with many incidents occurring, and bandits or calamities are widespread throughout the lands. I deeply feel unease, so I specially send Prince Qi to tour the land to stabilize its feng shui and supervise the livelihoods and matters of the people. By imperial order. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian's expression immediately changed drastically. A sense of deep unease surged from within him. He fixed a fierce glare on the Li Yu standing before him, as if looking at his father's killer, wanting nothing more than to kill him instantly. His hands were trembling slightly, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. How could it possibly be representing heaven on a royal tour? After all, this was a qualification reserved only for someone acting in the emperor's name. How could it fall into Li Yu's hands? Reasonably speaking, this honor should belong only to him. Besides the crown prince, who else was fit for such an important mission? Could this mean the emperor was hinting to everyone that he intended to replace the crown prince? Li Xiuxian felt icy cold in his limbs. The fear in his eyes was unmistakable, as his whole body shook uncontrollably. But still, he was the crown prince after all. He had faced countless challenges and forcefully suppressed the anxiety rising within him. Coldly smiling at Li Yu in front of him, he said, "It seems I've underestimated you. I really don't know what methods you used, but you managed to earn such a great favor from Father Emperor. But brown-nosing won't last forever." After saying this, Li Xiuxian turned and strode forward without another word. Although he felt bitter resentment inside, there was nothing he could do. He could only accelerate his preparation for the matter ahead. As long as he had great power under his control, he wouldn't need to worry about this matter. Anyone trying to replace his position as the crown prince would need to consider whether his sword was fast enough. Li Yu watched Li Xiuxian walk away with obvious distress and couldn't help but feel a strange sense of relief in his heart. "You always try to cause trouble for me when you have nothing better to do, and yet I never wanted to compete with you." Muttering these words while looking at Li Xiuxian's back, Li Yu continued, "The throne can never belong to you. You're destined to rebel. No matter how much hatred you heap on me, your fate cannot change. Because the Son of Heaven was never meant to be me." With that thought, Li Yu sighed loudly, showing a look of exasperation. When Li Yu returned home, the steward hurried over. "Your Highness, did the Emperor not reclaim the imperial estate?" The steward rubbed his hands nervously, his eyes carrying a flicker of anticipation. After hearing this, Li Yu lightly shook his head and said, "It was certainly not reclaimed. Instead, I've been given a task." The steward's eyes lit up with excitement immediately upon hearing this. "Does that mean the Emperor has bestowed more imperial estates to your Highness?" The steward's eyes glimmered with even more joy. Li Yu let out a long sigh. "That isn't the case. However, the Emperor gave me a new position, allowing me to represent heaven while touring the borders." Li Yu chuckled. "Wow." The steward's eyes suddenly sparkled brilliantly. It was as if he'd just heard something unbelievable. "My lord, are you not joking? The Emperor actually entrusted such immense authority to you. Doesn't that signify that His Majesty has acknowledged you?" The steward let out an exclamation. "Too good. Absolutely wonderful." The steward wore a beaming smile on his face. "This must be the blessing of heaven. My lord, it looks like His Majesty holds high regard for you, which is why such an excellent opportunity has been presented. You must seize it, my lord," said the steward excitedly. Hearing this, Li Yu merely nodded slightly. "I understand. I'll arrange matters regarding the royal estate." Then Li Yu pulled a design plan from his chest and handed it over to the steward. "We must proceed with related construction works immediately. Transform the royal estate into the appearance I require." After taking the blueprint, the steward glanced at it briefly and immediately felt puzzled. He exclaimed, "My lord, this will surely cost a lot of money. Also, in reality, this plan seeks to cover this entire area with structures. It may take at least a year to complete. Please reconsider, my lord." The steward swallowed hard and addressed Li Yu solemnly. "I've made my decision. Construct according to my ideas. As for the glazed tiles on top, I will figure out a way. You just need to build according to my plan. Don't tell me you can't even handle this small task." Upon hearing this, the steward knew that Li Yu was somewhat dissatisfied with him. He hurriedly shouted loudly, "My lord, these are just trivial matters, and I will definitely handle them properly. I will ensure the schedule is kept." "That's more like it." Li Yu nodded slightly after looking at the steward in front of him. "Go prepare immediately now." After arranging all this, Li Yu began pondering how to complete his mission. This trip might involve encountering an unknown amount of danger. Lu Xue then came to Li Yu's side, speaking with a slightly resentful tone. Who knows what His Majesty had in mind? How could he send my lord so far away? There might be countless people trying to assassinate you along the way. Who knows what the outcome will be? Lu Xue sighed deeply as she spoke. Li Yu looked somewhat serious. It's quite possible Father Emperor had this in mind. Not only am I going to clean up the imperial estates across the land, but I am also being used to weed out those who are troublemakers. The Emperor's intentions are always hard to fathom. Saying this, Li Yu gave a casual comment. Lu Xue's eyes flickered slightly. Looks like my lord understands His Majesty's thoughts very well. How shouldn't I? No one understands better than me. Li Yu has watched countless TV dramas about Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, and as a side effect, he has also read some related history, thus understanding Li Shimin fairly well. He is an emperor who loves achievements, yet accomplished many feats. The biggest blemish on his record is the Xuanhuan Gate incident. Of course, his accomplishments have also been praised by the world. This man could make decisive choices from dangerous situations. During the Xuanhuan Gate incident, he even killed his own brothers, proving his resolute belief. Later, Crown Prince Li Xiuxian was deposed by him and ended up tragically. Several princes also didn't have good endings, showing that Li Shimin had a scale in his heart measuring everyone. Chapter 341, Recruiting. Li Xiuxian sat in his palace, tightly clenching his fists. He could not believe that Li Yu would receive so much favor from the emperor and be treated so well. Now, he had even been appointed as a special envoy. Every time he thought about it, a surge of anger rose in his heart. But soon he calmed down, raised his head, and stared at the eunuch in front of him. "Have you contacted that person?" The eunuch knelt down, hurriedly reporting, "Prince, we have made contact. The other party says they need more time to think. They are not willing to immediately pledge allegiance to your highness." When the eunuch said this, he secretly glanced at the prince before him, with a hint of gravity in his eyes. After hearing these words, xiuxian showed a look of surprise. "Why won't they join me? Is my offer not good enough?" "No." The eunuch's legs began to shake. "This person claims they are deeply indebted to the emperor's grace. If your highness wishes to recruit them, then something more must be given in return, such as helping them get promoted. Only then will they agree to join you." After hearing this, xiuxian was instantly consumed with rage. He struck the table with great force, gritting his teeth. "It's just some general sent out, yet he dares to haggle with me like this. Does he truly think the crown prince is nothing but a decoration?" While saying this, xiuxian trembled all over due to anger. But after taking a deep breath, he worked hard to calm his wildly fluctuating emotions. After a long while, he finally calmed down, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Go tell him that I have agreed to his demands. Have him act according to my plan. I'll make sure he gets promoted and becomes wealthy, and in return, he must pledge allegiance to me and help me accomplish certain tasks. Tell him I harbor no thoughts of rebellion. I simply wish to have the means to protect myself. As a general, doesn't he also desire to advance his position further?" The eunuch nodded upon hearing these words. "Prince, I'll go and take care of this immediately." After finishing speaking, the eunuch turned around and set off at once. xiuxian sat there, hatred burning in his eyes. "You're all forcing me, each one of you refusing to let me live peacefully, always pushing me into a corner." His voice became hoarse as he said this, filled with resentment. At this moment, in a secret room, several black-clad figures sat silently. Who would have thought that Liu is about to leave the capital city so quickly? We must change our previous arrangements. If he escapes, no matter how skilled we may be, it would be impossible for us to seize him. Another black-clothed figure remarked sarcastically. Just didn't expect that Li Shimin would value him so highly. Our plans must be adjusted. At this point, the black-clad figure sitting at the top spoke with a raspy voice. Since he has received Li Shimin's favor, let's make sure he doesn't have a peaceful day. Originally, we planned for him to die, to bear all responsibility, and thus plunge Li Shimin into endless pain in the future. Now, perhaps we can give them an opportunity to turn on each other. The black-clad figure slowly continued, his voice carrying an enigmatic charm. I'll make them realize that not everything in this world comes easily. A fight between father and son, what a thrilling event. Arrange it. Once he leaves, involve him in a massive rebellion case. Believe me, there are people within this court who will delight in witnessing such events. As he said this, a smug laugh escaped his lips. Ho ho, what a delightful situation. Excitedly, he carried on speaking. The rest of the black-cloaked individuals also laughed, their venomous plan already forming. They were determined to utterly destroy Liu, making him vanish from the face of the earth. Liu was inspecting his personal guards. Cobblestone paths stretched across the ground, rows of men standing straight and exuding murderous intent. These robust guards were the ones responsible for protecting Liu next. I am very satisfied with you all because you will protect me during the upcoming journey. Last time, it was you who safeguarded me, and I was very pleased with your service. You should have all received my rewards. If any of you did not get your reward, please step forward, and I will ensure my people hand over the proper compensation once again. And I will also make those who embezzled the rewards face a terrible end. There is no issue. We have all received your rewards, my prince, and we are very satisfied with them. The guards shouted in unison, their voices roaring. Good. After soothing these men for the future, Liu returned to his carriage. He planned to recruit some more people. This trip will take a very long time. Unlike last time when everything was rushed, I can definitely hire some talents that I need this time. For example, I could find a few top chefs from the capital to bring along so they can prepare meals for me on the journey. He truly understood how difficult life on the road could be. With constant travel, it would be hard to eat well or drink well, and the days were indeed tough, almost unbearable. Sitting inside the carriage, as the coachman drove the carriage forward, they passed through a street at one point. From the shadows, a figure locked onto their position. This shadowy figure had slightly bloodshot eyes. His fierce gaze carried an intense, killing intent. Just by looking into those eyes, one would feel as if they were bound to have nightmares. Liu, sitting in the carriage, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if something were staring at him. In an instant, he pulled open the curtain of the carriage and looked out. The dark figure quickly covered his eyes with a hat and disappeared into the shadows. The coachman noticed the commotion inside the carriage and asked urgently, "My prince, is the carriage ride unstable? Would you like me to adjust the speed?" Li Taizhan also noticed Liu's sharp look towards a particular corner and quickly turned his head to check. But there was no one in that corner. It seemed like a false alarm. "My prince, has something happened?" Chapter 342, Intelligence Network. Just now, I seem to have seen a shadow, as if someone was peeking. Liu muttered, his eyes showing some confusion. The appearance of that shadow was just too strange. He possessed the war god bloodline and could easily sense even the slightest hostility. Could it be someone sent by Li Xiuxian secretly monitoring me? Does this kid really consider me a thorn in his side? Or maybe it's someone I've offended in the past coming to trouble me. Liu raised his head and looked far into the distance. He faintly sensed an impending danger. Li Taizhan quickly understood Liu's concern after some thought. "My lord, I will immediately send people to monitor the surroundings and ensure no one can take advantage of the situation. These people are truly bold to dare keep watch on your excellency right here in the capital. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll think too highly of themselves." Li Taizhan said with fierce determination. After hearing his words, Liu stopped him with a gesture of his hand. There's no need. We shouldn't alarm them prematurely. I have my own arrangements. Yes, my lord. Though Li Taizhan felt somewhat emotional inside, he quickly suppressed it. Liu gently rubbed his palm, flashes of wisdom passing through his eyes. And just behind the group, led by Liu were some people observing everywhere, ready for immediate action. Investigate. Lu Zhuo followed closely behind, his eyes flashing with insight. Just moments before, he had received a hint from Liu to investigate who exactly was following them. How dare they plot against our duke? Not one of you will escape. Lu Zhuo whispered to himself, sounding exceptionally fierce. In a secluded spot, a middle-aged man displayed signs of fear, disbelief written all over his face. How could this be? Isn't this kid supposed to have won his military exploits solely through deception? Why has he become so powerful? After saying this, he took a deep breath and let it out slowly. This situation was terrifying, surpassing all his expectations. This young person was definitely not normal. So young, yet having cultivated such keen senses, able to perceive even the subtlest gaze of surveillance. No way, the current plan is built entirely on the premise that he lacks sufficient strength. I must report to those above. With this thought, the middle-aged man rushed off hastily. Unbeknownst to him, there were two tails closely tracking him from behind. Once he entered a small alley, he suddenly realized that two figures had followed him inside. His expression instantly changed drastically as he turned abruptly, staring down the two individuals behind him. He found that these two seemingly ordinary men actually held sharp, calculating gazes. They were evidently skilled fighters. Who are you? Why did you follow me? The middle-aged man asked sharply. From the other end of the narrow alley, Lu Zhuo emerged. It's nothing. You just did something you shouldn't have, so we're inviting you back. Lu Zhuo carried a long spear in his hands and advanced step by step towards the middle-aged man. Seeing Lu Zhuo, the middle-aged man seemed thoughtful for a moment. The next second, his face revealed a sinister look, as if he had pierced through Lu Zhuo's pretense. I understand now. You must be lackeys of the court. I didn't expect you to find me so quickly, but do you think I am a pushover that you dare cause trouble for me? Just shows how much you underestimate me. You can't capture me, but instead, you'll all die. As soon as he finished speaking, he burst into chilling laughter, filled with cruelty. You shall all die here. Upon finishing these words, he moved immediately. Underneath his dark robe, he drew a long sword, charging towards the three people in front of him. Lu Zhuo showed no fear as he also charged forward toward this middle-aged man, clashing swords immediately. The middle-aged man began to feel something off upon engaging with Lu Zhuo. This youth, though very young, wielded expert skills that weren't typical for his age. This realization made him change his thoughts swiftly. Who exactly is your master? I didn't know such a great talent like you had appeared in the martial world. You don't need to know who my master is. Step inside and kneel before me. He stared at the middle-aged man and let out a faint cold laugh. The middle-aged man's tactics were completely disrupted by him as Lu Zhuo struck a palm forward, hitting his chest. With a cry of agony, the middle-aged man fell to his knees on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Zhuo then ordered the two men behind him to take him back and torture him for information, demanding they find out why he was tracking the prince. By nightfall, Lu Zhuo had already arrived at the mansion, kneeling before Liu. Your Highness, I have investigated why someone was following you. That person belongs to the Ping sect. According to the confession of this middle-aged man, they seem to be plotting some conspiracy against your Highness. They may even be planning to take your life. However, this middle-aged man holds a relatively low rank, so he cannot access the most critical information within their plans. As Lu Zhuo spoke, a sense of seriousness appeared in his eyes. I will definitely investigate immediately who is targeting us and bring them all down. These demons shall not escape. After hearing Lu Zhuo's words, Liu reflected deeply. These people must have set more traps than what has been revealed. Liu's gaze seemed to pierce through space. In the future, you must develop more people on our side. I want the entire intelligence network to cover the whole of Chang'an City. It should not be this hard to still uncover who wants to harm me. These people have hidden forces far stronger than expected. Liu never anticipated that he had made so many enemies, whose relentless hostility left him somewhat frustrated. Since it was impossible to eliminate everyone one by one, he would track them all down instead. Based on his understanding, whoever controls the intelligence holds the initiative and can defeat each of them before they have a chance to fully deploy their strategies. Upon hearing Liu's orders, Lu Zhuo was overjoyed. Chapter 343, A Letter. Your Highness, you can rest assured. As long as I am here, I will immediately take care of this matter and leave no one. Lu Zhuo said excitedly. Liu looked at Lu Zhuo in front of him, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Lu Zhuo truly lived up to being the most capable general under him. No matter what problem was handed to him, he would always handle it properly, and this was what Liu was most satisfied with. You go ahead and do it. Whatever you need, I will have someone fulfill your requests. After thinking for a while, Liu took out a book from his bag. This was a manual that he personally wrote for developing an intelligence network. Liu held the manual in his hand and began reading it. The more he read, the more surprised he became. Finally, he closed the book and let out a long breath. Prince, it seems you've already had everything planned out. That's why you're not bothered by these matters. Can you really handle this task? Liu asked Lu Zhuo once again. Lu Zhuo confidently replied, holding the book. Your Highness, if you give me this task, you can trust me completely. If I fail, I'll come back to you head in hand. After all, I've received the manual you granted me. With this means, no one will be able to match me. Liu shook his head. You shouldn't underestimate the ingenuity of the people in this world. After all, We are not the only two smart ones. There are countless clever people in this world. All you need to do is expand this net and include anyone who might target me. As soon as they move, you'll be able to react immediately and help me find any danger related to me. That's enough. You don't need to do more. Do you understand? Liu seriously told Lu Zhua. Yes, Your Highness, I understand. After dismissing Lu Zhua, Liu let out a deep sigh and sat down in his position. In front of him was a portrait of Yu. You. Could it be that because of something that happened before, you still harbor resentment towards me? Since then, you've refused to meet me again, Liu murmured. After saying this, he clenched his fists tightly, and his gaze revealed deep emotion. During this time, he had continuously tried to contact Yu, hoping to obtain her permission to meet her. However, Yu was unwilling to meet him again, and the two seemed to have reached an impasse. He was about to leave the capital city now, and the next opportunity to meet might be months or even a year away. As Liu felt disheartened, suddenly a dart landed on his desk in front of him. Attached to the dart was a letter. The guards outside were instantly alarmed, chasing after the culprit and shouting, "Who dares to attack the prince with such audacity?" Li Taishan rushed into the room, falling to his knees in front of Liu, and said, "Your Highness, this is due to my negligence in handling affairs. Please punish me." Liu looked up at Li Taishan and gently shook his head, holding the letter in his hand and saying, "This isn't your fault. You reacted in just a breath's time after the event occurred. Even if it were me, I wouldn't have been faster than you. What sin could you possibly have?" At this point, Liu glanced out the window, his expression heavy. And besides, the person who sent this letter today, how could any of you have stopped her? She's not someone you could stop. After hearing this, a hint of confusion emerged in Li Taishan's voice. "Your Highness, judging by your words, you seem to know this assassin. That's enough. This concludes our business for today." Liu didn't answer his question, but issued such a command instead. This made Li Taishan's eyes flash with confusion, but he had no choice. Since His Royal Highness wasn't willing to reveal who the sender behind the letter was, there was nothing he could do. Once Li Taishan left, Liu opened the letter in his hands. He saw that it was written in Yu's handwriting. "Meet me tonight at the Pavilion of Wind and Rain. There's something I must tell you." Upon seeing the letter, a solemn look appeared in Liu's eyes. And you couldn't suddenly say such things. She was a determined and decisive person. Could it be that someone is impersonating Yu and inviting me? Such a thought quickly sprang to Liu's mind, and he couldn't suppress it. A sense of worry and panic spread in his heart, making him think of some unpleasant things. "I wonder who is deliberately causing such trouble for me," Liu said through gritted teeth, his voice filled with killing intent. "I won't let you go so easily. If you really lay a hand on Yu, I'll make you suffer tenfold, 100-fold, and make you pay the ultimate price." Liu stared at the dark sky outside and muttered to himself. The killing aura permeated from him, spreading into the air. Anyone who heard his voice would feel that these words were not something a prince should say. Instead, they were like those of a love-struck man deeply worried about his lover after being emotionally hurt. Night soon fell, and Liu arrived at the Pavilion of Wind and Rain as required. There was no one in this pavilion, and all around was emptiness. In the darkness of night, with the wind blowing, there came a wailing sound, as if ghosts were lurking nearby. Liu looked forward and saw some shadows holding lanterns coming over. The movements of these shadows made people very uneasy and frightened. But Liu sat where he was with complete composure, unmoving, showing no fear towards them. When these people approached closer, their faces, painted with rouge and powder, could be seen clearly, like porcelain dolls. Behind these two servants stood a woman wearing a straw hat, her face hidden in shadow. Staring at the people before him, Liu said coldly, "As expected, you're impersonating Yu. I wonder what business brings you to devise ways to lure me out." Chapter 344, Ninja Techniques. Upon hearing his voice carried to those before him, the group of people in front of him stopped instantly. They looked at Liu before them with eyes full of surprise, as if trying to see something more clearly. Among them, the woman dressed in black suddenly stiffened her body, seemingly hearing some incredible matter, but she quickly composed herself. A hoarse voice came from his throat. "Your Highness, what you've said is somewhat inappropriate. This time it wasn't me who conjured your confinement. Rather, it was because of your own deliberate actions that you emerged, isn't it? Isn't it because you wish to meet a certain princess? That princess also wishes to meet you and has come accordingly." As soon as Liu heard these words spoken by the mysterious woman before him, he immediately stood up and walked towards her with eyes filled with passion and anticipation. "What? You mean she's already here? Where? Why can't I see her at all?" Liu's breath carried a fiery warmth. The mysterious woman lightly chuckled at this moment. "I have a few questions for you first, and after you answer, you will be able to see her." After hearing the woman's words, Liu took a deep breath and calmly sat down again, his eyes fixed unrelentingly on the woman before him. She could feel Liu's gaze, yet she did not look up. Instead, she faintly smiled. "If the princess does something harmful to the Tang dynasty, what would you do? If the princess were to marry another man, what do you think you'd do, Prince Wang Ying?" When Liu heard the words spoken by the woman before him, he suddenly raised his head and stared fiercely at the woman. His eyes brimmed with killing intent, making the woman feel as though she had been instantly frozen by the chill of late autumn. "I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. I will protect her. No one can force her to do what she does not want to do. No one at all, can force her into marrying someone else. If there is anyone who tries, they must first step over my corpse." Liu's voice boomed like thunder, resonating within the pavilion amidst wind and rain. The pavilion began to tremble under the weight of his voice, as if about to collapse. The woman wearing a bamboo hat and black veil raised her head, seemingly surprised. After a few minutes, she spoke slowly. I never expected that my elder sister would fancy a prince known for boasting so grandly. Prince, if your behavior were indeed perfect, none of these matters would have ever arisen. Seeing how predetermined the situation was, the woman continued sorrowfully. If you truly have such great capabilities, then I await your ability to protect Princess Xianyu. But perhaps sooner than you think, an unforeseen calamity may sweep through the Tang dynasty. Her words brought a flicker of astonishment to Li Yu's eyes. He didn't expect to learn of such events from her. Silently, he remained speechless for a long time. Several minutes later, raising his head, he fixed his gaze on the woman and asked, "Could you tell me exactly what happened?" "No, I cannot say, or I'll die." She gradually revealed these words. Her eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. "However, very soon, you should understand why all this occurs. All I'm doing now is urging you to prepare yourself. We're leaving." After speaking these words softly, the woman began to lead her subordinates away. In the next second, Li Yu acted swiftly. He extended his hand and lunged toward the woman in front of him, leaping close to her in rapid motion. Just as he was about to seize her, she slapped her hand upward. With a sudden throw of a smoke bomb onto the ground, thick smoke burst forth. The trio standing before him vanished instantly in a strange manner, as if they had never even existed. How can this be? How could they simply disappear as though they had never been part of this world? Li Yu stood dumbfounded, murmuring to himself. Not long after, Li Taishan rushed out from a corner and stood before Li Yu. Seeming to sense fear, he gulped nervously. "My prince, this matter seems to be beyond our capabilities. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what's going on." As he spoke these words, his heart was already filled with unease. "Huh?" Li Yu burst into laughter after hearing this. "I understand now. I comprehend exactly what's going on." Li Yu laughed loudly while being stared at strangely by Li Taishan. "Let's go. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it," Li Yu said to the bewildered Li Taishan before him. Li Taishan had many questions in his mind. Although he wanted to ask what happened, since His Highness didn't allow questioning, he decided against saying anything further. "Did you clearly see how they disappeared just now?" Li Yu asked Li Taishan standing before him. "We couldn't see exactly how they vanished either. We only saw a cloud of smoke covering the area, and when it dispersed, they were gone. It was as if another passage opened within that smoke, allowing them to disappear from here. Could such a mysterious method be some kind of supernatural technique?" Li Taishan asked in astonishment. Li Yu shook his head. "It's not that simple. This is a ninjutsu from Japan, a skill invented by a group known as shinobi." "Your Highness, do you mean these people are related to the Japanese? I've heard that those people from distant island nations have always admired our great Tang dynasty, never daring to offend us. Why would they cause trouble and deliberately lure you out, Your Highness?" Looking at the abilities these people showcased earlier, they were far from ordinary. Li Yu did not respond to Li Taishan's words, but instead raised his head and gazed off into the distance. Storms are brewing ahead, and soon, the entire Tang dynasty will be in unrest. After finishing these words, Li Yu walked ahead without acknowledging Li Taishan beside him, quickly disappearing from Li Taishan's sight. Li Taishan vigorously scratched his head and rushed to catch up. Chapter 345, and Yu's Thoughts. In a secluded corner, surrounded by lush trees, stood a solitary figure under the shade, Princess Xianyu. She sat there, her eyes filled with a hint of seriousness, and intermittently showing some hesitation as if pondering something. At that moment, a few individuals approached her. It was the peculiar trio. Upon reaching Princess Xianyu, they bowed and said, "We have already informed him about the previous matter concerning you, Your Highness. We believe he will certainly become cautious." After hearing these words from her subordinates, Yu's heart immediately eased. "You've done exceptionally well. I have engraved all of your efforts in my memory." Upon hearing this, each one of them revealed a smile on their faces. Being remembered by Princess Xianyu was already their ultimate pursuit. Being able to attract Yu's attention meant they could capture the regard of higher-ups, and Princess Yu's personal charm was extraordinarily powerful. Even just a small amount of attention made each of them feel elated within. After her subordinates left, Princess Xianyu sat there, a faint smile appearing on her face. Li Yu, in the past, you always thought highly of yourself for your talent. This time, you should remember this situation and identify the danger. All I can do for you is this much. If I do more, I might even place myself in peril. I currently have an important task at hand, so I cannot place myself in danger. I hope you understand." Princess Xianyu believed that despite being separated by millennia, they shared a connection. As she muttered these thoughts to herself, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Just as she was murmuring these words to herself, Li Yu was also quietly speaking to himself. "Princess Xianyu usually would not give me such a reminder unless the matter has reached an exceptionally dangerous stage." At this realization, Li Yu's heart became tense once again in an instant. He clenched his fists tightly, knowing he must find a way to resolve this issue. Send someone. Once back in his room, he clapped to summon the guards outside. Immediately, a man fully clad in armor walked in. After entering Li Yu's chamber, the man knelt down before him, exhibiting a somber expression, silent like a machine. Li Yu paid no mind to the man's mechanical demeanor. He wrote a letter and threw it directly to the armored man's feet. The man quickly picked up the letter lying before him, holding it in his hand, seemingly puzzled. "Go inform Lu Zhuo to expedite the tasks I have assigned. Deliver the contents of this letter promptly, and ensure he finds a way to open it. Tell him this is a secret message written by me, and it contains the matters I have entrusted him with." Hearing this, the guard instantly understood, nodded silently, and departed. Li Yu rose and paced a few steps back and forth. His mind was still heavy, knowing the threat of danger could arrive at any moment. While he was deep in thought, Lu Shui entered his chambers. "My lord, didn't you go to meet Sister Yin? Why do you look so worried upon returning? It seems something happened. If you truly have concerns, please tell me, and I will share your burden, ensuring you don't remain troubled." After hearing Lu Shui's words, Li Yu sighed deeply. "Your sister and you told me something extremely troublesome, and it's causing me great worry as I try to figure out how to handle it." Li Yu wondered if his arrival had changed history, leading to various unexpected events, or perhaps this event was originally part of history, but was altered without notice. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui became solemn immediately. "My lord, if you have anything you need accomplished, don't hesitate to assign it to me. I will complete it perfectly." Looking at the worried Li Yu in front of her, Lu Shui felt immense concern. Lu Shui was Li Yu's trusted right-hand person, always sharing his worries and solving problems. Whatever the task, it was handled immaculately by Lu Shui, without leaving any trouble behind. "Before I leave the capital, I need to find out what these people's conspiracy truly is. Now, I have a very important task to entrust to you." After merely pondering for a brief moment, Li Yu had already made up his mind. Since storms are about to hit this place soon, I must do everything in my power to uncover their true intentions. As long as these people pose any harm to him, he absolutely cannot tolerate their existence. They must be captured entirely. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Shui's mind. In her heart, the prince had never exhibited such a state of confusion and urgency. It was likely that something terrifying was about to happen, which made him this nervous. "Prince, I understand your meaning. I'll begin immediately. I will mobilize all forces related to the mansion that we currently control." After operating for some time, Li Yu was no longer the frail and solitary prince he once was. He had already established roots here and possessed considerable strength. Many people were now compelled to act according to his wishes while living in the capital city, or else they would struggle to survive. As Li Yu frantically prepared before leaving the capital, Li Qinggan also learned about how Li Yu had been dispatching individuals continuously to gather intelligence. Endless questions flooded Li Qinggan's mind. What do you think he is up to? Why has he suddenly come up with this plan? Does he want to make a splash before leaving the capital? Does he aim to act recklessly here? Or does he actually harbor some covetousness toward my position, deliberately seeking trouble with me? The more Li Qinggan thought about it, the more anger surged within him. He yearned to rush to Li Yu's side at once and interrogate him on the spot regarding what was happening. "What exactly are you planning to do?" Li Qinggan muttered under his breath. Chapter 346, The Assassin. In a secluded room, a group of black-cloaked individuals were gathering. Yet, there was an undertone of gravity in their eyes, as if anticipating an upcoming event. Sure enough, shortly after they entered the room, the leader among the black-clad figures suddenly erupted in anger. Sitting there with an ashen face, he slammed his hand on the table, apparently seething with rage. Why did it turn out this way? Everything was planned carefully. How could this happen? His words indicated dissatisfaction, and his gaze swept over the people below him as though trying to detect the hidden threat from within. "Earlier today, I received news that someone has already leaked our plans, and this mole is certainly among us. No one outside of us could have disclosed such complete information. You all should know the consequences if this leaks." The leader sitting above appeared like a ferocious lion, his gaze piercing through those present. Everyone whom his eyes fell upon felt an instant mix of worry and caution bubbling up inside them, a mixture of fear and unease as though some imminent danger would befall them. Outside the room, footstep sounds echoed faintly, indicating lurking axe-wielding assassins readying for action. "Leader, perhaps this isn't something arranged by us. I've heard that Li Yu currently has a powerful force investigating matters externally, as though pursuing the party responsible for planning against him. The people who usually keep tabs on us now are sure to shift their focus to us. Our original plan to deal with Li Yu must change, otherwise, we might invite even more peril. Although we're strong, with great power, we still have many followers whose families need protection, making them less fully committed. We might instead strike at a place where we have superior strength and they are weaker, ensuring better safety for us." As this man spoke, he swallowed hard before adding further. "I've also discovered another matter. Someone is about to act in the capital city. I had heard rumors of a disturbance brewing here. Even though we don't get a chance now, their actions may pave the way for us later." Following this man's statement, everyone in the room burst into loud murmurs, seemingly confused by what the man had just said. However, he did not divulge any deeper insights to satisfy their curiosity. At this moment, the leader gestured for silence and spoke. "You only need to tell me about this incident." His gaze swept across the crowd again, suspicion brimming in his eyes as though doubting every single person present. Rising to his feet, the man moved closer to the leader and whispered several sentences into his ear. "Who would have thought it's this situation? Very well then, we'll wait like a sparrow lying in wait for the opportune moment." At this point, a touch of satisfaction flickered across his face. 3 days passed, and Li Yu was about to leave the capital for inspection. His carriage was already loaded with supplies, ready to depart once the time came. Each of his guards had made preparations with provisions for the journey ahead. Yet, Li Yu's heart harbored a strange restlessness, as if some impending explosion awaited him. What exactly is going on? A strong sense of foreboding stirred within Li Yu's mind, as though a great peril was about to surface. Just before he departed in his carriage, suddenly a wail rang out from the front, followed by chaos erupting in the streets, as if a major disaster had occurred. Officials and soldiers rushed frantically forward as though responding to some catastrophic event. Quickly find out what has happened. I must understand this matter thoroughly. Soon, his subordinates investigated the incident and reported back to him. Your Highness, I have already found out what happened ahead. A court minister, xiuxian, was assassinated directly on the street. Upon hearing this, Yu's complexion drastically changed, and he stood up instantly. How dare someone commit suicide after attempting to assassinate 3 times? How dare they do such a thing? After hearing these words, Yu's face turned pale instantly, as if he was extremely angry. At the same time, he also felt a sense of unease, not expecting that those people would dare to commit such an enormous crime in the capital city. Everyone is investigating what exactly happened right now. The assassin quickly escaped after failing to assassinate you 3 times. No one knows where he fled to. All the forces within the capital are searching for this assassin, trying to capture him. After hearing this, Yu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Let's go back. He carried a heavy heart, with a sudden sense of unease rising in his mind. These matters were no trivial issues. They left him feeling irritable and confused. Could this be the danger? As Yu's carriage continued forward, suddenly a troop appeared before them. Please stop and accept inspection. The general in front spoke out. How audacious. Do you know who is in this carriage? And you dare to randomly search like this? Do you think our prince is a killer? Xianxia looked at this group of soldiers in front of him, with killing intent in his eyes as he roared. Regardless of who you are, you must be inspected. The killer might have mixed into your group. Inside the carriage, Yu heard these words and his heart stirred immediately. Could it be that these people had targeted him? No, not necessarily. With this thought, he pushed open the carriage door and walked out. I want to see what kind of tricks you can find. If you find nothing, don't blame me for being rude. This time, I act by imperial order. I want to see who dares to be so bold. Chapter 347. Search. Humph. After Yu walked out, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. It seemed as if he were the true son of heaven, thus looking down on the officials before him. That imperial might, with just a few more looks, could make one feel immense pressure. This general, under the pressure from Yu, instinctively lifted his head and looked at him. Yu stared at the general before him without saying anything. This general suddenly felt alarmed, instinctively retreating several steps with some fear in his eyes. His palms were trembling slightly. He only felt that he had met his nemesis. He was like the rabbit targeted by the lion, and just being stared at would make him tremble instinctively. This was a subconscious instinct. But this general quickly suppressed his thoughts and calmed his emotions. After all, he was just a powerless prince. Even though he had once been to the frontier for battle, it was just to earn some fame. Yet, this kind of aura was truly extraordinary. After a period of confrontation between the two sides, this general quickly became calm and stepped forward. I pay my respects to the prince. The assassination attempt on Chancellor xianxia is an unusual matter. It is my duty to conduct searches in the capital, absolutely not letting any assassin escape. His tone changed, suppressing the unease in his heart as he took another step forward and added, Please forgive me, Prince. Allow us to conduct a search to avoid misunderstandings. I will certainly not carry weapons. Prince, is your convoy planning to leave the city? The criminals are most likely going to try and hide among your convoy to exit the city. What do you think, my lord? After hearing these words, Yu just gave a cold laugh. After Xianxia heard this laugh, he instantly understood the intentions of his prince. He saw him stepping forward, blocking himself in front with his weapon as he said, Step back. How can our prince be searched by someone like you? If we need a search, you must report it to the emperor and let the royal family send a designated person to conduct the search. Otherwise, who knows if it's a frame-up? If you cross a single step, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Xianxia was a rough man. Anyone daring to approach would face his actions. Upon hearing these words, the general became extremely irritated, his eyes flickering momentarily as he murmured coldly, If the prince doesn't allow us to inspect, could it be because of guilt? What do you think, prince? After hearing this, Yu burst into laughter, his face turning ashen, thinking how dare this general threaten him right here. It was utterly infuriating. He increasingly doubted this general, suspecting his possible ill intentions, but he also had his own reasons for not agreeing. Yu gave a cold snort. With so many subordinates watching here, what makes the assassin capable enough to infiltrate my convoy? Do you really believe there's something wrong with those granted to me by His Majesty? Are you doubting the emperor? Yu didn't bother to argue with the general in front of him, but instead icily spoke these words, directly pointing at this general, believing that his intentions were condemnable. How could this general dare respond? He immediately shrunk back. This prince was truly not easy to deal with. At the moment when both sides were deadlocked, a soldier hurried over, came to the general's side, and whispered a few sentences. After hearing these words from his subordinate, his heart stirred. He questioned the soldier. Have you found traces of the assassin? Yes, so General Zhu requests you go quickly. After hearing this, he showed a look of relief. He paid his respects to Yu in front of him. Prince, since you do not want me to search, would you permit me to at least lift the curtain to see if there is anyone inside the carriage? Yu did not refuse this request, but directly pulled the curtain aside. His carriage was completely empty, with no sign of anyone. After hearing this, the general finally apologized and left hastily, rushing off in a certain direction as if chasing after the assassin. After seeing this scene, Xianxia became furious. If it wasn't for the fear of causing trouble for the prince, I would surely have made this guy suffer a bit. How dare he dare target us and disrespect the prince? Yu, watching his receding figure, his gaze filled increasingly with heavy suspicion. Something about this person felt off. Let's go. Yu opened his mouth, continuing their previous journey toward the outskirts of the city. On the street, there were many people pointing and whispering from afar. They all kept their distance, none daring to approach. Many had already taken refuge inside their rooms. Among the crowd stood an old man with a cane, next to him a young man carrying firewood on his back. They observed the scene from a distance, not daring to come closer. Only after the convoy left did the old man and the youth finally retreat. But once they entered the room, their expressions turned grim instantly. Our plan to frame him has failed. I didn't expect this guy to be so cautious, giving us no opportunity at all. The old man muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth in anger. It seemed that Li Yu's refusal to offer them any chances was absolutely unforgivable. Since he is now on his guard, we have no choice but to use our hidden strategy. I don't believe he can cover every single base. With clenched teeth, the old man spoke these words, then angrily stormed into the secret passage within the room. As for Li Yu and his group, they headed towards the outskirts of the city, passing through the city guards without any hesitation. None dared to stop or delay them. Not long after they left the city, Li Yu dismissed his guards, ordering them to conduct a distant patrol while he himself moved to the rear of the convoy. He had originally intended to go out of the city to visit his estate to trade seeds of flowers and fruits he had acquired in exchange, planning to plant them in advance. Hence, there were several large carts loaded with items at the back of his convoy. However, the crates on these carts were rather small, about the size of 3 human heads. Normally, it would be impossible for anyone to hide inside. But Li Yu fixed his gaze on one of the carts. He kicked it hard, causing the cart to shake slightly. It seemed as though the contents inside might fall out. Not coming out yet? I know you're on my cart. Come out. After staying on my cart for so long, isn't it time for you to pay some toll? Li Yu said coldly, with a killing intent lurking behind his tone. By his side was only Li Taizhan, who showed no signs of fear despite the tense situation. After Li Yu finished speaking, Li Tieshan's face immediately turned pale. He glanced nervously at the cart and wiped his sweat, saying, "Your Highness, it's impossible for someone to hide inside here." Chapter 348, The Inside Story. He could not fathom who could hide in the carriage and escape from the capital city. All of a sudden, Li Yu snorted lightly. "Since you are unwilling to come out yourself, then I will personally invite you out." He walked towards the horse-drawn carriage step by step. Under his feet surged a force that penetrated into the earth, rushing forward along the ground, and directly surging into the carriage. Hiss! Li Taizhan saw Li Yu use this move, and he was immediately astonished. The skills of his highness seemed to have become stronger. He can achieve such a level simply by using his leg strength. It has fully reached mastery, using the power of 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds for such amazing results. Hum. Hiss! The horse pulling the carriage raised its head and let out a neighing sound, showing fear. With its neigh, the carriage seemed as if it would overturn at any moment, and the things on the carriage were continuously shaking, as if they were about to fall and hit the ground. As these boxes continuously collided, a woman's voice came from inside the box. "Stop! I'm coming out, don't continue to attack." Only then did Li Yu stop his steps, and these tremors disappeared. His gaze stared straight at the carriage in front of him, waiting for the assassin to appear. The horses first became restless, then also calmed down, swaying their tails and standing obediently there. They occasionally sneaked glances at Li Yu. Cough cough. A coughing sound was transmitted from the carriage, and the female assassin, seemingly injured, struggled to crawl out from one of the boxes. Her body folded in an agile way to hide in the box. After she jumped off the carriage, she started coughing while covering her mouth and nose. From between her fingers, some blood could be faintly seen seeping through, as if she had suffered serious injuries. She looked at Li Yu with shock in her eyes. "You? How can you be so skilled?" Cough cough. While the female assassin was coughing, she fiercely stared at Li Yu. It seemed like she wanted to deeply imprint Li Yu's appearance into her mind before taking it to the underworld. "Huh." Li Yu laughed after hearing the words of the female assassin in front of him. Not very brilliant. After saying this sentence, he firmly gazed at the female assassin in front of him. "When exactly did you secretly sneak onto my carriage? If it wasn't for the general searching beforehand and your accelerated heartbeat, I wouldn't have been able to hear your location. Your concealment technique is truly extraordinary." Cough cough. The female assassin coughed again while covering her mouth and nose. Her chest rose and fell unusually, as if she was breathing and recovering her strength. She kept staring at Li Yu, seeming as though any movement by Li Yu would cause a strong reaction from her. "What am I worth?" After finishing speaking, the female assassin burst out laughing. Who would have thought? Never imagined that the renowned Prince Qi is not only extraordinarily skilled in agricultural science, but also possesses an extraordinary skill level in martial arts. Even among those few generals, how many can match you, Prince Qi? She said this with some caution. After she finished speaking, she started coughing and only calmed down after a while. Li Yu, however, chuckled, as if he heard something amusing. "I've never hidden anything." Li Yu then approached the woman in front of him, getting closer and closer with each step. "Who exactly are you? You killed Li Sanxi. Do you even realize what massive trouble you've caused? Don't bring me immense problems. You either honestly confess everything, and I may spare your life. If you refuse to reveal anything, then I'll have no choice but to send you to the Western Heaven." Li Yu coldly stated, his voice like the frost of December, cold and piercing. "I will confess." Upon hearing Li Yu's words, the female assassin threw her soft sword from her hand without hesitation, driving it into the ground. This soft sword was incredibly sharp. Once plunged into the ground, it quickly buried itself beneath the surface, leaving only the hilt visible above ground. Sitting on the ground, she slowly narrated the events. It turned out xianxia was actually a pervert. He had harmed countless young maidens. Driven by a desire to seek immortality, he captured many maidens and imprisoned them in his courtyard, using their virgin blood to refine red pills. Not only that, xianxia was secretly training assassins in secret. This female assassin was one of the killers trained under xianxia's orders, originally meant to serve him by eliminating disobedient or troublesome opponents. Even though the female assassin had endured terrible torture, she was no ordinary person. With an indomitable will, she persevered. Her target for vengeance was one, xianxia. She originally planned that after assassinating xianxia, she would flee the capital city and find another place to live a normal life. But she never imagined that after barely infiltrating Li Yu's convoy to escape, she was still discovered by him. What filled her with even more despair was that Li Yu was such a powerful expert. She was no match for him and could only surrender without resistance. After hearing the female assassin's words, Li Yu's heart softened instantly. He never expected that the female assassin in front of him had such a tragic past. Phew. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. Speak. What evidence do you have? As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, the female assassin turned around and took off her coat. Underneath her robe, her body was covered with scars, and not only that, 2 characters were carved into her flesh. Revenge. You can investigate my records. I am from the outskirts of the capital city, my parents. The female assassin quickly revealed a string of numbers. Not only that, you can now go to this xianxia's estate and investigate whether there are women being held captive. Each word spoken by the female assassin was filled with deeply ingrained hatred. Li Yu closed his eyes, his mind torn with conflict. Should he arrest the woman in front of him according to Tang dynasty law? This woman assassinated a government official and should be beyond redemption, but according to what the woman said, it seemed somewhat excusable. Phew. After taking a deep breath, Li Yu spoke to Xianxia beside him, who had tears in his eyes. Give her the shackles, and let her put them on herself. After giving the order, Li Yu took steps towards the female assassin in front of him. I need to verify your words, but if they are true, I will certainly see justice done for you all. Chapter 349, Permission to Kill Without Question. How dare someone train assassins within the Tang dynasty? This is an unforgivable crime. But if it's false, then this is your escape plan, wanting to find an opportunity to escape by appealing for sympathy. You, the female assassin, upon seeing the shackles in front of her, said nothing and immediately put them on herself. Are you satisfied now? Li Yu nodded at the female assassin. Next, I will arrange for people to investigate what really happened. If it's true as you say, I will resolve this matter. Humph. The female assassin chuckled lightly. But you are about to leave the capital city soon. Everyone knows Prince Qi is leaving the capital. As she spoke these words, there was some disdain in her tone. Li Yu paid no attention but instead gave a few instructions to Xiuxian and his team. Xiuxian immediately assigned part of his team. Everyone, we have a mission from His Royal Highness. All those in Camp Alpha, follow me. With a roar from Xiuxian, a group of men rushed up, following him outside. At a certain estate, outside the compound, several carriages had driven out. The carriage driver's eyes carried a sneaky glint. While driving the horses, he kept looking around with caution. Only when they had driven far away from the estate did the carriage driver spit to one side and mutter, "This is truly wicked." The disgruntled carriage driver continued with anger. So many young girls have died already. The master has killed so many young girls just to concoct his legendary elixir. Beside the carriage driver was a muscular escort. Upon hearing the carriage driver's words, he responded softly, "Speak quieter. If anyone else hears and the secret gets out, none of us will survive." After saying that, the escort paused briefly and sighed. I've practiced martial arts for years. I originally wanted to uphold justice, but never expected I'd end up as a thug's henchman. What can we do? The world is like this. The carriage driver's voice lowered somberly. Just as the two were speaking cautiously, they suddenly heard some noise, footsteps surrounding them. Be on alert. The muscular man on the carriage quickly reacted and loudly called out to others on different carriages. The guards led by Xiuxian barely managed to catch up with these carriages and naturally weren't going to let them go. Xiuxian smiled and said to the people on the carriage, "All of you, get off and truthfully recount everything. If you do, I might let you go. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being harsh." Xiuxian could already smell the foul odor coming from the carriages. With his experience on the battlefield, he knew exactly what that smell represented. Attack. The escort and carriage driver exchanged looks and drew their knives. Roaring loudly, they charged toward Xiuxian and the guards. After a battle, Xiuxian's team subdued the escorts and carriage drivers. Approaching the carriage, he pulled aside the curtain. Inside lay multiple bodies wrapped in white cloth. When he pulled the cloth back, he gasped in shock. It was indeed the body of a young girl. On the carriage were also numerous salted fish, placed deliberately to mask the stench of the dead bodies. Interrogate them. Xiuxian's face darkened as he coldly ordered the interrogation of the carriage driver and escort. It took a full quarter hour, but finally, Xiuxian completed all the interrogations, learning the situation inside the estate. He promptly reported it to Li Yu. After hearing Xiuxian's report, Li Yu's expression turned icy. "Let's go, conduct an inspection. Anyone who resists shall be killed without question." Li Yu assumed the role of investigator, ordering his subordinates in a chilling voice to head into the massacre. Boom! With Xiuxian and his men using wooden columns to smash open the gates, more than 10 knife-wielding bodyguards rushed out from the estate. These people were all quite strong. Even the shortest was over 6 feet tall. They were all bulging with muscles, and their eyes were sharp like eagles. They were skilled fighters specifically tasked with protecting the estate. Who are you? Do you know whose estate this is? Even the imperial officials don't dare to come here for inspections. Who are you to act so brazenly? Do you think our master won't gather reinforcements to capture all of you? This leader was an old butler, his eyes sharp like an eagle, and his face very similar in resemblance, exuding an overall air of sinister intensity. Lord xianxia has been assassinated by a murderer. I now suspect that you are involved in this murder conspiracy, and the prince will capture all of you for interrogation. Will you not surrender without resistance? Liu coldly declared, with boiling intent to kill. His gaze swept over these people before him, as if ready to order his personal guards to seize them all at the slightest defiance. Hiss! These individuals were shocked upon hearing Liu's words, their grip on the knives seeming to falter, hesitation evident in their demeanor. Just then, suddenly, the old butler bellowed loudly. Do not believe their words. They're merely trying to shake your morale. Lord xianxia has specialized guards around him. Who could possibly harm him? It's nothing but psychological warfare. Protect the estate. Kill the intruders. The old butler roared angrily, and as he spoke, the group of warriors under his command surged forward, aiming to drive Liu and his team out. Choose wisely. Liu, looking at these people before him, a flash of icy light appearing in his eyes. Li Taishan, take action. If anyone resists, eliminate them without mercy. Yes, your highness. Li Taishan stood firm like an iron tower. After giving a salute, he drew his sword from his waist. A gleam of blade flashed, and without a word, he charged into battle. Attack! He yelled fiercely. With fierce determination in his eyes, Li Taishan faced any enemy without fear. If someone dared to block his path, it would only end in death swiftly dealt. These opponents weren't a match, falling immediately under Li Taishan's attack led by his guards. Several warriors slaughtered mercilessly by chaotic blades. The old butler was subdued and forced to kneel on the ground, still unyielding, struggling and shouting. When our master returns, he will never let you go unpunished, never. Chapter 350, Disappearance. Search. I want to see if young girls are being imprisoned inside, Liu said with a cold tone. Liu entered with Li Taishan and others. Indeed, deep within the courtyard, there was a row of houses built from stones. The moment one got close, the stench of blood emanating from these houses was palpable. Inside these houses, an unknown number of lives had perished, leaving behind such a strong scent of blood that it made one uneasy. Young Li muttered as he smelled the bloody odor. Let me go back. I don't want to stay here anymore. Drink this. It's a drug that promotes bleeding. The master is waiting for your blood to refine red pills. The voices of some middle-aged women echoed in the tile-roofed house. Don't expect anyone to save you. Your lives already belong to the master. You are destined to remain here. None of you will leave. With chilling laughter, they instilled despair. There seems to be someone outside who wants to rescue you, but they probably won't be able to escape from this village. Wretches, abandon all hope. As Liu and his guards walked into the tiled house, they saw 2 or 3 ferocious-looking women, each holding a whip in one hand and a bowl of medicine in the other, yelling at and scolding some 16-year-old girls. These girls were dressed in rags, as if they had endured much suffering. When these vicious women saw people entering, they were greatly startled, staring fixedly at those who came in and screaming, "Who are you? How did you get in? Even if you have gotten in, you won't be able to leave alive." Hearing the words of this evil woman, Li Taishan couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed her by the neck and slapped her twice. How dare you, vile criminals, act like humans. You're not even as good as beasts, just a bunch of brutes. After Li Taishan slapped them, these wicked women finally realized their situation, turned pale with fright, and knelt down begging for mercy. Meanwhile, these girls stared with eyes filled with terror, seemingly afraid, yet also carrying some expectation, hoping the ones before them would be their saviors. You can rest assured, I am here to save you, Liu sincerely told the girls. After completely subduing them, Liu found out the full story after intense questioning. It turned out that Li Xianxia had apprenticed under a Taoist, then delved into frantic cultivation upon receiving the Taoist's guidance, utilizing virgin blood to refine red pills. Subsequently, Li Xianxia constructed this secondary estate, initially buying impoverished girls. Later, as the red pills grew more sophisticated and required increasing numbers of virgins, Li Xianxia's ambitions expanded, and he developed another plan. After listening to the results of the questioning, Liu's heart sank. He didn't expect that something so grave would occur in the Tang dynasty empire. If not for this female assassin's attempt, would he even know about these happenings? This matter must be reported immediately. Liu suddenly thought of the outcome from the questioning. Behind Li Xianxia was a group of people, and Li Xianxia was merely the lowest rung in this entire food chain. Return to Chang'an. Liu resolved, commanding everyone to quickly return while taking along these prisoners and the female assassin. Upon Liu bringing this group into the city, the gatekeepers guarding the city were immediately alarmed. What? You say Prince Qi captured a large number of people? Damn, what does Prince Qi intend to do? Is he planning a rebellion? The commander of the gate heard the report from his men, and his face went pale. His soldiers whispered nervously, suggesting, Commander, should we reject Prince Qi now or confront him directly? Spit. Do you want to harm me? The commander's eyes became like lanterns, glaring at his subordinate, trying to deduce something from his expression. Commander, please forgive me. The commander snorted. I'm just a gatekeeper. What Prince Qi has done should concern higher authorities. Why worry myself? I'll write a letter, send it to the Ministry of War. After speaking, the commander ordered his men, write it for me. Yes, yes. The men trembled as they spoke. Li Taizhan rode alongside the female assassin, sighing. Rest assured, with our prince around, he'll ensure your safety without fail. Our prince is a man of virtue. In the past, there were also some rogues who attempted to deceive him, but he effortlessly saw through their schemes. I see you as a good person, and the events you've described match up. The prince will surely plead with the emperor for your life. Upon hearing these words, the female assassin laughed aloud. My frail body was originally meant to save the women who fell into the same predicament as me. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, whether I live or die holds no significance. The female assassin murmured softly, as if she had transcended the suffering of the world and become indifferent to worldly woes. In one residence, an old man sat cross-legged, his entire being seemingly lost in a daze. At this moment, knocking on the door came from outside. He opened his eyes and said, "Come in." The servant outside hastily pushed the door open and entered. "Master, it seems something has happened with Lord Li Sansi. Prince Qi has captured a group of people that Lord Li Sansi stationed outside the city. It appears he has uncovered someone refining pills using virgin blood." This calm old man instantly snapped to attention upon hearing these words, becoming restless and furious as he fixed a sharp gaze on the servant. His eyes like daggers, he demanded, "What exactly happened?" The servant quickly recounted everything he had witnessed to the old man. The old man stood up at this point, his face ashen, looking as if he had swallowed rat poison. Cursed, how could this be? If Li Sansi died, it would be one thing, but he left such a massive risk behind here. This imbecile, he truly deserves death. The old man seemed invigorated all of a sudden, cursing bitterly. "Hurry up and prepare my carriage. I must go out." After venting his frustration, the old man calmed down and roared at his servant. This startled the servant, making his body tremble violently. "Yes, master, I'll get it ready immediately." Before leaving, the old man muttered quietly, "Storms are brewing. Who is orchestrating this scheme from the shadows?" Old Li received the news of Prince Qi's request for an audience. Initially angry, he bluntly replied without hesitation, "I will not see him." Chapter 351, Favor. Just as the eunuch was about to leave after hearing Emperor Li Shimin's words, Li Shimin called back the eunuch and said to him, "Go call Prince Qi in." Yet there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Upon hearing Li Shimin's command, the eunuch quickly went outside. "Your Highness Qi, His Majesty has summoned you for an audience." As some people were walking along the path, the eunuch came closer to Li Yu and whispered gently, "Prince Qi, it seems His Majesty is somewhat angered by your actions. You need to be careful." The eunuch spoke very tactfully, but Li Yu was no fool either. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood and handed over a gold leaf to the eunuch before him. "Thank you," said Li Yu to the eunuch. When the eunuch saw the gold leaf, his eyes lit up instantly. He reached out and took the golden leaf. "Your Highness Qi, you are too courteous." Thus, the two of them made their way into the study. Sitting there silently, Li Shimin appeared to be brimming with anger. Li Yu, seeing the expression on Li Shimin's face, knew that it must have something to do with the matter of Li Sisson. He had to come up with a plan. "Pay my respects to your Majesty." Li Yu knelt down and addressed Li Shimin. At this moment, Li Shimin suppressed his anger, staring at Li Yu and said, "Do you know how much trouble you've caused me? You wanted to leave the city, right? But now this issue arose. Isn't it because you don't want to leave the capital?" Li Shimin asked Li Yu, his voice tinged with irritation. "My lord, I am truly wronged here." Instantly, Li Yu knelt down before Li Shimin. "My lord, as you well know, ever since arriving in the capital, I have been cautious and disciplined, never exceeding my bounds." Alas, when Li Yu got to this point, he let out a long sigh. "How can they dare direct these accusations towards me? Where have I witnessed such human suffering? Their deeds are utterly unforgivable. They engage in human trafficking and create numerous troubles. These acts deserve the severest condemnation. I feel nothing but deep animosity towards such individuals. My lord, you instructed me to supervise corruption and bribery. Before leaving the capital, I had precisely intended to investigate these matters thoroughly." After finishing, Li Yu displayed a look of wrongdoing. Seeing Li Yu's demeanor, Li Shimin's heart softened slightly. "Stand up." Li Shimin rose, taking a long breath, his face revealing some regret. "I had thought under my rule, all would behave honestly, yet it turns out how wicked some people can be. Should you find any issues next time, you may inform me beforehand. I am your father after all. There's no need for you to act alone. Otherwise, others might misinterpret what's happening." The prince acknowledges his mistake. Without arguing further, Li Yu directly admitted fault, satisfying Li Shimin partially. "Li Sisson, this matter is extremely grave. Stop investigating. I will assign someone else to handle it directly," Li Shimin declared decisively, thereby concluding the case. After hearing these words, though still having some reluctance, Li Yu said, "My lord, perhaps we could delve deeper into this issue." Upon hearing Li Shimin's statement, a thought suddenly occurred to Li Yu. Perhaps he could exploit this situation to turn public opinion against himself, letting Emperor Li Shimin believe he might not be suited for being emperor. Once this idea struck him, Li Yu's demeanor changed instantly. He appeared filled with righteousness, as if harboring concern for the world and the state, passionately speaking without end. However, as he talked, Li Shimin's expression grew somewhat peculiar. "Enough," Li Shimin cut off Li Yu abruptly. "I've observed your performance, but there are more important matters at hand." Li Shimin gave a direct hint to Li Yu. "This world does not rely solely on capable ministers like you. As a crown prince, you should learn to leverage others' talents." After saying this, Li Shimin instructed Li Yu to leave all the materials behind and go away. That female assassin, send someone to protect her. Before Li Yu departed, Li Shimin suddenly added this sentence. After hearing this, Li Yu felt a tinge of astonishment in his heart. Why did Li Shimin do that? Could it be he intends to use my hands to arrange certain matters? Li Yu was well aware that Emperor Li Shimin was a renowned emperor of his time, possessing extraordinary skills. The current arrangements were definitely planned with another purpose in mind. This thought crossed Li Yu's mind as he departed. Li Shimin took the materials into his hands and began reviewing them. However, the more he read, the colder and darker his expression grew. With a cold snort, he tossed the documents onto the table. Humph, he spoke icily. These people dare to act so recklessly and outrageously, completely disregarding the laws of the court. After finishing his statement, he slammed his hand on the desk. The table let out a loud booming sound, and fiery anger erupted from his eyes, like flames blazing fiercely, evoking an ominous atmosphere. When someone harbors murderous intentions, it upsets the balance of heaven and earth. And this was none other than the esteemed emperor himself, whose wrath could surely stir chaos across the land, resulting in countless deaths at his hands. Fetch me someone. Li Shimin called out to the outside. The eunuch guarding outside hurriedly rushed into the study, kneeling before Li Shimin. Order. Naturally, Li Yu had no knowledge of what happened next. He had already left. The female assassin remained imprisoned within his mansion. There she sat, munching on a coconut. It seemed as though she had never encountered such a peculiar thing before, pondering how to consume it. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Yu gave instructions. You use the straw to pierce into the coconut and drink its juice. Hearing these words, the female assassin looked up for a moment. How would I not know how to drink it? It's just that I don't want to. Having spoken, she set the coconut in her hand aside. Huh. After listening to her reply, Li Yu burst into laughter. Without offering further comments, he stepped closer toward the female assassin. Father Emperor has already become aware of your injustice. Strict investigations will surely commence immediately. The people involved will be unearthed as much as possible. Sighing here, Li Yu continued. Li Sisin will inevitably implicate his family. Chapter 352. Oath. After the female assassin heard this, she burst into laughter instantly. Marvelous. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that this person would end up like this? It's truly gratifying. I originally thought that I would never be able to avenge myself in my lifetime, but unexpectedly there would be such an opportunity. The female assassin spoke slowly, and as she said these words, tears involuntarily streamed down her eyes. She was so excited. It was the fulfillment of her lifelong vengeance. Thank you. After the female assassin had finished laughing, she spoke softly to Li Yu in front of her. Don't thank me. Don't thank me. However, Li Yu's face was somewhat somber. He waved his hand while speaking to the female assassin in front of him. I might still have a chance to save your life. After all, what you did is not a trivial matter. Killing a high-ranking official will likely not let you live. I can only do my best to seize the opportunity to save your life. Li Yu said to the female assassin in front of him. But the female assassin was very calm. No need. I am not worried. To accept death and place life and death out of mind means even if I die, it is justified. I've long since embraced the idea of death. Do you think I came to kill you 3 times without preparation? No. I have been prepared for a long time. The female assassin laughed heartily, filled with joy. In fact, this time, I really should thank you. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have achieved this peace. The female assassin, using a low voice, spoke to Li Yu in front of her. Thank you. I can only repay you by being reborn as a cow or a horse next life. If I can escape this disaster this time, I will surely follow you. Since you have helped me achieve my goal, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it for you until death. Even if you take my life, I won't hesitate. The female assassin seriously looked at Li Yu in front of her and spoke. Unfortunately, this time I may not be able to survive. The female assassin slowly spoke to Li Yu in front of her. After finishing this sentence, she spat out and sat down again, eating the coconut in front of her. This coconut actually has another way to eat it. After drinking the coconut water, the shell can be cracked open, and the inside flesh is also delicious. After the emperor knows about this matter, he asked me to protect you, keeping you in my mansion. While I'm away, no one can hurt you. Of course, you must cooperate during the review. Birth control pills will be sent later for interrogation. You can tell them everything, and they will investigate thoroughly. You won't have any danger. After Li Yu finished speaking, he sighed. I must go now, Li Yu said to the female assassin in front of him. But don't worry, I will absolutely arrange people to save your life. The female assassin did not speak, but after Li Yu left, she covered her face with both hands and started crying slowly. Her cries echoed through the small yard. Thank you, she whispered slowly. After Li Yu left the room, his heart was filled with a sense of frustration. Because this mood was too oppressive for him. He wanted to rescue the female assassin and needed to plan carefully. Boom. While he was pondering these matters, a long cry suddenly erupted outside the mansion. In the sky, fireworks exploded, as if someone was setting off fireworks. Li Yu looked up and saw that the fireworks were quite beautiful, but soon his face turned gloomy. In the capital city, without permission, arbitrarily setting off fireworks was a serious crime. Because many buildings in the capital were wooden structures, once fireworks caused a fire, it could possibly lead to a large-scale fire. It might even turn the entire capital into a sea of flames. Therefore, if a fire breaks out, it must be extinguished quickly. Could this be some kind of signal? This thought crossed Li Yu's mind. At that moment, many black-clad figures who were hiding in the corners of the capital city emerged one after another. Unexpectedly, the signal has been sent. It seems we must act immediately. Li Zi is dead. Huang Tian shall rise. At that point, someone suddenly shouted. With these shouts, many people began to move. After these individuals emerged from their underground dens, they didn't leave. Instead, they threw torches onto the roofs of houses. As these houses burned, the fire quickly began to spread. In no time, the originally pitch-black night instantly turned into a sea of flames, illuminating the dark sky. At the same time, many people started moving and began looting. Some even started killing. At this moment, however, a group of black-clad figures stealthily made their way towards Li Yu's mansion. Li Yu had never expected that, in the capital city, someone would dare to do such a bold thing, daring to cause trouble right here in the capital. Just as Li Yu realized what was happening, Li Taizhan suddenly rushed into the room from outside and knelt before him. Lord, something terrible has happened. Outside, there's some rioting going on. People are shouting Li Zi is dead, Huang Tian shall rise. It's a rebellion. These are surely the rebel bandits who refuse to vanish from this world quietly. Hence they're creating this chaos. After hearing these words, Li Yu slammed his hand on the table, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his eyes. Bring me my armor. How dare these bastards cause trouble at this critical time? They clearly don't see us as any threat. In this capital city, there are countless generals' mansions and armies guarding it. They're nothing more than rats and dogs, easily wiped out with just a wave of our hands. Li Yu's eyes gleamed with a deadly glint. At that very moment, screams came from outside. Li Yu frowned, and another streak of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Indeed, how dare these people come all the way to attack my mansion? Do they think I'm weak? All preparations must be made to capture every single one of these murderers and let them know the might of my mansion. As Li Yu spoke, the guards and servants in the mansion also roared in anger. They lived comfortably in this mansion, and every one of them held Li Yu in high regard. In their opinion, even the emperor himself, Li Shimin, couldn't match Li Yu's kindness towards them. We vow to follow Lord Li until death. The guards roared fiercely. Chapter 353, Capital Turmoil. These guards roared like an army of 1,000 soldiers, each person's morale ignited. Just as Li Yu was about to fight his way out, the system interface suddenly moved and issued a mission. Intruders will come to raid the mansion at night. Defeat the attackers and expose the hidden instigators. Reward, Revival Fruit. Revival Fruit can resurrect the dead, possessing the ability to bring back someone who has passed within 12 hours. Upon seeing this reward, a glint of excitement flashed in Li Yu's eyes. He had never imagined that such a story would offer such great benefits, actually bringing back the dead. He immediately licked his lips. This was indeed a valuable treasure, and he was determined to secure this reward. Soon, his subordinates handed him a weapon, a long spear. Li Yu twirled the spear in his hands, creating gusts of wind in the room as if it had turned into a fan. And when he manipulated the spear, it seemed no heavier than a trivial trinket. Li Yu took a deep breath and let it out. I'll see what kind of abilities you truly have, daring to provoke me. After saying these words, he strode towards the outside. In no time, he reached the entrance where Li Taishan already stood with his guards, all clad in armor. Li Yu was also wearing a set of armor, which added a formidable presence, making him appear utterly dominant. Huh! Li Yu burst into hearty laughter. Not bad. You don't disappoint, my elite veterans of countless battles. To think you've gathered so quickly. Truly, I am deeply pleased. This night's unrest is your opportunity to establish merit. These marauders actually dare attack my mansion. We'll give them a lesson they won't forget, one from which they'll never return. After speaking, Li Yu marched outward. The guards followed closely behind him. At this moment, Lu Xue hurriedly put on her armor and arrived by Li Yu's side. Now Lu Xue looked spirited and heroic, wielding a cicada sword, as if she had stepped out of a painting, not only demonstrating valor, but also radiating immense beauty. Li Yu grabbed Lu Xue's hand. If there's danger, you can hide beside me. I will protect you. Hearing these words, Lu Xue blushed slightly. Lord Wang, rest assured. As long as I'm here, I absolutely won't allow anyone to harm you, even slightly. Lu Xue also solemnly swore to the face of Li Yu before her. Tonight, let's fight an extraordinary battle. Li Yu, gripping Lu Xue's hand, roared furiously at the guards before them. With that, their group quickly charged outside. By now, numerous black-clad figures had scaled over the walls, infiltrating inside. Their faces covered by black veils, icy coldness gleamed in their eyes. They didn't seem ordinary at all. They were fearsome assassins, entering with chilling intent. Even animals weren't spared. For instance, the vicious hounds Li Yu kept outside were ruthlessly killed by a single black-clad figure's swift counterattack. Who would have thought this place houses such terrifying beasts? Truly worthy offspring of those raised with people's sufferings. These dogs shouldn't be allowed to live. This so-called princely house claims to serve for the welfare of all under heaven, but in reality, it serves only its selfish desires. They lead extravagant lives without any real thoughts toward benefiting the nation, all for their petty schemes. At that very moment, the black-robed figures angrily spoke to their subordinates, stirring their followers into boiling rage. Kill, kill, kill. Their emotions surged to their highest peak under these inciting words. Right then, Li Yu led his men into battle. How dare you numerous black-clad intruders break into my mansion? Do you not realize the unforgivable crimes you have committed? Not one of you will leave here alive. Upon hearing this, the invaders burst into laughter, their words dripping with sarcasm. You filthy lord do not deserve to exist in this world. You are merely parasites living off the suffering of common people. Each of you may think highly of yourselves, but in reality, you're all just good-for-nothings. The leading black-cloaked figure pointed at Li Yu and glared at him fiercely, disdain clearly evident in his words. Upon hearing these words, Li Yu's heart suddenly jolted. What's wrong with these people? How can they speak such words? These words seemed to exceed the historical context of this era. As this thought crossed Li Yu's mind, an unsettling lump formed in his chest. Could it be that these people are also, like me? Just as this thought occurred to Li Yu, the black-clad figure roared with anger and lunged at Li Yu in front of him. None of you lot deserve to live in this world. With a roar filled with killing intent, Li Yu responded with a cold snort and retaliated. You dare to refuse my courtesy? Do you truly believe you're invincible? And thus he roared with righteous indignation. I won't give you any face. He slashed his blade backhand, cutting down one of the black-cloaked figures. However, when the leader charged towards Li Yu, he employed a peculiar sword technique. It was not only extraordinarily swift but carried a strange mystery to it, causing confusion and bewilderment simply by looking at the flickering sword light. Sensing this strange gaze, Li Yu instantly covered his eyes, refusing to let his vision fall upon the mysterious sword beams. Looking for death, a nearby guard also lunged toward the black-cloaked figure. The group surrounded him tightly, determined to slay him on the spot. Li Yu bellowed, his whole body radiating with surging blood energy. Die now. After roaring this phrase, Li Yu thrust his long spear with immense force. In the midst of their fierce battle, some black-cloaked figures had already quietly sneaked toward the rear courtyard where the female assassin was held. It turned out that their target was never Li Yu, but rather the imprisoned female assassin. Chapter 354, Life is Short. The female assassin now sat in the cage, holding a plum in her hand. It was already plum season, but this fruit was far too sour. However, when combined with chili powder and salt, it gave the female assassin a very peculiar taste. It was as if the flavors of life, sourness, sweetness, bitterness, and spiciness, were all reflected in this fruit, making her feel quite strange inside. She even shed tears while eating the plum. This is life. While eating, she thought about her own life, and tears couldn't help but fall. At that moment, her ears twitched slightly because she faintly heard noises from outside. She immediately looked up and gazed outward. What's happening? Why are there sounds of battle? This is the prince's residence. A flicker of unease flashed through the mind of the female assassin, as though some kind of danger was slowly approaching. She quickly took a small hairpin from her head and began fiddling with the lock on the cage before her. With a click, the lock broke open. Turned out these things could never truly confine her. If not for her desolation, she wouldn't have stayed here. After walking out, she quickly found a weapon to hold in her hand. Two cries of anguish came from outside. It seemed the guards here had been killed. The female assassin tightly gripped her long sword and quickly hid herself aside. At that moment, 4 men dressed in black leaped in from outside. In their eyes lay killing intent. In their hands, they held knives, searching for the female assassin's location. What's going on? Fierce glints flashed in these black-clothed men's eyes, because they had discovered that the lock inside the cell had been broken open, and that the female assassin inside had escaped, making them feel deeply uneasy. Could it be that they had arrived too late? One black-clad man moved forward, reaching out his hand and gently touching the bars of the cage. He realized that the cage was still hot. She hasn't escaped far. It's still hot. This black-clothed man spoke, his gaze sweeping around. We mustn't let her get away. The higher-ups invited us specifically to take her life. Today we use the chaos to do this deed. If we miss this opportunity, we'll never get another one. Not only will the higher-ups take our lives, but they'll also take the lives of our families. After this black-clothed man said this, the people behind him quickly started searching around here. Just then, the female assassin suddenly emerged from a corner, rushing toward one of the black-clad men with intent to kill. This black-clothed man reacted incredibly fast. He roared loudly and struck a palm at the female assassin. But this female assassin wasn't any simple individual. She had sand in her hand and instantly scattered it, filling the air, effectively blinding this black-clad man. The black-clad man, feeling around his eyes, shouted aloud. How dare you, using such despicable, foul, shameless tactics. Roaring angrily, he struck towards the female assassin in front of him. However, the female assassin laughed coldly, lifting her longsword. Before this black-clothed man could react, a slash mark appeared on his neck. Clutching his neck, he seemed disbelieving, emitting an "oh-oh" sound. I didn't expect to die here. As soon as this man finished speaking, he collapsed directly onto the ground, his eyes wide as he fell backward. The female assassin stared at the remaining 3. These 3 black-clad men were already encircling the female assassin. Unimaginable. You didn't escape, but waited here for us instead. The female assassin, looking at the 3 people in front of her, began laughing loudly. You've come here, so don't think of leaving. I know you're definitely acting under someone else's command, and I will absolutely not let any of you bastards go. The female assassin spoke viciously, her eyes turning red, because only those who were her enemies would come looking for trouble, trying to wipe her out completely. Haha. Do you really think sneaking an attack and killing Lao Si makes you our match? Lao Si was just the weakest one among us. The leading black-clothed man roared furiously. It seemed like he squeezed his fists, and his clothes actually burst apart at that moment. It turned out this black-clothed man was a master of internal arts, having trained to the point where true chi covered his entire body. After the female assassin saw this scene, her face instantly changed. She never expected that there would be someone in the world who would send such an ultimate expert to kill her. Hey, after taking a deep breath, she tried hard to calm herself down. Even if I die, I will make you lose your teeth first. There is no way I will die so easily at your hands. The female assassin said this with a heart-wrenching tone. As she spoke, her hands trembled, as if filled with some despair, yet still fighting desperately within that despair. After Liu killed one of the black-clothed men in front of him, his expression instantly shifted, realizing a possible situation. Trouble. This is a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lu Xue, hurry up and go rescue the female assassin. She must not die now. Liu said this to Lu Xue beside him. A flicker of determination passed through Lu Xue's eyes as she nodded, turned around, and rushed towards the female assassin's courtyard. When Lu Xue arrived at the courtyard, she found the female assassin already severely injured. Standing there, the female assassin was drenched in blood. I absolutely won't die before killing you. The female assassin coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, speaking fiercely. Haha. At this moment, the black-clothed man standing in front of her had several wounds on his body too. But because of his profound inner strength and true qi, he used it to heal himself, causing him no major issues. Ho ho. Then he burst into a loud laugh. I've already figured out your tricks. You were trained at the assassin training camp. Assassins like you, I have killed countless ones. The black-clothed man coldly said, ready to deal a final blow to end the female assassin's life. At that very moment, the black-clad man felt a chill running down his back, sensing some sort of danger. Instantly, he rolled across the ground to dodge this sneak attack. Looking back sharply, his eyes flashed with coldness. It's you. The black-clad man slightly squinted his eyes. Lu Xue slowly approached the black-clothed man. Leave your life behind. Chapter 355, Immortal Fairy. The man carefully scanned over Lu Xue's body. He then looked up and stared into her eyes, slowly speaking. I never expected to encounter such a formidable martial artist. In your eyes lies a unique spirit and energy, indicating that you are an internal martial arts expert as well. Judging by your posture while walking just now, it seems like you've trained extensively in many techniques and mastered them thoroughly. Who would have thought that someone of your caliber exists here? The man continued calmly, his voice laced with coldness. Unfortunately, he seemed filled with regret. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. Once you face me, there is absolutely no chance for you to retain your life, because I will not let you live. Huh. And with that, he laughed wildly, sounding both deranged and cruel. Die. He swiftly turned back and attacked the female assassin, seemingly unwilling to give her a chance to survive. Lu Xue could never let this assassin kill the woman before her. At the same moment, she moved, advancing like the wind until she appeared before the female assassin and raised her hand, blocking the blow aimed at her by the man. After his attack was blocked, his eyes widened slightly, gazing at Lu Xue as though witnessing something unimaginable. How is this possible? You've already refined that boxing technique to such a level of perfection. According to reason, I should have already encountered a high-level expert like you long ago. Saying this, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Someone like this has remained unknown and stayed quietly beside some prince. Such a person never planned to reveal their true strength. You're still so young, yet capable of all this. The dark-clothed figure realized that it was absolutely imperative not to allow Lu Xue to grow stronger, otherwise, she would surely become a major threat. Since you possess such prowess, I must not let you live any longer. Burning blood. After finishing his statement, he roared fiercely, as if engulfed in flames entirely. Initially, Lu Xue had been evenly matched against this dark-clothed man, but now she was driven back repeatedly under his assault, appearing powerless compared to him. You actually cultivated such a terrifying and malevolent martial art. It seems you people stopped at nothing, even willing to use such vicious methods, all for wiping us out and leaving no hidden dangers behind. After saying these words, Lu Xue wiped off the blood from her mouth forcefully. Her breathing grew heavy, and her eyes revealed signs of grave concern. This is truly despicable. She muttered these words, making efforts to calm herself. Why do you stand idle over there? We two need to join forces and counter him together. This person uses self-mutilation to awaken their life potential, which makes their power far superior to either of ours. But his technique probably can only last for a few minutes, and it won't be able to endure much longer. The two of us combined should be enough to defeat him. Lu Xue said this while locking her gaze on the nearby female assassin. Already exhausted, the female assassin struggled to rise from the ground, wielding her sword and pointing it at the black-clad figure. Alright, just when the two decided to unite their powers, the dark-clothed man erupted into laughter. You two are no match for me. My abilities surpass yours by a great margin. Ha! His laugh resounded thunderously. At this very moment, Lu Xue stepped forward, as did the female assassin, forming a pincer strategy to target the dark-clothed man. However, the man showed no sign of panic, taking steady steps forward. An ominous, killing aura radiated from his entire being. Death! His eyes flared red, and with one strike, he unleashed twin palm blows. Simultaneously, Lu Xue and the female assassin attacked, but within moments of engaging the dark figure, they were both sent flying, once again hitting the ground and spitting out blood. Die! Just as the duo was about to be slain, a sudden flute melody rang from atop the roof. Under the night sky, the flute sound played beautifully, as if signaling the arrival of something mystical. Hearing the sound, the dark figure instantly clasped his ears with both hands, reacting as if exposed to an infernal auditory assault. He roared in fury. Who dares to ambush me like this, using sonic sorcery? Do you even realize that your actions have offended major figures in this capital city? Neither of you will come to a good end. As he roared these words, a figure appeared in the distance. a woman dressed in white robes, wearing a mask. Her every step seemed to defy the ground beneath her. Arriving on the rooftop, she didn't pause or hesitate, gracefully striding forward with perfect composure until she reached close proximity. In her hand, she held a long flute, her lips curling slightly into a faint smile. Who would have thought that the legendary assassin, xiuxian, has become someone's lapdog? The woman spoke slowly, revealing no attempt to hide the coldness in her eyes. Since you dared to harm my friend, I won't give you any chance. Die now. She attacked instantly. The long flute in her hand transformed like a blade, while the black-clad man raised both his hands and hurled a strike toward her. The speed of the woman in white was incredibly fast, as if she were a gentle breeze. Even though the black-clad man utilized numerous methods, he still couldn't hold her back. How is this possible? How can your strength reach such a level? How could it be, when I have already unleashed my full power, and even used the burning blood technique to stimulate my essence and blood? Right now, I'm no different from top-tier martial artists. Why am I still not a match for you? The woman in white smiled lightly. Do you really think that simply using techniques to increase your reaction speed and power will make you worthy to face true masters? True masters aren't just about power enhancement. They also have refined reactions and life force. Each one of them is an unparalleled expert. Your current strength is far too weak. After saying these words gently, the woman lifted her hand swiftly, pushing a palm forward. A gale erupted at her command, rushing forward like a tidal wave. Before the black-clad man could react, her palm struck directly against his chest, sending him flying backward violently. Chapter 356, Suppression. Boom. The black-clad man slammed hard against the wall, spurting blood. However, his blood had already become dry and withered due to the use of the blood-consuming skill. Cough. Cough. He coughed forcefully a few times, redness flickering in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, filled with reluctance. How could this be? Who exactly are you? In my mind, I have never heard of a master of your caliber. Could it be that you are an unseen world-class expert hidden within the capital? What do you intend to do here in the capital? You must not tell me you are merely here for amusement. Experts like you either hide in the mountains or in the midst of worldly affairs. You wouldn't appear without reason. The black-clad man stared intently at the white-clad woman, but she did not respond in any way. She exuded an ethereal grace as she unleashed a palm strike, striking the black-clad man in the chest. Pooh! The black-clad man spat out a mouthful of blood and was killed on the spot. The white-clad woman looked up towards the sky. I owed you all a favor from before, which is why I came to help. Do not misunderstand me. After saying these words slowly, she turned around and disappeared into the distance within the blink of an eye. Cough. Cough. Who is this person? Why would they come to help us? Could they possibly be a friend of the prince? At this moment, xiuxian slowly rose to her feet and muttered, her eyes brimming with confusion, as if disbelieving. The female assassin smiled and said, It's impossible they came for me. This proves she came to save you. I think so too. Xiuxian murmured. But I've never seen this white-clad woman before. Why would she save me? This indicates she must want something. Xiuxian spoke to herself, her eyes clouded with doubt. Why is this? Her face showed bewilderment as she slowly lifted her head and fixed her gaze on the direction where the woman had disappeared. Thud! Behind Xiuxian came the sound of something heavy falling over. She quickly turned her head. There lay a fallen assassin, apparently unconscious. Are you alright? Xiuxian exclaimed. Liu fought alongside his guards against these black-clad men, swiftly capturing them all. Just as he prepared to interrogate them, they each started bleeding from their mouths, poison having been concealed within them beforehand. Damn it! Upon seeing this scene, Taizhan cursed. How infuriating these people are. They actually took poison. Could they truly aim to harm His Highness, the Prince? Taizhan gripped his fists, flames burning in his eyes. They absolutely cannot be forgiven, he said harshly, hammering his hand on the table. At that moment, someone else approached hurriedly from afar. Prince, the female assassin has been gravely injured and is now on the brink of death. What? Hearing this, Liu's complexion changed instantly. Hurry, hurry, go to the back courtyard. Liu, along with his subordinates, rushed to the rear courtyard. Sure enough, the female assassin lay on the bed, her face covered in blood, coughing uncontrollably. Liu arrived by the female assassin's side, extending his hand and grasping hers. Slowly, the female assassin opened her eyes, her look clouded with confusion. My internal organs were damaged before, making my death certain. Previously, I withheld one thing. I didn't tell you about the letters I kept hidden regarding xianxia's treachery. Just, a shadow of gloom flashed in the female assassin's eyes as her body faded away, seemingly about to die. Everyone leave. Liu ordered his subordinates and guards. Once they left, he pulled a golden strawberry from his pocket. This strawberry carried immense life essence. Swallowing it could bring someone back from death. Liu forced the strawberry directly into the female assassin's mouth. Just as the female assassin was about to pass, this strawberry entered her mouth, a powerful surge of vitality instantly merging with her body. The wounds on her body were quickly repaired by the strawberry. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with astonishment. She could feel her fading life force now gradually returning. What's going on? Why am I recovering? Didn't I almost die before? The female assassin spoke with a tone of anxiety. Don't worry. I used a secret medicine to sustain your life. You will not die because you still have great use to me. Liu said this as he looked at the female assassin before him. Her eyes flickered with gratitude. Then while I'm still alive, I'll tell you where the items are. Liu nodded and said to the female assassin, Go ahead and tell me. The female assassin leaned close to Li Yu's ear and quietly revealed the location of what she had hidden. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Emperor Li Shimin also received urgent intelligence. How dare anyone cause such a huge disturbance? You bastards! How dare they do this and instigate rebellion right here in the capital city? At that moment, Li Shimin's eyes burned with fierce killing intent. He never imagined someone would dare cause trouble in the capital. He reached out and lightly tapped the desk, contemplating his next move. Your Majesty, should we immediately mobilize the palace guards to quell the unrest? After pondering for a moment, Li Shimin commanded, send the order. With a single word from Li Shimin, the Imperial Palace was set into swift action. The Forbidden Army stationed in the capital sprang into motion as well. Many who were taking advantage of the chaos to loot and destroy were quickly subdued when the palace guards appeared. Those rebels who hadn't managed to flee were all apprehended. The fighting in the capital city came to an abrupt end within just 1 hour after the intervention of the palace guards. In some secluded corners, those who witnessed the scene shook their heads in disappointment. Chapter 357, Pretense. This world has not yet reached chaos, and this Li dynasty still possesses great vitality. Someone muttered these words, their eyes filled with unease. In a basement of a dilapidated house somewhere, several people were seated. What's going on? We didn't plan to act now. Why did our people suddenly start acting? The one sitting at the head of the group spoke angrily. What exactly is happening? His gaze swept over everyone present. The individuals below him remained silent, beads of cold sweat forming on their faces. Leader, wasn't it you who suddenly sent the order for us to act? Otherwise, we wouldn't have gathered here. Upon hearing this, the leader's face changed dramatically. With clenched teeth, he said to those in front of him, I never asked anyone to do this. You've been deceived. Damn it. He cursed harshly, showing signs of frustration. We didn't expect to be used like this. Those who manipulated us clearly targeted us. How dare they use us to incite all this chaos? What could they possibly be plotting? We originally thought we would be the last ones to strike, but ended up being their tools. Now we can no longer stay here. Move quickly, abandon our contacts. After saying this, the leader stood up as if to leave. Leader. At that moment, a man suddenly called out. Since we've been exposed and so many have died, shouldn't someone take responsibility for this? Otherwise, this matter will seem too easily dismissed. If no one takes responsibility, the court will surely continue its investigation. Then what will we do? The man who spoke stared intently at the leader. The leader turned and locked his eyes on the man. Xuanhuan, so it's you. You're the spy hidden among us by them, aren't you? The black-clothed leader slowly said. When he uttered these words, a flash of cold light emerged from his hand. Before Xuanhuan could even react, his neck had already been pierced. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground, killed in an instant. The gaze of this black-clothed leader swept over the others. It seems I haven't acted for so long that you've taken me for soft fruit to pick. You've forgotten how cruel I can be. If any of you wish to fight back, I won't refuse. The leader spoke calmly, his voice carrying a thread of cruelty. Anyone who heard his voice felt as though winter had instantly descended upon them. How could this be possible? All of them gasped. They shrank back slightly, feeling tremors in their hands. For they all remembered the events from years ago. This black-clothed leader was no ordinary person, but a true master. Just hearing his name would scare many into losing the courage to fight back. Huh. He laughed loudly. Clean up the remains, go into hiding. I'll contact you again later. The leader left through a tunnel. Those remaining looked at each other. Damn it. Who would have expected us to fall into such a desperate situation? How dare someone use us to commit such an outrageous act? It seems we are now in absolute crisis. A man took a deep breath and said slowly. Now, let's all bring out whatever skills we have left. Our best move now is to flee from here. Take your most elite followers and go into hiding quickly. As these remaining people discussed, they quickly dispersed. Your Majesty, the Qiwang's mansion was attacked. Casualties are unclear. Upon hearing this report, Emperor Taizong's expression immediately changed. What? How dare these people do such things? How dare they plot to assassinate the prince? Is Prince Qi safe? Taizong anxiously asked his subordinates. Report to your Majesty, Prince Qi is unharmed. However, he informed us that the female assassin in his mansion suffered serious injuries, and her condition is critical. Prince Qi rallied his forces and successfully repelled the attack. At this point, Taizong sighed with relief. He raised his head and looked seriously at his subordinates. Do you know who orchestrated this? Your Majesty, it has now been clarified that a group called the Ping sect is responsible for this. This organization appears to have been formed by the remnants of those people. They have been conducting their activities in the capital under the guise of Buddhism. Although we have uncovered some information, we haven't been able to trace the masterminds behind them. None of us expected them to rebel so quickly and commit such heinous crimes within the capital. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin clenched his fists tightly. Conduct an investigation. I will annihilate every one of them without leaving a single one alive. Li Shimin raised his head and fixed his eyes on the general before him coldly. The subordinate felt chilled to the bone but did not dare to conceal anything, knowing very well that hiding the truth could bring about deadly consequences. Even though Emperor Taizong was known as a benevolent ruler who wouldn't kill for minor offenses, covering up grave wrongdoings would most certainly cost one's life and possibly endanger one's family as well. After pondering for a moment, Li Shimin gave orders to a nearby eunuch. Send messages to all the princes notifying them that peace has been restored in the capital and there is no need to worry. Dispatch personnel to Prince Qi's residence to assess the situation and treat the injured. At the same time, survey the damage within the capital. If commoners suffered great losses due to this incident, They can report to the official offices and will be compensated accordingly. As soon as Li Shimin issued the commands, actions were promptly taken. Things related to the Ping sect were swiftly uncovered and reported back to the capital. All individuals associated with the Ping sect were rapidly arrested and subjected to interrogations. Many could not endure the pressure and confessed immediately to their crimes. Numerous conspirators were exposed and wiped out in the process. At this time, eunuchs and imperial physicians arrived at Li Yu's mansion. Behind the physician were 2 young attendants carrying ointments for bruises and injuries. The eunuch smiled and said, "My lord, the emperor has sent me here to tend to the wounded in your mansion." Chapter 358, Speculation. After Li Yu heard these words, he nodded and said, "Come in." The eunuch followed beside Li Yu. He could feel a sense of trepidation as the armor on Li Yu was still stained with a significant amount of blood. He sighed inwardly. This prince is truly extraordinary. He personally engaged in fierce combat and killed a great number of bandits. Previously, people spread rumors that Prince Qi took credit for others' military achievements. Now it appears those were all baseless lies. Prince Qi's dashing figure absolutely indicates that he has just gone through a fierce battle. As the eunuch walked beside Li Yu, he could still feel the intense heat radiating from Li Yu after his strenuous movements. This wave of heat spread around those nearby, making them feel as if they were near a blazing stove. Such prowess is only achieved when one's skills have reached a certain level. It's called having a body like a furnace. This eunuch had also felt this sensation from experts within the palace, but these masters were always arrogant and disdained to even speak with him. Even though he had tried various ways to build a relationship with these masters, they had never paid any attention to him. It seems I must change my plans and make sure to develop a good relationship with His Highness, Prince Qi. Once he takes over the capital, I might be favored and used. Various thoughts instantly sprouted in the eunuch's mind. The emperor clearly favors you greatly. Upon learning your residence was attacked, the emperor immediately dispatched royal physicians to come for an examination. If any of your ancestors or household members were injured, you may command the physicians to treat them. This is the emperor's grace. The royal physician also nodded beside him and asked, "My lord, anyone in your residence injured?" Alas, Li Yu let out a long sigh at this moment. The female assassin was critically wounded. Although I used Bao Yao to save her life, I couldn't completely heal her. She probably doesn't have much time left. Li Yu sighed deeply again, resolute in his decision to keep the female assassin alive, not because she was extraordinarily beautiful, but because this female assassin should not die. She committed this grave sin only under duress. Li Yu had read many martial arts novels, and thus harbored a spirit of chivalry in his heart. A warrior like her should not meet her end here so easily. Therefore, when giving the healing strawberry, he deliberately provided only a partial dose to keep the female assassin alive. The royal physician, following Li Yu, quickly reached the back courtyard where the female assassin lay in bed. After examining her, the physician discovered that while the critical injuries had indeed been sustained, her life was being maintained by the use of rare herbs. Shaking his head lightly, the physician said, "She has already suffered severe trauma and won't survive more than 3 days. My lord, there is now no way to ensure her continued survival." After hearing this statement, Li Yu let out another deep sigh. Alas, the mission given to me by Father Emperor appears to be unattainable. I originally intended to cure this female assassin before me. Looks like I can only bury her remains after she passes away and return her to the earth. My lord, do not worry. I will fully report this matter to the emperor. The emperor will know this situation isn't because of you, and he surely will not blame you. At this moment, the eunuch spoke up. As for those who attacked, my lord, have you uncovered the origins of these people? Who exactly sent them? Can you determine their identity? The eunuch then quietly inquired. I've already investigated. These individuals are top-tier warriors from the Jianghu world, and each one of them consumed poison beforehand. As soon as I captured them, they swiftly succumbed to the toxins. Li Yu paused briefly before letting out a long sigh. The eunuch, arriving here, held an inspection roll. Beside this eunuch was also a guard from the Imperial Guard. This guard appeared very tall and muscular with bulging muscles, yet his eyes carried a hint of malevolence. From his gaze alone, one could determine that this member of the Imperial Guard was no ordinary soldier. When he arrived before these failed assassins, he examined them closely and declared, "These people definitely belong to the Ping sect. They have some distinct tattoos on their bodies which have lasted a very long time. Only members originating from this heretical sect would bear such markings. If we consider their origin carefully, these should undoubtedly be disciples trained by this evil sect." This advancing army paced back and forth a few steps. These people should be professional killers. Their faces seem to have undergone some disguises. If there are no unexpected factors, it would be impossible to find out their identities. They all belong to the category of black households. Damn, the Imperial Guard cursed harshly. Your Highness, we will handle this matter. We will send people to take away all these individuals, and after verification, if there are any issues, please kindly forgive us, Your Highness. After hearing this, Li Yu nodded and said, I hope the true culprits will be found as soon as possible. How dare these people attack me in an attempt to murder? It is absolutely unforgivable. If you have any matters to address, feel free to come to me, and I will provide my utmost support to help uncover their identities. What about this sect of the bottle? Their audacity knows no bounds, daring to incite rebellion within the capital city. These people are indeed a group of bandits, seemingly remnants of rebel forces that the emperor had wiped out. For so many years they have lain dormant, refusing to acknowledge the current Tang dynasty. They still dream of re-establishing their territories and creating chaos across the land. The emperor has already decreed, if their traces are discovered, they must all be eradicated without mercy. Anyone who now becomes involved with them will surely end up in dire straits. After pondering for a moment, Liu then opened his mouth to say, I suspect that these people might very likely be using a strategy to distract while actually planning something else under the guise of the sect of the bottle, thus eliminating evidence of their actions. I suspect it could very well be some high-ranking officials who are orchestrating these major events. After Liu's words were spoken, the eunuchs and the advancing army's expressions changed abruptly, instantly becoming pale. Upon hearing Liu's analysis, they felt as if some sort of danger was looming over their heads. If what Liu had said was true, then this matter could escalate drastically. Even if they wanted to investigate further, they would absolutely not be able to proceed. Chapter 359, Reward. His Highness the Prince, you are really joking. These matters don't fall under our investigation anymore. Even if someone important were involved, it wouldn't be blamed on us. The eunuch said this with calm assurance. Your Highness, Prince Qi, we will surely report this matter in full to His Majesty, and there is no way you will suffer any loss. As he said this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Bring in the fruits. Liu called out to his subordinates. At that moment, a servant appeared carrying some fruit toward them. Earlier, these fruits were all fresh, prepared by Liu himself. But as this servant approached, his steps were unusually steady, not like an ordinary servant, but more like an assassin. Seeing this servant before him, Liu's expression flickered momentarily before becoming solemn. Staring at the servant before him, Liu asked sharply, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you one of my people here in the Wangfu? Standing before Liu, the servant stood straight, and his eyes also revealed a serious demeanor. Prince, you must not have noticed me, for I am merely a humble servant. Someone of your esteemed stature would naturally not remember someone as lowly as me. He spoke with an awkward smile. From the side, the eunuch added, Your Highness, could it be that you're overreacting? After all, he's just a servant. With such a large palace complex, perhaps. Before the eunuch could finish his persuasion, suddenly the servant made his move. In an instant, his figure darted through the air, directly aiming for Liu. Simultaneously, a puff of dust was released from his hand, exploding into the air and filling it with a foul odor. When the others smelled this scent, they immediately covered their noses, not daring to inhale it. What is happening? In that moment, the Imperial Guards instinctively stepped back, only realizing several steps later that this was an assassination attempt, directed precisely at Liu. Oh no, one of them shouted in alarm. If anything happened to Liu, the trouble would be enormous. Protect the prince. The guard roared furiously. Do not come closer. This smoke has a potent poison. Liu, while retreating step by step, ordered his men around him cautiously. Step by step, he retreated as the killer relentlessly pursued him, keeping Liu firmly in his sights, as though determined to take his life. Seeking death, Liu, observing the assassin before him, felt a stirring within. He did not wish to reveal his true strength in front of both the eunuch and the Imperial Guard. Luxui, Liu shouted her name. Luxui had been standing nearby to Liu, and she instantly reacted, a sword slashing through the smoky haze and appearing before the scene. With blood spurting out, the assassin fell heavily to the ground. Ding, the attacker has been repelled. Mission completed. Reward, 2 regenerative fruits. Non-exchangeable. Through his ear, Liu heard the system's voice, and before his eyes, the system interface appeared, showing 2 regenerative fruits ready for extraction at any time. Looking at the fruits before him, Liu hesitated for a moment, not extracting them right away. So it seems the mission wasn't complete earlier. I thought something was wrong, but now it seems it was because the assassin hadn't been dealt with. That makes sense. Liu muttered to himself and sighed deeply. But luckily, there won't be many issues going forward. He thought about this as he stared coldly at the black-clad person lying in front of him. Someone, he shouted outside. Outside came many guards who, upon seeing the body on the floor, revealed expressions of astonishment in their eyes. Who is this? Why does a stranger suddenly appear? Li Taishan arrived here, immediately feeling a chill running down his spine. His hands began to tremble slightly. What is going on? Why is there a corpse here? The tension inside him grew continuously. Anxiety started to burn within his heart. Damn it! Why didn't I prepare for even this assassin? Realizing this, he immediately knelt down before Liu. My lord, the fault is mine. I failed to discover this assassin. Liu, however, simply waved his hand and said, just call the steward over. This has nothing to do with you. You have already done everything you could to protect me before, and failing to detect this assassin is not your fault. The steward was soon called over and knelt before Liu. Liu looked at the steward with cold eyes. If you're actually competent, why didn't you discover that there was an extra person in my household? Upon hearing this, the steward immediately knelt down. And it's not because I didn't find out. Rather, this man killed one of our servants who was delivering fruit. Right now, our kitchen staff has discovered a dead servant in the woodshed. If we didn't catch it, he might have been intercepted while delivering the fruit. With all the chaos last night, everyone was unsettled. After listening to this, Liu gestured to Li Taishan and said, investigate. Li Taishan quickly moved toward the woodshed and began searching for clues related to the body. Liu dismissed the eunuch and the Imperial Guards. At this point, both the eunuch and the Imperial Guards' faces showed signs of fear. They never expected the assassins to be so vicious, brazenly attacking Prince Qi's residence, and even attempting to kill Liu. Previously, they had heard about Liu being attacked, but hadn't taken it seriously. Now recalling it, they felt fear in their hearts. These assassins were far too dangerous, truly lawless. Thinking of this, they all felt a tremble run through their hands. If Li Yu were dead, they would undoubtedly get themselves into unimaginable trouble as well. They didn't dare to eat the fruits either because these fruits might very well have been poisoned by the assassin, intended to poison them all. When they thought about it, they sighed inwardly. Thankfully, the prince noticed something amiss. Otherwise, this situation could have escalated significantly. The eunuch let out a sigh at this moment. The Imperial Guard narrowed his eyes slightly. This event indeed exceeded our expectations. The complications arising from this must also be significant. Perhaps these people did not expect that Prince Qi could have made so many enemies in such a short time. Chapter 360, The Plan. Attempting to find out exactly what happened will probably require a great deal of effort. The eunuch sighed as he thought about this at the moment. Whoever wants to figure out what Wang Jie has gotten himself into, it will likely cost a tremendous amount because the prince has offended too many people. Be careful when we set off later. I'm worried someone might ambush us along the way. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, the Imperial Guard sneered coldly. If anyone dares to come, I will make sure they leave, but never return. They need to know how formidable I am, a proper Imperial Guard. How can they compare with me? Just as the Imperial Guard frowned deeply and spoke these cold words, some sounds suddenly came from afar. When he heard those sounds, he inhaled sharply and ordered his subordinates, be on guard. As they prepared for battle as if facing their greatest enemy, another patrol team arrived not far away, all clad in armor. Seeing them, they let out a sigh of relief and rushed hurriedly toward the palace. Li Yu was now looking at the female assassin in front of him, hesitating somewhat. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I have already considered this matter carefully. I have such a plan. Li Yu said this to the female assassin in front of him. The female assassin hesitated. Does His Highness wish to save my life? Li Yu nodded to the female assassin in front of her. That's right. I want to save your life. You shouldn't die like this. You should live better, not disappear without a trace from this world. But in order to save you, special methods will be needed to ensure your survival. Li Yu stared at the female assassin and said these words. You no longer have a name. If I save you, I hope to bestow one upon you. The female assassin froze where she stood, trembling hands at her side. Even though I possess some skills, I don't deserve your highness' salvation. This might even place you in danger afterward. If I could survive the training camp, my hands are already stained with blood, thus I do not deserve to continue living in this world. While speaking these words, she tightly covered her eyes, tears streaming down her face. So please, His Highness, do not save me. Let me die like this. My existence in this world holds no meaning whatsoever. As she spoke, tears kept streaming from her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. After hearing these words, Li Yu burst out laughing heartily. You needn't worry. I have a way to bring you back from the dead, so there won't be any problems for me. It just requires that you vanish thoroughly from this world once. When you come back to life again, you will become my subordinate. The female assassin froze at the spot, a look of surprise flickering in her eyes. All right. Looking at Li Yu seriously, the female assassin replied. Slap. Together, both of them slapped palms together. Originally, the eyes of the female assassin were full of despair, appearing lifeless. After the palm slapping, vitality reappeared in her eyes, as if regaining the hope to live. At this moment, Li Yu also stretched lazily, standing up straight. Let's go. The female assassin gazed at the direction where Li Yu departed. There was a hint of passion glowing in her eyes. Lu Xue followed by Li Yu's side, speaking excitedly. It's truly unexpected. With just a few words, you've managed to win the heart of a woman. She sounded somewhat sour as she said this. Ho ho. After hearing this remark, Li Yu laughed loudly. What you're saying is a bit harsh. All I did was give her hope to live again. Yet why does it sound so jealous in your mouth? Rolling his eyes, Li Yu said. And by the way, this matter needs to be clarified properly between us. At this moment, Lu Xue looked at herself and Li Yu ahead, glaring somewhat irritably. What matter? Li Yu asked curiously. Did you anger some other woman? It wasn't the enemies I repelled. Rather, a woman came to save me. She appeared ethereal like a fairy, and I just felt as if my soul was drawn to her, even from a distance. Lu Xue, speaking angrily, kicked small stones on the ground as she walked along. Li Yu's eyes showed a bit of confusion, and he spoke with a tone that carried a hint of that. Yet clearly, this person has come to save you and not me at all. It should be you that they like, not me. As Li Yu said this, he sighed deeply. Moreover, this person's arrival is completely incomprehensible. You should consider this. If they truly liked me, shouldn't they have come to save me? Now instead, they went ahead and secretly saved you. Li Yu slowly approached Lu Xue and said, what do you think about this matter? I believe I should be asking you. You wouldn't happen to be infatuated with someone else outside, would you? Li Yu's words instantly caused Lu Xue's face to turn red. Hehe. Could you perhaps sketch the appearance of that woman? After a moment of jesting, Li Yu then seriously addressed Lu Xue in front of him. Huff. After carefully pondering, Lu Xue took out a piece of paper and began drawing. Soon, she completed a painting with her motions. She roughly looks like this. As Li Yu observed the woman Lu Xue had drawn, his expression turned grave. Despite her eyes not being revealed, there was a sense of familiarity about her, as though he'd seen her somewhere before. What's going on? Why does it feel like I've seen her somewhere? At that very moment, Lu Xue tightly grabbed Li Yu's arm. I told you so. She definitely has something to do with you. Yet here you are blaming me and asserting it's connected to me. You rascal. An indignant Lu Xue accused Li Yu. I already knew you were intentionally fooling me. Her hands placed on her hips, she complained angrily. This. Hastily, Liu started explaining. This whole thing has certainly led you to misjudge me. Ho ho ho. But looking at Lu Xue's laughing face, Liu immediately realized it was just a joke by Lu Xue. They shared a mutual smile. The imperial edict soon arrived, ordering Liu to depart immediately. Li Shimin intended to protect Liu, wishing for him to stay far away from these tumultuous matters. Chapter 361. Peach takes the place of Plum. As Liu left the capital, the female assassin soon fell ill and died. After a specialized coroner sent by Emperor Li Shimin examined her, she was buried in the outskirts according to Liu's wishes. Under the cover of night, a group of black-clad figures arrived at the outskirts, dug up the grave, and unearthed the body of the female assassin. Her face was pale yet lifelike, as if she were still alive. Such a beautiful beauty is already dead. It's truly regrettable. Her whole body feels so cold. But why does someone from above want us to bring this woman's corpse back? Could they be attracted to her? Xiaoxia, how dare you say such things? This woman was specifically requested from above. You had better not speak recklessly, or even I wouldn't be able to protect you. Do you know who this woman is? This woman is the chief culprit for assassinating Li Xianxia and causing chaos that morning. The ones above seem to place great importance on this matter, though we don't know why. After the leader finished speaking, Xiaoxia immediately closed his mouth. I'll tell you, there are some things that must not be said carelessly. Otherwise, it could lead to death. After saying this, he shut his own mouth. Xiaoxia swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly. I understand. He said that. Hurry up and take her away. Don't attract any attention. The body of the female assassin was quickly taken away, and the grave was filled in once more. At a pavilion outside the capital city, a man completely covered in a dark robe waited until the assassin's body was brought before him. Only then did he get a clear look at the body. Liu approached the female assassin, now taking out a golden strawberry. On the golden strawberry, there was a tooth mark. It seemed this was the one the assassin hadn't finished eating before. Liu used a fake death technique to put the assassin into a state of unconsciousness while using the golden strawberry to preserve a trace of vitality within her, preventing her from dying. Even if she really did die, he had the rebirth fruit to save her. He pushed the golden strawberry into the assassin's mouth. As the golden strawberry dissolved inside her mouth, the assassin lying on the ground gradually began to emit warmth. A few minutes passed, and the female assassin slowly opened her eyes. She sat up, touching her own face. I'm still alive. When she looked at Liu, she realized she was indeed still alive. She knelt before Liu. Greetings, Prince. Please bestow me with a name. From now on, you will be called xianxia. There is something I need you to handle. Liu spoke these words to xianxia before him. Yes, Prince. After Liu left the capital, the city found itself in a tense pressure as various forces vied in the shadows. In a courtyard, as an imperial army surrounded it, an old man emerged. The old man appeared surprised and quickly shouted loudly. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. I do not know why you would surround my humble courtyard. I am an innocent person. Perhaps there is some error somewhere. When he anxiously said this, the men merely let out a cold snort. Humph, find death. One of the imperial soldiers raised their spear and thrust it toward the old man before he could make a sound. The spear pierced through his chest, and blood gushed out. He fell heavily onto the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. How dare these soldiers attack and kill him so easily? Search. One of the imperial soldiers stepped forward and kicked open the door of the house. Just as the door was kicked open, a knife suddenly protruded from inside, directly piercing the throat of the imperial soldier. Kill. These imperial soldiers rushed inside without hesitation, only to find several sturdy men hidden within, tall, strong, and muscular. After a fierce battle, all the hidden men were killed where they stood. Many weapons, letters, and silver coins were uncovered from the site. Indeed, Master knew this place was a hideout. All remaining people fought fearlessly, choosing suicide rather than capture. They were indeed highly trained. Upon hearing this, the leading officer shook his head, finding this much is far too little. Continue searching the next place. After the rebellion in the capital, Li Chingan quickly obtained many important messages. When he saw the intelligence in his hand, a look of seriousness appeared in his eyes. These things. He took a sharp intake of breath as he looked at these messages. How dare these people do such things? He muttered, hardly able to believe it, his hands trembling. I thought the realm had already been brought to peace, yet so many hidden dangers still exist in this capital. These people have disguised themselves in various identities, ready to overthrow our Tang dynasty at any time. Huh. Not only was Li Chingan not afraid, but instead, he laughed loudly with some madness in his expression. Turns out the realm isn't just ours alone. After looking through all of these documents, there was a glint of laughter on his face mixed with an intense look. This is indeed impressive. If you can do these things, then so can I. Unbelievable that you hold Prince Qi in such high regard. He muttered, with eyes flashing fiercely. We will surely reclaim your position. Li Shimin had already received news of Li Yu's departure. I want to see who dares to make a move. Li Shimin murmured. Cheng Yaojin, observing before him, asked, My lord, how are the investigations going? Do you know now who has made the first move? With a tone of calmness in his voice, he added, Your Majesty, upon investigation, none of the Wu Ho in the capital have been involved, and this is just the work of certain civilian factions. Those associated with Li Xianxia haven't acted either. Right now, I'm investigating the background of these people. Sitting there with a furrowed brow, Li Shimin quietly pondered what action to take. After quite some time, he sighed. There's no need to investigate further. If they've made their move, they wouldn't leave clues. What we must do is find out exactly who has taken action. After speaking these words, he exhaled deeply. Don't let a single one of those who acted escape. There was a hint of hoarseness in his voice. I will not show them lenience. Whoever is found guilty of involvement must be prosecuted according to the law. Chapter 362, Inquiring. After hearing Li Shimin's words, Cheng Yaojin's heart stirred suddenly. He knelt down immediately. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. Half a month later, Li Yu finally arrived at the location of the first imperial farm. Xuanhuan Imperial Farm. This was an imperial farm located in the south. The area spanning several kilometers all belonged to this farm. The person in charge of this farm was a eunuch, who wielded significant power and contributed substantial produce each year as tribute. Li Yu looked at the information in his hand and frowned, as he realized that the production from this farm was excessively high. It had even exceeded normal output levels. It seemed as though there was extra income, akin to ordinary workers not requiring any compensation, as if they were working for free. Isn't it good for His Highness to have so much income? Why are you investigating this matter? Could there be something wrong with these people? Li Yu pointed at the things in front of him, his brows deeply furrowed. Because these figures are simply too extreme. You may not feel it, but I can clearly sense the issue here. Li Yu picked up the document in front of him and started flipping through it in his hands. The output of a place far exceeds the limit of what its land can yield. Either it is due to an unparalleled genius, or there must be some dirty tricks involved. It is highly likely that certain underhanded methods were used to achieve these results. After finishing his sentence, he flipped through the documents in his hand, extending one hand to lightly tap on the table. To uncover their tracks, we need to devise a plan. Upon finishing his statement, his eyes suddenly opened wide. We'll disguise ourselves and first go to the nearby county to gather information about the situation here. Perhaps we might find some extra sources of income. Li Taizhan, you continue onward with my guards. Do not inform anyone that I have secretly made my way to this county. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Li Taizhan responded promptly. Yes, my lord. I will surely handle it and investigate everything thoroughly. With those words, he took immediate action. Li Taizhan quickly arranged for disguises, while Li Yu headed towards the county. They split up covertly, with some secret protection measures ensuring no one discovered them. They quickly entered the county, disguised as merchants. This county was rather peaceful. Disguised as a refined young man, Li Yu held a folding fan in his hand, appearing calm and collected. Lu Xue followed by Li Yu's side. Young master, where should we head next? Of course to Yihonglu. Fanning himself with the fan in his hand, Li Yu said with a smile on his face. If the easiest place in this world to gather information is a tavern, then the place where nothing stays hidden is the brothel. At such a place, with a bit of intent, one could uncover a lot of secrets. However, Lu Xue glanced at Li Yu, her eyes showing some hostility. Masterly, surely you don't have some unsavory intentions, do you? You better rein in your thoughts, or I'll get upset. Huh. Li Yu patted Lu Xue on the shoulder, as he spoke eloquently. You've misunderstood me. How could I possibly indulge in such disgraceful deeds? There's no better place than Yihonglu to gather intelligence. After finishing his statement, Li Yu patted Lu Xue and said with a smirk, if you're dissatisfied, I can arrange a beautiful miss for your company. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xue's face turned bright red instantly, and she swatted Li Yu's hand away. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go, Lu Xue said to those behind her. They soon arrived at Yihonglu. With his handsome looks, Li Yu stepped forward, and a servant quickly came to greet him. Esteemed sir, you truly exude elegance and charm. Please follow me. I'll guide you. Today is the day when the Flower Queen comes out to perform music. As he spoke, he wore a grin. Upon hearing the servant's words, Li Yu replied with a sly smile. Is this Flower Queen exceptionally beautiful? If she is, I'll bestow a generous reward. After speaking, he pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket and tossed it over. In this small county, this servant hadn't encountered such a generous individual before. His eyes lit up instantly, and he hastily grabbed the drink in front of him, biting into it hard. This is genuine silver. He suddenly burst into laughter. Master, please follow me inside, he said with a beaming smile. Our Flower Queen is extraordinarily beautiful. However, she comes from an ordinary farming family and endured quite a lot of hardship in the past. But after joining our Yihonglu, she received specialized training and has now cultivated herself into a refined young lady with an extraordinary demeanor. After all, she possesses a particularly unique charm. The brothel owner's face was filled with joy. Master, please kindly follow me. With your immense wealth and dashing good looks, I believe the Peony Flower Queen will surely favor you. She'll definitely invite you upstairs to be her special guest. Then I count on your blessing words, Li Yu said, smiling broadly at the pleased brothel owner. They moved forward and soon arrived inside Yihonglu. Upon entering, they saw people of all sorts. Many burly men had called for prostitutes to accompany them, and now were guzzling wine and gorging on meat with large bites. I can't believe that old eunuch Huang Zhong is so greedy for wealth and power. He's exploiting the barbarian tribes outside the county, nearly pushing them to rebellion. If these people get truly annoyed, who knows what kind of trouble it might bring. A man drank a sip of wine, put down his cup, and revealed a bitter laugh. And now, the local tax burden has become so heavy. Except for this clear stream area, other places are almost suffering from unbearable living conditions. Alas, isn't that why they call him Zhao the Skin Scraper? How can it be that such a mere eunuch has so much power? It's truly a misfortune for the world. Another person beside sighed, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Their words carried a sense of helplessness. Who would say otherwise? All right, stop talking. If we keep talking, we might get ourselves into trouble. Had this not been a brothel, I wouldn't have dared to speak my mind. Let's drink, let's drink. We shouldn't stay here any longer either. What's there to fear? Let's change places and leave. He has no control over us. One man laughed as he spoke, and the others all burst into hearty laughter. Could the gentleman tell me what exactly is going on? Chapter 363, Peeling 3 Layers of Skin. When these people heard Li Yu's words, each of them closed their mouths and looked at Li Yu in front of them with a suspicious gaze. In their eyes, Li Yu's inexplicable appearance before them might be part of some sinister plan. Thus, their expressions gradually turned fierce, as if filled with suspicion. Kid, who are you? The man sitting in front then moved closer to Li Yu and extended his hand to grab the collar of Li Yu's robe. Just then, Lu Xue standing behind Li Yu blocked the rough man's hand with her own and pushed him back with a countermotion. Seated back in his place, the man immediately flared up. How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? The man forcefully slapped the table and reached for his knife to attack. Li Yu stared at the man in front of him, but at this moment, there was an almost conciliatory smile on his face. He pulled out a silver ingot from his money pouch and placed it in front of the man. In fact, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just overheard you talking about the imperial estate earlier and became curious. Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. I am a merchant from another region. He said this with a hint of a smile. This is my travel permit. Li Yu placed his travel permit in front of the group. The leader saw the seal from another region on the travel permit, and his previously sullen expression instantly softened. He grabbed the silver off the table and shoved it into his pocket. Then he burst into laughter. Brother, we sincerely apologize. We thought that you might be one of Zhao Bapi's lackeys, so we were worried and vigilant. After sighing, he continued. You don't know how despicable Zhao Bapi is. His henchmen are spread throughout the county, and there are many more followers hiding in secret. Sighing again, he added. We do have a little bit of influence ourselves, but compared to Zhao Bapi, we're nothing. Having finished speaking, he picked up the wine cup from the table and took a deep swig, clearly feeling somewhat disheartened. We don't want things to be like this, but we really don't have any other options. Come sit. Looking at both of you, dashing and extraordinary, it seems your family background must be quite remarkable, isn't it? The leading man spoke to Li Yu in front of him, subconsciously becoming somewhat uneasy, because he could sense a special aura from Li Yu, something unusual, like one of those noble sons he had once seen. Although this small county didn't have such families of prominence, they could only be found elsewhere. But as he looked at Li Yu, his heart grew excited. At this moment, Li Yu burst into loud laughter. Gentlemen, you truly flatter me too much. Li Yu wasn't bothered by the presence of these several burly men. He simply pulled out a stool and sat down before them. Bring us another good bottle of wine, and it will all be on my account. After saying this, Li Yu tossed out a piece of broken silver. The attendant serving nearby, upon seeing the thrown silver, instantly lit up with fervor and caught it in his hands with nimble reflexes. Customer, please wait a moment. With a smile on his face, he said this while lightly weighing the silver before quickly retreating and bringing the bowls and chopsticks forward. Customer, here's the fine wine you asked for. It's our local specialty wine. It costs 1 tael per pot. What is this wine called? Holding the wine in front of him, Li Yu turned to the attendant and asked. This wine is called xiuxian. More than 100 years ago, there was a wealthy gentleman who did not have offspring until the age of 50, so he had once felt utterly lost, thinking he would never have children in his lifetime. However, after passing 50, his wife eventually conceived, and he named this child xiuxian. He specially hired a brewer to make a rare fine wine, naming this wine xiuxian. Because this wine tasted exceptionally well, he built a brewery to produce this very same liquor, attracting many admirers. Later, he expanded his brewery until it became one of the top wineries in this county. But later, this inn was seized by Zhao Bapi. He sighed deeply at this point. However, our product has been the same since before, so it is the most authentic. Please rest assured on this point. You may leave now. Li Yu instructed the waiter in front of him, and the waiter responded with a quick affirmation before retreating. Gentlemen, please enjoy this fine wine together. At this moment, these burly men laughed heartily. It was truly a fortunate event to make a new friend and drink fine wine afterward. Brother, there were misunderstandings earlier, please forgive us. This was all due to Zhao Bapi's coercion. His methods are far too ruthless. He sent quite a few people in, and we feared you might be one of his underlings. We can only dare to criticize him verbally here. The rough man said with an air of helplessness. This matter actually began 5 years ago when Zhao Bapi first arrived here. Everyone considered him just an ordinary eunuch back then. But who would have thought that after coming here, this man used such cunning tactics to swiftly suppress many defiant rich gentry from the locality. He followed up with more schemes. As he spoke these words, he pounded the table hard. He directly exploited his connections inside the palace to quickly replace the local county magistrate with someone he knew. After completing that, he wouldn't stop. He even expanded the imperial estate. Moreover, he monopolized a lot of businesses. Many who did not follow his whims were falsely accused as outlaws. Alas, now everyone leans on the imperial estate, while others fall into decay day by day. Another rugged man chimed in. Actually, these matters are trivial compared to what evil he's done. I've heard he feeds on human flesh, luring children inside, seemingly using their blood and flesh to regenerate his male organ. Recently, many boys have gone missing around here. What this man does is truly detestable. When he spoke these words, his voice became hoarse, as if tears were welling up in his eyes. Li Yu furrowed his brow. Chapter 364, Infamy. How dare this person be so audacious as to dare doing such a thing, defying the whole world? As Li Yu thought about it, he turned his head and looked at Lu Shui behind him. The consumption of these few brothers will all be charged to my account. Go tell the shopkeeper not to worry about these expenses. This caused the group of large men in front of him to be overjoyed instantly. They had initially thought that Li Yu was just talking, but they didn't expect that Li Yu was truly willing to pay for them. For a reckless spender like this, they possibly liked him very much. Brother, I still need to say. After being stimulated, these people all started speaking one by one. They mentioned all the bad deeds Xiao Bapi might have done or what they heard about him. Li Yu recorded all these things in his heart. Not long after, this group of big men were already drunk. Li Yu settled the bill and left, while Lu Xue followed beside Li Yu. She had some doubts in her mind. Young master, do you think what these people said is true? I always feel that what they said seems somewhat exaggerated. After all, he's only a eunuch. How can he commit so many evil deeds in this place? Moreover, there aren't only eunuchs here, right? She muttered these words with some doubt. After hearing these words, Li Yu laughed out loud. This matter you may not fully understand. I roughly know how it works. Some are rumors, and some are things he really did. These eunuchs manage the imperial estates. They are the source of income for the royal family. The cost of the palace is considerable, all relying on these estates to support. There are also some estates solely used to support local members of the royal family, so naturally, they will have some extra means. Even if there's some erosion of the local finances, these traps wouldn't dare overly offend. Why would anyone dare to investigate more deeply into what they do? Li Yu said, showing some helplessness here. This is an inevitable matter, but committing all sorts of evils in the locality couldn't be tolerated. Li Yu knows that the reason old Li assigned him this task was to protect him, to temporarily keep him away from troubles. Naturally, Li Yu wouldn't hesitate, even in the face of danger. This matter somewhat surpasses our expectations, so we need to prepare more thoroughly. Only then did he slowly speak, and his eyes showed a glint of determination. Next, let's stroll around a bit. After finishing his sentence, Li Yu brazenly strolled down the street. Just as they were shopping, in the distance came the sound of gongs and drums. There was a group of constables holding gongs and drums in their hands, playing as they walked over here. Commoners disperse, do not come close. As the sounds of gongs and drums grew closer, all the people were driven away. Some who ran too slow were instantly kicked down by the constables and beaten severely with sticks, as if treated as personal enemies. A vendor who ran fast stopped when passing by Li Yu and Lu Xue, quickly addressing the two, saying, "What are the two of you still standing here for? Hurry up and run. It's Xiao Bapi coming. If you stay here, you'll end up getting beaten. Especially you two young masters, your delicate-looking skin may well be grabbed into his mansion for him to play with. I've heard Xiao Bapi particularly likes you soft, young lads." Upon hearing this, Li Yu burst out laughing. He actually dares. If he dares to mess with me, I'll make sure he doesn't get away unscathed. Li Yu didn't show any fear and stood confidently where he was. At this moment, the vendor heard Li Yu's words, shook his head, thinking Li Yu was beyond help. Without further concern for the pair, he quickly grabbed his belongings and fled. Li Yu fanned himself with his fan, watching the group approach without moving aside. Wait. As this group was passing by, suddenly, they stopped. The palanquin curtains were lifted, revealing a face. It was an old man with a sinister look, pale-skinned and beardless, obviously, a eunuch from the palace. Seeing Li Yu and Lu Xue, this eunuch commented, "What beautiful beauties indeed." A smile appeared on his face as he leered greedily at the two before him. "Seize these two and bring them to my residence. It has been a while since I last enjoyed myself." The old eunuch grinned wickedly, greed gleaming in his eyes. After hearing this, Li Yu didn't show any fear. He sneered coldly and said, "If you dare to touch me, I will make sure that your life is in peril. Don't risk losing your life." The old eunuch was not intimidated either. His eyes locked onto Li Yu's, rolling around with cunning, then burst into a great laugh as if hearing something very amusing. It took a while for him to catch his breath and stop laughing. There was a young eunuch beside him who quickly came forward and patted the old eunuch on the chest to soothe him. If Lord Zhao favors you, it's a tremendous blessing for you. Seize both of them." The young eunuch commanded the constables nearby to act. "Master, what should we do?" Lu Xue remained completely calm. Instead, her face carried a hint of smile as she prepared to see how the old eunuch would handle the situation when he learned their identities. Li Yu also let out a mischievous chuckle, lowering his voice slightly, whispering to Lu Xue, "I've never seen how eunuchs operate, so I'm actually quite curious. Why don't we go check it out together?" After Li Yu said these words, Lu Xue's face turned bright red instantly. She lifted her hand and hit Li Yu's chest hard. This action drew some confused looks from the surrounding constables, who wondered why the two were flirting at such a moment. As they were about to seize Li Yu and Lu Xue, Li Yu broke free from the shackles in their hands. "Why don't I just go with you directly? Rest assured, we won't escape. I'd like to see what you can do to me." Upon seeing the courage in the two people before him, the old eunuch sneered. "It appears that you both have some guts, like scholars with backbone. How delightful it will be to see you beneath me." He continued to laugh loudly, reveling in his own satisfaction. On the way, many people gossiped quietly, watching this scene from afar. But no one dared to get closer, fearing they might also be involved and seized. They could be brought very quickly to the old eunuch's mansion. Chapter 365, Sarcastic. Li Yu and Lu Xue were both locked in a room filled with the 4 treasures of the study, and it also contained some high-grade sandalwood. Soon 2 maids brought in 2 sets of clothes. The maid on the left was slightly younger and carried an all-round smile, making her seem like a smiling tiger. By her side was an older maid, in whose eyes there was some pity as she sighed. "The 2 of you are requested to change into these clothes. Otherwise, people from outside will come in and punish you. Don't even think about escaping because there are numerous guards outside. There are so many that you will definitely not be their match. After hearing this, Liu burst out laughing loudly. It's fine. Don't worry. We don't care about this matter because that old villain can do nothing against us. The younger, smiling tiger let out a chilling laugh after hearing this, taunting Liu and Lu Xue in front of her. We'll see if you still have such tough bones later. I'm telling you, once you're in here, do you actually think you can get out? Genuinely serve Lord Zhao, and he might reward you. As you are now, you're only seeking your own doom. After saying this, she coldly sniffed, revealing a trace of ridicule. In the past, there have indeed been people as obstinate as you. But eventually, they all obediently served Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao has excellent skills. If you don't believe me, you can try for yourself. Here, Lord Zhao is the greatest. I advise you too to behave yourselves well, otherwise, suffering awaits you. After finishing her words, this smiling tiger made threw the clothes aside indifferently and walked away. Conversely, the older maid approached them, lowered her voice, and softly said to the two of them, she was captured too and has suffered a lot here, so she became like this. I will try my best to create an opportunity for you two. Lord Zhao won't trouble you personally, but I hope you are cautious. The possibility of your escape is very small. Upon reaching this point, she sighed, and there was sorrow in her eyes. Liu lifted his head and smiled faintly. I understand, he replied. At this moment, just when he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly extended his hand and grabbed the older maid. Sister, aren't you also someone who was captured? This older maid hesitated somewhat, looking around and seeing no one, then responded, yes, I was captured too. As she replied, tears streamed down her eyes, filled with sadness. Sister, rest assured. I will surely think of a way to help all of you leave here and won't let you suffer any longer. You two go ahead, otherwise, those outside may suspect what you're doing in here. Liu smiled faintly and allowed the maid in front of him to leave. Apparently, everything those people outside said earlier was right. This Lord Zhao really acts recklessly and shows no respect for the law. They're truly the emperor here, having life and death power over this place. Who would have thought that within such a short time, this place has already deteriorated to such an extent? When Liu reached this point, he sighed deeply. Lu Xue's eyes flashed with fervent murderous intent. Master, you're right. Sometimes, we need decisive actions to solve problems. Otherwise, we don't know how bad things could become. Liu extended his hand and placed it on Lu Xue's palm. Let's first put on these clothes. Today, we will play a game of cat and mouse and seize their evidence of crime. Yes, your highness. At this moment, Lu Xue was completely serious, replying firmly. Just as they were about to change clothes, Lu Xue hesitated a little. Your highness, this place is so small. How should we change clothes? Do you want to sneak a peek while I change? After hearing Lu Xue's words, Liu revealed a mischievous smile. I will absolutely not peek. Trust me. Lu Xue pouted her lips and humphed lightly. Master, you're such a bad person. I'm ignoring you. After some playful banter between the two, they finally changed into the clothes. After putting on the clothes, the two of them looked elegant and dashing, exuding a sense of refinement. It turned out that the garments in Zhao Gong's residence were made from the finest silk. Each piece of silk was incredibly precious, thin as if it were a single sheet of paper. It wasn't until they had layered 6 pieces of clothing that the garments were no longer see-through. These clothes are truly comfortable. No wonder one has to wear silk and brocade. Even in the prince's mansion, there isn't such extravagance. Liu said this with a tone filled with amazement. Huh. At that moment, a sharp voice came from outside. That's for sure. Not even in the prince's mansion could you find clothes as fine as mine. Because these clothes will never make it into the hands of the royal family. Their clothes can only be standard, or else, how would they punish those who fail to contribute goods of this quality every year? So all the best things fall into our hands. To have such authority, I wouldn't trade it for any official title. With a pompous demeanor, Zhao Gong strode into the room, greed flashing across his face. You two beauties, today, you belong to me. Rest assured, I will definitely treat you well. Upon finishing his sentence, he lunged toward the two, attempting to grab Liu and Lu Xue directly. As the eunuch pounced at him, Liu deftly reached out a hand and seized him, then gently pushed him with just the right amount of force. The eunuch immediately felt an immense power surge through him, like all his bones had been scattered throughout his body. He went limp, falling instantly onto the ground. There, on the floor, he wriggled feebly, having not a shred of strength left in him. He looked like nothing more than a heap of soft mud, almost comical. Crawling on the floor, he cried out in a shrill voice, "Someone, come here." While lying there, he glared venomously at the two of them. How dare you do such a thing? Do you know who I am? Chapter 366, Breaking into the Compound. As soon as the old eunuch shouted, a group of people quickly rushed in from outside. They were none other than the retainers of this compound. All of them were skilled martial artists with protruding temples and palms full of calluses, clearly marking them as true experts. After they rushed in, their eyes immediately locked onto Liu and Lu Xue. The young eunuch who was previously beside the old eunuch quickly dashed to his side. Master Zhao, are you all right? How dare these people do such a thing? It's truly outrageous. He screamed, enraged, shouting with uncontrollable fury. I will never forgive them. Inside, Master Zhao, who had gone limp the last time, clenched his teeth and said, hurry up and call the healer over to reset my bones. These people are all skilled hands. Don't hold back. Unleash your full potential. It's no wonder that these people dared to act so recklessly inside my territory, possessing such remarkable martial arts skills. But does having martial skills mean one can do as they please? In this world, there's still the imperial court and the law. The eunuch let out a shrill roar, intent on killing Li Yu and Lu Xue. The leader of the retainers was a square-faced man with a full beard, wielding a blade marked with special patterns. I am known as the Whirlwind Blade. No one has ever survived after encountering me or my blade. Next, you two will also die by my hand because you dared to harm Master Xiao. This man spoke fiercely, and as he drew his blade, its reflection shone into Li Yu's eyes. In the next moment, the man instantly swung his blade at Li Yu. In his mind, he believed one stroke would split Li Yu in half and leave him dead where he stood. Unfortunately, in the same instant that he swung, Li Yu took a step forward. Li Yu's speed far exceeded that of the man. In an instant, he closed in on the man, easily dodging the blade and delivering a palm strike directly to his chest. Before the man could react, Li Yu's palm struck him squarely on the chest. The man screamed in pain, falling to the ground and spitting out blood. Seeing this, the rest of the retainers were greatly startled. Even Whirlwind couldn't defeat them. All their eyes revealed expressions of astonishment. At this moment, a physician had arrived. These physicians often accompanied Master Xiao, as he frequently engaged in particularly cruel activities, like torturing the men he captured until they suffered excruciating pain, leaving them wishing for death. Sometimes, when the men under torture succumbed, physicians were required to treat them. Because of this, Master Xiao kept such physicians on retainer. So, on this occasion, it turned out Master Xiao himself was injured. Soon, Master Xiao's bones were set. His face twisted in agony during the process, but he gritted his teeth and rose. You despicable bastards. He cursed viciously, with malicious intent glowing in his eyes. What are you standing around for? Attack them together. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to live. He ordered his subordinates harshly, seemingly treating their lives as nothing. When his subordinates heard Master Xiao's command, recalling his ruthless ways in the past, they each instinctively shivered in fear. Still, they immediately coordinated their efforts, attacking Li Yu. Just then, however, the sound of fighting erupted from outside. Upon hearing it, Master Xiao's face changed drastically. What's going on? Why is there fighting outside? Who dares attack my estate? When I think about it, just imagining this makes my back cold with fear. My eyes darted nervously, filled with doubt. A doorkeeper ran in. Trouble, Master Xiao? Outside, a group of well-armed soldiers have arrived. Their equipment is excellent, and they claim we've abducted a prince, demanding we hand him over or else they'll show us what bad looks like. They refuse to listen to our explanations and charge straight in. Now, they're almost here. What? These people have no respect for life if they dare attack my residence. Do they want to rebel? Prince? What prince? How could a prince possibly be here? These people are simply deliberately looking for trouble. Since they dare to stir up trouble, I don't fear it either. The eunuch spoke with great malice, his eyes glinting with coldness. He turned around and gave Li Yu a glance with a sharp voice. After I settle my conflict with these reckless soldiers, I will deal with you. These soldiers dared to trespass, and so these subordinates of mine must work on my behalf. When I return, it'll be your end. He said this fiercely before leaving the room immediately. Meanwhile, Li Taizhan was arriving with a group of guards, charging through without restraint. Anyone who dared to block their way was instantly knocked down by him. Still, he didn't kill them since those were living souls. His purpose was finding people, but if killing would determine Li Yu's location, even Li Yu might not be able to protect him from retribution. But if Li Yu was indeed here, then killing them would have been justified. These people had dared to kidnap a prince and deserved death. Humph! Li Taizhan snorted, spotting Eunuch Xiao walking over. Eunuch Xiao's gait was uneven, hobbling awkwardly, which made the scene appear comical. Where do you reckless soldiers come from? How dare you break into my mansion without being summoned? Do you believe that a single letter of accusation wouldn't make you meet your end? Who's the prince you're talking about, and which prince's household are you representing? When has a prince ever been allowed to wander around freely without an imperial order? Aren't you just impersonating to cause trouble? Eunuch Xiao shouted with his shrill voice, berating loudly. Ha! Li Taizhan burst out laughing after hearing these words. I followed the prince. Capturing him deserves your death. The prince was commissioned to investigate you. He never sent official notices beforehand in order to conduct covert investigations, yet you've acted with outrageous arrogance. As soon as Li Taizhan finished speaking, he struck Eunuch Xiao across the face with such force that he fell flat on the ground. At this moment, Li Yu also walked out of the room. Pay homage to the prince. Everyone present knelt down respectfully, shouting Li Yu's title. Chapter 367 Pursuit. How is this possible? Eunuch Xiao emitted a shrill cry, seemingly filled with disbelief. How can you possibly be the prince? How could Prince Qi suddenly show up at my place? His face was full of astonishment as he forcefully slapped his cheeks. I must be dreaming. It must be because I daydream and nightmare. Otherwise, why would it turn out like this? He mumbled to himself and soon became calm, then started laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha, I must be dreaming. As he laughed loudly, his whole body descended into madness. Then he looked up and stared intently at Li Yu. I get it now, he said through gritted teeth. You must all be the demons in my heart, merely things in my dreams that make me feel fear. After saying this, he tried to snatch a sword from the nearby guard. However, just as his hand reached out, it was blocked by the guard who struck him across the face and then pushed him down onto the ground. After falling on the ground, he let out a scream. This can't be. This can't be. Her hair disheveled, she appeared insane. Li Yu, however, frowned, looking at Eunuch Xiao who had fallen into madness. He coldly snorted and said, Take him away and deal with him strictly. assaulting the prince, corruption and lawlessness in local affairs. He is truly a first-class wicked thief. I have been commissioned by the emperor's decree to investigate in various places, intending to expose those thieves within the royal family who engage in bribery and every kind of villainy. Seize him. Following his order, the guards by his side moved forward and took eunuch Xiao down. After being restrained, Xiao finally panicked. After struggling for a while and finding that he couldn't break free, he stopped. Confess properly, Liu said, staring at Xiao the eunuch. Xiao swallowed hard, trembling in his hands and feet. Prince, spare my life, spare my life. He repeatedly bowed until his forehead turned bright red, blood flowing down from it. Liu ordered his subordinates to search thoroughly, aiming to capture all of eunuch Xiao's evidence of guilt. While Liu sent out people to search Xiao's room, some unknowing house guards ran out to fight. But these house guards were no match for Liu's guards and were quickly subdued, many pieces of incriminating evidence discovered. Looking at the account books in his hands, Liu's expression grew increasingly cold. He hit the table heavily. I didn't expect this wretch to have harmed so many innocent boys and girls just to try growing male genitalia. And the xuanhuan temple was equally malicious. The Taoists dared to come up with such ideas. Men, Liu called to his subordinates. A group of guards immediately knelt before Liu. After thinking for a moment, Liu ordered. The demon Taoists from the xuanhuan temple conspired with eunuch Xiao, together harming children in villages. Lock them all up. With these words, the guard set off. Liu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. These bastards. On the mountain, there was a grand and imposing huge Taoist temple. At this time, a group of guards had already arrived at the entrance of the temple, led by Li Taizhan. Li Taizhan emanated an ominous and terrifying aura. With one kick, he broke open the temple's main gate. In an instant, this alarmed the Taoists inside, who rushed out fiercely, glaring hostilely at Li Taizhan in front of them. Where do you come from, ignorant fellow? How dare you destroy the gate of our xuanhuan temple? Do you not know that those who do such things have long since perished? They will receive divine punishment and end up without a burial place. The leading Taoist spoke fiercely, as if ready to attack upon disagreement. Ha ha! Li Taizhan burst into laughter after hearing these words. All the guards behind him also burst out laughing. Do you know who we are? Li Taizhan glared at the leading Taoist viciously. Upon seeing this, the Taoist felt sudden panic, as if he had been caught by a ferocious beast. His inner turmoil made him extraordinarily uneasy and nervous. This feeling spread in his heart, causing immense pressure. But if you are here to offer incense, I can also introduce you all. After all, if you want to enter our Taoist temple for incense burning and worshipping the deities, it's not an easy thing. Ordinary people simply don't have the chance to come in. But looking at your extraordinary demeanor, you're clearly no ordinary person. Perhaps I can invite you inside. The Taoist smiled awkwardly as he spoke these words to Li Taizhan. Li Tiashan's gaze swept over the face of this Taoist in front of him, a faint smile on his lips that seemed more like mockery, as though he were observing something absurd. This Taoist was normally treated with great respect and had never endured such treatment before. In an instant, he glared fiercely at Li Taizhan in front of him. Brothers, come out and greet the visitors. A group of troublemakers has arrived outside. The Taoist named xiuxian shouted. As his loud shout echoed, many figures emerged from within the temple compound. These Taoists appeared tall and robust, each wielding a long sword. Their long hair flowed gracefully behind them, creating a sense of lofty elegance. They looked quite extraordinary. Our temple is a sacred place where immortals dwell, one of the Taoists said, flourishing his sword skillfully as he glanced upward and stared menacingly at Li Taizhan while smirking wickedly. Ha! Li Taizhan burst into laughter, as though he'd heard the most amusing joke. His eyes widened so dramatically that they resembled bulging bull's eyes, leaving an unsettling impression on everyone. Everyone was immediately frightened by this unexpected reaction. Tie them all up. Don't let even one escape. Li Taizhan commanded the guards behind him. With his order, he surged forward, crashing into the temple. The resisting Taoists were easily overwhelmed. Many were knocked down onto the ground, where they lay groaning in pain. Do you know who backs us? If we cry out, there will be no mercy shown to you. We are friends of eunuch Xiao. How dare you offend him? Aren't you afraid eunuch Xiao will bring disaster upon you? The leading Taoist groaned on the ground, his threats laced with scheming thoughts as he planned ways to avenge himself on Li Taizhan once he escaped their grasp. Deep within the recesses of the temple, a man and a woman were practicing their cultivation skills. Chapter 368. Explanation. This female Taoist was already completely immersed in pleasure, seemingly unable to extricate herself. From the outside, one could vaguely see two entangled shadows, and it seemed that some sounds of joy were coming out of this room. And just at that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. A Taoist rushed into the room and shouted loudly to the people inside. Master, something's wrong. Someone has surrounded the temple. They say we are sorcerers and insist on taking us away for punishment. At the sound of these words, the face of the Taoist who had been loudly scolding on the bed changed instantly. What? How can there be people surrounding us outside? Let me figure this out with a finger calculation. The Taoist solemnly extended his hand and began to calculate. After he finished calculating, he revealed a relaxed smile on his face. Don't worry. There is absolutely nothing wrong. They have no way to deal with us. I've already calculated that it's just a minor disaster. Some parrot-headed fungi have come to disturb our minds and hinder our cultivation. Actually, there's nothing serious at all. We should go out and give them a good lesson. With a cold snort, he said so, showing a look of disdain. Go. I want to see who dares to cause trouble here. I have a good relationship with Magistrate Master, and Eunuch Xiao is also helping me. After saying this, he strode forward resolutely. As he pushed the door and went out, Taishan appeared walking confidently over. The Taoist stepped forward for an interview, making a hand gesture. Do you gentlemen know from where you come, and why do you bother our sect? Do you know who we are? Li Taizhan looked at the Taoist before him, posing elegantly amidst incense mist. Without a word, he slapped the Taoist hard, momentarily stunning him. His elegant, handsome face, which had been full of spiritual charm, immediately became twisted and malicious. He stared sharply at Li Taizhan before him and shrieked loudly. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me with your dirty hands? Believe it or not, I will invite Eunuch Xiao, and he will take your life immediately. I have an extraordinary relationship with Eunuch Xiao Yu. Initially, Li Taizhan was just interested in playing around, but when he heard that this Taoist had a close relationship with Eunuch Xiao, his eyes lit up instantly. Didn't expect to catch such a big fish. With a hearty laugh, he grabbed forward and instantly pulled the Taoist before him into his own grasp. Since you have a tight relationship with her, you'd better come along with us. You? Li Taizhan glanced over the captured Taoists around him and gave a cold smirk. Hurry up and bring all these people together. I want to see if they'll confess willingly. The prince has ordered that none of these people can be missing. If any are gone, we will be held accountable. The adult must be reassured. All these people have already been rounded up without omission, and we absolutely cannot miss even one person. Go. When Li Yu saw this Taoist with a spiritual air, having a handsome demeanor filled with mysterious charm, he was also surprised, because this Taoist truly appeared extraordinarily handsome. He indeed looks very impressive. He muttered softly, revealing a smile on his face. This Taoist looked at Li Yu before him, and his eyes instantly changed because Li Yu's outfit was too distinctive. There was dignity in his gaze, and the entire person exuded an aura of solemnity, as if he were an extraordinary individual. Ah, it seems a nobleman's son has come to find me. He instantly calmed down and started pondering strategies in his mind. I don't know why the gentleman seeks me out. Although I have a bit of magical power, concerning important matters for the gentleman, I am definitely unable to resolve them. Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Li Yu waved his hand and spoke to the man before him. I've heard about a punishment called smoke dung pit. When the summoners are caught, they are directly placed in a dung pit and soaked for 3 days and 3 nights, destroying their magic power. At the same time, the tongue and eyes of these demons are cut off to prevent their mischief. He laughed cheerfully while a chilling killing intent emanated from him. Upon hearing these words, the Taoist immediately felt cold all over. How brutal these people are. What kind of people are they actually? This thought flashed through his mind, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Who are you actually? His words became stammering. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is whether you're willing to confess. Li Taizhan approached the Taoist in front of him. He was holding a small dagger, sharpening it on a whetstone. As the knife grew sharper, the Taoist's limbs began to feel cold. Don't come closer. The Taoist screamed at this moment. I'll tell you everything. I'm just a fraud. I came here just to make some easy money. In fact, I have no real skills. Please spare me. The Taoist knelt before Li Yuzi, continuously kowtowing and wailing. I have a prescription here. Can you take a look to see if it can help the eunuch regrow his male organ? This prescription was thrown by Li Yuzi and fell in front of the man. At this moment, the man felt his legs go weak and he started shaking all over. I'm willing to confess. Previously, Eunuch Xiao did come to me and ask if there was any way, but I had no good solutions, so I could only tell him about some rare things. As for what he has done, I am not aware. This is true. If others were to ask me, I would definitely say it's a divine prescription passed down from my ancestors, hence its value. But facing the sir, I dare not lie at all. Please, sir, enlighten us. As he said these words, he continuously cowed out. His forehead quickly turned red from hitting the ground. Come out, Eunuch Xiao. Now do you know exactly what shameful deeds you've committed? The so-called deities you relied on are nothing more than trivial people with absolutely no real abilities. All those things you've done are merely to force you to donate your money honestly. Li Yu spoke to Eunuch Xiao before him. Eunuch Xiao's eyes were blank, devoid of spirit, as if all vitality had been drained from him. This is impossible. This is impossible. How could it turn out like this? Chapter 369, Coquetry. At this moment, Eunuch Xiao looked utterly dejected, as if all his energy and spirit had been completely drained. So it turns out to be this way. All along, I thought I could definitely restore myself to my former state and become a real man. When he earnestly said these words, he caressed his own face with self-obsession, but his entire spirit seemed to crumble in an instant. Unfortunately, it seems that all of this was merely my foolish fancy. Eunuch Xiao continued with a voice filled with madness. After uttering these words, he stared intently at the Taoist kneeling on the ground. Xiuxian, you've ruined me. How dare you harm me when I considered you my confidant and close friend? Upon finishing these words, Eunuch Xiao rushed forward and bit down on Xiuxian's ear in front of him. In an instant, he tore off Xiuxian's ear. Xiuxian clasped his ear and screamed in agony. Pain. It hurts so much. Xiuxian rolled on the ground, trying desperately to push Eunuch Xiao away. However, Eunuch Xiao's eyes gleamed like a wolf's, and his strength didn't slacken for a moment. He clamped down on Xiuxian's torn ear with relentless ferocity. It wasn't until Prince Li Yu could no longer bear the sight that he ordered Li Taizhan to separate the two. With terror etched across his face, Xiuxian retreated to a corner, muttering, I'm scared. I'm not satisfied with this. It was you who used every method possible, threatening and tempting me to hand over the prescription. How could there be such a miraculous cure in this world? I'm just a third-rate swindler who resorted to deception. Hu Chun panted heavily, trembling in both hands and feet. Using one hand to cover his ear, he panicked and tried to escape, but unfortunately, he couldn't. At this time, Eunuch Zhao knelt before Prince Liu. Your Highness, I am willing to confess everything in full detail. Furthermore, Your Highness, please let this person die alongside me. This devil has caused my downfall and harmed innocent civilians. He truly deserves hatred. Eunuch Zhao gripped the dirt beneath him tightly and spoke in a sharp voice. After hearing Eunuch Zhao's words, Liu nodded. All right. I also find this person doesn't seem like a good person. Upon hearing these words, Eunuch Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Highness. Are you the prince? How could you possibly be a prince? Aren't you two just putting on a show? Hu Chun opened his eyes wide, staring hard at Liu in front of him as if trying to see him clearly. Bold villain, how dare you look directly at the prince? Li Taizhan stepped forward and struck Hu Chen's face hard with the palm of his hand. Hu Chen's once handsome and ethereal face instantly became red and swollen. The little one dares not. Please spare my life, O noble prince. Please have mercy. I'm just a scammer who tricks people into giving me money. In essence, I have absolutely no intention of causing trouble. Haha. Liu fixed his gaze on the Taoist before him. He took a step forward. The Taoist could barely withstand Liu's imposing aura and instinctively retreated 2 steps. Do you dare say you have no intention of committing wrongs? If you did not harbor evil intentions, how could you have told Eunuch Zhao that by accumulating 10,000 merits, he would grow a yang root? Why then would he become so ruthless? You clearly acted out of malice, which is why such a cruel deed occurred. Do you still wish to argue your case? As Liu addressed Hu Chun before him, Hu Chun trembled slightly in his heart upon hearing these words, leaving him speechless. I. He struggled to explain himself, but found himself unable to form any coherent response. Take him away. Liu instructed Li Taizhan nearby. At this moment, Lu Shui entered from outside accompanied by a delicate beauty. This woman exuded a soft and tender quality typical of southern waterside towns. Her charm was undeniable and extraordinary. Even in her slightest movements, she exhibited the grace of a well-bred young lady, wearing clothes of exquisite craftsmanship. Following Lu Shui inside the room, she caught sight of Eunuch Zhao and approached him with tenderness, flinging herself towards him. Master Zhao, I am willing to serve by your side, sharing life and death with you. I have always cherished what you've done for me, never daring to forget. Even if it means dying, I am willing. Ha! Upon hearing these words, Eunuch Zhao finally burst out laughing, as if having a sudden epiphany. Turns out you are the one who loves me the most, but I've been deceived my whole life. Right at this moment, the gentle woman suddenly plunged a knife straight into Eunuch Zhao's stomach. Eunuch Zhao widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked down and realized that a dagger was embedded in his belly. Fresh blood streamed continuously from the wound, tinged with crimson red. He bowed his head, staring at his abdomen and murmured, "Didn't you say you loved me? Why are you killing me?" The formerly demure woman had transformed into someone utterly ferocious. I still remember the day when my parents were driven to death by you. Their corpses lay before me. Even now, I vividly recall the details of that day, along with the pain and fury inside me. The gentle woman spoke in a sharp voice. Her teeth were clenched, filled with hatred. I have come here for revenge. Unfortunately, before this, you always had bodyguards around you. And since you never showed interest in women, I was just an ordinary maid to you. I didn't expect that you preferred men. Now, my revenge has finally succeeded. At this point, the gentle woman released the dagger and turned her gaze toward Lu Shui. She nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, Mississippi. Without you, I wouldn't have succeeded in my revenge." After speaking, she knelt before Lu Shui. "From now on, I will be your loyal servant. Whatever you say, I will obey. I am willing to serve by your side and help you eliminate these bandits and enemies." The gentle woman submitted herself respectfully. Prince Liu furrowed his brow, but this eunuch hasn't been sentenced yet. If he dies here, it'll be hard to explain things later. There might even be suspicions that I'm seeking personal vengeance and deliberately seizing their wealth. This is quite troublesome. Lu Shui's previously joyful face immediately fell, showing a touch of grievance. She leaned close to Prince Liu and said, "Your Highness, please don't be angry this time. I know you wouldn't get upset over something like this. Moreover, he's not dead yet. I beg you." Chapter 370, Severed at the Waist. At this moment, Lu Shui was speaking in a coquettish tone, appearing as if she were favored by Liu. Liu laughed heartily and gently patted Lu Shui in front of him. "So, how are you going to thank me?" Liu's eyes carried a hint of lewdness as he directly flirted with Lu Shui. Lu Shui's face showed some shyness. "Your Highness, you're really naughty. How about I give you this beautiful woman? Would that be all right?" Lu Shui pulled the gentle woman beside her over and spoke to Liu before them. "Your Highness, this is xianxia. She used to be a modest young lady from a small household. Unfortunately, she was forcibly taken by Eunuch Zhao, who killed her family. She was an extremely beautiful woman but had fallen to such an unfortunate fate. Alas." She sighed deeply here. "Would your Highness like to take good care of her?" After feeling Lu Shui's gaze, Liu immediately felt a chill down his back, as if a sharp stare was piercing him. Haha, he laughed heartily, instinctively withdrawing his gaze and not looking at xianxia in front of him anymore. "I'm not interested in anyone else. Even if she is beautiful, it has nothing to do with me." After taking a deep breath and letting it out, Liu said, "Lu Shui, I am someone who cherishes feelings deeply. I will never change my affection or betray." Liu reached out, grabbed Lu Shui's hand, and the two tightly held hands. Lu Shuai lowered her head and blushed shyly. But soon, Lu Shuai realized that she couldn't display such a maidenly demeanor in front of her subordinates, so she quickly regained her composure. However, Lu Shuai's face remained red. After taking a deep breath, she said to Hongya regarding this matter, "You wait aside for now, and in the future, follow closely by my side. When I have something to do, I will inform you anytime. In the future, I will teach you martial arts so you will no longer be a weak woman," Lu Shuai said to Hongya. At this point, Hongya's heart moved, and she quickly thanked Lu Shuai. As they resolved these matters, a great household in the capital city suddenly had its gate broken down by a group of officials who charged straight in. A relatively older man soon came out from a room. This elder's forehead was full of wrinkles, and his face carried an air of dignity. He stepped out step by step, with indifference and coldness on his face. "Who are you people? How dare you barge into my residence without permission? What audacity you possess." After saying this, the bodyguards instantly advanced to protect the elder. A general then walked in from behind. "I, old Cheng, we'll see who is backing you up." The elder saw this incoming general and screamed, "Could it be Devil Cheng Yaojin? Why would it be you? Escape." Upon seeing Cheng Yaojin, the elder's complexion changed drastically, having guessed vaguely what might have happened. Their previous scheming could possibly have been discovered. If they didn't leave, it might already be too late. Just as he turned to flee, Cheng Yaojin threw his axe forward. Instantly, the waist and abdomen of the bodyguards behind the elder were severed by the thrown axe. These people did not die immediately. Instead, they fell to the ground, groaning and wailing in pain. The elder, upon witnessing this, turned pale. "Stop. Our." Before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Yaojin snorted coldly, "Arrest all of them. Don't let a single one escape. Especially the wives and children in this house. Don't miss even one of them. If there is even one missing, I'll hold you accountable." Cheng Yaojin spoke ferociously, filled with disdain for the elder before him. There was commotion throughout the estate. The elder dared not move again. "Do you know who supports me from behind?" Just as Cheng Yaojin was about to arrest the elder, he suddenly said these words. Cheng Yaojin shook his head but displayed a domineering and arrogant manner as he replied, "Haha, tell me if you've got the guts. I'm also quite curious who exactly stands behind you. How dare anyone defy the emperor's decree at this moment and dare to do such things? You lot are simply despicable. Reveal it, and let me capture everyone involved." Cheng Yaojin took his axe and made a motion toward the elder in front of him, seemingly implying that if this elder didn't confess, he'd split him in two without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the elder instantly turned pale and didn't dare utter a word. "Take them away." At this time, the capital city was in great turmoil. Simultaneously, in various courtyards, incidents of arrests were happening. The leaders of these operations were some generals, though not all held such high positions. A few were just ordinary generals. Just as Cheng Yaojin was about to take this group back to prison, suddenly a soldier rushed over in a hurry. "General Cheng, there's bad news. General Qin and his team were attacked. The prisoners they captured have been taken away, and now he is pursuing them. General Qin specially sent me to inform you to be very cautious. Under no circumstances should we let these people be rescued again." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin scratched his back with his bony fingers. With a chuckle, he said, "Brother Qin still worries about me. Rest assured, tell him I'm doing fine. Let whatever evil spirits come my way, and I'll split them with my axe." After saying this, Cheng Yaojin swaggered off while the soldiers left. As they left, a gaze from afar watched the scene. But this gaze quickly withdrew, showing no ripples, as if it had never looked at the place at all. "Achoo!" Prince Li Yu suddenly sneezed, seemingly sensing something. He glanced at the clerk before him and asked, "How's the document consolidation going? Are they all ready?" "Report to His Highness. All of these documents are prepared. But should we directly submit these matters?" The clerk's face showed some doubt as he questioned Prince Li Yu. "That is certainly what we must do. Emperor Taizong stays deep within the palace and would never understand the hardships of the common folk." Li Yu muttered to himself, but these words were extremely disrespectful and he didn't dare say them aloud. Taizong has been secluded in the palace for too long. All he sees is the artificially created peace of the realm. In just these few short years, the world has changed dramatically, and many dirty affairs have surfaced from beneath the surface. Yet, they are once again covered by another black hand known as greed. Chapter 371, Seeking an Audience. Outside the courtyard where Li Yu resided, a county magistrate hurried over in haste. The anxiety was evident on his face. He had already learned about the arrest of Director Zhao. Thinking back, he realized that although he had known about some of Director Zhao's actions, he failed to manage them properly and even indulged them somewhat. After all, Director Zhao had formidable backing behind him. This kind of behavior was quite common in official circles. But who would have thought that Director Zhao would be so reckless, so audacious as to dare abduct Prince Qi, attempting to turn him into his pawn? Wasn't this mere eunuch being overly presumptuous and daring? Did he not know when to rein himself in? If Prince Qi were to meet misfortune here, there would be no punishment too severe for him. Damn it! Just at the thought of this, he ground his teeth in anger. Behind him trailed several officials from the county office. Each of them had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads, signs of their unease. The county deputy magistrate came to the county magistrate's side. "What are we to do about this? Now that Director Zhao has fallen, the prince is staying in a nearby courtyard on what used to be Director Zhao's estate. How should we proceed to gain the prince's forgiveness?" "Huh." The county magistrate sighed. "This is a noble prince indeed, who has suffered such disrespect here. Of course, we are all surely at fault. If the prince sends a report up, our evaluations will definitely suffer. then perhaps we'll all be dismissed this year. Hearing this, the county deputy magistrate became increasingly alarmed. I've heard that this prince has been fiercely clashing with the crown prince, each battle ending with the crown prince coming out worse. This cunning individual must have reasons for targeting Director Xiao. It could be that he wishes to use this to strike against the forces behind Director Xiao. This isn't good news for us. Alas, all we can do is try to remedy the situation. When we kneel before the prince, we can only hope that he shows mercy and lets us off the hook. That's all we can do. The county deputy magistrate sighed these words quietly. Soon, the county magistrate led the officials to the gate of the courtyard. We county officials seek an audience with His Highness Prince Qi. The county magistrate said to the guards at the door. The guard looked up at the county magistrate with disdain clearly visible in his eyes. Coldly, he replied. The prince has already given clear instructions. You are absolutely forbidden from entering. You've held your post as county officials here for so long, and yet were completely unaware of such major incidents. These are the prince's exact words for you. You may leave now. The guard cast a glance at the county magistrate and said coldly. Upon hearing these words, the county magistrate trembled with fear. This order from the prince was tantamount to a death sentence. There was no way around their crime of dereliction of duty. At the thought of soon transforming from officials into prisoners, every one of them shuddered internally with a rising tide of apprehension. The county magistrate stepped forward, took out a gold ingot, and offered it to the guard. My good sir, we merely wish to meet the prince and explain our circumstances personally. We were forced into this. If you can convey our plea for him, then this silver belongs to you. Upon hearing this, the guard paused for a moment, and then took the gold bar, testing its weight in his hand. The weight does seem fine, but the prince has already issued orders. If you dare attempt to bribe any of us guards, we will not show mercy. And even with this money that our prince takes, there won't be any consequences for us. However, the matter simply cannot be resolved. Go back and wait for the punishment from the court. The guard told the county magistrate coolly. After hearing this, the county magistrate widened his eyes in shock. What? He never imagined that the gold ingot he presented would be akin to a meat dumpling thrown at a dog. Once gone, it wouldn't return. It felt like his heart was bleeding. Moreover, he hadn't expected that Liu had anticipated the possibility of bribery and preemptively instructed his subordinates to confiscate the gold without doing anything in return. This left his insides icy cold, with an even stronger wave of unease washing over him. He had to think of a way to resolve this situation. Just at the thought of this, he immediately shouted loudly. If you won't handle this matter, then we will just have to wait here. Your Highness, I have a grievance to report. After saying these words, the county magistrate directly knelt in front of the courtyard and forcefully bumped his head on the ground 3 times. He then kneeled there, waiting for Liu to come out. Upon seeing this scene, the county deputy magistrate's eyes slightly narrowed. He hadn't anticipated that the county magistrate would resort to such a desperate measure. This was clearly an act of disregarding his dignity, all for a chance to meet Liu face to face. Thinking about it, his heart also stirred slightly. This time, perhaps he could also escape this crisis by following the lead of the county magistrate before him. Huff. After exhaling a breath, he directly knelt down in front as well. Your Highness, I have a grievance. All the county officials who had arrived with the county magistrate ended up kneeling outside. This instantly caused some confusion among the guards. They were after all a group of officials, yet now they were all kneeling down here, far exceeding the guards' expectations. You, how dare you? The guard standing at the gate couldn't stay any longer. After hurriedly telling another guard, he rushed into the room. Masterly, something is amiss. All the county officials outside are utterly shameless, kneeling right outside the courtyard. They say they have grievances that demand an audience with your Highness. If they can't see the prince today, they will kneel here indefinitely. What? Li Taizhan didn't expect the county officials to be so audacious. Do not act rashly. I'll go to inform the prince now. Let's see what they intend to do. At this moment, Li Taizhan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. He quickly calmed himself and entered the room. Liu was reviewing the documents that had been confiscated from Director Xiao. There was a hint of gravity in his eyes. What's going on? This question surfaced in his mind. Chapter 372, Separate Interrogations. It was because he had discovered that the accounts here did not add up. How could this be? According to reason, Lord Zhao should have a large sum of money aside from normal expenditures. After all, he has done nothing but evil here, and after embezzlement and bribery, there should still be a large amount of money. Liu frowned, a guess forming in his mind. Behind all this, there must be a much stronger force at play. That's why he dared to do such a thing, and he would take these resources and send them to the person behind him. After all, he is just a eunuch. Apart from indulging in wine and women, what else can a eunuch do? Nothing. So this money must have gone somewhere. Just as he thought about this, he extended his hand and gently tapped the desk. It seems I need to continue investigating something more out of Lord Zhao. Perhaps after this, he might uncover some new information. As long as there are enough people against me, then I will definitely not become emperor. At this thought, Liu felt an elated notion, but the old Li's thoughts were too dangerous. The system said absolutely not. After thinking this through, Liu began to deliberate carefully. At this moment, Li Taizhan hurriedly entered the room. Your Highness, something is not quite right. The magistrates outside, they are kneeling on the ground and refuse to get up. They say they have grievances and hope your Highness can receive them. If they are not received even by nightfall, they intend to kneel till death. Your Highness, how should we handle this matter? Liu smiled faintly, revealing a hint of a smile. Since they want to see me, let them all come in. I also have matters to discuss with them. Just before Li Taizhan was about to leave, Li Yu called him back. Let them kneel for another hour first. Give them a good lesson. Li Taizhan immediately understood. All right, Your Highness. I'll instruct the guards now. After walking out, Li Taizhan gave the instructions to the guards. After going out, tell them that His Highness does not wish to see them. If they leave, there is no need to concern ourselves. But if they continue kneeling, report back after an hour. Yes. After receiving orders, the guard proudly walked out. His Highness says that he currently does not want to see you. You can kneel however you like. After the guard spoke, he stood aside, continuing to guard the gate. Hearing this, the county magistrates were all shocked. This Xuanhua was unpredictable. Even though they had knelt here, he still didn't want to see them, causing uneasiness in their hearts. What do we do? One of them spoke anxiously. Be quiet. Since we're already kneeling here, we'll stay faithfully without leaving unless ordered by the prince. Otherwise, why would the prince listen to our complaints? Despite this, the magistrate continued to kneel down. However, these county magistrates usually lived in luxury and never endured such pain, so soon they were sweating profusely. An hour later, Li Taizhan finally came out, calling out the names of the magistrates. Unbelievably, you actually knelt here for an entire hour. Initially, His Highness did not intend to see you. Now, he plans to meet each of you individually and inquire about your grievances. But next, you are forbidden to communicate with one another. If discovered, everything you say won't count. After Li Taizhan finished speaking, he turned his back on them without further care. Upon hearing these words, the magistrates were puzzled. They never expected that the prince would suggest meeting them separately. All of this made them whisper among themselves, uncertain about what Li Yu's true intentions were. But the magistrate who prepared himself early only patted his clothing and calmly followed Li Taizhan into the courtyard. Once inside the room, he saw a handsome man sitting on a chair, wearing dragon robes. Obviously, the attire of a prince. Seeing this, his heart stirred. This Xuanhua was not only exceptionally handsome, but possessed immense charisma and power. This caused a deep tremor in his heart. Pay homage to Your Excellency. He placed both hands on the ground and bowed deeply to Li Yu. Your Highness, I have a grave injustice to report. It's not that we were unwilling to investigate Lord Zhao's affairs, but the backing force behind Lord Zhao is just too formidable. I am powerless against it. Although I tried my best in the past, no higher-ups took any notice of my reports. All I could do was let things be. After all, I'm just an ordinary county magistrate. Even if I submitted petitions, there would be little chance for the emperor himself to see them. So, this matter truly is not my fault. Please, Your Highness, show mercy and forgive me this once. After hearing what the magistrate said, Li Yu lifted his head and stared straight at him, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. He laughed heartily. You make it sound so easy, smoothly removing yourself from responsibility without effort. Do you even realize how many people have been victimized by this scoundrel, reduced to tragic ends? Li Yu said, looking at the magistrate. I didn't summon you here to shift blame. I summoned you to tell me everything you know. Li Yu stood up and walked step by step toward the magistrate. Seeing Li Yu approaching with such authority, the magistrate became inexplicably tense, and his hands started shaking instinctively. His panic intensified within. The prince's aura is simply too strong. No wonder he's of royal blood. This must be what the son of the dragon looks like. As this thought flashed through his mind, he quickly added, Your Highness, I indeed don't know much about these matters. Please enlighten me. Speak. How much do you know about Lord Zhao? If your knowledge doesn't match mine, then I'm afraid that will be unfortunate. Li Yu said coldly, his eyes fixed on the magistrate. Upon hearing these words, the magistrate instinctively felt a chill in his limbs. He hadn't expected that His Highness truly intended to act against the forces behind Zhao Gongong. They represented a massive power structure. Could this be the emperor's will? The magistrate's thoughts raced wildly, full of conflicting emotions. Chapter 373, Indecipherable Entanglements. Report to His Highness the Prince. I am not entirely clear about what is happening behind the scenes. All I know is that they seem to be controlling some forces. I know that there's someone named Mr. Wang behind Master Zhao who oversees a large number of eunuchs. However, Master Zhao has never told me his real name. But there are only a few eunuchs surnamed Wang at the top level, so if everything goes according to plan, it must be him. That particular eunuch in charge of the official residence controls all the income from the eunuchs within the district. I heard he has a very good relationship with the governor. Perhaps these petitions have been suppressed by him. This is the only thing I know. I once received a letter warning me from people within the county. It said that if I dared to continue clinging to this matter, I wouldn't end well, and my entire family might fall ill. At this point, the magistrate took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Li Taizhan, who was serving nearby. Li Yu looked at the letter, and the more he read, the more astonished he became. The words inside were seemingly mundane, but they contained warnings and hostility towards the magistrate. If the magistrate didn't understand, he could lose his life instantly. After Li Yu finished reading, his face had turned ashen gray. He slapped the table forcefully and exclaimed, What great audacity! How dare these people act so recklessly? I initially thought they just had small schemes, but now it seems they are completely lawless. Openly threatening county officials, evading taxes, engaging in bribery, wreaking havoc locally, preying on the people, eating human flesh, refining elixirs, truly committing every imaginable evil. After Li Yu let out a cold laugh, he slammed the table again. Are there others colluding with Master Zhao? It would absolutely be impossible for them to achieve such a grand scale without others involved. At this point, the magistrate seemed somewhat hesitant, and then suddenly thought of something. Prince, I just remembered. I know of a group of people from an estate who seem to be connected to Master Xiao. However, this group is extremely stubborn. We dare not easily apprehend them. But if it's you, Your Highness, perhaps you can easily take them down. These people are from Huangfeng Manor. They are a group of powerful bandits with formidable strength, truly committing every conceivable evil. Previously, I also sent people to clean them out, but they couldn't accomplish anything. As far as I know, 3 head catchers in the county office work for them, and the vice magistrate seems to be colluding with them too. Although I'm the newly arrived magistrate with actual power, I still cannot completely control the whole county office. Saying this, he showed signs of unease. What kind of people are they? Li Yu immediately became curious. These were certainly strong opponents before him. However, despite hearing their notorious reputation, he was still incredibly terrified. Gulyulu, there seem to be quite a few experts within this gang. Someone once delivered a letter right onto my desk at midnight, and they cut off a lock of my hair as a warning. When saying this, he sighed deeply. We county magistrates may look splendid, but that's only true when compared to ordinary people. In reality, we are full of various troubles, even the regular bandits we can't deal with. Oh, at this moment, Li Yu suddenly developed an interest. Remember, these county magistrates are all protected. Even though the head catchers in the county office do not hold official positions, they are the local powers. If they don't agree, anyone daring to offend will face big trouble. So that's how it is. You're obviously a decent official. I'll instruct others to protect you, and ensure you no longer receive such threats. After hearing this, the magistrate bowed his head vigorously several times before Li Yu. Thank you, Your Highness. Having your assurance, I am profoundly grateful. Ha ha ha. Li Yu burst into laughter. This is merely a minor issue. Since you've provided me with valuable information, I will certainly not neglect your contribution. Oh, one more thing. Li Yu fixed his gaze on the magistrate before him. I must ask you, did you accept any elixirs given by Master Xiao? Li Yu's tone carried a touch of menace. After hearing this, the magistrate immediately stiffened all over. I swear, Your Highness, I have never accepted such things. Before, he indeed asked if I wanted to become physically stronger, but I feared they might poison me, so I dared not accept. Now I realize they actually dare to use innocent boys and girls to refine the golden elixir. They are truly, irredeemably evil. All right, you may leave now. Li Yu instructed the county magistrate in front of him. Only after kowtowing 3 times did the magistrate retreat outside. However, as he stepped out, he realized his body was drenched in sweat, terrified from head to toe during that brief time. Indeed, worthy of being a prince, so fearsome. He muttered under his breath, eyes filled with some anxiety. Thankfully, I've confessed everything. His Highness will probably no longer bother me, and might even spare my life. Huff. The magistrate let out a long sigh. As soon as he walked out, a few other county officials were about to speak up when the guard's stern glances made them all clamp their mouths shut. The county administrator followed in next, and was questioned by Li Yu. After this round of interrogations, Li Yu finally understood the power structure within the county government. It turns out that the magistrate was from a humble background, belonging to the Cold Gate faction, sent from afar with little influence, which is why the local factions could easily manipulate him. Not only did Master Xiao bully him around, but also the local strongmen dared to harm him too. The Huangfeng Manor. How dare those who live among these hills act so recklessly? They must not be allowed to run rampant here any longer. A bandit force like this has dominated here for years. They must be very powerful. Colluding with Master Xiao, it's no wonder they've committed such atrocities. In Li Yu's hands quickly appeared numerous case files, items that had just been delivered by the administrator. It seemed he too had no choice but to compromise. Indeed, imperial authority does not reach the county level. Although the government already wields much strength, its actual control isn't all that great. Instead, at the local level, it was the folk powers that held a significant portion of the authority. Just as Li Yu prepared to deal with the Huangfeng Manor, the people within the manor were also eyeing him. Chapter 374, Huangfeng Manor. Huangfeng Manor was situated atop a steep peak near the mountains. From afar, one could see the situation below, and there were many secret passages here. In case of trouble, one could escape at any time. Above it stood a large estate, with a flag hanging in front of the manor. 2 large characters were written on the flag, Huangfeng. Inside this manor, a meeting was taking place. A man dressed like a scholar stood up and spoke. Isn't this situation now becoming a bit difficult to resolve? Public official Xiao was originally our partner, but now he has been captured by this prince, which will surely drag us into this mess. Initially, I said that this guy surnamed Xiao is unreliable. His audacity is too great. He even dared to use virgins for elixir refinement without any restraint. Chief Strategist, I don't believe that this young prince dares to cause us trouble. If he truly intends to bother us, we can learn from the Wagong outlaws, rebel against him, and I'll sneak in at midnight and cut off his head to let him know the might of grandfather. An ugly-looking man spoke in a sinister voice. While saying these words, he slapped the table hard, appearing extremely angry. The scholarly-looking man glanced at the man and snorted coldly. All you do all day is fight and kill. Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? How many people do we have now? How many people does the Tang dynasty have? If you're not afraid to die, don't drag us down with you. You may want to die, but we still want to live. The strategist's words made this man even angrier. Big brother, look how our chief strategist has forgotten the original purpose of establishing this manor. Our initial intention in building this mountain stronghold was to fulfill our master's wish and stay hidden until the Tang dynasty became chaotic so we could restore our kingdom. But after the strategist had stayed here for some time, he became negligent. Now he only indulges in pleasure. All day long, he thinks about all sorts of pleasures and forgets important matters. Killing a prince of theirs was also our best effort. The strategist then looked up at the big brother seated at the main seat. This was a man in his 40s, with an exceptionally rough and rugged appearance, clearly showing that this man was no ordinary individual. Especially when he breathed. His breath was deep and steady. His forehead protruded prominently, displaying the features of a true martial arts expert. This kind of transformation only happens when inner strength reaches a certain level, allowing one's body to change accordingly. Enough. The big brother sitting above heard his younger brother speak these words, and his expression seemed somewhat sour as he replied. The prince suddenly came here. I can't believe he wouldn't be accompanied by powerful protectors. If you want to go die, just go ahead. Third brother, why have you become so irritable? Royal heirs are one thing, but this is a dignified prince. If something happens to him, won't Emperor Taizong Li Shimin be furious? Even though I am also a top-class expert, things aren't that simple. You must have gained quite a lot of wealth from that Zhao fellow, and now they have probably plundered it away, haven't they? Everyone says that eunuch is unreliable. We are outlaws, and he is an official. Once there's a problem, he will definitely abandon us immediately. To make matters worse, since he has been captured, all his assets will be confiscated, and you think retrieving them would be this easy? The manor owner said this slowly, his tone filled with dominance. The world isn't that simple, and although we've reaped considerable benefits by cooperating with Huang Gongong, it's still too little for us now. So, many things cannot be solved simply through violence, remember that. He looked at his younger brother as he said this. Big brother, all right, I'll follow your advice. But if we get discovered now, we'll definitely be attacked. It's better to act early than late. Better to take action than to passively wait. The third manor owner looked up and spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. He had previously invested a lot of money with Zhao Gongong, preparing to do some business, but unexpectedly faced asset seizure. His fortune was likely lost now. Thinking about this, he felt restless. And deep down, he sensed that this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. Don't worry. This young prince lacks troops, relying only on his bodyguards. Do you think he'd dare to pick a fight with me? Now, he must already know our strength from the magistrate. If he really wants to fight, he will certainly need to mobilize troops through the governor. The manor owner chuckled cynically. This back and forth won't be so easy to resolve. When we get the news, we'll just hide in the mountains. Do you think he'd stay here forever? Are we afraid of him? After laughing, he stood up directly, exuding an intimidating aura. Can we get back what we've lost later? There are no experts here who can challenge us head on. Huh, that's right, big brother. When the third manor owner heard this, his discomfort immediately disappeared. Big brother, you're absolutely correct. I really am too short-sighted. You're truly a big brother. The flattery was seamless, making the elder manor owner laugh heartily. But Li Yu's thoughts were entirely different. He had already mobilized his guards, seemingly calm on the surface, but actually moving under the cover of night. The local aristocratic families had sent people to monitor their actions. However, these spies were caught in the middle of the night and directly imprisoned. Moreover, Li Yu sent his guards to visit these houses, leaving them silent as soon as they arrived, pretending to know nothing. Thus, there were no informants at night, allowing them to quietly gather troops and head towards Huangfeng Manor. Li Taizhan, standing beside Li Yu, asked softly, My lord, we haven't informed the district office. If we fail, the responsibility will be enormous. When Li Yu heard this, he waved his hand and said, What's there to fear? As long as it's my mission, all responsibilities rest with me. They're just a group of bandits. Haven't you been following me for so long? Do you still fear them? I was planning to promote you and give you a raise, but now I'll have to delay that. Li Yu sighed and said this to Li Taizhan before him. Li Taizhan immediately changed his demeanor. My lord, this matter should be led by me. After all, Brother Zhang is handling something for you, leaving only me as the leader. Lu Xue stood next to Li Yu and watched Li Tieshan's shift in attitude, laughing softly. Chapter 375, Ambush. Achoo. At this moment, the Grand Master of Huangfeng Manor suddenly sneezed. It seemed like he sensed something. He stood up and walked to the door, gazing into the distance. Looking out, one could see endless fields stretching before them and a vast, starry sky. At the foot of this mountain lay dense forests which blocked any possible invaders from reaching inside. Our Huangfeng Manor has the advantage of time, location, and support. Anyone who tries to take advantage of me will surely end up empty-handed. It seems I am overly suspicious. After pondering for a bit, he no longer thought about it much and returned to his room, continuing to drink and feast with his brothers. What are you still doing over there? Come on, big brother is waiting just for you. The second master was shouting loudly at that moment. However, what they didn't know was that today would be their last day. Li Taizhan was leading a group, following a guide, quietly approaching in stealth. Even during the night, they did not use torches, as any light would immediately reflect and expose their identities, thus leading to the failure of their mission. Brother, I've already brought you here. Please don't make me go any further because going ahead might be dangerous. The mountains here are perilous. If you truly wish to climb them, it's best to do so early in the morning when dawn first breaks. They will be changing shifts around then, making it the best time to proceed. The guide swallowed hard, revealing unconsciously his fear. He had been dragged out of bed by these soldiers because he had once been to this mountain and had some association with Zhujiang businesses. For instance, a small leader on the mountain was his cousin. Precisely because of that, he knew some things others didn't. In the past, anyone who offended the manor would usually find him to mediate with the manor people, allowing him to benefit greatly from such transactions. Later, when the great master of the manor got connected with Zhao Eunuch, they severed ties with bandits entirely and started another line of business, gradually reducing these kinds of situations. But he never expected that he would still become the target of these rogue soldiers. This path ahead is incredibly dangerous. Just then, xiuxian stared intently at him and smirked slightly. We already knew you would say this, so we came prepared. As soon as he said this, he pulled out a small cloth bag from his chest. Inside the bag, faint glowing lights could be seen flickering continuously, looking quite beautiful. At the same time, this soft light illuminated the surroundings, momentarily surprising the guide. Are those fireflies? These insects indeed can emit light, illuminating our way in the darkness, replied xiuxian. I must tell you, I have signed a military order stating if I fail to seize these 3 locations, I'll return for an inquiry. If you don't want to die, hurry and lead the way. Otherwise, I'll cut off your head with a single blow. xiuxian locked eyes with the guide in front of him, speaking in a harsh tone. The guide immediately trembled with fear, raising both hands high while shouting loudly, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. If you want to go up, I'll guide you." After saying that, he quickly stepped forward to start leading the group. Hearing this, xiuxian snorted coldly, and the group moved forward. They proceeded swiftly, soon stealthily arriving at a canyon. From afar, Liu observed these events, but did not immediately step forward, as if they were insignificant. If xiuxian fails to capture this manor, perhaps there will be danger. Huh. Upon hearing that, Liu laughed aloud. So what if there's danger? They've undergone too few struggles. Facing peril might even leave them unable to guarantee their own safety. Only through continuous practice can they transform into seasoned troops. I hope that under my leadership, they will evolve into elite forces rather than remain worthless. When I need them, only then can they truly be reliable instruments in my plans. For I have significant matters to prepare for later. After Liu finished speaking, he chuckled lightly. Let's go block the small road of this manor. When they descend, we'll teach them a proper lesson so they know they can never return. After saying this, Liu strolled leisurely forward. His eyes were sharp and penetrating, as if he had already anticipated the route these bandits would take. Lu Shui quickly followed Liu to the rear mountain. Liu instructed Xianxia, who was standing by his side, to prepare tea as he desired to drink some. Of course, the tea he drank was not the kind from the Tang dynasty, for tea back then required the addition of various condiments. Though it was called tea, it was essentially a broth with an extremely peculiar taste that mixed bitterness, spiciness, sourness, and sweetness in one sip. Some teas tasted like milk tea, but Liu didn't enjoy milk tea, so he preferred to drink pure, unadulterated tea water. After receiving appropriate training, Xianxia had long mastered the skill of brewing tea. She quickly set up the tea stove and began boiling the tea on the side. The tea soon bubbled hot and steamy. Not long after, shouts of battle rang out through the villa. The face of the great lord of the manor was marked with terror and unease. He had never expected to be ambushed in the middle of the night and attacked all the way to his own estate. With such speed and efficiency from these invaders, they clearly meant no good. Moreover, upon engaging them in combat, he found their skills incredibly formidable, far superior to his own. After multiple clashes, only one thought lingered in his mind: escape as quickly as possible. After all, they were merely a group of bandits. As long as they survived, where couldn't they live as outlaws? As long as they remained alive, they could always regain their strength using their martial prowess at any moment. After a ruthless slaughter at Huangfeng Villa, xiuxian quickly captured the remaining people. Only after interrogation did he discover that the great lord of the villa, along with the second and third lords, had fled, taking several key individuals with them. This revelation shocked xiuxian deeply. These cursed fellows have all escaped. How am I supposed to explain this to Mr. Wang? By the time the prince hears about this, he'll surely consider me worthless. What should I do now? xiuxian's heart suddenly sank with dread. Chapter 376, War God's Arrival. No, the most important thing right now is to mend the fence. I must catch them. With this thought, several ideas flashed through his mind, and he then turned his gaze towards the distance. I won't let you escape that easily, he muttered to himself, determination quickly filling his eyes. Go after them. He led his subordinates and quickly chased forward. At this moment, the main elder of the manor only felt as if 10,000 grass-mud horses were constantly galloping in his heart. Sitting at home, trouble falls from the sky. Who exactly wants to kill me to shut me up? Or are these people just here to capture me? When Master Zhao was caught earlier, he thought he could stay out of it, but never did he expect that they would hit him so hard. Damn it, these people are definitely coming for the things we've done before. We must have been implicated. If only I hadn't cooperated with Master Zhao, I wouldn't have come to such an end. Big brother, I told you this before. They will surely target us. Now they've shown up and caused us great loss. We must fight back. At this moment, the second manor elder was cursing fiercely, his eyes wide with anger. They were very familiar with the mountain, so their advance was as smooth as a fish in water, without any obstacles. Don't worry, second brother. It won't be easy for them to find trouble with us. We will definitely fight back and slaughter them all one day. One day, all these surnamed Li people will fall into our hands and be exterminated completely. At this moment, the main city elder spoke harshly, comforting his younger brother. They had already escaped successfully, and next time, it wouldn't be so easy for them to get caught again. But when they passed through a small forest, they saw a pavilion on the road where a group of people sat drinking tea, scaring them stiff. After all, it was deep midnight. How could there suddenly be people drinking tea on the road? Thinking about it, panic continued to surge within them. I knew all along you would pass through here, so I waited for you inside. You'd better hand over all evidence of Master Zhao's criminal acts. I know you have once cooperated with Master Zhao and received his promises. So, if you hand it over, I won't kill you this time. I'll give you a chance. If you don't seize this opportunity, don't blame me for being unfriendly, Liu said calmly to the group in front of him. Seeing only Liu and two women here, the main elder couldn't help but laugh. Boy, you're young, but didn't expect you to come seeking your death. That's truly regrettable. Since you deliberately seek your death, we absolutely cannot let you live. Let me send you to your doom. The main elder sneered, then picked up his long spear and rushed toward Liu. You are still driving. What are you waiting for? Finish everyone off together. This person's strength may exceed our expectations. After exchanging glances, all of them rushed toward Liu, ready to attack him. At this moment, Liu coldly snorted. Your power dares to act recklessly in front of me. After finishing this sentence, he stood up. Step by step, he approached these people in front of him. He didn't suppress the momentum of his war god aura, and now it surged forth like a tide, as if the war god himself had descended. Behind him, it seemed as though an invincible figure appeared, making anyone who looked feel uneasy, wanting to flee instinctively. As Liu walked closer and closer, he instantly approached the few people ahead. At this moment, the main elder was under extreme pressure. He roared, "Don't be arrogant, take my blade." Roaring, he drew his sword and slashed toward Liu. Seeing this scene, Hanya unconsciously covered her mouth. This is his lord, can he withstand this blow? Unclear about Liu's abilities, he became incredibly flustered. There's no need to worry about his highness. He can handle this matter. The people opposite seem decent in terms of strength, but before our lord, it's like showing off with a big knife in front of Guanyu. Truly laughable, really laughable, indeed. Lu Xue showed complete confidence in Liu and wasn't panicked at all. Hanya finally calmed down, looking toward the front. Liu raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike towards the main elder in front of him. At this moment, he felt a surge of fiery passion coursing through his veins. To these shameless individuals, he paid no attention whatsoever. They were not even a thought in his mind. Though they possessed a smidgen of strength, compared to the war god's might granted by the system, they elicited no fear within him. As his palm struck forward, the main elder felt as though every bone in his body had been shattered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Liu did not truly slay him, but merely inflicted an injury. Then he turned his gaze toward these bandits before him. You useless fools, do you still dare to make a move? With Liu's words, these men immediately sucked in a cold breath. After all, this was their main elder, a first-class master. Though not unbeatable worldwide, he was undoubtedly one of the greatest experts. Yet, against Liu, he couldn't even last a single round, causing great panic within them. Despicable. The second elder now locked eyes on Liu and spat curses at him. You dog of the government dares to act arrogantly in front of me. I'll flay you alive right now. After finishing his speech, he drew the saber from his waist and charged straight towards Liu. With one slash of his sword, he aimed to kill Liu. However, as soon as he lunged forward, Liu simply raised his hand and deflected the saber away. This second elder only felt as if there was an immense force behind Liu's hand, effortlessly swatting away his blade. It seemed like those legendary heroes from the Sui and Tang dynasties. Damn it, how could there be such a mighty warrior? This thought flashed through the second elder's mind. But Liu wouldn't give him another chance, striking another palm that landed squarely on his chest. The next instant, the second elder soared into the air, landing heavily on the ground. He then clutched his chest, spewing out a mouthful of blood, fainting shortly thereafter. Seeing this scene, Hanya was stunned. Astonishing. Not even xuanhuan would have done better. Chapter 377, Hidden Pieces. Is this still the person others see as a useless prince? This thought flashed across Hanya's mind, and she instinctively swallowed. There were many rumors about Liu. Many people believed that Liu was irresponsible, only thinking about farming all day, and having extensive research in eating and drinking. He did have some accomplishments, but according to some rumors, those achievements were stolen from the generals by Liu, which made quite a few people feel some hatred for him. They believed that as a prestigious prince, he not only refused to earn merit himself, but also ran off to snatch it from others, which was truly an unforgivable act. However, Hanya now began to doubt these rumors. Perhaps all those merits were genuinely achieved solely by Liu. For instance, directly forcing Gao Juli into seeking peace unwillingly. After considering this, her look at Liu turned fiery. This prince is indeed extraordinary, she thought secretly to herself. Hurry up and destroy what I ordered you to bring. The great manor owner instructed his subordinates. He did indeed have a piece of something in his hand, and this item related to certain future arrangements. Under no circumstances could it fall into the hands of the prince before them. After he gave the order, his three subordinates exchanged glances and instantly started following their superior's command, immediately pulling out boxes to prepare for destruction. Stop! Liu saw this scene and would naturally not let them succeed. His face revealed a look of anxiety, then he lunged for the box. The great manor owner, lying on the ground, raised his head with fierce eyes. Despite his severe injuries, he still had some strength to move. He raised his hand, holding within it a hidden sleeve arrow. At such a short distance, he could undoubtedly easily injure Liu. His face became twisted with intense hatred. You want to kill me? Then you die first. This idea flickered through the great manor owner's mind. I have so many people. After killing you, your women will absolutely not be spared either. Just as he prepared to ambush, Lu Xue's gaze flashed with a cold expression. How dare you harm our prince? Do you want to die? In an instant, her inner energy surged, using the spiritual fox steps. In a flash, she arrived in front of the grand princess, raising her hand to deflect the sleeve arrow from his grasp. As the sleeve arrow missed its mark, she let out a sigh of relief. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Lu Xue asked anxiously. Liu was also shocked significantly. If the sneak attack succeeded, there was no telling if he'd need to think of ways to treat his own injuries. He turned his head and fixed a fierce gaze on the bandit lying on the ground before him. I was just joking with you. Do you believe me? The great manor owner said to Liu facing him. Slap. Liu immediately slapped the great manor owner across the face. Instantly, the side of the great manor owner's face swelled red, and he slapped him again. The great manor owner couldn't endure these slaps from Liu and quickly lost consciousness, lying motionless on the ground, though his body still twitched reflexively. Liu stopped playing around and forcefully stomped on the ground. Stones on the ground were instantly kicked up and struck these individuals, causing them to instantly fall to the ground, unable to even climb back up. Liu returned to stand in front of the pavilion. Chase. At this moment, Li Tieshan's voice came from the woods. He hurriedly emerged from inside, his eyes filled with anxiousness. Behind him followed a group of guards chasing after these people, but when he rushed out from the grove and saw Liu standing right in front of him, he jumped in shock. Your Highness, how did you end up here? Could I be dreaming? At this point, Li Tieshan felt like his brain was foggy, momentarily confused. Liu scoffed disdainfully. To speak of us being here, perhaps these several individuals might have escaped already. Why did you allow them to escape when I ordered you to investigate them? Liu raised his head and questioned Li Tieshan. Li Tieshan felt a chill down his spine. Why did the prince suddenly bring this matter up? Could it be that he intended to dismiss him? Thinking about it, his heart rate quickened. He immediately knelt down. Prince, it's my mistake. Please forgive me. Certainly can be forgiven. Liu said indifferently. Shouldn't you explain this matter to me properly? What exactly happened? Why did these people escape? Liu questioned Li Tieshan sternly, his body radiating a killing aura. These bandits inside the estate were just too cunning. We were originally fighting them head on, but unexpectedly, they directly extinguished their torches, turning it into a chaotic battle. During the confusion, they quietly escaped through a tunnel. Even though I was at my worst condition due to drinking, I could only feel my way around to some extent. Li Tieshan knelt there motionlessly. Cold sweat streamed down from his forehead as he awaited Liu's judgment. I know everything you've done, but this time you've gone too far. Liu spoke these words to Li Tieshan. Li Tieshan jumped in fright instantly. Confusion filled his eyes as he stared blankly at Liu. Your Highness, what are you talking about? I've always acted on your behalf, executing every task immediately, yet your Highness doubts me here. Isn't that a problem? Li Tieshan's tone became more assertive now. He looked up, staring at Liu with even a touch of menace. Ha! Liu laughed heartily. Am I the one doubting you? You show no respect to me, your prince right now. What do you intend to do? Liu glanced upward at Li Tieshan before him, offering a faint smile. I knew from the start that you might have ulterior motives. I never would have guessed that you're not loyal to our father the emperor, but instead, serve my brother and have been lurking beside me for so long. What is your intent? Step by step, Liu moved forward and said this ruthless sentence to Li Tieshan. Li Tieshan stopped kneeling. He stood up. Prince, I didn't expect you already know everything. Yes, I am the spy sent by another prince to monitor you. I used to be extremely dissatisfied, thinking you, your Highness, were merely overrated. Chapter 378, Cleaning Up. Only after interacting with you for a long time did I realize that you're not an ordinary person, but a world-class master of the highest caliber. He muttered these words, raising his head and fixing his gaze firmly on Liu standing before him. And I also deeply admire you, which is why I wanted to follow you and be of service. But I didn't expect that those above had already issued orders. They've ordered me this time to cooperate with those people to stop you from capturing the individuals inside this manor. They don't want to see you, my lord, achieve anything, so they have resorted to these despicable means. Although I disdain them as well, I have no choice because I am one of theirs. At this moment, Li Tieshan sighed and said this. What about those people behind you? I know they are also people you brought over, and they only obey your orders. That's why tonight, I let them follow you out. Indeed, they were all following by your side. When Liu got to this point, he took a long breath and sighed. Huff. Li Tieshan at this moment also exhaled deeply in relief. Didn't expect my lord to know. This time I brought them out specifically to silence them. My lord, how do you plan to deal with us? Li Tieshan then reached out and gripped the sword at his waist. In fact, I've always been curious. It seems there is a mysterious force around my lord, always protecting you. I wonder if they are here tonight or not. If they aren't here, perhaps I'll need to engage in battle with my lord. Even though I might not be a match for you, my lord, I won't give up easily. I'll use all my strength to have a good fight with you. After finishing his speech, Li Tieshan drew his sword from his waist. As the blade emerged, it emitted a strong chill, and its surface reflected light, subtly revealing a faint aura of killing intent. When the atmosphere swallows mountains and rivers, its power overwhelms the world. Just after saying this sentence, Li Tieshan attacked Liu in the next second. But just as Li Tieshan charged toward Liu sighed. At this moment, an arrow shot forth from somewhere not too far away, striking straight into Li Tieshan's forehead. His body wavered slightly before collapsing heavily to the ground. You know too much. You must die. Liu said this towards Li Tieshan. He originally did not wish to kill Li Tieshan, but unexpectedly, at that very moment, Li Tieshan's eyes glinted coldly, intending to kill him right there. Moreover, the true energy within his body was already flowing, preparing to suddenly ambush. The personal guard who had followed him for such a long time turned out to be an undercover agent planted by the other side. How could this not enrage him? How should we handle the remaining people, my lord? Kill them all. Li Yu spoke coldly, revealing a trace of disdain and disgust. He would not look at these people in front of him again. Many black-clad figures emerged from the darkness, charging forward to slaughter the guards. These guards barely managed to fight a single round before they were all slaughtered on the spot by these black-clad figures. Umph! Li Yu shook his head and turned to leave. This was one of his tactics. Since these spies had been embedded beside him, he decided to use their heads as a warning to that unknown nobleman. No matter who you are, once you make a move, there will be consequences. And this time, he would probably face Emperor Li Shimin's reprimand for being too impulsive. Perhaps he would be directly transferred back to the capital, but he cared nothing about it. Among the guards gathered on the mountain, when they found out that Li Taishan had gone after these people for a long time without returning, each felt strange. What's going on? How come Deputy Guard Commander Li has been gone for so long? As they debated, one guard who had gone out searching rushed back hastily. We found some bloodstains at the foot of the mountain, but lost the trail afterwards. It's likely that something happened to Deputy Guard Commander Li, said with anxious tones. Their eyes moved restlessly. So what can we do? He muttered to himself, full of anxiety. Upon reporting this matter, Li Yu instructed the guards to search the area thoroughly, making sure to find out where Deputy Guard Commander Li had gone. When Xuanhuan learned about the situation, he hurried up the mountain as well. However, after he ascended, he quickly disappeared as well, seemingly vanishing into thin air. With the disappearance of these two people, Li Yu was extremely enraged. He immediately went to the county seat, mobilizing troops to investigate. Sure enough, they soon discovered that both the chief and deputy guards had been killed, with their bodies buried on this mountain. Upon hearing this news, Li Yu immediately sent people to protect himself and reported the matter upwards. Li Shimin soon received the intelligence report. As he looked at the document in his hands, his face turned instantly furious. How dare they? How dare these people do such a thing? This is clearly a provocation against me. At this moment, Li Shimin muttered to himself, his eyes filled with fierce anger. He raised his head and stared at the man kneeling before him. What about the investigation I ordered you to carry out? Which person or side made the move? Li Shimin asked. Your Majesty, during our investigation, we found this matter seems to be related to the Chui family. It is very likely they were the ones who acted. They might be trying to give your Majesty a warning. The man kneeling below spoke carefully. After listening to this, Li Shimin raised his hand and slapped it heavily on the table. The 5 clans and 7 families truly have no fear. They dared to make a move against a prince of the royal family. Are they asking for extermination? However, after venting his anger, Li Shimin felt even more frustrated. He was not unwilling to act. It's just that most of the officials under his rule were from the 5 clans and 7 families. They possessed immense power, even constraining him, the emperor. From time to time, these families would recommend officials who would submit reports criticizing him. Yet, these families usually refrained from overstepping boundaries. This time, all he did was test them a bit, wanting to clean up some of these clans' influences, but unexpectedly, they actually went so far. Humph, you people really have guts. Li Shimin muttered to himself, a domineering air emanating from his gaze. Summon old Cheng here. I have something for him to handle. Chapter 379, Sabotage. Cheng Yaojin was soon summoned to the palace. As soon as he arrived before Emperor Li Shimin, he immediately knelt down. Long live your Majesty. May you live 10,000 years. I wonder who it is this time that your Majesty wishes me to cause trouble for. My axe hasn't tasted blood for a long time. This time when I go, I'll give them a good lesson. Cheng Yaojin boasted with an uncontainable murderous aura on his face. Humph. Li Shimin looked up at Cheng Yaojin and threw the memorial in his hand away. Take a look at what's written here, and you'll know why I'm enraged. These people are truly audacious. They have no fear at all. Li Shimin said ferociously, covering his chest with one hand as if trying to suppress his anger. Cheng Yaojin picked up the memorial, glanced at it, and immediately felt somewhat astonished. This? What's going on? How dare someone attempt to assassinate Prince Qi at this time? Even the captain of his personal guards has been killed, and now Prince Qi is under heavy protection. How dare they? This isn't the first time. Don't they fear your wrath, your Majesty? Shouldn't these families be wiped out in blood? At this thought, Cheng Yaojin stood up suddenly. Your Majesty, how dare they act so recklessly? I'll go cut them down right now. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin fiercely said and was about to set off. I want you to kill one person. Li Shimin said looking at Cheng Yaojin. The Chui family is disobedient, daring to attempt an assassination on Prince Qi. I want you to openly punish the Chui family, and then secretly kill a few members of the Chui clan. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility for everything. Li Shimin told Cheng Yaojin, his words laced with intense killing intent. After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin looked up at Li Shimin, revealing a hint of astonishment, then laughed. Your Majesty, this is simply excellent news. I've had enough of those bastards from the Chui family. Cheng Yaojin spoke coarsely. Your Majesty, since they've planned their move, I will teach them a proper lesson. Let them know just what kind of trouble they're in. Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. He had already grudges against the Chui family, and now with Li Shimin's order, he could attack openly without giving anyone face. HMPH. Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth and snorted a couple of times. A bunch of trash, actually daring to defy your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin was known as the Chaos Demon King, his character reckless and fearless. Except for Li Shimin, one could say he gave no one any regard, truly audacious and brazen. He left the palace laughing heartily. Chui family, you are truly without fear of death, even daring to harm a prince. How reckless. Now, His Majesty will move against you, and I can finally avenge myself openly. sitting in his seat. Originally, Li Shimin still wanted Li Yu to continue patrolling. But these people were far too bold, actually having killed Li Yu's guard. This time, he must certainly give them a harsh punishment. Cheng Yaojin contemplated, calling forth his personal troops. The soldiers knelt before Cheng Yaojin. General, is there something you need done? Is it someone who offended you? Hearing the words of his troops, Cheng Yaojin chuckled softly. The next task I assign to you is top secret. Just follow my orders. All issues will be handled by me. I won't let you have any troubles. Cheng Yaojin said such words to his soldiers. General, whatever do you mean? We are your most loyal subordinates. As long as you issue the command, we wouldn't hesitate even in front of swords on mountains. Though Cheng Yaojin was rough and coarse, treating his own subordinates, he was exceedingly good. Therefore, after these bodyguards returned from battle, they still remembered his kindness fondly. Good. Cheng Yaojin roared in laughter. You truly deserve to be my soldiers. Today, follow me to create chaos in the Chui household. Cheng Yaojin's eyes spun around in his head. An idea formed in his mind. Today I'm going to make the Chui family bleed. As he said this, he began to chuckle coldly. Follow me. Chui Jingxing was responsible for the Chui family in the capital city. At this moment, he was drinking tea and singing in his courtyard, when a servant rushed in hurriedly. He came before Chui Jingxing and knelt down. Master, something terrible has happened. Today Cheng Yaojin went mad for no reason and ran into our shop, smashing countless items and driving away many of our customers. He also said. At this point, the servant hesitated, his face filled with difficulty as some words stuck in his throat, too afraid to speak. Speak. He said that if anyone comes to buy our goods again, he will go and smash up their homes. On the spot, he forced quite a few people to swear they would never return. When Chui Jingxing heard this, he was so angry that he trembled. Abominable. Is Cheng Yaojin utterly fearless or what? As a marquis of the court, how dare he make such a ruckus in the capital city? It's completely unacceptable. As Chui Jingxing thought about this, a heavy weight settled on his heart. Get someone to come with me to find this Chaos Demon King. He and my Chui family have past ties. Though there is enmity too, we still share some mutual understanding. I want to see what he's planning. After saying this, he took dozens of very capable household servants to look for Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin was causing great destruction in the Chui family shop. With just a flick of his hand, he smashed a bottle or jar, a look of excitement on his face. Huh, what are you all standing around for? Smash it all, Cheng Yaojin shouted at his soldiers. These soldiers had fought alongside Li Shimin to win the empire, so now they obeyed any order without hesitation. Smash, clatter. One after another, they rushed forward, going wild smashing things. In no time, they had turned the shop into ruins. Only then did Cheng Yaojin let out a breath, strutting out of the shop with a flask of wine in hand, drinking while wearing an expression of utter satisfaction. This wine brewed by Prince Qi's mansion is extraordinary. Once you drink it, your whole body feels fiery. Compared to other wines, this one is simply unmatched. The taste is amazing, so potent. It seems I'll have to figure out a way to extract more from that young Li Yu. Chapter 380, Taxation. Chui Jingxing hurried to the shop in a fluster. When he saw the shattered goods, he instantly felt as if his heart was being repeatedly cut by a knife. These were all important properties of the Chui family, and never had he imagined they would be ruined like this by Cheng Yaojin. These items were worth hundreds of guan, and it appeared that Cheng Yaojin was drunk, deliberately causing trouble. Thinking about this, he felt infuriated inside. Cheng Yaojin, you're way out of line. Chui Jingxing cursed at Cheng Yaojin who stood before him, his eyes glaring at him with intensity, as if wanting to tear off a piece of his flesh. Cheng Yaojin glanced up at Chui Jingxing standing before him. After hearing his curses, he laughed loudly, as if hearing something amusing. Am I the one who's excessive? When your Chui family committed those deeds, why didn't you feel excessive then? You people have arrived just right. Good for me to vent some frustration on you. As Cheng Yaojin spoke, a savage look crossed his face while staring at Chui Jingxing. Seeing Cheng Yaojin holding an axe and laughing maliciously, Chui Jingxing was immediately startled. He did not doubt that Cheng Yaojin could harm him. Immediately, he took several steps back. Then Cheng Yaojin advanced confidently several steps. You guys are merely ordinary servants. What do you count against me? Get lost. I am looking for trouble with the Chui family. If you block my path, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Cheng Yaojin gestured with his axe as he spoke. Holding the axe tightly with both hands, his actions were rather intimidating. It seemed that a little misstep might lead to having his head smashed. Instinctively, everyone retreated 2 or 3 steps, afraid to even look at Cheng Yaojin before them. Chui Jingxing watched his servants, shouting at them angrily. What are you still standing here for? You are all servants of the Chui family. If you dare retreat, don't blame me for being impolite and handing you over to the authorities. Your bondsman contracts are still in my possession. Even if I beat you to death, spending some money will settle things. Think it over clearly. After the servants heard Chui Jingxing's words, each looked at each other and instinctively swallowed their saliva. They quickly realized they were retained servants of the Chui family, and disobeying would only justify any punishment, even death. Moreover, their families also worked under the Chui family. Disobedience would bring no favorable outcomes. In response, they wielded their wooden sticks and rushed forward toward Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin wouldn't recklessly kill anyone. If he slaughtered these servants, he might not be able to save his own life either. After all, some matters can only be conducted secretly, not openly and brazenly. But beating them up severely posed absolutely no issue. Beat them, Cheng Yaojin shouted to his retainers. These retainers, each braved forward, rushing into the group of servants within moments, wielding their sticks to strike them down. This resulted in the servants yelling in pain and falling onto the ground one after another, battered until bruised faces and bloody noses. Only after this did Cheng Yaojin walk up to Cui Jingqing. Terrified, Cui Jingqing's legs went weak and involuntarily, he took 2 or 3 steps backward. Faced with such a war-hardened general, how could he not be afraid? What do you want to do? I'm a person of the Cui family. If you hurt me... Ouch! Before Cui Jingqing could finish his sentence, Cheng Yaojin swung his hand resembling a giant fan and struck him hard across the face, sending him flying and even losing a tooth. Beat him hard. Cheng Yaojin roared in anger. A distance away, many bystanders upon seeing Cheng Yaojin lose control, hurriedly moved aside, not daring to come close but only watch from afar. Only after Cheng Yaojin finished beating, did he coldly humph. Really don't know what makes you 5 surnames and 7 families so proud of yourselves, daring to move against His Excellency Prince Qi, truly audacious. Come with me. Cheng Yaojin walked away with his retinue proudly. Achoo! At the very moment Cheng Yaojin said this, Liu suddenly felt a strange premonition and sneezed violently. Achoo! Next, he sneezed unconsciously again, which made him quite puzzled. Since consuming the war god fruit, his body became as robust as a bear, never prone to illness. Why was he sneezing now? What's going on? After circulating the true energy within his body once, Liu found not a single uncomfortable spot. He revealed a look of puzzlement. What's going on? If my body feels so normal, why would I suddenly sneeze? This doubt sprang up in his mind. Ah, that's relaxing. Liu continued lying back in his chair. Beside him, another servant was giving him a gentle shoulder massage, providing the tenderest care. Your Highness, these are the accounts sent by the trade caravan. Liu glanced up at the steward standing before him, and then spoke. Read them out. In the past month, we've earned 10,000 taels of silver, 300 dan of copper coins, and other goods amounting to 10,000 dan in total. Your Highness, your ingenious ideas have made countless people fall in love with your products. Everyone wants to buy what you sell. After hearing this, Liu looked up at the steward. Place the accounts before me, and tell me if our caravans have encountered any problems recently. Raising his head, Liu fixed his gaze on the steward. After hearing this, the steward smiled and said, with Lord Liu accompanying us, there haven't been too many issues. However, some taxation from the officials has been extremely heavy, as if intentionally targeting our caravan. But your Highness did say that some profits should be relinquished when appropriate, so we temporarily let go of part of it. At this point, he looked up at Liu, a trace of nervousness creeping onto his face. Upon hearing this, Liu furrowed his brows. Tell me exactly what's happening. Thus, the steward began recounting the details. It seemed that upon learning about the high profits of their caravan, some regional inspectors and provincial governors had developed intentions to take a share. Though Lord Liu had managed to resolve part of the trouble, the opposing side still imposed exorbitant taxes. And behind them, it appears the 5 surnames and 7 families are deliberately stirring up trouble, thinking your Highness shouldn't engage in business. Chapter 381, Token. So not only do they gossip behind our backs, but they also impose excessive taxes on our caravan. They've even said they'll report us to the Emperor and cause trouble for us. Reluctantly, we could only step back a bit and come here to report this matter to your Highness. After hearing what the steward in front of him had said, Liu nodded. Indeed, in this era, merchants were often looked down upon by scholars. More importantly, it was the noble families who deliberately caused problems. Even if he didn't engage in business, they would still find other ways to cause trouble. Even Li Shimin frequently faced such issues, let alone himself. Liu already had a plan in mind. These people truly don't know their place. Liu let out a cold snort, with a hint of indifference. After some thought, he contemplated further. Since they've attacked me, then I must retaliate. After finishing his sentence, he pulled a token from his bosom and tossed it. If anyone continues to make things difficult for you, take my token to them. If they still want to cause trouble, tell them to come to me. I'd like to see who has the guts to bring trouble to me. Liu snorted again, clearly dissatisfied. When the steward saw the token being passed to him, his eyes lit up instantly. This token was no ordinary item. It represented the identity and status of the prince. Once displayed, it meant that the prince was about to intervene personally. If someone dared to act recklessly in this way, the prince's involvement would be justified. The steward quickly took the token, placing it carefully in his pocket, tightly holding onto it, as if cherishing a priceless treasure. Understood, Your Highness. The steward excitedly replied. Now, he finally had a solid backing and support. From now on, he wouldn't fear those who came to cause trouble. After these matters are resolved, I will return to the capital immediately. At that time, I'll develop some new products. Then your team needs to continue expanding operations and must further enlarge my trade group. With time, these rare treasures will become increasingly valuable. I will assign you new tasks accordingly. He spoke calmly and steadily. The steward's eyes instantly brightened. He knew just how valuable the items Liu had brought were. They had already generated substantial profits, and this was only the beginning. As the market continued to expand, even more wealth could be acquired. Thinking about this made the steward feel his breathing grow hot with excitement. Yes, Your Highness. He answered honestly and respectfully. Just after Liu finished arranging all these details, a clamor arose outside. A person rushed in breathlessly and fell on his knees before Liu. Report to Your Highness. A eunuch has arrived to announce an imperial edict. Prepare to receive the decree. Liu responded, and soon all preparations were completed. An old eunuch with white hair and beard hurried in from outside. Glancing at Liu, He unrolled the imperial edict and began reading. It turned out that Li Shimin wanted Li Yu to return to the capital promptly, as he had an important task to entrust to him. After hearing the announcement, Li Yu accepted the decree eagerly, his heart filled with excitement. Ha! He burst into laughter. Finally, this imperial edict has arrived. Finally, I can return to the capital. With these thoughts, a warm feeling welled up inside him. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. The day spent outside had been quite frustrating, especially after Li Yu figured out exactly what he needed to do. He realized how powerless he felt when outside. No one hesitated to interfere in his affairs, crossing Li Yu's red line. Li Yu initially only wanted to quietly and stably run his own business and enjoy life as a wealthy prince. By introducing various fresh fruits through the system and developing something unique, everything seemed so perfect. In this era, he could live a very happy life. Later, marrying Princess Anyu and also bringing Xiao Lu home, life would be blissful. However, these people apparently did not want him to live peacefully. Since they intended to ruin his peace, Li Yu decided he would no longer hold back, and a shadow of darkness flickered in his eyes. You planned to harm me this far, and now I'm going to repay you in full measure. Li Yu found it hard to suppress the emotions in his heart, as he slowly repressed them, seeming like they might explode at any moment. Set off. The group quickly returned to the capital. At this time, within the eastern palace of the crown prince, Li Xiuxian was already lying on his bed. A towel was placed on his forehead, as if he had a fever. There was a palace maid by his side attending to him, her eyes filled with great concern. A minister beside him hurriedly said, Your Highness, the matter you asked us to investigate has been cleared up. The emperor has ordered Prince Qi to return to the capital. Hopefully, this disappearance of people around your highness has angered the emperor, who believes these matters must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with strictly. After hearing this, Li Xiuxian sat straight up, revealing anger in his eyes. This little brat actually returned to the capital. I originally thought that once he left the capital, he would never come back. Unexpectedly, he came back so quickly. I went through such great efforts hoping for his departure, but now he returns so soon. Also, those people are really too excessive, daring to attack a noble Wang. When I take the throne, I must. Your Highness, be cautious with your words. Upon uttering those words, the eunuch standing nearby was greatly shocked and immediately cautioned Li Xiuxian. Only then did Li Xiuxian realize that he had become overconfident, speaking such things under everyone's watchful eyes. He quickly composed himself and quietly said, We must reform the governance system properly. Being an exceptionally smart person, Li Xiuxian raised his hand and gestured for the palace maid to leave. Since my younger brother is returning, we might as well give him a grand gift. I've heard his enterprises are thriving and generating considerable profits. Let's present him with a small token of our friendship. Do you know what I mean? Li Xiuxian asked the official before him. This official nodded, replying, Yes, Your Highness. I understand completely. Chapter 382, Bold as Brass. Being a minister under Li Xiuxian, naturally he was required to devise strategies and eliminate all obstacles, employing tactics to get rid of those who hindered the way. This would also be justified. Even if this hindrance came from someone within the royal family, there would be no hesitation in action. The steward of Prince Qi's mansion had just returned to the merchant caravan when suddenly a group of constables surrounded them. Search. When the steward saw these constables approach, his expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected that the people from the local county office would dare to be so audacious. His face showed great change before calming down. Then holding the token in his hand, he took a step forward and loudly questioned. Who are you? How dare you come here to cause trouble? Do you know who we are? These constables didn't show any fear. Instead, one gave the steward a large slap. I don't care who you are. We received a tip-off that you're communicating with foreign countries as spies. We must conduct an investigation. The order has been given by our county magistrate, and if you dare to obstruct us, we can execute you directly. After hearing this, the steward became so furious that he trembled. With an angry roar, he declared, Our team is the trading convoy of Qi Wangfu, Prince Qi's mansion, and you dare to offend us so easily. Then, he pulled out from his robe a token given to him by Li Yu. Do you see this? It's the token of Prince Qi. Whatever you have to say, tell your official to discuss it with me. None of you are worthy of speaking to me. At the moment the steward was shouting while displaying the token, the captain simply snatched the token away. The captain sneered. With just you, this mere steward, how dare you attempt rebellion? You guys dared to counterfeit the token of Wangfu, a noble house. This is unforgivable. Your sins double. You're finished. After the captain spoke these words, he roared, frightening the steward who turned pale. Nonsense. This token was clearly given to me by the prince. Seize him. With a cold snort, the captain waved a hand. Immediately, several dozen men moved forward and captured everyone there completely. Slap, slap. Some constables searched through things and found some envelopes. Their faces lit up with excitement. After handing over these envelopes to the captain, Sir, we have found these items. After reviewing one of the letters, I discovered they actually communicate with Tubo. They are spies secretly dispatched by Tubo to gather intelligence. After the captain inspected these items, he appeared very satisfied. He then turned around and stared at the steward. You sure have bold hearts. Spies of Tubo, you are done. All of you will be arrested immediately and thrown into jail, awaiting the verdict of the county magistrate. Immediately, the constables moved forward, capturing all of them. When you release me, you'll pay dearly for this. You'll realize Lord Ma isn't just a two-eyed god. As the steward was being taken away, he maintained a composed appearance, not showing any fear and rather conveying anger. In his heart, he He already knew. This whole incident clearly was a setup against them to slander the prince. He knew that beside him were part of the prince's forces, who would surely come to rescue him. While holding these letters, the chief glanced at the steward with a contemptuous look and said slowly, "I'll wait till that day you promised." "Just feel like you won't last until that day," he said after laughing loudly. For how far that day might still be is unknown. After finishing his words, he stretched lazily and ordered, "All, drag them away." Unbeknownst to him, in a distant corner, there was a man who had observed everything. Not good. Someone definitely intends to frame the prince, and therefore targeted the prince's convoy. These fellows truly have guts to act like this. Now, this matter must be reported to higher authorities. Thinking this, the person rushed off to report it upwards. Upon knowing the third team was captured, Luzhua quickly stood up, his face changed. Could it be that the old man Li Cheng didn't take out the token? "Master, I personally saw Li Cheng take out the token, yet the other party's captain still made the move, claiming it was a fake token, intending to convict him immediately." Luzhua, upon hearing this, his eyes slightly revealed a faint light, evidently a glint of killing intent. Haha, these people are incredibly bold, with outrageous audacity. How dare they accuse our Wangfu at this moment using slanderous and fabricated accusations? "What should we do, sir?" A spy beside him spat out blood weakly and asked in a low voice. Luzhua closed his eyes, pondering carefully. A while later, he opened his eyes, emitting a cold gaze from them, like a bright lantern in the night that illuminated the sky. "Since they've made their move, it's unbecoming of a gentleman not to reciprocate. We must investigate this matter thoroughly and report these intelligence to the Wang immediately." Luzhua swiftly assigned tasks, setting their hidden forces into motion. Inside the prison of the county office, Li Cheng, the steward, sat there. The cell was relatively clean, yet he seemed uneasy. In the same cell were some vicious prisoners nearby who were glaring intently at Li Cheng. The faces of these prisoners showed grotesque smiles, as if looking upon a toy. After all, Li Cheng, the steward of Wangfu's father, was accustomed to luxury and pampering. His delicate skin made him especially prone to trouble inside the jail. "You dare not come closer. I am someone from Wangfu." When Li Cheng saw the prisoners closing in on him, he screamed instantly. The prisoners' faces twisted with sinister grins, ignoring his protests completely. "If you're from the Wangfu, then we're the emperor's people too. Exactly what makes you special? If you were truly from the Wangfu, would you have fallen so low as to be locked up with us? You're just a merchant after all." The prisoners exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Just as they were about to bully Li Cheng, a constable walked in from outside. "Cease," said the constable. Chapter 383, Boundless Audacity. "You truly have boundless audacity, daring to bully new prisoners right here in the jail. All of you, behave yourselves." After this head catcher spoke, he then asked the nearby jailer, "What happened? Why were these new prisoners suddenly thrown in? And why are they locked up in this cell? How could I not know a single thing about this matter?" After the head catcher finished questioning the jailer, he furrowed his brow. "This is a special instruction from Chief Zhao, telling us to lock this manager along with these ferocious criminals together. He said it's a way to properly punish him and make him understand how powerful others can be." The head catcher took a look at Li Cheng in front of him, furrowing his brow. After pondering for a while, he gave orders, "Change the cell he's in, and arrange it with others. Sir Zhou, how should we handle things with Chief Zhao? If he has any objections, let him come find me directly." This head catcher called Sir Zhou furrowed his brows and sneered slightly, seemingly not minding the other head catcher at all. It seemed as if there was some kind of competition among these catchers. "Li Cheng, lucky for you that Sir Zhou is willing to change your cell. Sir, since this fellow has already entered our cell, why don't we treat him properly?" A prisoner smiled wickedly and said to Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou frowned, drew the whip from his waist, and lashed out, striking hard on the face of the prisoner. With just 2 or 3 lashes, the prisoner was beaten down onto the ground, rolling over and screaming in agony. "Don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore." While rolling, he shouted loudly for mercy. Only then did Captain Zhou withdraw his whip. "Do I need your advice when handling my business? Remember, I am the boss around here." After finishing his sentence, Captain Zhou instructed the nearby jailer, "Arrange a better room for him and prepare a dish for him. These merchant families have unique social status and must not be offended carelessly. That stupid man with the surname Zhao really thinks these people can be angered casually? Sooner or later, he will get himself involved in trouble." At this point, he snorted coldly, seeming to recall something unpleasant. "We are nothing but bad men. Our social statuses cannot compare to those true grandees. We are merely small fries." After giving the instructions, he left. The jailer looked at Li Cheng, his face showing a smile as he said, "You, young man, are indeed lucky to have Sir Zhou speaking up for you. When did you become acquainted with Sir Zhou?" The jailer asked. Li Cheng was racking his brains trying to think when he became familiar with Sir Zhou, a figure inside the prison. But no matter how much he thought, he couldn't remember clearly. As soon as Sir Zhou reached the door, he quickly entered a narrow alley where a man was waiting for his report. "Master, I've arranged everything." This man was Luzhua. He looked up at Captain Zhou standing before him, his face showing a gratified expression. Did he endure any hardship inside? Almost. If it weren't for your order to assist him immediately, perhaps he would have been tortured beyond recognition by now in the prison. All the people in here are not normal, they are deviants. Due to their prolonged stay in prison, their personalities have become highly twisted, turning them into unredeemable sinners. At this point, he sighed deeply. "I've arranged a private room for him. He won't suffer any torment." "That's good. Keep an eye on him within the prison. His status is extraordinary. Absolutely. He must not be tormented further in the prison. Since he is also a person from the prince's manor, if anyone dares to impose further punishment, report it to me immediately. Yes. Captain Zhou saluted Master Lu Zhua. Liu soon learned of the situation, his face drastically changing. These people sure had great audacity to dare attack those close to him. Since they dare to retaliate, we'll fight back. At this moment, Liu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a strong killing intent. He no longer concealed his strength. Lu Zhua quickly received the message, glanced at it, and then tore the paper into pieces. Retaliate. This thought instantly flashed through his mind. At night, head catcher Zhao came to the magistrate's room for a report. The magistrate was sitting there, his face showing some signs of seriousness. You mean to say that the other party took out a token and said it was from the prince's manor, but you confiscated it? Master, yes, exactly so. Please take a look at this token. Head catcher Zhao moved forward and handed over the token. The magistrate took the token and held it in his own hands. Just a slight moment later, his expression changed slightly. This is a gold token. Ordinary people simply have no right to make such tokens. Only the royal family can. Damn, I didn't expect him to truly be the steward of the royal family, sent out to conduct business. Obviously, the Qi Prince's manor doesn't care about honor when it comes to money. The magistrate thought about this and cursed harshly, but soon after, his face quickly changed slightly, as if he had thought of something terrible. If he really is the steward, then we've already offended the Qi Prince's manor. Things will not be easy from now on. Furthermore, those people never mentioned this situation earlier, which means they merely wanted us to act as their pawns. As the magistrate looked at head catcher Zhao before him, he increasingly disliked what he saw. After he presented this token, you should not have continued with your actions. Now we are already tied up with these villains and must proceed further. If we do not continue, we might be abandoned by them, and even end up in danger. After pondering, he let out a long sigh and clenched his fists tightly. How infuriating, he said angrily. Ho ho, just as the two of them were discussing this matter, a sound suddenly came from outside. It sounded like footsteps, or perhaps some strange noise. Head catcher Zhao's expression instantly changed as he drew his sword from his waist. Who's there? Bang bang. A knock was heard outside their door. Magistrate Shun, you truly are incredibly reckless, colluding with people from the court to deliberately create wrongful cases. It looks like you are going to bring ruin upon yourself. Chapter 384. Coercion and Inducement. Lu Zhua wore a black face cloth, dressed in night robes, and held an envelope in his hand. He boldly entered the room and looked at the magistrate and Zhao Buliu, who were seated before him. As soon as they saw this letter, their expressions immediately changed. This was a letter from their superior instructing them to take action against the caravan. In his view, it was just a matter of handling a mere caravan, no big deal. What he had never expected was that such a terrible figure would be involved. It turned out there were people secretly protecting the caravan. They might even be connected to Prince Qi's mansion. Magistrate Shin suddenly felt a change in his heart, then burst out laughing heartily. He bowed to Lu Zhua before him and said, Brother, there must have been some misunderstanding between us. Perhaps we can explain things clearly. You're all flying masters of high martial arts. Surely you understand that many matters of the world must remain in the dark. We have also been forced into our actions because important figures above order us to do things. If we don't follow through, we will likely be seen as traitors and probably meet unpleasant ends. So we had no choice but to do what we did. Since brother has discovered it already, I'll send someone right now to release the person in question. After saying that, he instinctively stepped back 2 or 3 steps, trying hard to maintain a safe distance to avoid danger. Ha ha. After hearing this, Lu Zhua let out a hearty laugh, as if he had heard something incredibly funny. Your words are quite amusing indeed. He lightly chuckled, revealing a trace of disdain on his face. Are you even worthy? Your mouth speak of righteousness and morality, but in reality, you engage in fraud and deceit. Seemingly clean on the surface, yet each of you is thoroughly filthy. For you, power manipulation is merely power trading. If I were here and my entire family were slaughtered, would the townsfolk still show gratitude towards you? As soon as Lu Zhua said these words, Magistrate Shun was frightened so much that his legs almost gave way, nearly falling back onto his seat. Zhao Buliu glared fiercely at Lu Zhua and said, The master is an official of the court. If you dare to harm him easily, it will bring trouble upon yourself. You'll undoubtedly become wanted criminals by the imperial court. You might be skilled in coming and going quickly, but you should know what kind of consequences come with opposing the court. After deeply inhaling, Zhao Buliu spoke these words. But who knows if I've taken care of everything here? As long as no one finds out, nothing bad will happen, right? Lu Zhua directly squeezed into a shadowy corner when speaking, suddenly walking out of the dark corner inside the room. They didn't realize until then that he had hidden there, listening to all their dealings. It wasn't until Lu Zhua gave the command that the others emerged. I know you intend to send messages to alert others about the dangers you are facing here. But I suggest you think carefully before doing so, because once you report, trouble will start immediately. At that point, I would only have a choice but to use lethal force and keep all of you here, making it a bloody case. Lu Zhua finished speaking, sat down and smirked coldly. What exactly are you after? Magistrate Shun took a deep breath and asked Lu Zhua standing before him. It's simple. We want to know who the mastermind behind this is and what they aim to accomplish. Surely you should also know why we acted like this, Lu Zhua replied. The higher-ups ordered us to capture people and plant evidence, wanting us to tamper with letters within the caravan. Then they would fill in all the missing details where we fall short, taking full responsibility for whatever happens. We were just supporting their plan, Beyond that, we know nothing. Magistrate Shun took a deep breath after this and quickly explained, laying bare all that he knew. He made no attempt to conceal anything, realizing that hiding facts served no purpose. All right, I've noted down everything you've said. Go ahead and place your fingerprint. Lu Zhua threw the document which had already recorded everything onto the table and said, if you sign this document, you will become our insider, and we currently have a plan requiring your cooperation to carry out. Once we succeed, I will certainly not be ungrateful to you. You should also know who is backing us. That person wants to retaliate. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Zhua spoke softly, but there was a trace of killing intent in his words, causing County Magistrate Shun's hands and feet to tremble violently. This was clearly about murder. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his heart shake. Phew. After taking a deep breath, he nodded and said, I understand. I will immediately arrange for this matter and ensure there are no mistakes. Come here, I have something to instruct you. Lu Zhua said to County Magistrate Shun. The magistrate quickly approached and listened to Lu Zhua's instructions. He was utterly astonished, realizing that strategies could indeed be used in such a manner. He nodded and said, I understand. Since the master has already made such arrangements, I naturally follow. Good. Lu Zhua clapped his hands, and two black-clothed individuals quickly removed their garments and moved beside the magistrate. From now on, they will accompany you at all times, providing personal protection. If anything the magistrate says seems off, they will immediately send a message. Once that happens, no one will be able to save you. Upon hearing these words, the magistrate felt another chill in his heart, never expecting Lu Zhua to say such things. All right, swallowing his saliva and suppressing the tremor in his heart, he replied, absolutely splendid. After laughing, Lu Zhua turned around and left. Master, it's time to rest. The two individuals who remained instructed the county magistrate and Chief Zhao. All right, knowing resistance was futile, the magistrate suppressed all his feelings of discontent and frustration. He endured silently, sat still for a moment, then lay down to sleep. The two figures stood beside him, watching him motionlessly without any movement. Chapter 385, A Scheme Within a Scheme. The second day arrived quickly. Li Cheng was sitting in the jail, and at this moment, his eyes showed a trace of doubt, with some unease in his heart. Because throughout the night, no one had come to see him, nor had anyone informed him what he should do. This made him feel a bit anxious. Before everything is decided, it's the time that most makes people feel restless. He raised his head and sighed deeply. Although another constable helped him resolve these conflicts, the one who truly decides all these matters is still the magistrate. At most, an outlaw can only make the entire arrangement. His treatment in prison will absolutely not be something they can arrange, nor will what he will encounter next. Just as he was contemplating these matters with mixed feelings, there was a jailer who came in a hurry outside his cell, unlocked it, and gave him a strange look. Come out. There are people above who have come to question you. Follow me to the hall for interrogation. All right. He swallowed hard and followed behind the jailer. After being disciplined by these people, he no longer dared to say that he was from Prince Chi's mansion, fearing to lose face for the prince's mansion, lest he be rebuked by the prince. When I return to Prince Chi's mansion, we'll see how you explain yourself to me. Do you really think I'm a soft peach that can be squeezed at will? These thoughts flashed through Li Cheng's mind, making him grit his teeth momentarily. Huff. After taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, he quickly calmed down. Just as he stepped out, he discovered a piece of paper suddenly appearing in his hand, which made him feel very strange. Why would a note suddenly end up in his hand? Upon thinking about it, he secretly opened the note and glanced at it, finding out it was delivered by Lu Zhua. This immediately brought him joy, never imagining that Lu Zhua could reach so far, extending even into the prison. Apparently, Lu Zhua had been keeping an eye on him all along. He felt somewhat moved, realizing that his escape might be possible. In his opinion, Lu Zhua was absolutely extraordinary. Once he acted, the matter was bound to be resolved. Li Cheng arrived before the magistrate. He saw the magistrate forcefully slam the golden sandalwood desk. Do you know your crime? Your Honor, this is unfair. I am obviously being framed. Someone intentionally slandered me. I'm merely a law-abiding merchant and haven't done anything wrong against the state. Moreover, I am the steward of Prince Chi's mansion, responsible for managing its external affairs as permitted by the country. How could I possibly do such things? The prince has instructed us that the interests of home and country must always come first. If we dare to disobey, we will surely be taught a lesson. Your Honor, we are indeed greatly wronged. As he shouted loudly, he displayed a hint of pain. After hearing his words, the magistrate frowned and stared directly at Li Cheng. You say you're wronged, but then I must ask, how were you wronged? And why are there letters among your trade convoy, especially those critical ones? This is someone deliberately framing me, using the name of inspection to plant these letters among my files. Otherwise, how could this happen? I am an honest merchant, and I absolutely will not engage in such corrupt acts. I kindly ask your honor for a fair judgment. After finishing speaking, he struck the ground with great force in a loud thump. A middle-aged man seated nearby suddenly spoke up. Your Honor, I see this person as obstinate, unable to realize the truth without more severe measures. Perhaps using severe punishment would make him understand the gravity of our nation's legal system. Upon hearing this, the magistrate was startled. He clearly knew he wasn't in charge of this matter, just acting according to orders. So he took a deep breath and responded, Your Honor, please don't. Magistrate Shun, I've already told you the way to resolve this case. If you're too stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. To whom are you rude? Since when has this become your jurisdiction? Just then, the governor walked in and warned the seated middle-aged man. Seeing the governor, the middle-aged man's face turned pale instantly, hastily bowing. Master Li, why have you come? Wouldn't I be able to see your arrogance if I hadn't come? Xuanhuan, you've grown quite bold, daring to enforce law arbitrarily here in the county office. Governor, it's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Shin quickly became aware of the situation. This governor was clearly here to support Li Cheng. As he thought about it, he felt a headache coming on. The power struggles between these important figures could easily lead to his own demise if even a ripple of trouble reached him. Unfortunately, he had been careless in the past and got involved. If only he had played it safe and practiced more caution. Then none of these issues would have landed on him, putting her in such a difficult position. It happened like this. Magistrate Shin soon began to speak, explaining everything as clearly as possible. After listening to his words, Li Cheng seemed deep in thought. So that's how it is. I was wondering what was going on. The governor fixed his gaze on Li Cheng. You say you're from Prince Chi's mansion. Show me your token. Your Honor, the token has already been collected. Here it is. Beside them, Constable Zhao felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He shouldn't have gotten mixed up in this matter, entangling himself so deeply. After handing over the token, the governor took it and his face immediately changed expression. This isn't just any token from Prince Chi's mansion. Why is it here? Are you really Prince Chi's trade convoy? It seems there might be some ulterior motives behind this matter. The governor slowly spoke, revealing a thoughtful expression. Your Honor, this indeed involves something deeper. Li Cheng quickly shouted, knowing well that this official had come to his aid. Let's do this. Call all the parties involved over here. The governor opened his mouth, wanting to listen carefully to these matters. Chapter 386, Release. Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan immediately understood. This was about giving him support. Thinking about it, he felt a surge of bitterness. Sir, this matter perhaps requires more consideration. As could be seen, he spoke with a hint of helplessness. He inwardly felt resentful, and even harbored malice, thinking, who deliberately caused this situation? Who intentionally brought this about? Thinking about this, he began to carefully consider, and an anger welled up. Damn it! Who summoned the governor? His gaze swept over County Magistrate Shen, then turned to Head Officer Zhao, constantly analyzing. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't understand why the information leaked so quickly. What exactly was going on here? The governor glanced back at Xuanhuan. Official Zhao, is there any other opinion? At this moment, the governor let out a cold laugh. Since Official Zhao has no objection, we will act according to my opinion. Have you understood, Official Zhao? It could be seen that the governor spoke, carrying some disdain. Although Xuanhuan was extremely angry, he could only clench his fists tightly. Governor, I am here by chance, upon seeing these matters, naturally want to handle them impartially. But what do you mean, sir? Lifting his head, Xuanhuan stared at the governor and said these words. Of course, everything will be handled according to the court regulations. Everything must be done according to national law, not as you wish. The governor stared at Xuanhuan while saying these words. However, in those words, there was a sense of disdain towards him. Naturally, Xuanhuan also heard it out, but he had no way against the governor, which made him gnash his teeth and gave a death glare. Governor, what you say is correct. All should follow national law. Soon after, the people present were called over. After a thorough recounting of events, they indeed determined that Supervisor Li Cheng had no suspicion involved. After listening, County Magistrate Shun felt a wave of helplessness welling up inside him. This was clearly a situation forcing him to make a decision. With that in mind, he slammed the table forcefully. Supervisor Li has no crime of colluding with the enemy. Release him immediately and return all the accumulated goods. Moreover, the constable who discovered the letter shall be detained for further interrogation. Following County Magistrate Shin's declaration, Li Cheng was soon released. After being set free, Li Cheng felt a great relief. The servants of the caravan had long been waiting outside and quickly provided him with silk robes. After changing into new clothes, Li Cheng appeared refreshed. Supervisor, you still need to step over the fire pot. A footman presented a fire pot in front of Li Cheng. Li Cheng stepped over, feeling immensely relaxed. People around congratulated him, making him feel rejuvenated. When Li Yu learned that this issue was resolved, he also sighed in relief. Yet a trace of dissatisfaction remained in his expression. They actually dared to take action. They must receive a severe retaliation from us. Absolutely cannot maintain such reserve. Saying this angrily, he added, I want to see Xuanhuan lose his position. Li Yu, as a prince, was issuing commands due to his anger at this point. Yes, prince, we shall carry it out immediately. Lu Zhua also clearly realized Li Yu's genuine rage, so they were doing this. Right after Li Yu returned to the capital city, he palpably sensed an impending pressure akin to a storm. Cheng Yaojin and the Cui family seemed to have had a serious conflict since several crucial members of the Cui clan perished. Just after Cheng Yaojin smashed their store, suddenly this incident occurred. Li Yu felt his blood boil. Really done well. I knew old Cheng wouldn't let them enjoy it easily. Sure enough, as expected, he attacked them. So satisfying. At this thought, he felt joyous. Servants, deliver 3 cartloads of vegetables and a carriage load of wine to Cheng's residence. It seems old Cheng needs more drink to satisfy his thirst. Send the wine to him so he can indulge himself properly. Once the liquor was delivered to Cheng Yaojin's residence, Cheng Yaojin lit up instantly. His nearby steward, however, expressed concern and warned Cheng Yaojin solemnly. Master, their sudden delivery of the wine might signify something ill-intended. This wine is potent and evidently quite domineering. As he said, a slight uneasiness lingered in his heart. Shang Yaojin picked up a jar of wine and placed it in front of his nose, sniffed it, and immediately a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Haha, I knew young Master Li you would send me some wine. I gave him a favor this time, or how else could I cause trouble for the Cui family? These 5 noble families have been suppressed by His Majesty in the past, but they are still very powerful until now. Even our Cheng family is slightly inferior to them, but I don't fear them at all. After saying this, he picked up the wine pot and took a strong sip forcefully, showing a satisfied expression on his face. Comfortable. He drank several large gulps and belched. Bring me some meat. The Xianbei people quickly brought a basket of beef. Old Cheng pondered for a moment and then laughed 3 times. Prepare my carriage. I'm going to Prince Qi's mansion. Cheng Yaojin soon arrived at Prince Qi's mansion. With one hand holding a basket and the other lifting a box, he swaggered into Prince Qi's mansion. Your Highness, I've come to bring you a great gift. With that, he burst into hearty laughter as he entered Prince Qi's mansion. Liu was eating an egg fried rice dish when he heard the shout. He couldn't help but slap his forehead. Bad luck, here comes the freeloader again. Quickly, hide all those fruits and vegetables of mine. Also store away those fine wines I brought back. Liu quickly instructed others to act, to put these items away. Clearly old Cheng came with no good intentions. He obviously intended to cause trouble. Cheng Yaojin sauntered confidently into Liu's estate. Seeing Liu eating something unfamiliar to him, it made Cheng curious. Cheng set the box down on the table along with the basket. His eyes, like those of a bull, fixed intensely on the egg-fried rice on the table. I wonder what new delicacy your Highness has prepared this time. Let me try it quickly, I can hardly wait. Chapter 387, Gourmet Food. Liu heard the words spoken by Cheng Yaojin and pushed the plate of fried rice in front of him. It's nothing much, it's just a plate of fried rice. Cheng Yaojin had never tasted such delicacies before. He took the large bowl of fried rice, holding it in his hands, and began devouring it hungrily. The fried rice exuded a rich aroma, and Cheng Yaojin relished every bite. Delicious. He could be seen shouting excitedly, for the flavor of the fried rice was truly irresistible. In no time, he quickened his pace, using his chopsticks to continuously consume the entire basin of fried rice. Then, he picked up the cup in front of him and drank a big gulp of wine, leaning back lazily in his seat. Indeed, His Royal Highness, Prince Qi, there really are all sorts of delectable foods here. Burp. He emitted a belch as he reached this part. Prince Qi, do you know that something has happened recently? He glanced at Liu, revealing a smile. Liu shook his head lightly and said, I don't yet know what has happened. Could you please give me an introduction? Cheng Yaojin sighed deeply. Recently, the emperor has been very angry. These families have simply gone too far. Hence, I have been instructed to properly admonish them, and the root of all this stems from your Highness, Prince Qi. This old Cheng has also exerted effort on behalf of Crown Prince Qin. So, might we find some delicious food to properly entertain me? The fried rice just now didn't quite fill me up enough. I am a person with a huge appetite who always craves meat. Liu naturally knew that Cheng Yaojin had come to mooch. He laughed heartily, saying, right when I had a cow die from illness, let us feast upon it appropriately. After finishing his sentence to Cheng Yaojin, he gestured outwardly, and soon someone brought in a large platter of beef, setting it in front. Cheng Yaojin showed a look of confusion in his eyes. How are we supposed to eat this? Of course, it should be grilled. The taste of barbecue is indeed extremely exquisite. With sizzling oil, over the glowing embers, the beef constantly roasted, emitting a strong aroma. Soon, someone set up a grill, and as the beef continuously roasted on it, the meat skewers were quickly cooked. Just by sniffing, Cheng Yaojin detected a powerful scent that went straight to his brain, making his enjoyment even greater. This really is a delicacy, I must properly sample it. Cheng Yaojin then sat aside and began grilling the beef. As Liu sat there, he spoke. Which family is involved this time? The Cui family. The emperor targeted the Cui family. A few important figures from the Cui family have died, and a new group has already taken their place. Yet, the Cui family claimed they had no idea who had acted against them in secret, asking that we stop targeting them. They're not honest. They refuse to confess and still wish to avoid being dealt with. They're dreaming, said Cheng Yaojin with a somewhat gloomy expression, seemingly wishing to skin and bone these people alive and eliminate them all. Upon hearing this statement from old Cheng, Liu waved his hand. You shouldn't say such things. These noble houses are citizens of our Tang dynasty. As long as they behave honestly, they needn't be dealt with. Only if they misbehave does it become necessary to discipline them. Liu stretched a little while speaking about this. In the past, I thought they should be dealt with, but things are different now. I think these families have their own value. For instance, I've recently come up with a way to deal with them. Liu addressed Cheng Yaojin seated before him. I only need your help, old Cheng. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin revealed a puzzled expression in his eyes immediately. Silent for a moment, he felt like he could no longer understand the Qi King seated in front of him. It seemed as if after returning from outside, he had transformed into someone else entirely. Previously, Prince Qi had always concealed his strength, never revealing his true capabilities. Yet now he was suddenly proposing this idea. What exactly is going on? Countless questions bubbled up in Cheng Yaojin's mind. Not able to figure out these matters, he stopped pondering why and turned his attention to Liu instead, lowering his voice and inquiring. Do you know what method? Of course, it is about changing the cultural pattern of this world. Why are the forces of the noble families so powerful? Isn't it because they hold the dominant power over culture? Because they control the scholars and simultaneously possess the ability to recommend talented individuals. Nowadays, the imperial examination system isn't yet widespread, and there are far too few scholars in this world. Moreover, the price of books is exorbitantly high. Upon saying this, he sighed deeply. And I have a method that can drastically reduce the prices of books in this world by half, enabling everyone to afford them. Once that happens, even if these families still have their own intentions, they will no longer be able to exert any significant influence on this world. When Xiuxian heard this, his eyes suddenly brightened. He stood up and stared intently at Li Yu in front of him. It was as if he was trying to discern something from Li Yu's face. What Li Yu had said was indeed shocking. I wonder, Your Highness, Prince Qi, why you suddenly tell me this matter. Li Yu sighed deeply. I don't think I'm cut out to become an emperor, but one of my brothers doesn't see it that way. He insists on competing with me. If I were to achieve another great success, it might make my brother restless, constantly scheming against me. Could I still live in peace once that happens? Li Yu looked straight at Xiuxian in front of him and spoke these words. When Xiuxian heard this, he nodded as well. Indeed, if you achieve success, Crown Prince Qin would certainly feel very uneasy. At this point, his brows furrowed, seemingly recalling some troubling matter. With Crown Prince Qin being so petty, there might even be another incident like the Xuanhuan Gate affair in the future, which would cause much trouble. However, these matters will be handled by His Majesty. After all, His Majesty isn't like Emperor Taizu. When Xiuxian said this, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Chapter 388, The Persuader. Ha! Just now I also spoke out of turn. At this moment, Xiuxian closed his mouth and picked up the beef in front of him, taking large bites. After eating several skewers, he sullenly took a sip of wine. Xiuxian appears to be a careless and burly man on the surface, but in reality, he is very delicate inside. It is precisely because of this kind of delicacy that he has been able to live so long in this Tang dynasty. He eventually became a famous general, living through several dynasties. Burp. He let out a satisfied belch and looked at Li Yu, who was currently laughing, and said, Let's get back to the main topic. I wonder what the prince plans to do. If there is any need for me, I will certainly help wholeheartedly, and no one will be allowed to cause trouble. I plan to build a huge book workshop, printing countless books, and one only needs 10 coins to buy a book. And what I want to say is that you should protect me from anyone secretly trying to use connections to suppress my bookshop. Xiuxian showed a look of confusion. Your Highness means to not openly establish this bookshop, but rather to have me act as its overt protector? That's right, that's exactly what I mean. With your reputation, no one would dare to act against you. And I'll also protect the bookshop, using my connections covertly to ensure no one disrupts it. Then we can proclaim that both our families are operating this bookshop, thereby eliminating these people's thoughts and ambitions. Xiuxian became somewhat serious inside, closing his eyes and beginning to contemplate whether or not this matter was beneficial for him. After a few minutes, Xiuxian smiled because this matter was simply advantageous without regret. Once he accomplished this task, he would definitely gain the support and affection of the scholars and commoners throughout the land. At that time, even though he was a military general, he might become the foremost among generals. When Xiuxian thought of this, he chuckled softly. In fact, if it was just me alone, it might not necessarily be possible to do well. I can bring in another person, someone who possesses great influence within the court, perhaps someone with whom your highness may resonate. Li Yu stared at Xiuxian and revealed his confusion. Who is it? Of course, it's Li Jing. He is one of the war gods of our Tang dynasty, possessing unparalleled martial prowess, and at the same time, possessing powerful knowledge of military strategy. He ranks among the best in the world. More importantly, he is the leader among the generals, with his command bringing widespread response. All the generals under heaven must give him face. Even those scholars must respect him too. If he comes to help establish this study, everyone can together enhance our reputation. The crown prince wouldn't lightly infringe upon the interests of these generals, and more importantly, these publishing houses were originally dominated by these families. They gained enormous profits and networks through sponsorship of these bookshops. The scholars of the land are beholden to them, so we can fully resist their control and manage these things ourselves. Your Excellency, what do you think? Xiuxian's words opened Li Yu's thinking. Indeed, he could utilize the strength of the various generals. The crown prince's intentions were clearly highly disadvantageous for Li Yu, and furthermore, Li Xiuxian would never become emperor in the future, so there was no need for him to care about him. Having considered this, Li Yu began to ponder in his heart, quickly planning a strategy. Fine, then we can operate the bookshop in this way. Then it troubles Uncle Chang. Li Yu's tone became much friendlier. When Xiuxian heard this, he immediately waved his hands, hastily saying, Prince Qi, how could you speak thusly? There is absolutely no need for such distance between us. You can call me Old Chang, otherwise, how am I supposed to take some more food home? You can entirely prepare an entire carriage of fine wine for me. Recently, I've learned that the fine wine here is about to be ready, and it is truly delicious. Xiuxian's eyes shone brightly like stars at the mention of the fine wine. As soon as he mentioned the fine wine, he felt greatly joyful because for him, fine wine was akin to his lifeline. As long as there was fine wine, Xiuxian would be overjoyed. Hearing this, Li Yu also burst out laughing. Naturally, send someone to prepare a carriage of fine wine for Old Chang. This was no ordinary little gift. These fine wines in the capital city were being sold at a price of 1 guan per pot, and even then, they were in short supply, with countless people eager to buy them. Some had even been inflated to 2 guan, just for a pot of wine. Xiuxian, holding the fine wines before him, quickly returned to his own home, But he didn't stay long before immediately heading out to find others because this was truly an incredible opportunity. Although he himself was illiterate, Sheng Yaojin harbored many ideas in his heart, ideas centered on changing the common perception of military generals across the land. In the eyes of the general populace, a military general was merely a coarse brute who couldn't read a single word. While many generals indeed fit that description, Sheng Yaojin refused to accept such a stereotype. He had other aspirations, wishing to alter the current state of affairs across the land. Since Li Yu brought up this idea, Sheng Yaojin's thoughts began to stir. He could absolutely follow through on this plan according to Li Yu's line of thinking. As soon as he thought about this, Sheng Yaojin felt a surge of enthusiasm. He swiftly arrived at Li Jing's residence where, at that moment, Li Jing had just finished practicing a set of boxing techniques and was yawning. After Sheng Yaojin arrived, he said, "I have a grand piece of good news to share with you." This left Li Jing highly puzzled. Looking at Sheng Yaojin, he burst into hearty laughter. "I wonder what sort of scheme has caught your eye this time. But whenever you mention something being good news, it usually turns out not to be. Don't pull my leg again." Sheng Yaojin grabbed Li Jing's hand earnestly and said, "This time is completely different. Look at this thing. How much do you think it's worth?" Upon finishing his words, Sheng Yaojin took out a book he'd gotten from Li Yu and placed it in front of Li Jing. Li Jing picked up the book, gave it a glance, and said, "This book must be worth at least 1 yuan. Do you think I'm teasing you with this book? Though we are generals, our homes still hold a few books, so we wouldn't fail to know its price. I am precisely here for this book because it only costs 10 yuan." Li Jing's expression instantly changed. Only 10 yuan. Chapter 389. Sheng Yaojin as the messenger. He suddenly stood up at this moment, as if he had heard something unbelievable. After hesitating for a while, he once again stared at Sheng Yaojin in front of him and asked, "Are you sure it only costs 10 coins? Li Jing was not only a great military god, but also an excellent scholar. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such a profound understanding of military strategy. And over these years, it wasn't that he hadn't collected books. However, reading books wasn't a simple matter in all these years, because copying books was extremely difficult, and printing was even more expensive. As a result, purchasing books now required several hundred coins at the very least, and many books were still rather crude. But now there was a book for just 10 coins, which meant its impact would grow even stronger, or it could be said that it might have a huge influence on the future. After Li Jing thought about this, his mind quickly filled with many ideas. "Old Sheng, there is absolutely no way you could have the ability to do this. Who made it happen?" Li Jing glared intently at Sheng Yaojin in front of him, asking this question. Sheng Yaojin let out a mischievous laugh at this point. "I knew you would definitely be interested in these matters, so my visit here wasn't in vain. It's His Highness Xiuxian who is preparing to open a book workshop, and the book sold will start at just 10 coins. No cheating against either children or elders. There won't be any deceit whatsoever." Xiuxian. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression instantly changed. He stared intensely at Sheng Yaojin in front of him, as if trying to discern something from his face. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Is what you say true?" Sheng Yaojin picked up the strong liquor on the table before him and took a big gulp into his mouth. "What I say is of course true. Or do you think I am joking with you?" At first, I also thought His Highness Xiuxian was joking around, but this time he is serious. He earnestly wants to change all this by starting a book workshop. Though I don't quite understand what His Highness Xiuxian has in mind, I know he has certainly achieved it. Even though he can be somewhat erratic, liking to fool around with odd things, as a prince, he is still reliable. Sheng Yaojin spoke to Li Jing in front of him, expressing such words. "What do you think of His Highness Xiuxian? Could he become an emperor?" At this moment, Li Jing suddenly opened his mouth and asked Sheng Yaojin this question. When Sheng Yaojin heard this, he immediately froze. "You've misunderstood me," Sheng Yaojin explained at this moment. "Perhaps you haven't interacted much with him, so you don't know what kind of person he is." Saying this, Sheng Yaojin sighed and revealed a hint of reminiscence. "The first time I met him, I thought this kid was a little unreliable. I thought this kid might be a bit different, but later on, I finally figured it out. This kid does all these things just to live better," said Sheng Yaojin after taking another sip of strong liquor. "But this kid's ways of simply living better make a lot of people uneasy. Later on, I finally understood. It seems this kid has no interest in becoming an emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to inform us this time. He could directly present all this to the emperor, and surely the emperor would be greatly pleased. This kid just wants to make money, benefit the country, and benefit the people. And then he wants to be a carefree prince." When Li Jing heard this, his usually quiet face tightened in deep thought, as if considering whether Sheng Yaojin's words were reliable. After pondering for a while, he relaxed his brow. If he can truly achieve letting everyone in the world have access to books and allow the world to live peacefully, then what is there for me to be dissatisfied with? After Li Jing finished speaking, he picked up the wine flask in front of him and drank heartily, appearing completely unrestrained. "Long time." Li Jing spoke with a refreshed tone. "I'll drink. Come." Sheng Yaojin and Li Jing clinked their cups together. At this moment, Li Yu was at an estate outside the city, watching the construction of the book workshop. He was quite satisfied. The book workshop was being built step by step. As time passed, the completed book workshop would undoubtedly create enormous benefits, which made him feel incredibly refreshed inside. Of course, Li Yu didn't merely wish to promote culture. More importantly, he wanted to make the great Tang prosperous era last longer. Although he couldn't become an emperor, he could ensure the lives of the common people in history improved. Achoo! As Li Yu was looking at the estate in front of him, he suddenly felt an itch in his nose, as if something were tickling inside it. Soon after, He let out a sneeze. Your Highness, the core of the book workshop has already been constructed and is now capable of production. But according to your plan, we need to further expand the capacity. That will require additional investments. Upon hearing the overseer's report, Li Yu raised his head and fixed his eyes on the man. Repeat what you just said. After hearing Li Yu's order, the overseer immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. A sudden chill surged through his heart. My lord, it does indeed require more funds. Bring me the accounts. Tell me where the overruns are. Li Yu looked at the overseer before him and ordered. The overseer glanced at Li Yu, noticing the lethal intent in his eyes. His heart froze instantly. He swallowed hard and hurriedly explained. My lord, prices in the capital have risen, and not only that, but some items actually cost more than expected. That's why this situation arose. The overseer spoke carefully, trying hard not to provoke Li Yu. After listening to his words, Li Yu simply stared intently at him. The overseer's legs shook involuntarily. He dared not look up at Li Yu anymore and knelt down before him. At this moment, Li Yu coldly said, Do you really think I know nothing? That I can be manipulated so easily? With that, Li Yu took out a set of accounts. The overseer raised his head and saw it, breaking into a cold sweat immediately, because these accounts were none other than those he had kept hidden for himself. His heart sank as panic set in. How could these accounts be here? These were supposed to be private records detailing how much silver he had embezzled from the construction project. He had stolen 2,000 taels. Spare my life, your highness. Please spare my life. The overseer cried out, begging for mercy. Chapter 390, Embezzlement. Xianyu, you are one of the elders in my household, which is why I entrusted you with oversight duties. However, haven't you gone too far? This was merely a bookshop worth 7,000 taels, and yet you still managed to embezzle 2,000 taels from it. You belong to my household, and even if I were to beat you to death right here, no one would dare say a word. Li Yu looked coldly at Xianyu before him and said. Xianyu naturally knew that Li Yu had already exercised restraint by not killing him on the spot. He quickly crawled over to Li Yu's direction, kneeling before him and pleading with a desperate tone. My lord, I was wrong, truly wrong. These past years, watching others gradually earn dividends, accumulating more than enough money, I grew envious. Now as I reflect upon it, I feel deeply regretful. My lord, please forgive me this once. With that, Xianyu shouted loudly, his voice filled with entreaty. And are there any other instances of your embezzlement? Li Yu stared intently at Xianyu, remaining silent for a moment before asking. Kneeling before Li Yu, Xianyu paused briefly, seemingly reflecting, then shook his head vigorously after coming to a decision. My lord, I have thought clearly. There are no other instances. Good. Li Yu nodded, as if giving Xianyu a reprieve. Xianyu wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. But just as he raised his head, he saw another ledger in Li Yu's hand. What do you see when you look at this? Li Yu threw the ledger onto Xianyu's lap. Take a good look at what this is. Li Yu addressed Xianyu sharply. Upon seeing the contents of the ledger, Xianyu felt his face flush red almost instantly. It documented another instance of his embezzlement, related to the renovations of the estate. Fear welled up inside Xianyu as he realized Li Yu had uncovered all his misdeeds thoroughly. My lord, I am wrong, so very wrong. Xianyu screamed, pounding his forehead repeatedly on the ground. Li Yu waved his hand, signaling the guards who immediately dragged Xianyu away, directly delivering him to the authorities for punishment. Although Li Yu could have easily killed such a corrupt individual on the spot, he did not wish to taint his household with such an act. You have done well this time in uncovering a fat rat in my household. Li Yu spoke these words to someone who had appeared before him, a figure in black garbed in a mask that concealed his face entirely. At the command of my lord, I will give it my all. Li Yu nodded approvingly. Well done. You continue your supervision. If you discover anything, report it to me immediately. Yes, my lord. The man in black retreated into the shadows, leaving silently. After stretching lazily, Li Yu walked into the bookshop. The construction outside was ongoing, but work inside had commenced as well. Workers were setting movable types for printing, ensuring efficient book production. In another area, numerous books were being printed simultaneously. My lord, what brings you here? The manager of the shop quickly spotted Li Yu and approached with respect. How is the printing going? Li Yu asked curiously. The manager beamed with excitement. My lord, we are indeed fortunate. We've printed 10,000 copies of a book now, without needing to carve blocks beforehand. It's much easier. Moreover, the paper you provided is white, of excellent quality, and inexpensive. We can surely print sufficient books before the official opening of the shop. But my lord, won't we struggle selling so many books? The manager expressed his concerns. Let me see the latest book prints. Li Yu commanded. Quickly, the manager handed over a newly printed copy of Analects. Receiving it, Li Yu flipped through it, noting how clear and comfortable the text was, showing evident satisfaction. Prepare 100 sets of the 4 books and 5 classics. Li Yu ordered. Yes, my lord. With that, the shadowed figure stepped back into darkness, leaving the scene behind. Li Yu yawned again and continued walking among the workers and presses, overseeing the operation. Soon, the steward brought the 100 sets of 4 books and 5 classics to his presence. Lu Xue looked on from the side, feeling quite puzzled. She quickly asked, My lord, why do you need so many books? At this moment, Li Yu let out a sly smile on his face. Of course, they're for those generals. Upon hearing this, Lu Xue couldn't help but cover her mouth, a trace of laughter showing on her face. Just as Li Yu was returning with 3 carts full of books to the mansion, he happened to see Cheng Yaojin swaggering over in a hurry. He reeked of alcohol, clearly having been drinking heavily. Burp. Sheng Yaojin let out a loud belch, then greeted Li Yu with a chuckle. My lord, everything's taken care of. This time around, dozens of generals are supporting us. I've also distributed all the shares you entrusted me with. Haha, naturally you still hold the majority stake. My lord, since I've done such a good job this time, aren't you going to give me some wine as a reward? Sheng Yaojin said this, letting out another belch. Li Yu glanced at Sheng Yaojin, who was thoroughly drunk and couldn't help but smile. That's only proper. Servants, bring up the 3 carts. With that, Li Yu loudly commanded, and immediately the servants rushed to drive the carts forward without any hesitation. Lao Cheng, take these small gifts as my present to you. After speaking, Li Yu signaled him. As soon as his words faded, someone hurried over and drove the 3 carts over. Sheng Yaojin lifted his head for a brief look, and his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. It was 3 whole carts of presents. Clearly, Prince Qi had been extremely fair-minded this time. Burp, let's go. Sheng Yaojin now looked like a bandit striding off boldly, taking the 3 carts back home. Watching this scene from the side, Lu Xue immediately covered her mouth, laughing heartily. She giggled. My lord, you've really played a big joke on General Cheng this time. I wonder if his body will hold up when he sobers up. Chapter 391, Greed. Huh. After hearing this, Li Yu burst out laughing. Old Cheng wouldn't refuse. These are 100 sets of books. He'd love them. However, after waking up from his drunkenness, Sheng Yaojin felt a bit of a headache along with nausea, which was the feeling after being drunk the night before. Achoo. Sheng Yaojin sneezed and quickly recalled the fine wine Li Yu had given him, prompting him to shout aloud. Bring me some wine. After speaking, he murmured to himself. This wine really has a kick. At this moment, however, a servant below said with grievance. My lord, don't you remember? Your fine wine has already been consumed by you. Upon hearing these words, Sheng Yaojin seemed to explode with anger all over. Are you joking with me? Yesterday, I brought back 3 carts of fine wine, and now you're telling me that I drank it all. What kind of joke is this? After hearing this, Sheng Yaojin sat up instantly and roared loudly, appearing very angry. My lord, haven't you forgotten? You brought back not wine, but 3 large carts full of books yesterday. The servant said with a aggrieved tone. Books. Upon hearing these words, Sheng Yaojin suddenly jumped up, rushed outwards, and went to the carriages. There, on the 3 horse-drawn carriages, stacks of books were neatly arranged. These books were in complete sets, placed upon the carriage. Sheng Yaojin felt utterly crestfallen. His fine wine. He picked up one of the books in front of him and started looking at it. He found these books to be beautiful, and their paper was extraordinarily white and strong, better than the books he had previously bought for decoration. This discovery made his eyes brighten, revealing a look of excitement. I never imagined Prince Wang could produce so many books so easily. I truly underestimated him earlier. Sheng Yaojin smacked his lips, naturally guessing the reason why Li Yu gave him these books, hoping he would distribute them. Humph. Li Yu is quite good at making others do his bidding. Come here, hitch up the horses, master is about to go out. And there he stood, strutting confidently as he spoke. Li Chengxian soon also heard rumors that in the capital city someone had come up with a new printing technique capable of reducing the price of a book to 10 coins. When Li Chengxian initially heard this rumor, he scoffed at it. Since he took residence in Dong Palace, he naturally gained some knowledge about the people's livelihoods, understanding that books often required hand copying, and even woodblock printing became expensive due to carving, resulting in exorbitant prices for books. 10 coins wasn't even enough to buy the paper. But when the Jimin bookstore really opened its doors, Li Chengxian finally paid serious attention to this small bookstore. In no time, those wanting to read in the capital flocked to purchase books. Even many commoners joined in the frenzy, buying as many books as they could. After all, these books only cost 10 coins. It was just sacrificing one less bun to eat, saving for 10 days, and it would still be worth it. In no time, the price of paper soared in Chang'an, and everyone considered buying books from the Jimin bookstore a mark of pride. After considering this, Li Chengxian's heart surged with excitement. If the technology from this bookshop fell into his hands, and he implemented genuine reforms to allow the state to issue books, it might enable every person under heaven to have at least one book. He knew that if he achieved this feat, he would surely win the approval of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. Since the incident at Xuanhu Gate, Li Shimin had always worked diligently and accepted advice widely, including from Wei Zheng without any restrictions. Through the years, his governance achievements became unmatched. Recalling this, his heart grew passionate. Someone, Li Chengxian, put down the official document in his hand and called out towards the outside. Soon, a minister rushed to him. I pay my respects to the crown prince. Master Cui, I've heard that a Jimin bookstore appeared in the capital. I command you to spare no expense in taking over this bookstore for me. Upon hearing this, Cui Cheng's heart leaped, sensing an opportunity. To gain recognition from those above, one must leave a deep impression on their minds. Executing tasks flawlessly was equally important. Yes, my lord, I will handle it immediately. Li Yu brought Lu Xue to the Jimin bookstore. They saw a crowd of people gathered outside, all eagerly purchasing books as if they feared that if they didn't act fast, there would be none left. These books only cost 10 coins. If we save a little, we can buy one. This is truly an incredible boon for us. A scholar in the queue said excitedly. In the past, I was poor and could only trade turns reading books with others before copying them down. Who would have thought that now for just 10 coins, I can buy a book? It's a stroke of great fortune. I'll purchase a full set to teach my children at home. An elderly woman waiting in line added, her tone equally exhilarated. Reading used to be a challenge almost impossible to overcome, and buying books was even harder. For our children, it was nearly impossible to study. But now, with these books available, they can finally learn to recognize characters. The auntie spoke with great enthusiasm, as though she had encountered something extraordinary. Lu Xue glanced at these people and smiled as she addressed Li Yu. Your Highness, so many people are here to buy books. It seems you've truly done something remarkable. Upon hearing this, Li Yu shook his head. This is only the beginning, and not even much yet. Even with these books, if no one teaches them, how many do you think will actually manage to learn? If everyone under heaven is to read books and become literate, there is far more work that needs to be done. Li Yu looked into the distance as he spoke. As he expressed his reflections, a carriage approached hastily from not far away. Soon, a man leaped out of the carriage. It was Cui Cheng. With a few guards accompanying him, exuding arrogance, he arrived at the entrance of the bookstore. Seeing the large number of people queuing up outside the store, blocking his way, he grew extremely annoyed and immediately bellowed. You peasants, get out of my way. I need to see the owner of this bookstore, and you will clear a path for me. Cui Cheng cursed loudly, but the people who had struggled to form the queue were not about to give in so easily. Chapter 392. Trouble at the Bookstore. Cui Cheng saw that these people were all standing still, and his anger flared up immediately. He was a member of the Cui family, and also held a position in the Crown Prince's palace. No matter where he went, the people he met always obeyed him humbly. But now these people dared to be so disrespectful to him, which made him angry from the heart. With a sharp voice, he shouted loudly to the guards who followed him. What are you still looking at? Why don't you hurry up and drive away these commoners? The guards heard Cui Cheng's words, and they all looked at each other, harboring resentment in their hearts. Isn't Cui Cheng just a 7th-rank official, and yet he acts this overbearing? But with an order from the superior officer, they had no choice but to comply, even though they were simmering with anger inside. They moved forward as commanded. Go, go! The guards drew their whips and yelled at the people queuing up. After Lu Xue saw this scene, her anger surged forth. She pulled up her sleeves, preparing to step forward to teach Cui Cheng a lesson. But Li Yu reached out and grabbed Lu Xue, smiling at her and saying, let's see what is happening first. Although he had foreseen it might happen, someone trying to harm the bookstore, he did not expect it would come so fast. Our first task is to see who's behind this move. We do not have to act immediately. To defeat a snake, we must strike its vital point. Let's watch quietly for now, and when the opponent shows up, we'll strike then. Li Yu said with some killing intent. Upon hearing the sound from outside, the shopkeeper of the bookstore rushed out quickly. When he saw Cui Cheng driving away people with several guards, his heart tightened sharply. However, he knew the bookstore was supported by generals from behind, naturally giving him confidence and a solid foundation. The shopkeeper greeted Cui Cheng politely and asked, Sir, please stop. I wonder what offense Jimin bookstore has committed to make you so upset. Please forgive us. Humph. Cui Cheng looked down on him arrogantly. Then, he pointed his whip at the shopkeeper in front of him and yelled, Because I've given you face, do you deserve to know? Tell your boss to talk to me. You're not worthy. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's face turned cold swiftly. May I know your identity, sir? Upon hearing this, Cui Cheng sneered and said, I am the secretary of the Crown Prince's palace, Cui Cheng. Call your boss to speak with me. I have something important to discuss with him. The shopkeeper's heart tightened sharply upon hearing this. In the capital city, he could stand tall against any dukes or ministers. Even if someone from the chancellor's house came, there'd still be ways to negotiate. But when it was a messenger from the Crown Prince's palace, panic gripped his heart. Excuse me, master, may I ask why you've come here? Our boss is not in the bookstore. Please pardon us. Cui Cheng's expression became grim after hearing the shopkeeper's words, and he directed a menacing glare towards him. How dare you resist me? As soon as he spoke, he swung his whip to strike the shopkeeper. Shue. Li Yu gave instructions to Lu Xue. After nodding, Shue leaped forward instantly. She reached out her hand and grabbed Cui Cheng's whip. She then pulled hard, pulling him down from his carriage. Cui Cheng fell onto the ground and was bruised and bleeding badly. Ouch! He groaned pitifully on the ground, only to elicit cheers from the onlookers. Well done. Following one such cheer, many people began to shout happily. They'd already felt disgusted with Cui Cheng. Calling everyone lowborn without end was truly infuriating, and it had long sparked collective outrage. What are you still doing here? Act quickly. How dare this person hit me? Quickly help me teach her a lesson. Cui Cheng yelled, furious to the extreme. These guards had witnessed Lu Xue's actions just moments ago, and her speed was astonishingly quick, almost beyond their response capability. This startled them greatly. Her speed was simply too swift, shockingly so. She was undoubtedly an unparalleled martial arts expert. This realization sent chills down their spines, yet the captain of the guards promptly reacted. He stepped forward and rebuked. How dare you assault an official of the court? Do you realize this is a crime punishable by death? Haha. Lu Xue sneered coldly upon hearing this. To help those being wronged is natural justice. She paused here and then glanced at the shopkeeper, saying, This elder merely stated that the boss wasn't around, and yet you beat him with a whip. Aren't officials supposed to know the law better than anyone else? Committing illegal acts yourself is punished doubly more severely. If you dare to move, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Xue angrily rebuked. Upon hearing this, Cui Cheng immediately scolded the captain of the guards. What are you still looking at? Someone has already assaulted me. The Crown Prince assigned you to protect me, yet you let them humiliate me like this. Do you know what a grave offense this is? The captain of the guard stepped closer to Cui Cheng and whispered, Master Cui, their martial arts skills are very strong. I fear she could assassinate you just like how she might have learned from the female assassin who targeted Lord Li. After hearing this, A wave of horror surged through Cui Cheng's heart. Cough cough. Let's go. Cui Cheng said this, but internally, he hated Lu Xue and the shopkeeper more than ever. He was already fabricating lies in his mind to retaliate against them. But as the people in line saw Cui Cheng leave, they all cheered joyfully. However, the shopkeeper felt a heavy sense of unease. After thanking Lu Xue, he hurriedly left. Lu Xue came over to Li Yu and spoke softly. Your Highness, if we directly hang your signboard and let everyone know it's your bookstore, I doubt they would dare to bother you anymore. Upon hearing Lu Xue's words, Li Yu reached out and lightly grazed her nose, then smiled and said, Do you know what the implications of that would be? Lu Xue paused momentarily. What implications could there be? I would become the target of everyone's criticism. Li Yu, walking while speaking with Lu Xue, said, Your Highness, explain further? Lu Xue's curiosity was piqued, and she looked at Li Yu, asking earnestly. You need to remember, the scholars now are mostly concentrated within noble families. They control and monopolize education, thus monopolizing official positions as well. They manipulate the reading population by setting book prices high. As long as books remain expensive, countless people naturally cannot afford to read. Li Yu explained as his smile slowly faded away. What I am doing now is destroying all of this, making books affordable for everyone. Tell me, whose interests do you think I'm harming? Chapter 393, Thoughts. Of course, it's the benefit of those who read. Lu Xue answered in a moment, then she froze in place. Indeed, the interests of those who studied had been severely damaged. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. If it were really so, then, at this thought, a wave of coldness surged into her heart. You're right. Li Yu slapped his own hand and revealed a look of satisfaction as he spoke to Lu Xue before him. Now you know why I don't act personally, don't you? If this matter is done, it would offend all the scholars of the world, and also offend these people from noble families. Right now, officials in the court are all from such backgrounds. Speaking to here, Li Yu's gaze looked forward as if he could see through time and space, looking ahead to the world many years in the future. Perhaps after the rise of the new generation, the world will change, but not yet. That's why I need to rely on their strength to accomplish these tasks. Li Yu slowly said, revealing these words. After listening to this, Lu Xue was highly impressed. My lord, I didn't realize that you have already clearly seen the pros and cons. No wonder you act in this way. Surely, you have calculated all of this very clearly. After hearing this, Li Yu let out a hearty laugh. It's naturally so. If I didn't calculate this carefully, how could I possibly know what the future holds? With all the generals in the world covering for me, even if these powerful families have something to say, what can they do? Li Yu said this with evident pride. Well, let's watch these powerful families go crazy next. This Li Qinggan still wants to forcefully seize and dominate. I'm curious to see what he'll do. Perhaps even Li Shimin will feel annoyed by him. After saying this, Li Yu laughed loudly again. Lu Xue covered her little mouth and giggled. My lord, you're truly cunning. Li Yu's eyes shone like the sun, piercing through the void ahead and gazing at Lu Xue's form. He grinned and spoke with transparency. When the time comes, I'll help you teach these guys a good lesson. In that case, thank you, my lord. Lu Xue coyly said, her voice carrying a trace of coquetry. Slap. Li Qinggan stared angrily at Cui Cheng, who was bruised and battered. His eyes burned with fury as he glared hard at him. You aren't pulling my leg, are you? They actually dared to act so recklessly? Not only did they disobey my orders, but they humiliated you badly. Li Qinggan looked at Cui Cheng in front of him, his face carrying some confusion because the reasons Cui Cheng provided were just too bizarre. Huff. Thinking about this, a wave of agitation swept through his mind. Yes, the other side is so ruthless. Your Highness, please step in and give these people a good lesson. Otherwise, they really won't take you seriously. Wah. Cui Cheng was crying profusely when he reached this point. Li Qinggan considered this. He knew that he absolutely couldn't act rashly. He couldn't give them an opportunity to use against him, or it might lead to unforeseen consequences. After thinking about it, Li Qinggan threw a token with his hand. Noise. My order. Take it, and make sure they cooperate with you. I won't believe that they'd have the guts to defy my command. Li Qinggan spoke, completely unconcerned about these matters. In the capital city, he believed that, apart from Li Shimin, there was no one with a higher identity than him. Seeing this token, Cui Cheng's heart suddenly became inflamed. He'd been talking for so long, all for this token to arrive. With Li Qinggan backing him up, he must find that woman who beat him and retaliate fiercely. Thinking about this, his mood was extremely fiery. Just wait for me. I won't let you off that easily. He muttered to himself, having already concocted 100 plans to deal with Lu Xue. He must ensure that Lu Xue gets what she deserves and receives his harsh punishment. Achoo! Lu Xue suddenly sneezed and instinctively rubbed her nose. Could it be that someone wants to cause me trouble? Lu Xue murmured. Just then, Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing had already arrived outside Emperor Li Shimin's study. Your Majesty, I have a piece of fantastic news to report. Cheng Yaojin called out loudly. Li Shimin put down the book in his hands, watching Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin enter his study, smiling while asking, Whoa, you devil incarnate. When did you ever come to me with good news? Without hesitation, Cheng Yaojin took out a book from his bosom and placed it in front of Li Shimin. Your Majesty, it's naturally a great blessing. I, along with Li Jing and some other military generals, have invested in a bookshop. Today, we specifically came to seek your Majesty's participation as a shareholder. After hearing this, Li Shimin revealed an expression of curiosity on his face. For Cheng Yaojin's words were truly bizarre. Li Shimin smiled faintly and asked, Surely this is not all the good news. At this moment, Li Jing stepped forward and said with a smile, "Of course, Your Majesty, there's more. This bookshop is different. Can Your Majesty guess how much value this book that old Cheng brought costs?" Li Shimin was no unknowledgeable emperor. He had a very clear understanding of public sentiment and market prices. Looking at the book for a moment, he guessed, "It must be worth 1 tael of silver." Cheng Yaojin hurriedly replied with a grin, "Your Majesty, you've guessed wrong this time. By far overestimated the price several times." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin unconsciously straightened his back, adopting a serious expression as he stared at Cheng Yaojin before him and asked, "Is it so cheap?" "Of course it is, Your Majesty. This book only costs 10 cash coins, otherwise how dare I come see you?" Cheng Yaojin loudly protested his innocence. Listening to Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Shimin examined the book repeatedly in his hands. He found that the paper of the book was extraordinarily refined, the characters clear, which clearly indicated an expensive product. After all, in this era, paper itself was already a costly material, let alone books that contain knowledge. Therefore, if a large family possessed a rich collection of books, it was not only a symbol of wealth, but also of the family's prestige and depth. Because knowledge is wealth. A book costing only 10 cash coins, it was simply unimaginable. Realizing this, Li Shimin's breathing became rapid. "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" He fixed his gaze on Cheng Yaojin and spoke in a low voice, his tone tinged with questioning. "Your Majesty, you've wronged me this time. How could I possibly dare to joke with you?" Chapter 394, Petition. Cheng Yaojin loudly protested his innocence, saying with a tone of virtue, wronged indignation, "Your Majesty, that's why I said this was an extraordinary good thing and came to you, hoping you would invest in the bookshop." Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Shimin became curious but did not immediately investigate further. Instead, he began flipping through the books in front of him. After browsing for a while, Li Shimin slowly said, "When did such technology appear in the capital city? To be able to produce these kinds of books, this value and standard, are truly remarkable." Li Shimin said these words with some doubt. "Your Majesty, this matter has to do with Prince Qi." Cheng Yaojin continued. "After Prince Qi survived an assassination attempt, he called me over and said he had developed a new technology specifically to produce many books. He planned to open a bookshop. When Prince Qi heard of my interest, he asked me to find more people to invest, making it easier to establish the shop. In the future, no one will dare to offend us, and people all over the world will have access to books." As Cheng Yaojin spoke, excitement appeared on his face. "When I heard this was a good opportunity, I immediately gathered a large group of generals to invest." After listening to Cheng Yaojin's account, Li Jing spoke up. "Your Majesty, after discussing with the other generals, we realized we left you out, so we came specially to inform you." Li Shimin first looked serious, then smiled with relief. Pointing at Cheng Yaojin, he nodded and said, "You clumsy fool, only thinking of me at the last moment. Can this bookshop really sell books so cheaply?" Li Shimin asked, revealing a hint of skepticism. "Yes, Your Majesty, this is absolutely true." Cheng Yaojin responded loudly. "Your Majesty, you may not believe it, but this is absolutely true, and there is already a significant trade going on in the capital." At this point, Cheng Yaojin grinned mischievously. "If you don't believe me, Your Majesty can come along and take a look." "All right," Li Shimin agreed, then stood up. "Unbelievable. How could there be such a favorable sign? If these cheap books can be widely distributed, I believe everyone in the country will have access to reading materials, and all scholars will become my allies." Many thoughts filled Li Shimin's mind as he stood up and quickly changed into casual attire, instructing Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing to lead the way. Cheng Yaojin glanced at Li Jing in front of him, revealing a wry smile. They never expected Li Shimin to suddenly feel inspired and decide to go out to investigate personally. Looking at the increasingly skilled workers printing books, the finished products quickly bound together, each book ready in rapid succession. It seems they've mastered the process. Now, the printing speed is extremely fast. With so many books, we can distribute them nationwide next. Prince Liu muttered to himself, a smile appearing on his face. "Supervisor, how many books can we produce today?" Liu asked the supervisor standing nearby. The supervisor immediately replied, "My lord, according to my calculations, if everything goes as expected, we can produce 10,000 books today." As he said this, a grave expression appeared on the supervisor's face. "My lord, there's no need to sell these books so inexpensively. We could charge higher prices and make even more profit." Liu waved his hand dismissively. "You don't understand." At this moment, he sneakily glanced at his system task, revealing a concentrated smile. It turned out the reason for his actions was actually for the system task. If he could complete this system task, Liu would obtain the iron casting fruit. This iron casting fruit contains knowledge about iron smelting techniques, which he will acquire simply by consuming it, granting him a series of advanced skills. This would allow him to further improve upon Tang dynasty iron-making processes. Of course, he would also gain much greater profits and the ability to manufacture numerous products. Thinking to himself, Liu then spoke aloud. "Some things in this world cannot be judged solely by profit. We must consider the nation's interests. If I sold these books at high prices, what innovation would I bring? What difference would I be from those money-driven merchants?" Liu expressed these words to the supervisor and then let out a long sigh. "I hope that everyone in this world has access to books, and every person has clothes to cover their bodies. When society becomes peaceful, the whole world will change accordingly." T.S. The overseer, upon hearing Liu's words, felt overwhelmed with shame. Turns out the prince has such a grand ambition, and I harbored such dirty thoughts. I truly feel unworthy of the prince." The overseer muttered, showing a look of regret. That was well said. As soon as the overseer had finished speaking, a familiar voice came from outside the door. A man with extraordinary bearing walked in. It was none other than Emperor xiuxian. Upon entering, he turned his gaze toward Li Yu. So it turns out Prince Qi harbors these thoughts, and is willing to act on them, truly leaving me in awe. Originally, I thought you didn't care for the welfare of all under heaven, but clearly, I was wrong. You don't lack ambition for the world. Rather, you didn't want to talk about it until it was achieved. This time, you've done an excellent job, and I must reward you. Li Xiumin told Li Yu. Hearing those words from Li Xiumin, and looking at the manner in which he intended to grant rewards, Li Yu was immediately startled. He never entertained such ideas. This was just an attempt to deceive his overseer. But unexpectedly, Li Xiumin had overheard secretly, causing Li Yu's heart to sink. With a hint of awkwardness, he spoke to Li Xiumin. "Father, this is merely a minor act, not deserving any reward. Besides, I'm already honored as a prince. There is no further reward needed." Li Yu addressed Li Xiumin thusly. "Who says so?" Li Xiumin glanced at Li Yu before him, his deep voice resonating. "You may name one request, and let that be my reward to you." Li Xiumin told Li Yu standing before him. "Father, I wish to have a plot of land drawn near the coast. The world is vast, and so are the lands beyond the sea. Some thoughts have arisen within me. I aspire to explore the vast seas overseas. Even if I cannot go myself, I hope to build a fleet that would embark on adventures in my stead." Chapter 395, New Fief. Li Yu knew very well that currently, there wasn't a single fleet in the entire world capable of long-distance navigation. The whole world was still in a desolate state. Countless treasures lay overseas, waiting to be mined. For example, in Fusang, Japan, there were vast quantities of silver mines. Furthermore, there were large tracts of land ready for conquest. Even if one didn't conquer them, just trading with them would yield enormous profits. When Li Yu thought about this, he felt a slight warmth in his heart, especially regarding iron and steel technology. These things had to be developed near the coast. In this way, many prying eyes could be avoided, and their discoveries kept secret. Many ideas flashed through Li Yu's mind at that moment. Li Xiumin looked at Li Yu's demeanor and greatly admired him. He hadn't expected Li Yu to be so selfless. After all, this was his own promise. He now placed great importance on Li Yu, and even excessive demands would be met somehow, because his son was truly extraordinary. Good, I agree. Li Xiumin said this as he gazed at Li Yu standing before him. "Father, I have some requests. I hope you will grant them," said Li Yu, glancing up at Li Xiumin. Oh, after hearing Li Yu's words, Li Xiumin became instantly interested. He wasn't afraid of Li Yu making demands. He feared Li Yu wouldn't make any. This good son had contributed so much to the country that Li Xiumin often felt indebted to him. That is, I hope I can have some craftsmen, and all the lands here should fall under my management without interference from others. Li Yu earnestly stated this to Li Xiumin before him. The matter, though not overly significant, carried certain weight. Li Xiumin's expression turned serious as he contemplated whether or not to agree. "Fine. At that time, everything will be fulfilled for you. You may choose any craftsman from the capital city freely." Craftsmen were not particularly important to Li Xiumin. As long as Li Yu didn't take thousands of soldiers, it mattered little. For the royal family, as long as they didn't stir too much trouble, conducting business in their workshops without interference would be acceptable. Li Yu hadn't anticipated how smoothly this matter would proceed, which eased his mind considerably. "I shall inscribe a plaque for your publishing house," Li Xiumin suddenly said. "And I also wish to invest," added Li Xiumin. After hearing this, Li Yu pondered and responded, "Father, since you are here, if you wish to invest, why don't you take a large share?" Li Yu cheerfully told this to Li Xiumin, completely unfazed. "I'll also present the contract to you willingly." After speaking, Li Yu retrieved the contract from his chest and handed it over. Upon seeing the contract handed to him, Li Xiumin paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. "So, you've learned bribery, have you? Looks like your stay in the capital has corrupted you somewhat," Li Xiumin teased, but without hesitation, accepted the contract. "Now I am the majority shareholder of Jimin Publishing House. The literati must remember me kindly. Return to the palace." Satisfied, Li Xiumin left. Lu Xue approached Li Yu, her gaze fixed on the departing figure of Li Xiumin, with a slightly pouty expression. "This emperor is truly outrageous, coming only to demand favors, and taking all these things away every time. It's simply unacceptable. Xuanhua, if his majesty continues this way, all of your treasured items will be gone." Li Yu stared at Lu Xue before him, pausing briefly, then extended his hand and gently flicked her nose. "You're being greedy. How could everything in the world be monopolized by one person? Creating this publishing house was never about profit for me. Therefore, father's taking it is perfectly fine." Li Yu chuckled. "Besides, if Li Chingan tries to seize it, we'll just gift him a nice big present." Li Yu smiled faintly with a hint of resentment, as Li Chingan's audacity on this occasion was indeed excessive. The noble families hadn't acted yet, and Li Chingan had rushed ahead recklessly wanting to claim the publishing house. However, he didn't bother to thoroughly investigate the true ownership status of the publishing house. "My older brother really is stupid. No wonder he ended up deposed. And another of my brothers has been too quiet for far too long." Li Yu muttered quietly to himself. "It doesn't matter, though. I can just leave here for a while. I might as well go to my new fief and spend some time producing steel." As Li Yu thought about this, his heart was filled with fervor. "All I need is to wait a bit longer. Those buying books will soon reach 10,000. Then my mission will be complete. Let's go." Li Yu gave instructions to Lu Xue and left with her. Lu Xue rode her horse beside Li Yu's carriage, and the group confidently headed forward. At that moment, suddenly a group of constables surrounded them. "Stop the carriage. We're here to capture the wanted criminal." The constables shouted loudly, startling Li Yu, who had been dozing off. Li Yu immediately paused, raising his head. "What's going on?" he asked the coachman. "Master, young master, a group of constables has come over. They insist on capturing a wanted criminal. We're not yet sure what this is all about," the coachman said hurriedly, showing a serious expression. Li Yu showed a curious look on his face. What do these people want? She's a prince of the realm. How could she possibly be a wanted criminal? As he thought this, a smile appeared on his face. "I would actually like to see what they intend to do." Li Yu said this, then gave a few instructions to the coachman. "Who are you people? How dare you block our young master's way? If you don't explain yourself clearly, you'll regret it." The coachman loudly berated the constables, revealing a look of dissatisfaction. After hearing these words, the constables laughed. "The woman riding alongside you is our wanted criminal. She dared to assault an official in the prince's residence, committing a grave offense. We're here to take her into custody. You're traveling with her, so you must be accomplices. None of you will escape." The leading bailiff spoke with sinister tone, reprimanding them. When Li Yu heard this, he burst into laughter, provoking furious stares from the group. Chapter 396, A Lesson. Chui Cheng was sitting in the Chang'an County office. There were a few scars on his face, and he looked furious. The magistrate beside him was flattering him. As the saying goes, even a 7th-rank official at the Prime Minister's gate carries great authority. Not to mention that this man is an official of the Crown Prince's mansion. He was actually beaten up in the capital city this time. These people were truly audacious beyond belief. The xiuxian, wandering knights, are becoming more and more bold, daring to beat an official of the princely manor. In Chui Cheng's hand was a medicinal package, which he applied to his wound. As he patched himself up, he said angrily, "There must be an explanation for this matter. I will absolutely demand that the woman be arrested. If she cannot be captured, I will surely report you properly to the Crown Prince. And as for the owner of Jimin Bookstore, you need to find out who they are. This matter was commanded by the Crown Prince himself. I am just running the errand. If it displeases the Crown Prince, then handle it accordingly." Chui Cheng said with anger, hinting that at any moment he might lodge an official complaint. This left Zhao Yong, the county magistrate of Chang'an, feeling bitter but unable to voice it. "The Yoxia beat you, yet now you come looking for trouble at the county office. You even come here because you have your eyes on someone else's bookstore. Truly, what's suffering?" This thought flashed through the mind of the magistrate, but he did not dare express it. "Have you found out who it is yet?" Chui Cheng asked, gritting his teeth. "How could it be so fast? It will take some time." Magistrate Zhao hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Chui Cheng's eyeballs began to turn, filled with suspicion. "Don't try to deceive me." Just as he was preparing to ask more questions, a hurried voice came from outside. "Lord has been found. We've located that Yoxia." The audacity of this Yoxia is simply too much. She hurt Master Chui yet remained within the capital city, riding arrogantly on horseback in broad daylight. "But we have found her already. She's currently trapped." "Master Chui, isn't revenge sweet? You may." The yamen attendant smiled maliciously. "Good." Hearing this, Chui Cheng immediately became excited. "Let's go and take a look." He paused, his eyeballs spinning around. "Take more men along. Don't let this person escape, or worse, turn the tables on us. This person has an outrageous amount of gall. We absolutely cannot let her escape, nor harm me again." Lu Xue, looking at the group of people surrounding her, felt quite annoyed. "You people have tremendous audacity. Do you know who I am?" Lu Xue said, somewhat angry, lashing out with her whip. "We do know. Aren't you just some Yoxia? Bold to the point of lawlessness, and daring enough to injure Master Chui, making you a wanted criminal by the court." These yamen attendants all laughed loudly. However, they didn't make a move, waiting instead for Chui Cheng to arrive so they could impress him. After working in the office for so many years, they had their own little calculations. Master Chui has arrived, get to work. As Chui Cheng approached, these attendants called out immediately and prepared to take action. Lu Xue whispered, looking at the carriage. "Prince, I hope you allow me to act. I want to severely punish them." Speaking to this point, Lu Xue bit her teeth in hatred. "That's enough." Liu pulled back the curtain of the carriage, stepping out from inside. "Oh dear, I wonder who is so outrageously bold as to dare surround my carriage. Do you know who I am?" Liu, holding a fan, swaggered and spoke grandly to the yamen attendants around him. "Hurry up and clear the way for me, otherwise don't blame me if I'm impolite." Liu continued to wave his fan while smirking. After hearing Liu's words, those around them burst into laughter one after another. "You, the young master, hide fugitives and yet have the nerve? After we catch you together, let's see how you still dare." Looking up, Chui Cheng's legs nearly gave out when he saw him. "Qi Wang, Prince Qi, how could you be here?" Seeing Liu, Chui Cheng let out a startled exclamation. Liu glanced at Chui Cheng and shook his head slightly. "I didn't expect you to still recognize me. It seems you've done your job properly, as an official. Just you having the audacity to bring officers to surround my carriage, huh?" Liu's eyes fixed directly on him, emitting a cold laugh. Chui Cheng glanced at Lu Xue, then at Liu, and at this point, how could he not understand? Clearly, Lu Xue was someone close to Liu. "My lord, I failed to recognize greatness before my eyes. Please forgive me. The Crown Prince ordered me to carry out this task, hence this incident. My lord, please bear with me." Liu was wielding a whip in his hand and showed no mercy at all, striking it directly across Chui Cheng's face and sending him sprawling onto the ground. Do you think you're worthy to act under the name of the Crown Prince, causing trouble wherever you go? If you have business to do, then go about it properly. But instead, you dared to attack innocent civilians. How utterly despicable. You dare to exploit the Crown Prince's name, acting unlawfully and abusing your power for personal gain. After my female attendant taught you a lesson, you didn't repent but grew even more audacious, using the county office's constables for your private vendettas. Truly, you overstep your boundaries greatly. Liu locked his gaze on Shui Cheng before him, his voice cold and emotionless. Shui Cheng felt as if every inch of his body was drenched in sweat. Although the weather had turned hot, his heart was now filled with fear. Could it be? Is Prince Qi planning to humiliate the Crown Prince through me? This thought flickered through his mind, making his legs buckle beneath him. A nobleman can die but never be disgraced. If you plan to use me against the Crown Prince, then that is absolutely impossible, Shui Cheng retorted, trying to retain some dignity. At these words, Liu struck him again with the whip, hurling Shui Cheng back onto the dirt while speaking sarcastically. How bold of you to dare stir discord between me and my royal brother. And what are you anyway, worthy to speak of such things? With every word, Liu lashed out again, his anger boiling over. Originally, he had not intended to intervene personally, but this man's audacity and lawlessness were beyond limits. Not only did he designate Lu Xue as a wanted criminal, but he also dared to surround Liu's carriage. Disperse. All of you, leave immediately. Liu commanded the surrounding constables. Sirs, take Shui Cheng back and tell my royal brother not to send people like him out to conduct affairs ever again. Such individuals only tarnish our imperial family's reputation. I hope His Highness knows better. After delivering these words, several men from the crowd quickly sprang forward. Dressed as commoners, they actually appeared strong and agile, hiding knives under their clothes that could easily go unnoticed. They seized Shui Cheng roughly, rebuked the officers sharply, and dragged him off. Once outside, they brought him straight to the gates of the Crown Prince's residence. And thus, Shui Cheng was hauled away to face the prince. Chapter 397, Attack. You, take them back quickly. These several burly men shouted out loud. With their shouting, the people from Crown Prince's residence were soon alerted. They looked over and saw Shui Cheng lying outside the Crown Prince's residence. Shui Dara. A guard called out tentatively. Ouch! Shui Cheng was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. When Li Qinggan saw Shui Cheng beaten to this state, he immediately became furious. How did you get beaten like this? Who beat you? Shui Cheng slowly raised his head. Prince Qi beat me. It turns out he is the real boss behind that bookshop. It was also him who sent that woman to beat me before. Liu. After hearing Shui Cheng's words, Li Qinggan's complexion changed instantly, and he showed a look of trepidation. But soon after, his face changed again. I didn't expect this guy to have such deep schemes, actually lurking here. Thinking about this made him angry for no particular reason. At this moment, a thought suddenly came into his mind. Tell what happened. Li Qinggan said to Shui Cheng in front of him. My lord, bad news. I just got word that the Crown Prince has already contacted the censors, wanting to impeach you. He accuses you of inciting thugs to cause harm, which is an unforgivable audacity. Upon hearing this, Liu lifted his head and stared at Lu Zhua. What? The information you just found out is this? Liu asked in confusion. Yes, my lord. Wasn't it today when you had your sister beat up the Crown Prince's people? The Crown Prince is trying to use this incident to create trouble for you. Achoo. When Liu heard this, he stretched, initially sitting up with tension, but gradually laying back down again. I thought it was something terrible. Unexpectedly, it's just this small matter. Let him accuse me. There's nothing wrong with that. Even if he reports it, will our father emperor punish me for it? Liu said lazily, not putting this matter in his eyes at all. Let him go ahead. After thinking about this, Liu suddenly sat up, revealing some sinister smiles. Since he wants to accuse me, I may as well make this matter bigger, letting him file charges properly. You should also find some censors, write down some of my sins, and figure out ways for them to see these accusations. I believe they will definitely try their best to accuse me. Fear not their accusation, fear that they do not accuse. Liu's face revealed some malicious smiles, as if everything was planned in advance. Upon hearing this from Liu, Lu Zhua displayed a thoughtful expression on his entire person. If you say so, my lord, then I shall go arrange this, solving the issue decisively. Does my lord want to prepare some contingency plans? Though Lu Zhua doesn't know why Liu isn't afraid, he still asked quietly. My lord, the other party seems malevolent. Should we think of a way to counteract them? After hearing this, Liu waved his hand. They can come if they have the ability. Don't worry about how many are against us. Don't I also have a trump card? Liu smiled mockingly as he said this to Lu Zhua in front of him. After hearing this, Lu Zhua seemed somewhat contemplative. It appears that the my lord also has arrangements and plans, allowing him to be so relaxed. He instantly understood and nodded to Liu. Yes, my lord. Liu murmured to himself. This time, I'm giving you the opportunity. It depends on whether you can seize this chance to deal with me. I hope you can come up with some good ideas. I really have no choice. If you can't think of any solution, stop lingering anymore. Murmuring to himself, Liu seemed to have seen through everything. During the court session, Li Qinggan took the first step, letting the censor report this matter. Your Majesty, please resolve the matter concerning Prince Qi assaulting officials from the Crown Prince's residence. Shui Cheng also stepped forward, kneeling in front of Emperor Taizong, loudly crying out, as if he had been greatly wronged. Emperor Taizong's gaze fell on this Shui Cheng, revealing some astonished colors. On your way to the bookshop, you encountered people from Prince Qi's residence and were severely beaten by them, correct? Hearing this, without any hesitation, Cheng forcefully struck 2 resounding blows. Your Majesty, it is exactly as you say. Prince Qi acted outrageously. However, I received another petition stating that it was you who recklessly lashed out at scholars buying books on the street. Not only that, but you also attempted to force them into selling their goods to you. Subsequently, people from Prince Qi's residence couldn't bear to see this and severely beat you, ordering you never to engage in forced purchases again. But you didn't comply. The next day, you sought trouble with Prince Qi once more and were subdued by his guards, who sent you back to the Crown Prince's residence. Am I correct? Emperor Taizong fixed his eyes sternly on Cheng before him, speaking with a menacing tone. After hearing this, Cheng felt a chill down his spine. It appeared he had not anticipated that someone would submit a petition detailing these events so clearly. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to severely tarnish Prince Qi's reputation for the Crown Prince. However, he hadn't expected Emperor Taizong to already know everything about the incident. Kneeling on the ground, he did not dare to raise his head. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. He struck several loud blows, loudly begging as if deeply regretting his actions. After observing this scene, Emperor Taizong immediately understood that the events matched exactly what was reported in the petition. You disgraceful bully. Cheng, as chief clerk of the Crown Prince's residence, is truly despicable beyond measure, abusing your position to intimidate others and displaying no academic virtue. You are hereby dismissed from office and shall be investigated accordingly. After delivering this verdict, Emperor Taizong shifted his gaze toward Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an trembled all over, astonished that all of Cheng's words were mere fabrications. This realization filled him with some panic. Cursed scoundrel, lying through your teeth. Were you trying to harm me? How could I have trusted you so completely when you were exploiting me like a fool? Li Chang'an cursed fiercely in his heart, wishing he could immediately arrest Cheng and put him to death. Your Majesty, I have been deceived by this malicious official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have intended to file this impeachment. The Crown Prince ceased making excuses and knelt down, repeatedly bowing as he spoke. In light of this being your first offense of such nature, I will pardon you this one time. Nonetheless, punishment must still be meted out appropriately. A reduction in salary for 1 year. Thus Emperor Taizong declared, setting the terms of this reprimand. Chapter 398. Anger turning into frustration. After hearing all of this, Li Xiuxian only felt as if his heart was being carved by a knife, an overwhelming sense of injustice continuously surging within him. How infuriating, thought Li Xiuxian, his heart heavy with grievance. He glanced at Li Yu from afar, and the ill will in his heart spread further. However, Li Shimin had not offered any explanation regarding this matter. Li Xiuxian had already confirmed in his heart that it must have been Li Yu who had reported everything to Li Shimin beforehand. Who would have thought you knew the entire story and chose not to inform me, your elder brother, but instead to tell Father Emperor? How shameless can you be? After this thought flashed through Li Xiuxian's mind, he fixed his eyes firmly on Li Yu. I will not let you off easily. The thought formed in Li Xiuxian's head, his gaze locking onto Li Yu's face as if he wanted to slice him 1,000 times over. Naturally, Li Yu sensed Li Xiuxian's glare. He nodded lightly at Li Xiuxian, his expression half smiling, half indifferent. At that moment, Li Xiuxian felt a sharp pain in his chest, anger surging up inside him. You wait, this matter is far from over. After the court session ended, Li Yu approached Li Xiuxian. Elder brother, what you've done truly crosses the line, trying to seize my wealth and falsely accusing me like this, wanting to pin all of this on me. Li Yu stared into Li Xiuxian's eyes, as if trying to see right through him. Li Xiuxian clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his immediate urge to explode. With a hollow laugh, he said, do you think this matter is resolved? Although I've taken a loss this time, it is far from over. I will not let you go unpunished. Do you still see me as your elder brother? You are nothing but a scoundrel. With lowered voice, Li Xiuxian yelled angrily at Li Yu. Ha! Hearing these words, Li Yu burst into laughter. Elder brother, do you want to know why you lost so miserably this time? Li Yu stared at Li Xiuxian, his face half smiling, half contemptuous. Why? Li Xiuxian paused, then shot back a question. So I'll tell you why you lost so disastrously this time. Because I already gave all the shares to Father Emperor. Everything you've done has been under Father Emperor's watchful eye. You're just jumping around like a clown in front of him. Do you think you wouldn't lose? Father Emperor is very dissatisfied with your performance. That's the reason. You bastard. At this, Li Xiuxian almost lost control, ready to violently beat up Li Yu. But Li Yu extended his hand and gently pressed it on Li Xiuxian's shoulder. Instantly, Li Xiuxian felt an enormous force pressing against his shoulder, leaving him temporarily powerless. Li Xiuxian's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he'd seen something unbelievable. So those stories were true after all. You really possess the strength of a war god. To have such immense power, no wonder you achieved so many glorious victories. At this point, Li Xiuxian finally began to take his younger brother seriously. You concealed yourself for so long, waiting until everything was ripe, then gradually revealed your ambitions. You, Val Cub, I underestimated you before. I actually thought of you as a real brother, never imagining you'd harbor such intricate plans. So you're actually an utterly detestable man, Li Xiuxian blurted out, berating Li Yu furiously. Li Yu chuckled as though hearing some humorous remark. Elder brother, stop saying such despicable words. Do you think I don't know about all the things you've done? At first, there were numerous schemes, which I understood quite clearly. What exactly have you done? Surely you should have an idea in your heart. The plots against me occurred so many times. Do you think I won't fight back? Am I just a prince destined to be bullied by you? And don't even mention that now other princes are already extremely discontent with you. Since you want to contend, I'll contend with you. Since your people are extremely dissatisfied with me, we shall have a good fight. Let's see who is the real suitable one, the ruler of all under heaven. But haven't you endured enough losses? Don't you know I'm smarter than you? Don't you realize why you always lose? Li Yu addressed xiuxian before him. As xiuxian listened to these words, it felt as if there was a raging fire burning inside his heart. A lump of anger was pent up in his chest, seemingly ready to burst out at any moment. But what Li Yu had done was truly too much, forcing him to keep this anger bottled up inside with no way to vent. Xiuxian's eyes turned red. At that moment, Li Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Brother Crown Prince. Oh, I nearly forgot. Father Emperor has summoned me for an audience. How many times have you not been able to see Father privately? This time Father will definitely commend me for my good performance. It really feels great to be favored by the Emperor. The younger son made an arrogantly triumphant gesture as he spoke these words to xiuxian, who stood before him. Enraged instantly, blood rushed to xiuxian's head, and his gaze fell on Li Yu but did not linger long. He stormed away, because he knew that if he stayed there longer, he might very well be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Li Yu watched as xiuxian stormed off in anger and broke into loud laughter. After leaving the palace, xiuxian returned to his sedan chair and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He had actually been angered to the point of spitting blood. Clutching his chest, he gripped his robes and let out a muffled roar. Li Yu, wait for me. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. I will surely seek revenge. Hurry up, take me back. When he reached this part, xiuxian ordered the eunuchs. The eunuch standing beside the sedan chair saw xiuxian spit blood and was instantly frightened. Yes, your royal highness, Crown Prince. Immediately, the eunuch's expression changed, and he hurriedly spoke. Damn it. Worry also spread across the face of the eunuch as he commanded the servants, and they quickly left in a rush. Li Yu had no idea that his actions had driven xiuxian to spit blood. If he had known, he would have surely clapped, thinking this person deserved it. No wonder xiuxian meant no good end. He was far too radical and not particularly intelligent, always taking things at face value without deeper thought. He lacked people around him who could handle situations properly, which led to everything turning into a mess. Chapter 399, Exchange. As Li Yu thought about this, he gently shook his head and showed a look of sighing. If only I had that kind of ability. Unfortunately, I still don't have it now, and instead, I've acted so foolishly. Everything hasn't been handled properly. After saying this, Li Yu sighed and revealed a look of helplessness. He soon entered the inner study and saw Li Shimin looked up and saw Li Yu, showing some signs of happiness on his face. You've come. Li Shimin's greatest desire in life was to make his name better, because his ascension to power wasn't entirely legitimate, which would definitely be harshly recorded in history. Li Yu also knew that Li Shimin's actions were heavily documented in history. Father Emperor, do you know about it all? Li Yu feigned an innocent appearance and spoke to the Li Shimin in front of him. Li Shimin pointed his finger at Li Yu in front of him. You young man pretend to be innocent, but you must have known all these things long ago. I know this time you have suffered a lot of vercheck. Cheng Yaojin has already told me the entire situation. I also know you wanted to earn some money. I, as your father emperor, didn't do well enough. Even though I granted you a fief, it still didn't provide you with a sense of security. What rewards do you want this time? Li Shimin said to Li Yu. Father emperor, there's nothing much. I just want to go to my coastal fief quickly, then get a few large ships, and occasionally set sail. So even if there are storms on the sea, the scenery on the surface is very beautiful. I am really looking forward to it. I'm someone who can't stay still. I want to travel around the world. This world is too vast, and the places I've visited are far too few. His face displayed some anticipation and longing as he spoke to Li Shimin. Li Shimin gently shook his head and felt a bit helpless. This son was too lively, always thinking about going everywhere in the world. Where could be better than the capital city? Li Shimin pretended to look a little angry as he spoke to Li Yu in front of him. Father Emperor, this time I'm not wandering aimlessly. Before, I also mentioned this rice issue to you. Think about it. If rice can become so good, surely there must be various plants outside this world. The people until now haven't truly lived wealthy lives, so I want to go around the country to find some plant seeds. Surely we will find some better grains to help the whole nation live better lives. With food and drink, the country can flourish. After having food, the people can stabilize. After having food, the world can be pacified. Although the Tang dynasty has built an imperishable foundation, it's completely unstable yet, sitting and eating until empty. Moreover, many places cannot grow rice. Li Shimin originally wanted to say a few words to Li Yu, but after hearing what Li Yu said, there was also some surprise in his heart. He pointed his finger at Li Yu in front of him and sighed. Originally, I thought you had such a grand ambition, which is indeed beyond my expectations. I already had the idea of listing you as my successor, but I didn't expect that you have no interest in the throne at all. But do you know the Crown Prince is full of anger towards you? After my death, he will certainly move against you. Aren't you afraid? After hearing this, Li Yu also sighed deeply. With Father Emperor handling things, Brother Crown Prince absolutely wouldn't dare to say anything. If Brother Crown Prince really wants to act, the subjects of the Empire will be watching. If necessary, I'll simply go far away. What do you think, Father Emperor? Li Yu said mischievously to Li Shimin in front of him. After hearing this, Li Shimin first paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. You young man are cunning. Well, I will assign you an army of 1,000 men, and these men will follow your command. After reaching the coast, you can do whatever you like. These 1,000 men are naval troops specially trained by me, exactly the right fit for you. It seemed Li Shimin had already guessed Li Yu's thoughts, speaking to Li Yu. After hearing this, Li Yu instantly felt a mix of surprise and joy rising in his heart. Thank you, Father Emperor. Li Yu responded with a playful grin. Hurry up and go. Bring back all the fine grain seeds you can for me. I will not let you down. And you can rest assured that indeed, there were people who wanted to assassinate you before, but I have already taken care of these matters. Tonight, join me in watching a good play. After finishing this sentence, Li Shimin picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of tea. Mr. Li Yu paused for a moment, then immediately understood what Li Shimin meant. He was about to make heads roll, creating turmoil across the land. Father Emperor, have you already uncovered traces of the real culprits? Li Yu quickly asked. That is certain, or do you think why did I call you over? Was it just because of your 10 cash coins book? If you can write books beneficial to the world, that would be the best thing. Li Shimin gave a faintly mocking look at Li Yu in front of him. Li Yu's heart sank. He wanted him to write a book. Writing books was such an arduous task. If he had to write one, he'd certainly decline. All he wished was to remain as a peaceful, idle prince. If he really displayed too strong an ability, he might not even be allowed to leave. Thinking about this, Li Yu slightly turned his eyes. Father Emperor, I'm not capable of that. If I had the talent, I'd start writing. Fictional tales could perhaps be a try. Humph. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin let out a soft humph and remained silent. In the evening, Li Shimin finally instructed Li Yu to accompany him as they departed together. They soon arrived on top of the city wall, from where they could overlook the entire city, taking in every scene into their view. The sky above was dotted with numerous stars, illuminating the night. But when a full moon appeared in the sky, all those scenes were overshadowed, leaving only the bright moonlight. It has begun. Li Shimin spoke this single sentence. As his words fell, some torches quickly appeared in the capital during the night, surrounding certain places. Then armies charged into these houses, and the shouting resounded through the night. Li Shimin, this emperor of millennia, now revealed a killing intent. Chapter 400, Alliance. Either remain inactive, or act so as to stun the world with surprise. This was Li Shimin's demeanor. When he didn't take action, it seemed like nothing could provoke a response from him. But once he acted, his presence resembled that of a fierce, thundering soldier. In one stroke, all filth and corruption were swept away, leaving the world seemingly tranquil. Everyone appeared able to feel this suffocating atmosphere. SSS. Many families in the capital naturally noticed these activities. Indeed, the army had raided their homes without any prior warning. This left them deeply uneasy. With their misdeeds mounting, the sudden raids by the army left many fearing similar fates would befall them. Hence, they dispatched people to investigate. However, those who left their homes were immediately captured by the curfew-enforcing soldiers. Thus, they became immobilized for a time, quaking day after day. At this moment, observing the commotion in the city, Li Shimin said, I've always wanted to be an enlightened ruler, a benevolent king. But alas, they leave me no choice but to taint my hands with bloodshed, as if they refuse to yield unless I do this. I'm furious enough to want to exterminate them all. Li Shimin spoke harshly, his eyes gleaming with hatred. Yet despite all this time passing, I have yet to fully accomplish my ambitions. Even being hailed as a timeless emperor, commanding countless troops at my disposal, ruling the entire nation under my command, even then, I still can't have everything as I please. But let anyone dare reach out their claws against me, and I will sever them off. This land belongs solely to the king. Even if they are noble families, should I be willing, I can destroy every last one of them. Unfortunately, they're too deeply entrenched within the Tang dynasty. If we were to eliminate this generation of nobles, more would rise from unknown corners. The country would again fall into chaos. So this cheap book you've created pleases me greatly. My own plan can now proceed. Though the imperial examination system has chosen some capable talents, isn't it still dominated by the powerful families? They alone remain true scholars. Through the exams, even talented ones among their lineage emerge onto the stage without family backing. But this, however, is not enough to change the grand direction of our nation. As Li Shimin continued, his ambitions grew increasingly apparent. Increase the printing houses, sell these books across the entire nation. Not only is this my reward to you, but also my anticipation. Saying this to Li Yu, Li Shimin revealed a hint of hope. Yes, Father Emperor. A look of slight distress appeared on Li Yu's face, though he quickly consented. Satisfied, Li Shimin nodded. Well done, keep working hard. He patted Li Yu's shoulder before finally departing. In the night, numerous dark-clothed individuals moved across rooftops, ignoring the curfew. Though many soldiers patrolled below, they managed to evade capture through skillful martial arts. Not everyone in the army was highly skilled. After returning to his estate, Li Yu felt excited. He'd rightly guessed the emperor's intent. Naturally, Li Shimin would be thrilled assisting in striking down Li Xiuxian. The emperor wishes me to sell these books throughout the land. Bring Hongya here. Li Yu commanded. Hongya pays respects to your highness. Hongya greeted, bowing deeply. All right, there is something important I wish to delegate to you. I intend to distribute these books nationwide, and you shall act as my representative. You are exceedingly capable, possessing notable martial arts skills. The mathematics I taught you, you learned effortlessly. In comparison to others, I place great value on your abilities. Can you handle this task? Facing Hongya, Li Yu questioned. Startled, Hongya hesitated. After all, in this era women rarely held significant power. She softly inquired. Your highness, surely there are other capable people. Sighing, Li Yu replied. Their abilities don't match yours. Additionally, I've already tested you extensively, and each time you've met my expectations. Moreover, you are a rare talent in my princely mansion. I do not discriminate based on gender when employing people. I only care about true ability. If you have the talent, I will certainly use it. Can you handle this task well? Prince Liu said to Hongya standing before him. After hearing this, Hongya felt her breathing grow more rapid. My lord, with such trust placed in me, I must repay it by devoting myself completely. I will sell these books across the entire nation. Whoever dares to obstruct me, I shall eliminate them. Hongya declared fiercely, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Liu burst into laughter at this. You don't need to kill anyone. Such affairs will naturally be handled by others. I am after all a proper prince, and this book-selling business is not something I undertake alone. A great number of military generals are also involved in this business. They are all assigned throughout the country, each possessing their own territories. At that time, they will lend manpower to help, and they will certainly be eager to assist. As for you, you only need to follow my planned business model. Liu, upon saying this, wrote down a note and handed it to Hongya, who stood in front of him. Hongya's heart stirred. My lord, what is this? This is the store opening model I've written out. I plan to sell these books in every major city across the land. It's necessary to rely on local forces as well. Even allowing them to earn a small interest is permissible. I call this the franchise system. If they join us under the brand of my princely house, along with the personal plaque inscribed by His Majesty and the tokens from my princely house, who would dare not give me face? This is our family's business, intertwined with the influence of the military leaders. There won't be any issues selling nationwide. They will be overjoyed if they can just associate themselves with us. And we will sell this reputation, while also collecting their fees, evaluating them accordingly. If they are found to be unqualified, we will expel them once again. If someone dares to act maliciously within this matter, then they deserve a lesson. Chapter 401, The Wisdom Fruit. At the break of dawn, Liu heard the system's voice in his ear, which made him feel somewhat peculiar. He immediately opened the system interface to check. A series of messages appeared before his eyes, and he couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. What's going on? Still groggy from sleep. After opening the system interface, he instantly felt a wave of joy. It was because the task had been completed. Surprisingly, the task of selling books to 10,000 people is already done. You have received your reward. Please check. Liu was suddenly filled with excitement and quickly reached out to click through the notification. As he clicked, the system page refreshed. A fruit filled with the aroma of books appeared in his hand. This fruit emitted a strong scent of ink and paper and displayed a milky white color. He lightly took a bite of it and immediately felt a refreshing sensation spreading through him, merging into his heart. It left him feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Wow, how could this fruit taste so surprisingly amazing? He muttered, seeming unable to believe it. Simultaneously, he felt his mind becoming sharper, with a flood of knowledge rushing into his head. At this moment, all forgotten knowledge came rushing back to his mind. Who would have thought this fruit has such unique power, restoring even my lost memories? What exactly is going on with the system? This fruit is called the Wisdom Fruit, imbued with wisdom. You just need to read the books, and they will be retrieved, transforming into usable memories that flow into your brain, filling you with intelligence. It can also continuously enhance your capabilities. Liu paused for a moment and then continued asking. So, the abilities of this fruit are actually triggered by completing different tasks, right? Liu asked doubtfully, but at this moment, the system didn't reply at all. Touching his chin, Liu felt he had grasped some direction about how the system worked. No wonder I always seem to obtain these fruits more easily. It's due to this reason. He spoke to himself, showing a look of delight. It seems like I should head to my fiefdom immediately. He quickly shouted outside. Hey someone! The maid guarding outside rushed in promptly. What orders do you have for me, my lord? Go fetch Manager Qi. Haven't I told him to find more blacksmiths? How is he doing with that? Tell him to give me an update. Yes, my lord. I'll go immediately. With that, the maid hurriedly departed to fetch Manager Qi. Manager Qi was currently in a blacksmith shop, looking satisfied at the blacksmiths before him. The prince has ordered me to find several blacksmiths who will accompany him to the seaside. You blacksmiths are quite capable, follow me now. When the blacksmiths heard this, they noticed a middle-aged man with a slightly effeminate appearance standing before them. He carried an air of authority without exerting effort. Sir, may I ask which prince's household you belong to? The blacksmith asked curiously. Of course, the house of Qi. Who else would want to find these craftsmen besides our prince? Don't worry, the compensation will be plentiful in our house. If you come with us to our southern coastal territory, you'll feast well and drink freely. Nothing will be lacking for you. The blacksmith became nervous, trying hard to decide whether to follow or not. Seeing this hesitation, Qi pulled out some silver coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. There are 10 taels of silver here. Consider it as a resettlement fee. Rest assured, if your families wish to join, we won't leave them behind. And once there, you can take apprentices, each becoming master craftsmen. This time, the prince intends to accomplish something significant. If successful, you'll all become great contributors. Maybe you'll even gain fame across the Tang dynasty. Qi laughed and explained to the blacksmith in front of him. I must first consult my master on this matter. If my master doesn't make a decision, I can't say much. With this silver, I'm sure the master will agree. The blacksmith who was forging iron outside hurried into the shop. Not long after, an old man with white hair in his 50s was let out. This old man was all muscle, holding a hammer in his hand. His face had a touch of ruddy redness, and he seemed excited as he walked out briskly. Which one of you is from Prince Qi's household? So you've actually invited us to come? He spoke with excitement, seeming a bit agitated. It turns out it's the agricultural sage inviting us. Have you invented something new? Of course, we are willing to go. At the sight of Manager Qi, the old man appeared extremely excited, as if he were seeing a close relative or friend, and started speaking with great enthusiasm. Manager Qi jumped when he saw the old man rush out, fearing that something might happen to him. But upon learning about this old man, and that once he heard Prince Qi's reputation, he was willing to follow right away, Manager Qi felt somewhat proud in his heart. It seemed the prince's reputation had spread across the land. Of course, this time, the prince intends to bring benefits for all under heaven. We're willing to follow. And just like that, the blacksmith bowed deeply. Outside the blacksmith shop, a man overheard everything, and a gleam of determination shone in his eyes. Prince Qi is actually planning to bring welfare for all under heaven. He naturally knew what great achievements Prince Qi had created so far. His accomplishments were nothing short of exceptional. The first season of rice would be ready for harvest soon, and many commoners were already praising Prince Qi, believing he was truly bringing benefit to the world. After planting the seeds of rice provided by Prince Qi, this year's rice yield has increased by at least double compared to previous years. What does that mean? This fact shocked quite a number of farmers on the lower rungs of society. Many people now hold deep gratitude towards Prince Qi in their hearts because these harvested crops could significantly improve local households' conditions. Nowadays, many have been spreading the name and praise of Prince Qi. And naturally, this man, having also heard such stories, wanted to meet Prince Qi. Chapter 402, xianxia. He temporarily wanted to take a look at this legendary prince, whether he was truly as formidable as they said. With his own strength, he aimed to alter the landscape of the world. If this prince truly has such ambitions, then I can naturally follow by his side. His eyes were sharp and glinting with intelligence. He didn't seem like an ordinary person, but rather a true and talented scholar. And it was precisely because of his curiosity that he wished to meet Prince Qi. If Prince Qi indeed had such tremendous talent, he would willingly serve him devotedly. After the steward came out, the middle-aged man moved forward. Is this person the steward Qi of Prince Qi's mansion? I've long heard of your reputation, so I specially come to pay my respects and hope you can introduce me to the legendary Prince Qi. Oh, Steward Qi looked at the man in front of him. While not handsome, even slightly plump, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. There were actually scholars who sought out themselves, hoping for an introduction to Prince Qi's residence. This was quite unusual. Prince Qi wasn't well liked in scholarly circles because his behavior was far from what a cultured official would expect of a wise sovereign. Moreover, the prince was fond of culinary skills and liked to cultivate special fruits in the fields. It was said, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, and in these bookish people's minds, Prince Qi's behavior completely deviated from the sage's principles. Furthermore, Liu hadn't built up much influence during the process of fighting for succession nor spent extravagantly on recruiting talents, so there weren't many who followed him willingly. Those coming forth automatically to recommend themselves were few and far between. Here, Steward Qi thought he could test the man before him. After clearing his throat, he asked the man in front of him, "Then let me ask you, what kind of talent do you possess that allows you to join our Prince Qi's residence?" The man smiled confidently and replied, "I certainly have some abilities. Steward Qi, there are some stains on your clothes. Though very faint, these stains are still recent. These stains clearly belong to the muddy earth found outside the city, proving that you first left the city before arriving here. The dirt also carries some black marks, which is undoubtedly from cold dust. This proves you must have visited a blacksmith. Given that it has been raining heavily recently, making the air abnormally damp, and today we've seen light rain too, your clothes would not dry easily. That suggests you've been out for quite some time. Also, when I came, I noticed the mud on your carriage wheels was somewhat dried, meaning your journey probably lasted about an hour. Am I correct?" The man cheerfully addressed Steward Qi. Steward Qi cast a startled glance at the man in front of him, his expression revealing surprise. But soon, his demeanor calmed down. "I never expected you to be a real scholar. Just from the small traces on my body, you could deduce I'd been outside the city. Then, allow me to test your abilities further." The stewards began to chat animatedly with this young man from the countryside. Before long, their respect for his talent began to grow since the young man's abilities were indeed remarkable. "Brother D, I am impressed." By the end, Steward Qi already regarded this xianxia with great admiration. "Are you here in the capital seeking an official post through recommendation?" It was supposed to be like that. However, after hearing about Prince Qi's fame externally, I admire him greatly. This year's rice crop hasn't yet been harvested, but according to the villagers who planted Prince Qi's improved rice, this year will see a large increase in production. Each acre should yield at least 1,000 caddies. This is no small number. In previous years, the highest yield was only 300 to 400 caddies per acre. To achieve this level of output is extraordinary. Just this achievement alone ensures that the common folk won't starve. In future famine times, people will be able to live happily and contentedly. Xianxia sighed and said, "My curiosity regarding whoever created all this has led me to want to meet the person responsible. Not only that, Steward Qi, you, too, demonstrate such remarkable talent, something that leaves me deeply impressed." Xianxia gazed at Steward Qi, his eyes filled with admiration. Hearing this praise, Steward Qi couldn't help laughing aloud, extremely pleased. "In a moment, I will take you back to the mansion. When you present your visiting card, I'll talk to His Highness. With such talent as yours, the prince will surely wish to see you." Qi, the steward, said this to the person before him. Xianxia, Li Yu was unaware that he was about to meet one of the most famous ministers in history. This was none other than the highly renowned minister who not only lived long, but also possessed considerable talent, leaving a significant mark on historical records. Moreover, he was a regular figure in TV dramas, with countless people having made shows about his exploits. Achoo! Li Yu sneezed as Qi, the steward, hurriedly entered the study. Your Highness, I have already gathered 100 blacksmiths. In fact, most of the nearby blacksmiths have already been recruited by me. More than this is impossible. But won't our recruiting so many blacksmiths raise suspicion? Li Yu gave Qi a surprised look. How did you think of this? Of course not, because this matter was personally approved by His Majesty, and he naturally knows what I plan to do. This time, my goal is to build large ships, which carries no hint of rebellion at all. Furthermore, we'll just be along coastal areas where the population is sparse. To attempt rebellion, there would be completely impossible. Now tell me, who put this doubt in your mind and led you to consider it this way? Upon hearing this, Qi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. On this trip, I actually met a talented scholar outside. After discussing with him, these doubts arose. I've thought about it repeatedly but could not understand, so I decided to ask Your Highness. And this scholar's abilities are truly extraordinary. Upon meeting him, I realized how capable someone could be in this world. At just 20 years old, he already possesses talents akin to yours, Your Highness. After hearing this, Li Yu felt somewhat astonished in his heart. After all, his own talents and skills were cultivated through the influence of later generations. Chapter 403, Surrender. Oh, could it be that you've met a scholar who wishes to pledge allegiance to me? Li Yu looked at the steward in front of him and asked. After hearing this, the steward scratched his head and knelt down, saying, Your Highness, I indeed have met a scholar who wishes to surrender to you. The capabilities of this scholar are extraordinary. After meeting him, I realized there are such talented individuals in the world. Although he may not be as great as Your Highness, he is certainly worthy of joining your house. Manager Qi knelt and took out a name card from his chest. Li Yu took this name card into his hands, and after just one glance, he exclaimed in surprise, It's actually xianxia. Qi manager asked somewhat puzzled, Your Highness, do you know xianxia? Rubbish. Li Yu thought to himself, how could this person be ordinary? The famous detective xianxia, whose courtesy name is Huaying, zodiac sign is Tiger, and he is from Taiyuan, Bingzhou during the Tang dynasty. One could say his talents were unmatched during Empress Wu Zetian's era. He was a shining star in his time. Of course, his heart was with the Li family, and he also prevented some of Empress Wu Zetian's massacres. His talent has been renowned throughout history. Li Yu put down the name card in his hands and stared at the manager in front of him, asking, Can he not find many clues from the smallest traces? Moreover, did he not discuss many trivial matters with you for my sake? Li Yu questioned Qi manager in front of him. Qi manager was startled first, then responded, Your Highness, how do you know this? Li Yu slapped his forehead. Let him come in. I am curious to meet this xianxia and see if he matches the rumors. This man is no ordinary individual. Since childhood, he has displayed remarkable talents. He is a well-known scholar in Taiyuan too. Upon hearing this, Manager Qi immediately understood that Li Yu had become interested in this scholar. Your Highness, I will bring him in right away. Manager Qi hurriedly said, and soon walked out, bringing xianxia into the room. Pay respect to Your Highness. After paying respects, xianxia covertly appraised Li Yu before him. The more he looked, the more astonished he became, because the eyes of this prince were full of wisdom, not only bright, but also radiated a captivating charm, as if he could see through an entire person. This prince, despite being very young, was quite extraordinary. Perhaps even the crown prince he had seen before wasn't inferior. How can this prince be so exceptional, yet his reputation isn't very good? xianxia pondered momentarily, realizing quickly, what this prince does doesn't quite match the image of a sage ruler in the hearts of civil officials. Besides, there is already a crown prince now. Even if this prince does things like this, it's not orthodox. Moreover, this prince has offended many people, so they naturally proclaim his bad reputation. However, this prince has an extraordinary reputation among the common people, indicating that he must have some pursuits and ideas, and probably conceals his ambitions for the throne. As he looked at Prince Qi before him, he felt somewhat shocked, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Are you xianxia? Li Yu asked the man in his 20s in front of him, breaking the reverie in his heart. I am indeed xianxia. Upon seeing Your Highness earlier, your bearing was extraordinary, which shocked me. I couldn't believe there could be someone of such talent in the world. After hearing this, Li Yu couldn't help but feel pleased by xianxia's compliments. He rarely praised those before him. All your praise is a bit excessive. I'm just an ordinary prince with some thoughts, so I act accordingly, doing beneficial things for this land. Earlier, I heard you saying that you seem to want to serve under me, hoping to get my recommendation. But do you realize how unfavorable my image is in the hearts of these bureaucrats? Not only that, but I'm also not the first choice for competing for the position of crown prince. Once you bear my mark, when the new emperor ascends the throne, you might lose all prospects for advancement and could even be implicated by me. Li Yu gazed at xianxia in front of him with a smirk, seemingly observing his psychological state. Upon hearing this, xianxia remained perfectly calm. Naturally, I bet on Your Highness taking up a significant portion in future history. Perhaps history will clearly record Your Highness's contributions. If I could follow by your side, I might even benefit from your success. Huh. Li Yu laughed after hearing this. You cunning fellow, you certainly know what you're thinking. But with your talents, even if you don't follow me, you will surely shine brilliantly. Moreover, I am about to leave the capital. Even if I recommend you, it is uncertain that you would gain a significant position, and instead, you might face suppression. So, whether you can serve under my recommendation or be promoted by someone else to officially become an official of the Tang dynasty, that remains to be seen. What do you think? Liu asked the Xianxia in front of him. Xianxia had already intended to pledge his allegiance, so he wanted to gain the recommendation of Prince Qi. However, he did not expect Prince Qi's consideration to be so profound. After a moment of silence, he then asked, Your Highness, do you think I should take the imperial examination route? Although the imperial examinations have been established, the competition is incredibly fierce, and only a few can succeed. There is also immense influence from powerful families. From ancient times to the present, there has never been a scholar who succeeded in the examination without having strong backing from a major force. Even though the goal is to select capable individuals, the support from influential forces behind the scenes is a crucial factor. But now, with your Highness's support, shouldn't I be able to secure a place within the imperial examination system? Although he couldn't figure out why the prince favored him from the start, treating him as one of his own people, he knew opportunities mustn't be missed. He needed to seize this opportunity as soon as possible. If he could enter Emperor Taizong's favor through the imperial exams, it would be a great help to him. Liu heard Xianxia's words and looked at the young talent before him, seeing wisdom sparkling in his eyes. Who would have thought that such a young man like Xianxia has this kind of ambition and courage, making such an important decision? Truly extraordinary indeed. Chapter 404, Recommendation. Yes. If you want to take the imperial examination, I will naturally support you. I will help you fend off the influence of those aristocratic families. Nowadays, the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished clans have immense power. If you choose to leave through me, then later you will be one of my people. If you betray me, you must think clearly about the consequences. Of course, if you leave now, I won't have any objections, nor will I stop you. After hearing Liu's words, Xianxia's breathing became heavy, but he soon calmed down. Before meeting your Highness, I indeed had some hesitation in my heart. But after meeting you, I no longer have any doubts. Your talent and abilities are something I admire greatly. You possess the ability to ensure the people eat enough, which is the greatest capability for a ruler. And by serving under you, I can also obtain the opportunity to take the imperial exam. I've already surpassed countless others. Xianxia spoke slowly, his inner being very calm. So, I have absolutely no regrets about following you, your Highness. I only hope that you acknowledge me and recommend me for the imperial examination. Good. Liu nodded, extremely satisfied with him. He quickly retrieved a letter from the table. This is Wei Zhang's recommendation letter. He's a tough old man, but he's also a good person. You should meet him when you get the chance. It might allow you to undergo an enlightening experience. Liu was thankful that he managed to impress this stubborn old man with the bits of knowledge he remembered from the future. Wei Zhang was such a harsh critic. Despite Liu giving him food, drinks, and engaging in meaningful exchanges, it still took much effort to gain his approval. Thinking about this, Liu felt somewhat troubled. After Xianxia received the recommendation letter, he looked at it in his hands and was astonished because it truly was Wei Zhang's letter. This was the iron-willed minister of the current dynasty who would directly scold even Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. Not only did he hold unique prestige in the court, but his reputation among the common people was also exceptionally good. If he recommended someone, Xianxia could indeed rid himself of all troubles, successfully participate in the imperial examination, and become a scholar. In this era, the title scholar differed completely from what it meant in later times. Scholars in this era were actually more akin to the top-ranked scholars of the future. One not only needed to pass assessments, but also required a certain background. Of course, as the imperial examination system developed, gradually it enabled the selection of capable individuals from various regions, but there were still distinctions at present. After Xianxia accepted the recommendation letter, he bowed to Liu. This bow established the relationship between master and subject, ensuring that Xianxia would belong to Liu's faction henceforth. Despite being quite young, Xianxia believed Liu had the ability to change the world and could definitely ascend to become the supreme emperor, bringing a new era for the Tang dynasty. Since I've recognized you as my lord, I do have some questions I need you to answer, your Highness. Do you currently recruit so many blacksmiths with some other intentions? Xianxia asked directly. Of course not. I'm merely crafting some special items. These things need to navigate on the sea, which is why I need so many blacksmiths. Besides, these matters are known by my father, the emperor, and there is absolutely no intention of rebellion. Rebellion against the Tang dynasty? Isn't that just asking for death? Although my father succeeded once before, for us, that's simply impossible. How could I say something highly disloyal? Wouldn't my father guard against it? Liu laughed looking at Xianxia. After hearing Liu's words, Xianxia also smiled, raising another query filled with curiosity. Then may I ask what exactly are you constructing, your Highness? Is it due to these kinds of ships requiring blacksmiths? And they also have to sail on the sea. Could it be that you're planning to build iron ships? Liu didn't expect Xianxia to guess his intention correctly right away, truly deserving of being a famous statesman. Since you've guessed correctly, I'll speak frankly. Yes, I'm going to build iron ships, using iron ships to navigate the seas. The greatest dangers at sea are winds, waves, and reefs. Using regular wood could lead to issues upon collision. Therefore, we need very strong steel to build the ships. Only with such vessels can they freely navigate the ocean without any danger. There are countless islands and lands overseas, with infinite treasures like gold and silver lying beyond. We only need to reach them to gain enormous wealth. When Liu began to speak, The revelation left Di Renjie greatly shocked. Could it be that this prince was truly planning to construct iron ships? But how can an iron ship possibly sail on the surface of the sea? Your Highness, how does an iron ship sail on the water's surface? Di Renjie's heart was filled with bewilderment as he hurriedly asked. He realized that this prince was different from others. Every action had a purpose and was far from trivial matters. You might think iron is extremely heavy, but actually, it can float on water too. I'll demonstrate it for you. Liu addressed Di Renjie before him. Bring in a piece of iron. Liu ordered one of his servants outside, then led Di Renjie into the garden where there was a large pond within this garden. By the side of the pond stood several peculiar rocks stacked around, along with various plants lushly growing nearby. Upon seeing these flowers and grasses, Di Renjie was instantly stunned because they were species he'd never encountered, exotic and rare. Their appearance was exceptionally beautiful, exuding faint fragrances, leaving Di Renjie momentarily mesmerized. Could this be the depth of the princely estate? But soon his gaze returned to the piece of iron Liu brought. Liu forcefully bent the iron sheet, quickly shaping it into a concave form, placing it gently on the water. It floated. Di Renjie stared at this scene in complete shock. Part of it was amazement at Liu's strength. Who could have thought that only through bare hands, the prince could reshape such an iron piece? This kind of power surely came from a true master. The prince possessed not just wisdom, but also unmatched martial arts skill. Truly, both literary and military talents combined. What perplexed him further was that this iron sheet could indeed float. Out of curiosity, he approached the pool, picked it up, and confirmed its substantial weight. Is this really a piece of iron? He murmured in disbelief, caught deep in contemplation. Chapter 405, Banquet Invitation. How could it possibly be an iron sheet? This piece of metal is so heavy. How did it transform this way? He murmured to himself, his entire being lost in deep thought, seemingly completely unable to comprehend the principle behind it, yet straining every nerve to think it through. After thinking for a while, he eventually gave up on continuing to ponder further. Then he bowed respectfully to Liu in front of him and said, I truly cannot figure out what exactly is going on. Please enlighten me, my lord. Liu heard his words and at that moment smiled faintly. The reason you cannot understand the intricacies lies solely in the fact that you are still limited by weight. And water has buoyancy. Liu explained to Di Renjie in front of him. As long as the buoyancy of the water exceeds the weight of the ship, the vessel will naturally float upward. That explains the phenomenon you observed. Hiss. Di Renjie immediately understood. I see. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I've grasped it now. According to your grace's plan, one can naturally construct colossal ships, steel giants, that sail upon the open seas. It truly is marvelous. With excitement, he continued, My lord, you possess profound knowledge and talent. It fills me with admiration. Liu held immense admiration for Di Renjie before him. After reflecting for a moment, he decided to treat him properly. He instructed aloud. Someone, a eunuch rushed into the room promptly. My lord, is there anything you need? Go and inform the kitchen. Today, I intend to prepare a grand feast to entertain my friend. Ensure they prepare adequately, and if they do well, I shall bestow lavish rewards. Hearing this, the eunuch hurried off to inform the kitchen without delay. My lord, in such a situation, I should humbly comply. Di Renjie replied, realizing that since he had already pledged allegiance to Prince Qi, having a meal was indeed appropriate. Therefore, he had no objections. Hiss. Di Renjie looked at the table full of delectable dishes spread before him. For a moment, he became momentarily mesmerized. How? How should I eat all these things? Although he wasn't from an ordinary family and had seen some sophistication, seeing this entire table filled with various vegetables, fruits, and numerous preparations unfamiliar to him was something unprecedented for him. Gulp. Di Renjie was visibly swallowing his saliva hard, finding it hard to contain himself. It seems the distinction between royalty and commoners is truly vast. Even these eating habits are beyond my comprehension. Let me teach you how to enjoy these delicacies. This here is called hot pot. Inside, we've added just a touch of chili. Considering you might not have tried chilies before, we'll start slow. Liu chuckled and explained to Di Renjie before them. Di Renjie mimicked Liu and began partaking. Before long, he was sweating profusely but never pausing in his eating, wiping his sweat while devouring food hungrily. He was eating heartily and thoroughly enjoying himself. Only after eating and drinking his fill did Di Renjie hold his stomach and say, The meal I ate at your highness's residence today surpasses everything I have eaten in my life. Huh. Liu also laughed heartily upon hearing his words. I didn't deceive you, did I? The cuisine in my palace ranks among the best. You may visit often or let me send someone to deliver food to you. Liu told Di Renjie. However, Di Renjie shook his head. My lord, excessive colors confuse the eyes, diverse flavors excite the tongue. Although I greatly enjoy these foods, moderation is necessary. Otherwise, indulging in luxury may make it hard to savor regular food in the future. After the imperial exams, my lord, I will come again to visit. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Di Renjie prepared to take his leave. But Liu stopped Di Renjie, saying, Don't rush off. I have a gift prepared especially for you. Could my lord possibly have a fine present to give me? Di Renjie asked curiously. A complete set of the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as a collection of books I've gathered. Right now, I'm ordering my gym and bookstore to increase printing to ensure more people across the land have access to books. Hiss. Di Renjie took a sharp breath upon hearing Liu's words. My lord, is the gym and bookstore under your management? Thus, Di Renjie spoke, somewhat astonished. Yes, it indeed belongs to me. It currently falls under my jurisdiction. Of course, the bookstore also has other shareholders and isn't entirely controlled by me alone. Liu clarified to Xianxia before him. Even so, that would still be a tremendous merit. Do you know, Lord, the Jimin bookstore's reputation among the common folk has become exceedingly good. One might say that in scholarly circles, there is much praise for the Jimin bookstore. It's as if it embodies the way of Confucius, expanding civilization and ensuring all people under heaven have books to read, and everyone can learn from them continuously. It truly is a great merit. Xianxia looked at Liu before him with both surprise and joy, along with a hint of anticipation. If this person could become the emperor seated on the imperial throne, the whole realm should be able to change. Afterward, everyone would have access to books. Thinking about this, his heart was filled with wild joy. Apparently, I must work hard and prepare for when his lordship ascends to glory. It was only now that Xianxia fully aligned his heart with this goal. Looking at Liu before him, he was also full of admiration, even some reverence. After Xianxia took his leave, Lu Xue came to Liu's side. My lord, why did you suddenly take such a liking to this Xianxia? Although he has some talent and quick wit, it seems like you are treating him with the same respect as a famous minister like Wei Zhang. Huh. When Lu Xue said this, Liu burst out laughing. You wouldn't understand this matter. The reason I do this is actually because he is genuinely talented, and if used properly, he will be extremely useful. And through my recommendation this time, he will surely participate in the imperial exams with his talent and attain the rank of a scholar. This isn't something just anyone can achieve. I believe he will become a renowned scholar. At that time, he will undoubtedly become an outstanding statesman, making our Tang dynasty even more prosperous. Lu Xue revealed a curious look. My lord, you indeed have a keen eye for talent. It seems another virtuous minister will appear in the Tang dynasty. Lu Xue had not a single ounce of doubt and immediately judged Xianxia to be highly capable. That goes without saying. Do you know who I am? Chapter 406, Meeting. After Xianxia left, a person followed him, investigating his identity and then hurriedly reported to a secret place. He went directly to Princess Anyu's courtyard. Upon entering, he immediately knelt down. Princess Anyu, today a talented scholar entered the mansion of the prince. His name is Xianxia. He stayed for the last 3 hours before leaving. Although we do not know what happened inside, after he emerged, he seemed very pleased, as if he had gained some significant benefit. Moreover, he was personally escorted out by Prince Qi. The man who was kneeling below quickly held up Xianxia's portrait and passed it to Anyu's maid, who in turn delivered it to Princess Anyu. Holding the scroll, Anyu only glanced at it briefly before setting it aside. So, he is just a chubby little man. It seems he does indeed possess talent, which is why he caught the eye of Prince Qi. She smiled, but there was a hint of loneliness in her expression. After a moment of silence, she asked again, how are things going with Envoy Bun? The adult has already returned to Goguryeo. The situation in the court right now is unstable, and the ministers seem to be fiercely competing. The man below stole a glance at Princess Anyu and lowered his head again. Princess Anyu's beauty was truly breathtaking. She was currently the highest-ranking ruler in this capital city, wielding power over everyone. He feared offending her and meeting an unpleasant end. Princess Anyu shook her head lightly. I thought there would be some major chaos, but I didn't expect the court itself to fall into disorder. If that is the case, I must meet with that prince. As soon as she spoke, she stood up. The maid standing beside her was startled by what Princess Anyu said. In panic, she fell to her knees. Princess, absolutely not. Surely you know the higher-ups' orders. If you were to meet with that prince, not only me, but possibly even you, Princess, might face serious trouble. This maid spoke with evident nervousness, clearly flustered. Calm down, I will take full responsibility for this matter on my own, and no one else will be punished because of me. If you feel I am affecting you negatively, then deal with it as you see fit. Princess Anyu said this with a cold voice. Princess, if you insist on seeing him, you cannot do so openly. A stealthy approach might work. However, we may have to prepare ourselves to bear the wrath of those ministers. They may still be fiercely competing among themselves, but once they discover that you've acted independently, they could send people immediately. At that time, Princess, you might be thrown back into danger once more. The maid by Princess Anyu's side spoke anxiously, causing Princess Anyu to fall silent for a while. After a minute, she spoke again. Your words make a lot of sense. But if any information leaks from either of you two, I assure you, I will demand your lives. Princess, I have been at your side since childhood, one of your most trusted aides. I swear I won't divulge any of your secrets. I too, Princess, will never betray you. Upon hearing the maid's words, the man not far away immediately kneeled down before Princess Anyu as well. You two are both my confidants. Therefore, I hold you both in high regard. From this point on, this matter isn't under your control anymore. Guard this place for me properly. Report to me immediately if there are any situations. Princess Anyu gave instructions to the two people in front of her. Yes, Princess Anyu. When Zhang Liu came out of Cheng Yaojin's home, sitting in the carriage, he looked deep in thought. Because 2 days later, he would leave the capital city and go to his coastal fiefdom. This was a new place, and more than 1,000 people would follow him there. That would require a large expenditure and a significant amount of grain. Thinking about this, Liu felt his task was becoming more arduous. He had come to see Cheng Yaojin this time, mainly to discuss the issue of grain. Thinking about how soon he would be able to build massive iron ships by the sea and start exploring the ocean filled him with excitement. Besides these tasks, he could also manufacture many items useful for civilian life. At that time, he would be able to greatly acquire enormous wealth because various farming tools have a huge consumer market. And since things aren't of high quality in this era, once very superior products appear, they could sell well throughout the entire Tang dynasty. Liu thought about this and felt a surge of passion in his heart, as everything seemed bright in the future. Just at that moment, suddenly he felt the carriage shake, and it stopped. In the distance came the sound of a flute, an exceptionally moving tune that floated from afar into the carriage. When Liu heard this sound, he immediately paused, feeling a wave of sorrow emerge from deep inside him, making him feel incredibly distressed. I didn't expect to hear such a sound. Could it be you looking for me? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the flute's melody instantly became even more plaintive and melancholic. Liu suddenly stood up, directly pulling aside the carriage curtain, and looked out. Not far away, there was a graceful woman dressed in white, standing in a secluded spot. Seeing her, Liu felt as if his breath had almost been taken away. And you has come. She's here. In an instant, Liu's heart was filled with a burning emotion, a sentiment he could never forget, now rippling strongly through him. And you've finally come. Do you know how long I've waited for you? Liu shouted loudly towards Yu, who was not far away. The distant flute sound stopped and moved further away. Liu jumped down from the carriage and instructed the nearby guards. You stay here temporarily. I'll be back shortly. Lu Xue, follow me. After saying these words, Liu began chasing after Yu, hoping to catch up with her. Yu quickly arrived at a pavilion and courtyard. Upon entering, Liu saw the table already set with wine and food, wherein Yu was sitting with her flute in hand, waiting for him. Upon arriving there, Liu sat across from her. Were you waiting for me? Chapter 407, Confession. You know, right now I really am waiting for you. Don't you miss me after all this time? It was only today that I learned you're about to leave, so I've come specially to see you off. Liu picked up the wine glass in front of him, took a sip, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It's all because you suddenly said you were leaving without giving me one honest word until now. What could I do but wait quietly for you to come back? But I've waited for such a long time, and still you haven't returned to my side. Do you even realize how incredibly sad it's made me feel? Liu put down the wine glass he had in his hand and asked Yu before him, with a trace of anger in his voice. For the years we have known each other, you simply left me behind just because of your own reasons. Don't you know? You've hurt me deeply. There have been countless nights when I thought about you, yet couldn't have you by my side, making me unbearably sad. Do you know? When Liu got to this point, tears actually started streaming down his cheeks, which made Yu stop momentarily as well. She looked at Liu before her. At this moment her eyes also seemed watery, as if they were halfway out. Just then Lu Xue walked over slowly and sat down at the table. And you, sister, long time no see. Last time I wouldn't have made it if it weren't for your rescue. I might have been in danger. This time you must have rushed over because you missed His Highness, right? Let's get drunk together then. Lu Xue laughed merrily while speaking to Princess and Yu before her. Her charming face carried some laughter, but also a bit of tension. Don't worry, this time I'm not here to stay by His Highness' side. I just came specially to see you off since you are leaving. Do you still love me, Your Highness? And Yu asked Liu before her. After pausing for a moment, Liu sincerely said to Yu, Of course I love you. Not only do I love you, I have loved you deeply, to the very core. I constantly think of you and miss you every moment, but you aren't by my side. Every time I think about this, I find it so painful. You probably managed to temporarily escape their surveillance this time, but in truth, I already have some power to protect you now. Liu put down his wine glass and stared earnestly at Princess Yu. All this time, I have been pondering what I need to do to win your heart and stop you from hesitating. I thought for a long time, and finally I realized. It's having the power to protect you. Liu stared fervently at Yu before him, saying passionately, the fiery intensity of his gaze like a roaring fire, making Yu's heart stir uncontrollably too. Her heart began racing faster and faster. She could sense her deep affection for Liu, otherwise she wouldn't have come here. To tell you the truth, I truly want to leave with you, for us to fly away together. Just that you know I cannot abandon my identity, so I have to deal with certain things. Up until now, I've been compelled. And Yu spoke with a raspy voice to Liu. Up until now, I've finally understood. In fact, there is only you in my heart. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. So this time I came back just to tell you, I am willing to stay by your side. As for those matters, I don't wish to concern myself with them anymore. Saying this, and Yu leaned towards Liu. I figured it out. Only with you am I a complete woman. Without you, nothing else matters. For me, love is the most important thing. The thoughts I once had were meaningless after all. I thought I was the most important person to myself, but when they used me as a pawn in their struggle for power and ignored me, I finally understood. I'm merely a princess placed in the Tang dynasty. Actually, I'm not that significant. When they remember that I am useful again, they'll seek me out once more, use me once more. And regarding being truly a woman, I'm nothing more than a pawn in their hands. And you said this faintly. Good. Liu felt a sudden rush of warmth in his heart at that moment, as Yu had left earlier due to her own affairs. As long as you know why she left, it's because there's actually a heart demon haunting her. Because he doesn't know how to face his homeland and the identity conflict between Liu and Goguryeo. She has always been filled with nostalgia for her own country deep down in her heart. But now, she decides to completely side with Liu and become his partner. Liu tightly hugged Yu in front of him, earnestly saying to her, With this one sentence of yours, I feel like I will never have any sadness or sorrow in my life again. With you by my side, I feel that all this is worth it. With both of you by my side, everything is worth it. It was then that Liu realized he hadn't included Lu Xue earlier, so he quickly added that sentence. When he spoke those words, he pulled Lu Xue into his embrace as well. At that moment, he had one arm around each of them, yet he felt no sorrow or regret. He held the two people in front of him tightly, their hearts becoming fervent. Only now do I finally have both of you by my side. I truly hope this can last forever. After Yu finished speaking, she let go of Li Yu and stared at him with fiery eyes, asking, "What should we do in the future?" Li Yu paused slightly, then said seriously, "I've already planned out our future. I don't want to be an emperor supreme above all, because if I were to become the emperor, I wouldn't be able to stay by your side. All sorts of restrictions would come into play then. So, I want to be a prince with immense power. I need to promote different people, grasp real power, and become a truly strong prince. Only in this way can I protect both of you and ensure you won't face any threats. Now, I need both of you to support me. Can you do that?" Chapter 408. Joint Effort. Li Yu seriously asked Yu in front of him. "Of course I can. My heart belongs to you, and my entire life is yours too. Everything about me is yours, so I will support you unconditionally. Regardless of what difficulties or dangers lie before you, I will follow and stay by your side, weathering all challenges with you." And Yu earnestly replied to Li Yu with the most heartfelt words she could muster. Li Yu tightly grasped Yu's hand. "I knew you were the person I love the most, the best woman in my heart." Li Yu continued speaking seriously about this matter and also smiled. "Next, let's talk about what we should do." At that moment, Li Yu's ears twitched slightly as he heard some sounds. "There's someone. Someone is spying on us from a corner not far away." Li Yu suddenly lowered his voice and spoke to the two people in front of him. Upon hearing these words, Yu abruptly moved her body and rose slightly. "Someone dares to track us?" She was no ordinary person but a true master. Rising gently, she glanced around. "You mustn't move, otherwise we might alert them, giving them time to escape, making it difficult for us to catch them. If they dare to spy on us, they must have made all their preparations and won't be easily caught by us." "All right." At this point, Yu revealed a shadow of seriousness on her face. She hadn't anticipated that someone would dare to follow her, which was tantamount to an affront to her dignity. She had ordered all her subordinates not to follow her, yet someone had still managed to approach this place, either tracking Li Yu or trailing her. Neither situation was good. These people must be dealt with, or they would expose the relationship among them three. As of now, their relationship was still very close and absolutely could not be disclosed. "Make a move." Suddenly, Yu, Li Yu, and Lu Xue sprang into action and instantly rushed towards their target. In the corner, there was a man with a furtive expression who was secretly watching them. However, when he saw these three people approaching, he was utterly startled, cold sweat drenching his back. "Damn, how could they have found my position?" Such thoughts raced through his mind as he turned and fled. But before he could escape, he was surrounded. Despite having impressive agility, at this moment, he couldn't break free from the encirclement of the three. "Zhengcheng, who sent you?" And Yu stared down the man, interrogating him with a grim tone. "I suspected Princess Your Majesty since I saw her sneaking out, so I followed her. I never imagined stumbling upon such a significant event between you. I could pretend to know nothing and hope Princess spares my life. Even if you trap me here, if I choose to escape, you'll never catch me because I possess special skills that allow me to flee." As he said this, a smirk crossed his face. After listening to his words, Li Yu hesitated briefly, then said in a deep voice, "So far, no one has sent you here for surveillance, correct? Are you following on your own initiative?" Li Yu fixed his eyes on Zhengcheng, asking this question. Hearing this, Zhengcheng felt as if daggers pierced his heart. A fearsome killing intent enveloped him, making every hair on his body stand. Not good. This thought raced through his mind, compelling him to instinctively turn and flee. He must leave here immediately, knowing staying any longer would mean death. Just as he turned to escape, a chill swept over his back. Li Yu suddenly accelerated, chasing after him. He reached out his hand, grabbed hold, and firmly pressed onto Zhengcheng's shoulder, rendering him immobile. Turning around, Zhengcheng laughed bitterly. "Prince Xuan wants to capture me. Well, then go ahead, but isn't this somewhat inappropriate? After all, do you truly believe you can catch me?" After he finished speaking, Zhengcheng tried to slip away like a fish from Li Yu's grasp. However, in the next moment, he realized Li Yu's hand had caught up with an immense strength that locked him down tightly, rendering him completely immobile. "If you move again, I'll kill you," Li Yu coldly said to him. "No," Zhengcheng replied in fear. "Someone." Li Yu ordered someone not far away. Immediately, several figures emerged from a distant corner. They were Li Yu's subordinates who had already stealthily blocked all of Zhengcheng's escape routes, making it impossible for him to flee easily. Now they stepped forward and obeyed Li Yu's command. Interrogate him and make him confess everything. Li Yu commanded them, and after receiving the order, these people disappeared to follow through. "Princess, spare my life. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything." And Yu's face showed some signs of pity, but ultimately she remained silent. Since Zhengcheng dared to track her, it meant he didn't take her orders seriously, and eliminating him would cause no significant ripples. Humph, I never thought those old guys still wouldn't trust me entirely and keep monitoring me this way, even now. I thought I actually held real power. It turns out that all these guys have only given me a bit of limited authority secretly. She paused here feeling slightly annoyed, and her words carried a sarcastic tone. "So what should we do now?" Xiang Rang turned to ask Yu beside him. "What else can we do? Just follow your lead." And Yu smiled and said to Li Yu, "That's good. If they want to make trouble, then let me find all their people out. That way, we can control all their actions. At the same time, you cooperate with me, and naturally, will be able to gain enormous power within the capital city. By then, anyone who plans something will have to weigh the consequences carefully. Particularly those families, they're more like the underground kings here. They wield the power of officials and control a large part of this dynasty's strength. We must compete with them and seize the support of more officials. Chapter 409, Heart Matters. Perhaps, when their interests aren't touched, they will always obediently submit. But once problems arise with the Li family, then they will become your death warrant. The Sui dynasty wasn't exactly different from this. And you said, but before she finished her words, Liu held her in his arms. Ever since then, his eyes had been staring intently at Yu before him. Good. At that moment, without a word, Liu immediately agreed. From now on, don't leave anymore, alright? Liu said affectionately to Yu. Yu was stunned for a moment, but kissed him directly. At that moment, she had forgotten all her thoughts. There was only love left in her heart. She realized that she could no longer bear to part with Liu standing in front of her. Her heart was entirely taken by him. I like you. From now on, I will never leave easily. Yu murmured these words. After seeing this scene, Lu Xue turned away, feeling a bit of sourness. After a while, Yu released Liu and seriously looked at him, saying, however, I still need your help to devise a way to get rid of a few people. These individuals were sent over from there, and they have, to a certain extent, grasped the power here. But because the political situation over there is currently very unstable, those most responsible individuals have already returned to vie for power and profit. Now, although I hold the nominal highest authority, it is not sufficient in reality. It's essential to eliminate these few individuals, letting them die unexpectedly, so I can completely control this place. And you told Liu as she exhaled. Good. Liu nodded. Since they don't obey you, we will eliminate them. With Yu coming back to reconcile with Liu and being willing to integrate their powers, this has already clearly indicated her attitude, that she was willing to be with Liu and could endure great sacrifices. Here's the list. And Yu pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket, which had several names written on it. She handed it to Liu. As soon as Liu glanced at it, his heart moved, because he recognized a few familiar names on that piece of paper. So they are actually also pawns placed by Goguryeo in this Tang dynasty. It makes sense why their actions were so mysterious. Previously, there were several large-scale cleanups in the capital city, and the master of the Ping sect had already fled from here. The influence in this place is deeply hidden. They themselves are local gangs, appearing on the surface to be merely hired thugs, the strength of some individual. In reality, they're completely opposite. They combined these gangs with various incidents and, to a certain degree, manipulated these officials. And Yu explained, wearing a grave expression. Although these officials' ranks are not high, they control the power here locally and can do quite a lot in terms of covering up for them. Moreover, imperial power doesn't extend to the counties. Do you think how many local forces collaborate with them? Hearing what Yu said in front of him, Liu recalled the situation in the Tang dynasty internally. At the beginning, the Tang dynasty was a unified dynasty. However, as the regional military governor's power grew larger, regions gradually became independent fiefdoms, one after another turning into local forces. On the surface, this was due to the inability to control the regional military governor system. In reality, it was the erosion of imperial power by local clans. These clan powers came together to form numerous local forces. And on the surface, they formed bonds through the regional military governor system, establishing themselves as entrenched local powers. Looking at the situation now, it was already showing signs, from 5 surnames, 7 aristocrats, to more local clans. Once they grasped military power, they turned into what we see today. Huff. Liu sighed deeply after contemplating all this. I understand. These people, once it's time to deal with them, you tell someone to take my jade token to pawn shop number 5. There, you'll find my people. When the time comes, my subordinates will assist you in resolving these issues. Liu spoke. Good. Liu grabbed Yu's hand. I'm about to go to my new fief. This fief of mine is by the sea, and this time, I estimate I will stay there for a long period. Good. And Yu looked at Liu, her eyes filled with intense emotion. All right, go ahead. I know you have your own matters to attend to. And Yu said to Liu. The two remained in each other's company for a long while before Yu eventually left. Liu touched his cheek, feeling the warmth lingering on his face, causing his heart to linger with reminiscence. Let's go, Liu said to Lu Xue. Li Chengxian listened to the words of his chief clerk, Han Jun, and fell into a silence. Is what you heard correct? Father Emperor has already granted him another small fief by the sea, and it is entirely under his management. This is a bit excessive. Which one of us princes, after receiving rewards, could possibly gain more fiefs? But Liu has been granted yet another piece of coastal land. This is truly too much. Is there no one who will explain this to Father Emperor? Li Chengxian paced back and forth, anger flaring within him. As he walked furiously, Chief Clerk Han Jun's face showed a hint of ease. Your Highness, I believe this is actually a tremendous opportunity. Just think, if he were truly intended to inherit the throne, then he certainly wouldn't be given such rewards. Instead, he must exercise great caution to avoid criticism from all corners of the realm. It would also be impossible for him to receive multiple fiefs. If he were meant to be the crown prince, it would focus on having legitimate claims and recognition from the officials across the land. But Your Highness, consider the current situation. It's clearly off. Not only does he not remain in these cities, but he runs off to remote coastal areas instead. He certainly can't be acting as an heir. Moreover, his achievements are truly immense. Developing grain alone can bring fame lasting centuries. If he gains the Emperor's approval now, that would surely not be a minor event. Han Jun said this with deliberate emphasis. The emperor may have achieved greatness, but he is ultimately merciless. After doing all these things, he certainly won't let them go easily. If we carefully analyze this, Li Yu must currently be under the emperor's suspicion, which is why he was dispatched to such a distant place. So this is actually an excellent chance for your highness. In fact, I feel other princes might become rivals, possibly turning against you. After hearing this, Li Xiuxian extended his hand, lightly tapping it on the table, falling deep into thought. Chapter 410, New Fief. Phew. Li Chang'an mysteriously felt a sense of relief in his mind, as if he had suffered too much from Li Yu, making him feel uneasy and nervous whenever he thought about competing with Li Yu. It seemed that danger was looming at all times, filling him with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Finally gone. He sighed, feeling somewhat relaxed as he muttered to himself. I hope he never comes back and stays by the seaside forever. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Han Jun in front of him and asked, how are the generals you were supposed to contact? How many people are willing to join me under my command? Li Chang'an addressed these words to Han Jun in front of him. Upon hearing this, Han Jun began to sweat profusely, for his mission did not go well. Many people were unwilling to have any interaction with Li Chang'an. This filled Han Jun with fear because, if his efforts were deemed insufficient, there was a strong possibility that he would be remembered unfavorably by the crown prince. He knelt down quickly and said, Your Royal Highness, I have already contacted 3 generals who are willing to pledge their allegiance to you. However, they each have some conditions. They require your highness to do everything possible to help them gain promotions. At the same time, they are also willing to submit certain vulnerabilities and work for your highness. After Han Jun finished speaking, he handed over a small notebook. Li Chang'an took the notebook and carefully examined it. After a short while, he let out a sigh of relief. Now, although it's just the beginning, it is already a very good start. As time progresses, I will surely amass more followers, and then I will rise to greatness. Upon this thought, Li Chang'an felt a fiery determination surge within him. Many people doubt my ability to shoulder the responsibilities of ruling the empire, but I will show everyone that I am perfectly capable of handling everything. Their doubts are merely assumptions. After finishing his speech, he clenched his fists tightly. Now I must reach out to and establish connections with the officials in the court, he murmured to himself. Originally, there were quite a few people who wanted to align themselves with him. However, after losing ground against Li Yu, most now doubted him. This made him extremely furious. How could they dare to question him so much? Wasn't he the honored crown prince, the rightful heir to the dynasty? He was truly the legitimate successor to the imperial throne. Yet every time he thought about how his father used force to claim the throne, he became worried and afraid that one of his brothers might seize it. Because of this, he was constantly vigilant against Li Yu and several other brothers. Walking back and forth for a few steps, he muttered, This empire must certainly be mine. On this occasion, Li Yu traveled smoothly to his new fief near the coast, though it came at the cost of significant grain consumption for the large retinue he brought along. Fortunately, preparations beforehand ensured no major shortfall. He soon arrived at his new fief on the coast where the Yangtze River meets the sea. The place was barren, consisting only of a small county named Ling County, which counted a population of barely over 20,000, extremely sparse. Despite the small number of inhabitants, it presented no problem for Li Yu. In fact, bringing a large contingent over here served his plans well. The fewer people around, the easier it would be to keep secrets and redevelop the area. He personally came here to oversee its management and start building it anew. Soon after, the magistrate paid his respects. Greetings, Prince Qi. Though heavily accented due to the regional dialect, the magistrate's message eventually clarified to Li Yu. It turned out that although the magistrate was an official dispatched by the court, his control over local affairs was weak. While taxes could still be collected, banditry was rampant in the region. Moreover, powerful families continuously annexed fertile lands, issues over which he had no effective measures. Worse yet, pirates frequently raided nearby villages. To add insult to injury, some Japanese also stealthily raided from time to time. This unrest greatly destabilized the coastal area. Li Yu was puzzled. Don't the Japanese revere the Tang dynasty greatly? Why do they secretly come to plunder? The magistrate then sighed and explained. Although these Japanese seem to hold great reverence for the prosperity of our Tang dynasty, they only admire our wealth. They make large purchases when they visit us because Japan itself is very poor. They employ every means possible to take away as much wealth as they can from here. Only to see Li Yu seriously said, with a grave expression, Hey. Upon hearing this, Li Yu burst into laughter. Truly as expected, the Japanese have been despicable from ancient times till now. Even though they seem to worship the Tang dynasty greatly on the surface, in reality, they are still nothing but scoundrels sneaking around like thieves. Since that's the case, let's start by tackling these bandit problems. List all the hideouts of these bandits. I will immediately send troops to wipe them out completely. For this trip, Li Yu had received 1,000 soldiers dispatched by Emperor Taizong himself. With these 1,000 men under his command, subduing a few petty bandits would be exceedingly easy for him. The magistrate never expected Li Yu to be so enthusiastic about helping them eliminate these bandits right away. Quickly, he bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. Your Royal Highness's great favor shall never be forgotten. After hearing this, Li Yu broke into loud laughter once again. These are just trivial matters. This land belongs to the Tang dynasty. It is ours, and bandits like these simply should not exist here. After listening to this, the magistrate felt an upsurge of fervor within his heart. He promptly jotted down all the addresses and handed them over to Li Yu, who stood before him. Liu took the list of addresses and passed it to Lu Xue, quietly giving her a few instructions. This time, he didn't bring Lu Zhuo along because the place was already very barren. He valued its sparse population and its proximity to the river mouth. It was only at this river mouth that he could rebuild a powerful port, and there he could also establish an iron foundry. In the future, he planned to continuously reinvest earnings here until it became the largest steel factory in the entire world. As for when he arrived, all the bandits on the road to Jiangyin were eradicated. To build his true business here, he naturally couldn't allow these bandits to disrupt his commercial routes halfway. He intended to firmly control all local powers under his own grasp. Chapter 411, Bandit Troubles. I've come here, so naturally I must conquer it. This place is just my starting point. I need to possess even greater strength. Liu muttered, his voice filled with fervor. After reflecting, he realized that he must possess formidable power, and strengthening his own foundation was paramount. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be controlled by various people. Even if he became the emperor of Tang, he would still have to compromise with these noble families. There's no one who can truly get whatever they want. Even if I don't become emperor, I can still carve out my own realm within the Tang dynasty. Liu said this quietly, with passion in his heart. He intended to create his true future in the Tang dynasty. In a valley near Ling County, there were several houses where some sturdy men were farming. Inside one of the houses, however, many women and children had been tied up. These were the women they had captured. The bandit leader looked at these bound captives with lecherous eyes, deliberating which woman he should take as his own. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, although an order was established, it wasn't yet stabilized. The land was still in turmoil, especially in remote areas where there were still many bandits. Although there were garrisons in the regions, they could not be easily mobilized. Each time a raid occurred, these bandits fled into the deep mountains. These garrisons couldn't stay here indefinitely, leading to repeated escapes for the bandits. By now, these bandits had even formed a kind of tacit understanding with the local county administration. As long as their chaos didn't go too far, a certain level of tolerance existed. To some extent, they had even become another form of authority in the area. Local families had to pay them tribute in the form of grain, and sometimes even women. They also occasionally kidnapped women and brought them into the mountains. As he was selecting his next victim, a scout rushed into the room and immediately knelt before him. Boss, something terrible has happened. Today, I received news that a prince has arrived here. This place has reportedly become his fiefdom. He's also brought a large number of soldiers and plans to stay here long term. What? The leader trembled upon hearing this. The court sent a prince over here? We haven't revolted against the Li family. Could they be here to cause trouble for us? No. It's unlikely we've drawn such attention from the court. Could it be that this prince discovered treasure here, which is why he's come looking for it? The next second, he recalled the treasure storytellers often spoke about, and stories of old. His mind ignited with excitement. It must be like that. Why else would they come here? Thinking about this made his heart burn with excitement. I've been living in poverty all these years. Perhaps now is the chance for a sudden rise. When the time comes, let's rob the prince, then move on. Surely we'll lead a rich life afterward. Haha. He rubbed his chin and barked at his subordinates. Why are you panicking? We're hidden in the deep mountains. Can they find us? We've set plenty of traps along the road too. Without someone familiar with the terrain guiding them, it's impossible for them to enter. Besides, does any royal prince from the court treat the commoners as human beings? All they think about is making money. There's no reason to care about them. He chuckled darkly. Moreover, what good things are there in this place? Why must he come here? And a prince's fief must be vast. Who is this prince anyway? The bandit leader asked. Prince Qi. Hearing that name, the eyes of the bandit leader lit up instantly. Haha, everything falls perfectly into place. I've heard that this prince loves money the most, and has accumulated quite a bit of gold and jewels already. How could he possibly have two fiefs? He must be coming here to look for treasure. Didn't the storytellers say that ancient times held treasures? Our place is rumored to be where King Gojian once stayed. Could it be that this prince is here to look for treasures left by King Gojian of Yu? If we get our hands on these treasures, do we still need to remain bandits? The bandit leader immediately let out a few hee-hee laughs, revealing an excited expression. As soon as he thought about it, his palms began to feel hot. This scout was originally very tense, but upon hearing the leader's words, he became equally excited. You are truly talented and have great ideas, boss. Since this prince has come over here to meddle, why don't we snatch some things from him? The scout spoke with excitement, showing an exhilarated look. The bandit leader patted the scout in front of him. Take a few brothers and gather some intelligence. Try your best to find out exactly what Prince Wang Jie intends to do. If he's looking for treasures, then fine. If not, we'll move elsewhere quickly, he muttered, also beginning to harbor caution in his heart. Yes, boss. This time, Liu had brought along 1,000 soldiers led by General Cheng Dehan, who was Cheng Yaojin's nephew and had become a young general. Though his appearance was quite honest, reminiscent of the Cheng family style, he was incredibly capable and strong, as well as exceedingly loyal. Prince, I heard you summoned me. Cheng Dehan sat down in front of Liu. Liu nodded and tossed a notebook onto the table before him. This is information my people have gathered on the local bandits. I'm sending you to apprehend all of them. These bandits wreak havoc locally and are extremely detestable. The court was focused on governing the land and eliminating major gangs of marauders, so they didn't have time yet to deal with these smaller threats. But since I've arrived here, I cannot leave them behind. Let us send you to sweep them out completely. I will later submit a report to His Majesty, noting your contributions. Chapter 412, Cement. After hearing this, Cheng Dehan became excited instantly. Ha, my lord, this is absolutely wonderful. My uncle told me that if I come with you, I will definitely be able to earn much merit this time. So he asked me to faithfully protect you by your side. Never did I imagine that we would earn merit right away. It's just too wonderful. Xuanhuan spoke with excitement as a smile appeared on his face. If these bandits flee upon seeing us, that's fine. But if they still have the guts to stay here, I won't let them off easily. Xuanhuan slapped his thigh and said with excitement. He even wanted to wave his axe around in joy, but his axe was left outside, leaving him somewhat regretful. After Xuanhuan left, Manager Qi entered the room. My lord, the blacksmiths have been settled in already, but they are still anxious, feeling uneasy because they are eating and drinking here without anything to do. Therefore, they hope you could assign some work for them. Liu slapped his forehead. Everyone must adapt to the local climate after arriving here. Otherwise, they might experience discomfort due to water and soil changes. You let them rest for 3 days first. During these 3 days, everyone should settle their families and distribute all necessary provisions like food. There are large tracts of land here, all of which can be developed now. Once developed, they will then be divided among all the people. Liu thought about this for a moment and quickly made a decision. Land is an important asset in every era, especially farmland, which is a crucial treasure. With this thought, he felt a fire ignite inside him. Moreover, this place has already become his fiefdom, so it needs to be cultivated properly, or it wouldn't be worth coming here for this land. I know that everyone currently has nothing to do. Fine, this place has already become my fiefdom, and I wish to develop it here, ensuring each person controls their own eating, wearing, and housing needs. I intend to cultivate the land and then distribute it to everyone. Since we've come, I plan to develop this area well. For these blacksmiths who've arrived here, I plan to give 3 mu of good farmland to each individual. At the same time, I plan to construct an integrated irrigation system of reservoirs, ditches, and terraced fields. Previously, I believed the farming model was far too crude, lacking proper planning, making agriculture entirely dependent on the weather. The ditches were also constructed very roughly, leaving many places without adequate irrigation, thus causing massive conflicts. Liu slowly explained, while Manager Qi listened alongside him. Although Manager Qi had seen how his lord once transformed excellent farmland, he wasn't very knowledgeable about the details. My lord, can doing this truly increase productivity? Of course, since they're eager to work, why not have them try farming? Also, this water must be boiled before it can be consumed, otherwise, illness may arise. Additionally, all these riverways and ditches must be treated with quicklime to eliminate any parasites in the water, or it will easily lead to sicknesses. Liu gave his orders, asking Manager Qi to send people to start renovating from the designated location. It was a hilly area with a small stream flowing through it. Liu planned to start developing here, transforming this stream into a large reservoir. Once the reservoir gathers enough water, it will be used to irrigate downstream areas. With sufficient irrigation, the fields will immediately turn into prime paddy fields. After planting rice, the grain produced will meet the yearly needs of the area. Hiya, hiya. As Liu arranged people to begin working, the spies of the bandits observed this scene, meticulously recording everything. The spy excitedly came before their leader and said with excitement, "Leader, your guess was absolutely correct. They really are looking for something. They're carving mountains, and a group of people are excavating deep within this mountain, seemingly digging for something. If we don't make a mistake, it has to be that treasure of King Gojian of Wu you mentioned." Huh. Their leader, holding a woman, burst into laughter. "I knew it. They are surely here for the treasure. Since they're here, we must also take our share. We can't possibly let them have all the spoils. There's a cut for everyone." This bandit spoke excitedly. "Gather the brothers, prepare for something big." There he was speaking arrogantly. Liu didn't know that the bandits not only weren't afraid, but had already made up their minds to target him. Achoo! Liu sneezed, feeling a little sleepy, so he rubbed his eyes and began to ponder if something was amiss. Could it be that someone had him on their mind? He thought for a while, but soon brushed these thoughts aside. Carrying Lady Lu Shuei with him, the two arrived at the site where the reservoir was being built. There, a large earthen wall had already been piled up. After a moment's thought, Liu called over Manager Qi, who was busy directing workers. "This might leak water, but after piling up stones properly, I will concoct a formula. Later, we'll paint the reservoir to prevent leakage. Because this reservoir is going to be the future water source here for farming maintenance." After contemplating a bit more, Liu gave instructions to Manager Qi. "Prince, I was just thinking about this as well. The biggest problem right now is that if the reservoir collapses, all crops below would perish entirely. All the hard work during this time, along with the silver invested, would go to waste. Now that the prince has made arrangements, there's nothing better than this." Manager Qi said this with great excitement. It started. Liu nodded. "Good, I'll write down the formula. You send out some trustworthy hands, and then begin construction. Cement primarily uses limestone, clay, and iron or powder as raw materials. These are crushed, mixed proportionally, and ground finely to form a raw material mix, which is then fed into a cement kiln. The mixture is heated at around 1,450 degrees Celsius until it turns into clinker. Finally, the clinker is mixed in proportion with gypsum and ground finely again to form cement." He happened to know this formula, and when he saw it, it seemed quite interesting, so he memorized it deeply in his mind. He knew exactly where there was a coal mine, and extracting it from the mine could satisfy local needs. Moreover, there was an iron mine, so this was why he requested Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, to grant him this place as a fief, specifically to establish a complete industrial system here. Building a blast furnace and burning lime would be a very good option now. Chapter 413, Caution. As Liu was carrying out large-scale construction, these bandits stealthily emerged with their main force, preparing to reap the benefits. And Liu soon received information about this. A look of gravity appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. What is going on with these people? Why have they suddenly come out? These bandits would be difficult to capture if they were hiding deep in the mountains and forests, but now that they've come out, they no longer have a say. Liu had previously sent people to investigate and found out that these bandits were holed up in the deep mountains and forests. To avoid losing too many people, he ordered xuanhuan to temporarily hold off on action and make preparations. However, these bandits had secretly moved over. Could it be that these bandits have been arranged by others? At this thought, he instantly felt astonished. He stroked his chin and began to think carefully. Since they dare to do such things, they absolutely cannot be spared. He murmured, closing his eyes. Investigate. Absolutely find out what they're planning, how many people they have, and if there are any experts among them. Liu gave orders and immediately arranged for someone to carry out the investigation. Bring xuanhuan in here. Liu instructed his servant. Xuanhuan was quickly summoned. He scratched his head in confusion and curiously asked, "My lord, why did you suddenly call me back? I've been looking for these bandits all along, but they are hidden too deeply. Despite searching for such a long time, I still couldn't find their traces." When xuanhuan said this, he grunted and showed some anger. Liu threw an envelope in his hand at him after hearing this. "Just now, the men I sent out have already found where these bandits are." After hearing this, xuanhuan looked puzzled and took the letter in front of him into his hands to start reading. After just a while, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. "What's going on? These bandits have all sneaked out." His expression quickly turned angry. It seems these bandits are really bold. They have sneaked near the construction site of His Highness, apparently having targeted your men. These people are too audacious. They must not be left alive. They must be eliminated. Though xuanhuan might be a bit foolish, after a moment of contemplation, a cold resolve welled up within him, and a strong murderous intent surfaced. "My lord, I'll go eliminate them right now." After standing up, xuanhuan prepared to completely exterminate these bandits. But before he even went out, he was stopped by Liu. "Do you really think you will have the chance to catch these bandits if you rush out now?" Liu stared at xuanhuan and spoke these words. "These bandits are not as simple as you think. They have so much audacity to come out. Perhaps there are some highly skilled individuals among them. If many soldiers get injured or killed, do you think you will gain anything good?" Liu told xuanhuan, "My lord, wars always involve casualties. As long as not too many people die, there's nothing wrong." After hearing his words, however, Liu shook his head and scolded. "Foolish. Do you know anything? Just think carefully. What would happen if you actually did that? This is the flourishing Tang dynasty. Losing so many people just to eliminate bandits will only make others look down on you and consider you incapable. At that point, do you think you can achieve anything significant in this world?" He asked aloud. SSSSS. Although xuanhuan was a bit slow-witted, he wasn't stupid. Upon reflection, he instantly understood the crux of the matter. He slapped his thigh forcefully. "These people are really heartless. It appears they want His Highness to be reprimanded. We absolutely cannot fall into their trap." After understanding clearly, xuanhuan also became cautious. Liu commanded, "Have all the men fully armed. Capture them all at once without suffering too many losses. When the time comes, initiate the first wave of attack with archers, then use fire assault." Liu soon devised a strategy. After hearing this, xuanhuan also revealed a sinister smile. "Hee, Your Highness, your plan is extremely ruthless. These bandits won't be able to escape when the time comes. They dared to come here. There's absolutely no way we can let them go easily." The bandits were finally about to reach the site where the reservoir was being constructed. The leader's expression appeared somewhat serious as he questioned his underlings. "Are you sure that you heard them talk about finding treasures before?" A spy stepped out from the crowd. "Boss, we have checked this very thoroughly. They indeed said exactly that. We managed to infiltrate this construction site through every possible means, sneaking around and listening to their conversations. They mentioned something about a treasure coming up soon, after which this place would become impenetrable. They also said that once it's dug, this place will turn into mountains of gold and seas of silver." Upon hearing this, the bandit leader burst into loud laughter. "Once these treasures of gold and silver are unearthed, just take as much as you want. Prepare the carts well. Then, at the right moment, raid everything and take it all away." As the bandit leader spoke, his eyes gleamed with cunning. However, what he didn't know was that there were several spies who had already infiltrated the ranks of his own bandit gang. These spies were gathering intelligence, trying to figure out exactly what this group of bandits was up to. They quickly found out what these bandits were planning to do, and everyone showed contemptuous smiles. "Humph. It's unbelievable how audacious these bandits are inside." After meeting up, two spies exchanged information quietly. They discovered that this was just a 200-man bandit group, and their leader was merely a third-rate fighter, hardly qualifying as a powerful force. Their bold move to attack the construction site was purely due to their desire to seize the treasure. While listening to the bandits' discussions, these spies couldn't help but feel quite bewildered. Where did these bandits hear about the treasure? Chapter 414, Taking Down. xuanhuan arrived in front of Liu, his tone brimming with excitement. "Your Highness, I have already arranged everything for all the men. If they dare to come, we will give them a harsh lesson. These bandits have already fallen into our trap. Should we strike now?" Liu still hesitated somewhat because there were too few bandits, barely over 200, and he couldn't understand their audacity. Just at this moment, an external report reached him. "Your Highness, the scouts have returned. They've uncovered why the bandits are daring to attack. Let them come in. Liu nodded and ordered accordingly. As he spoke, the scouts quickly entered the tent and knelt before Liu. Prince, I've discovered the reason for the sudden movements of these bandits. It seems that their leader has heard rumors that you, your highness, are searching for King Gojian of Yu's treasure. Moreover, they sent out spies who reported that we're about to uncover the treasure, which is why they rushed here hastily. Upon hearing this, Liu widened his eyes, patted his head, and an astonished look appeared on his face. What kind of joke is this? If there were any treasure, I would have dug it up long ago. Would it be left for these bandits? Could it be that these bandits have been deceived by someone, leading them to come here to seize the treasure? Liu spoke, while the scout had a peculiar expression on his face as he replied. It said that the bandit chief learned that your highness came specifically here with some purpose. After investigation, it turns out we were building a reservoir here, but they mistook it for digging up treasure. Liu tapped his head, deep in thought. So, these people have intentionally come here to sacrifice themselves? Seeing this, he muttered, revealing a hint of puzzlement on his face. After pondering, he sighed deeply. Let's not dwell on this anymore. Since there are no skilled fighters among these bandits, let's take them down completely. If they want to cause trouble, we absolutely cannot forgive them. With this thought flashing through his mind, he commanded, since there are no experts among them, take them all down in one move. Cheng Dehan, since what lies ahead is only a group of bandits, do you have the confidence to capture them all? After hearing this, Cheng Dehan broke into a grin. If they are only a group of bandits, I am confident I can handle them all. Prince, I've already told you, don't worry. Bandits are just bandits. They could never harbor skilled fighters among them. He chuckled and then left. Upon reaching outside, he shouted loudly, Comrades, this is exactly the perfect opportunity for you to earn credit. Before us, there are ordinary bandits. Don't give them too many chances. Directly take them all down. Seeing this, he excitedly yelled, and together with his subordinates, began the assault. These bandits quickly made their way to the construction site of the reservoir. But the bandit chief felt something odd was afoot. He glanced around at the desolate site and kicked the scout next to him, asking, What's going on? Why isn't anyone here right now? Didn't I tell you to investigate beforehand? Why haven't you clarified the situation yet? Upon hearing this, the scout also revealed a puzzled look in his eyes. Boss, this can't possibly be wrong. I've already investigated thoroughly. They're all resting here and haven't left. I'm telling the truth. Unless something unexpected happened, have they already gone inside? In the next second, the bandit scout suddenly had this idea flash through his mind. The bandit leader stroked his chin, looking serious. It truly might be possible. Everyone, stay alert and don't overlook anything. Make sure you search carefully. Find them all, and then we can snatch gold and treasures from them. At that time, we won't be mere bandits. We'll all become rich men. We'll hide away somewhere else and lead comfortable lives as wealthy individuals, buying hundreds of acres of land and enjoying peaceful and blissful living. With his words, everyone burst into laughter, their faces glowing with happiness. In their eyes, all these treasures belonged to them. However, while they were searching in the construction site, a troop from afar had already surrounded them tightly. As the torches lit up, the bandits realized that there were soldiers outside surrounding them. The leader of the bandits widened his eyes and muttered, What's going on? How could there be so many people here? In the next second, he guessed a possibility and kicked the scout beside him to the ground. How did you investigate? Why didn't you find this out? Have these people already known we would come? Could it be that you have betrayed us? The leader of the bandits drew his knife from his waist. Upon hearing the leader's words and seeing the drawn knife, the scout's face immediately turned ashen. With a crying tone, he shouted loudly, Leader, it's absolutely impossible. I absolutely did not betray you. Please hear me out. I have never done such a thing. I already investigated clearly before coming here. They absolutely did not have this many people here. They must have tricked us somehow. Perhaps because they already knew that leader was coming for the treasure, so they deliberately laid an ambush here. Hearing this, the leader of the bandits got so angry that his whole body trembled. At this moment, Cheng Dehan walked out from among the crowd. He held a torch in one hand and a knife in the other. Clad in armor, he shone brilliantly under the night sky, looking majestic and extraordinary. You bandits actually dare to harass where the prince resides. You are truly audacious without knowing your place. Now I order you to surrender quickly, otherwise I will lead my men to slay all of you. Don't blame me for being unfriendly then. After Cheng Dehan shouted these words, the leader of the bandits looked around at the densely packed group of people, and without saying another word, he threw the knife in his hand, directly kneeling on the ground. Sir, do not attack, do not attack. We surrender, please let us live, the bandit shouted loudly. Chapter 415, I have a treasure. Without even engaging in combat, they had already surrendered entirely, because they knew that with so many people arriving, they were completely surrounded. The dense array of bows and arrows meant that if these people launched an attack, they would surely meet their end without any doubt. At the mere thought of it, fear welled up inside them, and they felt as though they were on the brink of disaster. Under this formidable and overwhelming presence, they could do nothing but surrender willingly, for they knew that if they did not surrender, they might well lose their lives right there. Seeing this scene, Cheng Dehan found it rather dull. He had originally thought that these bandits would put up some resistance, fighting fiercely for several rounds before eventually being wiped out by him. However, never did he expect that these bandits would surrender so obediently, leaving him frustrated and without an outlet for his anger. He came to the leader of the bandits, and with one kick, sent this bandit leader sprawling on the ground. Hey, you dirty rat. I thought you'd be some big fish, but turns out you're such a useless waste. You've really ruined my mood. These soldiers quickly and tightly bound all the bandits. The bandit leader was soon dragged in front of Liu, kneeling down there. At this moment, the bandit leader was trembling with fear, never expecting himself to be captured so easily, surrendering in just one blow. When he looked up, he saw a remarkably handsome and majestic man seated there. This man emanated an imposing aura. One glance at him was enough to know that he was no ordinary individual. Being naturally perceptive was what allowed him to become a bandit leader with numerous followers under his command. It was because of his sharp instincts that he had managed multiple escapes from danger and succeeded in becoming the chief of this mountain fortress filled with bandits. Yet, even after encountering the strongest experts he ever faced, none compared to Liu standing before him now. In that instant, he trembled with terror, kneeling firmly on the ground in fear. My lord, please spare my life. I truly know nothing about your search for treasures. I absolutely will not speak a word to outsiders. Please, my lord, spare me my life. We are merely greedy bandits who have never committed great atrocities. At most, we've only stolen some grain. Please, my lord, spare my life. I am willing to serve under you and become one of your subordinates. Wherever you tell us to go east, we won't dare west. Wherever you tell us to go west, we won't dare east. There's nothing we can do for my lord that we wouldn't accomplish thoroughly. Upon hearing these words from the bandit leader, Liu glanced at him. Oh, since that's the case, I suppose I'll investigate whether or not you are truly guilty of any wrongdoing. I'll instruct my men to clarify the situation. If you are indeed a criminal of great atrocity, I will absolutely not let you off lightly. At that time, I will definitely send someone to kill you. Liu said coldly, causing the bandit leader to shiver all over. His malice surged in his heart momentarily, but upon glancing at Cheng Dehan and feeling the powerful presence radiating from Liu, his spirit dampened. Kneeling on the ground, he dared not move an inch. My lord, please have mercy. Indeed, I've done some wicked things, but I have certainly not committed unforgivable acts. Instantly, the bandit leader began confessing. Take him outside and execute him. Such a one is useless to keep alive. Desperately knocking his head on the ground, the bandit leader pleaded, my lord, please don't kill me. I've buried 1,000 taels of gold within our hideout. I'm willing to hand it over. There's also some connection between the bandit leaders here, and I'm willing to help guide all the bandits out for you, my lord. Moreover, I know about their businesses and how they conduct interviews. Additionally, they've dug up several ancient tombs around here, unearthing quite a bit of wealth from those tombs. My lord, please spare my life. My lord, please have mercy. Continuously bowing his head while shouting, the bandit leader persisted. Hearing this, a sense of surprise stirred in Liu's heart, something far beyond expectation. Merely capturing a small band of bandits could yield such crucial information. Originally, the bandits here weren't just isolated in one den. They were actually digging up old treasures. Upon this realization, Liu felt a surge of intense anger. After all, artifacts passed down from the Warring States period must be extraordinary. Yet, they had been plundered by these bandits. These bandits would only treat these treasures as ordinary valuables, squandering them on various expenses and waste. For such precious artifacts, this was nothing short of a major disaster. He wished to immediately slaughter all the bandits without delay, but when he thought about the possible inability to preserve these treasures, it fueled his inner fury. He quickly suppressed his anger and said to the bandit leader in front of him, since there is so much gold and silver, I'll spare your life. If even one word you say is untrue, I will cut off your head. Liu spoke coldly to the bandit leader in front of him. After hearing this, the bandit leader knew his life had been spared, and with that realization, he let out a long sigh of relief while feeling cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He knew if he failed to prove his worth, it was highly likely his head would roll. After taking a deep breath, the bandit leader began divulging information. It turned out that the reason why these bandit leaders were staying here was because they had discovered some treasures within the mountain. A farmer, upon discovering numerous gold and silver treasures inside a tomb, became a wealthy local gentry. When the bandits robbed the farmer's house and uncovered this secret, they proceeded to dig up the tomb. An unknown number of treasures were unearthed from this tomb, tempting them to remain here. The bandit leader remained here due to witnessing others obtain so many valuable artifacts, sparking an overwhelming envy, driving him to devise every means possible for further excavation. But being just an ordinary bandit, how could he possess such ability? Thus, despite investing considerable effort, no significant treasures emerged. Despicable, truly despicable. Liu's expression turned grim after allowing the bandit leader to guide them to the bandit lair. Standing beside Liu, Lu Shui displayed a look of bewilderment. Why are you so enraged, your highness? Is it because of the destruction these people have inflicted on those tombs? Chapter 416, Treasure Vault. After hearing this, Liu let out a long sigh. You wouldn't know the extent of the consequences here. They are all rare treasures. If they fall into the hands of these bandits, they will be utterly destroyed. These bandits don't know anything about preservation. All they understand is that gold and silver are important. In their hands, these artifacts will be completely ruined. As Liu spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. I have always wanted to gain more wealth, but I absolutely disdain such things. After all, I'm a member of the royal family. Seeing this makes me feel sorrow for what has been lost. Besides, these burial items are undoubtedly top-tier treasures. How could these bandits possibly protect or identify the treasures inside? If these things were left for future generations, allowing them to open it without any damage, it might help them understand what kind of era we lived in. By the time Liu reached this point, he sighed deeply. at that moment placing all his thoughts on this. He had the intention to preserve these ancient tombs. After pondering for a while, he turned to Lu Shui beside him and said, "Let's leave here now and head toward the bandits' den. The most important task right now is to capture all the bandits in one fell swoop. I was originally planning to create more inventions, but the priority right now is to exterminate these bandits. We must eliminate every single one of them without leaving anyone behind," Li Yu said coldly, with an overwhelming aura of killing intent around him. In the bandit lair, there were only old people, women, children, and some bandits guarding the captured prisoners. When Cheng Dehan's forces attacked the lair, these people hadn't even realized it yet, and so they surrendered without resistance. The bandit leader quickly led Li Yu to the place where the gold was buried. It turned out to be a thatched hut containing a large underground cellar. It seems that the bandit had built this cellar to store the gold, which was filled with densely packed gold bricks. Turns out, this bandit had discovered this stash of gold here and, driven by greed, had planned to make even more illicit profits. "The stuff is all here. These are treasures I initially dug up here, all densely packed gold. Unfortunately, I was caught by your highness before I could think further," the bandit leader, looking downcast, obediently confessed. Li Yu looked at the gold in front of him and felt his eyes brighten instantly. This wasn't just a little bit of gold. There were enough gold pieces equivalent to tens of thousands of taels of silver. He ordered people to conduct inspections, and after examination, it was found that these were just ordinary gold bricks with no special marks. After thinking for a moment, he rebuked the bandit leader harshly. "Tell the truth. What's really going on here? Are there nothing but these gold bricks left? When I obtained these things, they were only these gold bricks. By the way, I once saw a stone tablet. On it was written that King Gojin of Yu intentionally left this batch of gold during his time of hardship and humiliation. He believed that kingdoms would eventually be wiped out, so it was necessary to leave some resources for future descendants, enabling them to rise again. As long as there is land, money, and manpower, then surely resurgence will happen in the future. But for some reason, his successors never managed to dig up this gold, allowing me to reap this windfall." The bandit leader cautiously explained and confessed. Li Yu stroked his chin, showing some doubt in his eyes. Could this really be the treasure buried by King Gojin of Yu? No wonder the bandit leader was perplexed. Nevertheless, these treasures were all his now, and Li Yu's heart started to feel passionate. Just then, Lu Shui hurriedly walked in from outside. Her eyes burned with a murderous glare, fixing her gaze on the bandit leader. "Your Highness, this bandit leader deserves death. He brought countless women and children here. Many of the women were violated by him, and numerous ones committed suicide." Upon hearing this, the bandit leader was covered in cold sweat. Indeed, he had committed these atrocious deeds back then. But as a bandit, isn't doing a bit of evil unavoidable? Still, now that he was caught, he didn't dare to argue too much, and immediately knelt down. "Spare my life. Spare my life. For my foolish actions earlier, please forgive me, Your Highness." "Humph." Li Yu gave a cold laugh upon hearing this. "If you can't carry out the task I've instructed you to do, then your only fate will be death. Don't even think about mercy. No one else would possibly keep you alive either." After being kicked to this point, the bandit leader felt a sigh of relief in his heart, realizing that he was still useful and thus could stay alive. "Your Highness, I know of another person named Wang Matzi, who unearthed an ancient tomb. It said he obtained quite a lot of gold and silver treasures, enough to enrich your household treasury instantly." The bandit leader carefully explained, his face filled with tension. Just as you raise your head to glance at the bandit leader before you, after pondering for a moment, you speak. "You dishonest bandit. But since I already know about this matter, I will arrange for you to take care of it. If there truly is treasure, then I will spare your life. Though your death penalty may be spared, your living sin cannot be forgiven. There will be plenty of chances for you to atone for your sins in the future." Li Yu coldly addressed the bandit leader before him, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Even if this bandit leader helps him in the future to capture all these individuals, Li Yu knows he will never forgive him. He plans to publicly try him and give everyone a fair judgment. At that point, whether he lives or dies won't be decided by Li Yu anymore, but rather by these victims. He glanced at the transformed bandit leader and consoled Lu Shui, standing before him. Right now, the most important thing is to find those lost treasures again and return them to those ancient tombs. Perhaps we should even relocate them elsewhere to prevent these treasures from being destroyed. Li Yu sighed and said, "We may have the ability, but we must also work for the welfare of the world. You are my woman, so you should understand my intentions and know why I must act this way." Lu Shui calmed down after hearing Li Yu's consoling words. "Yes, Your Highness. Since such is the case, everything will be done according to your arrangements." Phew. Li Yu finally let out a breath, preparing next to deal with Wang Matzi. Chapter 417, The Imperial Seal. Cheng Dehan at this moment felt a mixture of excitement and eagerness welling up inside him. He looked at Li Yu in front of him and said, "Your Highness, we just won such a great victory. Shouldn't we get some rewards? I've heard that Your Highness has gotten hold of quite a lot of gold." Cheng Dehan stared intently at Li Yu, his eyes blazing with desire as he fidgeted and rubbed his hands together. After hearing what Cheng Dehan had to say, Li Yu let out a cold laugh. "You little scamp have some guts asking for gold from me? That gold needs to be submitted to the national treasury. Once these battles are over, I will properly record everyone's merit and distribute silver coins. Those bandits were absolutely no match for us, yet you still dare to ask me for your reward?" Li Yu rolled his eyes and gave a disapproving look towards Cheng Dehan. Besides, those bandits infiltrated my construction site without anyone noticing. It was I who personally sent people to investigate them, which cost a fortune. Do you really think it's so easy for me to find them? We purchased intelligence from local landowners. Li rolled his eyes again as he spoke to Xuanhuan in front of him. Realizing that he had some fault on this matter, Xuanhuan originally only intended to skim some benefits, but didn't expect to be outright rejected. However, he did not give up. It would be different if I completely crushed all the bandits in this battle. Then we would definitely deserve some reward. There will definitely be something then, and I will never shortchange you all. I'm doing this not just for myself, but also for the world. Liu said faintly, yet Xuanhuan seemed somewhat confused by this. He scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Why did the prince mention such things? To fight against these bandits for the sake of the world? Why is he saying that? Could these bandits possibly have something to do with the whole realm? Suddenly, Xuanhuan had a revelation in the next second. Could it be that His Excellency found the Imperial Seal? There was a rumor about an Imperial Seal that hadn't been discovered until now. Could it be that this Imperial Seal is hidden within the den of the bandits? And they've already uncovered so much treasure. Xuanhuan suddenly realized something. My goodness, this is why the prince came here. He was actually looking for treasure and easily got hold of so much gold. Plus there will probably be even more treasures to come. Looks like everyone has misjudged His Excellency. If Liu knew what Xuanhuan was thinking, he would surely shout loudly. Are you insane? How could you imagine so much? I just want to develop the steel industry here. Wang Matzi had discovered a bandit nest deep in the mountains. There were various kinds of bronze artifacts and many ancient treasures arranged around in his imagination. For example, there is a piece of ceramics covered in jet black lacquer, with numerous characters inscribed on its surface. This is none other than the legendary bowl used by Emperor Yao. Who would have thought it would appear here? And now it's become a treasure in my possession. What a joy. Having these treasures makes me feel truly elated every day when I see them. Just as Wang Matzi was murmuring to himself, the sound of commotion came from outside. A scout hurriedly rushed in. Great king, disaster has struck. Great disaster. Just moments ago, we received word from outside that Zhao Erlang in these deep mountains has already been wiped out by the Imperial Army. Now, the official forces of the court seem to be heading directly toward us, likely intending to make a move against us. Upon hearing this, Wang Mazi's face immediately turned grave, his previous leisurely demeanor replaced with solemn seriousness. What happened? Why would the army of the court suddenly be coming after us? We have been staying put, not causing trouble outside at all. Since His Highness came here, we've all been very disciplined, and now it seems like he has left. What's going on? An anxious Wang Matzi questioned his subordinates, his whole body tense. We don't know exactly either. All we've heard is that Zhao El seemed to have heard rumors that the visiting Prince Qi was digging for treasures, so he led an assault. But they went in and never returned. Their own stronghold ended up being captured. The news came from some fugitives who escaped from their camp. Wang Mazi's expression became solemn after hearing this. It seems that someone leaked out about our treasures here, and therefore these official troops are coming toward us. Before, these people would not even take a look when they heard about bandit suppression, all hiding somewhere. He gritted his teeth as he spoke, his face flushed with anger. Someone immediately arranged to block the road leading to us. We need to prevent these official soldiers from advancing. We're already on top of this steep mountain. It won't be easy for them to come up and kill us. At that point, we'll give them a good lesson. Wang Matzi was no ordinary man. Just thinking about how so many of his treasures might be taken away ignited a fire within him. In his view, he had already hidden deep enough, yet they still dared to attack. This called for a proper confrontation. If they want to take my treasures, they must first see if they have the guts. His eyes now blazed with fierce determination, wanting to charge down at once. At that moment, Xuanhuan strolled casually toward the bandit lair. After his previous great victory, his sense of triumph had become hard to suppress. In his mind, these bandits were nothing but weaklings. All he needed was to order and display the majesty of the official army, and these bandits would obediently surrender. General, there's bad news. The road below has been blocked, and we can't go up. The scouts soon discovered the blockage and rushed back hastily to Xuanhuan to report. Xuanhuan paused for a moment before commanding. Now hurry up and clear the blocked roads so that we can ascend and fight. These bandits' attempt to block the way shows they are still hiding in the mountains, never leaving. Perfect. Let's trap them completely. Xuanhuan let out a cold snort at this. These fools. Chapter 418. Assaulting the mountain. Do they think that these things they've set up will stop us from attacking? They're truly very bold, but also extremely foolish. Xuanhuan said coldly, yet with a hint of excitement. What he didn't know was that on the other side, there were some people dressed in green camouflage clothing swiftly moving forward through the forest. These were the personal soldiers trained by Liu, and the clothes they wore were also made by Liu. These garments were highly special, as they could conceal their figures within the forest. As they weaved through the forest, it was as if they were invisible. Without a careful look, their presence would be entirely unnoticed. When Liu began the assault on this mountain fortress, he had already decided that Jimeng would send Xuanhuan to attack from the front, thus drawing the attention of the enemy, while ensuring that his prepared ambush remained undetected. Once the attack began, all enemies would be captured at once. Liu knew that Xuanhuan, having recently won battles, had become somewhat arrogant, even disregarding him, thinking that he was merely a general sent by the court for protection, whose military insights did not necessitate being followed strictly. This behavior made Liu extremely dissatisfied, even somewhat angry. Hence, this time he dispatched his personal troops without informing Xuanhuan about how exactly the battle should be fought. As Chung Dahan led his men upward, he soon realized how incredibly arduous the journey was, with the terrain proving highly inconvenient. Especially the stronghold seemed distant, its location unknown. With gritted teeth, Chung Dahan cursed. These damned bandits hiding in the deep mountains are hard to find. Even their lair is impossible to locate. There have been so many obstacles along the way, and when I get there, I will make sure to kill every single one of them, leaving no one alive. His words carried a fierce gaze. From above, Wang Matzi was looking far down below. He naturally saw the group, led by Chung Dahan, and after counting carefully, frowned and said, "There doesn't seem to be 1,000 people here. Looks like only 500 or 600 people. Where are the other 400 or 500? The military advisor by Wang Matzi's side simply smiled and replied, "Our king overthinks this now. The remaining people must certainly be protecting the prince. If something happened to the prince, they would also be doomed. After all, he's a royal duke himself. This prince might even be crowned emperor someday." Wang Matzi furrowed his brows after hearing this, showing a curious expression. Is that true? Shouldn't the current heir to the throne be the crown prince? If the crown prince cannot inherit the throne, why would this prince deserve such an honor? The advisor chuckled. It's different with this old Li family's dynasty. It's always filled with betrayal and bloodshed, father against son. Once it starts, the future will inevitably be the same. If ancestors can do this, why shouldn't their descendants follow suit? Whoa! Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi sucked in a cold breath, then smirked bitterly. Only 500 people want to capture me? Wang Matzi has been underestimated indeed. In my world, what does their number even matter? After laughing mockingly, Wang Matzi glanced downward from afar. Come on then, come all of you. We'll see how you fare against my forces, and let's put an end to you. Haven't those jars of molten gold you asked for been ready yet? Wang Matzi turned to ask the bandits beside him. My king, they're definitely ready. We've also prepared a large amount of stones, and once they dare to approach, we'll give them a good lesson. When they arrive, we'll push them back. We don't wish to fight unless necessary. If they refuse to listen, we'll just throw stones, or worse, molten gold. The terrain here is treacherous. They won't be able to attack successfully. With our ample food supply and secret tunnels, them getting here is pure delusion. They pose no threat to us. After saying this, Wang Matzi turned around and left. Chung Dahan reached a narrow pass, and from above came the voice of the bandits. Our leader has said, if you leave immediately, we don't need to fight. After all, you're also representatives of the imperial court. But if you insist on attacking, don't blame us for being unforgiving. Hearing this, Chung Dahan roared angrily, surrender properly. If you don't, once I breach your fortifications, I will leave none of you alive. Before he could finish his words, a large number of stones were hurled down from above. These stones rolled down the mountain with immense force, scaring Chung Dahan into quickly taking cover to avoid them. Just as he was about to order his men to attack uphill, he realized both sides were steep rocks, making it impossible to climb. He narrowly avoided being doused with molten gold and felt greatly alarmed upon seeing it. This wasn't ordinary stuff. It was molten gold, incredibly foul-smelling and highly damaging to wounds. Anyone struck would suffer rotting wounds until their entire body decayed. Thinking of this made Chung Dahan feel cold all over. Fortunately, he had run fast enough. What should we do now? He has already pledged his military allegiance to the prince, vowing to capture this stronghold and apprehend everyone. Yet, this narrow pass seems impassable. Meanwhile, on the other side, people dressed in camouflage uniforms held hooks, throwing them onto the rocks before rapidly climbing upwards. Their speed was incredible as they swiftly ascended the cliffs from the other direction, soon reaching the mountaintop. On this peak lay many houses where numerous bandits resided. Below the mountaintop, fertile land stretched across which grew abundant crops. These bandits even cultivated their own food here. There were also children playing happily, blissfully unaware of any impending danger. The camouflaged figures, upon arriving, were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected the bandit hideout to have such a peaceful atmosphere. They exchanged glances and proceeded according to their original plan. Wang Matzi returned with his military advisor and sat down where he was, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it greedily. As he prepared to toy with something in front of him, a sudden chill ran down his spine. A strange sense of danger descended, leaving him inexplicably uneasy. What's going on? While he pondered in confusion, a cold voice came from behind him. Kneel. Chapter 419, Annihilation. Otherwise die. This voice was full of energy, filled with killing intent, and upon reaching Wang Maz's ears, it instantly made her feel covered in goosebumps. What's going on? Isn't this my hideout? How could someone possibly sneak up here? How did they manage to get up here? Wang Mazdadan felt a chill down her neck, followed by a sudden pain, as blood trickled down from her neck. Holding an ancient artifact in her hands, Wang Mazdadan instinctively knelt down on the ground and pleaded, I've made a mistake. Please spare me. You must be people from the government. Although I am a bandit, I haven't committed any heinous crimes. Please, honorable officials, spare my life. Wang Mazdadan trembled on the ground while continuing to beg for mercy. The person behind her sneered coldly. All right, quickly call over your subordinates leaders. If there is even a bit of non-cooperation, your heart will turn ice cold instantly. Wang Mazdadan obeyed immediately, shouting loudly at the outsiders, commanding them, summon the bosses. I have something to instruct them. Upon hearing these words, her subordinates didn't harbor any suspicion since Wang Mazdadan was an extremely cautious individual who often acted similarly under normal circumstances as well. At the place of confrontation, after hearing Wang Mazdadan's summons, the bosses were all very surprised. Normally, Wang Mazdaban would never summon them. Could it be that the big boss has something to discuss with us again? The four bosses wondered among themselves. Boss 3 only thought for a moment before shaking his head. We don't know everything yet. Things will be clear once we see the big boss. Perhaps big boss just wants to drink with us. Boss 2 chimed in, causing everyone to burst out laughing. They laughed happily, finding this situation somewhat amusing. When these several bosses arrived in the hall, they noticed someone standing behind Wang Mazdaban, who looked quite close to her. Could it be that the boss called us over to introduce this man? Is he possibly the relative of Big Boss, wanting to join our mountain stronghold? Everyone had doubts in their minds. But Wang Mazdaban just waved her hand. Bring out some wine. Brothers. Wang Mazdaban started to speak. Meanwhile, when Chengdan suffered a setback and was stuck below unable to move, it infuriated him so much that he reached out and struck the stone wall with great force. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Suddenly, he realized that all movements above had ceased, as if the people had vanished. Chengdan began to wonder curiously. Could it be that the opponent employed an empty city strategy? As soon as this thought popped into his mind, a deep voice came from above. General Chun, we've captured the hideout already, come up. Subsequently, the path leading upwards was opened, revealing a group of men dressed in camouflage uniforms escorting Wang Mazdaban's people down. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Chengdan sucked in a sharp breath. You've already taken Wang Mazdaban down? How did you manage to do that? He exclaimed, his face slightly pale, seemingly struggling to believe it. Haha, the leader then said. General Chun, the prince anticipated you might encounter obstacles here, so he specifically sent us to take over. At the same time, he informed us that you would certainly attempt to forcibly attack, but because you're unfamiliar with siege warfare, many soldiers might suffer losses and instead get beaten back by these bandits. After all, these bandits have occupied the geographical advantage. Hence the prince ordered us to climb up from the cliffside of the stronghold and strike at their weakest spot, taking them all out decisively. After listening to this, Chengdan widened his eyes, disbelief setting in. How can it be like this? His hands trembled slightly, a sense of regret welling up inside. He was previously highly confident about his command skills, believing even the prince wasn't as specialized as himself in military matters. In reality, he ended up being humiliated. Prince Qi was truly an expert in this area, and Chengdan sighed with a bitter smile. The prince is truly the grandmaster, and I'm just making a fool of myself by teaching others at their own doorstep. I concede defeat. The prince said that after this matter is resolved, you need to see him. He has an important task arranged for you. Chengdan nodded. In my family, losing means accepting it. Since I'm not as good as the prince, I'll naturally follow the prince's instructions. After saying this, he commanded his subordinates to take over the entire hideout. Soon, all the bandits in this stronghold were captured and taken down the mountain. At the same time, Liu also got to see the treasures inside the stronghold. There were bronze artifacts here, many long bronze spears stored in this treasury. But these things seemed not to be highly valued by the bandits. There were also quite a few strange jars, along with other peculiar items, all displayed here. Liu could not recognize them all, but he had seen similar things on the news before. Damn it, he muttered angrily. These bandits had damaged the tomb and brought out its contents, causing irreparable loss to culture and history. Just as he touched a porcelain piece, the system panel popped up. Ding, system task. You have made contact with the tomb of Gojian, king of Yu. This tomb has been damaged. Please restore history, repair the tomb, reset the main storyline, and preserve national treasures for future generations. Task reward. Yu Maiden Sword Art Fruit. Could it be this thing? Upon seeing this, Li Yu's eyes immediately lit up. The Yu Maiden Sword Art was among the rare renowned deadly sword techniques. A single person with a sword could challenge thousands of foes alone and even directly breach into palaces. Training soldiers with this technique could turn them into battle-hardened elite troops. After checking out the introduction of the fruit of the swordsmanship technique, Li Yu became extremely excited. He did not expect that these people had dug out such a treasure, so he definitely needed to restore it to secure this reward. Your Highness, what do you need? Chengdan hurriedly came to Li Yu's presence, asking curiously. When he arrived, he kept his head low and didn't dare to look at Li Yu, seemingly filled with remorse. Humph. Seeing him, Li Yu coldly sniffed. How many soldiers were lost? With some shame, Chengdan replied. More than 100 were injured, mostly from being hit by the bandit stones. These bandits are truly detestable. Many others fell on the mountain paths or accidentally rolled down the slopes, resulting in injuries. Fighting bandits hidden in these mountains is inherently dangerous, said Li Yu. Chapter 420, Scolding the General. You actually don't bring assault equipment, nor do you prepare logistics. If we let you keep fighting, you might end up being defeated by these bandits. Do you know that these bandits have already laid an ambush with a surprise force? As soon as you retreat, they will attack from the cave and cause your troops to collapse in chaos. In the dead of night, deep within the old forest, if the army collapses under such an assault, how many casualties would there be? Li Yu's words filled Chengdan with shame. My prince, I was wrong. He opened his mouth, somewhat scared, admitting his fault. Remember, never make this mistake again. After Li Yu finished speaking, he looked at Chengdan before him and said, Besides, I have another task for you. I want to find the location of this tomb. I plan to reopen this tomb and seal these treasures back inside, while also reconstructing it into a more enclosed structure. Of course, I don't intend to tell anyone else about this. Instead, I'll arrange for you to lead a secret operation and absolutely ensure no leaks occur. Because these hidden treasures belong to those from the past era and should not remain here. It would be disrespectful to our ancestors if they were destroyed. Xuanhuan understood naturally. In the hierarchy of heaven, earth, ruler, ancestors, and teachers, even during the Tang dynasty, tomb raiding was still a major crime. If the items inside the tomb could be returned and the tomb protected, it would surely gain recognition from many people across the land. This thought flashed through Xuanhuan's mind, filling him with admiration for Li Yu. Indeed, Prince Qi is truly extraordinary, not only cleaning out the bandits here, but also resealing the treasures back into the earth. When the treasures are returned to the earth, they will surely last for many years. My prince, I will fulfill my mission and ensure these treasures are well preserved, untouched by anyone. We will inventory everything, document them in scrolls, then seal them underground according to the mechanism you specify. After contemplating for a moment, Li Yu spoke. Yes, my prince. Xuanhuan immediately replied. Then Li Yu summoned Wang Maizi. As soon as Wang Maizi entered, he immediately knelt before Li Yu, continuously bowing. My prince, please spare me. Please spare me. I'm just a small bandit here. Although I've stolen from some tombs here, I swear I had no evil intentions. He continued, pleading loudly, head bowed in supplication. Upon hearing this, Li Yu scoffed coldly. You've obtained so much treasure, and yet you dare claim you're innocent? The tombs you've desecrated. Do you know what kind of crime grave robbing is in our great Tang dynasty? That is a capital offense. And worse, you dared to dig up a royal tomb. Do you understand how grave a crime that is? Our dynasty is the rightful successor to the Sui dynasty, respecting the ancient princes. Now you've committed a heinous crime. Bang bang. Li Yu's words left Wang Maizi pale-faced. He wasn't learned, and thus hadn't known the gravity of it. Spare my life, my prince. If you show mercy and forgive me, I'll divulge a great secret. At this point, Li Yu felt intrigued and turned his eyes on Wang Maizi before casually dismissing him with words. You're just a petty bandit. What secrets could you possibly know? My prince, do not underestimate me. I do indeed know the location of a treasure. He cautiously replied. It's just too perilous to enter, and after all this time, I haven't succeeded. They say it holds half the treasures once hidden away by King Yu of Wu, gold, silver, jewels, all highly mysterious. I spent immense effort finding this place. If my prince spares my life, I will definitely disclose its location. When Li Yu heard this, his heart leapt. Really? Is that true? Of course. Otherwise, why would I stay here despite having so many treasures? As Wang Maizi spoke, he subconsciously rubbed his hands together, revealing his greed. Realizing his predicament as a prisoner, he quickly knelt down again, pressing his head firmly to the ground without moving. After listening to this, Li Yu lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, showing a serious expression, deep in thought. All right, if what you say is true, then I can naturally spare your life. However, those lawbreakers in your fort cannot be easily forgiven. All those who have committed crimes will be judged accordingly, and I will absolutely not forgive those with severe offenses. Wang Maizi hurriedly knelt down and said, My lord, please rest assured. My subordinates, although they followed me to become bandits, haven't actually done anything excessively wicked. We only had a few dealings with other bandits, like the ones from that mountain over there. Those bandits are truly vicious. They often snatch women from the villages below the mountain. I've never approved of their actions. Whenever they do something like this, I'll tell you about it. Wang Maizi became excited. I know quite a bit. He quickly started confessing. In the capital city, Li Xiuxian was anxiously listening to his subordinate's report at this moment. What did Li Yu do after he went to his fief? My lord, I sent people to investigate. We found that Prince Qi went there and started digging up the land, claiming he wanted to build reservoirs and canals. He assigned all the blacksmiths to dig the land, along with quite a few soldiers, all busy digging. There's also some construction happening, blasting rocks on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian's face revealed a look of bewilderment. Could this really happen? He pondered for a while and wondered if Li Yu was truly focused on construction. After reflecting for a moment, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, showing a serious expression. Tell me then, what exactly is going on? Why are they doing this kind of construction? Could it be that Li Yu has changed his character and is preparing to farm there? No, this guy absolutely wouldn't be farming there. Certainly, there must be some sort of hidden plot being prepared. Prince Qi murmured, his face suddenly turning pale. I get it. He must be digging for something. Chapter 4:21, Offering Treasures. This guy has never been a calm and peaceful person. He must be preparing some kind of conspiracy. After pondering, Li Qinggan immediately instructed the eunuch in front of him to issue orders. Monitor him at once and see what he is trying to do. If my expectations aren't wrong, he must be constructing something. Just as he was contemplating these matters, his eyes suddenly brightened. Investigate for me. At the palace, Emperor Li Shimin had just finished reviewing the documents in front of him. He showed some signs of laziness, leaning back on the dragon throne. This was a rare moment of rest for him. The eunuch standing nearby did not dare to say much and only waited silently beside him. After he rested sufficiently, Li Shimin stood up and stretched, asking the eunuch beside him, What is Prince Qi currently doing? Your Majesty, Prince Qi has not done much over there, merely digging land, clearing wastelands, and quarrying stones on the mountain. Furthermore, he sent Chung Dahankin to suppress bandits, but we don't know how it's going yet. That's quite well done. At least he now looks like a prince. You know, I have always been most concerned about this child. His mind is too active, and he has various ingenious ideas and a strong will to act immediately. In normal times, I worry about him the most. Li Shimin sighed after saying this. But strangely enough, this kid seems to behave himself once arriving in his place. This makes me feel a bit curious. How are things with the Cui family? Li Shimin paused for a moment before asking this question. Your Majesty, the Chui family is indeed a bit dishonest. However, after your Majesty gave them a good reprimand, they all became more subdued. Hee. Even if they have the nerve, they still wouldn't dare to make trouble with you, your Majesty. Humph. Executing a few of their direct descendants this time is also a warning to them. They've reached too far by involving themselves in our imperial succession dispute. Do they really think I'm afraid of shedding blood? When Li Shimin said this, he closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a while. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in from outside. With an excited tone, he said, Underground. There's tremendous news. After hearing this, Li Shimin raised his head, looked at the eunuch in front of him, and displayed a puzzled expression. What great news! The eunuch knelt down below and exclaimed with excitement. When Prince Qi was digging the mountainside, he was attacked by bandits. After subduing the bandits, he actually discovered 1,000 taels of gold. Prince Qi has already sent someone to escort it to the capital. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin instantly became wide awake from his drowsiness. An incredulous look appeared in his eyes. What happened? He too revealed a bit of excitement, and quickly asked the eunuch. This eunuch immediately handed the piece of paper containing the message to him. After Li Shimin received this paper, he began to read it attentively. Only after reading it for a while, he slapped his thigh enthusiastically. Who would have thought that this kid had such good luck, moving to a new place and immediately stumbling upon a treasure? Looks like I'll need to reward him properly. The court is precisely in need of funds right now. Unexpectedly, he has uncovered so much money. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, Someone, come here. Loudly calling out his instructions, he was ready to send a reward to Li Yu. On the second day, everyone in the court heard about the news. Many people were very surprised. Wasn't Li Yu's luck just too good? How could he find so much gold at this time? You should know that the national treasury was extremely depleted. No matter who brought in money, they would definitely receive Li Shimin's appreciation. Prince Qi obtained quite a lot of strange items during this period, and he paid a large sum of taxes. But for the state, it was still somewhat lacking. Prince Qi, this time you truly gained the emperor's favor. To bring in so much gold, the emperor will certainly be delighted. Many people murmured and questioned each other incessantly. The news soon spread to the common folk and was widely celebrated by many. Many people believed that Li Yu was truly a god of wealth. No matter where he went, riches would appear. Before Prince Qi came to the capital, his residence had nothing valuable. However, ever since Prince Qi arrived in the capital, various strange contraptions have emerged within the city. Many people are highly fond of them. Moreover, there were all sorts of delicious food items. But more importantly, ever since Prince Qi had come to the capital, everyone had inexplicably become wealthier. Rice paddies were also increasing, and yields were getting higher. In the future, the Tang dynasty wouldn't lack for grain anymore. Many people looked forward to making a large sum of money after the harvest, and then they would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. Tell me, could it be that Prince Qi is a reincarnation of the heavenly god of wealth? If he inherits the throne, will the whole world not become incredibly prosperous? Can't say. These kinds of things are up to heaven. However, this prince will definitely gain the emperor's favor. Who knows? One day he might become the crown prince. Just as everyone was discussing this topic, a man dressed in black in the inn covered his straw hat and quietly slipped out of the inn. Li Qinggan, upon hearing about this matter, became so angry he nearly spat blood. Walking back and forth with an irritated expression, he said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Sneaking around like this, he must want to dig something up. I never expected his heart to be so deeply set on gold. Li Qinggan clenched his fists tightly and slammed them onto the table. After doing so many things, you've surely gained father's affection. With such talent, what am I compared to you? I must quickly take control of my own power if I don't want to lose my position as crown prince easily. Upon thinking of this, a thought crossed his mind. He needed more wealth. Even if it meant overstepping some boundaries, it didn't matter. After contemplating this, his eyes opened, gleaming with determination. Prepare my carriage for me. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly stopped. After pondering for a moment, he gave orders to someone outside. Go fetch some common clothes. I plan to go out and tell whoever comes that I am reviewing my lessons and shall see no one. Li Qinggan gave his instructions, his voice carrying a chill. Chapter 422, Alliance. Anyone who hears his voice will feel a sudden chill down their spine. The eunuch in front of Li Xiuxian, upon hearing his words, immediately responded, with cold sweat streaming down his back, full of fear. The eunuchs familiar with Li Xiuxian naturally know what's going on. If this crown prince shows such an expression, it means he might genuinely intend to kill. One misstep could lead to death. As the eunuch rushed out, Li Xiuxian sat down and began contemplating what to do. Uncle, you said before that you would fully support me this time. I wonder how you'll choose. When Changsun Wujia returned to his residence, his chief steward approached him and quietly whispered a few words into his ear. This made him reveal a look of surprise on his face, but he quickly restored his calm demeanor. I didn't expect him to come, but since he's here, we may as well meet. You arrange for people to patrol the estate carefully. Maintain an outward appearance of relaxation, but be vigilant internally. Anyone who dares to intrude on the inner courtyard must be apprehended immediately. After issuing these orders, Changsun Wujia hurried into the inner court and entered his study. Upon entering, he saw Crown Prince Li Xiuxian sitting in his chair. Li Xiuxian was holding one of Changsun Wujia's books, flipping through it in his hands. Your Highness, Crown Prince, you have entered my house so secretly. May I ask what urgent matter brings you? Changsun Wujia looked at the Crown Prince and asked, Uncle, don't you want me to come? You should know why I'm here. Li Chengxian put down the book in his hand and stared directly at Changsun Wujie. His eyes held a gaze sharp like that of an eagle. After hearing this, Changsun Wujie chuckled, then relaxed and sat casually beside the prince. Crown Prince, your highness must surely have some urgent business. As for your intentions, they are beyond my ability to guess, and I dare not speculate wildly. Changsun Wujie said this with a slight smile. I need greater power. My position as Crown Prince is now becoming unstable. If I cannot stabilize the situation, then the entire realm will also become unstable. Uncle, do you wish for the kingdom to become unstable? Do you want me to lose the position of Crown Prince? That Li Yu is utterly outrageous, truly despicable. Although he is my younger brother, his aggressive moves step by step force me into a desperate situation, which is truly hateful. There is no way I can forgive him. One could see Li Chengxian gritting his teeth, cursing under his breath, breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Ha! Changsun Wujie let out a laugh. Crown Prince, you are too anxious. He is just a king. You are the rightful Crown Prince and the legitimate heir to the throne. When the emperor passes away, it will be you inheriting the throne. At this, Li Chengxian coughed twice, covering his mouth, his complexion turning slightly pale. Uncle, do you really think I can sit on the throne? My body is weak, and unlike Li Yu, who is ruthless and sly, how could I possibly have the chance to ascend the throne? It wouldn't surprise me if another Xuanhuan Gate incident occurs in my life where my younger brother cuts off my head and takes the throne himself. My father, the emperor, clearly favors him, so I, as Crown Prince, must prepare against potential threats. Did not my great uncle originally lose both the Crown Prince position and his life in similar circumstances? Although Li Yu doesn't yet hold tremendous power, currently teaching various generals and collecting wealth from different regions. This time, all that gold. Do you really think it came from treasures dug up from the ground? No, he has definitely garnered support from those difficult-to-reach places, accumulating this much wealth simply to please the emperor. I fear the day when they robe him in yellow and force everyone else to bow in submission. Uncle, I only seek your help. When the time comes, I will certainly make the Changsun family rule over the entire land. Li Chengxian's eyes gleamed, staring intently at the seated Changsun Wujie, and said, Prince, although I may help you, many things cannot be done excessively. After all, the empire still belongs to the current emperor. Changsun Wujie was also a crafty old fox. He was the representative of the prestigious families. With a smile, he said, My demands are not high. I only hope that when your highness reigns over the realm, you will not be too harsh on our families. Things have become somewhat uncomfortable for our families lately. I am the prime minister, yet in reality, I am also watched with caution. Our families may hold some power, but compared to the empire and the royal family, we are absolutely no match. Prince, what do you think? Changsun Wujie asked. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxian's heart stirred as he understood Changsun Wujie's implication. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Uncle, I understand your meaning perfectly, and there is absolutely no issue. If we speak of prominent families, our Li family is the greatest family in this realm. The fiefs are ours, the power is ours, and the land belongs to us. I am willing to share the realm with the distinguished families. Li Chengxian spoke with an increasingly rapid breath, his gaze locked intently on Changsun Wujie, carrying a tinge of yearning. Excellent. With these words from the Crown Prince, it is truly wonderful news. We will surely assist the Crown Prince in ascending to greatness, Changsun Wujie responded. At these words, the Crown Prince's face flushed with excitement, seemingly moved by the promising news. Crown Prince, allow me to suggest that you should be well prepared. I suspect there might be unrest in the southwestern regions. The Tubo people might cause trouble. Peace has lasted for so many years, but now there are signs of restlessness. When that happens, your highness can request to lead troops into battle, and once great achievements are made, won't the whole realm naturally belong to you, Prince? Moreover, you can take the opportunity to gain the loyalty of some generals, who will naturally remember your favors as they advance. You can also promote certain generals, and with our help, we can bring them to the capital. These will all form the foundation for the future Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxian felt a surge of delight deep within and broke into a radiant smile. Chapter 4:23, Celestial Descent. When he heard what Changsun Wujie said, he realized that the Changsun Wujie in front of him was now more willing to support him on some levels. He was the Crown Prince. If he wanted to gain the support of these subjects, he first had to win the backing of these powerful families. Only with their support could he get the officials behind him, allowing him to have a strong enough political force to sustain his position. With this thought, he felt a fiery passion surge within his heart. But after the Crown Prince left, Changsun Wujie's eyes slightly narrowed, and a sly smile appeared on his face. It seems the Crown Prince underestimates me too much. He really thinks we can't see through his intentions. It appears that he won't last long as the Crown Prince. Hiss. Beside Changsun Wujie, the senior butler who had been serving him displayed a look of seriousness. Master, if so, why do you still invest in this Crown Prince? If he doesn't have the skills, it might only bring disaster to you. After hearing this, Changsun Wujie laughed heartily. You don't understand. If we don't support him, he will surely hold a grudge against us. The future is uncertain. We must diversify our investments and ensure every heir has our backing so that we can play both sides successfully. No matter who ascends the throne, they will not have any ill feelings toward us. Only in this way does our family have a future. Changsun Wujie muttered softly, his face full of smiles. Our noble house has maintained itself to this day, thanks to this skill of playing all sides. There are simply too many people in this land who might rise. If we back the wrong horse, we might lose everything. Only this way can we safeguard the family's assets. As he said this, a smile appeared on his face. Besides, His Majesty is also old now, nowhere near as sharp as before. In the past, if we dared to do such things, we would probably have been severely punished. But now, the blade in his hands has grown dull. In the past, there wouldn't be such good opportunities for us. The emperor wouldn't overlook punishing the Chui family without shedding rivers of blood. Changsun Wuji said this lightly, with a touch of calmness. Hiss. The butler, upon hearing this, took a sharp breath. Master, your planning is truly impeccable. But, thinking here, Changsun Wuji clenched his fists tightly. My daughter genuinely fell in love with Prince Qi. She is my most beloved daughter, and once she gets entangled in the battle for the imperial throne, her fate may not be pleasant. At this point, Changsun Wuji clutched his fists tightly. This is a warning from the emperor that we should not act rashly. Even so, my daughter has already prepared herself mentally. She is willing to sacrifice for the family rather than be restricted. He spoke indifferently, gazing into the distance. At this time, Changsun Pingting had already woven many exquisite patterns on silk. The patterns varied greatly, and her craftsmanship was improving day by day. Xiaoping, when do you think the prince will come to see me? He promised he would definitely visit me after returning to the capital, but until now, he hasn't. As she said this, a trace of grievance appeared on her face. She stopped her work and looked at the maid before her. Hearing this, the maid paused in her movements, panic appearing on her face, though she quickly feigned calmness. Miss, the prince is a man of great responsibilities. Perhaps he hasn't finished those important tasks yet. If he's done, how could he avoid coming to see you? I heard the prince has accomplished many merits. It's rumored that he received praise from the emperor this time. Upon hearing this, Changsun Pingting immediately became excited. That's wonderful. Especially since I cannot go out casually right now. Father says I need to prepare for my wedding. Sneaking out would probably disgrace the royal family. I didn't go out often in the past either, thinking I like running away, which is too harsh. I'm not someone who likes running away from home. I only left before because I wanted to meet the prince, to check if he's the one I'd love. How could I know whether he's truly the perfect match for me if I hadn't gone to see him? Even if an imperial marriage decree comes down, liking or disliking each other still matters. Changsun Pingting hummed softly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Xiaoping didn't dare to answer recklessly and responded with a few hushed words. Just at this moment, one of the servants rushed in, delivering a letter to Changsun Pingting. Miss, this letter is from Prince Qi. Upon hearing this, Changsun Pingting immediately became elated. That's wonderful. I knew he would definitely send me a letter. It's exactly as I expected, so wonderful. With excitement, she hurriedly took the letter handed to her and began reading it. She hadn't gone far when a wave of joy spread across her face. That's great. He really sent me a present this time. She opened the envelope and found inside a hairpin, an exquisitely crafted gold hairpin adorned with delicate engravings. This was the first time she had seen such an intricate piece, even more refined than any she'd seen before. Amazing. She started adjusting herself in front of the mirror with the new hairpin. Liu, stationed by the coast, swiftly oversaw the construction there, with towering blast furnaces rising from flat ground for manufacturing iron rods. Other furnaces specifically served to produce cement. As packages of cement were successfully produced, they were promptly applied to nearby construction sites. The reservoir was soon completed and built extremely sturdily. The craftsman who witnessed this couldn't help but gawk in amazement. His Highness truly has remarkable ingenuity and capabilities that are beyond the ordinary. His Highness is surely a celestial star descended from heaven. Of course, he is extraordinary. These are merely small examples of his abilities. I've heard His Highness possesses other miraculous powers as well. He just hasn't shown them yet. Amidst these workers and soldiers, rumors quickly spread that Liu was a divine celestial figure who had descended from the heavens, one unmatched by any other. When Liu learned about this, he felt quite puzzled inside. Chapter 4:24, Tian Lazy. What's going on? Why did I suddenly gain all this reputation? He felt very strange. After making some inquiries, he finally understood the reason. It turned out to be because of his unique ideas and the technological products he presented, which were completely beyond these people's imagination. But when these people couldn't understand, they draped a mythical halo around him. Because things that can't be understood are supernatural, and it was precisely for this reason that Liu found it interesting. However, he didn't debunk these myths about himself. If one has a mythical halo, it could help them run schools more effectively. He wasn't a promoter of science. His task was to develop this place and create a better future. Your Highness, you asked me to deal with that big tomb. I've reopened it, but it's already been damaged so badly. If we just bury it again, sooner or later those bandits will dig it up once more. After pondering for a moment, Liu gave a cold laugh. They don't have such capabilities. When the time comes, use cement to seal it firmly. It will be extremely difficult for them to reopen it. And since there is cement underneath, even if they chisel with stones, there is absolutely no way they can break through these barriers. As Liu spoke here, he revealed a faint smile. If someone in the future opens this tomb and sees the dense layers of cement inside, one wonders what kind of expression they would have on their faces. Chung Dahan lit up upon hearing this. Your Highness, this is simply too crafty of you. These cements will harden into stone, and when these people try to dig, they'll only end up digging at the stone, with no gaps at all. They'll certainly think something bizarre has happened. I'll go handle it right away. Chung Dahan said this excitedly. At the same time, the treasure location revealed by Wang Matzi had also been thoroughly investigated. There was a massive underground cave within this mountain. However, this underground cave was equipped with numerous mechanisms. The moment anyone got close, the mechanism changed abruptly, indicating some peculiar noises. Once the existence of this treasure was confirmed, Liu also hurried over. This was a vast cave, externally obstructed by boulders, but some mechanisms could open it to show the situation inside. It was after Wang Matzi activated the mechanism that it slowly shifted aside, revealing the internal conditions. However, as soon as Liu saw the situation inside, he immediately realized the issue. There were quite a few white bones scattered on the ground. Wang Matzi had a serious expression on his face. "Your Highness, this cave has turned into an extremely dangerous place. Please stay outside and let us take the risk. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, even if 100 lives are sacrificed, it probably wouldn't make up for it. After all, you are the illustrious member of the royal family, while I am merely a small general." He spoke carefully, glancing furtively at Liu before quickly lowering his head again, not daring to look further. Liu approached the entrance of this cave and inspected these mechanisms. He discovered that they used levers. And though these mechanisms were quite crude, they were still challenging for the people of the present era to understand. But Liu grasped their function effortlessly. He smiled slightly and said, "Even without using these mechanisms, I can still open this gate." After saying this, he directly pushed the stone gate with his hands. Wang Matzi hurriedly interjected, "Your Highness, this stone gate weighs 1,000 jin. At least 10 horses would be needed to pull it open." Just as these words reached his lips, he forcefully swallowed them down because Liu extended one hand and effortlessly pushed the huge stone door before him. Though the stone gate was exceedingly large, it seemed easy under his hands, like a child's toy. With ease, he pushed it open, closed it, opened it again, no difficulty at all. "SSS. I see your Highness is hiding your true strength." Wang Matzi felt a touch of fear in his heart. At one point, he thought he might be able to kidnap his Highness and escape. But now he felt fortunate not to have acted on this idea. Otherwise, his head would have long been gone by now. How could this man, who appeared unable to tie up a chicken, be weak and powerless? He is clearly a top-notch world expert. Anyone who looks down on him is bound to meet calamity. Liu pushed the door open and gave Wang Matzi an order. "Let's go." After entering with his group, he found the mechanisms inside were actually very simple. These are just some ordinary mechanisms with a few traps set up. However, if one observes carefully, these traps are quite obvious. Leading the group, Liu quickly made it to the depths of the cave. Reaching the area even Wang Matzi could not open. Here is a massive stone, known as the Dragon Interrupting Gate in legend, possessing immense strength with boulders atop it. Once shut, there is no way to open it again. Though we don't know how they sealed the treasures here, it still cannot be opened today. But I believe there must be a mechanism somewhere here. Otherwise, how could they retrieve this treasure? Upon hearing this, Liu showed a grave expression. "Have you thoroughly searched around here?" he asked. "My lord, I have indeed searched thoroughly, over a dozen times, but there is simply no way to open this gate. I suspect that there may be a secret inside here, which causes this situation." After pondering, Liu approached the final gate. On this gate, numerous patterns were carved into the surface. They were floral designs, alongside depictions of the Yu Kingdom's history, which, upon close examination, revealed much about the past. Liu gently tapped on the stone slab with his hand, producing a muffled sound from within. This slab is at least a foot thick. Though it can produce such a sound, it is surely hollow inside. Realizing this, he shook his head. The only option left is to blow it up with gunpowder. Everyone retreat. Make holes on it, then use Tianlai explosives to blast it open. Liu said. He named the gunpowder packs as Tianlai to disguise this fearsome material and render it non-replicable, thereby preventing suspicion of him. Chapter 425, Gaining the Treasure. With a huge booming sound, an earth-shaking noise echoed through the cave. When Wang Matzi heard this sound, he felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively fell to the ground, not daring to look up. Heaven's wrath, this is heaven's wrath. It seems that even heaven does not want us to open this treasure. This treasure must have been left here by heaven for future generations. Wang Matzi, trembling with fear, muttered these words as sweat continuously slid down his face. Liu, after hearing his words, laughed. "All right, what I used was the heavenly thunder seed that I brought over from the Longhu mountain. It's a weapon akin to heavenly thunder, and once used, it emits a tremendous boom. It can only be used after prayer, and it is truly a first-class divine artifact." It was not actually the sound of heaven's thunder striking. After hearing this, Wang Matzi was startled. The prince could use heavenly thunder, indicating that he was no ordinary man. Thinking about it, Wang Matzi quickly spoke in a low voice. "My lord, then I will hurry inside and check for you. See if there really is a treasure in there." Excitedly speaking, he rushed into the cave. Not long after Liu sent people in along with him, they came back out. Wang Matzi excitedly said to Liu, "Your luck doesn't compare to fate. There are indeed large amounts of silver and gold in there. There's also quite a bit of copper coins. Looks like this place really is an ancient antique site. The treasures here are truly numerous." After hearing this, Liu followed Wang Matzi into the cave. Upon entering the stone door, Liu found that the originally solid stone gate had already been destroyed, with chunks of rock scattered everywhere. Inside the stone door, there were a series of chests, although due to time, they had rotted beyond recognition. Looking at these chests, Liu's eyes instantly brightened because within these chests, there were large quantities of gold. Seeing this scene, Liu suddenly drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Compared to the sight of the 1,000 taels of gold placed before him earlier, the current view was even more captivating. Because besides the gold, there were various kinds of armor and weapons present. One could tell just by looking that these items were crafted specifically for war. This weaponry was clearly left behind for the descendants of Yu State to rise again. After seeing all of this, Li Yu couldn't help but stare with disbelief. I didn't expect that King Gojian of Yu once left so many treasures. He must have had worries too. He feared his offspring might fall into a situation as dangerous as he was initially, thus hiding these collected gold treasures here. This might have well been one of the reasons leading to the downfall of the state of Yu. He knew that in its later stages, Yu lacked strength, ultimately leading to its demise. Had it possessed these treasures, it might have prolonged its survival for some more time. Shaking his head soon afterward, Li Yu thought, history has passed. All these things are mine now. Li Yu muttered to himself. If these were merely artworks, he would without hesitation seal the cave entirely. But now, since everything here consisted of gold, silver, and some weapons, all useful items that could significantly expand his power, he wouldn't let them go. Having this sum of money, he would definitely be able to expand his intelligence network wider and more efficiently. With a deep breath after considering this, he announced, "All right, everyone, let's leave." Li Yu led his men away. These treasures belonged solely to him. Absolutely no one else should get their hands on them. Although he had turned over the 1,000 taels of gold taken from the bandits, he did not intend to turn over the gold found here. The gold from the bandit camp had been discovered by soldiers. Keeping it might raise suspicions. But this hidden treasure, reported only by Wang Matzi, was known to him alone. He was no benevolent fool to disclose matters unknown to others. At that moment, seeing the expression on Li Yu's face, Wang Matzi immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, "My lord, please spare my life. My lord, please spare my life. My lord Yan, you need not worry. Although I have led you to this treasure, I will not disclose it to anyone, and I will make sure no one learns about it. I will keep this matter firmly sealed within myself, and there will be no one who will know about this. Please, your highness, spare my life." Wang Matzi realized that knowing the location of this treasure could easily put him in a deadly situation. Li Yu nodded slightly. "I understand. You are guilty of heinous crimes, but you have a certain talent in this area. I will use your talent for mechanisms to accomplish some tasks." Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi exhaled a long breath of relief, realizing he wouldn't be killed, as the prince obviously intended to make use of him. He forcefully knocked his head on the ground, shouting to Li Yu, "Thank you, your highness. Thank you, your highness, for sparing my life." Li Yu glanced at Wang Matzi before nodding gently. "Let's go, and seal the cave properly." Li Yu spoke, indicating that his subordinates would take over from here. These treasures would become the financial source for his secret intelligence network, which he aimed to establish as one that no one could oppose. While Li Yu was peacefully building his industrial base in this fiefdom, another matter caught up with him. Marriage. He looked at the booklet in his hand, showing a hint of surprise on his face. How could the wedding date come so soon? Why did it arrive so suddenly? He muttered to himself, feeling somewhat incredulous. He remembered clearly that it should still be a few months away. "What is going on?" he asked gravely, staring at the eunuch in front of him. After hearing his words, the eunuch felt a sudden tremble in his heart. He didn't know why, but Li Yu seemed like a heavenly warrior descended from above. The eunuch immediately knelt down, bowing his head toward Li Yu. "Your highness, this matter comes directly from His Majesty's decision. Previously, His Majesty had the Astronomical Bureau calculate the most auspicious day for your wedding, but all the dates seemed less than ideal. Just recently, the Bureau observed the stars at night and discovered a recent turn for the better." Chapter 426, Favor. "So it's the trouble caused by those old beards from the Astronomical Bureau?" Li Yu responded with a counter-question, his expression somewhat inscrutable as he tightly clenched his fists, revealing some anger in his eyes. Not long ago, he had just managed to bring Yu back to his side, and both had agreed on the direction for their future, but then this incident occurred. And now he was busy building this place, which needed his vigorous push. However, he was now required to be summoned back to the capital city again, making him feel quite helpless. But Li Shimon's words couldn't be ignored. He had to return to the capital. This made him sigh heavily and feel somewhat speechless. "Public sir, please stand up. Earlier, it was me being overly anxious, hence my loud questioning. I hope public sir won't hold it against me. Here's a piece of gold leaf for you to calm down." The eunuch serving Li Yu hastily slipped a gold leaf into the hands of this public sir. Seeing this gold leaf in his hand, the public sir's previously gloomy face suddenly lit up with some joy. Unexpectedly, this prince was so generous, giving out a gold leaf right away. This wasn't just a small amount of money, it was a substantial fortune. For him, it was literally an unexpected windfall. "Thank you, prince. Thank you for your reward." The public sir quickly expressed his gratitude. "Escort public sir out," Li Yu instructed. After the public sir left, Li Yu's expression became somber. "What should I do? I at least need to find a way to delay things for a while." Just as he was furrowing his brows, a dove flew in from the sky, and soon after, someone rushed in to deliver intelligence to Li Yu's room. Li Yu opened the letter tied to the dove's leg, held it in his own hands, and began to read. "I didn't expect Changsun Wuji to suddenly support the crown prince at this time. No wonder the crown prince has been taking such significant actions. Furthermore, even the elders all show signs of supporting the crown prince. My father summoned me back to the capital at this moment, arranging for me to marry the daughter of Changsun Wuji. It is likely meant to send a message to the gentry families. It is also a move to balance the power of Changsun Wuji, as well as the power within the court. My younger brothers haven't yet confronted the crown prince, which which is why I've reached this point. Thinking to this, Liu exhaled deeply. If that's the case, I still have to make a trip back to the capital. But how will I explain myself when the time comes? He stretched out his hand, covering his head, feeling a headache coming on. When Liu returned to the capital, there was already an increase in festive air within the city. Many people were talking animatedly about the upcoming grand wedding of Prince Qi. In the capital city, this was a massive event. A prince was getting married. The last time there was such excitement was during the crown prince's wedding. This time around, the prince was marrying the daughter of Chancellor Changsan. Even the elderly vegetable sellers by the roadside were talking excitedly, filled with pride. Many commoners cheered as well. Meanwhile, Liu went straight to the palace to meet with Emperor Li Shimin. At the moment, Li Shimin sat atop his seat, holding a book in his hand with a faint smile on his face. He gazed down upon Liu before him. The local specialties you sent have arrived. Who would have thought you'd be so lucky to find treasures left behind by King Gojin of you? All this silver could truly assemble a powerful army in the past. Unfortunately, no dynasty lasts forever, and King Gojin set a very bad precedent by wiping out rivals completely. That resulted in the state of you losing its opportunity to rise again. Li Shimin sighed, sitting atop as he spoke. Yet some things must be done regardless of potential consequences. Otherwise, they would leave great hazards behind. Surely, you know why I've summoned you to the capital, right? The Astronomical Bureau has already chosen the day for your marriage. Hurry up with the ceremony, and afterward, you go where you need to. Li Shimin waved his hand casually, with a tone laced with indifference. You shouldn't refuse me either. Princess Anyu cannot marry you yet. After I destroy Goguryeo, you can marry her whenever you wish. For now, we're worried that they might take action against you. If anything happens to you, the entire Tang dynasty will tremble because you are a full-fledged prince. If you were to die or come under threat from them, it would directly affect our national destiny. Therefore, you absolutely cannot have anything happen to you. Do you understand? Li Shimin gave instructions solemnly. I know you have a lot of resentment about this matter, and there has been a bit of a minor disagreement between you and the princess. But I must tell you, as members of the royal family, some things will inevitably turn out this way. In the future, such things will only increase. Once we take our place on the throne, we might end up alone in this world. Because if you become overly close with someone, it might create a favored minister, or worse yet, an evil minister, and that could harm the fate of the country. Many people think being an emperor is a very easy task, but in reality, it's an extremely difficult balancing act. Li Shimin spoke at length, while Liu quietly listened below. After hearing everything, he let out a long sigh. Father Emperor, I understand. Since you say so, sooner or later I will help you destroy Goguryeo for you. They caused trouble in the previous dynasty, and now they continue to threaten Tang, posing a great threat, so they absolutely cannot be easily forgiven. I am willing to fight at your command and eliminate them. Liu spoke firmly, radiating an air of authority. After hearing this, Li Shimin also showed a look of surprise, but then he waved his hand and said, we don't need to rush on this matter. You've developed hybrid rice, and these grains can provide us with enormous amounts of food for Tang dynasty. If we mobilize against Goguryeo now, we are not entirely prepared. But if we let these hybrid rice crops grow for 2 or 3 years, our Tang dynasty will rise to first place. At that time, waging war on Goguryeo won't cause much impact, not even weakening us. I've already discussed with Wei Zheng and Changsun Wuji. Now is definitely not the time for military action. Instead, we should focus on recuperation, since you frightened them enough last time. They won't dare bother us soon. After your wedding, I also need to properly reform the civil service system. Some people have been behaving improperly recently. Their hands are reaching too far. Chapter 4:27, Words of Love. Yes, Your Majesty. Liu responded with his head hanging low at this moment. Li Shimin, looking at his appearance, reached out and patted his shoulder, consoling him by saying, you young fellow, go ahead and get well prepared for me. At the appropriate time, prepare to marry Changsun painting. After watching Liu leave, Li Shimin sighed, sitting on his dragon throne and gently shaking his head. This boy is always causing trouble. I already told him before that the wedding was about to take place, yet he hasn't made preparations up to now. Do you think Prince Qi will quietly go through with the marriage? At this moment, Li Shimin asked the eunuch beside him. The elderly eunuch, hearing Li Shimin's words, was first startled. An expression of unease appeared on his face, but he soon calmed down and replied, Your Majesty, Prince Qi is among the most intelligent people. Surely he will be willing to marry. This is absolutely a tremendous good fortune for him, because his father-in-law will be Chancellor Changsun Wuji. Lord Changsun serves as the chief advisor. After listening to this, Li Shimin slightly shook his head. Let's hope so. This boy, who grew up in the remote fief, has become much older and now has his own opinions. He is no longer as foolish as he used to be when he was a child. This boy, as Li Shimin spoke these words, a touch of anger surfaced along with an expression of happiness. After all, this was his son, extremely intelligent and having made immense contributions to the land. Based on those contributions, it would have been entirely possible to let him become the crown prince in the future. This thought suddenly flashed through Li Shimin's mind. Should I depose Li Xiuxian and allow Li Yu to become crown prince? When this thought arose in Li Shimin's mind, he recalled the fruits, vegetables, and various other things sent by Li Yu. These items were groundbreaking in any era. This boy doesn't focus on state affairs but rather immerses himself in such trivial matters, truly not a blessing for the nation, Li Shimin thought, quickly suppressing his emotions. Though Li Xiuxian wasn't mature enough yet, his position as crown prince had been established. Replacing him without serious consideration might cause unrest throughout the empire, which wouldn't be a good thing. Upon thinking this through, xiuxian quickly calmed down. In that case, let's hope this boy can turn over a new leaf. I wonder what he's going to do in the coastal area. Will it bring benefits to our Tang dynasty? Xiuxian also showed a look of anticipation, as everything Liu had recently come up with left him quite satisfied. This boy is extraordinary. I don't know what he intends to achieve this time. Xiuxian pondered with expectation. When Liu returned to his princely mansion, his expression was heavy. He hadn't expected that Emperor Xiuxian had already made up his mind and did not give him any chance to oppose. How could he explain this? Furthermore, this time Xiuxian offered him an opportunity, promising him that after dealing with Goguryeo, he would no longer hinder his marriage with Princess Xuanhuan. This gave him some anticipation, because then he could be openly together with her. Thinking about this, he exhaled deeply, releasing his stress with each breath. Lady Lu Xue approached Liu and gently patted dust off his clothes before softly asking, "My lord, since you returned, your demeanor hasn't been pleasant. Is something wrong? Did the emperor say something unpleasant when you went to see him?" Liu shook his head and said, "No, it's not like that. My father announced that he is arranging a grand wedding for me, and even made promises, but I feel uneasy inside. I feel guilty towards all of you. I originally intended to marry all of you, but I never thought such unforeseen changes would occur. I assumed I could continue delaying it for a bit more, but unexpectedly, it needs to happen now. I feel unworthy of your loyalty." Liu took a deep sigh, clenched his fists, and expressed his concerns to Lu Xue in front of him. Just as she thought Lu Xue might be angry or scold him, unexpectedly, Lu Xue directly pulled him into her embrace and gently consoled him. "My lord, please stop blaming yourself. Actually, I've known all along that there's no way I could ever become your formal wife. You are a noble prince, and that Wang is the son of heaven's mandate. How could I become your official consort so easily? Even if I could only be your lover, that would already be the most satisfying thing for me. Originally, I was very discontented and unsatisfied. I thought it was an unfair thing that the heavens had done to me, but after much thought, I finally realized. The world is like this. Without a corresponding status, there's no way one can become the person they want to be. I don't want you, my prince, to have difficulties, so I've made up my mind. Prince, I love you." Lu Xue softly said to Liu before her, and these words sounded like thunder in his mind, making Liu suddenly emotional. He tightly held Lu Xue's hand. "I also love you, and I will always protect you. You won't face any danger at all. I am willing to spend my entire life protecting you and loving you." Liu whispered gently to Lu Xue, causing her to tightly embrace him. Cough, cough. The sound of the steward came from a distance, and Liu let go of Lu Xue. He took Lu Xue's hand into his own and said to her, "Come with me. I'll find a way to make you my concubine. Being a prince allows me to take more wives. Even if you can't become the main wife, I'll definitely make you my secondary consort." Liu earnestly spoke to Lu Xue in front of him. "So, I must gain greater power to give you a proper identity. I want to officially marry you and make you my legal wife." Liu expressed his deep affection toward Lu Xue in front of her and silently swore within his heart as well. "Right now, your highness has something even more important to do. You must explain everything clearly to Princess Xuanhuan. Otherwise, she might end up extremely hurt. Princess Xuanhuan may already know about this and is secretly sulking. You know what kind of personality she has." Lu Xue quietly reminded him. Chapter 428, Confession. This. Upon hearing this, Liu paused for a moment, thinking about the most troublesome matter. After taking a deep breath, he nodded. "I will go find her immediately." After saying this, Liu left in a hurry. "My lord, why did you come to see me so hastily? Could it be that you've done something wrong to me again?" Inside a small building, Princess Xuanhuan looked puzzled and asked Liu standing in front of her. After hearing this, Liu's face turned red instantly. He quickly lowered his voice and said, "Xuanhuan, how could I possibly wrong you?" As he spoke these words, his voice faltered, seemingly unsure of what to say next, becoming stammering, not knowing how to continue. He took a deep breath and exhaled all the air from within him. "This time when I returned, it was because Phoenix came back to me, suggesting I should get married. Initially, I wanted to marry you openly, even risking conflict with my father. But unexpectedly, he decided to arrange my marriage with Miss Chang's son instead. He claims that it is an auspicious day, forcing me to return quickly or something bad might happen. I've spent a great amount of time on this matter, yet he gives me no chance to refuse. I know I mustn't hide this from you. This time, I do not wish for your forgiveness, but merely hope you can hear me out." After drawing another deep breath, Liu grasped Anyu's hand gently, his head filled with remorse as he softly explained. After listening to Liu's words, Princess Anyu let out a sigh of relief. "I wondered what the matter was. It turns out to be this issue. Don't worry. I am already aware, and I know this isn't your fault. In fact, I had foreseen this long ago. How could the emperor possibly lower his guard against me so easily? No matter what, I am still a foreign princess, and without the king's command, it is impossible for me to marry someone freely. Although the current ruler has issued such orders, surely your father would harbor suspicions and doubts about me, believing me to be an undesirable woman. Even before coming to Tang Dynasty, I was mentally prepared, expecting this day. Yet, I never thought this day would arrive so soon, and I certainly didn't anticipate falling deeply in love with you. It is both my fate's trial and my deepest dissatisfaction. I absolutely cannot accept that things have become like this. I am dissatisfied with the current situation." Princess Anyu tightened her fists and said in a sorrowful tone, "I want to possess you, but I know it is absolutely impossible to achieve. She stretched out her hand to caress Li Yu's face. Being able to have your person is already something I'm extremely satisfied with. When Li Yu heard these words, he felt something was off, but he didn't delve into it further. Instead, he tightly embraced Princess Xianyu in front of him. The most important thing now is to enhance our strength. That's the most crucial matter. To believe in having strong power means that in the future, we will dominate our own destiny, rather than being controlled by others. Now, you are a prince, but what if one day you're no longer a prince? Then what? I hope to jointly control our own destiny with you, instead of being easily manipulated by others. That is my expectation and desire for you. Princess Xianyu firmly gripped Li Yu's hand in front of her and softly expressed herself. These words directly ignited Li Yu's fervor. He hadn't anticipated that Princess Xianyu loved him so deeply. I love you too, Li Yu responded. I will use all my efforts to make myself stronger, so that we can stay together forever. After finishing speaking, Li Yu's eyes revealed a glimmer of menace. Since I've returned to my youth, I must quickly help you acquire this strength. Those people plotting against you, I'll send someone today to eliminate them. Given that it's my wedding day, they will definitely try to do something. At that time, report this matter to them. Tell them it's a good opportunity. Li Yu leaned closer to Princess Xianyu, whispering a few words beside her. Princess Anyu's eyes brightened as she spoke lightly to Li Yu. I never expected you to be so cunning, instantly devising such a strategy. Indeed, after this incident, the two of us will become much stronger. And you tightly gripped the hand of Li Yu in front of her. I love you. She softly spoke, uttering this line of sweet words. I love you too, Li Yu replied in return. After Li Yu left, Anyu furrowed her brows and revealed a look of deep seriousness. Has everything already progressed to this point? What should I do? Anyu muttered to herself, showing a bit of anguish. After Li Yu left, he immediately felt a sense of lightness throughout his body, releasing a breath as if a great weight had been lifted from him. Someone come here. He commanded someone behind him, and a man stepped forward. This man was his subordinate, kneeling before Li Yu. My lord, what is your command? Summon your great commander to see me. I have something to discuss with him. Yes, my lord. The man, having heard Li Yu's words, quickly departed. An hour later, inside a secret room, Li Yu saw Luge was standing before him. He asked, how is the situation progressing? Have you uncovered any results? Your Highness, I have discovered some clues. It appears that these large families within the court are indeed colluding together. But I also found that many ministers haven't joined them, but instead hold their own separate powers. Besides the 5 great families, there are other such forces. It's precisely because of the entanglements among these forces that they haven't acted so wantonly. These are the names. Luge handed over a list to Li Yu, who quickly took it into his hands and began reading it. Once he finished going through its contents, he immediately pulled out a small flame and lit the paper, turning all the information into ashes. So, this is how things are. Indeed, imperial scheming is at play. Even among these families, they're not united. That's why the rule has been stable so far. Chapter 4:29, The Poisonous Snake Gang. There are also these newcomers who represent the most powerful force under the Emperor's control. It is because of the existence of these forces that we can maintain such a stable situation. However, the country is still extremely impoverished. I must do more to change this dynasty. Just then, Li Yu spoke gently, with a glint of determination in his eyes. Before, I asked you to investigate those people's movements. How has it gone? These people must die. Otherwise, there will be no way to continue cooperating with you. Luge quickly replied. Since your Highness ordered me, I've been arranging for people to focus on this. I found out that these several individuals seem to know some secrets. They're the leaders here and have a very strong network of connections. They appear to be courting the families of frontier generals, attempting to infiltrate from within. I suspect they are all spies from Goguryeo, plotting military intelligence. Sooner or later, they could become a great threat to the Tang dynasty. If your Highness wants me to deal with them, I can arrange it immediately. Li Yu was gazing into the distance, appearing like a terrifying king under the dim light. He softly said, there's no need to rush now. We don't need to move immediately, but instead should wait until they make their next move so they expose themselves. At that point, we can use official power to eradicate them, which would prevent anyone from doubting us. Otherwise, suspicion will always fall on me. After all, there aren't many people in this court with such strength, and I happen to be one of them. Even if I develop this force secretly, they might still suspect me. After all, Goguryeo has already suffered quite a bit at my hands. Li Yu continued slowly, revealing a killing aura around him. Oh yes, are there any other issues within the capital city? Li Yu asked seriously. Your Highness, in our efforts to strengthen ourselves, we encountered a force trying to counteract us. We found out this comes from an extremely dangerous gang based in the capital city. This gang is called the Poisonous Snake Gang. We're not sure where exactly they came from, but they are extremely powerful. And they are connected with all kinds of unsavory characters. Their relationships with them are very close, and it seems like they are very harmful to us. We've tried every way to remove them, but we can't defeat them. Instead, many of our men were injured by their skilled experts. In order to develop greater power, we must get rid of these people. They will definitely become your Highness's greatest concern. Upon hearing this, Li Yu revealed a hint of annoyance on his face. Can't your skills alone handle them? Your Highness, Luge looked somewhat ashamed. After all, he had benefited greatly from the resources Li Yu had given him, significantly enhancing his own abilities, yet he was still unable to overcome these opponents. Your Highness, they are a few old individuals. None of us knows where they came from. Every single one of them is exceptionally skilled. I suspect they have ties with these noble families. The 5 surnames and 7 aristocratic families have extraordinary power. Moreover, they've gathered numerous martial arts manuals throughout history, so it's possible that they have trained such capable experts. Since we're still young, if given just a few years, I'm confident I'll crush them utterly, but right now, it's impossible. Liu massaged his forehead. The strength of the people under him right now was far from sufficient, and they lacked enough true experts. In that case, I will take care of it personally, Liu said casually, as his killing intent spread all around him. He wanted to expand his own power and needed to rely on his intelligence network, which had been affected by this. Now, he had to step in himself and eliminate those hindrances. At the same time, he was also planning to collect various martial arts manuals to strengthen himself, and devise ways to produce fruits that could enhance the power of his subordinates. As he was contemplating this matter, suddenly, the system message popped up. Ding, system mission. Defeat the experts of the poisonous snake gang and obtain the internal martial arts fruit. Consuming one will increase one's internal power by 10 years. After reading the contents, Liu instantly became excited. Unexpectedly, he had triggered this mission, which was certainly a great opportunity. It was perfect timing to enhance the strength of his subordinates. Find out all their moves. When the time comes, I'll go directly to them. Deal with each of them one by one, and then I'll enhance your abilities. Liu commanded Lu Zhuo in front of him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuo immediately became agitated. Your Highness must not take risks. If anything happens to you, it could cause enormous trouble. Please, Your Highness, do not put yourself in danger. After saying this, he directly knelt before Liu and spoke loudly. But Liu seriously looked at Lu Zhuo before him. Do you think I am in danger? But I see this as an incredible opportunity. You must control these gangs to continue expanding our intelligence network. Replacing peaches with plums is the most appropriate approach. Moreover, there's no need for you to worry about me being discovered. With my abilities, they will never find out. Also, I have a human skin mask here. Once I wear it, they will never be able to recognize my face. After speaking, Liu took out a human skin mask and attached it to his face. As soon as he finished, it was as if he had become an entirely different person. A bearded giant stood in front of them. If you didn't carefully examine the figure, it would be impossible to tell that this person was Liu. Lu Zhuo, upon seeing this scene, sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured. It turns out that Wang Yining has such skills. No wonder there's no need to worry about them. After saying this, he struck his hand hard. Excellent. With Your Highness personally handling this, it seems this trouble can easily be resolved. Better to act now than wait for another day. Taking advantage of my current experience back here, we won't be detected. I will go out again on this occasion and defeat them one by one. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Zhuo responded excitedly. At this moment, inside the poisonous snake gang, the place was brightly lit, with gang members moving back and forth as if preparing for something significant. Chapter 430, Acting Personally. Hurry up and prepare these things. These are all requested by the higher-ups. You must quickly get ready. Tonight, we must act against that group of people. Their sudden rise is inexplicable. They must have received support from someone to make their name in this capital city. We cannot let them seize this opportunity so easily. We must suppress them entirely. These bastards are too detestable. The elders above have already issued orders. They must be taken down today. Whoever delays this task will not be shown any mercy. The hall masters and some fleet captains inside were all speaking harshly with clear dissatisfaction and even anger. Yes, these ordinary gang members didn't dare to refute in any way and immediately sped up their actions. Just at this moment, one person rushed into the inner chamber, where 6 older men were sitting. These old men, though elderly, had skin as smooth as water. Their eyes radiated sharpness, as if emitting piercing light. Even just sitting there, they exuded a chilling presence. It seemed as if an unintentional misstep could result in being killed by them. Their murderous aura was heavy, making anyone who got close feel an unsettling coldness, accompanied by mysterious sounds resonating around the ears. The man who hurriedly entered knelt immediately. Reporting to the elders, we have already arranged for 500 members to be ready. We can set out any time. They have the audacity to offend our Viper gang. It's as if they don't take us seriously. I will definitely lead my team to wipe them out. Huh. At this point, the leader sitting in the middle burst out laughing. If only it were that easy. When we first engaged with them, we lost quite a few members before managing to suppress them. It's unclear where they managed to gather so much silver, recruiting many low-level personnel. Even some of our own in the Viper gang were swayed. Just wanting to carve out territory here is no easy feat. The Jingzhou province isn't so easy to stay in. The Viper gang's leader muttered thoughtfully, recalling some matters. His face darkened, and a fierce killing intent revealed itself. These memories resurface. He murmured quietly, reminiscing about their past. He remembered how many hardships they endured after arriving in the capital before finally reaching this position. Outside the main gate of the Viper gang, however, knocking sounds were now heard. Bang bang. It sounded like someone was hitting the gates with a big hammer, demanding entry. Open the door. An outside voice spoke hoarsely. If you don't open up soon, I will break your gates. You cowards of the Venom Tongue gang. I've come here to trouble you. Die. Hearing this, the doorman's expression changed instantly. They couldn't believe someone would actually show up uninvited and start knocking loudly on the gate, outright humiliating them. The doorman opened the gate to look out, holding his blade ready to attack. But as soon as he opened it, a hand pushed him back, barely giving him time to protest before falling onto the ground. He looked up in surprise and apprehension. A burly man walked in, his face covered in hair and bristles. This individual clearly wasn't ordinary. A true martial arts expert stood before them. His eyes shone brightly with piercing intensity. Where are your elders? Lead me to them, or I'll kill you. This man was none other than Li Yu, disguised with a mask, using an altered voice. His demeanor was filled with menace as he barked out commands. The neck of the gang member was gripped tight. His breathing grew difficult. Spare me, spare me. With all his might, the man begged for mercy. I'm willing to lead you into the elders' meeting. They're all convening at their deepest quarters. Tonight, we're taking action against a newly emerged gang force. They are all gathered there. The gang member revealed everything. After hearing this, Li Yu finally released his grip, letting the man fall onto the ground. At this moment, Lu Zhuo arrived with his men outside the Viper Gang headquarters. When he saw that the entire place was brightly lit, as if preparing for something, he got quite a shock. Could these people have already discovered our plans to strike them? Why are they so well prepared and have gathered such a large number of people? Once Lu Zhuo stepped inside the compound, his expression immediately changed. These people were clearly ready to go on an expedition. Upon interrogating a hostage, he realized that tonight was the planned attack on one of his own gathering spots. How ruthless this Venom Tang gang truly is. Just after a conflict, they're planning to completely annihilate my men in such a short span. How dare these people have such audacity? This thought flashed through his mind, causing his face to pale slightly. Fortunately, His Highness the Prince is willing to personally intervene. Otherwise, who knows how things might turn out. When Li Yu stormed deep into the Viper Gang's compound, the members soon noticed the unusual presence and surrounded him, glaring with murderous intent. Who are you? Why do you have the audacity to intrude on our territory? You want to attack my subordinates and still ask why I'm here? I just wanted to make a living in Jingzhou Prefecture, but you've deprived me of that opportunity. Now, I must take action against you. You all deserve death. I've reviewed your records, and they reveal nothing but a group of ferocious villains. Hand over your lives here tonight. Li Yu spoke coldly, releasing a strong wave of killing intent from his body. One gang member lifted his knife and attacked Li Yu from behind, attempting to sever his head. Chapter 431, Unstoppable Iron Staff. Li Yu swung a palm backward, and the very next moment, the gang member was thrown into the air and landed heavily on the ground. In his hand, there was a staff made of metal, intricately carved with numerous patterns, looking exceptionally exquisite. At one glance, it was clear that this weapon was crafted by an extraordinary artisan. Boom! Holding this metal rod, Li Yu moved fiercely among the crowd, and in just a few rounds, he had knocked down all the gang members. Lu Zhuo had just arranged for people to rush inside when he and his subordinates saw this scene, leaving them all speechless and dumbfounded. What's going on? They had prepared themselves for fierce enemies, but they never expected that upon rushing in, they would only see the fallen gang members on the ground, momentarily stunned. Everyone looked at the figure of Li Yu standing amidst the crowd, their minds numb with disbelief. Who is this person? How could he be so strong? This time, who has our leader hired? This man's strength exceeds even the mightiest warriors I've seen before. He's no ordinary human being. Another person exclaimed loudly, as if utterly dumbfounded. After sensing their stares, Li Yu's eyes remained calm. In a composed tone, he said, I thought this would be more of a challenge, but it seems to be nothing much. A group of useless trash. With a disdainful glance at the gang members lying defeated on the ground, Li Yu coldly proceeded forward. He stepped over these people and turned toward those Lu Zhuo had brought in, instructing them, clean up behind you. There's no need for me to say more about it. Handle them so they don't cause trouble for you again. After finishing his command, Li Yu headed deep into the Viper Gang territory. Deep within, the elders were holding a meeting. Suddenly, a young gang member rushed hastily into the room, falling to his knees the moment he entered. Elders, something bad has happened. Just now, a man wielding a long iron staff broke in, injuring all our brothers. Please take action, elders. Initially, the elders appeared somewhat displeased, staring harshly at the gang member who had rushed in, ready to scold him. But upon hearing what he had said, they glanced at each other and immediately stood up. What? How dare this person? At the same time, doubts and hesitation rose within their hearts. After all, although their subordinates weren't top-notch experts, each had at least reached the third-rank level. Yet, they had all been taken out by a single individual. Who exactly is this person? What kind of strength does he possess? How can he enter here alone? Simultaneously, this question flashed through the minds of the Viper Gang elders, though they didn't hesitate for long before collectively charging out. Just then, Li Yu, dragging his iron staff, advanced step by step toward the inner territories of the Viper Gang. He collided right with the Viper Gang elders emerging outside. The man leading them froze in terror upon seeing Li Yu heading inward. Elders, this is the man. Do not underestimate him despite his youth. His strength is tremendous. In an instant, he injured many of us and even threw the Hall Master across the room. We still do not know if the Hall Master is alive or dead. After listening to these words, the Viper Gang boss eyes locked onto Li Yu like two venomous snakes, asking coldly, how dare you harm my Viper Gang followers? Do you realize that the Viper Gang is the largest force around here? After harming my men, do you think you'll still make it out alive? Don't think learning a few martial arts skills gives you free rein to act recklessly. Do you even know your own worth? After finishing his sentence, the Viper Gang boss raised his hand and struck toward Li Yu. The instant he attacked, from his waist, he drew out a soft sword intending to slice Li Yu. Li Yu locked his eyes onto the Viper Gang boss and shouted loud, excellent timing. I wanted to see just how skilled these experts are. After finishing his words, Li Yu also wielded his iron staff toward the boss. At the moment their weapons collided, the Viper Gang boss felt a colossal force surge from his hands, so mighty it carried an overwhelming power rushing straight into his palms. He felt as though his entire hand was about to be torn apart, with blood dripping down from his palm. Ah! The boss of the poisonous snake gang let out a soul-piercing roar and stumbled backward several steps. How is it possible for you to possess such terrifying strength? The force you've shown isn't human. It's almost like the power of a ghost or deity. Could you have been born with superhuman strength? How could there suddenly appear someone as formidable as you? Mumbling to himself, he took several steps back. With one hand clutching the sword-wielding hand tightly, he struggled to take a pill and swallowed it. Elders, please attack together. This person's abilities are far beyond ordinary. Don't underestimate him. If we don't join forces and kill him now, he will surely become a thorn in our sides. Someone with natural godlike strength who also practices martial arts. His growth will surpass imagination. We absolutely cannot allow him to continue growing stronger. Otherwise, my poisonous snake gang will certainly be destroyed. After roaring this command, the elders exchanged glances and then simultaneously moved with Wuchik. Kill him. Each of them wielded their weapons and charged toward Liu. They weren't mere commoners. Each one was an extraordinary martial artist. As they rushed forward, their killing intent surged around them, their energy swirling powerfully throughout their bodies. This was the mark of top-tier martial artists in the kung fu world. When they moved, steam rose off their bodies. It was a state achieved only when their skills were at their peak. Upon seeing this scene, Liu realized these elders were fully committing themselves to battle. A surge of fighting spirit instantly flared up within him. Kill! He roared furiously. With his roar, it was as if thunder had cracked loudly in the sky. Wielding his iron staff with unmatched vigor, he clashed against the elders before him, turning the small courtyard into a battlefield that spread rapidly in all directions. Holes were punched through walls. Even a stray pebble that collided with one of the walls caused it to crumble immediately. Chapter 432, One Against Many. The leader of the Viper Gang, watching this scene, also took a deep gasp. Who in the world is this? Why has he come to trouble our Viper Gang? Judging from his performance, he's obviously a top-notch master. It appears he has mastered martial arts and fully unleashed his formidable power. This thought sprang up in his mind, making his breathing become more rapid. No, this man must not be allowed to live. As soon as he had this thought, countless evil notions surged up within him. In an instant, a terrifying idea surfaced in his heart. Use concealed weapons to kill this man. No matter how skilled this man was, he must be eliminated. If he remains, the gang would never have peace. After having this thought, the killer intent inside him instantly intensified. Then he quietly instructed one of his subordinates, "Go fetch me a crossbow." "Yes, boss." The man beside him quickly left. In less than 3 breaths' time, the man returned with the crossbow. It was a small crossbow, almost unnoticeable unless carefully observed. But this weapon could unleash tremendous force. If struck, it could possibly pierce the body right through. It was a deadly weapon of unparalleled power. He held the crossbow, seething with murderous intent. On the arrow were smears of black liquid. Just a glance confirmed that this was a lethal poison, capable of instantly releasing toxins into the enemy's body upon being hit. In no time, he aimed at Liu and pulled the trigger. Just at this moment, Liu used his iron cudgel to block the arrow directly in front of him, sending it flying away. Liu was also startled. He hadn't expected that the leader of the Viper Gang would be so ruthless, attempting a sneak attack while he was battling the elders. Since you do not yield, don't blame me for my lack of righteousness. You dared to ambush me, so I'll send you to death. Intense killing intent flared in Liu's eyes. As he raised his head and stared fixedly at the leader of the Viper Gang, a chilling sneer revealed itself. As soon as this leader felt Liu's gaze, he immediately sensed a chill running down his spine, as if an imminent danger was about to befall him. Damn it! This person is so sharp. Even my covert attack was blocked by him. Kill! In haste, he lifted the crossbow again, preparing to fire once more. To the elders, quickly stop him. Under no circumstances can he escape. The threat posed by this man to our gang is too immense. We absolutely cannot let him live. At the very moment when the boss was yelling furiously, Liu slammed his iron staff forcefully on the ground. The whole courtyard shook, resembling an earthquake. Then Liu turned around and attacked these people. A fierce aura radiated from the iron staff in his hands as he swung it hard towards the leader. When the leader saw this, he felt terror rising all over his body. In the next second, he spun around and retreated, utterly refusing to face the attack. But how could Shally possibly let him off easily? He caught up with the boss and landed a ferocious blow with his iron staff straight onto the leader's head. In an instant, all the boss's lifetime schemes ended in ashes, and he was killed on the spot by Liu. Then, Liu turned his head and locked eyes with the remaining few people. Next, it's your turn. You heads of gangs, every single one of you is cruel and vicious, with no trace of kindness. Since this is so, I won't leave any of you alive. I will accompany you to make your journey easier. With that said, Liu charged forward toward an elder in front of him, swinging his iron cudgel fiercely. This elder was no ordinary individual. He was also a top-tier master. They originally believed that by working together, they'd certainly manage to hold Liu down. But they couldn't have been more wrong. Liu not only wasn't restrained, but instead, killed their boss in front of them. Anyone who can achieve such feats must surpass their own skill level and be a supreme expert among masters, able to accomplish such feats. If they continued fighting, they might end up like their boss. Considering this, one of the elders immediately shouted, "There's no need to continue resisting further. There's no conflict between us. Your skill level is very impressive. We can offer you some money and recruit you to become one of our elders. Would you attempt to follow those heroes' footsteps and spread your fame?" We also have a great master guiding us from behind. Otherwise, how would we be able to stay here? You shouldn't ruin your own fate. If you offend the person behind us, you might not even be able to keep your life. We are just doing errands for others. Otherwise, why would we do those evil deeds? We are merely gang members, not brutal villains. These elders all said simultaneously, indicating they intended to reach a draw with Li Yu and not continue the fight. Haha. After hearing their words, Li Yu burst out into laughter. You are indeed not brutal villains. You are nothing more than a bunch of despicable bastards. Don't think you can threaten me by bringing up the people behind you. Such threats won't work on me because I am not an ordinary person either. Moreover, you've become obstacles in my path. Today is the day you will die. Li Yu coldly proclaimed, wielding his iron cudgel and striking towards one of the elders. Xuanhuan had already entered with his men, ice in his eyes as he focused on these elders upon entering. Seeing Li Yu suppress these elders, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. When did His Highness's strength improve to this extent? He can now face 6 opponents at once. These elders from the gangs aren't common individuals, yet His Highness has them subdued. It seems that His Highness hasn't been resting during this time, but instead advanced his martial arts skills even further. Truly, His Highness is extraordinary. Xuanhuan silently thought within himself, glancing in admiration towards the prince's direction. Li Yu took a deep breath, his muscles swelling instantly as his entire body's strength significantly increased in this moment. Apparently, he had pushed his inner energy to its limit, allowing him to exhibit such tremendous power. Die. Chapter 433, Flying Fish Gang. Previously, Li Yu had swung his iron rod and struck the arm of one of the elders. Immediately after impact, there was a sharp cracking sound, as if something in the elder's arm had shattered. Clutching his arm in pain, the elder let out agonizing cries and retreated step by step. But how could Li Yu possibly give him a chance to escape? He swiftly pursued the elder and struck forcefully at the man's head with the iron rod. Instantly, this snake-like elder met his fate and was beaten to death on the spot by Li Yu. Flee. The remaining elders turned around and attempted to flee. However, just as they were rushing towards the wall to jump over it, a net was cast from outside the wall, directly ensnaring these elders within its confines. The elders immediately realized that an ambush had been set up. Their faces turned pale in fright. They tried retreating and tearing open the fishing nets covering their heads, but Li Yu had already reached them. Die. One after another, Li Yu relentlessly struck each of the elders down, finally stopping his violent actions. Steam-like breath was rising from his head, signaling the considerable physical toll of the recent exertion. All these petty thieves have now been annihilated by me. Is there any other issue left? Li Yu stared at Xuanhuan while asking this question. Although his voice sounded calm, Xuanhuan did not dare take it lightly. My lord, we are prepared. We will send someone to take over the territory of the poisonous snake gang right away. From now on, there won't be any poisonous snake gang anymore. Please name the new gang for us. Xuanhuan requested from Li Yu. After only a brief contemplation, an interesting name popped into Li Yu's mind. Since this group is now under my command, let's call it the Flying Fish Gang then. It won't be an ordinary gang anymore. Yes, my lord. The gang will henceforth be known as the Flying Fish Gang. After wiping his hands clean, Li Yu steadied his breathing before inquiring of Xuanhuan. What exactly is going on here? Who are the people behind them? And have you untangled all these relationships? Do you need me to personally intervene to help solve your current predicament? However, I won't be able to act arbitrarily moving forward. Otherwise, I might end up causing trouble. Kneeling before Li Yu, Xuanhuan quickly responded. My lord, rest assured, it won't create too much difficulty now. I've already smoothed out all the relationships involved. Those official families higher up won't care much about changes in the lower-level gangs as long as someone can handle their business for them. They'll be very satisfied. Moreover, I've bribed several police captains and even the county magistrate who would bury this matter completely. Good. Nodding his head, Li Yu handed the silk handkerchief to Xuanhuan. The remaining matters are entrusted to you. If you need anything in the future, please come to me immediately. Also, your sister misses you dearly recently. If you have time, go see her. After saying this, Li Yu departed. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan responded. Yes, my lord. At that moment, he was incredibly excited because he had successfully expanded their territory once again. Keeping up this pace, his power would surely grow stronger in the future. Thinking to himself, he felt some excitement bubbling up inside him, even tinged with passion. As long as our gang continues to thrive, we'll become increasingly powerful. And with this, I have officially stepped up a level and acquired a disguised identity. In the future, I can expand my strength openly and boldly. The fall of the poisonous snake gang was significant for those close to the situation, but for others, it was merely a trivial matter that didn't warrant attention. Even fewer people cared who replaced the old leadership of the poisonous snake gang. Now in the capital city, there emerged a new entity, the Flying Fish Gang. This peculiar gang seemed uninterested in fighting for territories or extorting merchants and shops. Instead, they engaged in unusual activities, forming a chamber of commerce alliance. All the merchants were incorporated into this system, where everyone collectively resisted shocks from reality. Based on fixed proportions, the gang took cuts and offered protection to these merchants. Over time, the reputation of the Flying Fish Gang improved in the capital. Changsun Painting was extremely thrilled in her own quarters. At the thought of marrying Li Yu, she couldn't help but feel intensely excited and happy. Miss, you can't continue to be this excited. Otherwise, you will definitely have black circles under your eyes tomorrow. If that happens, you won't look as beautiful. Up to this point, you should take care of your health, so that you can marry into the royal family afterward. You will become a noble and respected princess. Xiaoping whispered beside her, filled with anticipation. She would also follow Changsun Pingting into the prince's mansion in the future. Afterward, she would be the maid in front of the princess, and her status and position would change accordingly. At the thought of it, she felt somewhat delighted. All right, I will prepare for a good rest then, said Changsun Pingting with an excited tone. After taking a deep breath, she lay down on the bed with excitement. Just at that moment, a sudden knock on the door startled her. She quickly sat up and glanced toward the door with a puzzled expression in her eyes. What has happened? She murmured softly, suspicion creeping into her eyes. Who's outside? Xiaoping asked promptly, but there was no response from the outside. Instead, the knocking continued. Miss, you must not go over there. This unexpected sound might be caused by some bad people trying to scheme against you. Remember, you are about to become a princess. There could be people out there who envy you and want to ruin this good fortune. Being a maid close to Changsun Pingting, Xiaoping had sharp thoughts and swiftly deduced a possibility. Thus, she whispered urgently, Miss, let me do the questioning. As she spoke these words, she noticed her hands trembling slightly, seemingly frightened by the knocking sound from outside. An unexplained knocking noise could easily raise suspicions of unforeseen matters, and a slight delve into it would trigger fear. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. Who is outside? How dare you disturb Miss in the middle of the night? Do you doubt I will call someone immediately? Chapter 434, Knocking Sound. After she spoke, there was no response from outside. The knocking continued, but it grew increasingly urgent. It was as if the person outside had become anxious and was determined to enter the room at all costs. I'm going to shout. Xiaoping's voice immediately became louder as she prepared to call out. However, after making this threat, the knocking sound suddenly stopped, followed by a complete silence, with no presence felt outside the door. Xiaoping sighed in relief. She had made up her mind that she would tell Master about this incident tomorrow and ask him to invite a Taoist priest to perform an exorcism. The sudden knocking sound in the middle of the night was truly terrifying. Just as she thought the matter was over, the door was pushed open. A woman draped in white gauze walked in. This woman was exceptionally tall, wearing a full white gown that revealed only her luminous eyes. Once inside, she fixed her gaze on Changsun Pingting as if there was something important. Upon feeling this woman's gaze, Xiaoping jumped and loudly shouted, Don't harm my young lady, or I will fight you with all my strength. My lady, please leave now. I will block her for you. She said this while looking directly at the white-garbed woman. I don't know who you are, but I warn you, this is the residence of Chancellor Changsun Wujia. Our master is a high-ranking official, and if you dare to cause trouble here, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the authorities will surely capture you and make you suffer severely. The white-clad woman smiled slightly, revealing a look of disdain. She said, I originally thought something serious had happened, but it's just a trivial matter like this. Who do you think you are to give me orders? Her voice, upon speaking, was clear and melodic, like the chirping of a songbird, sounding very soothing. She moved closer step by step and focused on Changsun Pingting. I didn't come here to harm you. I merely wanted to see what kind of woman the princess is. Changsun Pingting mustered her courage. Though I don't know who you are, I can sense that you mean no harm. Do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Or perhaps you simply wanted to see me? Now that you've seen my face, I think you should leave. If you stay here any longer, someone might find you, which could be dangerous. Huh. The gauze-covered woman nodded. I was already preparing to leave. Before departing, she paused for a moment. At first, I planned many cruel things, perhaps harshly treating you, scarring your face, or preventing you from becoming princess. But when I saw you, I realized why you were chosen, so I decided to abandon those plans. Live well, and that chatty maid by your side. If it weren't for your sake, I might have already made her mute. With that, the woman turned around and left swiftly. She moved so fast that her presence was akin to the breeze, and she quickly disappeared over the roof tiles. Changsun Pingting took a deep breath, trembling slightly. At the moment, she had been greatly startled, but now she quickly calmed down. That woman's gaze indeed carried some murderous intent, seemingly coming to vent anger on me. But something must have changed her mind. I shall let this matter rest. Do not tell father. Otherwise, he might start a bloodbath. I don't want unnecessary commotion to prevent me from being with the prince. And it seems that woman is one of the prince's admirers, which is why she caused me trouble. Changsun Pingting muttered, carrying a hint of helplessness. After leaving the Changsun residence, the white-clad woman stood atop the tiled roofs, her eyes filled with a coldness. I was extremely angry initially, even wanting to wreak havoc, but seeing her unexpectedly softened my heart. Hope, may you live well, yet also may you live poorly. The woman murmured, her face displaying complex emotions. Liu remained unaware of all these events. At that moment, he was reading letters, information relayed from his intelligence network he had established. By this point, he had constructed a vast network that continuously sent back streams of information. He was no longer the same as before. The prince had become a prince of immense power. He constantly reviewed the contents being reported to him and delegated numerous tasks. At that moment, he came across a letter and paused, his face adopting a grave expression. The letter detailed the entrapment of an exceptionally capable minister who had offended the Chui family of the 5 great clans. As a result, he was falsely accused and thrown into prison. Upon reading the report, Liu's demeanor instantly turned cold. How dare these people commit such atrocities? Do they not realize that falsely accusing a key minister is a grave offense? This man must be kept alive at all costs and cannot be allowed to die. Send someone to rescue him, and I will find a way to clear his name. Liu quickly wrote a reply, preparing to have the minister saved. After promptly receiving the response, he sighed in relief. Casually flipping through some unimportant letters, these were feedback reports received from the capital city. As he read the content, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that recently, there had been an increase in books within the capital, sparking a wave of enthusiasm for reading. Many who previously couldn't read were now striving to learn. Seeing these records, Liu's eyes lit up with excitement. Perhaps I could establish a free school where anyone willing to learn would be taught, which would undoubtedly enhance the spread of education. Only through education can one become wise and avoid being easily manipulated in the future. In time, we may see the emergence of more scholars. This idea crossed Liu's mind, leading to a plan forming. Suppressing his thoughts, he continued reading and soon came across several jokes. Chapter 435, Assassins. For instance, many people were holding books in worship, hoping for a deity within the book to appear in their dreams and teach them knowledge. Others, after purchasing books, would burn them into ash, mix it with water, and drink it all down in hopes of gaining wisdom from the book. When Liu heard these rumors and reports, he couldn't help but chuckle. However, soon his face turned somewhat grave. This was no good matter. Many superstitions might spread, or worse yet, be secretly incited by someone. Thinking about this, his expression grew cold. How detestable. If there truly is someone behind the scenes stirring up these incidents, then those responsible deserve death. Holding the letter in his hand, Liu muttered coldly. He quickly wrote out a response, instructing his subordinates to investigate if anyone was orchestrating these events from behind. If so, they must not show any mercy. After writing all the content, Liu finally stopped, stood up, and placed the reply into a small box in a secret chamber. As the mechanism inside the secret room activated, the letter immediately entered the box and began its transfer process. Inside a house, a man stood vigilantly guarding the secret chamber. As the bell chimed, the man sprang up and moved toward the box before him, retrieving the letter. Without reading it, the teacher promptly delivered the letter. Luge soon received the letter and slightly shifted his gaze. Could it be that someone is truly instigating things from behind? This matter must be swiftly investigated. Luge immediately arranged people to look into these matters. He had originally thought these were just common folk superstitions and didn't delve deeper. But when he read the contents of the letter sent back by Liu, ordering an in-depth investigation, Luge instantly realized the situation could be more complicated than anticipated. It's possible that someone was inciting these events in secret, and a thorough investigation was necessary to leave no question unanswered. At Changsun Mansion, Changsun Wuji had just returned home from court when Xiaoping was already waiting outside his chambers. Master, something has happened. Changsun Wuji, upon hearing her words, suddenly stiffened and changed his expression drastically. Xiaoping, what exactly has happened? Is it Pingting? Changsun Wuji took a step forward, trembling in voice, seeming very much afraid of anything happening to Changsun Pingting. Grabbing Xiaoping's hand too tightly, she felt pain. Master, you're hurting my hand. Xiaoping pleaded softly. Realizing his mistake, Changsun Wuji quickly released her hand. Once Xiaoping finished narrating the whole event, Changsun Wuji's face turned exceedingly grim. Such audacity. To dare harm my daughter, it's practically a death wish. With ferocious intent in his eyes, he walked back and forth several steps, exuding intense murderous aura. Like a wolf ready to strike. Even looking at his eyes would induce fear instinctively. He looked directly at Xiaoping. Keep this matter confidential from Mississippi. Do not let her know I am already aware of it. The icy tone of Changsun Wuji startled Xiaoping. This was the first time she had seen the master so cold-blooded. Yes, master. Xiaoping whispered timidly. As Changsun Wuji watched Xiaoping depart, he reiterated. Inform me of any developments immediately. In future, do not wait until after I have left court. You can inform the managers at any time. I will assign skilled warriors to investigate. Visibly solemn as he said this. It's no simple matter now. We need to find out who can easily infiltrate the Changsun family mansion. A person of exceptional skill, without a doubt. Seems like it can only be due to some issues with that prince, leading others to infiltrate our Changsun family. You may go now. Yes. Xiaoping hurried away. Thereafter, Changsun Wuji called on a guard from within the estate. It was a black-clothed man with a long sword at his side, who immediately kneeled once summoned. Do you understand your offense? Changsun Wuji eyed the black-clothed man coolly. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed man raised his head and looked at Changsun Wuji with a hint of confusion. Master, I don't know where I went wrong. He asked cautiously, not daring to speak loudly. Yesterday, someone directly broke into the manor and almost harmed Mississippi. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed man immediately turned pale with fear. This is simply impossible. I was on patrol all night yesterday, and no one came in. Unless it's a world-class master. If it's a woman, there are even fewer such individuals in the capital city. Even if we don't investigate carefully, we can roughly determine their whereabouts. I am willing to lay down my life for master and uncover these truths. After listening to this, Changsun Wuji looked at the black-clothed man before him. If that's the case, then I'll entrust this matter to you. If you fail to uncover the truth, don't blame me for being unfriendly. As my guest, if you're of no use, then what good are you? Changsun Wuji said this with a hint of coldness. Retreat. Changsun Wuji spoke. Just as the black-clothed man was about to exit the gate, Changsun Wuji added, remember, if you ever get into real trouble, come and inform me immediately so I can handle it personally. I am the Grand Chancellor of the court, and I do not want to unnecessarily make enemies, especially ones like these masters. Do you understand? Changsun Wuji stared intently at the black-clothed man, who immediately swallowed hard, feeling somewhat fearful. Yes, Chancellor, I absolutely will not bring unnecessary enemies upon you. As the black-clothed man retreated, Changsun Wuji slightly squinted his eyes, emitting some piercing light. He muttered to himself, truly great audacity, to dare provoke me. Do they really think our noble families are made of mud? Without enough strength, how dare anyone act against us? He mumbled to himself. With his light clap, 3 more figures emerged from the darkness. These 3 appeared mysteriously, completely cloaked in darkness, wearing black ninja uniforms. They knelt before Changsun Wuji. Greetings, Master. Chapter 436, Resolve. These days, you must stay by Miss's side. No matter where Miss goes, you have to protect her well, just like before. The incompetents in the mansion actually couldn't protect Miss, and didn't even notice those who attacked us. Their strength is far beyond what they can handle, so this person has withdrawn for now. But there's a possibility they will come back here again, and we cannot let them harm Mississippi. You all are the assassins kept by my Changsun family. Now it's your time to serve. Only with his deep voice speaking, it made these several people exchange glances. Yet their eyes remained calm, showing no trace of fear. As if for them, these matters were insignificant. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, we absolutely won't allow Miss to run into any trouble. After they spoke, they left, heading towards Changsun Pingting's side to provide protection. Changsun Pingting slowly woke up, noticing she had no issues on her body, thus taking a long sigh of relief. I said that it was probably just a dream. Right at this moment, some panic and fear showed in Changsun Pingting's eyes, because right in front of her, there was a small dagger. This very dagger was left behind by the woman from last night, stuck into the table. Not even Xiaoping noticed the location of this dagger, yet she did notice where the dagger was. Recalling the events of last night, suddenly her inner panic grew more severe, reminding her once again of what happened yesterday. It seems this matter has something to do with Li Yu. I must meet with Li Yu this time and figure out exactly what is going on. This thought flashed through Changsun Pingting's mind, and she made up her mind to prepare to see Li Yu. Xiaoping, she called out, not long after hearing hurried footsteps running over. Xiaoping came in front of her, panting slightly because she ran quite reluctantly. Miss, did you have a nightmare? Do you remember the woman who came last night? Changsun Pingting asked, lowering her own voice, fearful that someone might be secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. Miss, you indeed encountered that person last night. However, that woman has already left, leaving a message saying she would never come back to harm you. She seemed to have some reason. As to what exactly the reason is, it's unclear. But the woman appears to be somewhat complicated. Our services have many patrols, but they still couldn't catch this woman, proving this woman's abilities are extraordinary. Changsun Pingting shook her head. I don't intend to investigate deeply what's happening inside. Today, I am going to see Prince Qi. I believe he knows all the reasons behind this. If I can find out everything from him, that would be the best thing. Having said that, she grabbed Xiaoping in front of her. When I go out later, arrange someone to prepare the carriage immediately. Don't tell father, or don't blame me for being unfriendly. Changsun Pingting said to Xiaoping in front of her, her tone carrying a certain air of authority. Upon hearing Changsun Pingting's words, Xiaoping got such a shock that her hands trembled slightly, and subconsciously swallowed saliva. Yes, Mississippi. I'll go arrange the preparation immediately. However, you and the prince are about to get married soon. If you meet secretly, it may violate propriety, possibly causing gossip. Changsun Pingting was completely unafraid, continuing. My future husband is the highly regarded prince. My father is the prime minister. Who would dare cause trouble for me? Moreover, I'm merely meeting with him secretly to understand the truth clearly. It's impossible for anyone to always follow us. Even if someone does keep following me, I'm not afraid. The Changsun family isn't so easily bothered. If they truly dare to meddle with us, then don't blame me for being ruthless with them. She spoke coldly, her eyes revealing a hint of anger. It's not as if any random riffraff can cause problems for me. So hurry up and make the preparations. Don't panic. All responsibilities lie with me. Should anything happen, I'll personally take charge of resolving it. Yes, Mississippi. Hearing this, Xiaoping hastily left the room to report to Changsun Wuji. Miss said she was going out to meet the prince, wanting to find out who exactly came to see her. Miss always seems a bit upset about this. I understand. If she wants to go and meet him, then you should accompany Miss to see him. It's not easy to uncover the truth of many things. Even a prince cannot do whatever he pleases, and in the end, some truths remain elusive. Besides, this prince hides so much within his grasp. After saying this, he waved for Xiaoping to leave. Xiaoping looked at Master's appearance, seemingly puzzled, but since she had no objections to Miss leaving, she said nothing and hurriedly left to arrange the carriage and prepare for Miss's outing. Miss, let's go. When Li Yu heard that Changsun Pingting had arrived, he felt very curious. Why would she suddenly come here? Now that they are already married, wouldn't an unexpected meeting cause trouble? Thinking of this, he felt somewhat perplexed, but quickly suppressed all doubts in his heart. Then I shall meet her. Prepare a feast. Li Yu spoke, swiftly arranging people to prepare the banquet. As Changsun Pingting approached the door, Li Yu immediately greeted her. Why did you come here? Weren't we clear before? That we shouldn't meet right now. So why have you suddenly appeared? It's because of your romantic entanglements. A woman in white almost killed me. She ultimately didn't act, leaving directly instead. I don't know what held her back, but clearly it has something to do with you. So this time, I've come specifically to understand exactly what happened. I've never offended anyone else. The only possibility is from you. Moreover, the implications suggest that all these troubles are caused by you. The woman was exceptionally beautiful. Changsun Pingting said, staring into Li Yu's eyes. Hiss. Chapter 437. Filing a complaint. After hearing this, Li Yu suddenly inhaled sharply. How could it be like this? Do you still remember what that woman looked like? That woman had curved eyes. Her eyes were very long and carried an alluring charm as if they were fox's eyes. Moreover, she wore white clothing, and her martial arts skills were incredibly formidable. The most important thing is that she held a flute, on which the character for fish was inscribed. Also, she left behind a dagger. Take a look at this thing, and you'll understand. Upon saying this, Changsun Pingting took out the wrapped dagger from her bosom and placed it in front of Li Yu. Li Yu picked up the dagger and glanced at it. The dagger was exceedingly smooth and razor-sharp. If one looked carefully, they could feel a chill emanating from the dagger, spreading enough to take a life. It was quite intimidating. However, when Li Yu stared at the dagger before him, his eyes slightly contracted, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Could it be her? She shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. Otherwise, there would be danger. This incident truly has something to do with me, and more importantly, it involves a woman significantly. Li Yu paused here, seemingly uncertain whether he should continue speaking. Changsun Pingting looked at Li Yu before her and smiled faintly. I know you might not want to say who she is, but I think you can completely confide in me. I'm not a woman with inflated possessiveness. I am merely a woman who likes you. Since I like you, I will absolutely not harbor resentment against you over such a small matter or create conflicts with you, causing any issues between us. We are the best pair, and if that person receives the Emperor's approval, I'm willing to let her become your secondary consort. After all, that woman has exceptional martial arts abilities and is extremely beautiful. Encountering her even once makes her pitiable in my eyes. Hearing this, Li Yu also exhaled deeply. Thank you. Li Yu embraced Changsun Pingting, making him instantly feel as if he had turned into a fully cooked shrimp, blushing entirely. You jerk, how can you embrace me so casually? Even though I'm your fiancé, you cannot act so frivolously towards me. Only after becoming true spouses should we. Changsun Pingting, with her face flushed red, looked at Li Yu and spoke these words. After finishing her sentence, she prepared to leave and return to her own residence. However, Li Yu grabbed her hand. Changsun Pingting's hand was delicate and smooth, soft and gentle. Being caught by Li Yu gave her immense satisfaction. Li Yu burst into laughter. How bashful you are. Don't worry, I absolutely won't bully you. Since you said everything should be discussed after our wedding, then we'll wait until our wedding day to bring it up. But since you've come, I, as the host, must treat you to a good meal. I've already ordered the slaughtering of a cow and prepared a full beef feast, something you've never eaten before. Li Yu said this to Changsun Pingting, standing in front of him. Hearing this, Mademoiselle Changsuan's temper immediately flared. She sniffed lightly. What haven't I eaten? You underestimate me too much. Beef, I eat it often. This kind of meat is somewhat old and not very tasty. I prefer lamb, especially the tender meat of young lambs. It's extraordinarily delicious. Li Yu shook his head and revealed an expression indicating she didn't understand. That's because you people don't know how to cook beef properly. If you did, you'd love it just as much. As dishes of beef were laid on the table, Changsun Pingting looked curiously at the items before her. What is this? How are these things supposed to be eaten? Li Yu demonstrated. Place these slices of beef into this hot pot. In just a minute, the beef will be thoroughly cooked with the rising steam. In such a state, the freshness of the beef blends with the spiciness of the broth and various seasonings altogether. At that moment, it becomes extraordinarily flavorful. As soon as you take a bite, you will undoubtedly fall in love with this beef. After Li Yu finished speaking, he began cooking the beef. As the process of cooking the beef began, it stunned Changsun Pingting, making her saliva flow profusely. Because the smell was so appetizing, she couldn't help but take a bite, and soon she was eating in large bites, quarreling with Li Yu as if they were a family. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly looked up and gazed toward the outside of the estate. Afterward, he turned his gaze back. Changsun Pingting's face revealed a hint of confusion. What were you looking at just now? You didn't even fight me for the beef? Just now, 2 little rats entered the yard. I heard the sound, so I took a look. Changsun Pingting laughed. What kind of rats could possibly make you want to take a glance? They must be big rats. Yes, those were very big rats, which is why I stared a bit longer. Otherwise, I've seen everything. On the pile of rubble nearby, the assassins guarding Changsun Pingting revealed solemn expressions in their eyes. Unbelievable, this prince has such profound cultivation. He discovered our presence by just hearing the slight sounds we made. It seems that even Master underestimated this prince. This prince is truly an expert. If that's the case, let's not act too hastily, or we might anger him unintentionally. Our lady will be safe here in this estate, so there's no worry. At this moment, one of the assassins spoke. Actually, I believe Lady is in greater danger right now. The other 2 assassins showed some perplexity on their faces. What kind of danger? This assassin's face became slightly embarrassed. Since you don't know about it, never mind. You'll understand later, and I cannot explain to you anyway. We'd better withdraw from here. Miss probably won't do anything irrational. The 3 people stealthily left the mansion. At this point, Li Yu also had a touch of seriousness in his eyes. He noticed these 3 people leaving. Never would I have thought that the Changsun family hides such deep reserves. Chapter 438, Wedding Preparations. I've already eaten and drank my fill. I won't stay in the mansion tonight, or there might be some trouble. There might even be someone who goes to file an official complaint. Even as a woman of the Changsun family, I would be affected. So, I need to go back tonight. Changsun Pingting bashfully looked at Li Yu before her and said these words. After saying this, She turned around and ran away without looking back. Li Yu, after watching Changsun Pingting leave, commanded the person beside him. Send someone to protect Changsun Pingting well. Absolutely no one should harm her. If anyone suddenly attacks, do whatever it takes to protect her. Did you hear that? Yes, my lord. We will absolutely ensure that Changsun Pingting reaches the Changsun residence safely. If someone dares to ambush, they will not be spared. At that moment, several men appeared in front of Li Yu and knelt down to speak. Go. Li Yu waved his hand, and these people disappeared from sight. And you, why did you do such a thing? Is it to cause her trouble to lure me out? Or are you trying to tell me that you're extremely angry and possibly even had thoughts of killing, but in the end, you restrained yourself? Li Yu murmured to himself, feeling somewhat nervous. Previously, and you had said she would never harm Changsun Pingting, yet in the end, she did take action. She was being somewhat insincere. Come person. But when Li Yu met and you again, both were seated within a room. And you chuckled softly, seeming slightly unhappy. Why is it that when she comes to find you, you immediately come to see me? Are you upset on her behalf? I went to him in extreme unhappiness, but he wasn't hurt. How detestable this woman is. I've already said I wouldn't harm her anymore, and yet she insists on saying things. When you mentioned this, she gritted her teeth. She didn't ask me to meddle in your affairs. She just told me what happened. She said it was about uncovering a truth. She also expressed that she would absolutely not pursue the matter between me and another person. This woman really has some deep plans, showing me as petty in this way. After all, she will be the princess consort of this mansion. No matter what happens, she'll always be the legitimate wife. Even if I enter the mansion, I'll still be beneath her. It's no wonder she dares to say such words. And Yu's expression of jealousy at this moment was filled with sourness. Li Yu grabbed Yu in front of him and embraced her directly into his arms. I won't allow you to say such things. If you had agreed to my request, by now, we two would have been married, and you would have become my wife. Unfortunately, you and I aren't completely aligned in our hearts. We must possess more power to control our own fates. I'm willing to invest this hardship and time to become a better person together with you. So don't be angry over this matter any longer, otherwise, I'll get angry too. Li Yu gently spoke while gripping Yu's hands, and Yu instantly became crimson-faced. She turned her head, blushing, and said, Stop saying such things, or I will really feel shy. You're truly a bad person, clearly we agreed beforehand, but I never thought you'd actually say something like that. She complained slightly, but her anger seemed more like pouting. Li Yu let out a sigh of relief, embracing Yu. Don't be angry, don't be angry. In the future, I will definitely find a way to make you my wife, no matter what cost I am willing to bear. Huff, and Yu, her face red, exhaled all her breath. She stomped her foot hard. From now on, I won't bother him anymore. You don't need to keep telling me these things. I'm leaving. You nasty guy, every time we meet, you bully me. After Yu finished speaking, she ran towards the door, paying no heed to Li Yu in front of her. Li Yu watched the direction Yu left, shaking his head lightly. I didn't expect Yu would actually go to her and even discuss this issue. It seems I must enhance my own strength and control everything. Otherwise, anything could make me regret for life. After saying these words, he closed his eyes and reopened them much later. Time passed quickly, and the wedding day for Li Yu was approaching. In the mansion, Li Yu was constantly troubled by a few old nannies who kept changing his outfits at different times, seemingly preparing for the grand wedding. After all this trouble, he felt somewhat helpless, but there was nothing he could do about it. Alright, if you continue to mess around like this, I'm going to feel exhausted. Hurry up and just get the clothes ready. As a prince, and with my handsome looks, even without much decoration, I won't be disrespectful on my wedding day. One of the nannies quickly said, Prince Li Yu, you might not have noticed this, but nobles and royalty will all be coming. If you make even the slightest mistake, it could turn into a flaw that could provoke the censors to file complaints. At that time, it would become an internal conflict within the royal family, and elders would step in to resolve it. If anything goes wrong, we servants will not only be reprimanded, but your image in the eyes of these people would also diminish slightly. In the future, they might refuse to help you with various matters because they are extremely power-hungry. That's why His Majesty specifically sent us to carefully dress you, in order to highlight his love for you and to offer immense support. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? Each of His Majesty's decisions has its own meaning. Please understand, Prince Li Yu. Although Li Yu was somewhat sulky, he eventually gave in. Huff. After a round of dressing, Li Yu looked at himself in the bronze mirror, realizing he had become even more handsome. But when he thought about having to endure another hour and a half, along with preparing for all sorts of things afterward, his head started pounding. This grand wedding drew officials from every rank who came to present gifts. It was after all the wedding of a prestigious prince, and even a slight attempt to curry favor would greatly improve their futures. Therefore, everyone was excited. Various presents were sent to the prince's mansion, while Lu Shui burst into tears in her room. She originally thought she wouldn't feel sad, even witnessing Li Yu's wedding firsthand, since he would still remain in this mansion after all. But now she felt inexplicable sadness as though something originally hers had been taken away. Chapter 439, Jealousy. As the grand wedding began, Li Yu felt as if he no longer belonged to himself, carrying out various rituals under the instructions of these nannies. There were also officials from the Ministry of Rites in charge, ensuring that all these ceremonies were properly carried out. In this situation, Li Yu only felt that he had gradually lost himself, numbly going through all the procedures. Lu Shui was at this moment hiding in a corner, quietly watching this scene with some helplessness on her face, tightly gripping her own hand. How I wish I was the one the emperor granted in marriage. Lu Xue muttered to herself, with some longing in her eyes. She had some expectations, and her hands were trembling slightly. But I am not the daughter of a minister, and even. Lu Xue thought of some things, and felt as if her heart was being torn apart. At this moment, Lu Zhuo appeared beside Lu Xue. Sister, you're not crying, are you? Lu Zhuo looked at Lu Xue in front of him with confusion. Lu Xue quickly wiped away her tears and took a deep breath, saying, Not at all. The prince has already promised that he will marry me as his concubine. When she said this, she couldn't help but touch her own face, revealing a sorrowful expression. Even so, there is still an inexplicable sadness inside, an emotion that's hard to suppress. Perhaps this is human jealousy. She looked far away at the lively wedding, full of festivity and red celebration. There were also many fireworks exploding in the sky, turning it into a riot of colors. Her eyes were full of yearning. If it weren't for the prince saving us, how could we have today? How could I possibly be dissatisfied with the prince because of this matter? She murmured and sighed. Well, aren't you supposed to be secretly protecting today? Why are you still here? Upon hearing Lu Xue's words, Lu Zhuo smiled and said, Sister, you underestimate me too much. The prince has already made arrangements. I just need to manage the overall plan. And now, I'm not the only one secretly protecting the prince. Many others are also guarding him. Or else how could it be so calm? Lu Xue nodded. Li Qinggan also arrived at the scene of Li Yu's wedding. He watched the lively scene from afar, a serious look appearing in his eyes. I never imagined the wedding scene would be so grand, and the number of people guarding is so numerous. It seems father values him much more than me. Even during my wedding, the number of troops mobilized wasn't as many as this. When Li Qinggan said this, he tightened his fists, flames burning fiercely in his eyes. Father really favors him, which makes such arrangements unfair. Li Qinggan completely ignored the fact that Li Yu had suffered several attacks, merely thinking it as injustice by Li Shimin towards him. Jealousy truly causes someone to lose their rationality, making a person unable to see the current situation clearly. And just outside the grand wedding area, at this time, some people were sneaking over quietly. These people were dressed in commoners' clothes, but they seemed to be hiding something. When they approached the patrolling soldiers, they suddenly launched an attack, preparing to assault many of the soldiers. However, they were immediately knocked down as soon as they started. It turned out that these soldiers were already prepared, directly taking these people away. When they were captured, they wildly shouted, The Tang dynasty will perish, divine spirits descend. Today the wicked king is married, doomed to divine retribution. After shouting for a few seconds, they were gagged by the soldiers with a piece of cloth. Li Shimin personally presided over this wedding and left after its conclusion. This could also be considered his favor towards Li Yu, which caused many ministers to feel extremely passionate. At this moment, Changsun Wuji was sitting below, holding a wine cup in his hand, with a solemn look in his eyes. Today was precisely the day of his daughter's wedding. As he looked up at Li Shimin above, his heart moved violently, considering certain possibilities for the future. It appears I must cut off those unfavorable factors. Absolutely no one must harm my daughter or influence her. After this thought flashed through his mind, he instantly narrowed his eyes. He asked a man serving him nearby, How is the thing I asked you to prepare? Has that person come? Master, I have already sent people to patrol around. Once this woman arrives, we will definitely be able to spot her immediately. If this woman dares to come here, we will not let her escape. Good. Changsun Wuji picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank all the wine inside. Fine wine. He glanced down at the wine, saying with a look of surprise, I didn't expect such fine wine to be found in Prince Chi's mansion. My good son-in-law wouldn't bring me the wine until the grand wedding day when he finally took it out. It seems my good son-in-law still harbors some dissatisfaction towards me. After speaking these words, he sat there again, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Enyu was sitting on the pavilion in a large courtyard outside Prince Chi's mansion. A maid followed by her side, while the owner of the courtyard also accompanied her. Princess Enyu, Prince Chi's grand wedding is taking place now. Do you have any special plans? Is that why you're observing from here? Prince Chi truly is our Goguryu's great enemy, causing us significant harm and making many of us suffer greatly. After hearing this, Enyu gently shook her head. I came here not for any particular scheme. I just want to enjoy the spectacle. Although the Tang dynasty sent an invitation allowing me to watch the event on site, I didn't wish to attend. Watching the festivities from afar is enjoyable enough. The Tang dynasty may not be my homeland, but it is incredibly prosperous and lively. I arrived early in the Tang dynasty, and now I've nearly forgotten my own homeland. She mumbled quietly, with a tinge of sorrow still evident in her eyes. Some emotions cannot be swayed by one's will. Even if one tries to suppress them forcibly, sadness can still linger painfully. Knowing earlier, sigh. And you sighed lightly, full of helplessness. She didn't even know how to describe the overwhelming sorrow she felt. Suddenly, and you lifted her head and looked toward the distance. How daring. Someone actually wants to ambush me. It's Prince Chi's grand wedding today, and yet there are still those who dare to cause trouble. Chapter 440, A Warning. When Enyu spoke these words, her eyes emitted a fierce gaze, filled with genuine killing intent. Even though she was unhappy, at this moment, anyone daring to disrupt Li Yu's grand wedding would not be forgiven by her. She would certainly teach that person a lesson. Since you dare to do such a thing, don't blame me for being impolite. She spoke coldly as a wave of murderous aura surged forth. She gazed into the distance, her cold expression radiating an air of indifference. The maid standing beside her was startled. Princess, what's wrong? Have you discovered something unpleasant? Let me handle it for you. No need. and Yu gently waved her hand. She didn't intend to use her personal maid, who had been with her for many years. If discovered, it might drag her into trouble. In that case, it would be better to mobilize that force. She and Li Yu had formed a very powerful hidden force in the capital city. Now was exactly the time to act. Then she took out a small token and handed it over to the maid beside her. She whispered several instructions into her ear and signaled her to leave after finishing. After hearing these words, the maid nodded seriously before hurrying away. In a secluded corner, a group of people were searching. Upon noticing a white-clad woman on the pavilion, they hurriedly rushed over. However, halfway along the way, they were blocked by a group of people. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? I, Xiao-san, find your group rather unsatisfactory. If you don't hand over 100 taels of silver today, you won't be leaving. This group of people on the road had some ferocity on their faces, outright extorting these people. It stunned the group for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. Do you know who we are? Get out of our way immediately. I have business to attend to, so let you go alive this time. Otherwise, none of you will be walking away. They spoke viciously, accompanied by killing intent. At the same time, they also drew their knives and gestured threateningly, as if ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. A look of disdain appeared in Zhao San's eyes. You dare to fight us? Beat them. Beat. With that, Zhao San led his henchmen forward. Armed with iron clubs, they brutally struck down the individuals on the ground, pounding them mercilessly until their noses bled and faces were swollen. In no time, these men were beaten to the ground and started crying. Do you know who we are? We belong to the imperial court. Before he could finish, Zhao San approached, wielding his wooden stick and dealt one swift blow to the head. Once all were unconscious, he breathed a sigh of relief. If you told, handling this matter would be more troublesome. I just followed orders to silence you. After finishing the task, he produced a letter and directly threw it onto the body of the man lying on the ground. I know who you are and who sent you. This is merely a warning. Return this letter to those who sent you. The rest is beyond your responsibilities. Remember, some matters aren't meant to be investigated. The upper-level affairs aren't simple. After saying this lightly, he turned his head and walked away. Those still conscious saw this scene and were furious. But upon seeing the letter in front of them, they quickly calmed down. Clearly, there were underlying struggles among parties involved, details unknown to them. These matters were clearly serious. Just thinking about it made them uneasy, sensing things weren't right. Huff! They hastily took the unconscious leader and the letter away. On the other side, actually 5 men were surrounded. All of them were top-notch experts heading toward the yard. Just as they truly entered the yard, they saw an old man. It was a white-haired elder slightly bending over, different spots on his face, appearing frail and weak. One hand was near his mouth, while the other coughed faintly. Dear guests, may I ask why you have come here? The old man spoke, his eyes fixed firmly on the few people in front of him. There was a glint of coldness in his gaze, making these few individuals feel a tremor in their hearts. What's going on? How could we encounter such an expert here? A sudden realization dawned upon these individuals, as if they had witnessed something inconceivable. Since you've come, stay behind. Let your master redeem you. The one above is watching the grand wedding and doesn't wish to meet you. These 5 individuals had already sensed that the elder was not someone to be trifled with. They exchanged quick glances and promptly decided to act together. Kill. The faces of these 5 individuals immediately changed as they attacked the old man without another word. The 5 had a combined fighting technique, honed through practice. As soon as they engaged in combat, they felt an immense pressure bearing down on them, heavy and overwhelming. None of them could withstand it for long. Moreover, the old man's hands wielded a remarkably potent force, neutralizing all their efforts. For a moment, there was no way to break free. Since you've come, there's no need to leave. The elder suddenly lifted his head and gave the 5 before him a faint smile, instilling fear in their eyes. Oh no! One of them screamed in terror and tried to flee, but before he'd gone far, let out a shriek and crashed heavily onto the ground. The remaining few revealed panic-stricken expressions and fled in a hurry. And you, having witnessed all this, sighed. Leave. This place is no longer suitable for lingering. Yes. A nearby maid promptly followed in Yu and departed. The elder didn't remain either, but left with them. Changsun Wuji, amidst the wedding feast, constantly had people approaching to toast with him. He maintained friendly relations with these officials. Suddenly, a person rushed to Changsun Wuji's side and whispered softly into his ear. What? Chapter 441, Bridal Chamber. When Changsun Wujia heard the words of the man, his expression instantly changed, revealing a look of gravity. At this moment, an official came to offer wine. Changsun Wujia looked up at the official in front of him, and the official was startled by his sullen expression. Could it be that Lord Changsun has some dissatisfaction with me? Just as the official was secretly speculating, all the coldness on Changsun Wuji's face had already disappeared, replaced instead by a gentle smile. Just now, a servant brought news that a stray cat really did get into my sedan chair and broke quite a few things inside, which is why I was angry. It wasn't aimed at you. Changsun Wuji explained this, which let the official in front of him breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly said, Ah, I see. That wild cat was indeed detestable. The official realized Changsun Wuji had been upset, so he dared not linger further, exchanging a few more words before hastily leaving. Today was the day of Changsun Pingting's grand wedding, so Changsun Wuji couldn't leave arbitrarily. He sat there silently for a while, and then gave a few instructions to his subordinates. Tell them all to pull back. The other party didn't kill those I sent out. They only delivered this letter, a warning. It seems we've underestimated her. She has such strength even within the city's progress. And apart from her, there's another skilled master. A woman like her within the Jingzhou prefecture certainly doesn't come with good intentions. As the wedding concluded, a whole day had passed. Finally, the mansion fell silent again, resuming its tranquil days. Li Yu, sitting in the bridal chamber, looked at the Changsun painting in front of him. At that moment, he also felt a strange emotion. He hadn't expected he would suddenly get married so soon. Looking at the delicate figure beneath the red coverlet, a fiery heat stirred within him. This day, you are my most beautiful wife. Li Yu reached out to lift the red veil covering her face. There was makeup on Changsun painting's face, painted beautifully. Tonight she was the loveliest woman, exuding an air of shyness. Li Yu reached out and held her hand gently, saying, "From today onward, you are my princess. We've been busy all day, so let us rest well. A single night of spring pleasure is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Li Yu said this to Changsun painting in front of him. Changsun painting sat properly on the bed, blushing shyly. Her whole being had eyes closed, too embarrassed to say a word. "Since you do not object, it counts as agreement. Let us have a good rest." With that, Li Yu lunged forward, eliciting a light cry from Changsun painting. Her voice was then muffled as the candlelight dimmed. At an unknown point, thunder roared through the skies followed by pouring rain drenching the horizon. Rainwater spread evenly, bringing peace under heaven. After a night full of commotion, dawn quickly arrived, releasing a rich aroma of fresh grass, a smell that alone made one feel content and relaxed. Li Yu and Yu were to head to the palace to pay their respects to Emperor Taizong. Upon entering the palace, they encountered Li Xiuxian. His face carried a trace of pallor. Seeing Li Yu, he greeted him, then spoke directly to Changsun painting. "If Prince Qi dares to bully you, come find me. I will speak on your behalf." Saying this, he left in high spirits. Hearing this, Li Yu gave a faint cold snort. Managing faraway matters. Changsun painting beside him covered her small mouth and giggled softly. "To tell the truth, we could still count as relatives-in-law. Therefore, Crown Prince brother overseeing this matter is only appropriate." After hearing this, Li Yu pinched Changsun painting's face teasingly. "Do you plan to file complaints against me? Do you think I won't punish you once we return?" Hearing this, Changsun painting turned beet red. "My lord, this is in broad daylight. If others see this, it wouldn't be good. Our behavior could lead to accusations from the censors. Let them accuse us. They're just jealous. They've accused me many times before. Let them complain, we don't fear them." Li Yu chuckled maliciously. Their playful banter drew envies from the palace maids. However, they dared not look any longer since this was the great Prince Qi himself. Once Li Yu and Changsun painting entered the study, after completing their courtesies, they exchanged a few sentences. However, Emperor Taizong did not say much this time, allowing them to leave shortly thereafter. This made Li Yu feel very strange. In the past, Emperor Taizong would always have him deliver something, and this time without extorting anything from him seemed peculiar. Only after Li Yu left did Emperor Taizong realize this, and he immediately slapped his hand in surprise, exclaiming, "I almost forgot to make that little guy send something over." After he finished speaking, he turned to a group of eunuchs and asked, "Go check how many fruits and vegetables are left?" The nearby eunuch quickly responded, "Yes, I will go right away." Not long after, the eunuch hurried back, reporting to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I've verified it already. When Prince Qi entered the palace earlier, he had arranged for all the fruits and vegetables to be sent into the imperial palace. That boy is still quite filial. All right, I know now." Emperor Taizong then waved his hand, dismissing the eunuch. As Li Yu walked along the road, he suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose and mouth, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Could someone be thinking of me? Your Highness, you're so handsome, capable, and skilled in martial arts. Naturally, there are people who miss you and like you. I think there should be quite a few. And those two sisters." After last night's events, Changsun painting now seemed very calm, as if she wasn't at all concerned about what happened the previous night, and she lightly covered her mouth while smiling. Upon hearing Changsun painting's words, Li Yu became quiet. Alas, Li Yu let out a long sigh. "So many things aren't up to me to decide. They must be decided by His Majesty my father. I'm merely a small prince." At this point, Li Yu felt a mix of sighs and helplessness. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The pigs he raised before should be mature by now, and it would be perfect to get some pork chops out. He didn't plan on directly giving the pork to Emperor Taizong, because in this era, pork was considered inferior meat. Even though the pork he produced was relatively healthy and hygienic, others wouldn't be able to convince everyone to accept it. It was just right for him to open a pork restaurant. Chapter 442, Candy Figures. Sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pig's trotters, green pepper stir-fried with shredded meat, and braised pork. At the thought of these dishes, Li Yu couldn't help but feel his saliva flow continuously. He hadn't eaten pork for a long time, and today would be the perfect day to do so. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. "Come on, I'll go back and cook you something delicious." Li Yu said this to xuanhuan painting who was standing in front of him. xuanhuan painting stretched out her hand and grabbed Li Yu, saying in a coquettish tone, "Prince Wang, can we go out and play today? I haven't gone out to play in the capital for a long time. In the past, my family never allowed me to go out. My father always said it was very dangerous outside and that I should stay at home. The most I could do was pray at temples or Taoist shrines, which were my only moments of leisure. Prince Wang, now that I've become your concubine, I want to go out and play with you. I want to see the colorful world outside, and also take a look at how common people live their lives." After hearing this, Li Yu felt a stirring in his heart. "Indeed, I haven't been out to play for quite some time either. Let's go out and have some fun today." Li Yu nodded. He didn't refuse xuanhuan painting's request. He also wanted to go out and have some fun. Lately, everything had been too tense, so a little relaxation would be good. The two quickly changed into casual clothes, and Liu took Xiongsu and Pingting to the bustling street. Looking at the lively street scene, Liu found himself feeling much more relaxed and comfortable. He stretched lazily and walked alongside Xiongsu and Pingting. In fact, Xiongsu and Pingting was a vivacious young girl, showing great curiosity along the way. She had never seen many of the things before, and now, upon seeing them, she found them all very fascinating. She held a small windmill in her hand. "What is this? It looks so much fun." At her puzzlement, the stall owner hastened to say, "Miss, you really have an eye for beauty. This is the little windmill from Prince Qi's residence. This is a small creation by Prince Qi, and many people love it very much. Now everyone calls this the Prince Qi windmill. Everyone appreciates Prince Qi's kindness." Upon hearing this, Xiongsu and Pingting covered her mouth and giggled. She gently nudged Liu in front of her and, lowering her voice, said laughing, "Your Highness, it seems even the small toys you casually create are so well liked. Next time, I want you to make one for me with your own hands." She held Liu's hand and whispered softly, "Of course, I'll make one for you when we get back tonight." Liu also lowered his voice and responded quietly, "Bought." Liu tossed 2 copper coins and bought the windmill. With the windmill in hand, Xiongsu and Pingting played with it as she bounced along the way. Since fashion trends were popular in the Tang dynasty, many young girls could stroll on the streets without much restriction. "Wow, I want this candy figure. It looks so beautiful." Xiongsu and Pingting stopped in front of a small vendor stall, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at the candy figures displayed on the counter. She looked at Liu, filled with desire. "Prince Wang, will you buy it for me?" Liu glanced at the sugar figures. They were well made and considered rather expensive in this era. Sugar was a rare commodity and extremely valuable. Many ordinary households had never tasted sugar and were unaware of its flavor. Thus, these sugar figures were highly precious. As soon as Liu approached, the vendor was greatly startled by just one look. He hurriedly whispered, "If the young lady likes it, please take this sugar figure immediately." Liu suddenly remembered the situation with this vendor. After arriving in the capital city and finding himself bored, he had developed maltose and taught artisans how to use it to make sugar figures, arranging for them to sell it on the streets. Through this method, he obtained ways to gather information. The vendor before him should indeed be one of his subordinates, explaining why there was a reaction upon seeing him. "That's unnecessary. There's no need to give it away. I can afford it." After saying this, Liu took out 3 copper coins and handed them over. "Choose whichever you like." Xiongsu and Pingting was delighted and picked up a particularly beautiful fairy sugar figure. Just then, a soft feminine voice came from the side. "Sir, I saw that sugar figure too. It's really beautiful. This sugar figurine is a vivid representation of a fairy. I think it looks so much like me. Prince Wang, please buy it for me." "All right, you over there, put down that sugar figure. I've already set my eyes on this one. Go pick another one." This was said by a dissolute young master who, upon approaching, had his sights set on the sugar figurine and reprimanded Xiongsu and Pingting with apparent dissatisfaction. After hearing those words, Xiongsu and Pingting paused for a moment, but then chose to ignore them entirely. As the esteemed daughter of a high-ranking minister, she feared neither heaven nor earth in her daily life. Not even a dissolute young master or nobility could instill fear in her. "This one caught my eye first. You can select something else." Slightly annoyed, Xiongsu and Pingting turned her head, frowned, and grasped the sugar figurine, intending to pull Liu away. At that very moment, the young master with a woman in his arms caught sight of Xiongsu and Pingting and suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, revealing some fervent excitement in his eyes at her beauty. Such a stunning woman exists. How blind I was earlier. With this thought crossing his mind, he immediately barked at Xiongsu and Pingting. "Humph, grabbing my sugar figurine and thinking you can just walk away? Don't even think about leaving today. I am no less than a distinguished count of the founding dynasty, and you dare show me disrespect. Judging from your attire, you're just an ordinary woman. You might as well come live in my residence. In the future, you'll eat luxuriously, drink delicately, and I'll never shortchange you." Upon hearing this, Liu felt an immediate surge of anger. In the middle of the bustling street in Jingzhou Prefecture, someone dared to be this shameless. Seducing a man's wife? Are you asking for death? Thinking this, he let out a cold snort. What audacity! Didn't you see her husband standing right here? Do you know the charge of seducing a married woman? Want me to drag you to the authorities now? The man turned and locked eyes onto Liu, inspecting him up and down before scoffing mockingly. "Want to arrest me? Bring it on." As he spoke, a few sycophants emerged from behind him, glaring unfriendly at Liu. Chapter 443, Beating Someone. In this capital city, I clearly remember all the important figures, but you? A nobody like you don't amount to anything. He said this with contempt, accompanied by a sneer. Just as he was about to continue his mockery, Liu couldn't bear it anymore. Suddenly, he stepped forward and delivered a kick, knocking the man in front of him directly onto the ground. At that moment, the retainers of the Xiaohua County Mail realized what had happened. "How dare you endanger the honor of a nobleman? Are you courting death?" These few people quickly shielded their master, looked at Liu, exchanged glances with each other, and then rushed toward Liu. "How dare you?" Liu sensed these people rushing toward him, which made him somewhat angry. "You refuse kindness when it's offered." He turned around and slapped 2 palm strikes on the lackeys who were rushing towards him. Instantly, these lackeys' faces swelled from the blows, and they were thrown to the ground. Lying sprawled on the ground, their noses and faces bruised and swollen. They were fortunate that Liu had no intention of killing them, otherwise, they might have been killed right there. Even in public, Though he was a prince, he could not defy the law and kill arbitrarily. Ugh, ugh, how dare you hit me? The man screamed furiously. Do you know who I am? Li Yu slapped him again. Do you know who you're speaking to? Though I'm dressed as an ordinary civilian, your crimes are enormous. I originally didn't want to dirty my hands dealing with you, but your behavior has been so poor that I can't help myself. Li Yu spoke coldly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp glare. Right at this moment, the Xiaohua County male realized the situation and began to show signs of unease and fear. Because Li Yu's expression made him feel tense, even panicked. This person's aura was different. Could it be he had run into someone formidable? Just at that time, several guards nearby moved in. They had been hiding in the shadows for protection purposes, but hadn't reacted fast enough before Li Yu acted. This left them feeling utterly helpless, but since Li Yu had already moved, they had to appear. If this matter went up to the court, it would indeed be a significant case. However, this Xiaohua County male was truly despicable. He had dared to harass the prince's consort. This was a grave offense. If the prince hadn't beaten him, he might have lost his title anyway. Take this man directly to the Jingzhou prefecture office. I will report this to the emperor. I came out to investigate the conditions of the common folk, but I never expected to encounter such audacity, someone daring enough to molest my consort. When Li Yu said this, he glanced at the Xiaohua County male in front of him. At this point, someone in the crowd finally recognized Li Yu and exclaimed, "Isn't this His Highness Prince Qi? Who would dare harass the concubine of Prince Qi?" "I know Prince Qi. Isn't this prince fresh off his wedding yesterday? Not long ago, I saw this prince entering the city. I just didn't expect him to be so down to earth and actually go out to observe the lives of commoners. I've heard that this prince deeply understands the people, having invented various foods and also excellent hybrid rice strains, earning the emperor's praise. I never expected someone to have the audacity to offend Prince Qi." Only then did the Xiaohua County male realize exactly what kind of figure he had provoked. He had no idea he had harassed the prince's consort. This was the emperor's most favored prince. How had he dared provoke this individual? Upon realizing this, he immediately felt fear overwhelming him. Subconsciously, he swallowed continuously and his hands trembled nonstop. He had originally prepared to get up and say some tough words, but now he suddenly felt dizzy, falling backward. He crashed to the ground, fainting instantly. "Oh no, County male of Xiaohua has fainted." His cronies got a major shock and hurriedly called out. Li Yu merely glanced once, then walked away without looking back. The guards' faces weren't too good either. They were trapped in this mess, and at the thought of it, their heads started to ache. Each of them slapped their foreheads. Trouble. The magistrate of Jingzhou Prefecture, upon seeing the person brought over, was shocked beyond measure. Isn't this the Xiaohua County male? This man usually bullied the weak and feared the strong, being brazenly guilty of countless offenses. With his title, the crimes he committed were always covered, protected by connections within the imperial court. In the end, the magistrate could only release him. He knew this man would eventually cause trouble, but he never imagined it would be against Prince Qi. The magistrate looked at the unconscious Xiaohua County male before him, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. If heaven makes calamity, there's still hope to live. But if one brings calamity upon oneself, there is no way out. If it weren't for Prince Qi knocking him out, not only would this guy have lost his title, but he might have been directly thrown into prison. The magistrate glanced at the unconscious figure of the Xiaohua County male, thought for a moment, then said to the people beside him, "Since this fellow is in such a state now, quickly invite a renowned doctor over. We must ensure his life. I will immediately write a memorial to the emperor and report all the events that have occurred." In the eastern palace of the crown prince, xiuxian was sitting there reviewing the folded memorials. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed in. "Your Highness, Crown Prince, there's wonderful news, incredible news. Weren't you tasked to keep a close watch on Prince Qi's residence? Today, a message came from the prince's mansion. Prince Qi knocked out a Xiaohua County male." Upon hearing this, xiuxian's eyes instantly brightened as he showed an expression of delight. "What? Hurry, quickly tell me everything. What exactly happened?" His face radiated with surprise as he urgently pressed the messenger to continue. It was rare for him to hear such good news, and his excitement was evident. Li Yu had made a mistake, which meant the position of Crown Prince could become even more secure, ensuring a longer-term future without any worries. A prince who randomly beats others certainly cannot possibly become the emperor. This servant of the Crown Prince hurriedly relayed every detail he had learned. After listening, Crown Prince xiuxian's face turned serious and slightly displeased. "I thought it was something major, but it turns out this small-time Xiaohua County male dared to offend the esteemed prince. He insulted a prince, let alone disrespecting the princess. If others should demand accountability, the chancellor himself may very well hold this man responsible too. How dare he trouble the daughter of the chancellor, truly being reckless and foolish enough to court death." As xiuxian said these words, anger flashed across his face. Chapter 444. The Death of the County Male. Changsun Pingting could also be considered his cousin, so there was a certain level of relationship between them. Even if he and Li Yu did not get along, that was not something these outsiders could easily offend. Thinking to this point, he became a bit upset. But just as he was about to issue orders, he suddenly stopped. Good thing this incident came up. It seems quite troublesome, but trouble is good, for it's just the time for me to show my abilities. So here's what we'll do. Send my invitation over there and find a royal physician to treat him properly. Make sure the royal physician guarantees his life. Absolutely can't let anything happen to him carelessly. As the crown prince, I should show some performance too. Otherwise, how would all the ministers in this world think I'm a good crown prince? Only when they sincerely support me will the whole nation unite around me. Li Xiuxian said happily with a bright smile on his face. He enjoyed immersing himself in Li Yu's mistakes. The more mistakes Li Yu made, the better. Yes. With the underlings answering, they soon retreated. Li Xiuxian sat there for a while, carefully pondering before he coldly sniffed. This person cannot live, he must die. Only a dead founding county male is a good founding county male. Thinking to this, he let out another cold snort, revealing a cold, ruthless look in his eyes. Come, he called outwards, and within minutes, a black-clothed figure entered the crown prince's palace. The man approached Li Xiuxian, kneeling down with his face hidden behind a helmet, making it impossible to see his features. I have a task for you. Go kill this person. The crown prince tossed out an invitation. The black-clothed man looked at the content without uttering a word but nodded, and then left, placing the post aside. We still need to do surface work well. Everyone knows I am righteous and willing to help nobles. In this way, people across the land know how fierce Prince Qi is. Li Xiuxian muttered, showing a hint of coldness on his face. He lightly narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling atmosphere. It seemed that his performance in front of his subjects had been nothing but deceit to fool others. At this moment, he had completely changed into a cruel person, ready to harm anyone who crossed him, especially towards Li Yu, who had already become his thorn in the side and a sore spot, needing quick elimination. Huh. Li Xiuxian picked up the wine bottle from the table and gulped down a mouthful, calming down only after doing so. Phew. Hope this succeeds and teaches him a hard lesson. Hope no one jumps out to oppose me. Otherwise I will have to take severe action. Li Xiuxian spoke viciously. Yet, he didn't realize that in other people's eyes, he was actually the scariest demon. If someone saw his appearance now upon entering the palace, they'd be utterly shocked. Huff. Huff. On the other hand, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin also received the news from Jingzhou Prefecture. After opening the memorial and reading it, astonishment showed on his face. Suddenly slamming the table, he revealed anger. What a big guts. A grand founding county male dares to bully the consort of Prince Qi in public. Though the consort disguised herself to go on the street, yet suffering such humiliation is truly audacious. Li Shimin was a man who valued both principle and kinship, thus he was boiling with rage. But soon he continued reading. Good hit, a very good strike indeed, but this lad fainting causes some problems. He must survive, otherwise it may provoke anger from some noble generals. But death punishment may be avoided, and instead the founding county male shall be stripped of his title. He declared like this, with a cold expression on his face. Just as Li Shimin was preparing to give orders, an urgent voice came from outside. Oh no, a major event occurred. Your Majesty, the founding county male has died. According to the diagnosis by royal physicians, the founding county male suffered severe internal injuries leading to damage of all 5 organs, hence dying. What? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's complexion immediately turned, his demeanor becoming grave. What exactly happened? Li Shimin questioned sternly, looking directly at the individual in front. The eunuch, flat on the ground, hurriedly replied. Prince of the Crown learned immediately after Prince Qi injured the founding county male. He took immediate action and sent royal physicians to examine his condition. However, after the royal physicians arrived at the Jingzhou Prefecture, they found that the founding county male had already passed away. Furthermore, after the coroner's examination, it was determined that he died from internal bleeding of the 5 organs. Li Shimin sat there, his expression filled with gravity. He remained silent, displaying deep contemplation. After several seconds, he waved his hand, dismissing the eunuch in front of him before summoning someone else. A soldier knelt before him, his face devoid of any emotion. Li Shimin looked at the soldier and said, I have a task for you to handle. I suspect someone is secretly plotting against Prince Qi. Prince Qi's martial arts skills are formidable. He shouldn't have such poor control that he could beat someone to death. I suspect someone has orchestrated this plot, deliberately harming this founding county male. Thus, this matter must be assigned to you to investigate secretly and uncover the truth. If anyone tries to stop you, report back to me immediately. After Li Shimin finished giving his instructions, the soldier retreated to begin investigating the truth. Outside the mansion of Prince Qi, the bailiffs of the Jingzhou Prefecture were currently confronting the people of Prince Qi's residence. Do you know where this is? How dare you come to Prince Qi's mansion to arrest someone? The bailiffs waiting outside exchanged glances upon hearing these words, revealing expressions of tension. Naturally, they did not dare to proceed with the arrest, their expressions showing clear anxiety. We certainly do not dare to arrest someone here. However, this incident involves His Highness Prince Qi, so please convey this message to him. The founding county male passed away after being beaten by Prince Qi in the Jingzhou Prefecture, the cause of death being internal organ hemorrhage. Our magistrate has specially informed you of this matter and requests that you make preparations in advance. After the bailiffs announced this message, they did not leave, but continued to remain outside the estate. Qi's steward emerged from the mansion, looking displeased at the group gathered outside. He coldly remarked, You've delivered your message, now you can leave. The head constable stationed outside quickly responded, We apologize, Master Qi, but we cannot leave just yet. Our superior has ordered us to remain here, specifically to protect Prince Qi. Chapter 445, A Trifle. These clerks, despite being very respectful, did not budge an inch. This made Manager Qi extremely angry and almost had the guards attack. Lord Fuyin truly has great audacity. He even dares to surround Prince Qi's mansion. Humph, the constable quickly said at this moment. Manager Qi, you've misunderstood. How dare we do such a thing? We're here to protect His Royal Highness, Prince Qi. After all, now that this matter has occurred, It involves not just the mansion but also nobles of high distinction. There might be someone coming to stir up trouble. Our superior sent us over to protect His Highness. Upon hearing this, he appeared quite anxious. Manager Chi's face turned somewhat ashen. Yet, he didn't say much, only snorted coldly and turned to leave. Only when the clerks saw him go did they sigh in relief, each shaking their bodies slightly before boldly taking their positions outside Chi Mansion. Liu was inside the mansion drinking tea leisurely at this time. Manager Chi rushed into the room, knelt before Liu, and displayed signs of nervousness. Your Highness, a major event has happened. That founding country count male has died. Now, the Jingzhou Prefecture office has dispatched numerous people saying they want to protect our mansion. But in my view, they are actually trying to confine us. What should we do? Manager Chi said, trembling with fear. This matter is neither too serious nor insignificant. After hearing this, Liu flipped the book in his hand and berated the manager in front of him. What's there to panic about? Dare they come in? Even if I killed that founding country count male, so what? I am a noble prince, and according to Tang law, this man insulted my wife and attempted to abduct women by force. By the law of our great Tang dynasty, I wouldn't commit a grave offense. As he spoke slowly, he remained calm. You, as the head manager of my household, should not act so panicked for such an issue. This is improper. After these words from Liu, Manager Chi immediately calmed down. Your Highness, I understand now. No wonder you're not worried about this incident. At this, Manager Chi's expression changed slightly, seemingly recalling something. He then added hastily, Your Highness, yet this might lead many court officials to bear grudges against you. Once that happens, it could bring considerable trouble. At that point, those ministers will definitely. Liu sneered coldly. If they wish to submit memorials, let them submit them. Am I to be enraged because of this? Rest assured, the more people file petitions against me, the safer I become. If everyone thinks I must become crown prince, if things can't proceed without me becoming crown prince, that would be the real big problem. Liu spoke slowly, sending a profound impact through Manager Chi. Ah, I see. It was then that Manager Chi finally realized everything clearly. Your Highness, you've already seen through all these matters. That explains your composure. My humble self truly admires you profoundly. Liu chuckled heartily. What's there to admire? That's settled. Leave this matter to me. Let the officers stay outside. If they get tired of staying, they'll leave on their own. Liu continued sitting there, picked up the wine pot before him, and was preparing to recline lazily. At that moment, footsteps hurriedly approached from outside the door. Lady Changsun Pingting anxiously arrived at the gate, her face grave. Your Highness, could it be that you're facing difficulties due to my fault? I just heard that the founding country count male has passed away. Was it because of me? If it's because of me, I am willing to take responsibility for this. Punish me instead. I'll visit my father today. My father, being the prime official, surely can think of a solution. Lady Changsun Pingting looked anxiously at Liu and proposed this solution. Hearing this, Liu was greatly alarmed and immediately extended his hand to calm down Lady Changsun Pingting beside him. You must remain composed. Don't go to father-in-law anymore. This matter isn't significant at all. Even if I kill this person, what punishment will I receive? Lady Changsun Pingting asked worriedly. Your Highness, doesn't this affect your standing in the Emperor's eyes? This affair clearly stems from others bullying us, and now it becomes our crime. I have never endured such a tremendous disgrace in my life, and I simply cannot accept this. Upon hearing Liu's words, Changsun Pingting also revealed a hint of unhappiness. So, I must take full responsibility for this matter. Seeing Changsun Pingting's angry demeanor, Liu quickly extended his hand and embraced her, comforting her as he said, All right, I know you're upset about this, but it isn't such a big deal. Instead, this might actually bring me blessings in disguise, eliminating many troubles. Do you think the realm of Great Tang is so peaceful? Liu grabbed Changsun Pingting's hand and asked, My lord, what do you mean by that? Changsun Pingting asked curiously, revealing her perplexity. Only then did Liu whisper softly into her ear. At this, Changsun Pingting suddenly understood. My lord, it's like this, since you have said so, I naturally understand now. After saying these words, she exhaled deeply, patting her own chest as she said, I thought this time I would get my lord into some serious trouble. It seems you already had a plan in mind. Changsun Pingting leaned gently against Liu, showing signs of comprehension. She could sense a reassuring aura from Liu, and her previously restless heart now became calm. My lord, you are truly wonderful. Changsun Pingting murmured softly while resting in Liu's arms. Hearing Changsun Pingting's words, Liu felt an immense joy within, directly embracing her tightly with a smile on his face. Today, let's drink our fill together. Liu said to Changsun Pingting. All right, my lord. Changsun Pingting rested in Liu's arms, displaying a look of happiness. On the other side, upon learning about the situation, Luju's face immediately darkened. How dare they plot against our prince directly, such audacity. He muttered, clenching his fists. Investigate. Chapter 446. Magistrate seriously ill. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. We absolutely cannot let anyone harm the prince. When the prince acted, he merely knocked the man unconscious. However, this person suddenly suffered organ damage and died, which clearly indicates someone's sinister interference. The prince is like a heavenly war god, far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary people. How could the prince possibly grasp such intricate details? Even in a fit of rage, if the prince had truly intended to kill, the man would have died on the spot. Yet this person survived until now but passed away after the royal physician summoned by the crown prince arrived. It must be due to someone interfering from the shadows. It might even be that the crown prince took action himself, deliberately attempting to frame the prince. Lu Zhuo muttered with seething murderous intent in his eyes. This matter must be fully investigated. We absolutely cannot overlook it easily. As soon as he finished muttering, he quickly stood up, hurriedly walked to the door, and immediately summoned his subordinates. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Find out who suddenly entered the capital region and secretly harmed the founding county gentleman. After he said this, many people began to act. Investigate. And Yu was in her separate residence. She had become more relaxed recently because of her cooperation with Li Yu in eliminating some forces opposing her. Those people had already been dispatched to their deaths by her, allowing her to gain control over an even larger part of the forces. With time passing, all the hidden agents of Goguryeo in the capital region will eventually fall under her complete control, giving her an even stronger influence. When she received the news of someone framing Li Yu, she fell silent, remaining without uttering any sound for a long while. Truly bold, exceedingly audacious. How dare these people do such a thing? After she finished speaking, a cold gleam appeared in her eyes. Servant. And you gave orders to the outside, starting to arrange manpower. The crown prince also learned about this incident rather soon, but instead of success, his expression became grave. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. The subordinates I sent haven't even started acting yet, but the founding county gentleman was already killed. What person hates Li Yu so much that they preemptively acted ahead of me? Li xiuxian murmured, his expression filled with confusion. Thinking here, something felt off. Something's wrong. I know exactly what's wrong. Biting his teeth, he spoke. If my guess is correct, it's definitely someone using this event to frame me. It wasn't even my intention to act first. But if the blame falls on my head, then all evidence will point to me. Even if I didn't do it, they'll claim it as though I did. Thinking to this point, Li Xiuxian's eyes burned with anger. These people really have great daring. Investigate. After thinking this, Li Xiuxian immediately summoned his subordinates. He also aimed to uncover the true perpetrator behind the scenes. He wasn't willing to take the blame for others. If his subordinates were the real culprits, he could try every method to push all responsibility away. However, there was now clearly a major issue, making him feel fear and unease. The biggest enemy comes from the unknown, lurking in the dark, making one uneasy because these enemies may attack at any moment. The magistrate was currently inside this official office, with a fiery surge within his heart. Just a moment ago, 3 or 4 groups of people came. Among them were quite a few nobles and royal ministers, each probing for information. As the chief magistrate of the capital region, he could only gently refuse these people and dared not directly oppose them. Because he knew if he directly refused, it might bring enormous trouble, perhaps leading to many problems and ruining his future career. Humph. He deeply inhaled, then exhaled. Prince Qi created too much trouble, but this is still the matter between the imperial family and the nobility. I am involved here, truly pitying myself. I never wanted to be this official, but there was no way around it. I had to take the position. Sigh. He lamented like this, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Lord, things are bad. A major incident has occurred. At this moment, a constable hurriedly rushed to the magistrate's presence. My lord, just a moment ago, someone reported an update. The bailiffs who had previously interacted with the founding county gentleman have all been found dead from poisoning. The coroner has also run into trouble and gone missing. Upon hearing this, the magistrate's face immediately turned pale. His entire body trembled violently as he revealed a look of sheer terror, as if something unimaginable had occurred to him. His hands continued shaking uncontrollably. The situation has become extremely troublesome. The magistrate spoke in horror, fully realizing that he had become entangled in a massive storm. Even though he was an official of the court, every year there were always several officials whose deaths went unexplained. Some of these officials were known by everyone to have suspicious circumstances around their death, yet not a single person dared to investigate further. He paced back and forth for a few steps and clenched his fists tightly. Go to my accountant and take out 100 yuan of money. Deliver it to the families of the bailiffs who were poisoned and tell them that since they served as law enforcement officers, their families will naturally receive subsidies from the yamen should anything happen. Make sure their families don't create any disturbance. As he said this, his expression remained grave. Also, if anyone continues to inquire about this matter, inform them that I am ill and currently lying down due to discomfort. Summon Dr. Qingshan under some pretext to treat me. The magistrate covered his forehead with his hand, displaying a hint of panic and anxiety on his face. He was so terrified and tense, seemingly fearful because of this event. Fear had made him ill, and he sat there in great discomfort. My lord, I shall go immediately. After witnessing this scene, the chief bailiff understood at once that the magistrate had decided to distance himself from this matter. People, the sudden illness of our lord requires immediate attention. Quickly fetch renowned physicians over. Having finished speaking, the chief bailiff turned to the nearby servants. Listen up. I have very important tasks for you all to complete. Do not damage the bodies of the deceased bailiffs who were poisoned before. Simply bury them as they are. As for all relevant evidence, preserve them carefully. Chapter 447. No investigation allowed. When the chief constable said these words, there was a chill in his expression as he thought of the possible terrifying troubles he might encounter next. As he pondered these matters, he clenched his fists tightly. He stretched out his hand and struck the pillar before him with force, eliciting some muffled sounds from it. Damn it, this is absolutely infuriating. The chief constable paced back and forth with anger, venting his emotions. Because this time, he had fallen into an enormous predicament that made him extremely furious, and also angry due to the audacity of those involved. This time, they actually eliminated the bailiffs under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou prefecture. Such audacious deeds occurred on his watch, which left him somewhat suffocated and feeling rather powerless. But being the chief constable, he quickly suppressed his vexed and restless feelings. Huff! He tried hard to inhale deeply, and then exhaled slowly. By his side, there was another constable who had been following him closely. Seeing the constable lower his voice and inquire cautiously, "Boss, will this matter just end like this? This time we lost so many brothers. We must at least try to find a way. We can't let all our brothers die in vain." Saying this, his eyes contained the strongest restrained emotions. After hearing his words, the chief constable turned around and looked at the constable before him, showing a cold demeanor. "How? Do you want to seek justice for those deceased ones?" The chief constable spoke coldly, with glints of sharpness in his eyes. Gulping loudly, the constable was startled, surprised by the intensity of the chief constable's reaction, hurriedly saying, "Sir, how could I have such thoughts? I just feel frustrated. They were all brothers." He muttered this out softly, with strong sorrow in his eyes. Even a quick glance brought him more grief. "Follow my command. Let this matter be finished here. Do you think I don't wish to get justice for these brothers? But there's nothing I can do because their plight isn't something I can easily control. Clearly, knowing they're tangled up in serious trouble, you still want to investigate these things? That would simply drag us all into dangerous territory. Don't let me know anyone has started investigating or else. Don't blame me if I become unfriendly." After saying this, he left hastily, leaving behind several constables utterly shocked. Just then, Li Yu had already been summoned by Li Shimin, heading toward the palace. However, he remained exceptionally calm, not taking this matter seriously. Li Shimin observed the carefree face approaching and felt his ire rising. "Li Yu, do you even know you accidentally killed a viscount? And yet, you dare to remain so relaxed. Don't think because you got married yesterday that I won't hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, Li Yu showed no fear. Instead, he smiled at the emperor before him and responded, "Father Emperor, this matter is entirely a great misunderstanding. Father Emperor, it's simply that this person sought death himself. However, I did not beat him to death. I merely gave him a harsh lesson. Besides, the imperial law can certainly handle such cases properly. Why should I intervene personally? I suspect that the reason he is in this condition now, suddenly falling ill and losing his life, is likely because someone has secretly manipulated events from behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would things turn out this way? I believe that there must be a mastermind lurking in the shadows. Although I'm unsure exactly who it is, I am certain someone has controlled the situation from behind the scenes." Li Shimin pointed a finger at Li Yu, originally intending to scold him loudly, but the words reached his lips, and he swallowed them back. "Initially, I intended to punish you and even reprimand you severely, but after hearing your evasive arguments, I have a question for you instead. Are you sure?" Li Shimin's expression carried solemnity as he locked his gaze onto Li Yu. "Father Emperor, actually there's the simplest method of verification. Using this method, Father Emperor can discern the truth. That is to take a pig and let me deliver a heavy punch to it. I can guarantee that the injuries between the two will definitely differ. Even without having exact details of this viscount's injuries, I can roughly deduce what happened. Certainly, someone covered his mouth, forcefully pressed down on his chest, and literally pressed him to death. That's why traces of severe trauma are left behind. Therefore, there must be signs of a struggle on his body. Although the forensic officer conducted an investigation, he might have confused these matters." Li Yu explained carefully, "I'm very confident in how hard I hit." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin sighed deeply. "I didn't expect you to think things through so clearly, knowing what trouble would come your way and making preparations early. I'll tell you straight, earlier today, the news from below came. Those bailiffs and forensics officials are all gone, their lives taken. These people ostensibly took poison to commit suicide, as if wanting to point all issues toward you." Li Shimin paced back and forth for several steps, then sighed again. "But I clearly know that whoever used such schemes has employed nothing but low-level tactics. However, now the news is out, and everyone knows it was you who killed him. At first, I was still thinking about how to find the real murderer, but I didn't expect you to have already deduced how he could have been killed and even guessed the means." Li Shimin looked at Li Yu with appreciation in his eyes. "Father Emperor, I understand." Li Yu replied immediately, with utmost respect. "It's good that you understand. These current events aren't simple. Anyone who would try to frame you at this time must have a lot of scheming behind them. So now, you need to uncover the truth behind the scenes and find the real culprit. If you can uncover the truth within 3 days, I will reward you." Li Shimin spoke seriously, issuing his orders to Li Yu before him. After hearing this, Li Yu's heart stirred slightly, and he quickly replied, "Father Emperor, since you say so, I shall surely thoroughly investigate these matters. I willingly accept the mission and will figure out the details within 3 days." Li Yu responded, with gravity evident in his eyes, along with a clear and insightful gaze, as though seeing through all the truths hidden behind the scenes. Feeling Li Yu's determined look, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel admiration. Chapter 448, a 3-day term. Li Yu had not expected that Li Shimin would actually appreciate him so much. He merely gave an explanation and already received understanding. When Li Yu returned to the prince's mansion, someone immediately came forward to meet him. Manager Qi arrived in front of Li Yu and hurriedly asked, "Did the prince encounter any trouble this time? How could the emperor let you return so easily? Could it be, your highness has already resolved the injustice and won't be investigated anymore?" Li Yu smiled. "Not quite. I have already received the order to investigate the truth of the matter and uncover the real culprits within 3 days. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Manager Qi instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. This is certainly troubling. Those behind-the-scenes culprits might have fled long ago. Can you really find out who they are now? After listening to what Manager Qi said, Liu laughed heartily. You underestimate me too much. No matter who orchestrated this murder, there will definitely be many traces left. Prince, Mr. D wishes to pay a visit. He said Wang Yining has encountered some difficulties and is willing to offer his assistance to help uncover the identity of the true villain. Hearing this, Liu paused for a moment. Please let him in. Liu knew well that D Renjia was meticulous and an ace investigator. Since the last recommendation, D Renjia hadn't visited him until now. Since D Renjia has come, please bring him over. I am also preparing to investigate this matter. Liu smiled as he spoke, with a certain ease. Soon afterward, D Renjia was received in the main hall. Upon entering hastily, D Renjia quickly paid his respects. Your Highness, I've already heard about what happened to you. I wish to assist and help you uncover the identity of the true villains behind this. Liu nodded. I already understand your purpose for coming here. I also plan to thoroughly investigate this matter and find out the truth of the whole incident. During this period, I have been conducting thorough investigations. As Liu slowly explained, there was a hint of seriousness in his expression. Don't be deceived by my outward appearance being calm and quiet. I've already sent people out to conduct investigations. The situation right now may seem unclear, but I am not afraid at all. Even if the case reaches the court, I won't receive too severe punishment. After all, how can a corrupt and law-breaking individual be compared with me, a dignified prince? Liu's words made D Renjia pause momentarily. I see that your Highness has had plans in mind from the very beginning. I thought you were probably panicking and didn't have much of a plan yet. After hearing this, Liu laughed heartily. There's no need to worry about this matter. With Mr. D assisting beside me, I believe the truth will be revealed soon. After saying these words to D Renjia facing him, Liu turned serious once more and asked, Now I wish for Mr. D to assist me together in the investigation. What do you think? I'm willing to serve diligently for your Highness. After finishing speaking, D Renjia showed evident appreciation from Liu. Good. On the other hand, Changsun Pingting had already returned home. She looked at Changsun Wuji and said, Father, this time the prince was framed. Father, can you use your resources to help the prince thoroughly investigate and directly apprehend the culprit? Her eyes filled with tears as she tearfully implored her father. At this point, Changsun Wuji felt a headache starting. He did not expect his married daughter to bring up issues concerning Prince Liu back to him. He rubbed his head and replied, But this time, Prince Qi killed a county nobleman in public. This is no small matter, and everyone knows about it. Not only is the emperor watching my stance on this matter, but all the princes and nobles throughout the land are observing closely as well. If I make an obvious choice, there will likely be troubles ahead. These troubles will not just involve the prince, but also drag down our entire Changsun family. Moreover, even though Prince Qi killed someone this time, there won't be excessive punishment awaiting him. That county nobleman may not be much of something special, but he is still a legitimate honored noble. As a member of the aristocracy, he surely has the support of countless founding heroes behind him. In the same vein of sympathy, Prince Qi's greatest problem lies in the issue of possibly inheriting the throne in the future. At present, the crown prince isn't particularly healthy and his character is quite unruly. Comparatively speaking, our current emperor is young and full of vigor. The crown prince will need a very long time to inherit the throne. The current emperor is an enlightened monarch and will not tolerate any injustice. At this point, Changsun Wuji looked at his daughter and felt somewhat of a headache. This daughter, who had always spoken for the benefit of the Changsun family before marriage, had suddenly become so unreserved after marrying, thinking only of Prince Qi. Thinking about this, he sighed deeply. Changsun Pingting could understand her father's meaning at this moment. He evidently wanted to stay aloof from all matters. Hastily, she coaxed him with sweet words. Father, dear father, I know you cherish your daughter the most. Please help His Highness, the prince. Just then, a servant rushed into the room and handed over a letter to Changsun Wuji, whispering some words in his ear. After hearing these words, Changsun Wuji took a look at the letter in his hand. He just glanced at it for a few seconds and burst into laughter. Well, I've just received news that the emperor has already met with Prince Qi and issued an order to investigate the matter thoroughly and uncover the truth. So now, there's no need for you to panic. The truth will be uncovered soon. At that time, you can stay at home happily and plan strategies together with your prince. Changsun Wuji said, if there's no need for father's help, then I'll hurry back to accompany the prince and devise plans to uncover the truth behind. I should take my leave now. Changsun Pingting smiled, speaking to the present Changsun Wuji. Father, then I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Changsun Pingting called her maid Xiaoping and rushed off. It was only until now that Changsun Wuji realized his daughter seemed to have been completely carried away by Prince Qi. Instantly, he tapped his forehead, wanting to call Changsun Pingting back once more. But after some thought, he stopped his actions. What a silly girl. Chapter 449, The Real Culprit is Him. Jingzhou Prefecture. When Liu arrived with his guards and D Renjia, the prefect of Jingzhou had already been informed from above and was greeting Liu with a group of people. Pay respects to His Highness, Prince Qi. The prefect looked at the Prince of Qi before him, his eyes carrying a heavy expression. He had previously thought that this Prince Qi might soon be captured. After all, royal princes who break the law are equal to commoners. Though it was possible his criminal responsibility could be waived, the punishment would surely not be less. But he never would have guessed that the usually wise and mighty Emperor Li Shimin would give Li Yu such convenience at this moment, allowing him to personally investigate the truth. When he received this news, he only felt a wave of absurdity. Is this still the wise and mighty Li Shimin from before? Acting so arbitrarily. But upon careful consideration, he understood why Li Shimin did this. This was, after all, a noble prince, who under normal circumstances would not be dismissed unless committing treason. Moreover, this matter was not caused by Prince Qi. Nowadays, even if someone were killed, there would still be valid arguments in court for it. Let alone that this prince believed he was not the real mastermind behind all this. He too was a victim. This is Xianxia. He's the one I've brought to investigate this case. Li Yu pushed Xianxia forward. After paying his respects to the prefect of Jingzhou, Xianxia then said, "Could you trouble the official to send someone to take us to see the body of this county-level title holder?" "Sure." The prefect of Jingzhou nodded and replied. Just that, among our previous several bailiffs who got involved in this matter, some seemed unable to bear the situation, resulting in their suicides. They died rather mysteriously, so I dared not continue the investigation. Now that the prince has come, I will hand over this entire matter to you, my lord. Of course, if further investigations or any other inquiries need to be made, we hope the prince will bring them up as needed. Wherever assistance is required, we will do our utmost to cooperate so that the prince can thoroughly investigate this case. That's fine, we'll also investigate those who have died. Li Yu spoke. The prefect quickly arranged for someone to take Li Yu and Xianxia to see the corpse. There the body lay in the morgue of the Jingzhou prefecture. In this chilly environment, an ominous atmosphere pervaded, giving off a sinister chill that instilled fear. Li Yu gazed at the body laid out before him with great composure. Approaching the body, he reached out and lightly pressed on its surface. He discovered that the body had long turned rigid, making it impossible to determine what exactly happened. Xianxia then approached to conduct his inspection. His examination was exceptionally meticulous, his expression bearing an air of authority reminiscent of a future era. His cold demeanor might well have startled anyone who saw him, perhaps even terrifying them into avoiding eye contact, lest they be pierced by his gaze. After Xianxia's thorough check, he took a deep breath and exhaled. My lord, as expected, this county male title holder was forcefully strangled to death. When the assailant struck, they likely did not realize that pressing too hard on the chest would leave a mark there. Especially this deep fist imprint. It can only appear after prolonged forceful pressing. Would you kindly extend your hand, my lord? Xianxia asked. Li Yu extended his hand, and Xianxia compared it against the imprint on the chest of the corpse, subsequently smiling. These imprints are entirely different, clearly indicating two different people involved. Therefore, your highness cannot possibly be the true murderer. Someone else committed this heinous crime. I've investigated, and none of the dead clerk's hands match the size of the imprint on the corpse. Thus, they're also not the culprits. However, I noticed a ring on the chief constable, and his hand seems very similar to this imprint. If everything goes as expected, it's highly probable that the chief constable was responsible. Besides him, no one could move freely within these premises and make contact with the title holder. Only he knows their information and can strike. Only he could contact these individuals and eliminate them without being noticed, thus framing others for the crime. After just a brief moment of contemplation, Xianxia had already made his judgment. The chief constable of Jingzhou Prefecture was very likely the true culprit behind the scenes. At this very moment, the chief constable was standing outside the door. Unaware that he had already been discovered, he waited outside with a slight smirk on his face, completely devoid of any panic. After hearing this, Li Yu let out a hearty laugh. Xianxia, I never expected that you would uncover the truth behind all this in such a short time. Once I report this matter, you will surely be rewarded. Xianxia bowed and said, This is but a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Li Yu then turned to the nearby guards and ordered them, Go outside and apprehend the chief constable at once. Lock him up, and I want to interrogate him thoroughly as to why he framed me. Yes. The guards beside Li Yu immediately rushed out to arrest the chief constable and bring him to justice. How dare you do such a thing? What makes you think I am the real murderer? Could it be that you've simply chosen me as your scapegoat? Do you really think I can be bullied so easily? The chief constable roared furiously, his voice filled with rage. His outburst startled everyone, and soon the entire Jingzhou prefecture was in an uproar as many clerks gathered around. The chief constable stood facing off against Li Yu's guards, his eyes glaring like daggers as they scanned over the group of guards. Are you planning to rebel? Li Yu stepped forward and stared intently at the clerks before him. What evidence do you have to accuse the chief constable of being the real murderer? Clearly, it was you who killed the county male title holder, and now you are trying to frame someone else. Isn't it enough that you've already killed our brothers? And now you dare to go so far as to try and involve even our chief constable. With that, the chief constable roared again, clenching his fists tightly while exuding murderous intent as he drew his sword from its sheath. Our chief constable has always treated us exceptionally well, never doing anything immoral. How many times has he led us through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood? Never could we have imagined that we would face such a situation today. Chapter 450, Confession. The magistrate of Jingzhou was quickly alerted as well. He rushed to the scene and saw his own men confronting those of Prince Qi, shocking him immensely. The prince before him held immense power. How could a conflict arise with him at this moment? He immediately scolded the veteran detective in front of him, saying, What's going on, Li Nan? Why are you standing off against the prince? The prince is here under orders to investigate a case. Chief Detective Li Nan sheathed his sword and said to the magistrate of Jingzhou, Prince accuses me of murdering a country gentleman and intends to arrest me. I won't let that happen, and neither will my brothers in arms. Why should I be treated as the murderer? I am no killer. This matter has little to do with me. Why should they take me down based solely on their word? That's far too unreasonable. Yes, so many of our brothers have died, and now we're accused of being murderers. If this gets out, your reputation would be tarnished, sir. The chief detective has served you well. He absolutely would not commit such a deed. After listening to everything, the magistrate of Xiuxian felt an ache in his head. What is the prince trying to cause trouble for? Now he claims directly that my men are the real culprits? Could it really be, as the chief detective says, that it's an attempt to frame them? This thought caused him to feel a chill run through his body, making his hair stand on end. Prince, this doesn't seem quite right, does it? You can't just accuse anyone of being the perpetrator without evidence. While saying this, he subtly glanced at Li Yu in front of him, fearing that Li Yu might declare him guilty. Certainly, there will be no false accusations, because we have already uncovered evidence, and this evidence points directly to him. Li Yu pointed at the chief detective in front of him and showed a faint smile. I assume you haven't done too many things that go against your moral conscience, right? Li Yu spoke, smiling faintly. So you're very nervous because you were the one who committed the crime, and, to shift the truth behind the scenes, deliberately staged these incidents, such as murdering several bailiffs and medical examiners and fabricating their suicide scenes. Just now, I checked, and I figured out exactly what happened. Xianxia, please explain. Li Yu paused momentarily and then addressed Xianxia. He did not plan to overshadow Xianxia's achievements, using this opportunity to highlight Xianxia. If this case can be solved thoroughly, Xianxia will surely become extremely famous, which will greatly help his future career. Xianxia smiled and stepped forward. Based on my investigation, these constables died in circumstances that were unexpected, as if they didn't foresee their fate. They lacked any normal marks of death, and they had not taken poison after dying. This shows that it was someone they trusted completely who invited them to eat, and they did not suspect that there was anything wrong with the food. That is to say, this incident was due to law-breaking by someone within the Xiuxian. That person must be powerful and closely related to them. Moreover, we found some traces related to you on the corpses. For instance, there are pressure marks on the chest of the country gentleman. His chest bears the imprint of a fist, larger than the prince's hand, and more importantly, there are deep impressions on the pressure marks. This proves that something was on his hands. Upon entering the Xiuxian, I observed that only one person was wearing something on their hands. When Xianxia said this, he focused his gaze on the chief detective in front of him. The magistrate of Xiuxian also subconsciously looked at his chief detective, inhaling sharply as he noticed a ring on the chief detective's hand. Don't believe me? Let others look at your hands, Xianxia calmly stated. As these people instinctively turned their eyes towards the chief detective's hand, they saw the ring on his hand. The chief detective's face became pale, pulling back his hand with anger, and said, Don't frame me. It isn't true. The magistrate of Xiuxian originally thought this was all Li Yu's accusation, but was shocked to realize actual evidence existed, causing him to gasp in surprise and unconsciously retreat several steps. All these pieces of evidence can be verified, and if there are any false words, I will bear all responsibilities. Xianxia spoke confidently and took a step forward. All right, seize this chief constable. The incident didn't happen long ago, so we can check if there are any poisons in his room. We can also thoroughly investigate his recent movements. Magistrate, you can come with me to investigate this matter. Let's witness together whether he is truly the culprit. If you refuse, I will immediately report to the emperor and ask him to send a special envoy to take charge. If this chief constable escapes, then it will be your responsibility. Upon hearing this, the magistrate of Xiuxian quickly scolded his subordinates. You despicable people, why haven't you stepped aside yet? The prince has already presented evidence. Now arrest this chief constable and question him. After these words were spoken by the magistrate, Li Nan's expression drastically changed. He had not anticipated being abandoned so easily. Master! Master! The magistrate turned away, unwilling to look at the former chief constable. At this moment, Li Nan burst into a sinister laugh. Who would have thought that the truth would eventually come out? I should have just finished him off back then. This peer among founding members was bullying others around in the capital, conflicting with me, and continuously harassing my family, threatening me as well. My wife was even humiliated right before my eyes. Lord, I did inform you about this before, hoping for your support, but it was ignored. I never expected such an opportunity would present itself again to encounter him, so I killed him. But who knew it would stir up such a major issue? The laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Li Nan, why did you kill your colleagues too? The magistrate could hardly believe that his own subordinate could be this cruel, having murdered fellow officers while acting so wildly. They uncovered what I had done and even tried to blackmail me. How could I let them go? I only had to escort them directly to the Western Paradise. Li Nan spoke coldly. Chapter 451, Arrest. His words were so cold, as if there was no camaraderie at all among colleagues, and those deceased colleagues were just some people who should have died. Upon hearing his words, all the head capturers and bailiffs stood dumbfounded. They looked at the man in front of them, their eyes full of shock. Head capturer, are you kidding with us? They are our brothers. How could you bear to kill them? They have been good brothers who have followed you for so long. A head capturer shouted loudly, filled with disbelief. Li Nan heard the head capturer's words and burst out laughing as if he had heard something funny. He pointed his finger at the head capturer and revealed a mocking expression. Is that right? Do you really think I regard you as my brothers? Since I have committed such a heinous crime, I naturally made preparations long ago. He snorted coldly and took a pill from his pocket, ready to put it in his mouth. He would rather die than confess. At this moment, before he swallowed the pill, he could clearly see Li Yu suddenly throw a pebble. The pebble instantly struck his hand. The head capturer's pill fell from his hand, and he held his injured hand in pain. At this moment, the people behind Li Yu surged forward one by one, trying to pin the head capturer to the ground. The head capturer never expected to end up like this, not even succeeding in committing suicide by poison. Instead, he got beaten. He endured the pain in his hand and drew the dagger from his waist. Kill. However, he swiped it towards his own neck. The prefect of Jingzhou saw this scene and screamed, "What are you doing just standing there? Haven't you knocked the knife out of his hand yet? If you don't take the knife away, I'll deal with you severely." He roared angrily because the head capturer was promoted entirely by him. If the head capturer was captured, it might implicate him as well. It was possible that he might lose his position. When he thought about this, his heart felt uneasy. He watched Li Nan attempting suicide with the dagger and turned pale in fear. But just as Li Nan was about to cut his own throat, Li Yu pulled out a firelock and shot his palm, breaking his remaining arm in that instant. After Li Nan's arm was broken, blood sprayed out, and he let out an agonizing scream. "What kind of secret weapon did you use?" He shouted wildly, his face turning deathly pale. As for the others left, upon seeing this scene, they drew in a cold breath, their expressions souring, seemingly unable to believe it. Li Yu coldly sneered. "With just these skills, you dare to show off in front of me? What are you anyway?" The prefect of Jingzhou looked at Li Yu's hand. He didn't expect that small thing in Li Yu's hand to be so powerful, it could shatter a person's hand. This Li Nan was a martial arts expert, which was why he was called here, yet unexpectedly, his hand had been broken like this. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel stunned. This is too brutal," he muttered, extremely shocked. This is just an ordinary secret weapon. These tricks mean nothing and aren't magical lethal weapons." Li Yu said this and quietly put the firelock away. He originally did not want to expose it, but this Li Nan was so deranged, constantly trying to stab him. Now he couldn't die. If he died, rumors outside would likely say that he falsely accused others. Take him back. This task can be reported as completed. Wait. Prince Qi, since this person is from my Jingzhou prefecture and also the chief capturer, now that he has been arrested, he must remain in the custody of the Jingzhou prefecture. Li Yu glanced at the prefect of Jingzhou and saw his smirk. "If I leave him here, can you guarantee that nothing will happen to him?" At first, I believed in the Jingzhou prefecture, so I had someone send the county gentleman here. But unexpectedly, he was murdered by your men. Now you still want me to leave this suspect here? Are you planning to create another Li Nan in this office? Since one criminal suspect has already appeared here, what good things will happen if I leave this person here? Li Yu thus responded with a counter-question, his voice laced with disdain. "This time I have come upon the order of my father to thoroughly investigate this matter. I cannot accept what you've said just now." After he finished speaking, he shook his head. "You should stay here. The rest of the matters don't concern you anymore. As for these current issues, I'm about to enter the palace to report on them. Lord, the charge of your lack of discipline under your governance is unavoidable." At the sound of Li Yu's words, the prefect of Jingzhou felt a cold chill run down his back and his hands and feet began to tremble involuntarily. He took a deep breath and looked at Li Yu before opening his mouth, but soon closed it again. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he quickly lowered his voice as he spoke softly to Li Yu. "Your Highness, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you. Could we talk privately?" The prefect of Jingzhou asked in a low tone. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Li Yu's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. But he understood the intention of the prefect of Jingzhou who was simply trying to plead with him. Thinking of this, he gave a faint smile. "Then let's talk aside." The prefect followed Li Yu to a nearby corner, glanced around to make sure no one would notice them, and then suddenly knelt down with great force in front of Li Yu. Begging and weeping, he cried, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. Please save me, Your Highness. Save me. It's my fault for failing to discern this villain's nature, bringing such calamity upon you, Your Highness. This is all my fault, but please pardon me, Your Highness." As he spoke, he kept bowing his head vigorously, hoping to gain Li Yu's forgiveness. Upon hearing the prefect of Jingzhou's plea, Li Yu fell silent for a moment. "Oh, you want help from me? To get you out of danger? But what's in it for me? And who can assure me that you weren't involved in plotting against me?" Chapter 452, Submission. Li Yu's words could be described as cutting to the bone, making the governor of Jingzhou feel his heart racing with a wave of fear. Could it be that the prince standing before me will not let me off? As such emotions welled up in the governor's heart, he looked at Li Yu's half-smiling expression, which seemed to carry deep meaning. In the next second, the governor suddenly understood Li Yu's intentions. Thereupon, he knelt before Li Yu and said, "I am willing to pledge my allegiance to Prince Qi and serve as your vanguard. I humbly request your highness to forgive me this time." When the governor spoke these words, his speech was initially hesitant but gradually became more fluent. "I humbly request, my lord, to help me." He said this with some pain in his voice. Upon hearing this, Li Yu nodded toward the governor of Jingzhou who was kneeling before him. "Since you have said so, then naturally I can spare you. From now on, you are mine. So I will also place people around you. In this matter, I will not only ensure that you face no trouble, but I will also further your advancement." Li Yu, looking at the governor of Jingzhou, directly revealed the key points and promised him a future of wealth and status. All within the capital should ultimately belong to the emperor, our father. Beneath this, there are clear positions. You fit into this structure. Henceforth, follow closely by my side. Should anything arise, I will immediately give orders to you. Thus spoke Li Yu clearly to the governor of Jingzhou. Upon hearing this, the governor felt his heartbeat increase sharply. It seemed he had indeed aligned himself with someone formidable. The prince standing before him not only had determination, but audacity too. He stole a glance at this prince, feeling his heart race. Phew, that's settled. Go now. With these simple words from Li Yu, it appeared that an agreement had been quietly reached between two influential figures without any fuss or unnecessary complications. In the stillness of this moment, the governor of Jingzhou had firmly determined whom he would align with. He finally realized that without choosing a patron, one becomes a target for others' manipulations, leaving no room for opportunities. Any random upheaval could easily cost him his position. It wasn't easy for him to secure this position as governor of Jingzhou, and now he desired not to lose it easily. And now, having embraced the support of someone prominent, none other than Prince Qi, the wealthiest and most promising prince in the capital. Having interacted personally with him, the governor confirmed that this prince was very different from ordinary nobles. This prince possessed exceptional skills far beyond what others claimed. He was no fool, but rather a calculated thinker. Upon arriving in the capital, he seemingly pretended to be incompetent and reckless while secretly gathering crucial information, establishing himself as a formidable power in the city. The thought struck him forcefully. Prince Li Yu was truly a man of profound strategy. It was exactly because of this that such individuals could ascend to becoming emperors. Before Li Yu even responded, the governor had mentally conjured countless notions, viewing Li Yu as invincible. By the time he noticed, Li Yu had already departed. Salutations, Your Highness, Prince Qi. The governor bowed respectfully towards Li Yu's retreating figure. Once Li Yu left, a crowd gathered around the governor. Master, given we've entered such perilous circumstances, how do we handle it? If that prince were to report us, we might all face serious consequences, potentially losing our posts. Yes, master, what is your decision on this? The governor cast a look at the people surrounding him, inwardly sighing. You worry too much. We are the governor's office responsible for maintaining order in the capital. Under the present conditions, what else is there to be worried about? This issue doesn't greatly affect us. It's personal grudges involving Li Nan that led to all this happening. I have decided to draft a memorial explaining my shortcomings regarding this matter and submit it to His Majesty. You can rest assured, I will take full responsibility for this matter. Since he had already pledged his allegiance to Li Yu, naturally he wasn't worried about Li Yu saying anything bad about him. Therefore, he willingly took full responsibility for everything. His government stance even caused the people around him to look at him with expressions of astonishment. Master, you are truly a great and benevolent man. Master, it's our good fortune to be following you. The surrounding individuals all began praising him. Get to work right now. Also, investigate if there are still any of Li Nan's accomplices within the government office. Absolutely don't let them slip through the cracks. Identify all of them one by one. After identifying these individuals, I am going to give them a severe lesson, making them realize why flowers bloom so red. He spoke these words through gritted teeth, showing signs of anger. Yes, master. Following his command, an investigation immediately commenced in Jingzhou. Li Yu brought the bound Li Nan, whose hand was bandaged, to the gates of the palace. As the eunuchs relayed Li Yu's report, Emperor Taizong soon learned of the news. What, Prince Qi, have you uncovered the truth so quickly? Haha, who would have thought? He has such formidable abilities and has uncovered the entire truth in such a short period. Thinking about this, Taizong shook his head lightly. This young man is truly full of surprises, harboring such exceptional talent. At this point, Taizong laughed aloud. Summon. When Li Yu entered the palace with Renjia followed closely behind Li Yu. Throughout their journey, Renjia remained fearful and cautious, clearly anxious. His heartbeat seemed to accelerate, and his whole body betrayed some tension. Upon seeing his demeanor, Li Yu chuckled. Why do you appear like this? Relax, I know my way around this palace well. Stay close to me, and we will soon meet His Majesty. At that moment, Li Yu looked at Renjia, the future prominent official and historical figure who, at present, displayed such an apprehensive demeanor, causing Li Yu to smile faintly. Renjia took a deep breath, trying to alleviate the nervousness and unease inside him. Chapter 453, Entering the Palace. The prince makes fun of me. I am just a commoner. If it weren't for the prince's recommendation, I might have to wait another 10 years before I could possibly meet the current emperor. I have long heard that the current emperor has extraordinary talents and kindness, embracing all under heaven with greatness, making him an outstanding ruler. I have always wished to meet him. To be able to meet him now is all thanks to you, Prince Li Yu. Otherwise, I would not have had this opportunity. Li Yu laughed heartily after hearing his words. I didn't realize that you're also quite skilled in conversation. Rest assured, in my opinion, you will definitely become a renowned minister in the future, becoming one of the indispensable pillars of this world. Li Yu's words deeply moved Renjia. He took a deep breath at this moment and slowly exhaled. Your Highness, you truly are an excellent prince, and your words have profoundly moved me. At first, I indeed underestimated your Highness, but that was only before. Now, I truly believe you are the most remarkable talent under the heavens. I thought Li Nan would possibly succeed in committing suicide, but now it seems that he's nothing more than a clown in front of the netizens. Li Yu enjoyed Renjia's flattery immensely upon hearing it. They soon arrived outside the palace where Emperor Li Shimin conducted official business, and only after being announced were they allowed to enter. Li Shimin looked up and saw Li Yu bringing in a young man. After examining him closely, he nodded slightly. Not bad. Father, this is the person I brought over to handle the investigation. Due to his presence at my side, we were able to quickly uncover the perpetrator. It's incredible that this county title holder should be so unlucky. His Jingzhou prefecture would encounter a chief constable who harbored animosity against him. This chief constable was outrageously bold, actually plotting covertly to murder a noble. These lawbreakers are truly contemptible. Liu spoke these words, seemingly somewhat angry in tone. I already know what you've said and have reviewed the materials you submitted. I do have some questions, and I intend to test this xianxia in front of us. If you do well this time, I may bestow upon you a handsome reward, since you've helped cleanse the reputation of our imperial family. Even though from the beginning I never believed these things were done by my son Liu. Now that you've clarified this matter, you deserve credit. I will certainly reward you appropriately. Li Shimin said these words to the xianxia in front of him. Upon hearing this, xianxia's face turned slightly red, carrying evident joy throughout his whole demeanor. He instinctively clenched his fists, intending to speak. But when he glanced upward at Emperor Li Shimin in front of him, he quickly calmed the agitation within his heart with a deep breath. Your Majesty, all these matters were carried out by those villains. Prince Qi has uncovered every detail behind this conspiracy. He truly deserves the greatest credit. I merely accompanied Prince Qi and discovered some truths along the way. It does not amount to any great achievement. If your Majesty wishes to bestow rewards, I would naturally accept them with delight, as it represents the Emperor's emphasis on his subjects. Emperor Li Shimin hadn't expected Prince Liu to bring such an intriguing young man. Looking at xianxia in front of him, he knew clearly. This was undoubtedly an astute individual. Still, this person was also a capable talent, precisely the kind of person the court required. You speak very well. Both wind and rain are the grace of the Emperor. Since you're prepared this way, naturally, I will offer other rewards to you. This time, I'll give you some rewards. I've heard you wish to participate in the imperial examinations and have already received recommendations. Given that you've displayed your talents here, I will arrange for you to take the final exam. The imperial examination is a national favor, and once someone passes, they will surely gain recognition across the land. Upon hearing this, xianxia hastily knelt down, loudly saying, Please, your Majesty, withdraw this command. Though I do have such aspirations, I do not wish to benefit from such convenience. Please forgive me. He stood stiffly as he continued. Because once I receive the Emperor's grace and advance to the last round, others may think I got this advantage because of the Emperor's favor. If that happens, even if I pass the imperial examination and become a scholar, I won't gain the respect of these people. If that were the case, I would rather not take the imperial examination. Please, your Majesty, rescind this order. Saying this, he once again forcefully knocked his head on the ground. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was also taken aback, never expecting that xianxia would be so resolute and present such an idea, refusing his appointment. This made him somewhat hesitant. Walking back and forth a few steps, he sighed and said, Since you have put forth such a request, naturally I will agree to it. Humph. He let out a sigh and said this with some wry laughter showing on his face. Originally, I thought you would eagerly pursue this opportunity or at least not reject it, but I didn't expect you to resist so strongly. Since this is the case, naturally I will not force you. Then there will be other rewards instead. If you do not become a scholar in this year's imperial exam, I will still arrange another official post for you. You will definitely not be shortchanged for your investigative abilities. This world needs talented people like you to contribute their part. After hearing this, xianxia forcefully knocked his head 3 times against the ground. Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace. You both shall stay here and feast together today. I haven't been close to young talents like you for a long time. Li Shimin spoke, seemingly harboring some thoughts of observing xianxia, which was why he presented such a requirement. Xianxia naturally felt Li Shimin's intentions and readily stayed, following Li Shimin's orders. Cough, cough. Li Shimin coughed twice. Bring out the banquet preparations. As per Li Shimin's command, someone immediately prepared everything. The noon banquet began with course after course of precious delicacies being laid on the table. Looking at the food in front of him, xianxia could not help but open his appetite wide. Guided by the eunuchs, he quickly learned how to dine properly. In this palace, what mattered most were rules. Any slight mishandling might break them, possibly leading to dire consequences. This was something xianxia had heard from storytellers outside. His family had long fallen into decline, so naturally, they couldn't understand the true rules inside the palace. Chapter 454, Blocking the Door. Liu looked at the nervous and cautious xianxia before him, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a relieved smile. The real big shots also started as small rookies. It turned out that xianxia had a history of being careful and meticulous like this. Once he had an official position, he probably wouldn't have these emotions anymore. After thinking about this, he lightly shook his head and didn't say anything more. After having their fill of food and drink, Liu then took xianxia away. Liu was directly detained in the prison by the Ministry of Punishments and subjected to severe torture for questioning to confirm what was the true fact. Xianxia followed Liu all the way. However, his eyes showed a serious look, as if he were pondering something. Liu soon noticed xianxia's expression and asked, Xianxia, did you discover something? At this moment, xianxia furrowed his brows and said, It's too smooth. It seems like all evidence points to this chief constable, and all this is because the chief constable became enraged and killed someone. But according to normal circumstances, if this incident really happened, there would likely be great turmoil at least within this Jingzhou commandery. However, no one has spoken out about this matter, which makes it very strange. But without knowing this matter, His actions are merely using this as an excuse to sever the truth behind the scenes. This possibility makes me restless and uncertain. Huh. After hearing this, Liu burst into laughter. There's nothing wrong with your hesitation. This matter is indeed not simple. The real culprit behind the scenes will eventually be uncovered by me, but on the surface, we can stop here. If we continue investigating, it will become a secret matter. Otherwise, it might cause a tremendous trouble. Do you think my father the Emperor doesn't know that someone is framing me? My father may know, but he must make decisions to balance the greater trends of the world, and based on the existing evidence, quickly resolve this matter. At the same time, he sends people secretly to investigate and uncover the truth behind the scenes. After listening to this, xianxia felt a wave of depression in his heart. These things do not align with his sense of fairness and justice. He took a deep breath and said, "Then if it cannot be found, will we not conduct a deeper investigation? Is it acceptable to let the person behind the curtain escape punishment under the law?" Xianxia spoke unhappily now, clenching his fists tightly. If the real culprit cannot be discovered, then there is no culprit. If the crime cannot be investigated, then there is no crime. The court operates according to rules. What are rules? Without evidence, there is no truth. Only when evidence is found does truth exist. If it remains unresolved forever, then there is no evidence, and therefore there is no truth. Or do you think that the court knows all the results from the beginning? The court is made up of people. If everyone feels guilty, then it's truly a crime. Wouldn't this world turn into chaos? Do you think everyone can be as smart as you? Liu's words made xianxia thoughtful. He murmured, saying, "I see. I was indeed mistaken before coming to you. What is most important in this world? Of course, it's reason. What's most important in the court? Of course, it's the emperor. Besides the emperor, there are the rules." Xianxia realized suddenly. "Thank you, Your Highness, for enlightening me. Now I understand what the court's rules are. If it weren't for your guidance, Your Highness, I might never have figured out what exactly was going on. Now, with your guidance, Your Highness, I truly understand. I'm enlightened." Xianxia's face showed signs of satisfaction as he excitedly said this to Liu standing before him. "Even though I understand everything, I still hope, Your Highness, that you could give me one chance to investigate all the truths thoroughly. I will certainly find the mastermind behind this and bring them to justice." Liu nodded. "Since you have such intentions, I will naturally give my full support. But the imperial examination is approaching. Don't you need to review your lessons? If you fail the exam, it will be embarrassing to your family." Xianxia smiled and said, "I have already reviewed the textbooks thoroughly. I can even recite them backward without any problem, so I'm not worried about these things. My current goal is to uncover all the truths behind the scenes and clear everything up." He laughed while speaking, showing a sincere smile. "Good. Once I return, I will immediately follow and protect you, ensuring your safety. I will also give you my personal order. If you encounter any obstacles in the future, you can show my order. If they refuse to back down, then come back to me, and I will personally deal with them." "Your Highness, I thought that as long as I had your order, everything would be smooth sailing." At this moment, Xianxia made a small joke, causing both of them to burst into laughter. Upon returning to the mansion, Liu saw a group of people blocking the entrance. 5 young men stood at the door of Qiwan's mansion. Each of them was dressed in brocade robes, clearly showing their wealth and high status. None of them were ordinary individuals. After seeing these people, Liu coldly snorted and scolded them. "How dare you have such audacity? How dare you block the gates of my mansion and make such a racket?" A leading man stepped forward from the group, his face filled with anger. "Brother County Male suffered a terrible death, and we have come for him. He had just inherited this title not long ago, yet you beat him to death. As a prince, how can you brazenly break the law like this? We are all nobles and cannot stand this indignation. We have specially come here to confront you. Even if you're a prince, we are unafraid of you. We are the royal aristocrats of this court. Each of us has received honors from the court, and our titles are recognized by it. But as a noble prince, after committing such a great atrocity, you still have the audacity to wander around freely. It is truly disgusting. We must demand an explanation from you. If you refuse to explain and fail to give us justice, then go ahead and kill all of us, letting everyone in the world see what kind of person you, Prince Qi, really are." The man roared with rage, his face twisted with fury. Chapter 455, Waiting for the Prey. Liu heard what the person in front of him had said, and he burst into laughter, filled with ridicule, as if he had heard something incredibly funny. "Absolutely hilarious. You're making a fool of yourselves." "Huh." Liu said this while even holding his stomach from laughing so hard, his posture clearly mocking and looking down on the group before him. After laughing for quite a while, Liu pointed at them casually. "Have the person with the highest status among you answer me. Otherwise, I would disdain to respond. If your noble titles are too low, then I'm truly sorry about that. I consider you unworthy. You don't even have the qualification to speak with me." This is how Liu spoke coldly, every word dripping with sarcasm. "You." As he spoke, the faces of those blocking the doorway turned first pale, then purple. They were deeply humiliated. "Prince Qi, do not insult us." Among the 5 people, one man stepped forward from the middle. He exuded confidence, immediately showing that he was no ordinary individual. He was tall, but his face was flushed white, red with anger. After stepping out, pointing toward Liu, he proudly puffed out his chest and declared, "I am the son of Qin Nan's founding county duke. In the future, I will surely inherit the title of county duke, so my identity is certainly not low, naturally representing the highest among us. Today, I must speak with you. What gives you the right to act so insanely? To harm our brother? He was originally a good man. But alas, he has died by your hands, killed alive by you. Even if the emperor does not intervene with you, we still must interrogate you. Do you not have any conscience left? Under heaven and earth, above all are sovereign and law. Prince Qi, what gives you the right to place yourself above national laws? Today, even if we perish against your mansion gates, we must claim justice. Liu looked at this heir of the founding county duke of Xianxia with a touch of disdain. So it turns out you're not even a county duke yet. I thought you might be someone extraordinary, but you're merely an heir, just another mediocre person like everyone else. You want to bash your heads here? Hurry up. I'm just waiting here for some entertainment. If you die without me watching this great drama, wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? Liu spoke with a smirk playing on his lips, choosing a better spot to watch as he awaited these individuals smashing their heads against the wall. How dare you disgrace us so? These people could never have imagined that Liu did not follow their expected plan. By their logic, shouldn't Liu become pale with fright, eventually admitting guilt and groveling? If they were to die crashing here, Liu would surely not escape blame. In history, this would surely leave a heavy mark. And ministers within the court certainly wouldn't allow this to happen unchecked. CHH, it seems like you lot lack the courage. Not willing to die here, get out of my way. As for that man's cause of death, I've already found the reason and reported it to His Majesty. A result will come soon enough. On the other hand, the people behind you have simply treated you as mere pawns, testing my boundaries. And the outcome of this test you've conducted, well, it looks like you won't meet with a favorable ending. Yet they still sent you to do this. Huh. It appears you aren't considered important figures in your circles either. You can be discarded without a second thought. After finishing his speech, Liu passed through the group with his guards, leaving them frozen in place. Once inside the garden, he instructed his guards beside him. Follow them to see who exactly is causing trouble. Meanwhile, you can also give them some information. After saying this, Liu handed over a sheet of paper from his hands. Speak according to the information on this, and perhaps you can even obtain some silver from them. After the guards reviewed the information on the paper, they immediately nodded excitedly, adjusted their clothes, and headed out. The several future nobles stood at the gate of the mansion, unable to advance or retreat. At this moment, suddenly, a well-dressed man quietly approached them and whispered, I know you must be wondering exactly what gave Prince Qi such confidence in his actions. Follow me, and I'll sell you a piece of news. Upon hearing these words, the successor of the Xianxia founding county duke had a touch of seriousness in his eyes. He carefully stared at the man in front of him and said, Judging by your clothing, you don't seem to come from a wealthy family. What could you possibly know? The man smiled and replied, Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't know much, but this isn't a normal situation. I have a relative who serves as a guard in this mansion. Or do you think I would dare act so boldly otherwise? He lowered his voice and whispered softly, As long as you come with me, you'll uncover the truth. Among the 5 people, one hesitated for a moment before speaking up solemnly. Boss, let's follow him and see what's really going on. If he dares to deceive us, we'll make him pay dearly. After consulting with each other, they followed the man away to a secluded spot. Once there, the man lowered his voice and said, I heard from my brother that Prince Qi caught the real mastermind behind everything today at the Jingzhou office. The culprit has already confessed, and evidence was also found. The confession is all there. If you don't believe me, go check at the Jingzhou office yourself. The heir of the Xianxia founding county duke, upon hearing this, turned his eyes around thoughtfully. His heart moved swiftly as he gave an order to a nearby servant. Go investigate at the Jingzhou office. Not long after, the servant returned. Master, I've confirmed it. The Jingzhou office did indeed arrest a chief constable. It seems this incident is quite serious. Many rumors have already surfaced. They say it was self-inflicted misfortune for the viscounts. Hearing these words, the leading young master felt blood rushing to his face. He realized then that he had been the fool, which infuriated him even more. So, I truly was being used as someone else's weapon. How despicable. Baring his teeth in anger, his eyes blazed with rage. I will never forgive them. Let's go. With that, the successor of the Xianxia founding county duke was about to leave when the man beside him quickly called out. Young master, the information I provided was accurate, wasn't it? You promised me some silver earlier. You're not going back on your word, are you? Chapter 456, Coercive Buying and Selling. There he stood with a grin blocking the way for these few people, as if warning them that without some form of bribe, they were not leaving. You truly have big guts. One of them rebuked him. If I didn't have such audacity, how would I dare to ask for money? Not only am I bold enough to meddle in matters of the prince's estate, but do you really think I'd hesitate to cross swords with you? It's best if you just give me the money honestly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, and then all of you might end up humiliated. With that, he took a step forward, revealing his well-built muscles. Each block of muscle giving an impression of menace. Even looking at him for too long could induce fear. Let me tell you, I'm no good man. By bringing you here into this secluded corner, I've already made my preparation. If you refuse to pay, try me. After speaking these menacing words, the men in front of him were startled. They certainly lacked the courage to properly contend with a reckless thug. They had been raised to believe themselves noble heirs, placing their valuable health as the utmost priority. Upon realizing this, they couldn't help but feel anger rise within them, forcing them to reluctantly pull out silver coins from their pockets and hand them over. The man, disguised as a guard, tossed the silver coins in his hand and revealed a somewhat smug smile, saying, That's more like it. Since you're leaving, I might as well give you another little tip. You should be more cautious. Because if you leave here like this, you might get followed by someone else. When that happens, escaping won't be so simple. All I want is money. There are others who might even take your life. After finishing his words in grand style, he simply walked away. The nobles, upon hearing the man's speech, first exchanged looks, then rose with a sense of irritation. In their view, this man had extorted them and dared to look down on them. What business is it of yours? Get lost now, or you'll regret it. Don't assume we care about appearances. If we throw caution to the wind and shout loudly, you'll be finished. Do you believe that? The reinforcements will not let you off easily. Here in the capital city, we still hold some status. Had it not been for our fear of disgracing our family, we would have taught you a lesson already. Do you think we'd let you stay intact? After delivering these harsh words, he gave a cold snort. Go. They strutted off arrogantly, but the man followed them closely. Once he quietly removed the human skin mask on his face, he was revealed to actually be a guard. But this guard himself was also quite skilled, hence enabling him to trail behind them without making any sound. They soon arrived outside the mansion of a 7th-rank official, shouting loudly, "You Mr. Zhou, come out right now. You've got some nerve, playing us like fools. You have surely heard the news. Liu has uncovered the true culprit behind the scenes, yet you guys pulled stunts to humiliate us. Now everyone is laughing at us, saying we don't know what happened but insist it was a joke. What you've done has disgraced us. I intend to make things difficult for you." As those several people were yelling, there was Mr. Zhou, a 7th-rank official hiding inside his estate, trembling with fear, not daring to go out. At his side were a few people. "Lord, they're shouting fiercely outside. If they keep teaching lessons like this, perhaps the entire Jingzhou prefecture will know it was you who summoned them." At this moment, Mr. Zhou's face was filled with irritation. These despicable people, they dare to run out themselves, disregarding orders. How dare they say it was I who misled them? These individuals truly deserve death. Don't they know they're ruining plans of great figures higher up? This was their chance to demonstrate value, but look how poorly they executed it. Should word reach upper authorities, there's a possibility they may not offer them opportunities in future. Mr. Zhou paced back and forth several steps, grinding his teeth. What are you standing around there for? Bring them in immediately. I have something to privately say to them. We must promptly dispel these notions of theirs. Otherwise, my official post will be forfeited. If he refuses to come in, then inform them that the higher-ups are aware of their actions. What do you think will happen next? The official surnamed Zhou suppressed his voice, issuing instructions to his underlings with an irritated tone. The underlings quickly arrived before these few individuals, persuading them to enter and discuss matters with Master Zhou. The leading young master, whose status was extraordinary as the son of a marquis, coldly snorted from where he stood. On what basis should we go inside? Who knows if you're plotting some treacherous schemes inside? Once we're tricked into entering, we'd be at your mercy, and then you could manipulate us however you like. We're not the kind of people who can be easily manipulated by you. The leading young master spoke viciously, his face displaying a look of disdain. As soon as his words faded, the servant sent by the official surnamed Zhou began speaking according to what Master Zhou had instructed. Are the higher-ranking officials displeased? The young master was just about to retort sarcastically, but suddenly froze upon hearing this. He nearly said something inappropriate because he well knew there was a significant figure backing Master Zhou, someone who could effortlessly determine his future, even the future of his entire family. Therefore, he absolutely dared not offend this person. So, I would like to ask Mr. Zhou why he didn't notify us when news was already received, instead resorting to secretly scheming for personal gain? Master Zhou invites you all inside for thorough discussions. This matter is not Master Zhou's fault, so he's willing to compensate. This servant, swallowing hard, whispered hastily. If so, let's see what happens when we go inside. The leading young master nodded, allowing the servant to lead the way, following him into the courtyard. The guards stationed outside, upon witnessing this scene, exhaled deeply. Chapter 457 Diverting Disaster. Who would have thought this has something to do with the Zhou official? I've heard that the background of this Zhou official is very strong. It seems that someone is intentionally framing the prince. Thinking about it, his face changed as he remembered some things. Humph. He let out a fierce cold snort, revealing a look of anger. If so, I must quickly report this matter to the prince. If the prince knows about this, he will surely give them a good lesson, making them understand why flowers are red. The guard's eyes flickered slightly, and these thoughts passed through his mind. Humph. With a soft snort, he instructed the underlings who had followed him. After handing over the intelligence directly to this subordinate, he sneaked stealthily into the Zhou residence. Within this adult's estate was a small garden where the Zhou official sat, feeding whales. When he saw several young masters approaching, he could not contain his anger and hurriedly took large steps forward. He prepared to scold them, but when he saw the unfriendly looks in the young master's eyes, his heart suddenly trembled. These individuals appeared to be deliberately seeking him out. The trouble might cause complications if he were to shift responsibility. He immediately suppressed his voice and said, "Young masters, I have never deceived you. I too have just learned that Crown Prince Qi actually has such skills, having solved the case so quickly. According to the original plan, even if this Crown Prince found out the true culprit, it would only be a dead man. However, we didn't expect him to find someone so capable. We couldn't foresee it. The young master named xianxia can investigate the truth behind some mere traces. Such skill levels far exceed my capability. I desperately wanted to uncover what exactly happened, but I could not find out. This individual's standards have exceeded my ability. This isn't intentional on my part." He lowered his voice and quickly whispered, "Do not underestimate this person. I've heard this individual has already received an imperial reward, originally able to directly enter the imperial examinations and obtain one of the top rankings. Yet, He refused it, saying he wants to rely on his own strength to properly pass the examination for scholar candidates. With this situation now occurring, we don't wish for it, right? Can such a person be easily handled by us? You have definitely been tricked by someone else. Otherwise, you wouldn't come looking for me. Do you know that you've already ruined a great matter for the adult? Perhaps someone has traced the connection between us, investigating all the way to the adult. Once the adult is exposed, do you think you'll have a good outcome? The adult still holds high office above, and if you want to inherit your family's title, it must go through him. You must seriously reflect whether it's worth doing this. Zhou's words instantly caused these young masters to break out in sweat. They did not anticipate the matter developing in this direction, which made them feel uneasy. They looked at each other and felt somewhat guilty. Suddenly, they fell to their knees. Zhou, sir, please come up with a way to save us. We did not intend to offend such a sir, nor was it intentional on our part. We were deceived by a beggar. That beggar extorted quite a bit of nutrition from us, and also hinted that it was intentional on your part. After hearing this, Zhou became furious and wondered how someone could mess things up to this extent if it were indeed deliberate. These young masters really lacked brains, which was why this situation arose. Had he known better earlier, he shouldn't have involved these young gentlemen in the matter. Now that the events have developed into this state, he also finds himself greatly perplexed. Seeing this, he tried to take a deep breath and press down his voice, whispering, "Though I don't fully understand what exactly is going on, you must be more careful. You should leave here immediately. Xuanxia has never come to this estate. If anyone asks, tell them you're here to collect money from me. Previously, I borrowed 100 taels of silver from you, and now you're here to demand repayment. These 100 taels will be your remuneration for effort, and it also serves as a superficial cover-up. As long as no one knows who caused all these problems, there won't be any issues." He spoke in a low voice, softly conveying the message. After hearing Mr. Zhou's words, the young masters were suddenly struck with a thought. They had been extremely furious, wanting to argue until they got to the bottom of things. But now, as they saw the silver taels in front of them, they all swallowed their saliva one after another. This was no mere trifling amount. When they were extorted by that man for 5 taels of silver, they felt as though their hearts were being cut into pieces. Even though they had the right to inherit titles within their families, they didn't have much money to spend. Because being a marquis in the capital city meant that expenses could arise anywhere. They were only heirs and wouldn't possibly have so much money. It was precisely because of this that they had come out to gain some benefit from the matter. They never expected to end up in such a predicament. Alas, the matter is settled. We will spread the word about these 100 taels of silver. Mr. Zhou, what should we do next? How can we avoid offending that great person? After hearing this, Mr. Zhou gave an evil chuckle. You need to quickly find another official who you must stay close to for some time to enjoy his benefits. This official does not get along with that great person. We can shift the trouble over there, allowing them to suffer immensely. After he finished speaking, he gave a smug laugh. After some discussion, the young gentleman had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Fortunately, that official wasn't of high rank, so they dared to cause trouble, letting the official endure a bitter experience. At Zhao Jun's residence, who held the 4th rank position, today happened to be his day off, but unexpectedly, several young masters showed up, looking for trouble. This made him feel annoyed and uneasy. These young gentlemen were descendants of noble families and had little relation to him, yet their loud cursing outside his door angered him. I will surely question why they dare act this way when they step inside. Chapter 458, Breaking the Situation. I have no grudge or enmity with them, though there's a bit of conflict with their family elders. Zhao Jun's eyes were filled with flames as he spoke through gritted teeth, his breathing becoming more and more rapid, fingers tightly clenched until the veins in his hands turned blue. Sooner or later, I will properly deal with these people who don't know their place. Hurry up and give me money. When they come in, I must ask them thoroughly. In no time, the young masters entered following the servants. As soon as they came in, they casually sat down and revealed smirks. Master Zhao, we merely feel irritated, so we've come intentionally to yell at you. You also know that our families have animosity towards yours, so wouldn't we dare to cause trouble? Now since this situation has arisen, you shouldn't blame us either. We won't admit guilt because we too need to save face. The young men spoke in unison, making Master Zhao of Xiaogun feel somewhat powerless. Truly, these people are like dogs biting turtles, not knowing where to start. You'd best not cause any trouble here, otherwise I will go to the court and formally accuse all of you. Now leave quickly, otherwise I will definitely interrogate those dukes on whether they deliberately sent you here to find fault with me. I am determined to submit reports accusing them severely. At this moment, Master Zhao was speaking coldly with threatening undertones, seemingly ready to report the matter to the emperor at any moment. Upon hearing this, the young men were instantly scared out of their wits and dared not utter any more threats. After stepping outside the residence, one by one, they expressed regret. Who would have thought there could be someone so fierce? This is truly unexpected. This Xiaogun usually seems unassuming, but never expected him to be such a hard nut to crack. One of the young nobles commented in response. This time, let's return home immediately. Absolutely can't stay outside anymore. Originally, I thought I had learned enough to roam independently. But who would have thought? Every person encountered is slicker than the last, leaving us completely duped. This young noble clenched his fists and muttered angrily. If it weren't for our decent background, we might already be locked away in prison, and whether you could come out afterward is still an issue. Quickly disperse, go back to our respective homes. If things fail, we'll discuss further next time. It's troublesome if they hold a grudge against us. After finishing these words, they all nodded and hurriedly parted ways to head home. Li Yu observed the information gathered by the guards. Who would have guessed another prince got involved in this matter? And it turns out his boldness surpasses even my expectations. Not even I possess such audacity. He is truly fearless. Li Yu gritted his teeth fiercely and spoke harshly. He certainly didn't expect such treachery from a supposed ally behind his back. No wonder he started feeling something was off. Prince Wei Li Tai actually got entangled in this affair. Now I understand why I sense some strangeness. He indeed possesses great audacity. Angrily, Li Yu continued. During this period, I've been going back and forth in struggle against Li Qinggan. Unsuspectedly, someone else suddenly interfered, aiming to deliver me a heavy blow. Why does this prince dare to create trouble for me? As this thought flashed across Li Yu's mind, everything became clear instantaneously, and a possibility arose. I know why now. He harbors personal thoughts, unable to bear my growing strength, thus taking action. In this palace, their audacity is unmatched. Li Yu mumbled, suddenly awakened. This prince isn't easy to handle either. In the future, serious complications may arise. He's someone with sharp personality traits. I hope this comrade can act a little more reasonably. With that, Li Yu summoned his steward. Manager Qi knelt before Li Yu, asking hastily in a low voice. My lord, what urgent matter brings you to call for me in such haste? There's nothing particularly urgent. Now, I have a task for you to accomplish. Present a gift on my behalf to Prince Wei Li Tai's residence. Have a proper conversation with this prince's steward, informing them that recently my health hasn't been too good, so I haven't paid any visits, hoping his brother can understand. Once they reply, you may return. Manager Qi knew upon hearing this that Li Yu certainly had his own plans. Thus, he hastened to say, Your Highness, I understand. I will immediately go and prepare a lavish gift. There's no need for you to prepare it. I have already prepared the gift. Li Yu took out a colorful gift box and placed it in front of Manager Qi. You'll take this gift box over to Wei Wang later. Once he receives this present, he will surely be very pleased. After Li Yu finished speaking, he ordered Manager Qi to go right away. Manager Qi was somewhat anxious at this moment and hurriedly left. When Prince Wei Li Tai learned that Li Yu had sent him a gift, he was startled for a moment, recalling his previous arrangements. Initially feeling amused, his face soon turned into an angry one. Who would have thought it would end up like this? He remembered clearly that he had prepared some grand gifts earlier. He intended to secretly set a trap for Li Yu, but never expected the other party to come knocking directly on his door, which made him somewhat nervous. Bring this gift up here so that I can see what my brother is giving me as a present. At this thought, Prince Wei Li Tai quickly calmed down and instructed his servants to bring up the gift. When he saw that it was a colorful 5-color gift box, the tense emotions inside him eased slightly, and he ordered his subordinates to open the box. Only then did he discover that there was merely a letter inside. Prince Wei Li Tai sighed in relief and picked up the letter with his own hands. But in the next second, his face turned ashen and dark. Good lad, actually daring to threaten me. Prince Wei Li Tai cursed fiercely, unable to suppress the anger within him. His face was pitch black, and he paced back and forth restlessly. It seemed his emotions were extremely agitated, as if Li Yu had written something terribly alarming in the letter. How does he know those things? Could it be that he has been investigating me all along? This lad appears so hypocritical on the surface, yet he possesses such venomous means in secret. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. No, I must come up with a way. I have to do something. Chapter 459, Driving Wolves and Fighting Tigers. The best course of action now is to delay. At this thought of Prince Wei Li Tai, his eyes instantly brightened. Deny to the death, delay if you can. With this in mind, he instructed the eunuchs to prepare the 4 treasures of the study. Once they were ready, he wrote the reply. At this moment, however, Qi Manager was having a difficult time because several eunuchs were staring at him closely. These eunuchs looked at him one by one, all appearing somewhat ferocious, as if they were about to tear Qi Manager apart. Qi Manager trembled among the crowd, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. This Prince Wei Li Tai is too brutal. I originally thought that since I came on behalf of Prince Qi, these people wouldn't be so outrageous. But who would have thought they could be so cruel? It seemed like all these eunuchs were targeting him. Could it really be, as the prince said, that these people have ill intentions? At this point, Qi Manager had this thought in mind. Just as he was hesitating, the big manager who previously took his gift walked out confidently. It was a pale man with no beard, full of boundless arrogance, as if Qi Manager was not an important person at all. With some disgust, he directly threw the item in his hand down. This is our prince's return gift, take it back. Our prince said there is something wrong with the letter you brought over. Our prince cannot understand what exactly was written inside, so he also wants to reply to that prince, advising him not to scheme here. You figure it out yourself. After saying this sentence, he turned around and left. Qi Manager felt very confused in his heart. What kind of reply is this? What went wrong? Qi Manager hadn't seen the letter that Li Yu gave him, so he didn't know what happened. But he knew it might be related to recent events concerning Li Yu, and vaguely guessed some things. He quickly took the items and replied, I will immediately go back and communicate with our prince. Whatever the matter, I will certainly contact you immediately. After finishing, he hastily left. The surrounding eunuchs watched him with unfriendly eyes. When their expressions turned sour, this major manager commanded something, and only then did the eunuchs step back. After delivering the items to Li Yu, Qi Manager repeated, Prince, the other side said they made a mistake. I'm not quite sure what it means. Li Yu opened the items inside and just glanced at them before laughing coldly. Isn't this clear? Their meaning is that they have nothing to do with my matters. They do not want any significant conflict with me, hence intending to delay indefinitely. Just seems he hasn't thought through something. If he doesn't clearly understand the insides of this matter, why does he seem so nervous about this affair? So his intention isn't to confront me, but to try and resolve this matter through procrastination. Liu spoke up to this point with a cold snort. He truly underestimates me. Does he think I will let this pass easily? Prince, I see now. I was wondering why after I went there, the eunuchs in his mansion surrounded me, looking somewhat menacing. There's more to this. Qi manager slightly squinted his eyes, a flash of ferocity emanating from them. Thought it was a simple matter, but this isn't a simple thing. They are indeed brazen. If only I had known earlier, I'd have confronted them and wouldn't have let them act so arrogantly. Qi manager angrily stated. All right, I know he has meddled too, so I will send him a nice present. Thinking about this, Liu quickly wrote down some content and then went into his room. Soon, he confidently walked out again. Seeing Liu's actions, Qi manager couldn't fully comprehend why, but he knew Liu had definitely found a way to resolve the situation. He trusted Liu deeply, knowing the prince before him was no ordinary person. Even if he appeared to do nothing, surely he must have done something. In Crown Prince's palace, xiuxian was filled with anger. He stared at the subordinates kneeling before him, furious. What? You still haven't uncovered who the true mastermind is? Solve this yourselves. As my loyal followers of the Crown Prince, you have been in the capital for who knows how long. Yet who would have thought you are so incompetent? By this point, his anger was unbearable. Pant pant. As the Crown Prince spoke, he was about to take his whip and beat the subordinates before him. Crown Prince, Your Highness, please give us a chance. Although we have not yet investigated clearly what is going on, we believe we can soon provide a response for Your Highness. These matters are somewhat complicated, but we will definitely be able to investigate them thoroughly. The Crown Prince let out a cold snort. Since this is the case, then I'll give you this opportunity. I must uncover who the real culprit behind the scenes is. I now understand completely. This person obviously wishes to make me and Prince Qi fight, so they can gain from our conflict and devour both of our shares. There have already been quite a few people in the court keeping an eye on the two of us. Breath. When the Crown Prince got to this point, his breathing had become very rapid. I will absolutely never let them go unpunished, these people. Just at this moment, suddenly a eunuch rushed hurriedly into the room. Crown Prince, it's bad news. Someone just shot an arrow into our eastern palace. There's a letter attached to the arrow. Although we don't know what's written on it, it seems that it's no friendly gesture. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's face immediately darkened. Bring up the letter. I want to see who has the audacity to inform me in such a manner. Order the guards at the front and back of the mansion to quickly search for whoever sent it. My eastern palace is not some place that anyone can come and go as they please. Yes. The eunuch who came rushing in turned around instantly and left to pass on the Crown Prince's order to the guards. Meanwhile, xiuxian also picked up the letter before him and began reading it. However, just after opening it and reading a bit, his face instantly turned deathly pale while uncontrollable anger surged within him. So it's him. Never did I think my good brother would have such audacity to dare do something like this. Xiuxian seemed somewhat frenzied, his voice filled with agony, accompanied by a cruel aura gradually spreading from his body. Chapter 460, Xiu Heart. Indeed, I said it wouldn't happen. Only one person has been eyeing my position. During this time, all sorts of evil spirits have emerged. Do they think they can take advantage of me? My advantages aren't that easy to seize. He was saying this coldly, his killing intent overflowing. He spoke indifferently, a fierce glint in his eyes. These people kneeling below didn't expect the Crown Prince to be so angry. Could it be that something special was written in the letter? Just as everyone was whispering, xiuxian at the highest point suddenly snorted coldly. What audacity, actually challenging me. Xiuxian put down the letter in his hand. He had already guessed that the sender of the envelope was also unfriendly. Otherwise, why would they secretly send the letter here? A group of despicable people, not worthy of greatness. Wangya, who are you referring to? A eunuch below heard what xiuxian said and asked quickly. Should we? Xiuxian snorted again. What use are you guys? After he said this, it instantly made these eunuchs below tremble with fear, not daring to look at xiuxian above. They all lowered their heads. Oh right, has Prince Wei had any recent movements? Xiuxian suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to inquire. One official responsible for Donggong affairs stepped forward. Recently, Prince Wei Li Tai's activities have been like usual. Nothing special has happened. By the way, suddenly, the official seemed to remember something. He hurriedly added, I found out that Prince Wei Li Tai met with Chancellor Changsan, and they talked for quite a while. Recently, it is suspected that several officials related to Prince Wei's faction have been promoted and now hold some power. The number is approximately 7 people, including Xiaoyuan, Zhou. Enough. Xiuxian interrupted the official's words, irritably asking, why haven't these recent developments been reported to me? If I hadn't asked, how long did you plan to keep this information hidden? This was a ruthless comment that instantly scared the official below into kneeling on the ground. Kneeling on the floor, he cautiously said, Your Highness, I've already written everything in a memorial and submitted it. Xiuxian was momentarily stunned. Then he started flipping through papers on his desk, soon finding a memorial, which indeed wrote about these matters. Xiuxian remembered that he was previously so enraged that he had overlooked this memorial. Thinking about it, his original intention to punish this minister in front of him faded, and he coldly hummed, saying, In the future, if there are important events like this, report them to me immediately. Yes, Your Highness. The official below finally let out a breath of relief. The ministers of the Eastern Palace dispersed, and Zhao Xing, responsible for some unsavory affairs of Xiuxian, was called back to the palace. Li Chengqian's face carried a cold expression. Take the evidence from this letter and spread it around. Just say that Prince Wei envies Prince Qi and deliberately sent someone to harm the founder county noble. Pretend well, pointing all the information towards Prince Qi. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Highness, if we really do this, that will directly start a war with these two princes. These two princes are highly favored. Although there have been targets before, this time it's both princes. Slightly nervous, Xiaoxing said, his palms sweating. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian's gaze became cold once more, locking onto Xiaoxing. How? Are you trying to teach this crown prince what to do? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing was instantly terrified, stammering hastily. Crown prince, I dare not. If there is a war, so be it. Don't you think I am afraid of those two? Take a good look. What does this letter write? Do you think they haven't taken action against me? These people have been waiting for too long, getting somewhat impatient. Li Chengqian spoke coldly, an unrestrained murderous aura emerging. Xiaoxing took the letter in his hand to look at it. However, after just a quick glance, he suddenly drew in another sharp breath, feeling these people were outrageously bold. He murmured, how dare they? The crown prince is the rightful heir of Tang dynasty. How dare Prince Wei do such a thing? Li Chengqian scoffed at this, and the temperature in the palace seemed to drop by several degrees at this moment. He said coldly, Father carried out the event at Xuanhu Gate, killing his brother and imprisoning his father. Do you think my brothers don't wish to recreate the Xuanhu Gate mutiny? This is why I want to have control over military force. Li Chengqian clenched his fists tightly. His nails, pressed deep into the flesh of his palms, even left a trace of blood. Xiaoxing was Li Chengqian's trusted aide and had helped him with numerous covert matters. Hearing these treasonous words from Li Chengqian, Xiaoxing did not dare to go against them. Your Highness, I understand. He said promptly. I will make sure this matter is dealt with properly. Seemingly recalling something else, Li Chengqian added coldly. I have another task for you. Gather skilled martial artists from across the land to join the Eastern Palace under the Crown Prince. The higher their martial skills, the more we must recruit them. Li Chengqian felt an increasing sense of inadequacy. Li Yu's previously displayed strength had deeply intimidated him. Now, he too wanted stronger military power for certain secretive affairs. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing became slightly puzzled. Your Highness, it's true that there are indeed many capable warriors in the world of martial arts. But these individuals, though highly skilled, are often arrogant and rebellious. Even if recruited under your banner, they might never truly serve loyally. Hearing this, Li Chengqian scoffed. Why should I need their genuine loyalty? As long as they faithfully execute my orders, that's all I require. You also need to cultivate some skilled experts. Only then, in situations where they can be useful, will I truly be able to rely on them. The Tang dynasty empire will not remain tranquil forever. Li Chengqian seemed to foresee something as he gazed toward the distance. Meanwhile, Wei Wang Li Tai was meeting a mysterious person inside a secret chamber. It was someone from the Cui family. The man looked quite old, and the fine clothing he wore clearly marked him as someone of extraordinary status. In a cold voice, Li Tai asked, Didn't you promise never to betray me? So how did Qi Wang find out? You wouldn't be doing this deliberately, would you? Just hoping for my exposure. Chapter 461, Negotiation. Only when I expose myself will I be tied to the same boat as you all. By then, I'll never be able to leave you. Li Tai's words could be seen as an accusation aimed directly at the Cui family, implying that it was their fault no matter how they responded. These words had no impact on the Cui family member who heard them. He smiled faintly and said, Prince Wei, your words are somewhat too harsh. However, this matter has nothing to do with us. After all, our 7 great families of the 5 surnames have considerable fame and reputation in the Tang dynasty. We would not damage our own reputation in such a way. Even His Majesty once intended to find a wife from a noble family for the crown prince, but it was rejected by the head of our house. Prince Wei, we are now in a cooperative relationship. Naturally, we should support you. If we exposed you, what benefit would there be for us? Prince Wei, it might be that you were too close with some people before, leading to the leakage of information. Once trouble arises, they immediately think of you. He chuckled faintly, seemingly unconcerned, even sipping tea casually in front of him. The tea was brewed pure, various seasonings added inside. Upon lightly sniffing, one could smell a hint of mild milky aroma. Taking a sip, warmth immediately flowed from throat down to the stomach. The taste of this tea is truly excellent. Indeed, worthy of Prince Wei, capable of obtaining such good tea. As the Cui family member spoke, he wore a calm demeanor. Previously, Prince Wei Li Tai had displayed a fiery temperament, but soon after, he calmed down because he knew this issue wasn't that simple yet. If that's the case, then how do you intend to cooperate with me? At least, you must show sincerity now. Otherwise, why should I take such risks for you? Now you've also witnessed such significant risks. How can I continue cooperating with you? Otherwise, I might face the siege of my 2 brothers, causing quite a bit of trouble for me. I don't want to confront them like this. At least right now, I don't want open conflict with them. Therefore, you at least need to give me a result. You must help me resolve this trouble. Otherwise, how can I trust you all enough to cooperate? His words were not tranquil, momentarily making the middle-aged man of the Cui family pause in surprise. Instantly, he began cursing inwardly. I originally thought this guy was a fool, didn't expect him to be so cunning and deceitful. Although his inner feelings were filled with agitation and anger, he remained superficially composed and laughed, saying, We will naturally resolve this issue. It's also an opportunity for us to demonstrate the strength of our Cui family. Following his words, he smiled and stood up, Since Prince Wei still harbors suspicions about us, let's wait for some time to see the results. At that point, Prince Wei will surely believe that we possess such capability. Turning around, the middle-aged man from the Chui family left. Prince Wei was first startled, then smiled faintly. It seems I am about to witness a very satisfactory outcome. I hope it matches my expectations. At this point, he laughed. Earlier, he had acted assertively over the matter, in substance to gain more advantages. True enough, he obtained substantial benefits. At this moment, his face lit up with a radiant smile. Crown Prince, I hope this time you bring results that make my eyes widen rather than those that made me undervalue you previously. The competition between you and Prince Qi is too dull. In this capital city, it's not only you and me. As he contemplated this idea, he slightly shook his head. Meanwhile, Liu was strolling on the street wearing a human skin mask, exuding youthful vigor. He was leisurely wandering. Just then, someone suddenly bumped into him. Raising his head, he saw an elegant young man with an apologetic smile quickly apologizing. I'm really sorry. I accidentally collided with you just now. Hope sir doesn't mind. Hearing this, Liu shook his head and replied, it's fine. You collided unintentionally, so it's not a big issue. I'll be leaving then. Upon hearing Liu's response, the young noble paused for a second and then grinned. Could you please tell me how to get to Chongping Street? I want to go there to buy some cosmetics, but I don't know the way. When this young noble laughed, his face carried a hint of shyness, with an obvious pink flush, as if he were completely enveloped in that rosy state. He seemed like a little woman. Upon hearing the words of the young noble before him, Liu paused for a moment and glanced at him. Huh. With a hearty laugh, he said, you, sir, are surely heading to buy cosmetics to give to your lady. But to get there, it's quite a distance. At least you have to pass through 3 streets, then take several turns to arrive. Maybe it was the person guiding you who didn't lead you correctly, leaving you stranded here. The young noble let out a bitter laugh, saying, I wasn't trying to cause any trouble. Originally, I hired someone to guide me along the road, but then something happened, and she left in a hurry. This time, I really need to send some cosmetics to a very beautiful woman. This woman is indeed extraordinary. After hearing this, Liu chuckled. Ah, so it's for a woman. No wonder you're heading to such a place. Your looks, sir, are indeed very handsome. So the woman you fancy must be someone truly exceptional, deserving of these exquisite gifts. These intimate items do indeed help build closeness between men and women. But if you want to make her your friend or partner, you should avoid doing things this way. To win her heart, you need to create unforgettable memories for her. Otherwise, it might backfire horribly. She may not necessarily like you and could even come to regard you as an enemy. If that happens, you'll never be able to get close to her, let alone gain her affection later on. Liu's speech immediately made the young noble before him pause, displaying signs of surprise and curiosity. Chapter 462, A Coincidental Encounter with Wu Meinyang. Oh, from what you've said, sir, it seems that you know a great deal about women and understand their hearts. Are you perhaps a playboy who has deceived countless girls? Liu laughed heartily upon hearing this. Then you have misunderstood me. I am not that kind of person. I've merely read more books. The young gentleman hesitated for a moment, then muttered to himself. I have also read a lot of books, but how come I have never seen books in this field? It seems my reading is still insufficient. Sir, could you recommend the books you've read? How could Liu recommend such books? These were tactics for dating he'd learned online, not actual physical books. He laughed heartily again. I've long forgotten those books. They were just miscellaneous readings unrelated to the imperial examinations, offering no real knowledge. I've completely forgotten them. The young man smiled knowingly. If you've already forgotten them, how can you remember the content within those books? It sounds like an excuse. Since that's the case, I won't ask any further questions. The gentleman then said with a smile. I do, however, have another question to ask. Is there something troubling you, sir? Since just now, I noticed your laugh didn't reach your eyes, which indicates there may be some issues. Upon hearing this, Liu immediately became somewhat embarrassed because his human face mask indeed had a flaw where laughter seemed stiff and unresponsive due to the inability of facial skin and muscles to synchronize properly. He smiled awkwardly and replied, It's better not to talk about it. There are certain matters I wouldn't mention to you. May I ask what's your name? Liu inquired politely because this handsome young man was quite rare to encounter, exuding a sense of closeness and potential talent. Upon hearing Liu's words, the gentleman took out his fan and lightly fanned himself while smiling. My surname is Wu. I am from the Wu family. Suddenly, Liu thought of a name, Wu Zetian. Could it be that you have a sister named Wu Meinyang? Liu's sentence startled the young gentleman greatly as he asked in astonishment. How do you know the name of our Wu Meinyang? Yes, I do have a younger sister named Wu Meinyang. She's young, but very beautiful. Liu was surprised at hearing this. He hadn't expected to accidentally meet someone from the Wu family. The idea of Wu Meinyang being born filled him with a sigh as he well knew how formidable this woman would become. In the future, she almost wiped out the Li royal family. Though on the surface, she treated Emperor Gaozong relatively well, deep down, she harbored ruthless intentions. With a sigh, Liu said, So you are from her family. It appears your family bloodline is extraordinary, producing many fine gentlemen. But perhaps it suggests that not all will turn out virtuous. This remark startled the young man in front of him. Angrily, he questioned, Why do you say such things? How can you claim they won't be good? Are you fortune teller too? If you can't justify yourself, I won't let you go. This gentleman stretched out his hand and tightly gripped Liu, speaking harshly, refusing to release his grip as if determined to resolve this dispute one way or another. Cough, cough. After hearing these words, Liu coughed once. So let me say this. Your sister is incredibly beautiful. Will she enter the palace in the future? Once in the palace, won't she inevitably engage in power struggles? Who knows? Perhaps she will grow into a great hero. The young man paused momentarily, murmuring, but my sister is just a woman. How could a woman dominate and become a great hero? Liu rolled his eyes. Who says women cannot surpass men? Women support half the sky. In the future, women might even be greater than men, ruling over them entirely. These words delighted the gentleman in front of him immensely. He burst into laughter. You're right. Who says women cannot measure up to men? As long as someone possesses ability and talent, whether male or female, they stand out as exceptional. You speaking this way proves you are no ordinary person. This man smiled, then turned to Liu saying, if in the future I accomplish anything, I will certainly remember your words. Who knows? I might find you and give you a reward. Upon hearing this, Liu laughed heartily and shook his head while saying, then let's just leave it at that. You're not Wu Meinyang, after all. It would only matter if it were Wu Meinyang. I have no interest in men. At this remark, the young man's face turned beet red with apparent embarrassment and anger, though he quickly composed himself. Could it be that you've really met my sister, or are you so preoccupied with her thoughts? Moreover, these lewd remarks, if my sister found out, wouldn't she break your legs? Liu burst into laughter again. It came out of my mouth and went into your ears. Do you actually intend to tell others about this conversation? Once these words left Liu's lips, the young man in front paused momentarily, before also laughing heartily. You're right. These words indeed shouldn't be told to anyone else. Since that's the case, then that's settled. He smiled awkwardly. Chongping shop, haven't we arrived yet? We've arrived, it's just ahead, that shop there. Just nearby stood a large storefront adorned with a big signboard inscribed with 3 characters, Chongping shop. Here they traded various cosmetics and perfumes. The young man then said, I still don't know your esteemed family name and given name. I wish to remember your name, for in the future we may meet again and perhaps become good friends. Liu laughed heartily in response. That's uncertain. Perhaps I won't appear again. Or maybe I won't even be in the capital city anymore. Liu spoke in such ambiguous terms since he was wearing a human face mask. Naturally, he couldn't maintain this identity casually. Thus he had no intentions of deepening his acquaintance with this gentleman. Although the young man looked exceedingly handsome, Liu harbored no romantic inclinations towards him. After all, he wasn't inclined that way. With a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. Chapter 463, Curiosity. That, I still don't know the young master's honorable surname and name? This young master quickly inquired in a low voice, with a touch of anticipation. Even if you go far away in the future, I hope we can still know each other and become friends. Just call me Li Hang. Here is my jade pendant. If fate allows, we shall naturally recognize each other through this jade. After Liu finished speaking, he broke the jade pendant into 2 halves and handed the other half to the young master in front of him, then turned and left. The Wu family young master hurriedly chased after him, wanting to tell Liu his own name, but Liu had already walked ahead and didn't hear his words. This made a trace of awkwardness appear on his face. You said you knew Wu Meinyang, yet standing before you, you haven't met her. But you claim that Wu Meinyang is exceptionally beautiful. Could it be that you are truly one of those legendary, extraordinary people? Yet how did someone like you come to know me? I have always been secluded in my chambers, rarely known to others, and this time only after great difficulty did I have the opportunity to go out for some fun. It turns out that this young master was none other than Wu Meinyang dressed as a man, and though they met, Liu did not recognize her. But I've remembered you now. You said you won't appear in the capital city, so it seems you're no ordinary person. Could it be that you're part of some rebel faction? You indeed suit my taste very much. Who says women are inferior to men? Women can also hold up half the sky, and this saying is absolutely correct. I surely can uphold half the sky. There she was muttering under her breath. For some reason, a flame ignited inside her heart. A desire for power and gain emerged. But she shook her head. But since I don't intend to become an official, why should I strive for power and wealth? Moreover, father has no plans to send me into the palace. There isn't too much trouble either. She mumbled these words, then let out a bitter laugh. I hope to meet a good husband who will plan for my later life, and from then on, live a happy life. After she finished speaking, she chuckled bitterly again, stepped into the shop, and started buying various cosmetics in front of her. As she bought quite a few cosmetics, she felt a bit bored, as if something were missing. She gave another bitter laugh. I suppose I should just buy some books. They're not nearly as interesting as military books. After saying that, she turned and left. She noticed that books on the market seemed to have become inexplicably cheaper, which puzzled her because last time she came out, she distinctly found that books were extremely expensive. But why were books now so cheap? She pulled over an auntie and asked quietly, Sister, why have books on the market become so inexpensive? The last time I went out, a book cost an entire string of coins. This is due to the compassion of high officials from the court, who specifically arranged for books to be made available. It's said that now you can buy a book for just 10 coins. Back then, it would take an entire string of coins to buy just one. Now this is truly a huge blessing for the common folk. Many people buy books to study at home. Seeing that this young master probably wasn't in the capital city before, let me tell you, books in the capital aren't expensive. You should definitely buy a few books to take back. Later, there might not be such cheap books available anymore. The auntie smiled slyly and said to the young master in front of her, Look at all these books I've bought. It only costs 30 coins. If I spent a string of coins, I wouldn't dare to buy them. Now with these books, my child can read them, and various kinds of books on the market can be purchased. Apparently there are now all sorts of books. However, some books' bottom pages are often bought back by people for quick perusal. It's said that large merchant caravans are selling books everywhere now. In the capital city, books have become common. They are no longer particularly expensive items. I've heard that some wealthy families now use books to wipe their bottoms, claiming it makes them seem more cultured. Wu Mingyang hearing this immediately showed a look of astonishment on her face. How could that be? How could anyone do such a thing? If books were used to wipe bottoms, wouldn't that be considered insulting to the literati? Scholars cannot accept such a thing at all. Wu Mingyang said, with some surprise evident on her face. Isn't it because the paper is extremely comfortable, better to use than bamboo tablets? Many wealthy families rely on this feature. However, I've heard that there is now a special type of paper being sold, but it's still a rare item. We commoners simply can't afford it. This Annie had a lot to say, but after speaking for a while, she didn't continue. I've heard that it's all due to Prince Qi. This prince is truly extraordinary, and he has brought out all sorts of strange things onto the market. He's allowed quite a number of commoners to have enough food to eat, and it's said that there will be no more famines in the future. I am very grateful to this prince, but unfortunately, he spends most of his time away from the capital. If I ever get to meet him, I must kneel and bow 3 times. The chatter of this auntie immediately made the elegant Wu Mingyang reveal some curiosity on her face. Of course, Wu Mingyang already knew about certain matters. Prince Qi was extraordinary. Since being brought to the capital by Li Shimin, he had displayed his abilities by creating all kinds of delicious foods, as well as many fun objects. It was said that all these were creations of this prince. Moreover, it was rumored that this prince also had great skills, and was very favored by the current emperor. There were many tales circulating among the people. Upon hearing that the inexplicable cheapness of books was also related to him, Wu Mingyang couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of man could possibly have such talent? I would really like to meet him. Wu Mingyang muttered to herself, feeling intrigued. Unfortunately, she did not know that one of the people she had talked with before was actually Li Yu. Li Yu also missed Wu Mingyang, though he had no idea that the relationship between him and Wu Mingyang would not end so easily, but instead lead to countless entanglements. The next day at court, there was a sudden force-taking action. The officials swiftly submitted memorials to impeach the crown prince, which seemed to be full of malice towards him. Li Yu soon received the news, and he was greatly surprised. What exactly is going on? Why would so many people suddenly submit memorials? Li Yu quickly analyzed the identities of those who submitted the memorials and discovered that they were actually related to the Cui family. Could it be that the Cui family is extremely dissatisfied with the crown prince and plans to take action against him? This thought crossed his mind and wouldn't leave. Chapter 464, Speculation. Lu Zhua hastily entered Li Yu's room. As soon as he arrived in front of Li Yu, he immediately knelt down. Your Highness, I have discovered some secret matters. Recently, the Cui family has shown unusual movements, seemingly collaborating with King Wei. According to our investigation, this time their main goal is to strike against your people and the crown prince's men. I suspect they might have already formed an alliance. These are the materials I gathered. After saying this, Lu Zhua presented the recent activities of the Cui family. These are the actions of the Cui family recently. They seem to be in contact with King Wei and frequently communicate secretly. Besides letters, the Cui family appears to highly value King Wei's side. Upon hearing this, Li Yu felt a sudden surge in his heart. I see. He slightly narrowed his eyes, lost in deep thought. If this is true, it implies that this matter is not simple. He muttered to himself, wearing a serious expression. It seems the Cui family is plotting something. This is why they pretend to support King Wei, though they are not truly his supporters. Lu Zhua asked curiously, My lord, why do you say King Wei cannot get genuine support from the Cui family? Li Yu chuckled after hearing Lu Zhua's question. Li Tai loves literature, excels at cursive script and regular script, and has collected tens of thousands of books. He was a connoisseur of calligraphy and painting, exceptionally talented and clever, and much favored. This guy appears to place great importance on scholars and demonstrates an air of sophistication, but to those who truly understand, it is far from enough. Hearing this, Lu Zhua was even more puzzled. My lord, could there be any differences in these aspects? He had never dealt with such matters before and thus found it difficult to comprehend the key issues involved, which made him feel somewhat overwhelmed. Li Yu laughed again. Then let me tell you why. Being skilled at collecting renowned scholars shows he has literary talent, but literary talent does not equate to political acumen. Otherwise, he wouldn't rashly act like this right now. If he waits for a while, when I am fiercely battling the crown prince, and he mediates between us then, that would show a brotherly spirit that people respect. But now, he can't resist taking action. Once the big shots see this, they'll realize he is truly incapable of accomplishing anything substantial. Without political talent, as a prince, if he lacks certain abilities, he cannot be someone everyone looks up to. One must inherently possess some talents. Moreover, he has a major flaw. He is envious and suspicious. I dare say that the reason the Cui family is acting now is probably because he initiated it, wanting the Cui family to quickly stand on his side. I've heard rumors about him long ago. At this point, Li Yu coldly snorted, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. This boy is cruel. In private, he has whipped palace maidens, killing them by hand. These incidents are circulated secretly, and he once claimed to emulate his father. As Li Yu spoke, a look of scorn appeared in his eyes. Anyone capable of doing such things proves he isn't reliable. After listening to all this, Lu Zhua gasped. I see. Apparently, the Cui family intends to use his hand to fight a battle. possibly plotting some secret schemes. If so, I will not involve myself in this matter. You may do whatever you wish. Let him go ahead. My lord, will it make our people disloyal? Could they feel that you don't value them and betray you afterward? Huh. Liu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Calculating carefully, I also have the support of Qi Wang's faction. But why should I directly confront them at this moment? Soothe them well, and after this matter passes, compensate them. My power is not yet fully established. The crown prince needs to be weakened indeed, but if I get hurt during this event, Father Emperor will only take more notice of me. He will certainly find a way to compensate for this and prevent such situations. Just watch. Tell our people to retreat 3 paces. Tolerate, endure, and keep tolerating. Our hidden strength must absolutely not be used in this incident. It's possible that Father Emperor plans to use this situation to assess our forces. He's strong, let him be. The breeze sweeps across the hilltops calmly. Liu spoke slowly, reciting this line of poetry. Great poem, Liu said, feeling a faint understanding from this line of verse. After the Cui family has made their move, they probably won't end up well, and even King Wei will start to get into trouble. There might be disasters awaiting them. Right now is their peak moment. We should just take a step back for a while. As Liu said this, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Not long after Liu withdrew, there came a knock on the door outside. Your Highness, I've prepared some lotus seed and tremella soup for you. It's just ready for tasting. It was the voice of Changsun Pingting. Upon hearing it, Liu felt a stirring in his heart. Since the last incident when she went out and caused some trouble, Changsun Pingting had not once proposed going out again. It seemed that because of that event, she felt somewhat indebted to Liu. In recent times, she had been the epitome of a virtuous wife, treating Liu extremely well. Wife, why do you insist on doing these things yourself? Liu opened the door and ushered Changsun Pingting into the room as he asked. These are my heartfelt feelings. If I don't do them myself, but leave it to the servants, how much sincerity would really be left? Since I married you as your wife, naturally I should set an example as a proper spouse. Changsun Pingting spoke gently, her face tinged with happiness. And I have also heard that Wang Yining has encountered some issues recently. And if it weren't for the matter concerning the opening country title, we would have probably paid my father a visit by now. After all, I haven't returned home even once yet. A newly married woman at least should go home to visit relatives once. At this point, Liu finally realized what she meant. He slapped his forehead in realization and quickly said, I almost forgot about this important matter. That's terrible. These servants are truly careless, failing to remind us of such an important thing. Changsun Pingting hurriedly replied, Your Highness, with all the matters regarding the founding county title, you've been so busy running around that no one dared to bring it up at this moment. That's true. Liu nodded. Choosing a date is unnecessary. Let's just go see father-in-law today. As Liu spoke, the words immediately eased the tension on Changsun Pingting's face before him. Chapter 465, Visiting Relatives. Changsun Wujia soon received the news that his daughter was returning home to visit. The people in the Changsun residence all began cleaning and decorating with colorful ribbons, constantly beautifying the place for her arrival. Changsun Wujia watched as the servants toiled before him, constantly urging them on. Hurry up and get everything ready. Today is the day my daughter comes back. If you can't even manage this simple task, what good are you? Changsun Wujia, unable to bear the work of the servants before him, personally got involved, reprimanding them one by one while making sure they handled every detail properly. His anxious appearance was far from the cunning old fox he was in court, but rather that of a doting father who worried only about his daughter. Father, I've never seen you so anxious before. Could it be that younger sister's return has made you so happy? Younger sister married into the royal family. This is an honor beyond measure. Besides, she isn't far from home. Whenever she has time, she can come over for a visit. Why be so worried? If you truly miss her, why not just visit her palace directly and see her there? Changsun Chong, you yourself are a prince's son-in-law. You should know the rules of the royal family well. It's not as if you can see her whenever you wish. Even though Liu is a prince, the court's rules still stand firm. You can't simply introduce her to anyone without following protocol. It's not something that happens easily. Moreover, if you communicate too closely with the prince's household, many might suspect you're showing support for the prince. Once that impression takes root, if more people align themselves with you, it could lead the emperor to misinterpret your intentions. Such could bring down calamity on our Changsun family. I've told you this countless times before. Regardless of circumstances, always keep a wary mind, or else you'll fall prey to deceit sooner or later. Changsun Chong usually disliked hearing such things. With half an ear listening, he replied, Father, I'm already a prince's son-in-law. As for the matters of court, I don't want to meddle, nor do I have the ability to. Please stop lecturing me. Now, I simply focus on raising children well, which is enough to repay the nation's grace and the emperor's favor. Changsun Chong said this with a hint of reluctant bitterness. In the beginning, he hadn't wanted to become a prince's son-in-law, but what choice did he have? Since being chosen as a candidate, various strict regulations made him feel oppressed, yet he had no way out. This led him to comment. Although Tang dynasty princesses were considered relatively enlightened with numerous rights, for him, it still felt like immense helplessness. Hearing his son's exasperated remarks, Changsun Wujia let out a cold snort, saying no more. Indeed, he felt indebted towards this son, but for the prosperity of their clan, such arrangements were necessary. Not merely the head of their illustrious clan, but also wielding great power in the world now. Still, Changsun Wujia had to take his son's situation into consideration. Thinking here, he sighed deeply. If you won't listen, then that's fine. Today, Since your sister has returned, we'll spend quality time together. Also, Prince Qi may have some requests. Remember, Prince Qi's group is under attack. He might seek our assistance. Don't refuse hastily, as it's the Cui family making the move. The Cui family's influence is extraordinarily formidable. They aren't someone we can provoke lightly. And for the sake of your sister, we must not allow them to harbor excessive ambitions either. Otherwise, it could spell great trouble for the empire. Just as these words left his mouth, Changsun Chong, despite feeling quite aggrieved, nodded nonetheless. Father, rest assured, I'm no stranger to propriety. That's good, said Changsun Wujia. Soon preparations were completed, and Li Yu and Changsun Pingting returned to the Changsun mansion. Elder son Changsun Chong, second son Changsun Huan, third son Changsun Jun, fourth son Changsun Yin, fifth son Changsun Wen, sixth son Changsun Dan, seventh son Changsun Jing, eighth son Changsun Su, ninth son Changsun Zhan, 10th son Changsun Jin, 11th son Changsun Zhe, and 12th son Changsun Run. These brothers all gathered around Changsun Pingting upon her arrival. Li Yu greeted everyone along the way, following intricate etiquettes. Once inside, after completing formalities, Changsun Wujia's wife took Changsun Pingting away to talk privately. Li Yu remained calm, casually chatting idly with Changsun Wujia. Changsun Wujia's eyes had always been guarded, wary of Li Yu making any excessive requests. His mind was racing with thoughts on how to refuse. But after an entire hour passed, Li Yu still hadn't made any such request, leaving Changsun Wujia filled with endless doubt. What is going on? Could I have guessed wrong? Does Li Yu not have these intentions at all, and it's merely my own overthinking? Just as this thought crossed Changsun Wujia's mind, Li Yu spoke up. Father-in-law, how should we interpret the recent events in the court? Here we go. When Changsun Wujia heard Li Yu's words, his heart leapt. Young man, I thought you wouldn't speak, but you finally succumbed and made this request. At least now I know where to hold some leverage over you if you do have needs. Changsun Wujia cleared his throat and said, the affairs of the court naturally lie in the hands of the emperor. I am merely one of the advisors, yet matters of the court are not that simple. These current happenings in the court stem from the unrest caused by a few unruly individuals. Only when those unruly ones settle down can the court resume its stability and avoid further trouble. However, I believe calmness will soon return, so there's no need for Prince Qi to worry excessively. Huh. Li Yu chuckled upon hearing Changsun Wujia's words, realizing the old fox was trying to feign ignorance while maneuvering subtly. Father-in-law, you're mistaken here. My point is, amid all the ruckus in the court, I myself am unbothered because just recently, someone deliberately framed me. Although my father the emperor has yet to uncover the mastermind behind it, I already know who they are. They must be acting under someone else's direction. And that person holds significant power and bears animosity towards me. Chapter 466, Verbal Sparring. It's precisely because of this that I haven't come to visit for a while, and have been dragging it out until today, when I returned with Changsun Pingting. All I want to tell father-in-law is that there are some things you really should not get involved in. Otherwise, you will not end up well in the future. Our Tang dynasty realm ultimately belongs to the Li family. If outsiders meddle, they will not end up well. No matter how great their power is, father absolutely cannot give them too many opportunities. It's possible that they might all be eliminated before long. Although our Tang Empire has the support of the noble families, there are also commoner scholars these days. The world does not become unworkable just because someone is missing, but if anyone causes too much trouble, they will likely face a fierce blow. Father-in-law, you may think I am exaggerating. No, I am talking about the general trend of the world in the future. Li Yu's words made Changsun Wuji, standing in front of him, stunned for a moment. He nearly laughed in anger. He did not detect any tone of persuasion from within, but instead felt annoyed by Li Yu's words. For those words clearly carried a threat, seemingly directed at him. The Cui family would never dare act without his approval. The power of the realm is the struggle between the emperor and the ministers. When the ministers gain more power, naturally the emperor's authority diminishes. When the emperor gains more power, naturally the minister's authority reduces. The two sides always maintain a kind of balance, yet need each other, otherwise it cannot remain stable. Galigulu. Changsun Wuji took a hard gulp of drink, as if trying to suppress the anger rising in his heart. After drinking down the tea, he seemed to have calmed down. Prince Qi, the Tang Empire is always the world of the Li family. Anyone needs the Li family, and nothing major will change. Everyone is preparing for the future, don't you think? Sometimes recent events require one to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, constant troubles could ensue, and something worse could happen in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Yu coldly snorted. So what? Does the court still dare to make me, a prince, the target? So I only enjoy favor in the eyes of my father the emperor. It doesn't count as much power. Yet in this world, who wishes to be emperor? Among us brothers, we also have a say. If we harbor hatred towards anyone, it can have an impact. And the emperor absolutely will not let those people go unpunished. Li Yu and Changsun Wuji's words were somewhat ambiguous. Unless carefully listened to, it was difficult to understand the secrets within. Essentially, both parties were threatening each other, and their words carried double meanings. Just at that moment, some cheerful voices came from outside. Changsun Pingting's voice came from outside. Mother, I didn't expect you to prepare such a gift for me. I like it very much. She entered carrying a bronze mirror. This mirror was polished exceptionally smooth, and observing oneself in its surface revealed every detail of one's reflection, showing how intricately crafted it was, and revealing how much effort must have gone into making it. On the back of the mirror were engraved many patterns depicting mandarin ducks playing in water, which were extraordinarily beautiful. This was indeed a congratulatory wedding gift, very precious. When Changsun Pingting entered the room, Changsun Wuji and Li Yu both stopped their conversation simultaneously. This mirror is truly beautiful. Li Yu complimented it as well. Changsun Pingting said excitedly, isn't it? Mother said so, and I find it incredibly beautiful too. The person reflected in the mirror is just like a real person. What were you two discussing earlier? I heard your voices from outside. Changsun Pingting looked at the two innocently, with a pure-hearted expression. Li Yu chuckled and replied, nothing. Just now, I had a discussion about the realm with my father-in-law, and we both held our own views. But we've already reached a consensus. We've finished chatting. Li Yu did not intend to bring up these matters to discuss further on the surface. Since both parties had already reached a conclusion, this matter should end here. That's good. I don't want the two of you to quarrel. After all, one is my father, and the other is my husband. If you quarrel, I'll be extremely sad. Changsun Pingting grabbed both men's hands, her voice tinged with sadness. Li Yu gently patted Changsun Pingting's back and softly said, no. How could we ever fight without reason? As he said this, he glanced at the nearby Changsun Wuji. A look of awkwardness flickered across Changsun Wuji's face. Without sparing another glance at Li Yu, he turned his head away and refused to look back. The remainder of the gathering was somewhat somber. The eunuchs on the side were all observing, and everyone followed the rules while conversing. At the dinner table, they refrained from discussing these issues. After the visit came to an end, Changsun Pingting left reluctantly, crying her heart out with her mother. In front of his daughter, Changsun Wuji always maintained a benevolent appearance. However, after Li Yu and Changsun Pingting left and their figures disappeared completely, he picked up his teacup and threw it forcefully to the ground. He angrily cursed. He obviously came to provoke me. It's truly despicable. If it wasn't for my daughter, I might have given him a proper lesson today. It's outrageous that as a high-ranking minister, I have to do things under such conditions. At his anger, his sons were all startled and became speechless. Instead, his wife quickly consoled him. Today is a day of great joy. Why are you so angry? Although Prince Qi has his own intentions, isn't the family also at fault in some ways? Prince Qi has acted properly outwardly, still showing no ambition for the throne. Upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji revealed a cold laugh. If he had no desire for the throne, he wouldn't have married our daughter. Our daughter ranks among the top nobles in the capital city. Anyone who marries our daughter can utilize the Changsun family's power to some extent. If the Wang family marries our daughter, perhaps they will eventually gain a chance to vie for the throne. He cunningly made our daughter fall in love with him, then did so many things. He is far too scheming. Chapter 467, Business Acumen. Li Yu did not know that his predictions about the future had instead incited resentment from Changsun Wuji, who thought he was being overly scheming. If he knew about this matter, he would absolutely refrain from saying a word more. It was known that in the future, the Changsun family would fall out of favor due to their involvement with the imperial throne, leading to their demise and loss of prominence. Though Li Shimin was known for his immense benevolence, he too had his own principles. Moreover, Changsun Wuji, relying on the status of his noble house, became increasingly overbearing. At present, just slightly manipulating situations in court, he aspired to control even more in the future. How could this lead to a favorable outcome? No emperor would willingly be easily manipulated by others. Anyone trying to control an emperor would surely be counteracted by the emperor. Some are able to endure the emperor's retaliation and gain longer-lasting stability, even abolish the emperor, while others who can't bear it face the destruction of their clan. Phew. Thinking to this point, Li Yu let out a long sigh. Changsun Pingting followed by Li Yu's side. She didn't know why, but she felt some unease in her heart today, as if there was something strange about the Li Yu before her. Why do you always have such an anxious look? Can you please stop scaring me like this? Just being around you makes my heart heavy, feeling inexplicable panic. Upon hearing what Changsun Pingting said, Li Yu pulled her into his arms immediately. I was just pondering about your family's future, the Changsuns. You know your father-in-law's character, somewhat rigid and overconfident, thinking he can do anything based on his relationship with Emperor Taizong. But with this nature, I fear he'll invite major troubles. Hearing this, Changsun Pingting's complexion instantly turned deathly pale. Not possible, right? If this is the case, then what should we do? I must return home and earnestly advise my father to change his ways. Li Yu heard this and quickly grabbed her arm. Do you think it's likely? Impossible. Changsun Pingting responded with a bitter smile, low in spirit, unwilling to say anything more. Li Yu patted Changsun Pingting gently on the back. Don't worry. I'm here, aren't I? If anything happens, I will help you. And just now, I thought of something good. This bronze mirror, though quite valuable, is still not the best mirror in the world. After saying this, Li Yu instantly caught Changsun Pingting's attention. She curiously asked, this kind of mirror isn't considered the best? Then what qualifies as the ultimate mirror? One that perfectly reflects a person's image and scenery, even reflecting light. That is the ultimate mirror. Hiss. As a member of a wealthy household, having seen countless treasures, Changsun Pingting shook her head and said, how could such a treasure possibly exist in the world? Prince, please don't joke with me. Certainly, it does exist, and I've already prepared one for you. After marrying me, I've been preparing this treasure for you. The carriage soon arrived at the mansion. Li Yu held Changsun Pingting's hand and got off the carriage, entering a room where a mirror was placed. The mirror was nearly as tall as a person, roughly a meter in length. Looking at it, one could see their reflection clearly without any detail missed. Upon seeing this, Changsun Pingting took a sharp intake of breath and screamed, "Oh, your highness is truly amazing, managing to create such a mirror. With a mirror like this, there won't be any hesitation when getting ready anymore. Having a mirror like this, the ladies of the entire imperial court would certainly envy me greatly. It must be extremely precious." Liu nodded. "Of course it is. This mirror is made from crystal, taking great effort to craft such a large mirror. Crafting smaller mirrors might not be so troublesome. I intend to sell these mirrors in the capital city. How much silver do you think they should cost?" Upon hearing this, Changsun Pingting carefully thought about it. "The bronze mirror given to me by my mother was worth about 100 guan. If this mirror has similar or better brightness, it should be worth at least 200 guan. Hem." Upon hearing this, Liu suddenly started coughing violently. You see, this was just an ordinary mirror. Though its production process was somewhat complex, it wasn't difficult, and the price wasn't that high. It only cost 100 won to make such a mirror. If they were sold for 200 guan, that would be a whopping 2,000 times the cost. Selling a few mirrors could bring in a huge amount of wealth. As Liu contemplated this, he felt his heart race with excitement. Before he came up with these items, he hadn't planned on setting such a high price, but after hearing Changsun Pingting's words, his excitement surged. Certainly, they could sell at a high price to gain substantial profits. This thought set fire to his enthusiasm. Just as this idea crossed his mind, Liu was startled himself. He could first sell expensive mirrors, and then follow up with cheaper ones. First harvest from the wealthy, then let these products enter the homes of commoners. Afterward, I can also create all sorts of glassware. There wouldn't be so much monotony in the future. All kinds of tableware can become interesting and beautiful. In the prosperous Tang dynasty, if these things could be created, it would be even better. Thinking to this point, Liu tightly embraced Changsun Pingting before planting a passionate kiss on her. "Haha, what you said is absolutely wonderful. I like your suggestion. We will proceed with this price to sell. I have made some mirrors. When the time comes, you can take a look. Do we need to invite some people over?" Changsun Pingting was also filled with excitement. "Your Highness, I don't know how many of these mirrors you can make. If we can produce a large number, we can sell them throughout the capital city. For those wealthy and prestigious families, we should specifically sell them high-end mirrors, large and good quality. For ordinary rich households, only small mirrors. We must ensure different levels of people use different mirrors to demonstrate social distinction. With comparison, more people from different strata will come to purchase. In the future, these wealthy and noble families will consider purchasing our royal family's products in honor." At this moment, Changsun Pingting quickly interjected, "We must send a large mirror to Father Emperor, otherwise he will surely be angry about this matter. After all, if he doesn't receive such a gift, how can envy arise among the people?" Chapter 468, Little Money Lover. At this moment, Changsun Pingting said excitedly, "Father Emperor is the greatest noble in this world. As long as he uses it, everyone in the world will surely learn from him. By then, the product will surely be sold on a large scale, and we can gain huge benefits from it." Changsun Pingting said excitedly to Liu in front of her, "Your Highness, I know you love money the most. This time, we will surely obtain enormous wealth." "Huh." After hearing this, Liu burst out laughing heartily. "I can't tell that you're also a little money lover. I didn't notice before." Liu's words made Changsun Pingting laugh right away. I am not a little money lover." After saying this, she stuck out her tongue lightly, looking quite cute. Liu looked at Changsun Pingting's adorable appearance in front of him, and a strange emotion welled up in his heart. He also felt moved as he looked at Changsun Pingting, kneading her face hard while whispering, "Pinching your face, you are really adorable. Regarding the idea you mentioned before, I have also given it some thought. In addition to giving gifts to Father Emperor, we can take the opportunity to give gifts to these nobles." When talking about this, Liu regretfully slapped his thigh. "I almost forgot the most important thing. I should also give my father-in-law a big gift. When the gift received by the Music Bureau becomes known to all, everyone will know how precious this gift is. Let's release those gifts then." Changsun Pingting smiled and said, "Your Highness, you are truly good at applying knowledge learned from one area to another. Actually, now you can give a mirror to Father. He would surely like it very much. I'll also ask my brother to promote it for us, then all people will know." "Good." Liu nodded. "What you do is extremely correct." In the capital city, Li Shimin was looking at the memorial documents in front of him, his eyes showing a sense of seriousness because these documents were filled with content recently submitted. There were many fruits and vegetables sent to the capital city. At the same time, there were also the results of recent rice planting. He was looking at the memorials in front of him with a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, the rice in the north has already been harvested. As expected, it could yield more than 1,000 caddies. Even the inferior fields produced over 800 caddies. Li Shimin looked at the records in front of him and couldn't help but feel amazed. There was such a bountiful harvest, which was undoubtedly the best thing for the Tang dynasty. Phew, Liu has developed hybrid rice with such high yield, and must be greatly rewarded. Nowadays, every commoner has food, which is simply the greatest blessing under heaven. We no longer need to worry about food supply. Just as Li Shimin was deeply moved, Changsun Wujia spoke below, "Your Majesty, although the yield of rice is so high, there is an issue. One must understand that crops absorb earth energy, qi. The higher the crop yield, the more earth energy is absorbed. Now, the land's qi is drying up, and this is not a good sign." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin frowned instantly. The theory of earth energy existed since ancient times. It was precisely for this reason that farmers had to practice crop rotation and leave fields fallow to maintain the fertility of the soil. And this was exactly the theory of earth energy. It was believed that the earth contained qi. The purpose of crop rotation was to restore the qi. You raise a real trouble. At this moment, Fang Xianling stood up, smiling and said, Your Majesty, I have a different opinion. Since Prince Qi can develop such rice, he probably has a solution. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to worry about the issue. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin patted his forehead and laughed heartily. It's true that I forgot this most important matter. Prince Qi has developed such rice and solemnly promised that stable cultivation is certainly possible. He must have a solution. Summon Prince Qi. Li Yu was summoned into the palace shortly thereafter. Even he himself found it rather inexplicable. Was the power struggle within the court somehow implicating him? This made him feel somewhat nervous. While he was hesitating, thinking about what was happening, a small eunuch who was beside him spoke up. Prince Qi, please don't worry. This time, His Majesty isn't angry. He says that you are here to solve the problem of soil qi. Li Yu was stunned. Earth qi. He racked his brains, pushing his mind to the limit, desperately trying to think. In the next second, he finally remembered the relevant content. Earth energy actually refers to the fertility of the soil. Therefore, in an era like the Tang dynasty when such a concept of soil fertility was not yet applied, problems were bound to arise very easily. Thus, crop rotation must be conducted to maintain soil fertility. In this age, the reason for such fallow periods is due to soil fertility being absorbed and depleted by growing plants. Realizing this, he slapped his forehead. I've truly forgotten the most important thing. The richness of the soil must be maintained so that it can produce more grain. Li Yu took out a piece of gold leaf and handed it to the little eunuch in front of him. This matter you told me is extremely important. This is your reward, Li Yu said to the little eunuch before him. The little eunuch's eyes instantly brightened at the sight of the gold leaf, gradually revealing the gleam of money. His breathing became hurried as well, seemingly not expecting to receive such a benefit for merely providing a piece of information. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The little eunuch quickly said. What is your name? Li Yu asked the little eunuch in front of him. My name is Li Hong. Li from the Li family, Hong from the word flood. Since I was young, I was sent by my family into the palace just to have food on the table. Now I'm already 18 years old. Good, I will remember you. If there's anything in the future, let me know, and I will surely reward you well. Hearing this, the little eunuch grew even more excited. Thank you, my lord. He almost knelt down before Li Yu. After all, inside the palace, having a strong backer was the most crucial thing. Though he had gone through special training and possessed a more meticulous mind than the average person, without a proper patron in the imperial palace, one would always be vulnerable to oppression. But now, he finally had someone to rely on. Chapter 469, The Thoughts of the Little Eunuch. Your Highness, in fact, someone had secretly tried to bribe me with silver, intending to mislead me and make me bring you to the harem. The little eunuch suddenly said this. Li Yu only felt a chill down his spine. He never expected to hear such news from the eunuch before him, making his scalp tingle instantly. Damn it, Li Yu cursed angrily. These people actually have the audacity to scheme against me. Li Yu cursed again, his face turning slightly pale. After all, he was very different from these people. Even now, he still had concerns about the palace and dared not infiltrate it by exposing his own strength for fear of arousing Emperor Li Shimin's suspicion. He almost stumbled on such matters, his eyes carrying a heavy weight momentarily. This matter is not that simple. He muttered to himself, a flash of light passing through his eyes. Li Yu quickly asked the little eunuch in front of him. Do you know who the mastermind behind this is? I don't know exactly who sent him, but I know he is an old eunuch recruited by the palace, named Tang. He is said to be an old eunuch. I also don't know who is controlling him from behind. Hearing this name, Li Yu was as baffled as ever. Listening carefully, it seemed there were secrets hidden behind this name. You've done well. At this moment, Li Yu took out a piece of gold leaf and handed it over. But suddenly, the little eunuch knelt down and vigorously kowtowed twice to Li Yu. Your Highness, I absolutely dare not accept your gold. The deeds I have done already violate some court rules. If you reward me with a gold leaf, it is already a great grace. If I accept your silver, I would feel unworthy towards both the court and your Highness. I only beg your Highness to show me a little favor. Upon hearing this straightforward speech from the little eunuch, Li Yu sighed and nodded at the little eunuch before him. Since you've spoken thus, naturally I can't treat you unjustly. In the future, I will indeed stand up for you. But you must also tell me some information from the palace. If anyone wants to harm me, and if you can find out clearly, I will certainly ensure your swift rise, allowing you to become a powerful eunuch within this palace. The little eunuch hearing this, immediately felt his breathing quicken. Becoming a powerful eunuch has already been his greatest dream. In the study, Li Yu rushed in hurriedly. Xuanhuan sat there. He looked up at Li Yu once, then retracted his gaze without saying much. Li Yu's eyes showed seriousness as they scanned everyone present in the study. After he finished bowing, Xuanhuan turned to look at Li Yu and revealed a smile, but did not speak, instead waiting for Li Yu to initiate. Suddenly, Emperor Li Shimin coughed and said, I chatted with our ministers and discovered a major issue concerning the hybrid rice you mentioned. That is, rice cultivation would draw the earth's vitality, although more rice could be produced in 1 year, but it would cause a very serious problem. The earth's vitality would be absorbed by the rice fields, preventing planting in the following 2nd or 3rd years. This time I am here specifically asking whether you have any way to solve this issue. Li Yu paused in surprise. This indeed was a significant trouble. The problem pointed out by Xuanhuan was also evidently quite apparent. He hesitated, walking back and forth a few steps, falling into silence. It was only after some moments of reflection that he realized what part he had overlooked. At this point, soil fertility indeed wasn't keeping up because sufficient fertilizers were not available for application in the soil during this era. Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, these three nutrients are extremely scarce in this age. Thus, to maintain soil fertility, continuous crop rotation and ash dispersal were necessary to allow plants to obtain more nutrients. Often, several generations needed to cycle to retain enough nutrition. Thinking to this point, Liu quickly stated, I have a solution to address this problem. At this moment, everyone present had a large question mark arise in their minds. Could Liu really solve this? Changsun Wujie looked at Liu in front of him, and countless questions arose in his mind. Could this young man really solve the problem? Li Shimin sat above everyone else. He looked at Liu and had countless doubts in his heart. Though he was confident in Liu, the fact that Liu seemed to have planned so early caused some doubts within him. Could it be that Liu had already prepared beforehand, and was only revealing it now, just for showing off in front of him? Or perhaps this talent was deliberately displayed only for such a moment. If that were true, then Liu indeed had a lot on his mind. Upon reaching this thought, Li Shimin's heart suddenly jolted. If my son has such deep thoughts, it is truly a good thing. So why did I feel this way? When this crossed his mind, an uneasiness surged up in him, but he quickly repressed it because he knew such emotions should not arise. Fang Xianling looked toward Liu, and a wave of suspicion arose in his heart. Your Highness Qi Wang, when you mention this matter, I do harbor some doubt. Did you know about this beforehand, but chose not to speak? Hearing this, Liu turned to look at Fang Xianling. Minister Fang, you've misunderstood me here. This is absolutely impossible. I too didn't think of this aspect of Earth vitality until you reminded me. It's definitely my oversight. I should have considered this from the start when developing hybrid rice. With that, he slapped his head forcefully, speaking with regret. Father Emperor, do we have ink, brush, paper, and inkstone? I just want to write down the formula, as stating it aloud would be somewhat crude. This kind of information is better documented in writing. It's more efficient that way. Li Shimin stared at Liu for a full minute, seemingly trying to discern something from his face. But he said nothing, simply nodding. We can proceed. Chapter 470, Secret Formula for Increased Production. As a eunuch hurriedly brought up the inkstone, brush, paper, and ink, he slowly began to grind the ink. Liu picked up the writing brush in front of him and started to write. In no time, he had written down the fertilizer formula. This wasn't anything particularly special. It merely involved fermenting human and animal feces and then using them for irrigation, which could make farmland more fertile. At the same time, Liu also wrote down the name of a plant, soybean. Soybeans are a very unique kind of plant. They can fix nitrogen from the air into the soil, thus making the land more fertile. Wood ash, on the other hand, can replenish potassium in the soil, further enriching its fertility. And bone powder could supplement phosphorus, though he couldn't explain this in too much detail. He only mentioned the specific materials. Bird droppings could also be used to supplement phosphorus. After Liu finished writing all these things down, Emperor Taizong picked them up to read. He just skimmed through them for a moment before numerous questions arose in his mind. This wood ash contains the essence of plants. If spread on the land, it indeed makes the soil more fertile. But what about bird droppings and human/animal feces? How do such things increase soil fertility? Liu smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty, there is deep logic behind this. Man consumes grains, and naturally there are some impurities, which eventually return to the soil. These substances contain elements vital to the earth. These materials are exactly what plants need. Using them for farming can make the land more fertile. At that point, even if we grow crops year-round without break, there won't be any problems. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can arrange for someone to conduct an experiment. We will see the results next year. I guarantee the soil's fertility will be maintained. After hearing this, Li Shimin thought deeply for a moment. After a while, he said, If this truly works, I will reward you heavily, as compensation for the previous matters. But what about soybeans? Liu smiled and replied, Does Your Majesty remember the bean sprouts popular in the capital? It's precisely this kind of thing. It has an extraordinary ability to fertilize the soil, making it much richer. In the future, farming will be much simpler. More importantly, soybeans can also serve as staple food. Why wouldn't we benefit greatly from this? Very well. Liu's words made Li Shimin blush with pleasure, as if he had consumed a cup of honey, feeling a sense of smoothness in his heart and lungs. The surrounding ministers, despite having countless doubts in their hearts, did not raise them at this time. After all, Liu had already presented a solution. Moreover, by presenting these solutions, he also prompted everyone to think further. Furthermore, he stated something very crucial. If they failed, he was willing to take responsibility. Yet, this prince had a remarkable track record, cultivating various melons, fruits, and vegetables. If one were to talk about agriculture, then this prince was undeniably the most skilled. Everyone momentarily looked at Liu with a sideways glance. Liu coughed lightly and hastily said, Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, may I retire? When Li Shimin heard this, he raised his head and glanced at Liu, snorting coldly and saying, You're speaking somewhat excessively, aren't you? Do you know what the most important matter is? His words shocked Liu even more. Why would his father suddenly say such a thing? Your Majesty, please speak. The merit you have accomplished today, yet if you don't stay here to enjoy a good meal with me, people outside might think I abuse my ministers. Today, everyone stays here in the palace for lunch, enjoying themselves fully. You especially, being a prince, should visit your father emperor more often. I am looking forward to seeing your growth and development. You're one of my most important sons. Li Shimin spoke aloud, gazing at Li Yu with a look filled with appreciation, simultaneously sweeping his gaze across the surrounding ministers and letting out a light snort. It seemed like a rebuttal against what those ministers had previously questioned. It also appeared as though he was saying to these ministers, "Look at my son. Isn't he extraordinarily talented? The complex issues you see as difficult aren't even a problem for him." The remaining ministers, looking at Li Yu in front of them, began pondering inwardly. They never expected this prince to hold such a high position in Li Shimin's regard, favored even more than the crown prince. This was certainly unusual. Could this person possibly inherit the grandeur of the empire in the future? After all, Li Shimin had instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident in the past, so he should be even more cautious in choosing his successor to prevent another Xuanwu Gate incident. As these ministers were pondering in their hearts, Li Shimin spoke again. "That's all for today. Just now, the imperial kitchen reported that the meal is ready. Today, all of you will share lunch." After saying that, Li Shimin stood up and left. In the palace hall, tables full of delicious food were placed on the tables. These ministers rarely ate in the palace, and they began eating at this moment. The dishes in front of them tasted very good, but Li Yu wasn't very hungry, because there were too few dishes in the palace compared to what he had at his residence. His meals there were far more sumptuous. He somewhat missed the days of having stir-fried pig liver at his own mansion. Pairing it with a glass of iced sugar water in this season was truly delightful. He took a few bites before putting down his chopsticks. Just at this moment, Li Shimin noticed Li Yu's behavior and asked, "What's wrong, Prince Qi? Could it be that none of these dishes suit your taste?" Upon hearing this, a look of embarrassment appeared on Li Yu's face. "Father Emperor, if you want me to tell the truth, please forgive my sins." Li Yu stood up and hastily said. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was instantly startled. Had he done something wrong? He paused, thought for a while, and then said, "Speak. Have you committed some crime? Say whatever is on your mind." It was only then that Li Yu awkwardly said, "Father Emperor, the dishes in the palace are indeed not tasty, so I didn't eat much." Alas! At this point, he sighed deeply. "I have long been devoted to researching better cuisine, and have created many delicious dishes. Perhaps because I'm used to eating in my own household, the food here in the palace doesn't quite agree with me. So please, Father Emperor, forgive me," Li Yu quickly said. After listening, Li Shimin froze mid-air with his chopsticks in hand. Chapter 471, Warming Pipes. He had never expected that Li Yu would actually say such words, criticizing the dishes in the palace as not being tasty, but the next second, Li Shimin remembered the hot pot and various dishes that Li Yu had previously come up with, like the braised ox hooves sent to the palace not long ago. Li Shimin recalled their taste and felt his mouth water. Yet, even then, he resisted indulging his craving. Though at that time he did eat the ox hooves, he criticized Li Yu for it. After all, oxen were crucial for farming. Without them, most of the farmland couldn't be cultivated. Because of this, oxen were vital to the nation's fortune, thus protected by national law. Even though he craved beef very much, he still wouldn't dare to eat it himself first. Otherwise, if everyone in the world ate oxen, there wouldn't be any left. If oxen disappeared, who would do the farming then? Although some families hired people to farm, human labor can never match large creatures like oxen. Cough cough. Thinking about this, Li Shimin involuntarily coughed a few times. Since that's the case, I'm rather curious now how many dishes you have in your house. Why don't you lead the way and let us visit your mansion and see? If they turn out to be bad, I'll punish you for deceiving me, Li Shimin said, fixing his eyes on Li Yu, putting down his chopsticks since he thought these dishes before him indeed lacked flavor. Li Yu hesitated for a moment, his heart suddenly racing. He had already prepared gifts before intending to present them to Li Shimin, so he could more conveniently open the market for his culinary products. But he didn't expect Li Shimin to show up himself, which made him inwardly delighted. Then Li Yu quickly stood up, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin, happily saying, "Father Emperor visiting my residence is simply the best. Just now, I've arranged for people to prepare the dishes at my estate to welcome your Majesty's August arrival. By the time your Majesty arrives at my place, you shall be able to taste a variety of delicious cuisines. If any dish at my place isn't as good as the ones here in the palace, please punish me severely, Father Emperor." Li Yu smiled mischievously as he spoke to the emperor before him. These ministers also had doubts. They all instinctively paused eating, because if what Li Yu said was true and his mansion had such delectable foods, they wanted to try them. Now, if they ate too much, they might not have room later. They were also very curious. If these dishes could surpass those in the palace, just how delicious must they be? At their social status and position, they were always particularly curious about fine cuisine. In the Qi prince's mansion, when Changsun Pingting learned that the emperor was coming, she was greatly surprised, her mind filled with questions. But the next moment, countless ideas came into her head. "Hurry up and prepare the signature dishes from our household." Changsun Pingting immediately organized everything. The kitchen of the prince's mansion quickly became highly active, preparing various delicacies. Li Shimin followed Li Yu to the Qi prince's residence. The emperor walked in with his officials, but the moment they entered, they saw the area adorned with various exotic flowers. Different types of blossoms were blooming as if they had transformed the space into an ocean of flowers. Some butterflies kept flying around. It seemed like it wasn't late autumn or winter, but spring instead. Moreover, there was a warm feeling throughout the prince's residence, as if it was springtime. Changsun Wujia looked at this scene and showed some signs of confusion. During the wedding ceremony, he assumed the warmth was due to too many people. But why did it feel equally warm now? Li Shimin had questions, so he asked aloud. "Prince Qi, why does it feel so warm in your mansion without seeing any stoves? Is there something unusual?" Li Yu smiled and said, "Father Emperor, This is all thanks to you. Li Shimin was stunned, showing many signs of puzzlement as he hurriedly asked, "How am I supposed to thank you? Does Father Emperor remember the newly granted land that sent me to the coast? I went there to work with iron, right? Coincidentally, I had an idea, so I asked the artisans there to specially create some iron pipes and send them over for me. These pipes contain hot water. Meanwhile, in some well-ventilated places, I've placed specially crafted iron sheets. These iron sheets are extremely thin and hollow, allowing hot water to flow through them. The circulating hot water enters these iron sheets to release heat. The iron pipes and sheets cover the entire mansion, making it feel warmly heated." Wow! Emperor Li Shimin was deeply shocked upon hearing this. Although he didn't fully understand the exact process, it seemed incredibly remarkable. "Quickly, show me where these things are located," Li Shimin eagerly requested, a flicker of delight flashing across his mind as if he had grasped something important. Meanwhile, all the officials present also marveled in their hearts. They likely understood what Li Yu was explaining. Though they harbored doubts, they kept silent. Li Yu promptly led everyone over to one side where there was an artificial stone mountain with exposed iron sheets nearby. When the wind blew past, warmth emanated from them. The closer you got to these iron sheets, the warmer you felt. Li Shimin attempted to touch them, but was immediately stopped by Li Yu. "Father Emperor, under no circumstances should you touch these iron sheets directly. They're scorching hot, and touching them would result in burns." Li Shimin quickly retracted his hand and asked curiously, "So, how does your mansion produce this heat? And what materials are used? Why don't you follow me?" Li Yu replied hastily. Li Shimin followed Li Yu, soon arriving at a house with a massive chimney on top, sending out dense smoke and sparks. This room emitted a very intense temperature, much like a furnace. At Li Yu's order, the attendants opened the door. Inside stood a furnace with a pot of water boiling above it, and a few stokers were busy adding coal. This is done using stone coal for the fire. This stone coal burns for much longer than regular charcoal. Thus, we do not have to use the wood needed by the common people of Jingzhou Prefecture. Wow! The ministers all gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the pile of stone coal before them. Chapter 472, Stone Coal Can Burn. The eyes of these ministers were filled with a sense of shock. Many had never heard of the existence of stone coal, and when they learned that stones could also burn, some even sucked in a cold breath. After hearing this, Emperor Li Shimin was instantly stunned. "Can stones really burn as well?" Prince Li Yu quickly replied, "Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but stones indeed can be used for burning. In addition to stones, there is also something akin to mud, which can also be burned. This substance is called petroleum, which after processing, not only can burn but last an extremely long time, even if it gets wet." Upon hearing this, Emperor Li Shimin inhaled sharply, looking at Li Yu with a shocked expression. Is such a thing already created? If so, can it be utilized by commoners? The common people have numerous places where these materials are needed to light their homes. At this point, Li Yu let out a hearty laugh. "Your Majesty, it certainly can, though extracting this type of petroleum is very difficult because it is quite special and located very deep underground. Although I know of its existence, digging it up still remains challenging." At this moment, Fang Xianling suddenly spoke up. "Isn't this kind of stone coal extremely abundant in the north? I once heard about places where mountains yield this material. There's just one issue with this coal. It emits a very strong smell, and during burning, it can actually suffocate someone. So despite its existence, it hasn't been widely promoted because it's toxic." After hearing this, Li Yu chuckled heartily. Fang Minister might not fully understand the inner workings here. The reason why this toxic gas appears is due to incomplete combustion. So, we simply need to use chimneys to vent out the smoke, and the situation will then become completely problem-free. Li Yu smiled mischievously and continued. "Additionally, we can use a specialized fan to increase the airflow, which enhances the temperature significantly and ensures more complete combustion. In fact, I was previously producing specialized steel. Now it's already done using this particular type of stone coal. This stone coal has very special properties and can reach incredibly high temperatures. It is precisely due to this high temperature that steel can be processed properly. Look at the specially crafted steel sword I've made." With a smile, Li Yu pulled out a small dagger from his pocket. "I already reported on this matter before. Now you can inspect it and see if this sword truly cuts through metal like butter. The reason it has achieved this level is that its temperature is extraordinarily high." After hearing this, Emperor Li Shimin took the dagger offered to him and swung it towards a tree trunk in front of him. This tree trunk was roughly the size of a thumb, yet it was easily split into two halves by the dagger, falling onto the ground. Seeing this, Emperor Li Shimin drew in another sharp breath. "I didn't expect you to have forged such a fine sword." At that moment, he suddenly remembered, if every soldier in his army could wield such a sword, they would immediately transform into a formidable elite troop. What is war fought over? Of course, weapons and various logistics. As long as our logistics, weapons, and armor are sufficient, we can create a powerful army capable of conquering all enemies and remaining undefeated. If another's blade strikes your armor, it would only leave a mark on the surface. But when your sword slashes down, it would cut the enemy into two halves. How then could they defeat an army as formidable as yours? Just give it proper training, and you will have true elite warriors." Considering this, Emperor Li Shimin was taken aback again. "How many weapons can you currently produce?" Emperor Li Shimin's words left Li Yu momentarily speechless. "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. Currently, I've actually produced tens of thousands of farming tools which could benefit the commoners and improve agriculture. I've specifically crafted many agricultural tools. Why don't you come with me to inspect them? Then you'll know if what I said is true or not." After hearing all this, Emperor Li Shimin had some doubts creeping into his mind. Could it be that his son was a prodigy of heaven, capable of inventing so many strange and wonderful things? If he could make swords and knives so sharp, what would the farming tools look like? At this thought, countless questions arose in his mind, and he followed Prince Liu closely, quickly entering the room. Not long after, Liu brought out several farming tools, hoes, sickles, and others, all displayed before them. No need to rush. Take a look at these things I've specially made. For instance, this one here is used for plowing fields. With just one ox, it can cultivate the land, roughly covering hundreds of acres of farmland. After hearing this, Emperor Li Shimin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly cultivate hundreds of acres of farmland? You should know that cultivating 1 acre of land at least requires 2 oxen working non-stop for 2 days to fully prepare it. If done by a single person, it would take at least 3 days to complete. How could it be possible that with just 1 ox doing the work for a short while, it could cultivate everything properly? Emperor Li Shimin began speaking hurriedly, his breathing becoming faster as well. If all that Liu claimed was true, this would indeed be an enormous revolution. Liu chuckled merrily, saying, "Don't worry, I knew you wouldn't believe me. But I've already prepared an ox for demonstration. Why don't we go check out the fields outside? We'll see if it really works." By now, Emperor Li Shimin had put aside all other thoughts from his mind. All he wanted was to see whether this contraption could plow as much land as Liu claimed. If it truly could, this would mean a great revolution and would bring enormous benefits to the common people. Being able to create such a device at this time would definitely make him famous beyond measure. His name would certainly be recorded in history, and what would be remembered would be a good reputation. As the emperor of this era, he would surely be etched in the memories of everyone. Emperor Li Shimin's breathing became even more rapid. Chapter 473, Farm Tools. Hurry up and take us out to have a look. Can we really make such things? He said excitedly and anxiously. So Liu quickly took Li Shimin outside to the fields. There they saw that the fields were already flooded with water. The land had become moist, and there was a cow prepared for work. Liu instructed someone to bring the cow and the plow into the field to begin tilling. In just half an hour, less than 1 acre of land was thoroughly cultivated. After witnessing this, Li Shimin's eyes gleamed. Not only him, but all the ministers behind him also became astounded at the sight before them. They naturally knew how hard farming was, and if it could be done this quickly, it would truly be a blessing for the common people. At this thought, they immediately became exhilarated. This would be an incredible boon for the common folk, completely changing their future. It would also make the Tang dynasty even wealthier, allowing the common people to farm without such hardship. At this point, Liu ordered someone to bring over a hoe. "Father Emperor, I once noticed how difficult farming was because of the wooden tools they used, or some very low-quality copper products. These items are too soft, so when they slightly hit hard stones, they might get damaged. So, I created these iron hoes. Even in dry fields, 2 acres can be dug within a day." Liu's words made Li Shimin's eyes reveal some astonishment. "Are you sure about what you're saying? If His Majesty doesn't believe me, he could order a trial to check if what I say is true." Li Shimin then showed a serious expression. He nodded resolutely after a while. "You let people try, and if it works as you say, I will reward you greatly. I previously thought you were an intelligent child, but now you've managed to invent all these, truly benefiting the common people. Farming will become much easier, allowing the people to live more comfortably and no longer endure such hardships. In this vast land under heaven, soil will grow richer and fertile. We don't need to worry about such hardships anymore." After Li Shimin spoke these words, he revealed some excitement. Soon after, he calmed down, knowing his previous reaction was somewhat overenthusiastic. He patted Liu on the shoulder. "What you've invented can indeed make the Tang dynasty even more prosperous. Bring all these things you've invented to the capital city as soon as possible, and if you can produce weapons, implement them swiftly." At this moment, Liu showed a bit of resentment. "Father Emperor, the reason I am creating these things is because I plan to create steel ships to navigate overseas. I've long heard there are countless rivers and lands abroad. They hold much gold and silver treasures. If we go there, we can uncover them. All I want to do is find money." After finishing his statement, Liu suddenly paused, quickly adding, "Of course, I'm also trying to find elixirs for Father Emperor so you can live forever." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin laughed heartily and pointed at Liu. "So, you're good at speaking well. Why do you say something like this after revealing your true thoughts?" "Father Emperor, building ships out of steel to sail on the ocean, isn't this a sign of heavenly approval? These are divine gifts, blessings from heaven, acknowledging your virtue." Liu transformed himself into a flatterer and showered praise upon Li Shimin, which caused Li Shimin to immediately show signs of satisfaction. Beside them, Changsun Wuji looked at Liu and revealed some envy in his eyes. "My son-in-law is simply amazing. Not only has he produced all these strange creations, but he's also demonstrated abilities that surprise me. These creations offer immense benefits to the world and can alter the landscape of power across the realm. Even with all these achievements, the emperor, still heaps praise upon him. From weapons to farm tools, producing so many things leaves a significant mark in history. With so much favor from Emperor Li Shimin, the probability of becoming the emperor increases, which is not a good sign." Changsun Wuji knew that his son-in-law had deep intentions and seemed to think differently from everyone else. Changsun Wuji had already dispatched people to investigate Liu, discovering that his thinking was vastly different from everyone else's. If a person like this were to become emperor, it would certainly not be a fortuitous event. At this moment, Fang Xianling, standing nearby, coughed and said, Your Majesty, I also believe that the fact Prince Qi has managed to create so many things is truly a blessing for the common people. Why don't we give Prince Qi a good reward, and at the same time, allow the court to become involved in the matter of steel? After all, how much steel can the house of Prince Qi produce alone? If the full power of the court were mobilized, then it would surely enable rapid production of steel. By that time, the court will have countless quantities of steel, and whether for agricultural use or military purposes, it will be a major reform. At that point, perhaps even creating immortal merchants for thousands of years would not be impossible. Fang Xuanling's words instantly excited Emperor Li Shimin. If everything went according to what Fang Xianling had said, the world could indeed change drastically. Just at this moment, Li Yu quickly interjected, "Don't rush. Have you forgotten something extremely important? You promised me exclusive rights over steel production. Perhaps others wish to join in on this, which isn't completely impossible either. But they'll need to pay me a hefty sum of money first. Every time anything is produced from now on, they'll owe me money. I'm greedy by nature. Originally, you issued an imperial edict allowing my steel techniques to be protected. Otherwise, anyone could plagiarize these methods, devaluing them, and eventually, they might even end up in the hands of those uncivilized lands far away. In these uncivilized areas, if they acquire this technology and start producing sharp weapons, they might rebel. We must safeguard these technologies. Otherwise, there won't be peace in the land." Li Yu's words immediately excited Emperor Li Shimin as well. "You're right. I cannot recklessly share these things with others. Doing so would indeed lead to undesirable outcomes." Chapter 474, Delicious Feast. It was only then that you realized this was the private property of your family, the Li clan, not something owned by the imperial court. Moreover, and more importantly, he had already issued an edict to let Li Yu have exclusive control over this business. If he were to seize these things now, it would not be a good thing. It might even leave a negative mark in history. Of course, there was also the possibility that people would say he seized what belonged to his son for the sake of the empire. However, as Tang Taizong thought about this, he felt somewhat uneasy. These items were indeed very important for the court. After coughing lightly, he said, "My dear son, these things are all extremely important to the court. Can you ensure that you can produce enough steel to meet the court's needs?" Li Yu chuckled mischievously and said, "Father Emperor, do you think I made all this for nothing? Rest assured, I've already built a steel factory with many blast furnaces. In the future, we'll be able to continuously produce steel. If Father Emperor is not reassured, you can send people to supervise the process. I have no issues with that. Just don't allow these technologies to spread out now. Also, once I make money, I will still pay taxes to you, Father Emperor. Even if I become a wealthy prince, that's sufficient. I don't want to be emperor." Upon hearing these words from Li Yu, all the ministers present were startled. They all looked at Li Yu in front of them, never expecting him to openly declare such a thing under everyone's watchful eyes, that he harbored no covetous thoughts towards the throne. This was shocking news for everyone, especially Zhangsun Wuji, who upon hearing this, became even more surprised. He knew Li Yu's character well, obstinate and brutal, never yielding to anyone. Yet now, this prince actually announced in public that he had no interest in the throne. This baffled everyone. If a prince showed such behavior before high-ranking officials, it could indicate that he genuinely didn't care about seizing the throne. Fang Xianling smiled slightly and said, "After all, the throne in the future will belong to the crown prince. Even if you, Prince Qi, harbor any covetous thoughts, you cannot possibly seize it." Li Yu nodded and said, "Prime Minister Fang is right, but I also need to express my own stance. I just want to be a wealthy prince. But if all of you continue to seize some of my assets, wouldn't that be too excessive? Since I am merely a leisurely prince, and the key to my remaining assets has already been taken away, I would truly feel aggrieved." As Li Yu spoke, he let out a long sigh. "All land under heaven belongs to the king. Once I have earned enough money, won't it also benefit the great Tang? In the future, perhaps I may invent even more things beneficial to the common people. Let every person in the world have clothes to wear and food to eat." Li Yu smiled mischievously while speaking. However, all the ministers present found the prince before them to be unusually bold in his speech. Even Emperor Taizong himself might not be capable of achieving such a level, because governing the realm isn't so easy. Due to the lack of alignment in human hearts, besides having loyal subjects who wish for a better world, there are also corrupt officials. Furthermore, each individual is different. Some are good, while others are bad. Each person varies, naturally leading to different realms and futures. "Oh, all of you honored deities must be hungry. Why don't you stay for a meal to satisfy your appetites?" At this point, everyone came back to their senses. They had already been busy for an entire day, and everyone was feeling quite famished, yet they hadn't eaten yet. Amidst the excitement caused by Li Yu's numerous inventions, none had even considered that they hadn't eaten anything. Following the reminder from Li Yu, all felt their stomachs growling, their hunger evident on their faces. "Oh," as one table after another was laid with dishes, all the ministers present were left dumbfounded. Grilled mutton, roasted mutton, sheep stomachs, sheep intestines, lamb ribs, as well as braised pork, braised spare ribs, and red braised large intestine, along with various stir-fried dishes. Braised fish, sliced meat. The table was laden with dishes they'd never seen before, a feast of sumptuous delicacies. After witnessing this scene, all the ministers present were instantly left speechless, because the dishes on the tables in front of them were truly astonishing. "There are so many dishes, it's making me stare in amazement." Fang Xianling spoke up. "Even though these dishes look, smell, and taste wonderful, we've never seen dishes made in this way. I wonder how they're prepared." Li Yu chuckled and said, That's because these dishes are very unique. They're made using stir-frying. I've created large iron woks from steel, and these dishes are tossed and stir-fried inside them, which gives them a unique flavor. Ministers, please taste them yourselves, and you'll see how different these dishes are. Following Li Yu's words, all the ministers present looked on in astonishment. Changsun Wuji had already heard about the extraordinary dishes at Prince Qi's mansion. Several chefs had been sent to his residence, where he'd sampled some of these dishes before. He knew that they were indeed remarkable. As soon as a piece of braised pork entered his mouth, his eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't detect what type of meat it was made of, but it melted in his mouth, with an irresistibly soft and savory texture. It was absolutely delicious. The other meats like lamb ribs were also highly distinctive. They had never eaten such meats, leaving them with oil dribbling down their chins. Emperor Taizong, during his earlier days, knew well about the variety of dishes in Prince Qi's household and had even tasted some of them. However, now upon eating these dishes he'd never tried before, his appetite was thoroughly whetted. As he ate, he shook his head and said, "Prince Qi, you shouldn't be focusing on things like this, but rather learning other skills. Back then, I should have supervised you more strictly, ensuring you applied your talent towards studying. With your abilities, you could bring great benefits to both the court and the people under heaven." Chapter 475, Not Inferior Pork. From the tone of regret in his voice, it can be heard that Li Shimin indeed harbored some special feelings towards Li Yu, seemingly hoping for him to possess the ability to govern well and carry on the great legacy of a harmonious world. Following this statement by Li Shimin, all the ministers present began to show some uneasy expressions. Li Shimin's manner was clear. He didn't even attempt to hide it. But then again, Li Yu's impressive performance was too shocking. By logic, he should have just been a leisurely prince content with eating and waiting idly. However, how did he manage such an extraordinary display? The ministers looked at Li Yu with a mixture of sighs and admiration. Were they placed in the same situation? If their sons could achieve such contributions, no matter how small or as simple as wearing fine clothing and having good meals, they would surely feel amazed. To have such a son, why wouldn't one read books and strive for improvement? Changsun Wujia quickly composed himself, saying calmly, "Although Prince Qi does not often read, he is still quite knowledgeable, otherwise he would not have created such things." Fang Xianling also spoke up, "With a prince like this, your majesty deserves admiration." His expression of admiration made Li Shimin grin from ear to ear. He laughed and said, "All right, there's no need for you all to envy anymore." Reaching this point, Li Shimin turned his gaze toward Li Yu and asked, "What kind of meat is this? It's so smooth, tender, and soft that when eaten, it gives a sense of ease and comfort." Li Yu chuckled, "Father Emperor, this is pork." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's face instantly changed. He slammed the table with force and scolded, "How dare you serve me this inferior meat? Don't you know there are problems with this kind of cheap meat?" All the ministers present felt somewhat uncomfortable. These officials were fully aware of why people avoided pork. It had a very strong odor and was unhygienic. Some pig pens were connected to toilets where pigs consumed human waste. So, in this era, only the most destitute would eat pork. Hearing these words from Li Shimin, Li Yu showed no panic at all. Instead, he confidently replied, "Father Emperor, you have misunderstood. This pork has been raised using a special method. Firstly, these pigs feed only on grass and worms, making them very clean, with no contamination. I occasionally feed them herbs, improving the tenderness of the pork and infusing it with a medicinal aroma, enhancing its nutritional value. Additionally, these pigs undergo castration when young, which results in exceptionally fresh-tasting meat without any gamey odors. Because of this, pork is no longer regarded as cheap meat, but rather as a premium delicacy. You, Father Emperor, must already have experienced the deliciousness and refined tenderness of this pork. These pigs have been specially bred for 3 generations by me, resulting in a distinctively unique flavor profile. If you don't believe me, Xuanhuan can visit the pigsty to see exactly how they're reared. Pork is considered cheap only because in the past it wasn't fed properly, leading to impurities. Besides, pork has always had a potent, unpleasant smell, which is why nobody eats it. After my improvements, the pork grows fast, fat, and has superior taste compared to other meats. My goal is to promote these pigs among the common folk, ensuring everyone has access to pork. In the future, everyone will enjoy well-fed bodies, never worrying about lacking meat again. The hardship in farming stems from the peasants not having enough meat to consume, leading to weak constitutions. Soldiers cannot transform into elite warriors or endure long-term training simply because they lack meat, naturally becoming frail without sustenance. With sufficient pork providing nutrients, these soldiers will become stronger. And compared to other animals, these pigs can be easily raised in numbers, dozens in each pen. Even peasant families who collect pigweed can manage to raise 2 or 3 pigs. This way, every household can have access to meat. All this is for the benefit of the common people, which is why I've prepared this plan involving pork. Li Yu knew that pork would, in the future, become the primary source of meat supply, universally loved. Essentially, life would be less joyful without pork. Under such circumstances, how could pork fail to be delectable? Cough, cough. Initially, Li Shimin was extremely angry. He was greatly dissatisfied with Li Yu offering such pork. He was, after all, the illustrious emperor. How could he possibly consume such lowly meat? But as Li Yu explained, Li Shimin gradually underwent some changes in his heart. According to what Li Yu said, this pork was quite special. Not only did the taste improve, but it was also extremely clean and hygienic. Moreover, This pork would make the commoners more prosperous. Everyone could have meat to eat without requiring too much grain. What excited him most was that this pork would strengthen his soldiers. At this thought, xiuxian became a little exhilarated. When soldiers grew stronger, the Tang dynasty would become even more glorious. In history, he would undoubtedly leave a significant mark. Of course, Liu, who had discovered all of this, would inscribe a weighty chapter in history books. Xiuxian, upon these reflections, looked at Liu with some envy. Perhaps one day his son might become even more famous in history than himself. Liu sensed Xiuxian's gaze and instinctively shrank his neck. Xiuxian's passionate expression made him feel a bit nervous. Fang Xianling and Changsun Wujia could naturally understand the preciousness of this, their eyes also flashing with excitement as they gazed in awe at the pork before them. If what Liu said was true and pork could be widely promoted, it would indeed be an act of boundless merit. Father Emperor, I have already built a pig farm. Once everything is fully operational, we may be able to produce hundreds of thousands of pigs annually. These words from Liu immediately made Xiuxian and all the ministers present draw a sharp intake of breath. What was the implication? There were no more than a few 100,000 people in the capital city. Under such circumstances, everyone in the capital could potentially receive a pig. Are you certain you can raise this many pigs? Xiuxian fixed his eyes on Liu, his gaze burning with passion. The pork was already here. If his soldiers could eat this meat too, they would all become elite warriors honed through countless battles. Cough. After hearing this, Liu hastily responded, Father Emperor, certainly, it is possible, but raising this many pigs isn't just about cutting some grass. Chapter 476. Buying pigs requires money. All of these require people and grain for feeding. Father Emperor, all of these need money. Providing them free to the court is absolutely impossible. However, we can cooperate with the court. The court supplies manpower and resources, learns pig-raising techniques from us, then raises pigs within the military department. With this in place, soldiers will naturally be provided with sufficient meat. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian's face instantly turned deathly pale. He never would have thought that Liu would dare to make such a demand at this moment, clearly trying to extract silver from his own pocket. Even though he was emperor, the amount of money he could freely control was not much. To use these funds, he needed approval from the Ministry of Revenue. In the Ministry of Revenue, there were figures like the Minister of Revenue and chancellors who were far from ordinary individuals. They certainly wouldn't just hand over large amounts of wealth for him to spend frivolously as he wished. Unless he was willing to take money from his personal treasury to fund pig farming, it was likely this expense would not go forward. However, the idea of the army raising its own pigs wasn't bad. Moreover, pork, after castration, becomes tastier, and operations along these lines could lead to truly delicious pork. Still, it must also be considered whether the pork might be embezzled by officers, preventing the soldiers from getting any. Just thinking about it filled him with internal pressure. Raising pigs for pork was genuinely no simple matter. Huff. Thinking deeply on this matter, he swallowed hard. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat, he said, I understand your thoughts on this. At this point, he looked toward Fang Xianling and Changsun Wujia. These two were among his most important ministers, and should be able to provide some key advice at such a time. Your Majesty, they both responded. We believe Prince Qi's proposal is very practical. If we could raise these pigs, it would indeed yield good results. The War Department really can send personnel here to learn pig-raising techniques. Once mastered, the soldiers will have pork to eat, and they'll surely be grateful. Xiuxian nodded upon hearing this. Since that's the case, then let Prime Minister Fang handle it, making sure it is done well. After saying this, he gave another heavy cough. This day has been full of gains. Liu, your willingness to contribute these things is a contribution to the court. I will surely reward you well. I, as ruler of the realm, am satisfied with your inventions and innovations. Liu modestly replied, all of these achievements belong to your Majesty's excellent education. Without your teaching, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish any of this. Moreover, it's only because I stand on the shoulders of giants that I've been able to achieve all this, simply using special steel to shape and create these items. This enables their effectiveness. It's also thanks to your Majesty allowing me to establish a new fiefdom, creating this base of steel production, ensuring a steady supply of steel. With a continuous supply of steel, such farming tools can be created. All of this is due to your Majesty's great effort, producing such favorable signs. This season's flattery left Xiuxian elated. After much difficulty dismissing everyone, Liu finally exhaled. Lu Shui approached Liu's side, anxiously gripping his hand and asking, Prince, will there be trouble now? You've only recently started pig farming. If something goes wrong with these pigs, there could be issues. Huh. Hearing this, Liu laughed heartily. What trouble? I've already established a pig farming base dedicated to raising pigs. Now, I'm planning to build more such bases in various major cities. These meats are quite expensive. If we produce popular pork, we'll quickly sell large quantities. With a constant supply of pork, becoming wealthy in the future will be no problem. Saying this, Liu burst into laughter again. Shui, how are the things I asked you to do lately? Prince, I've conducted investigations and resolved some commercial route issues. It's almost entirely settled. Prince, since you're married, do you think having me around is somewhat inconvenient? So you sent me out on missions? After hearing her words, Liu let out a hearty laugh. Lu Shui, you have truly misunderstood me. I don't have such intentions at all. Indeed, aside from you, I think no one else has the ability to do what you can. Liu, looking at the stunningly beautiful and highly skilled Lu Shui in front of him, said with a tinge of affection, you are the woman I cherish the most. You came into my life earlier than any of them. If it weren't for your identity, I would have already made you my empress long ago. As Li Yu spoke here, he sighed deeply. The reason why I haven't married you yet is mainly due to protocol. It would be very difficult to get through Father Emperor's approval. But if I make proper arrangements, I can clear your name. When that time comes, you'll officially become my wife, and there will be no more problems. Li Yu firmly grasped Lu Xue's hand and said with deep emotion, actually, in my heart, you have long been my queen. Under Li Yu's heartfelt confession, Lu Xue's heart began racing faster and faster, her face turning crimson in an instant. Her eyes seemed as if they were about to glisten with tears. They drew closer and closer. Li Yu tenderly touched her once before releasing her. After this matter is settled, I will publicly marry you as my wife. At this point, Lu Xue was completely enchanted, not even paying attention to what exactly Li Yu had just said. She merely gave a soft response. That night, as Li Yu looked at Lu Zhuo in front of him, he smiled and said, you have finally arrived. I have something extremely important for you to handle. He then pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. This document records a story about how the ministers and the emperor developed a great liking for pork. It also mentions Father Emperor's views on these pigs and tools. My trading house already has these products available for purchase anytime. Chapter 477, The Prince's Conspiracy. After Lu Zhuo finished reading the story, he let out a deep breath and quickly asked Li Yu in a low voice, Your Grace, there is an issue with this story. If we follow this story, the emperor seems wise and heroic, but it differs from what actually happened in reality. Isn't this too obvious? The emperor just left your residence, and then this thing happened immediately. Won't people suspect that you had some ulterior motives? If it's really like that, there may be trouble, he said softly, his tone carrying some gravity. Haha, Li Yu burst into laughter after hearing this. You've underestimated my father, the emperor. For other matters, he might investigate thoroughly, but for something that praises him, even if exaggerated or with some of my own intentions, he wouldn't have much to say. Because for him, this is a great thing. My father spent his whole life trying to build up his reputation because there's a dark spot on his record. He could never get past that black mark, neither psychologically nor in reality. He was unable to transcend that flaw. When Li Yu got to this point, a glimmer of indifference flashed through his eyes. Because of this, I dare to present this plan, leveraging his emotions to quickly promote these products. And these things are presented under the name of auspicious omens to my father. Do you think he would reject it? Even though this is based on the legends of the underworld, I am doing something beneficial for the country and its people. Li Yu's words instantly convinced Lu Zhuo, who expressed admiration. Your Grace, what you say is truly excellent. I didn't know before how often your Grace has such talents. He said this with both admiration and a hint of sighing. Haha, Li Yu laughed heartily. Li Xiuxian sat alone in his hall where only one candle burned, casting dim light around the vast space, making it feel frail and somewhat obscure. In the flickering candlelight, Li Xiuxian appeared particularly lonely. From afar, one could feel his inner loneliness. In the world below, only an old eunuch stood by Li Xiuxian. He knew this was the time when the crown prince was most calm. Only in such solitude could the prince find peace in his heart without special emotions arising. After a long time, he came out of this state of mind and commanded the eunuch, light more lamps. As a junior servant lit the palace's lights, the grand hall became bright again. Dong dong. At the same time, a minister rushed in. Crown Prince, I've investigated the matter you entrusted me with earlier. I heard that this time, Prince Qi reaped great benefits during the emperor's audience. It seems he produced something very peculiar which pleased the emperor, earning him rewards. And it appears these things will greatly benefit commoners. In addition, Prince Qi has interfered in military affairs. Li Xiuxian remained calm until now, showing no particular reaction. However, upon hearing the report, his expression drastically changed. Raising his head, his eyes clearly revealed some redness. The anger made his eyes bloodshot, giving them a fierce appearance. Even just looking at him for a few seconds, one could feel a chilling sensation growing inside. The official reporting gulped, fell prostrate on the ground, and did not dare to speak further. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiuxian said coldly, I know you have more to say, so go ahead. I won't become angry because of it. How exactly did he interfere in military affairs? Li Xiuxian spoke coldly. Crown Prince, replied the minister after conducting thorough investigations. The Ministry of War sent people to Prince Qi's pigsty to learn pig farming techniques. It is rumored he plans to spread these pig farming techniques throughout our great Tang dynasty so the people and soldiers will have meat to eat. Moreover, I've heard that many generals now praise him for this. Although pork is considered a humble meat, for these soldiers, if each of them could have pork to eat, they wouldn't resist it. Because even in their homes, pork is a very rare kind of meat. I heard a piece of news. The emperor also ate pork at Prince Qi's mansion and praised it highly, as if this pork were particularly special. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian's face turned extremely pale. He muttered, so this is how it is. This is how it is. I was wondering why he had been so calm recently. It turns out he was preparing such a lethal move. Probably the attacks on my allies before were arranged by him. On the surface, it looked like he was also attacking the people under his command, but in reality, it was probably just an act to disguise his true intention, to completely cut off my influence in the court. He silently secured welfare for those soldiers, and undoubtedly, they would be grateful to him. In the future, when he finds ways to interfere with the army, it will become much easier for him. Never would I have thought that this person would scheme so deeply, using so many hidden moves, all just to intervene in military affairs. Li Xiuxian spoke coldly, gripping his fists tightly. Ho ho, do you think this is enough? I won't let you have your way in doing something so significant. Since you want to make a fuss about this pork, I'll give you a push. Li Xiuxian tapped on the chair in front of him and said in a hoarse voice, order my censors to create a stir tomorrow immediately. You must drag this pork into the mire. Absolutely don't let this kind of pork gain any influence. Because if this pork gains influence, it won't be good for me. You absolutely cannot let him succeed. Upon hearing this, the official below immediately took action, going to see the censor deep into the night. Chapter 478, The Pork Conflict. The very next day, Liu strode out of the door with confidence. However, he had a pesky follower at his side, Changsun Pingting. As they walked along, it became apparent that she also wore a human skin mask to disguise her appearance. Your Highness, you won't be able to get rid of me this time. I'm determined to follow you around and have a good look. This time, I've changed my appearance, and I am just an ordinary person now. And with your people protecting us from nearby, we shouldn't run into any trouble. As Changsun Pingting walked, she happily spoke to Liu. After hearing this, Liu chuckled while covering his mouth. It's strange, every time I encounter you, something seems to happen. It feels like there can't be peace without some incident occurring. I still remember meeting you at the temple. Liu said this, and his words immediately caused Changsun Pingting's face to flush red. She blushed and spoke to Liu before her. Your Highness, why do you still bring this up? From the start, you insisted on claiming it was love at first sight and teasing me relentlessly. And now, I've become your princess consort. This shows there truly is destiny between us. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been after our first meeting that such a relationship developed between us. Afterward, we even received the emperor's approval for our marriage. Changsun Pingting said this with a tinge of nostalgia. It feels like these events happened right before our eyes. She paused here, reminiscing, and a hint of happiness appeared on her face. But recalling how trouble always seemed to find her whenever she ventured out, her expression turned somewhat gloomy. Liu extended his hand and held on to Changsun Pingting before him, saying, that's enough. Since we're already out, let's not talk about unpleasant things anymore. Why don't we go to the tavern and hear what the public thinks about pork? This time, I've made all the necessary arrangements. Since the emperor himself has such a fondness for pork, surely it will quickly expand nationwide. When the top has preferences, those below must follow accordingly. Liu said this with a touch of reflection in his voice. If he could sell all this pork well this time, he would make a substantial fortune. And these pork sales could continue endlessly, which represented an immense amount of wealth. Furthermore, these farming tools that provided great convenience to the common people would surely also sell extremely well. Additionally, he had hired storytellers to promote his reputation. When they entered the tavern, they suddenly heard a burly man cursing loudly. Who would have thought that His Royal Highness Prince Qi would behave so improperly by attempting to sell pork? Does he not know that pork is considered low-class meat? Who would eat it? He obviously has no understanding of the hardships faced by the common folk, thus coming up with ideas unworthy of mention. Just think of the troubles these commoners endure as they don't know the difference in fat quality. I knew these princes weren't decent fellows. Previously, I thought he did some great deeds, but then turns out, he does things like this. Another diner chimed in, seemingly full of anger, ready to curse further. Just as this happened, the storyteller finally entered the tavern. Upon stepping inside, he boldly approached the speaking platform and began his narration. Halfway through his tale, a shout of reprimand came from the audience below. You storyteller, are you actually saying pork is edible? Other than the most impoverished peasants, who else would eat pork? I've heard this meat is riddled with parasites. It's completely inedible. That's right. Clearly, you're being paid off, intentionally trying to disgust us. In the crowd below, another man with an oiled and shiny face shouted furiously, evidently seething with anger, needing to vent a few curses to feel better. At this moment, Changsun Pingting, upon hearing this, instantly grew so angry that her face turned red. How dare these people talk nonsense? Pork itself is very delicious. After being improved by His Highness, its taste is no longer like it used to be. Moreover, considering the high hygiene standards maintained in raising pigs, how could they slander you like this? As Changsun Pingting was about to rise and confront the burly man causing the trouble, Liu reached out and held her hand firmly, saying, hold on, don't move yet. Let's see what's going on first. Besides, this might lead to spreading a bigger reputation this time. The most important thing now is to change everyone's perception. Pork isn't the lowest class of food. Only then can it be swiftly accepted by everyone. In fact, the situation now presents an extraordinary opportunity. If this goes well, we might be able to make pork famous at once. From now on, everyone will like my pork, and then and I have made arrangements. After Liu said this, Changsun Pingting immediately became quiet. If the prince has made arrangements, then I won't say anything more. She sat down quietly and spoke to Liu. The storyteller beckoned a waiter nearby and said, bring up the pot of meat I prepared earlier. The waiter hurriedly brought the meat to the table. The storyteller then looked at the loudest muscular man and said, judging by your appearance, you must be an extremely generous person and also very moral, thinking about others. Why don't I ask you to make a fair judgment? Upon hearing this, the big and muscular man nodded. I am indeed a generous person, known as Brother Zhang of Righteousness, or Little Zhang Fei. I hate the most those dirty and despicable things, and today I am speaking up for justice. What can you possibly argue, storyteller? After hearing this, the storyteller was not anxious but smiled and said, I have prepared 3 pots of meat. If this hero can taste which one is pork, I would be willing to pay a string of coins to buy wine for all present. The big man coldly snorted and slammed the table. A string of coins? Too little. At least 2 strings are needed, and I want 1 string alone. Fine. The storyteller didn't hesitate at all and agreed immediately. But I do have a request. If this hero cannot taste the pork, there should naturally be some compensation for me. Do you agree? What kind of compensation do you want? Even if it's my mouth, I'll cut it off for you. After hearing what the muscular man said, the storyteller seemed frightened and quickly replied, This hero, I can't bear such sacrifice. I just need you to declare in public that I, the storyteller, haven't lied. Does that work for you? The storyteller said this confidently and respectfully. Chapter 479, Keeping the Promise. The storyteller's words immediately relaxed the burly man. With a grin, he said loudly, If that's the case, then of course I agree. I say what I mean, and if I really can't taste the difference, then naturally I'll pay up. Back in the day, I've eaten pork too, but that pork was absolutely horrid. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. The storyteller paused here, then turned to the waiter nearby and said, Would you please bring out a few pots? In no time, 3 large pots were brought over, each pot containing stewed meat. Together with the previous pot, there were now 4 pots of meat on the table. As soon as the lid was lifted off every pot, a strong aroma of meat wafted out, causing everyone present to instinctively swallow their saliva. Even in this inn, eating large amounts of meat is a privilege enjoyed only by a small portion of people. Meat was precious, so one had to spend money to eat it. Most people would just order some side dishes to go with their wine, not daring to indulge like this. This burly man lifted the lids off the 3 pots in front of him, discovering that they all contained chunks of bone-in meat. The rich aroma emanating from these pieces of meat instantly caused everyone present to widen their eyes, staring intently at the food before them. These meats look incredibly fresh and appetizing. They must be delicious. Someone in the distance said this, longing evident in their eyes. This burly man stepped forward and began to eat, grabbing a piece of the bone-in meat and chewing on it heartily. The moment he bit into it, he found the meat incredibly tender and flavorful. This taste is excellent. He murmured this, his eyes blazing with passion. It must be mutton. I've tasted mutton before, and it's exactly like this. Then he started on the meat from another pot. This one was extremely savory, even more so than the last, with an added smoothness. SSS. He took another hearty bite, and suddenly his mouth filled with oil. So satisfying. This must be beef. At this, he glared at the storyteller in front of him and spoke up. You sure have guts, storyteller, to dare bringing out beef. Humph, but since you dared to do it, I'll dare to eat it. After saying this, he moved on to the next large pot, picked up a piece of bone-in meat, and chewed it up. After taking just 1 bite, he felt his mouth fill with oil once again. This meat is unbelievably tasty. Could this be venison? With this question hanging in the air, he fixed a stern gaze on the storyteller, his anger showing. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed the storyteller, shouting loudly. You truly have nerve, storyteller, to dare playing such jokes on me. There's clearly no pork here. How am I supposed to taste it? Haha. Despite having his clothes seized, the storyteller remained unfazed, instead laughing heartily. Brother, you've got it all wrong. All that you just ate, it was all pork. There was no mutton or beef involved. It was simply pork ribs. Just some seasonings were added, all cooked right here in this shop, with the pork still kept in the back kitchen. If you don't trust me, we can cut off a few pieces of pork right now, cook them thoroughly, and see if the taste matches. Upon hearing this, the burly man quickly released the storyteller and headed straight towards the inn's kitchen. Amidst this crowd, someone shouted, Come on, let's all go check out whether there is pork like this in the kitchen. It couldn't possibly be a trick, right? How could someone fail to recognize pork? Surely some cunning scheme has been used. As this group chattered noisily, it drew quite a number of onlookers, all curious about what exactly was going on. Our love for spectacles hasn't changed from ancient times until now. Everyone enjoys watching, wanting to know what's happening. Soon enough, this burly man arrived at the kitchen, discovering there was indeed half a huge fat pig laid out there, its thick layer of fat making his mouth water. In this era, fat was something everyone cherished most. Everyone loved oily foods because they supplemented a great deal of body fat, thereby ensuring bodily functions. This burly man cut a piece of pork and threw it into the pot to cook. The chef hurried over, fished out the large piece of pork, cut it smaller, and did nothing else to the rest. As the pork in the pot was continuously cooked, it soon emitted a strong aroma. The burly man fished out the pork from the pot in front of him, not caring about the heat as he bit directly into it, savoring it carefully. It seemed like he had seen a ghost, and he took 2 or 3 steps back, his eyes wide like copper bells. Looking at the pork in front of him, he muttered, How could this really be pork? There's absolutely no foul smell, nor any fishy odor. The meat is tender and smooth, with abundant oil and fat, and an overwhelming aroma spreading throughout my mouth. Delicious, truly delicious. He murmured these words and then formally walked up to the storyteller, saying, I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged a good person. Pork can indeed be eaten. Although I don't know what method Prince Wang used to make the pork so tasty, these meats are indeed good. At this point, he bowed to the storyteller in front of him, then turned around and said to the onlookers who followed, I made a mistake. Of course, this storyteller is willing to compensate. I'll buy this pork and treat everyone to it. After speaking, he took out a string of coins from his pocket and threw it in front of him. I hope all of you will praise me after leaving, praising me for recognizing a lost bet. All these onlookers said, Of course, Brother Zhang, you're a righteous person, we all know that. Now that you've done such a great deed, we naturally will commend you. Undoubtedly, everyone in the capital will praise your righteousness. Haha, Brother Xiuxian cut off a piece of pork and swaggered away. As those left rushed forward, they told the chef in front of them, "Cut me a piece of meat, cook it here, so I can enjoy it with my wine." "Thanks." The chef didn't mind at all, cutting a piece of meat and throwing it in the pot. Chapter 480, The Trouble of Human Hearts. After the first person took action, the others followed. They stepped forward and asked the chef to cut pieces of pork for them to cook, wanting to taste the flavor of this meat. Soon, all the pork before them was gone, and those who had tasted it were filled with amazement. Is this even pork? The delicate texture, so smooth and savory. This pork and fat combo is just too comfortable. This taste is absolutely incredible. Changsun Pingting and Li Yu stood outside this crowd, her shocked expression saying, "How could these people praise the pork so highly? Could it be that they are all arranged by you, my lord?" She muttered, still in awe. After hearing this, Li Yu let out a mischievous laugh and said, "If it weren't for creating this small conflict, how would we have such results? Don't look at their heated arguments. In reality, this matter isn't significant. Graceful, full of brotherhood, with disputes. This is exactly what commoners love to see. And that's called hype." Changsun Pingting suddenly realized, saying, "My lord, I understand now. You've already encompassed everything in your heart. No wonder you can remain so composed. Such skill truly astonishes one." After listening, Li Yu burst into laughter once more. "You underestimate me. These are just some minor skills, trifling matters, not worth mentioning." Li Yu waved his hand while speaking. "But my lord, I imagine you've also set up numerous taverns around the capital to carry out similar strategies. Yet this surely costs quite a lot, doesn't it?" Li Yu nodded in agreement. "You're right. There indeed are substantial costs involved, but they're not much. Instead, they're just some cheap cuts of pork. Pigs grow incredibly fast. 2 batches can be raised within a year. These pigs are specially bred, growing extremely fast. So, their meat is particularly tender. At present, merely spending 100 guan, currency, we've effortlessly built our reputation. No, rather the reputation of the pig." Both nobles and high-ranking officials praised this pork as delicious. And if we add the voice of the ordinary masses who accept it as normal, how many will then purchase it? I've categorized this pork into different grades. Although only some pigs were fed medicinal herbs, I'm certain many will take a fancy to this pork. Li Yu grinned mischievously. Then there will be an endless flow of wealth. At this moment, someone chimed in. "This pork is so delicious. Where can we buy it?" "Yes, this pork must be quite expensive. I wonder how much it would cost." The storyteller heard these comments. He seemed prepared and began. "The Tang pig market has already begun attracting merchants. If anyone knows how to butcher, you can visit Tangzhou market, buy pigs, and sell them yourself. At present, the Tangzhou market has open shops in various districts. These stores also feature stands, and in the future, anyone wishing to buy pork should look to the Tangzhou market. The pork on these stands will certainly please everyone. Moreover, the price of pork is not expensive. Only 7 coins will get you 1 catty." Upon hearing that pork only costs 7 coins, everyone present gasped sharply. In Jingzhou Prefecture, meat was relatively expensive, which is why most common households rarely ate meat. Even that foul-smelling pork before needed at least 7 coins. Yet now this kind of pork only costs 7 coins? A seed had been planted in everyone's mind. Pork wasn't just affordable, its taste was extremely delicious. Li Yu actually had more unsaid thoughts. Since the breeding was centralized, the pork could, in fact, be made even cheaper, allowing every commoner access to meat. When the pork production fully operates, maybe the pork will only cost 4 coins per catty. If the meat becomes too cheap, the common folk may fear buying it, fearing there might be something wrong with the pork. Changsun Pingting listened carefully and asked in astonishment, "Why would that happen? If the meat became cheaper, wouldn't it be a tremendous blessing for the ordinary people? Why does it turn into something they fear instead?" She spoke here with some confusion. Li Yu reached out and patted Changsun Pingting's head with a smile, saying, "Isn't it simple? That's because anyone can feel fear towards things with unclear origins or unfamiliarity. Since meat is already very expensive, what do you think will happen when you come up with extraordinarily cheap meat for these commoners? They could feel immense fear since your price is suspiciously low. When something deviates from the norm, there must be a demon lurking behind. People will fear that you may have concocted diseased or problematic pork. Although common folk like small bargains, if someone stirs up trouble, even the cheapest item can instantly become extremely detested." Hearing this, Changsun Pingting was full of disbelief. She muttered, "Can this really happen? It seems products aren't always better when they're cheaper after all." After hearing her words, Li Yu burst into laughter. "That's certainly true. Goods can't just keep getting cheaper without issues. In my youth, I mingled among the common people. In those days at my fief, I received little favor, so I dealt with ordinary people quite often. Right then, I resolved to create these kinds of strategies." He said this with a smile as he recalled those memories. Now looking back, that was an incredibly relaxing time. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Changsun Pingting revealed a look of concern on her face, reaching out and taking Li Yu's hand in hers. Originally king. Master Li also had such times. No wonder you understand the suffering of the lower classes." As she spoke, she remembered how Li Yu knew about the common greed of the masses for small discounts. Delving further made her suddenly understand. This knowledge surely came from his own experiences. Move aside. Move aside." Just as the two walked along the road, a shout came from afar. A man dressed in brocade was riding a fine horse toward them, relentlessly urging the horse on while continuously lashing it with a whip in his hand. He seemed completely indifferent to the people around him. Chapter 481, Saving a Person. It seemed that even if he collided with someone while riding his stallion, he wouldn't care. A cute little girl of about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a head ornament, was running on the street. Behind her followed a wet nurse, protecting the little girl's safety. But at this moment, due to the crowd surging, the little girl was suddenly pushed out and almost fell to the ground. The fiery horse was already galloping over, ready to trample the little girl under its hooves. The wet nurse nearby saw this scene and let out a scream. She covered her mouth with both hands and showed a look of terror. No, miss. Liu didn't expect to see such a scene in the middle of the street. Without thinking, he immediately rushed forward and appeared on the horse. Ah! Changsun Pingting saw this scene and screamed in fear. Don't! At this moment, she turned pale from fright. Although she knew Liu was strong and had extraordinary strength, this was a fiery horse. How could a person endure such an impact? The onlookers in the distance were also shocked after seeing this. They didn't expect someone would rush out at this time to save the child. This was a very dangerous matter. The young man might be trampled at any time. There was a high possibility that the young man would also die, without a good outcome. At this moment, Liu stretched out his hand and forcefully lifted it, grabbing the horse's hoof. The fiery horse that was originally galloping was now as if someone had pressed a stop button, suspended in midair and unable to move. Liu then looked at the little girl in front of him and said, "Are you all right?" At this point, the little girl had already gotten up. Her chubby face revealed big eyes filled with curiosity. She pouted and said, "Did Uncle save me?" Uncle hugged me. It was so scary just now. The big horse was so frightening. The little girl realized this only now. She extended her hand toward Liu, seeking comfort. Liu held the little girl in his arms and consoled her, saying, "Don't cry, don't cry. It's fine now, it's fine." After the wet nurse saw this scene, she directly collapsed to the ground, continuously patting her chest and muttering, "Thankfully, thankfully." Changsun Pingting sighed in relief at this moment, murmuring, "I didn't expect His Royal Highness to be so capable. He can even stop a galloping stallion. This man is truly skilled. Judging by his slim build, he can stop a horse with his bare hands. Surely must be an expert. No, he must have been born with superhuman strength, or even a martial arts master." These onlookers, after seeing this scene, all sighed in relief. Running wild on your horse in the busy market. Do you even realize that you've broken the law? To act so recklessly, are you not afraid of stepping on someone? The prince breaks the law but is punished just like the common people. Who do you think you are to act so outrageously? Liu scolded the finely dressed man in front of him. Upon hearing Liu's words, the finely dressed man burst into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, laughable, absolutely laughable. Even if you possess superhuman strength, dare you offend me? Do you even know who I am? The man spoke cruelly, full of disdain. Liu originally intended to reason with him, but he never expected the other party to be so arrogant. He didn't apologize for nearly trampling the little girl, which was absolutely unforgivable. Humph. At this moment, Liu coldly scoffed, truly audacious. If you don't even know how to apologize, what's the point of riding such a stallion? Get off it right now. After cursing him like this, Liu gave a backward push. In an instant, this fiery stallion was overturned, along with the finely dressed man, who also fell onto the ground. After landing painfully on the ground, he started groaning. Ouch, ouch. At this moment, there was no longer a trace of his previous arrogance, instead groaning in pain on the ground. I'll remember this. Don't run. Once my servant arrives, I will make sure you regret it. Liu didn't even look at him, comforting the little girl in his arms instead. The little girl in Liu's arms currently had wide eyes brimming with tears. Her outstretched hands tightly gripped Liu's clothing. Don't cry, don't cry. Liu comforted her. At this moment, the wet nurse came beside Liu. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir. If not for you, our young miss would have been trampled to death by the horse." After saying this, she glanced back at the young master, her eyes filled with disgust. Pooh, this man is absolutely detestable. Chi-Chi, come to me. The wet nurse said to the little girl in Liu's arms. The little girl looked at the wet nurse in front of her and shook her head wildly. Absolutely not. Nurse, your hands are too weak. You don't have enough strength to hold me tight. Dad's strength is huge. I want Dad to carry me. It's safe. At this point, the little girl clutched onto Liu's clothes tightly, unwilling to let go. This expression immediately caused the wet nurse in front of her to appear flustered. Chi-Chi, be a good girl. No. The little girl shook her head fiercely and refused. Young master, what do you think? At this moment, Liu smiled faintly. He gently patted the little girl and told the wet nurse, since Chi-Chi is willing to stay in my arms, let me hold her for a while. After saying this, he turned his attention to Chi-Chi. Little Chi-Chi burrowed her head into Liu's embrace, as if she was really fond of being held by him. That's right, that's right. Little Chi-Chi spoke, her voice sounding irresistibly cute, with some coquettishness, incredibly adorable. Young master, are you okay? Who has the audacity to dare hit the son of the Deputy Minister of War? Doesn't he know our lord can bury him? At this moment, a few rough-looking servants rushed over angrily. The young noble on the ground pointed at Liu in front of him with a finger, viciously yelling. It's him. How dare he assault me? Grab him quickly. What audacity, truly fearless to such an extent. Absolutely cannot let him live. Or how could I ever show my face to my brothers and sisters again? If my fellow brothers find out about this, they'll laugh themselves sick seeing that someone dared humiliate me and I didn't fight back. As they watched, he berated them furiously, utterly mortified. Liu remained extremely calm at this moment. Watching the young master before him, he chuckled and asked, Do you realize what you've done? You've now angered me. Are you not afraid of dying? Chapter 482. Paying money to redeem people. After hearing these words, this young master's face instantly turned ashen. with a trace of fear appearing as he glared at Liu before him with malice. He hadn't suffered such a major loss for a long time, but here he was suffering at the hands of Liu. He felt an immense sense of frustration building inside him. The sight of Liu only fueled his hatred, and he looked at him with an expression that suggested he would gladly eat his flesh and drink his blood. Huh, good kid, actually daring to threaten Master Yang. How insolent. With a roar, the leading man rushed toward Liu as if ready to fight him to the death. As the richly dressed man saw his henchman rushing towards Liu, he coldly snorted and said, "You must be careful, all of you. This guy knows martial arts, and he's quite skilled." With one hand, he supported the horse I bred. "Surround and attack him. Today, unless we break one of his legs, I won't have my revenge." Humph, who actually dared to offend the son of County Duke Zhang? Truly audacious. One of them shouted curses, ready to grab Liu. "County Duke Zhang Lian?" Liu asked back. "Humph, even if you know it, it still can't save you from getting beaten. Mere child, how could you dare so presumptuously, causing trouble in the capital without knowing its rules?" Someone approached him while speaking threatening words. Upon hearing this, Liu frowned deeply, not believing that this person was actually the son of Zhang Lian, a very smart individual known for loyalty until his later years when he grew delusional and eventually rebelled due to persuasion. At this thought, Liu's mind suddenly stirred. Could this man before him be his adopted son? That would explain his arrogance. As this idea flashed through his mind, he applied a little force with his palm, and immediately the attacking man felt waves of intense pain surge through his own hand. He screamed in agony and collapsed right there before Liu on his knees. At this moment, another servant charged forward with ferocity. Armed with a stick, he aimed directly for Liu's head. If a normal person got hit by this blow, they might die outright. Liu, sensing the viciousness, originally decided to show some mercy, perhaps breaking just one leg of these men. But their audacity was far too great. Since they dared to do such a thing, it would not be his fault to retaliate mercilessly. Suddenly, Liu caught the stick with a reverse motion, crushing it under pressure. Seeing this, the servant who wanted to start a fight felt an overwhelming chill. He never expected that Liu would display such terrifying strength. A punch like this could probably burst someone's skull. Terrified by the spectacle, this servant hastily retreated, while Liu pursued and delivered a kick. Instantly, the servant flew backward, landing heavily on the well-dressed young man, knocking him flat on the ground. "You useless servant," groaned the young master after regaining some composure, cursing furiously and pushing the servant away roughly. In everyone's eyes now, Liu appeared as an invincible warrior god, easily defeating these sycophants. Little Chi-Chi in Liu's arms excitedly cheered. "Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Uncle is so amazing. Uncle, you beat all those bad people." With excitement, little Chi-Chi spoke these words. Meanwhile, among the onlookers around, admiration could be seen, and some bold ones started giving compliments. "This young lord is extremely skillful, beating the scoundrel thoroughly." That's true. For such malicious behavior, proper punishment is necessary. Upon hearing these words from the crowd, Liu walked over and grabbed the silk-clothed man, menacingly asking, "Oh, earlier, who did you claim to represent? You're surely not a natural-born son. Otherwise, you wouldn't be defaming your father's name so much outside. Are you an adopted son?" Liu questioned the young master before him. Trembling with fear, this young master quickly swallowed hard and responded, "Yes, indeed, I am my father's adopted son. But he is exceptionally close to me and will certainly not tolerate your harassment. If you don't believe me, try provoking my father and see if it causes problems for you." His words were filled with menace as he spoke. Spit. Upon hearing this, Liu slapped him hard across the face. Instantly, a bright red handprint appeared on this young master's face. He was struck so forcefully that it sent him sprawling and immediately made him burst into tears. After reducing him to tears, Liu threatened him further. "Call someone now to bring money, or you'll leave your life here today." "How dare you be so audacious? Who taught you to do such a thing?" Liu mockingly asked while patting the silk-clad man before him. Terrified, the young man turned pale, lashing out at one of his servants with a swift kick. He cursed venomously at him. "You idiot! What are you still doing here? Hurry up and report to the mistress so she can pay for my ransom." After saying this, his face took on an ingratiating expression as he addressed Liu. "Master, I've already sent someone to get the money. I hope you're magnanimous and don't hold this against me." As he spoke, he instinctively swallowed nervously. After hearing this, Liu scoffed, "At least 500 guan. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here today." The silk-clad man immediately turned ghostly pale upon hearing this. "Esteemed sir, surely you overestimate me. How could I possibly have 500 guan? I am merely a minor adopted son. There is no way I could produce that much money." He originally thought this matter would be easily resolved, never imagining it would lead to such an outcome. Being extorted for several hundred guan left him begging. Master, I will pay, but I only have 50 guan. It's all the money I possess." He said this humbly, appealing for mercy. Upon hearing this, Liu coldly chuckled. "What nerve you have." Then he patted the young man before him, asking, "Do I look like someone who's short of money to you? You think by offering just that little bit of cash, it will make me go away?" Chapter 483, Ruthless Lady. Liu was like a wandering knight from the Jianghu, fearless and unrestrained, willing to take lives at a moment's provocation. The key was that such knights usually possessed great martial arts skills. This young master felt chills running up his legs as a cold chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making him feel numb all over, almost to the point where his hair stood on end. How could there be such a person? His mind was flooded with endless despair. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly instructed his servant. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go find the lady. Have her send money over. As he gave the command, a look of ferocity crept onto his face. The lady cares about me so much, she will surely be willing to give money. Remember this well. The one who has captured me is an expert, so do not have any other ideas, and definitely do not report it to the authorities. Otherwise, I am afraid I won't even make it until the lady arrives. As Liu spoke these words, his eyes kept giving signals to the servant standing in front of him. Upon hearing the young nobleman's words, the servant suddenly seemed to understand something, immediately responding. Master, I've understood. I'll go find the lady immediately. I'm sure she'll rescue you. The servant, who hadn't been injured, turned around without hesitation and ran off. Within Zhang Liang's residence, the servant did not stop for anything, rushing straight into the inner courtyard. A matronly lady, feeding a parrot, was inside. Her cheeks were pink, her build plump, the epitome of a genuine Tang dynasty beauty. However, her eyes carried a touch of fierceness, indicating she was quite a temperamental woman. When the servant arrived, he fell to his knees right away, hurriedly knocking 3 times. Lady, it's terrible. The young master is in trouble. All the fat on this lady began to tremble continuously. She stared intently at the servant kneeling before her and questioned with anger. What has happened? Why are you saying it's such bad news? After knocking twice more, the servant replied, It's like this. The master went out riding wildly today and encountered a wandering knight. This knight attacked him at first sight without any reason. Not only did he subdue the master, but also severely beat us who were protecting him. And this man is extremely cruel. Revealing the names of Sir and the lady had no effect on him either. Instead, the servant stopped speaking here, seemingly too frightened to continue. At this sound, the lady's expression instantly changed. She raised her hand and slammed it down while scolding loudly. What exactly happened? Does he dare to say that? At least I'm the wife of a county duke in the capital city. Even the county duke wouldn't dare speak loudly in our presence. This is merely a common wandering knight, yet he dares to be so audacious. Having said this, she let out a cold laugh. If that's the case, I must give him a lesson. Otherwise, where would my face go? Saying this, she took out a document. No money, not a single penny. Take my document to the Jingzhou prefecture office and have them apprehend the man. My adopted son hasn't hurt anyone. How does this wandering knight dare to capture him? Is he really defying the authority of this court? If he dares to retaliate, then let the officials deal with him directly. I'd like to see who else in the capital dares not respect my face. The lady spoke fiercely, kicking the stone table next to her. The table tipped over to the ground before her foot even left. Her demeanor was truly fearsome. The servant just felt himself trembling all over, swallowing saliva unconsciously. He reached out shakily and accepted the document before him. Yes, lady, I'll act immediately. As he was about to step out of the yard gate, he turned back and asked softly, Lady, what if this knight uses master's life to blackmail us? Let those constables handle it themselves. If there's no good outcome, I'll hold them responsible. Seeing this, the woman didn't answer directly, but said this line. Anyway, it was about saving face. As for the result, it was up to these enforcers. The servant instantly understood the lady's intention and quickly walked out. This lady was currently feeding goldfish. Standing by the pond, she seemed slightly restless. With a wave of her hand, she threw the bowl she was holding, issuing a command to the maidservant afterward, and hurriedly led people out. Liu remained where he was, and returned little Chi-Chi to the wet nurse. The wet nurse thanked Liu profusely, her face tinged with anxiety as she said, I've heard that Lord Zhang is not an easy person to deal with, and his wife is especially bad-tempered. If you stay here any longer, you might run into trouble. I've also heard that many officials in the court, especially those with noble titles, won't act openly, but can be quite sinister behind closed doors. You must be careful. Liu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Don't worry. I have a special status too. I'm not afraid of them. If they dare to come, then let them come. I'll be waiting for them. Even though I'm just a wandering knight, I also have connections within the government. I want to see what kind of trouble they can stir up, and if it gets serious, there will naturally be people behind me who will clean up the mess. After all, Liu was a prince. How could he fear a mere county duke? Although this county duke still served as a minister in the court, Liu wasn't scared. Changsun Pingting also spoke up. Let them come. In this capital city, I've never feared anyone. We'll see what these people are up to. My husband is a very capable person. So Changsun Pingting spoke confidently. At that moment, before her words had fully left her lips, a group of bailiffs hurried over. Some held iron rulers while others gripped chains. When they arrived, they shouted loudly, Who has captured Lord Zhang's son? What arrogance! How dare you extort him so brazenly in the capital city? You clearly don't respect our authority. Confess now, and perhaps we'll spare your life. A head constable quickly spotted Liu restraining the young man in fine clothes and approached to scold him. But before he finished speaking, Liu waved his hand disdainfully, saying, Who do you think you are to talk nonsense to me like this? As Liu said this, he glanced at him sharply. At that very moment, several robust men in simple clothing rushed out from the crowd. They were Liu's personal bodyguards, having disguised themselves earlier and mingled with the common folk. Chapter 484, Adopted Son. As Liu made a move, all these people rushed out and stood in front of Liu. When these constables saw this scene, they were instantly startled. This wasn't just one or two individuals, but clearly a large group of strong and muscular men who seemed to be no ordinary people. That was the most troublesome aspect, as they were embroiled in disputes among wealthy families. The idea flashed through the head of the chief constable. His expression quickly turned cold, and he shouted at the guards before him. You really have some nerve. Don't interfere recklessly in official court business, or you will bear the consequences of a government crackdown. Haha. At that moment, one of the guards gave a cold snort. You indeed have audacity, completely reckless and overstepping your boundaries for just some young master. How daring. Just as the guards were about to reveal their identities, Liu suddenly spoke up first. I am here right now. Do you still want to make a move? Do it if you have the guts. I'd like to see what you plan to do. Besides, the troublemaker is this young lord. Therefore, I want to discuss some compensation which is only reasonable. This is a civilian dispute, and you are already arresting people? Who gives you such authority? Do you have an arrest warrant now? If you do, show it to me. If not, Liu paused here and gave a cold snort. If there's no warrant, what do you even think you're doing? And dare speak in front of me? Your officers hired by the court to serve justice, not to do whatever you want. Liu's words left the bailiff feeling extremely helpless, because Liu's behavior was far too exaggerated. It was as if he knew all sorts of insider information perfectly well. Ordinary families seldom had dealings with the authorities and therefore would not know the laws of the court, making them easy to manipulate. But now, encountering someone who understood the law, manipulation was impossible anymore. The victim is right here, and the family of the county duke has already been injured by you people. Naturally, we, as the local authority, have the right to capture them. All questions can be answered once they are taken into custody. And anyway, since you don't even belong to any official rank, how dare you? At this point, a harsh woman's voice echoed from the side. An obese woman appeared surrounded by her servants. There were originally a few bystanders nearby, but when they saw this fat woman appear, they were terrified and hurriedly scattered. They seemed afraid of provoking this woman, fearing there would be no good end. After the obese woman arrived, she immediately noticed the young master whom Liu was stepping on. She revealed an expression filled with maternal sorrow. My dear child, I've learned everything. It was this rascal who captured you, and I will make sure he pays the price. Don't worry. This time, I will surely rescue you. At this point, she prepared to berate Liu. However, when she saw his face hidden behind the human skin mask, she froze on the spot, as though witnessing something incredible. So handsome. She began drooling, murmuring incoherently. Her previously harsh tone suddenly softened. Young sir, your confrontation with my adopted son must have been a misunderstanding. Here is 100 strings of coins as reparation. I hope this misunderstanding can be erased for our mutual benefit. Saying this, her expression took on a dazed quality. After things settled down, why don't we go out for dinner? She spoke so openly without reservation. I absolutely adore handsome young men like you, and I'm certain my husband would also approve. Why not become my adoptive son? The bailiff standing beside, upon hearing this, stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked by this unexpected turn of events after the lady's arrival. He quickly whispered a question. Madam, may I ask how should we handle this matter? If we aren't arresting anyone, then I'll leave with my team. Humph. The madam, hearing the bailiff's words, revealed an irritated look. If you all leave now, will he follow me? If he doesn't follow, arrest him. If he willingly complies and follows, naturally, nothing needs to happen. Her mannerisms dumbfounded the bailiff before her. He had long heard that this county duchess was extremely domineering, not only subduing the county duke xuanhuan completely, but also keeping several young lovers. Moreover, she had directly adopted these young men as her godsons and brought them into her home for daily pleasures. It turned out that she had now set her eyes on another one, and was showing such an assertive attitude to make sure that this pretty young man would be taken into her household. The officer was filled with helplessness, but authority is something one cannot defy easily. So he reluctantly responded, Yes, madam. Just at this moment, a commoner in the crowd spoke up. We've already witnessed earlier that it was your godson causing trouble, riding recklessly in this bustling market. Aren't you going to discipline him? If you keep letting your son stir up trouble like this, don't you worry about him causing serious trouble that could eventually drag your family into it. Upon hearing this, the duchess let out a loud laugh. Who dares to speak? If you have the courage, step out. Don't be such a coward hiding within the crowd. Her plump face quivered as she scanned through the people. Liu looked at the stout woman before him and found that aesthetic standards during this period seemed somewhat flawed. Though this woman did possess some charm, her obesity was simply too overwhelming. And for reasons unknown, she appeared even stranger somehow. Liu didn't want to provoke this woman, so his expression became grave. Humph. With just a light snort, he replied, You fatty, I'm not afraid of you. Go ahead, try having me locked up in jail if you dare. But with just this small number of yours here, I doubt you'll be able to deal with me. As Liu said this, he clenched his fists, ready for a fight. In this capital city, he had plenty of manpower. Even if a big brawl ensued, he had the full capability to clean up every trace quietly, leaving no sign of any scuffle behind. Changsun Pingting, on the other hand, was visibly annoyed. How wicked this madam is. Chapter 485, Arrogance. She had originally intended to watch the show from the side, but she didn't expect that this lady would come and then target her prince, wanting to compete with her for a man. Although she knew that the prince would absolutely not look twice at this woman, she still felt a surge of hostile emotions. Humph. It could be seen that she angrily stepped forward, speaking with an angry tone. You nasty woman, why don't you take a good look at yourself? With your pig-like appearance, you dare to seduce my young master, HMPF. It could be seen that she said this with extreme distaste. At the very moment when Changsun Pingting spoke these words, the smug countess seemed as if she'd just heard something utterly cruel. It could be seen that in the next second, she immediately lost it like a lunatic. Nonsense. Filthy nonsense thing. She screamed aloud. Simultaneously, she pointed her finger at the constables around her. You bunch of trash, aren't you just going to let them humiliate me? She said ferociously. If you won't leave me alone, I won't leave you alone either. The constables instantly felt a headache. They didn't want to get involved, but at this point, they had no choice but to act according to the countess's words. The onlookers nearby were all chattering away. What is this? Good deeds go unrewarded. How can there be such a venomous woman in this world? How about this evil woman just goes off and dies? These people looked at the obese figure of the county governor's wife, everyone showing signs of disdain. But still, none dared say too harshly because after all, the county governor's wife was right there, having so many servants at hand. Worse yet, abusing borrowed authority, even brought a lot of constables. So many constables are hard to deal with. What can ordinary citizens do against these lawless fellows? Just then, the constables approached. Xianxia painting was already by Li Yu's side, whispering, We need to reveal our true identities now, otherwise, we might really get bullied by this madam. Haha, Li Yu laughed loudly upon hearing this. He gently pulled Xianxia painting into his arms and whispered softly, Don't worry, I've arranged everything one last time. Do you think this woman alone could possibly bring us down? As he said this, shaking his head, he suddenly exerted force underfoot. At this moment, the handsome adopted son emitted a cry of agony. Madam, save me. Li Yu had only slightly used force beneath his foot, and this fine-looking gentleman already felt as if all his internal organs were being crushed. He cried out continuously in anguish. However, the county governor's wife remained silent while the inspectors had arrived in front. Unless Li Yu revealed his real identity, it would be hard to make these people leave through mere reprimands. Would Li Yu reveal his true self and teach them a lesson using the authority of a prince? The guards beside him each displayed menacing looks, eyeing the inspectors closing in, ready to strike at any time. Right at this moment, a bailiff from not far away rushed over hurriedly. Underneath him was a fine steed, in his hand a letter of command. As he galloped through the roads, he shouted loudly, Hold your hands. Quickly stop. The magistrate has given the order. He's learned of this incident on the street and thinks it's merely a civil dispute. He commands us not to intervene. Nobility must not interfere arbitrarily in conflicts between common folk. He sent me with this warrant to promote peaceful dialogue between both parties and avoid conflict. What? After hearing this, the face of the county governor's wife turned white with anger. She could never have expected that the magistrate would dare oppose her at this critical juncture. After all, her husband was now a high-ranking official, a county duke. She thought about it, realizing immediately how infuriated she felt. What audacity! Is your magistrate blind? Doesn't he realize these people kidnapped my adopted son? How dare he do such a thing? So presumptuous. Does he think no one in the capital city can handle him? Do you believe me if I make my husband file charges against him now, leaving him to suffer the consequences? The bailiff holding the order revealed a solemn expression, earnestly saying to the lady before him, Lady, this matter isn't our fault. This is precisely the magistrate's will. Moreover, he said that if the madam insists on doing this, then he will file a charge against you, so you'll know that there are laws in the court. It was because the young master bullied an upstanding passerby who intervened for justice and thus got counterattacked, leading to the current situation. He told me to inform you. Those who do too much injustice will perish eventually. At this point, the county duchess could no longer contain herself. This time she had brought out quite a number of retired veterans from Zhang Liang's forces back in the day. These were all manorial troops, specifically meant to deal with minor adversaries regularly. Besides, these soldiers were personal guards who had withdrawn from actual battlefields. Every single one of them was experienced in warfare and proficient in combat formations. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't permissible to mobilize them easily within the capital. Mobilization would only occur after the approval of the house's owner. Of course, during the early years after founding the nation, restrictions on this matter for noble mansions were relatively loose. These were their private armies, naturally capable of engaging in covert activities. They held absolute control over these men. As the command rang out from the county duchess, those previously observing troops suddenly burst forward. They were dressed similarly to servants, but they all carried weapons in their hands. Kill. Grouped in 5-man squads, providing support for each other, they immediately advanced ahead, their lethal killing intent spreading everywhere, making people gasp sharply. Even the head constable who was still trying to mediate hastily retreated several steps, instinctively swallowing his saliva, not daring to approach at all. Neither side consisted of ordinary people. Should a fight break out, it would be troublesome. It might even involve him. If he ended up being slashed by 2 cuts of a blade, things would go south quickly. No, this matter must be reported to the magistrate of the prefecture. Otherwise, the next blame from any conflict may fall squarely upon him. Having considered this, he rushed towards the capital office. Seeing these men heading toward him, Li Yu laughed heartily. How bold, just being a county lord and you dare to use private troops to oppress commoners at will. Do you not fear someone exposing your deeds, causing your husband trouble, and then dragging you down along the way? Chapter 486, A Little Lesson. When Li Yu got to this point, all he could do was sneer and say, Moreover, do you really think that calling so many people will allow you to do whatever you want? After saying this, he waved his hand. His subordinates also quickly lined up, instantly forming an organized battle array. They also moved forward step by step, obviously showing signs of being seasoned warriors who have seen numerous battles. They were 100 war elite soldiers. Seeing this scene, these fubbing household troops all drew a sharp intake of breath, and the same question popped up in their minds. Could it be that these people in front are also elite soldiers from countless wars? Could this possibly also be a national or county duke's private army? The essence of phubbing was the privately raised armies in the mansions of these nobles. Because of the existence of these soldiers, they had enough confidence to conduct affairs. Attack. At the moment when both sides were about to clash, Liu suddenly kicked the young master. The young master immediately flew through the air, landing heavily amidst Zhang Liang's phubbing. Upon seeing her adopted son being thrown out, the Duchess roared, "Catch him quickly." In a rage, she scolded, "You two shameless adulterers, how dare you humiliate me like this? I'll never let you off easily." Liu originally didn't want to make too much of a fuss, but after hearing the vulgar insults from this fat woman in front of him, his face changed in an instant. He turned deathly pale. In a blink, he charged forward with extraordinary speed, as if he were a 1,000-li steed that once in motion, would crash towards his enemy with unstoppable force, thundering powerfully against all resistance. Just as the fat woman finished her words, Liu had already arrived in front of her. "You've got some guts, daring to humiliate my wife." Smack. Liu wasn't someone who went around provoking trouble, but he absolutely couldn't tolerate anyone who dared to offend his wife. This person was extremely protective. If someone insulted him personally, it might not make him as angry. But how dare they insult his princess consort? Even though he wasn't very fond of this princess, there was no way he would allow anyone to humiliate her. After receiving a slap, the Duchess was momentarily stunned, looking blankly at Liu standing right before her. It only took a few seconds for her to come to her senses. How could she be beaten by this man when no one had dared to touch her for many years? She immediately lashed out fiercely towards Liu while shouting furiously, "How dare you hit me? You wretch! You wretch!" She raged uncontrollably. As soon as she started to attack, Liu struck another blow. Smack! This blow struck her face again. Slap after slap landed on her face, turning this Duchess' appearance into a bruised mess. She was originally overweight, still retaining some semblance of femininity. Ignoring her plumpness, it might not have been so bad. However, under Liu's assault, it only took a short while for her to swell up like a pig's head. With such a grotesque visage, she stammered incoherently. Within a short period, she was unable to utter a word. Liu smirked coldly. Face given, not wanted. It was then that the household soldiers finally reacted. They exploded with fury instantly. They had been dispatched specially by Zhang Liang to protect the Duchess, yet under their watchful eyes, she was battered into this state. This amounted to severe public disgrace. Their wrath erupted instantly. All of them, filled with murderous intent, lunged at Liu with lethal intent. They aimed to surround and apprehend him. "My Lord Duke, it's not that we failed to protect her ladyship. It's simply that this individual's reaction and speed are far too swift. He harmed her before we even realized what was happening." Even the team leader's hands trembled while he muttered these words. After this roar, he charged toward Liu, ready for a fierce fight. Judging from his expression, it seemed as if he was preparing to risk everything. Seeing the approaching man, Liu merely smirked slightly before swiftly kicking the man in his calf. Instantly, the man screamed in pain and collapsed onto the ground. Holding his leg tightly with both hands, he let out cries of agony. Then, Liu dashed into the crowd. Everyone witnessed the following spectacle: a young man, like a ferocious tiger, charging into a flock of sheep. None among them could last a single round against him. Just a light touch from Liu sent them flying as if they'd been dealt a crushing blow. Each one let out a cry of agony and fell directly to the ground, rolling continuously on the floor. These were all seasoned veterans who had been through countless battles, yet they still couldn't withstand a single strike from Liu. In just the time it took for a few breaths, all these men had fallen to the ground. Only after this did Liu feel he had vented his frustration. He then fished a pouch of silver coins from his pocket and threw it over. "These silver coins are my compensation to you all. In the future, don't dare to do such shameful deeds again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Don't think that having some martial skills gives you the right to act without restraint." Liu hurled these words back at the group before him. As he walked towards the obese county lady in front of him, she realized immediately that she had encountered a tough opponent. She struggled desperately to scoot across the ground, retreating as she cried shrilly, "Don't come closer, don't come closer. Just go, please go already. What happened before was indeed my fault. Please don't cause any more trouble for me." Liu stopped where he was, gazing at the woman before him. "I'll keep record of this matter. If I ever find out again that you're inciting your adopted son to bully others around, don't blame me for not being merciful. What I despise most in this life is vile people like you. And you," Liu continued, "if I discover once more that you're riding recklessly, be careful. I will snap both your legs so you'll have to spend the rest of your days in a wheelchair." After speaking, Liu let out a faint humph. "Let's go." He then simply lifted Chang's son Pingting into his embrace and strode away with great nonchalance, leaving with her. Not long after, the soldiers guarding the city defenses arrived upon receiving the news. When they saw the sprawled bodies lying on the ground, they were instantly startled. The governor of Jingzhou also hurriedly rushed to the scene, but upon seeing the bruised county lady and her soldiers sprawled on the ground, he was left equally astonished. When the county lady noticed so many people had gathered, she immediately burst into howling cries. Chapter 487, Traffic Law. "Finally, you've arrived," she exclaimed with such lament. "That person was truly despicable. He humiliated me, not only beating me severely but also striking my adopted son. You must understand, my husband is serving the nation abroad. How dare they do such things? Wah!" She sobbed loudly, appearing every bit the victim. When the Duchess had recounted this far, she pointed her finger at the prefect of Jingzhou before them. And you? On what basis do you classify my conflict with him as a civil dispute? Refusing to let your officers intervene in these matters. All of this is your fault, she shouted loudly, pushing all blame onto the prefect of Jingzhou. After hearing these words, he was momentarily stunned, seemingly astonished that the woman before him could be so persuasive and insist it was his problem. Not fearing the prefect of Jingzhou either, for behind him stood Prince Qi. The reason he didn't involve himself this time was due to Prince Qi's instruction that this matter should be handled by him, as it concerned a conflict between a prince and a duchess. Even if he were foolish, he would still know how to pick sides. Upon hearing the duchess's words, the prefect of Jingzhou merely coldly snorted and said, "Madam, don't act like a victim here. I've already sent my own subordinates to investigate the matter. How dare you brazenly frame others, letting your adopted son gallop recklessly, almost trampling pedestrians? Do you not realize that you've violated the laws of the court? Not even the Son of Heaven is above the law. How much more so are you just a mere duchess? I advise you to rectify your behavior. Don't talk about making trouble for me. Today, I will write an official report to inform His Majesty and let the Emperor handle this matter. I shall see if you can truly cover up everything." Saying this, his face radiated righteous indignation. Upon hearing this speech, the duchess was immediately frightened pale, pointing her finger at the prefect of Jingzhou before her, temporarily overcome with rage. You, how dare you do such a thing? She had never expected that the usually mild-mannered prefect of Jingzhou in the capital would suddenly become so domineering, completely unafraid of her threats, and even planning to accuse her. It's unjust, truly unjust. As a noble duchess, after being beaten, I now endure such humiliation. She wailed and cried loudly, her hands pounding on the ground. Her appearance seemed to indicate she had suffered great losses, as if others were indeed at fault. Many bystanders, however, saw the entire situation. Before, these people were seen mocking her actions among the crowd, saying, "We saw you humiliating others earlier, now you're the one crying. Haha, it's too funny. After failing to show off, you're resorting to throwing a tantrum?" These voices stung the duchess deeply, causing her to shout furiously before collapsing unconscious. Quickly take the duchess to the medical hall." Following the prefect of Jingzhou's command, she was quickly carried away for treatment. Li Yu and Chang's son Pingting had already left, removing their human skin masks, and entered a tavern, watching the scene from afar. "Your Highness, won't this woman really die of anger?" Chang's son Pingting asked with some tension. Li Yu waved his hand and replied, "Relax, it's not easy for this woman to die of anger. And if she does die of anger, isn't that just removing one great evil?" Li Yu smiled and spoke nonchalantly, seeing no issue with getting the woman angry to such an extent. "Well, we've never ventured into the streets. We witnessed this far away, so let's discuss this carefully later." Chang's son Pingting still had a serious look in her eyes. "Your Highness, might this cause some trouble? Know that the current situation is not a small matter. With such a ruckus, it could spell tremendous trouble." Chang's son Pingting, born into a bureaucratic family, naturally foresaw potential problems ahead. Li Yu chuckled and responded, "Anyway, it has nothing to do with us." "Oh yes." Chang's son Pingting slapped her forehead in agreement. "Ding, system task, establish Tang Dynasty traffic regulations." Seeing the chaos on the street firsthand, it became evident that a set of traffic regulations was needed to ensure safe travel for the common people. Reward, blueprints for the steel war chariot. Upon seeing the reward, Li Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He had never imagined that he would activate such a task. Originally, he merely intended to escalate the matter so he could implement some of his plans. But with this new task appearing, he realized his plans needed some adjustments. He stroked his chin and said, "This is quite a good reward. I have a plan." Li Yu spoke aloud. Li Shimin soon learned about the incident where Zhang Liang's wife had been angered into fainting. He summoned an eunuch and ordered, "Arrange for a royal physician to go and treat her properly." As he thought about it, rumors came back to his mind. His heart was filled with doubt. This wasn't a trivial matter, and the situation had escalated significantly. He had to send someone over to fully understand what exactly happened. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled and quickly summoned the prefect of Jingzhou. "This incident occurred under your jurisdiction. What exactly happened? How could the wife of a county duke be so enraged that she fainted?" Li Shimin asked gravely. After hearing this, the prefect of Jingzhou immediately fell to his knees and loudly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, we must start from the adopted son of the county duke's wife." Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin became even more puzzled. What did this have to do with the adopted son of the prefect of Jingzhou? He sharply questioned, "What on earth happened? Tell me everything from the beginning." The prefect of Jingzhou then recounted how the adopted son had been galloping recklessly on horseback, almost trampling pedestrians, leading to a confrontation with a roving swordsman who gave him a severe beating and demanded compensation. Next, the wife of the county duke sought justice, but instead was violently beaten before the swordsman brazenly walked away. Then he continued to recount how he criticized the actions of the county duke's wife, planning to formally report her behavior, which resulted in her collapsing in rage after learning that her deeds were being fully reported to the emperor. Li Shimin, after hearing all of this, was initially speechless. It started as something minor, reckless horse riding, but led to all of this. Though the matter might seem neither extremely significant nor insignificant, it involved nobility and also a wandering swordsman. Despite having personal sympathies toward the swordsman, he still understood the importance of appeasing the nobility. Chapter 488, Pretending to be seriously injured. In Li Shimin's view, this was actually nothing more than a trivial matter. However, since it involved aristocrats, he needed to pacify them carefully, as they were all his old comrades after all. They had struggled hard to establish their empire and endured countless trials and tribulations. To him, these brothers shared a crucial bond. Without these old brothers, he wouldn't have been able to live peacefully up until now or overcome those difficulties. Thoughts of these crossed Li Shimon's mind. He then spoke up. This wandering knight beat the wife of Marquis Gong. Although it was for the people, it was somewhat excessive. How about this? Issue his wanted order. If he is captured, imprison him for a few months, fine him some silver, and that should be enough. If he cannot be caught, I will not punish you either. After all, this person is highly skilled in martial arts. Even our imperial guards are no match for him. There's no need to push him into a corner. Li Shimon said this with great composure on his face. His tone was very calm, as if he already understood these matters completely. Still, he would investigate this individual. Given such formidable martial skills, if this person could join the army, it would certainly provide significant assistance. As this thought occurred to him, a flash of anticipation flickered in his heart. Of course, such wandering knights were highly likely to decline joining the court. Meanwhile, the Marquis's wife lay in her mansion while the royal physician treated her. Several other wives had also arrived at this moment. Upon seeing the Marquis's wife lying on the bed, everyone got a big shock. They hurried over and asked, "What happened? Why does she look like this?" The Marquis's wife appeared with bruises on her nose and swollen face from punches. Her appearance looked particularly terrifying, and she moaned. That man was too outrageous. After yelling that sentence, her breath seemed to weaken. Tears streamed down from her eyes as she complained resentfully. "Sisters, my adopted son merely galloped through the streets recklessly. How can this count as a major issue? But that man was truly detestable. He went so far as to bother me. Now not only has my adopted son been severely beaten, but I've also ended up like this. Well, this is utterly humiliating, let alone the disgrace from the chief magistrate of Jingzhou." She continued by saying that and cried sorrowfully, narrating the incident's details. That man recognized this wandering knight. When I asked him to arrest the culprit, he refused, claiming instead that I had broken the law. It made me faint with anger. The royal physician saw the Marquis's wife talking confidently despite the supposed injury and dared not comment much. He only sneaked a glance and closed his mouth, pretending not to hear anything. "Sister, don't worry. When did we, aristocrats, ever deserve lessons from a useless wanderer? Yes, sister, you have always shown us respect before. We will certainly restore justice for you." Another lady consoled with reassurance. Wail. Hearing this, the Marquis's wife sobbed uncontrollably. "Thank you, esteemed sisters. If my husband wasn't currently serving outside, I would not disturb any of you. I thank each of you for standing up for fairness this time." An elegant lady among them said, "Do not worry, sister. As fellow nobles, we share mutual support, let alone that our husbands have long-standing friendships. We will definitely ensure justice is served for you and find out the truth behind all of this. Whoever orchestrated this behind the scenes must be taught a lesson that they cannot escape." After several more consoling words exchanged with the Marquis's wife, the ladies left gifts and departed. The royal physician had long stealthily slipped out and dared not listen to any more content. Though these ladies weren't bothered, as a royal doctor, he couldn't involve himself in such affairs. Lying on her sickbed, the Marquis's wife fixed her gaze on the royal physician and asked, "Doctor, how is my condition?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across the physician's face, and he promptly responded, "Madam, your constitution is rather robust, and there isn't serious harm. Only some superficial wounds which aren't of much consequence." At this point, he cautiously stole a glance at the Marquis's wife's expression. "I shall just prescribe a few doses of medicine for you. After you take them, you should recover quickly." Upon hearing this, the Marquis's wife's demeanor clearly deteriorated. "Humph, royal doctor, are you sure?" In an instant, the tone of this lady became somber, and she voiced her accusation. Her words were clearly a threat. That royal physician was no ordinary person either and immediately understood the implications of this lady's intentions. After standing there in shock for a moment, he quickly said, "Lady, I know exactly what has happened to you. You've obviously sustained internal injuries, having endured a very severe blow to your body, which has caused major issues. I mistook it earlier." At that point, he sighed heavily. "Lady, it will take at least half a year of recuperation for you to recover from these wounds." Upon hearing those words, the Marquis's wife nodded in satisfaction. The more grievously injured she claimed to be, the harsher the punishment would be for the wanderer once caught. With some well-timed maneuvers on her part, she could make sure that this wandering knight would pay dearly. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of excitement swept over her. "Humph, young man, you're still too inexperienced to compete with me." She exhaled slowly after taking a deep breath. "Ah, that's right. Servant, bring out the gifts I had prepared earlier." After the order, a servant stepped forward with a tray containing 3 gold leaves in his hands. The Marquis's wife smiled faintly as she spoke. "Doctor, traveling a long distance here, this is just a token of appreciation. Please accept it." Seeing the gleaming gold leaves before him, the doctor's eyes lit up instantly. These 3 pieces of gold were worth dozens of strings of cash, making for a pretty substantial bonus. And even better, they were highly portable. As a royal doctor, who usually served in a low-income role, he relied mostly on tips from nobles like her, rarely earning much otherwise. Now, with this extra income, he was quite pleased. He tucked the gold leaves into his hand and said, "Lady of the Marquis, rest assured, I will certainly report the severity of your injuries. You must take good care in your recovery during this time." Chapter 489, A Family Letter. After finishing his speech, he walked to the table and directly took up the brush pen, beginning to write a prescription. He instructed the servant before him, saying, "The medicine must be prepared according to this prescription for the madam in front of us to recover as quickly as possible." Having finished speaking, he left. Seeing the imperial physician leave, the Viscountess's expression instantly turned cold. She rose from her seat, walked over to the table, causing the servant's face to slightly change as he looked at the Viscountess with some bewilderment. But in the next second, the servant masked all signs of confusion, slightly lowering his gaze, not daring to look at the Viscountess. This madam then gave out a cold snort. "Prepare the ink for me. Bring me the family letter paper I had prepared earlier. How can I stand in the capital after enduring such humiliation if I cannot retaliate? How will those noble women submit to me?" With clenched teeth, she spoke on bitterly. "I may not care about these things, but I absolutely cannot let those people step over my head." The servant hastily started grinding the ink, quickly preparing it. Once ready, the Viscountess picked up the brush pen and began writing, detailing all her humiliations in the letter with vivid words. She also made it clear that if Zhang Liang did not return to deal with this matter, he should not come back at all. After completing this task, she handed the letter over to the servant beside her, instructing him to arrange someone to deliver it. Liu was inspecting in his shop and discovered that these trading caravans had sold an impressive amount of farming tools in just a short time. More importantly, the Ministry of Works had purchased a large batch. They attempted to make their own, but could never achieve the same quality. Moreover, even when they managed to create something similar, the cost was still higher than what Liu's caravan charged for their farming tools. Hence, the Ministry of Works once again bought a significant amount. These items were distributed to counties near the capital for promotion. Naturally, many wealthy families also rushed to purchase these tools. For them, money wasn't a problem. Enhancing productivity was much more critical. Many landlords owned vast tracts of good farmland, requiring considerable manpower every year. However, by increasing efficiency, they could save on labor force significantly, recovering the costs within just 1 year at most. As for many commoners, they were still observing the situation cautiously. Only a small number had made purchases to try them out. Seeing these profits, Liu was quite satisfied. The manager followed by his side, smiling while introducing, "Your Highness, as per your instruction, we tell stories about His Majesty every time we sell these farming tools. Now, many people among the common folk have spread this information, believing that our emperor is truly wise. Shouldn't we further promote these goods?" asked the manager curiously. Liu laughed and said, "Of course, these items can drastically enhance productivity. If we don't seize this season to sell, how would Tang Dynasty strengthen its power even more?" "Your Highness, there's a letter." Just as Liu was about to continue, a servant hurriedly entered from outside, concern etched on his face. Holding a letter in hand, the servant approached Liu and passed it to him. As Liu held the envelope, he noticed a tiny mark on it. This was the signal given by the magistrate of Jingzhaofu. Whenever there was anything urgent, the magistrate could reach him using this envelope. Upon looking briefly at the envelope, Liu's complexion slightly changed, seemingly having seen something troubling. Letting out a low growl, he muttered angrily, "How hateful! This woman is indeed too despicable." It turns out that the magistrate of Jingzhaofu detailed the recent doings of the Viscountess in a letter, delivering it to Liu. Although Liu originally planned to use these affairs for strategy, he never imagined this woman would stoop so low as to cause trouble for the magistrate of Jingzhaofu. "Humph, she's truly a wicked woman," said Liu with a hint of chill in his voice. On hearing these words, the nearby manager was shocked. Anxiously, he questioned, "Your Highness, you suddenly uttered such a remark. Could it be that something untoward has occurred?" Realizing that he still had business to attend to, Liu waved his hand and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to worry about what I mentioned. What I'm pondering is something else entirely." Upon hearing this, the manager finally exhaled in relief. "Organize everything and put it all together in documents as I have taught you, then send them all to the Wangfu. As for the rest, there's no need for further questions from you." After saying this, Liu departed. On the other side, Changsun Pingting soon learned that the Countess had secretly contacted several ladies, evidently preparing to take action. She rushed back to the Wangfu and, facing Liu, said, "Your Highness, that woman is truly despicable. It seems like she plans to issue a warrant for your arrest." "Huh, don't worry. The warrant isn't for me, but for some wandering swordsman. Besides, we didn't reveal our true identities to her, so why should we have any concerns?" Liu added here with a touch of a cold sneer. "I thought this woman would reform after being taught a lesson, but who would have guessed she'd become even more extreme? I'd actually like to see what she's up to." Changsun Pingting revealed an annoyed look. "Your Highness, I should have given that woman a proper punishment back then. 2 slaps would have been good enough." She was clearly infuriated by this. "Huh." Hearing this, Liu laughed loudly and then comforted her by patting her head, saying, "Don't worry. There won't be any significant problems. I think the current road management in Jingzhaofu is far too chaotic. It would be perfect if we could rectify this situation according to my guidelines." Saying this, Liu instructed, "Summon Lu Zhua. There's something I want to entrust him with." Soon afterward, Lu Zhua arrived, and his entire presence radiated strength and intelligence. Especially his eyes shone with remarkable sharpness. Over this period, he managed thousands of people in secret, oversaw an enormous intelligence network, and improved immensely. Chapter 490, Gaze Compulsion. It can be said that Lu Zhua standing before him was no longer the former naive and weak person. With his health improved, his spirit had also become especially strong. He walked forward, looked at Liu seriously, and said, "My lord, what is the matter with calling me?" Of course, there There is an important task for you to carry out. Li Yu lowered his voice and quietly gave instructions to Lu Zhuo in front of him. Lu Zhuo nodded. Indeed, such a person can be found, but his martial arts may not be as powerful as yours, my lord. That's no problem. It's not a big issue. Li Yu smiled and said so. The most important thing is, I need this event handled to bring about reform. The roads in the capital are chaotic. We must reflect on this deeply. If it just relied on some small legal reforms, it might not spread effectively to all levels. But if the lady from the Duke's mansion were also involved in this incident and learned a lesson, naturally, the streets under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou government would be much clearer. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuo instantly took in a sharp breath of cold air. My lord, as expected, you are concerned for your country and people and possess such a grand vision for all under heaven. This is truly a blessing for all under heaven and for the common folk. After hearing this, Li Yu waved his hand. Don't flatter me here. This is merely my small wish. When I see something, naturally, I want to make a change. When he spoke here, his expression turned solemn. Afterward, give these articles to our trusted individuals and let them submit them directly during the Great Assembly. This time, we probably will have to fight hard in the court assembly to calm everything down. After Li Yu resolved these issues, he returned to his room. Lu Shui entered holding a cup of tea, reaching out her hand, gently patting his head, and softly consoling. My lord, how are you now? Seeing you furrowing your brows and appearing distressed today made me quite heartbroken. After hearing this, Li Yu burst into laughter, hugged Lu Shui in front of him, and consoled by saying, Rest assured, I am in excellent condition. I am only contemplating the struggles within the capital, hence feeling somewhat weary. To achieve something, one must always face many problems. I want to improve the situation in this world. Thus, I must engage in fierce battles with them. At this point, he laughed again and moved closer to Lu Shui. Are you here at this moment wanting to comfort me? Lu Shui's face immediately turned bright red. My lord, what nonsense are you talking about? It's broad daylight. If her ladyship finds out, do you think she would still stay beside you? She might even go complain to the Changsun mansion. After hearing this, Li Yu laughed heartily once more. Rest assured, she won't get angry over this. She already knows about you all and is willing to coexist harmoniously with all of you. In this life, I only hope to be together with all three of you. Initially, I didn't plan to accept her, but circumstances forced me to do so. Actually, I shouldn't have employed that strategy back then, but who would have thought that a slight compromise would lead His Majesty to arrange things like this? Truly an unexpected and unfortunate turn of events. After saying this, Li Yu sighed. It was clear that he did not wish to get mixed up in this affair. It should be known that the system had warned him before. Becoming emperor would influence the overall direction of the realm. At that point, there was a possibility of being eliminated by the system due to breaking the rules. As he had violated the system's guidelines, it was absolutely intolerable. Thus, in the situation where he wasn't becoming the emperor, he could do anything, except changing who was supposed to become the emperor. That alone was prohibited. In fact, Li Yu had conducted relevant speculations that this originated from restrictions set by the system. Even though he didn't understand why there were such limitations, he realized that he could bring about changes discreetly, thereby extending his own power. Once his strength reached a certain level, even the emperor wouldn't dare to act recklessly against him. He knew well both the current emperor and the next were people of sharp minds. Especially Wu Zetian, who was a ruthless woman. This woman almost wiped out all members of the Li family. Forget about the princes. They too fell victim to her schemes one after another. So he had considered ways to deal with Wu Zetian ahead of time, but this might also violate the system's rules. Therefore, he could only prepare in advance so that Wu Zetian wouldn't act freely as she pleased. Of course, Li Ji shouldn't be allowed to do as he pleases. On the premise of not changing history, continuously enhancing one's own strength is what Li Yu needs to do. After pondering this, Li Yu let out a long breath. He looked at the tender beauty in front of him and decided to stop thinking about so many things. The only thing on his mind now was a night of passion. After all, one moment of spring night was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Such a wonderful time must not be wasted. With a soft hum, the night came to an abrupt end. The great assembly was now in an uproar. Ministers were discussing with each other. They had heard about the incident involving Lady Zhang Liangfu and laughed when they reached the amusing parts. This lady didn't expect to get beaten by someone. In this capital city, there are actually such outrageous people. Another minister said, there's more to this matter. I heard it was Zhang Liang's adoptive son rampaging through the streets and almost hitting a little girl, which caused this wanderer to punish him. What kind of wanderer? Just a mere thug hooligan. People like him should not be allowed on official grounds. Publicly bullying the wife of a county duke. If we don't execute him, the anger of the commoners will not be pacified. Yet another minister remarked, everything must follow the law. If governance doesn't abide by legal standards, then isn't this nobility ruling? Afterward, every commoner will live in fear for their lives. Every minister was murmuring and debating various perspectives, touching upon different factions within the court. Emperor Taizong Li Shimin had already ascended the throne, while Li Yu glanced toward the position of crown prince. There stood Li Chengqian, seemingly uninterested in the surrounding matters. Upon noticing Li Yu's gaze, Li Chengqian turned back and glared fiercely at him. There was irritation and hatred in his eyes, but that look quickly disappeared. Not far away, Wei King Li Tai also cast a glance at Li Yu. Li Yu possessed warrior bloodlines and had taken his internal cultivation to the ultimate level. As such, he was very sensitive to hostile gazes. At this moment, looking up, he met the eyes of Wei King Li Tai. Li Yu wore a half smile, causing Li Tai to unconsciously shiver. Chapter 491, Contempt for the Emperor. He inexplicably felt a bit uneasy. Prince Qi seemed to have changed a lot, and this gaze made him feel restless, as if it were hiding some danger. Then he took a deep breath and calmed down completely. He nodded in the direction of Li Yu to indicate his response. Li Yu also chuckled, seemingly no longer pursuing these matters. Their eyes merely clashed once before returning to calmness. This was the conflict on the court, only through an exchange of glances, yet clearly demonstrating the severity of this danger. Just at that moment, a minister stepped forward. He was none other than the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works. As soon as he came out, he immediately said, "Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report about the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture. This person has been acting outrageously. Today, the governor of Jingzhou actually harbored troublemakers, bullying the wife of a county duke, showing utter audacity and doing as he pleases. I am here to formally accuse this man." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin looked up and paid attention. This was an old comrade who had fought alongside him to establish the empire and now served as the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works. His accusation must be for Zhang Liang's support. After listening, Li Shimin coughed slightly. Ahem. Is there any evidence regarding this matter? Your Majesty, naturally there is evidence. Your Majesty, I have already sent people outside to await orders. We can summon them inside at any time, forcing the governor of Jingzhou to submit to justice. After hearing this, Li Shimin shifted his gaze to the governor of Jingzhou and asked, Governor of Jingzhou, how do you respond to this accusation? Upon hearing this, the governor of Jingzhou remained quite composed. Smiling, he said, the words of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works truly surprised me. I certainly didn't publicly incite violence. Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works is wrongfully accusing me. Taking a step forward, the governor of Jingzhou seriously began to explain. If we are talking about this event, I've already prepared a memorial beforehand, ready to inform His Majesty. I want to impeach County Duke Zhang Liang for poor family governance, letting horses rampage among the public, committing murder in broad daylight. When Li Shimin heard these words from the governor of Jingzhou, he was also quite shocked. He never expected this person to be so firm, and after being impeached, would say such things to retaliate with great determination. Coughing again, Li Shimin said, let's slowly explain what exactly happened. The governor of Jingzhou then repeated the main points of the incident. These words immediately sparked discussions among the ministers present. How audacious could this Madame Zhang Liang be, daring to act like this? Yes, it really doesn't look like something any of us would dare to do, yet she dared. I've heard that Madame Zhang Liang's conduct is somewhat inappropriate. All these discussions were kept at a very low volume. At this moment, Li Shimin thought that all this chatter was somewhat inappropriate. Coughing slightly, he stated, silence. This matter must be investigated properly before making judgments. Just at that moment, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works spoke up. Your Majesty, this matter can be postponed to another time, but County Duke Zhang Liang's wife was severely injured by these knights errant. She is currently receiving treatment at home. Zhang Liang has contributed a lot to the state. During every battle, where did he fall behind? He even achieved much success for the country and the common people locally. Now, if his relatives are beaten and no effort is made to trace the culprit, wouldn't that be utterly hateful? How will it let us loyal brothers serve your Majesty faithfully abroad and at court without resolution? These words instantly startled everyone. The words hit straight to the core. If this couldn't be resolved properly, it might bring enormous trouble later. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin also started feeling a headache. The situation involved an old ally, so he had to consider the matter cautiously. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't favor one side over another in these kinds of situations. If he handled this improperly, it might tarnish his reputation among the people. Ahem, Li Shimin coughed and said, nonsense. The warrant for arrest has already been issued by the governor of Jingzhou. The mastermind will definitely be found out. What is there to worry about? This criminal will not be able to escape easily. Li Shimin spoke with a hint of mild reprimand. At that point, a censor approached and interjected. Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, your words are indeed too excessive, clearly attempting to threaten His Majesty. Could His Majesty handle affairs unfairly? Do you harbor such grievances, secretly planning rebellion? Our sovereign has always had the welfare of all under heaven at heart. Even with countless problems, each and every one is addressed in due course, all with the aim of securing stability for the common folk. But don't you think your words just now were a bit too excessive? Besides, the truth of the matter isn't even clear yet, and here you are spouting off recklessly, threatening His Majesty. What exactly do you intend to do? And even though you're the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, I dare to impeach you. The censor's remarks instantly brought a wave of panic into the Vice Minister's heart. He unconsciously swallowed his saliva, feeling a sense of unease. The words he had just said indeed came from the depths of his heart, truly seeing the emperor as an elder brother. Precisely because of this, such words had been spoken. However, after the censor's admonition, he subconsciously felt some fear welling up within him. He had indeed overstepped and insulted His Majesty. The world was no longer about them old brothers taking the lead in establishing their kingdom. There were also many ministers involved now. With various forces in tense competition, in the next second, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, I have erred. I should not have spoken such words. I indeed harbor some grievances, but these are only against the governor of Jingzhou, and absolutely do not target your Majesty. Please forgive me, your Majesty. As he spoke, the Vice Minister knocked his head hard several times. Seated at the highest point, Li Shimin, upon seeing this scene, could not help but feel a bit helpless. That is enough. I know you spoke out of excessive concern for Zhang Liang, so I will forgive you without fault. Thank your majesty, thank your majesty. He loudly proclaimed these words. Just then, another censor stepped forward. Your majesty, I have a memorial to present. The roads across the land today are in disarray. Our great Tang dynasty is more prosperous than any preceding dynasty, but the state of disorder on our roads has become increasingly unacceptable. It is extremely easy for passers-by on the street to collide with carriages and horses. This is certainly not a good situation. We must establish regulations to make our roads smoother. Otherwise, incidents like this will keep recurring and conflicts between the nobility and the common people are inevitable. Chapter 492 Memorials. When the censor reached this point, he turned his head and glanced at the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Works standing not far away, a sneer appearing on his face. Many of the current conflicts are already being blamed on the commoners. If this continues, public sentiment will only escalate. Small issues accumulate into big ones, which in turn can grow into unspeakable acts of violence. As they mount up gradually, things become uncontrollable. Setting rules is essential to address these matters. This speech from the censor made Emperor Taizong feel deeply resonant. Originally intending to muddle through, he now felt a stirring within and began to see a clear reason. Taizong nodded. It was then that Li Yu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I am at fault in this matter. Upon hearing this, Taizong immediately became puzzled, unclear why Li Yu had suddenly stood up. After all, it was merely a dispute between a wandering knight and a countess. If the nobleman didn't have many brothers who were close allies among the ministers, it wouldn't have escalated to the court. Li Xiuxian, originally indifferent to these affairs, even found the situation somewhat amusing. However, when he heard that Li Yu was somehow involved, his ears perked up instantly, and his gaze focused sharply on the scene. A look of surprise was evident on his face as if he were struggling to figure out what exactly happened. Wei Wang Li Tai, after hearing Li Yu's words, also felt greatly astonished. His eyes shifted toward him with a suspicious glare. He was convinced that Li Yu could never admit fault so easily. There must be some strategy behind it. It was more complex than it appeared. Meanwhile, other officials present redirected their gazes towards Li Yu, wearing expressions of bewilderment, as if trying to make sense of everything. At this moment, Li Yu remained calm and spoke steadily. Father, I happened to witness this incident that day. I was enjoying some fine wine on the balcony of a tavern. I, along with my consort, well protected, coincidentally saw the stepson of the Marquis galloping wildly through the streets. He paused, sighing deeply. This young man was utterly reckless, dashing recklessly about, nearly trampling a little girl. Fortunately, the wandering knight intercepted the horse just in time, sparing the girl from certain peril. These words of Li Yu's stirred something deep within Emperor Taizong. Never would he have expected that Li Yu himself had been present at the scene, having witnessed this whole event firsthand. Taizong asked curiously, You merely witnessed this, so why do you say you're guilty? Li Yu replied, After the conflict erupted between the wandering knight and the wife of the Marquis, she summoned the bailiffs to deal with the situation. However, I intervened by sending her a note preventing them from acting. Moreover, I sent people to protect this knight. Unbeknownst to me, the knight was highly skilled in martial arts. Not only did he not need my protection, but he also severely injured the wife of the Marquis. This is why I claim my guilt. I participated in this matter concerning the wife of the Marquis. Please punish me accordingly, Father. There had previously been some disputes in the court over this matter, but now, everyone expressed astonishment. So this is how things went. It's no wonder seasoned warriors of the army got involved. They turned out to be people associated with Prince Qi's mansion. Emperor Taizong's expression brightened with sudden clarity. So that's how it happened. With Li Yu meddling in the affair, it was now understandable why the events took an unexpected turn, beyond everyone's comprehension. The Undersecretary of the Ministry of Works stood there. Earlier, his eyes had flared with anger. I thought why this knight dared to act with such boundless audacity. It turns out he is connected to His Royal Highness, Prince Qi. Your Excellency, please hand over this man so that he may be arrested. Upon hearing the Undersecretary's accusation, Li Yu sighed deeply. In the end, I lost track of where this person disappeared to. Although I admired his incredible martial skills and had thoughts of recruiting him. After all, he was an impressive hero who could move mountains and dominate the world with his might. Still, a true hero like him wouldn't be easily swayed. Despite my intentions to recruit him, I gained no result whatsoever. All I know is that he left the capital and vanished without a trace. Sigh. At these words, everyone present gasped involuntarily, clearly unprepared for such an ending. Li Xiuxian, seeing that Li Yu confessed involvement in the matter, immediately became excited. A respected countess being taught a lesson by a mere wandering knight. A time when the aristocrats should unite in righteous indignation. Yet here was Li Yu admitting connection, essentially signing his own death warrant. Just imagining it, Li Xiuxian shivered with anticipation. As he took a step forward, he immediately spoke. Your Majesty, I believe this matter should be thoroughly investigated. This wandering knight dared to defy your Majesty's authority. We must uncover his origins. With such extraordinary martial arts skills, his background is bound to be remarkable. If foreign adversaries were to recruit him, it could lead to significant trouble. Upon hearing Li Xiuxian's words, Li Shimin's expression darkened instantly. He glanced at Li Xiuxian before him and revealed a look of disdain. He had always harbored dissatisfaction with the selection of Li Xiuxian as the crown prince. As Li Xiuxian grew older, he liked him even less. This was not just because of Li Chengxian's physical disability, but more so because of his lack of moral integrity in handling matters. As the dignified crown prince who revels without restraint, for an emperor, this is absolutely intolerable. Now that he saw his own brother getting into trouble, Li Chengxian immediately stood up and reacted so excessively that it made Li Shimin contemplate replacing the crown prince. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions. The crown prince is the foundation of the state and cannot be easily replaced. Besides, as the emperor, he certainly could not make such decisions based on personal thoughts alone, as they would surely be rejected by his ministers. After pondering these thoughts, he rebuked, "Chengxian, are you questioning if your own brother has issues? Or are you suspecting that Li Yu is plotting rebellion? He is your brother, and yet upon uttering such words, don't you care about your own sibling? As the crown prince, you say such heartless things about your own flesh and blood brother. Who taught you such insensitivity? Where have all those Confucian books you've read gone? And where are the teachings of Laozi and what you've studied? In the Tao Te Ching, it says, the greatest virtue is like water. Do you, as the crown prince, not understand even this basic principle?" Li Shimin was extremely agitated while delivering this speech, as he holds Confucian thought in high regard. Thus, he was highly dissatisfied with Li Chengxian's current behavior. Chapter 493, Brotherhood. When Li Chengxian heard this, he felt a shiver run through his body. He couldn't believe that Emperor Li Shimin would publicly criticize him in such a way, labeling him as unrighteous. Heaven be merciful. He only intended to take the chance to strike against Li Yu, but why must he receive such severe punishment? Chengxian suddenly became stammering. "Father Emperor, You what? After court today, you will copy the Analects of Confucius 10 times and submit it tomorrow." This statement struck Li Chengxian with overwhelming panic. He lowered his head, beads of sweat dripping down his face as he clenched his fists tightly. A wave of anger spread throughout his heart. Hatred had become the strongest emotion within him. Even though Li Yu kept good company with roving knights, he was still rebuked by the emperor. Perhaps Father Emperor didn't even value him, hence these frequent admonishments. This thought enraged him to the point that he almost wanted to lift his head and yell right there. But he knew that he absolutely couldn't do such a thing, or he might even be stripped of his crown prince title. Still, he endured quietly, gripping his fists so tightly they trembled, all the blows making his mood worse than ever. As Li Yu watched his brother Li Chengxian being scolded, he quickly said, "Father Emperor, this is all because of me. I am willing to confess my mistake together with my elder brother and copy the Analects alongside him." After saying this, Li Yu knelt down earnestly. The undersecretary of the Ministry of Works stood silently on the side, some surprise flickering in his eyes. Though he wanted to speak up, he choked on his words. After all, this was an internal matter concerning the royal family. He couldn't get involved easily. Moreover, Li Yu enjoyed immense favor from Emperor Li Shimin. No matter how many mistakes he made, he would never be reprimanded like this, thanks to the agricultural tools he personally created that brought wealth and prosperity to Tang dynasty. Matters as trivial as this fight wouldn't come into question in the grand scheme. Emperor Li Shimin calmed down after hearing Li Yu's sincere apology. He glanced at the trembling Li Chengxian before scoffing coldly. "Learn from your younger brother. See how righteous he is, not small-hearted and mean-spirited like you. If you wish to show kindness toward Crown Prince, I naturally don't oppose. You should also copy the Analects of Confucius 10 times. Emperor Li Shimin spoke calmly. Also, both of you should have a proper exchange. From now on, this kind of incident mustn't happen again. Emperor Li Shimin's cold tone showed his displeasure, and after hearing these words, Li Yu honestly replied in compliance. At this moment, Li Chengxian also quickly responded. Yes, Father Emperor, your son has learned his lesson. Prince Wei, Li Tai, upon witnessing this scene, barely suppressed laughter. At that point, Emperor Li Shimin continued. That concludes this matter. The case of Zhang Lianfu will continue to be investigated by our physicians, while disputes are left to be investigated further by the Department of Justice, and all decisions shall be postponed until the conclusion of the inquiry. With these final remarks from Li Shimin, the matter was closed. Looking at one of the censors present, the emperor commanded, write up a memorial regarding your transportation observations and submit it for review. Upon hearing this, the censor immediately burst into joy. Yes, your majesty, I already have the memorial prepared and can instantly present it. The censor retrieved a scroll from his robes and hurriedly handed it over. A eunuch then delivered the document to Li Shimin. As the emperor perused the contents of the memorial, he read about proposed regulations, rules about vehicles yielding to people, even involving bailiffs when necessary for traffic management. Li Shimin became more and more satisfied with each passing line, concluding that the censor certainly possessed talent. The emperor approvingly commented, You've done well. Then Li Shimin nodded and said, Let's proceed to the next agenda. Fang Xianling and others looked anew at this censor. Previously unremarkable and seemingly average, yet in this instance, he proved extraordinarily thorough, which led them to speculate. Could it be that this censor had foreknowledge of all these issues? Had he prearranged and planned everything accordingly? For old hands like these ministers, who were cunning and calculating, even just casual conjectures led them close to uncovering plausible reasons. After the council session ended, Li Chengxian did not immediately go to Li Yu, but instead moved toward Changsun Wuji. In a low voice, Li Chengxian confronted Changsun Wuji. Didn't you promise to help me? Why did you remain silent at this crucial time? By this point, Li Chengxian was already growing unable to contain himself, launching into repeated questioning. Changsun Wuji raised his head slightly, glanced at the anxious and worried Li Chengxian in front of him, then let out a cold snort, filled with ridicule. Your Highness, you should think about what just happened. The Emperor is already enraged. Surely you don't expect me to risk his wrath to plead for you, and to inform His Majesty that we have some form of alliance. Am I supposed to help you ascend to the imperial throne? Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian dared not reply anymore. Xiuxian, allow me to speak presumptuously and address you thus. How can the crown prince be so petty-minded? You must realize, in the future, you will inherit the grand position. If you are still harboring pettiness, how does the emperor passing on this throne make sense? For you to simply emulate him by eliminating your siblings. Do you want to slaughter all your brothers? At this remark, a strong wave of emotion surged through Li Xiuxian's heart. Yes, in the future, he could kill them all. If he did that, who would dare contest the throne against him? Immediately after this thought crossed his mind, his demeanor became calm. Grand Tutor, indeed I acted rashly. I will make amends. I will not act this way ever again. Li Xiuxian said these words, then slowed his steps, walking towards Li Yu. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan gave a faint smile, gently shaking his head. Xiuxian, there is far too much depth here, far too much that you need to learn. Take it slowly. Only after enduring sufficient lessons will you truly gain insight. However, Xuanhuan never guessed what Li Xiuxian had come to understand from all of this, or the person he might become because of it. Prince Qi. Li Xiuxian approached Li Yu and spoke. I believe that what Father Emperor mentioned during court was absolutely right. I've been envious of you, so I wish to sincerely apologize and hope you'll forgive me. Chapter 494, Reconciliation of Old Bonds. After hearing this, Li Yu looked up at Li Xiuxian in front of him. Your Highness, because we are brothers and blood relations, even though there are some conflicts between us, I believe the issues between us should not be that serious. After this matter, I think we should get closer and strengthen our emotional bond. Li Xiuxian was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Then he said, Prince Qi, what you say aligns with my thoughts. Indeed, our relationship needs to become closer. But as your elder brother, sometimes I have my own worries. At this point, Crown Prince Li Xiuxian spoke this way, showing some signs of acting. Before this, he had been displaying an expression of deep hatred, but now he appeared so warm-hearted. Li Yu did not think that Li Xiuxian's character would change instantly after being lectured by Li Shimin. There were probably still issues lurking ahead. Li Yu smiled and said, Prince of Crown, surely you understand this matter, so I feel that perhaps we don't need to create these kinds of conflicts between us. You're right, I feel the same. What do you think, Prince Qi? Both sides said these words while appearing close, yet their speech was cold and distant, completely disregarding the other in their hearts. Li Yu knew well that Li Xiuxian would eventually take the path of rebellion. No matter how he acted on the surface, one couldn't tell what he thought inside. At this moment, Li Yu pretended to reveal something by saying, Your Highness, I actually know something else, and I'm unsure if I should tell you. Prince Qi, just speak your mind. I absolutely will not get angry. Li Yu sighed at this moment and said, I know that Prince Wei recently seems to be associated with the Cui family, so he is deliberately targeting both of us. Why would he do such a thing? I guess, Prince of Crown, you must know the reason. Perhaps he wants to sow discord between us to make us fight to the death. I am the prince whom Father Emperor values recently, and you are the crown prince. If we two battle each other, resulting in broken heads and bleeding faces, who will benefit? Probably it will be our good brother. Prince Wei refuses to leave the capital until now, and he is extremely fond of literature, collecting various books to establish his reputation. Do you think what he intends to do? Only Father Emperor likely knows what he truly has in mind. Li Yu stopped here inside. He decided to confess to Li Xiuxian at this moment. In fact, I only wish to be a leisurely prince, staying uninvolved in future affairs. Just your highness knows that within this court, sometimes things cannot be avoided. So, I merely did what I ought to, creating some new things to help Tang dynasty grow stronger. In the future, I will be an upright minister. I think there are certain matters we absolutely cannot compete over. Heaven has already predetermined the results. These words from Li Yu stirred Li Xiuxian in front of him, making him instantly irritable and furious. Prince Qi, what do you mean by these words? Could it be that you are boasting to me? Li Xiuxian lowered his voice, filled with anger, as if ready to explode at any moment. To him, Li Yu's words were clearly warning him not to entertain any delusions. What does fate predetermine? He was the esteemed crown prince. How could he fail to inherit the throne? At this thought, he felt a surge of righteous anger, wanting nothing more than to shatter Li Yu into pieces. But he also realized he was no match for Li Yu, thus letting out a cold snort. Prince Qi, how dare you say such words? I am the crown prince, destined to inherit the throne. It is my fate. Therefore, heaven has already determined that I shall be the crown prince, destined to become emperor. So I suggest you stop talking to me about such things. After listening to this, Li Yu quickly explained, the fate I mentioned is not mine. I have no desire to vie for the emperor's position. Prince of Crown, I shall stop speaking here. After Li Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left, no longer arguing further with this crown prince in front of him. Just at this moment in the palace, Li Shimin had summoned the censors along with others here. He handed the memorial he held in his hand to the dignitaries in front of him. Xuanhuan had originally arrived at the palace gate, but was called back. When he saw the memorial in front of him, his heart stirred violently upon reading its contents about transportation. At the moment he saw the details inside, he instantly understood why Li Shimin had kept all of them here. If they could truly implement this set of traffic rules, then it would immediately bring about a reform in transportation. From that point onward, everyone would know how the traffic regulations worked. Then, the chaos in the capital could be resolved. He put down the memorial in his hand and handed it over to another official. After everyone finished reading it, xiuxian swept his eyes across the people in front of him and said, "After reading this memorial, each minister surely has formed an opinion. I plan to implement this policy now. How do you see it?" Fang Xianling spoke up. "Your Majesty's decision to use this policy is indeed a wise choice. The conflicts within our court stemmed from reckless horse riding, but there were no specific laws to control this situation. We only had related legal provisions. Now, if we want to deal with these offenders, we must adopt special measures. With these new rules, this will be a great blessing for us." Upon hearing this, xuanhuan revealed a solemn expression on his face, but he remained silent as he realized this matter was bound to be executed. xiuxian asked, "xuanhuan, do you think we can carry out this policy?" "Your Majesty, the content in this booklet does indeed seem practical, but the capital office is not a small region. Even if we are going to implement this policy, we need to proceed step by step. If everything happens at once, it might cause chaos in the capital. Remember, there have been no relevant legal articles before. These commoners have not been educated about the new rules. How could they understand the nuances involved? So, now we should gather the carriage drivers and those who own horses in the capital district for training, which will help improve the situation. At the same time, we can also dispatch officers to guide and direct these horses and carriages." xiuxian nodded. "Indeed, this is a great idea." Chapter 495. Zhang Liang returns to the capital. After they had settled on a strategy, they prepared to begin execution. Just as they passed through, Liu heard the system's voice ringing out instantly. In that moment, the method for manufacturing steel vehicles appeared in his mind. As he absorbed these methods appearing in his consciousness, he immediately became excited. This was certainly good news. These steel vehicles were things that could crash through anything, even leaving a huge hole in a city gate. With these things, great accomplishments would definitely be within reach. As Liu thought this, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming excitement. He already had a steel factory. If he wanted to produce these vehicles, it would be extremely simple. Haha, Liu burst into laughter at this moment. Too wonderful. Simply incredible. I never imagined we'd end up with such a treasure. With treasures like these, I can manufacture steel vehicles. It's just unfortunate there's no petroleum yet. If only we could find oil, we could create automobiles immediately. For now, all we can make are regular vehicles, bicycles, and war chariots. After thinking about this, Liu came up with an idea. He quickly drew up detailed design plans, sent them to his fief, instructing them to urgently manufacture bicycles and send them to the capital. Zhang Liang had now returned to the capital, bursting into his residence filled with anger. When he arrived outside the mansion, the servants standing guard at the door were all startled and quickly asked, "Grandfather, how have you returned? Aren't you supposed to be serving away from here?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang glared at them, fire blazing in his eyes. "Had your ineptitude not been such a disgrace, do you think I would return? I never imagined that I left you all to protect my wife, and instead of protecting her, you let her be humiliated like this. How infuriating. Not only was she humiliated, but she was also seriously injured. What use are any of you waste?" Listening to his curses, the guards before him all lowered their heads shamefully, too afraid to meet Zhang Liang's gaze. After scolding them, Zhang Liang demanded, "Where is the lady? What is her condition now? Who dared to harm her? How did you let the attacker get away?" "The mistress is resting inside. That swordsman was incredibly skilled, injuring many soldiers and leaving them without strength to fight back. They are currently recovering." Zhang Liang quickly approached his wife's room, pushed open the door, and saw his wife lying on the sickbed. His heart surged with emotions upon seeing her. He harbored complex feelings for his wife, a mix of deep fear, dread, and affection. Despite certain wrongdoings by his wife, he didn't dare offend her. Seeing her lying there, he sighed deeply and walked into the room. An obese woman sat there, some redness and bruising visible on her face. But despite her injuries, she wasn't showing any discomfort. Instead, she greedily devoured a large roasted chicken right in front of him, wolfing it down with great haste. The sight of this shocked Zhang Liang immensely. "Lady, why do you eat so voraciously? Have you perhaps contracted a fatal illness and will soon perish? Did someone beat you so severely that you indulge yourself one last meal? Don't worry. I swear I will avenge you. I will catch that person and tear them apart limb by limb." Saying this with fierce hatred, Zhang Liang continued cruelly until the next second, when the heavy-set woman slapped the table forcefully with her hand and yelled, "Zhang Liang, who exactly are you cursing? What kind of joke is this? Who said I am going to die? I only sustained slight injuries. If I hadn't exaggerated in my letter, would you have rushed back so quickly? My honor has been tarnished so greatly, and I summoned you to settle this matter, teaching those people a lesson so they won't dare defy us again. In particular, after you left, countless people in the capital stopped respecting me. I've suffered tremendous loss. In what state have I ended up being beaten to? How could I possibly bear this insult quietly?" As she said these words, her fists clenched tightly. Worse still, even the current emperor defends that swordsman. "Originally, your fellow brothers promised to help me seek justice, but there has been not a single word from them. If I didn't call you back, who knows what other humiliation I might have endured." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang approached his wife and extended his hand to gently caress her face with a tinge of sadness in his voice. "Don't worry. This time, I'll make that bastard regret it. I'll definitely get justice for you from His Majesty." Hearing this, Madame Zhang finally turned her tears into a smile and said, "That's more like it. Tonight, I'll reward you by spending the evening together." Zhang Liang nodded at this. He couldn't dare oppose his wife. After all, they hadn't seen each other in such a long time. so it was perfect timing to rekindle their intimacy. The next day, just as dawn broke, Zhang Liang arrived outside his old brother's mansion and sent a messenger to deliver a note. After entering the room, he looked at the assistant minister of works and angrily asked, "Brother, isn't this too outrageous? Why did you do this? You promised to look after my wife when I left, but now she has been beaten like this. Were you just standing by idly?" After hearing this, the assistant minister of works hurriedly defended himself. "Bright brother, you've wrongfully accused me. I did indeed take care of your wife, and even helped solve some issues on your behalf. However, this swordsman appeared suddenly and mysteriously, leaving no trace for us to follow. Just yesterday during the Imperial Council, this swordsman boldly rode around inside the city processions, and my men were assigned to catch him, but failed. This is a deliberate provocation, and worse, he even left behind a letter." The assistant minister's words shocked Zhang Liang immensely, as he realized just how bold this man truly was. "Fine then, I'll seek help from some of my brothers. I refuse to believe that we can't bring down a mere swordsman in our Tang dynasty with our mighty generals." "Hold on," the assistant minister quickly advised. "Bright brother, stop and think carefully. Those generals are mainly responsible for leading troops into battle, and only a few remain in the capital. Their lives revolve around maneuvering deep within strategies and tactics. They don't want to stir up trouble. If you involve them in this, you might exhaust all the goodwill they owe you." Chapter 496, Unfathomable Depths. After hearing this, countless questions surged in Zhang Liang's mind. Why does asking a few old brothers for help to catch someone cost so much goodwill? Those old brothers shouldn't be that petty, right? No sooner had Zhang Liang spoken these words than the undersecretary of the Ministry of Works hurriedly whispered, "That's because the matter is not simple. Do you know what has happened?" He said this with a hint of unease. Zhang Liang was shocked upon hearing this. The main issue is that the roving knight seems to have been courted by Prince Qi and has some connection with this prince. Tell me, which general's office dares to make a move now? At present, the most favored person in the court is Prince Qi. He is the one currently most appreciated by His Majesty. The old brothers are too busy trying to ingratiate themselves with him. How would they risk offending him over such a trivial matter? Unless that roving knight offends to the point of killing your wife, I doubt any general would dare to act. It was originally rumored that the magistrate of Jingzhou had already sent people, but after a note from Prince Qi, he immediately backed off, and all plans to act were abandoned. Now even His Majesty has set the tone. The matter ends here. After hearing this, Zhang Liang reluctantly said, "Isn't the Dali Temple still investigating?" Upon hearing this, the undersecretary of the Ministry of Works sneered coldly. If the Dali Temple truly wanted to investigate, wouldn't such a mere roving knight have been caught long ago? With no results so far, it appears that they're also planning to hush up the matter. In the capital city, who isn't sharp-witted? No one wants to get involved. This matter will probably end here, and it's unlikely there will be any deeper investigation. Zhang Liang listened, his face showing a tinge of hesitation. He never imagined the waters to be so deep. The situation had developed to this extent, leaving him more hesitant about how to proceed. In a daze, he returned home, unsure how to explain the situation to his wife. However, as soon as he arrived, his wife rushed forward at once. "Is the matter resolved? Is that wretch unable to escape anymore? When can we capture that person?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang suddenly felt waves of irritation. With a wave of his hand, he spoke somewhat angrily. "It's impossible to catch that person. I've heard His Majesty himself prefers to let things slide, so the matter will likely end here. As long as they don't come bother us, we cannot pursue this further. This is the information I obtained after consulting my old brothers." The plump wife, upon hearing the truth, sat down forcefully on a stool, shattering it into two pieces instantly with a loud crash. The scene was rather awkward. Zhang Liang helped her up, saying gently, "Since there's nothing we can do, we should stop arguing and just focus on our peaceful little lives. Isn't that fine?" After hearing this, the lady began sobbing immediately. "You simply don't care about me, your wife. A mere roving knight. Why are you so afraid to capture them? Don't you realize how much disgrace we've endured? I don't even dare go out now, fearing others will directly point out and say I am the wife of the Marquis who got beaten." She lamented in a voice full of sorrow. "As a respected lady of the Marquis, I've been humiliated to this extent and have no means to restore my dignity." After hearing this, Zhang Liang clenched his teeth and said, "I'll stake my old reputation and face the emperor. Surely His Majesty, considering my years of hard work, will see this incident through thoroughly." The crying wife, at the very next moment, suddenly showed a gleam of surprise in her eyes. "Really?" she asked expectantly. With clenched teeth, Zhang Liang replied, "Of course. Since I've already agreed, if you insist on pursuing this matter to its end, then I will surely uncover the real culprit behind the scenes. How can I, an esteemed general who has followed the emperor through thick and thin, having slain countless enemies across the land, not even protect my own wife now? What kind of man am I if I can't even handle this? Even though I have now transitioned from military to civil governance, I still manage an entire region, keeping the powerful families subdued. I refuse to believe I can't resolve this matter." He stood before his wife and spoke with a decisive tone. After hearing these words, the stout wife smiled at Zhang Liang. This outcome could not be better. Zhang Liang soon requested an audience with Emperor Li Shimin. As Li Shimin looked at Zhang Liang before him, he felt a slight headache. This was one of his old brothers, and he certainly didn't expect him to stubbornly insist on coming here and demand an audience. Naturally, Li Shimin already knew what Zhang Liang wanted from him. As soon as Zhang Liang reached the emperor's presence, he immediately knelt down and began pounding his head while crying out, "Your Majesty, You must uphold justice for me in this matter. That villain disgraced my wife and injured my adopted son. Now, the prefect of Jingzhou is acting excessively. Please, your majesty, uphold justice for me. At the very least, that villain must be caught and properly punished. And don't mention that my wife is now seriously ill in bed, needing rest and recuperation. This time when I came back, seeing my wife like this, it feels like my heart is being slashed by knives. Saying this, Zhang Liang bowed his head repeatedly. After hearing this, Li Shimin hesitated. But this matter has already been decided upon. Besides, your lady, lifting his head, Zhang Liang earnestly said, Your Highness, the royal physician has already examined her, and it is certain that my wife was severely injured. There's no doubt about this. Can that rogue simply hit people and then run away freely? If such behavior continues, won't they recklessly oppress the nobility in the future? We have sacrificed our lives. Many of our old brothers have fallen in battle, enduring countless hardships to get to where we are today with only a small status. Our situation may have its difficulties, but we've never gone so far as to take lives indiscriminately. Yet, this rogue acts so wantonly, always ready to end our lives. How can we let him off easily? At this point, Zhang Liang continued bowing fervently. Li Shimin, upon looking at this old brother before him, softened his heart. This matter will be handled according to your wishes. You can dispatch troops in the capital to conduct searches. I will also send soldiers to investigate. If this man dares resist, I shall personally see to his capture. Chapter 497, Threat. As for the governor of Jingzhou, he is also an official of the court. If we punish him indiscriminately, who will still enforce the law? This is the law of the court. It must not be violated lightly. Zhang Liang had now achieved his purpose. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Your Majesty, with this I am at ease. Let the governor of Jingzhou remain unpunished. But if he commits offenses in the future, I will surely file a serious charge against him, making him understand that old Zhang isn't someone to trifle with. Li Shimin then chatted with Zhang Liang for a while, inquiring about how things were going in the regions. Zhang Liang quickly informed him, explaining the general course of events. The local powers that be are all troublemakers. They have considerable influence and control quite a few lower-ranking officials in the local records. But this time, I haven't lost out. I've pressed them hard. Now the policies are being implemented. As long as we maintain this for some time, everything will improve. Li Shimin nodded contentedly. You have done very well. When you return, I will promote you. After all, you're my old comrade in arms. How could I not treat you well? You followed me into life and death situations back in the day. It's thanks to you that there is today's me. Now I've achieved fame and success. Naturally, I will take good care of you. Li Shimin said this while soothing Zhang Liang, who was deeply moved at that moment, and tears streamed down his face. Your Majesty, I love my wife dearly and cannot bear to see her suffer, which is why I came to seek your Majesty. Please forgive my sins. After hearing this, Li Shimin sighed and did not respond directly. You are, after all, my loyal minister. How could I possibly punish you over this matter? Rest assured. Go home and let the lady rest quietly for a while. I will certainly not hold it against you. Thank your Majesty. When Zhang Liang returned home, he recounted this matter to his wife. At once, this plump woman's face grew ferociously angry, laced with annoyance. How dare you act like this, husband? At least you should make sure that the governor of Jingzhou suffers so much that his career declines. Otherwise, how can I vent my anger? Zhang Liang felt a headache coming on and quickly explained. Madam, this matter is not so simple. If it were easy, wouldn't I have taken care of it long ago? The court has its laws and regulations, and all he did was follow them. How could I act rashly? All this is for the court. That's why I accepted the emperor's wishes, but I have said this. If these old rascals give me another handle, once it falls into my hands, I will make them suffer greatly. Besides, His Majesty promised that when my affairs are settled, he will promote me. Then I can properly accompany you in the capital city. In the future, anyone who dares to provoke you, I'll skin them alive. By Zhang Liang's side, he consoled his wife. But this wife before him looked fierce, and she wasn't satisfied with Zhang Liang's actions at all. Zhang Liang could only sigh deeply, and didn't dare to utter another word to his wife. He also didn't know what kind of thing his wife would do. Li Xiuxian returned to his palace, silent all the way. Originally, he intended to maintain a calm demeanor outwardly, but never expected that Li Yu would be so estranged from him, instead using words to provoke him. This made layers of anger well up inside him, strengthening his murderous intent towards Li Yu even more. Everything is usable. As long as I can ascend the throne, abandoning all of you wouldn't mean much, right? He muttered to himself, falling into some kind of madness. He needed something pleasant to occupy himself while seated on his chair. He instructed the eunuchs. Bring me those women we prepared earlier. I'm curious to see whether they can bring me joy. The eunuchs had been prepared already. Upon hearing Li Xiuxian's order, they quickly led the beauties over. These beauties were dancers specially trained in the countryside. They were all extraordinarily beautiful, and after being brought forth, they began to dance. One by one, their dances were graceful and mesmerizing. Looking from afar, Li Xiuxian felt utterly refreshed. He watched the dancers and picked out an especially beautiful woman. He reached out and grabbed her, pulling her into his embrace. You, my beauty, are exactly what I need most. Come and keep me company. After saying this, he kissed her fiercely. At this moment, the eunuch, upon seeing this scene, gestured to have everyone leave the room. Not long after, some lewd sounds began to emanate from within the palace. A few days later, Li Yu received a letter. When he opened it, he found that it was filled with threatening words. After tearing apart the inner sheet of paper, he discovered there was another hidden piece of paper inside. I already know who you are. You're the wandering knight who beat up the lady of the marquee. Your human skin mask can fool others, but not me. As Liu read the letter, a sense of familiarity arose in him. It seemed as though he had seen this handwriting somewhere before. Thinking about it, some doubts surfaced in his mind. Who could possibly know my identity and dare threaten me like this? In the next second, he suddenly recalled a very familiar figure. Could it be her? Thinking of this, Liu instantly felt a surge of passion. Huh, I remember now. He said this excitedly, laced with anticipation. Yes, that's right, it's her. He was sure that this letter was actually a threat sent by Yu. Thinking of her made him smile warmly. He quickly arrived at the agreed-upon location. When he got there, he saw a woman in ancient attire standing far away. This figure appeared blurry but clearly looked towards Li Yu's direction. Seeing this familiar silhouette made Li Yu's heart stir intensely. "In you, it's in you." Li Yu said this aloud as he ran eagerly toward her. In no time, he reached the woman, and indeed, she was none other than the Yu he had been longing for day and night. He immediately embraced Yu tightly in his arms and asked with an excited tone, "How did you guess my identity?" "It makes sense. Only you could uncover it." Chapter 498, Handing Over Power. Upon hearing this, Yu smiled faintly. In this Jingzhou prefecture, besides you having the ability to pull off such absurd things, who else would do something like that? So I guessed it was you right away. Yu's words made Li Yu feel somewhat embarrassed. Am I really that unreliable in your eyes? Yu said this with a trace of embarrassment. That's correct. Yu nodded and responded. You've always been like this, causing strange incidents. Now, I am already accustomed to your behavior. Yu paused here and sighed deeply. We have known each other for so long. If things went smoothly, we might even have children by now. But now, thinking of this, Yu showed an expression of helplessness, shook her head lightly, and emitted a deep sigh. For you, you're still a child that hasn't grown up yet, always displaying childish traits. However, you are dependable on some major issues, and you are always very reassuring. This time I called you over because there have been some changes in Goguryeo. Xiuxian has gained the upper hand in political struggles, and he is now the powerful minister of Goguryeo. Li was shocked upon hearing this. How could that be? This person wasn't heavily restricted before. How did he rise again now? Yu shook her head gently and replied, I don't know exactly how, but I only know from the messages transmitted from Goguryeo, which seem to indicate they want me to find out about the internal situation of the Tang dynasty. His ambition hasn't completely disappeared, and there is vigilance towards the Tang dynasty. If my guess is correct, he may possibly launch an attack on the Tang dynasty to seize its borderlands. When Yu mentioned this, she looked relieved. She originally wanted to conceal these matters and not speak them out, but she eventually could not hide them from Li Yu. Here, she displayed a solemn expression. Moreover, they sent another responsible person over to take charge of the affairs here. Because of issues with the previous person in charge, they are now suspicious of me. So I intend to transfer all the power under my control to you and let you personally manage this force. Our two shall collaborate together to completely resolve this matter. Yu seriously spoke these words, leaving Li Yu dumbfounded for a moment. Why suddenly bring up such an idea? Isn't it better kept in your hands? I consider you my most important partner, an indispensable part of me. Li Yu sincerely spoke to the Yu in front of him. However, Yu gently shook her head, because for quite a long time, I worry that all the forces under me might be taken away. Perhaps even my own life safety cannot be guaranteed. When Yu got to this point, she paused briefly. I don't want to get involved in these matters because no matter what, I always feel a strong sense of guilt inside. Either betraying you or betraying my family. Yu stretched out her hand, tightly grasping Li Yu's hand. Her voice had become slightly hoarse now, with some emotions of sadness welling up. After hearing this, Li Yu also felt somewhat entangled. He didn't even know how to console Yu, as Yu's current actions indeed were the best solution. After considering it thoroughly in his mind, Li Yu nodded to Yu in front of him. Since you've made this decision, I naturally must respect your choice. Alright, I will accept the power you have established with me. At the same time, I won't allow them to get mixed up in the conflict here. I'll settle this trouble personally. Li Yu told Yu, and Yu leaned against Li Yu's body, closing her eyes silently, feeling the warmth between the two. Li Yu also closed his eyes and hugged Yu tightly. After this event, Li Yu quickly took over the power from Yu and also secretly swore to protect her, making sure that no one harms her. Li Yu stood in front of Lu Zhua, showing a serious look. Goguryeo underwent major changes. There will soon be a new responsible person directly dispatched to the capital city. They should be arriving here very soon. My request is simple, to protect Yu. On top of that, find out who that responsible person really is and keep a constant eye on his movements. Absolutely don't let him slip out of our control in Jingzhou Prefecture. Because if this guy is as capable as rumored, once he gets out of our control, he might build a formidable force while operating here. At that point, doing whatever he pleases, stealing intelligence, could severely harm the Tang dynasty. Xiuxian is audacious and ruthless, bound to become a grave threat to the Tang dynasty. He must not be allowed to survive, or it will surely result in calamity. Li Yu's words left Lu Zhua deeply stirred. Your Highness, I understand. I'll go arrange this immediately, ensuring everything is done properly. I'll certainly uncover the identity of this person. Li Yu nodded. Then go ahead and do it immediately. Now that I've taken over and used forces, my intelligence network in this capital city has expanded greatly. There won't be any more issues with information asymmetry. Go investigate the Crown Prince for me. I want to know what he's truly plotting. His recent changes have been quite strange. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't change so quickly, meaning there must be deeper scheming behind it, leading to such actions. If my guess is correct, he might well be planning something significant. These plans may very well be problematic. Li Yu had long known Crown Prince Li Xiuxian would rebel, naturally preparing to conduct an in-depth investigation on him. He also knew Li Xiuxian's rebellion was destined to fail, so he wasn't overly concerned, but he did know various forces would vie for the benefits after the failure of the rebellion. Each prince would attempt to seize these opportunities. Although Li Yu didn't harbor ambitions for contention himself, he still had to impose certain limits. As he felt matters becoming increasingly complicated, a thought crossed his mind. It seems I must earnestly recruit some talents. Chapter 499, Coalition and Diplomacy. A thought flashed through Li Yu's mind, and he quickly confirmed some real strategists, which gave him some intentions to recruit them. Phew. He exhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions. The closer we get to this point, the more calm we must remain. If necessary, we might even have to fake death to survive. Li Yu considered this thought for a moment, but in the next second, he rejected it, because this idea would bring no benefit to him and would limit his development. He had the system, as well as the missions issued by the system. Without relying on the court, it would be much harder to complete those missions, so he must not do that. Since I cannot break free, then I must enhance my own strength. Li Yu once again affirmed this thought. Prince Wei stared at the Chui family representative in front of him. His face was a bit grim, seemingly angry at their words. Do you take me for what kind of person? How dare you ask me to align with Crown Prince? That bastard is not a good person and acts without discipline. If I join his forces, do you think what kind of situation would arise? It's very likely he would drag me down too, and we would all die in the end. I have aspirations to become the new prince, but I absolutely don't want to become his stepping stone, ending up with no good outcome. At hearing these words, the middle-aged man from the Chui family laughed. Prince Wei, you are underestimating the influence of our family. How many people from other families are in the capital during Shuangdan Festival? And how many people serve as officials in the Tang dynasty? Countless people who desire official positions must build relationships with us before they can enter the court. Otherwise, why should they be able to hold official positions within the court? Although the imperial examination has certain benefits, without the knowledge spread by our family, how many people could pass the exam? Our books and talents are here, and to a certain extent, even Li Jiaqing depends on us. The biggest obstacle right now isn't the crown prince but King Qi, who possesses too much power and is favored most by the emperor. You should know about the things he has created, which have already made him famous across the land. There are already many commoners who praise and honor him, believing he is a celestial being incarnated to save the people of Tang. Even lower-level officials have started to acknowledge this. And if the situation continues to grow, even if you have aspirations, you will eventually lose control. All people will start to worship him and believe he is the one destined to become the crown prince. By then, even the emperor may not be able to stop it. After these words were spoken by the middle-aged man of the Chui family, Prince Wei's face immediately changed, seemingly not having anticipated this. After hearing this revelation, his complexion became ghastly pale. What should I do to ensure the crown prince ascends the throne? No, what should I do to deal with King Qi? How can I make him behave and stop causing trouble? Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man from the Chui family smirked slightly. Of course, cutting off the roots. You approach the crown prince, where you can gradually become his confidant. With our support, you will quickly receive the crown prince's assistance. Furthermore, there is a letter inside that records people affiliated with King Qi. This person is truly bold, secretly meddling in politics. Though highly covert, we from the large clans still uncovered it. After investigating these insider stories, we compiled them swiftly, and the more we read, the more shocking they became. This xuanhuan secretly uses various methods to constantly control these ministers. For instance, the censor is actually a pawn controlled by King Qi. You assume he is an unoffending xuanhuan, but in reality, he is a ruthless xuanhuan. At present, he is plotting to interfere in politics, to a degree where he has already accumulated tremendous power. If we don't eliminate him, it will be catastrophic. A person like this absolutely cannot become emperor, otherwise, he will certainly instigate turmoil. The reason we want to stop him isn't to oppose the emperor, but because such a person ascending to the throne will inevitably cause us immense trouble and possibly lead to the downfall of our family. Because we plan ahead, our family has been able to develop until today. Besides, you should have heard some extreme remarks from this xuanhuan. They are simply alarming and pose the greatest threat to us. We have made numerous actions up until now, but as of now, nothing has been accomplished. It could even be said that it has caused us a tremendous backlash. We absolutely cannot allow this prince to ascend the throne. But I also understand your differences. Not only are you extremely close to our relationship, but you also have a great alliance with us. Even before this, we had already confirmed that after cooperating, we could provide each other with enormous help. This man from the Chui family seriously said, and upon hearing this, Wei Wang burst into laughter. Since you put it this way, then I naturally highly agree. I will definitely work well with my crown prince brother and accomplish your wishes. At that time, no one will ever be able to stop me from ascending this throne. However, you must remember our promise. Otherwise, even if I die, I will never easily forgive you. I will ensure that your conspiracies cannot proceed either. Do you understand my meaning? My idea is just this. I intend to become a true emperor. Wei Wang no longer concealed his inner ambitions at this moment and spoke these stirring words. The man from the Chui family smiled and said, Your Highness having such an idea is truly wonderful. The crown prince didn't know. Soon he would receive a tremendous boost. Li Yu didn't know that some of his secrets had already been uncovered. Soon, he would be caught in a storm of blood and violence, resulting in a massive struggle. At this coastal fief, many devices were currently being crafted. They quickly assembled into a bicycle, but its wheels were made of wood, causing immense pain when ridden. Upon seeing this, a craftsman let out a wry smile. How is this thing supposed to be used? Chapter 500, Gift of Treasure. Only 2 wheels, this thing will probably fall down as soon as anyone gets on it. One of the craftsmen muttered to himself as he fiddled with the bicycle before him, a look of seriousness in his eyes. At that moment, another craftsman nearby chuckled and said, "The prince must have had his own ideas for coming up with such a thing, or he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to create it. We'll find out once the prince demonstrates it for us personally." This responding craftsman shook his head, saying, "The prince has gone to the capital city. He surely won't return to our little place here easily again. So we can only wait until this product reaches the capital. By then, there should be some feedback." Among these craftsmen, there were naturally some who were more unconventional. He stepped forward and simply pushed the bicycle before him. "It should be able to go, right?" As he spoke, he forcefully pedaled the 2 pedals. With his effort, the bicycle suddenly started at that very moment. But during its operation, it wobbled and turned back and forth because of instability. The other craftsmen watching this all widened their eyes. Heavens, how is this possible? A 2-wheeled vehicle, and it runs so smoothly. This is truly amazing, isn't it? How remarkable. A craftsman could be seen muttering in amazement. Just then, the foreman of the craftsmen walked over, looking at these operating vehicles and instantly widening his eyes. Goodness, so the vehicle really works. Only by one person's effort, the speed of the vehicle is actually this fast, comparable to a person running, just like a warhorse. The foreman approached, caressing this vehicle in front of him and murmuring softly, "This vehicle can be ridden by one person. Though not as good as a fine steed, on level ground, it can move effortlessly. Such a fine carriage must have great uses in the prince's plans." The foreman exclaimed with awe, and after finishing this sentence, immediately added anxiously, "No wonder the prince sent over the design drawings. There must be an important reason, likely playing a significant role in strategy. It must be delivered to the capital city immediately." The responsible foreman spoke with urgency, fearing that it might delay Li Yu's matters. Li Yu did not know about these misunderstandings, but if he did, he would consider it a beautiful misunderstanding. Achoo! The caravan quickly arranged this batch of vehicles, shipping them along waterways swiftly towards Jingzhou Prefecture. The crown prince stared at the Wei King before him, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. He never would have guessed that this man before him would approach him now, and even agree to cooperate with him. This made him feel very curious. In the next second, however, he burst into a hearty laugh. "Huh." After laughing for a while, he stopped. "You say you want to pledge allegiance to me. Do you think I'll believe your words?" At this moment, Wei Wang was unusually calm. He responded calmly, "Your Highness, I originally had some small ambitions, perhaps even daring to fight for my share." At this point, he sighed deeply, revealing strong feelings of helplessness on his face. "But events in the court have shown me one fact. Here in the capital, I'm nothing more than a nobody. The ones who truly wield influence are 2 people. One is your Highness, the Crown Prince, and the other is Prince Qi. I can only pledge allegiance to one of you. After careful thought, I finally understood something clearly. Your Highness, you are the future king. The other person merely enjoys some favor from His Majesty." When Wei Wang reached this point, disdain flickered across his face. "If the Crown Prince doesn't trust me, then I'll have no choice but to ally myself with someone else." After saying this, Wei Wang stood up abruptly and prepared to leave. How could the Crown Prince let the Wei King walk away so easily? He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Wei King Li Tai before him, saying, "Li Tai, if you're willing to serve under me, that's truly the best possible outcome. You and I are brothers. Once I become the emperor, I will certainly reward you well. Since you've come here, I won't say much more. Between you and me, we can certainly join hands, cooperate, and build a bright future together." Wei Wang Li Tai raised his head, his face filled with smiles. "Crown Prince brother, what you said is absolutely wonderful. I completely agree with this, so there's indeed a basis for our cooperation. From this moment on, you and I will no longer be troubled by these annoying predicaments. By combining our forces, we should be able to teach Prince Qi a good lesson. He once threatened me, wanting my cooperation to work against Crown Prince Li Xiuxian. However, how could I do such a thing? So I politely refused him. But he dared to plot conspiracies against me, aiming to create discord between me and Crown Prince brother. I absolutely cannot tolerate this." At this point, Wei Wang Li Tai's eyes flickered with determination. This is both a break from him and also my allegiance. Upon hearing this, Li Chenkin's initial alertness disappeared. Everything Li Tai had said matched his expectations perfectly. He relaxed his guard slightly and said, "You're absolutely right. There is definitely something wrong with that man. With our combined strength, we can surely punish him severely." After saying this, Li Chenkin ordered one of his eunuchs, "Fetch my jade reed quickly." Not long after, an eunuch appeared holding an exceptionally beautiful jade pendant carved with many intricate patterns. Through the subtle light, one could faintly see these patterns glowing brilliantly, and through its light, the jade pendant refracted 7 colors of a rainbow. Indeed, this was an extraordinary treasure. Upon seeing it, Li Tai's eyes immediately became fixed in awe. He knew well that this treasure was among Li Chenkin's most cherished possessions, and he wouldn't casually let others see it. Why was he showing it to him now? Could it be he intends to give it to me? This thought sparked anticipation within Li Tai. As expected, Li Chenkin took the jade pendant and presented it before Li Tai, seriously stating, "Let's make an oath as brothers. And consider this my gift. Let us stand together and counter Li Yu." Chapter 501, Capturing Someone. Li Tai swallowed hard, reaching out to take the jade pendant in front of him. With a tone laced with excitement, he said, "How can I possibly accept this gift from you, brother? I've also heard about this treasure. Once, a wealthy merchant offered an exorbitant price for it, yet ultimately failed to purchase this jade. I've heard that this jade seemed to have fallen into the hands of some grand personage, but never did I expect it would end up in your possession, brother." Li Xiuxian gently waved his hand dismissively. "It's not really a remarkable treasure, just a modest trinket presented by someone under my command. Back when I first obtained this treasure, I truly cherished it dearly. But after playing with it for a while, I came to realize how precious yet fragile it was. A single slip could result in a chipped corner. Because of this, I absolutely cannot tolerate any such incidents occurring." As he spoke, there was a touch of reluctance. But the flicker of reluctance in Li Xiuxian's eyes disappeared entirely the next moment as he lightly pushed forward the jade. "This treasure is now yours as a gift." Having finished speaking, he forcefully thrust the jade into Li Tai's hands. Li Tai held the jade, feeling its unparalleled smoothness, akin to caressing a woman's skin, providing a profoundly soothing sensation. The jade before his eyes predictably revealed a stunning seven-colored rainbow. This seven-colored rainbow was incredibly mesmerizing, captivating enough to ensnare half his soul with every additional glance. Li Tai found himself unable to utter any words of refusal and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your Royal Highness's favor. Our alliance will surely stand firm through thick and thin." Li Tai had completely forgotten his original purpose for coming here and the strategy agreed upon with the Chui family. He was entirely manipulated by Li Xiuxian. A trace of mockery briefly surfaced on the corner of Li Xiuxian's mouth before vanishing instantly. He urged with urgency, "We should combine our forces to strike against Li Yu. I've heard you control a number of sensors. There couldn't be a better time to use them against Li Yu. Together, we'll attack him from different angles, surely destroying his reputation. And once his fame crumbles, won't he be completely at our mercy?" Li Xiuxian spoke with evident satisfaction. Staring at the jade before him, Li Tai nodded subconsciously. "That's certainly the case. Good. Then we'll make our move during the next grand assembly. We'll teach him to fear us so he dare not cross us again. I've long been irritated by him. Every word I say earns me scolding from Father Emperor. And yet, why does he escape without a single reproach? Just because of those things he creates? But when I create something new, why does Father Emperor always accuse me of ignoring the people's livelihoods?" Li Xiuxian still couldn't figure out why old Li continued to criticize and even dislike him. Upon hearing this, Li Tai laughed as well. But the very next second, a terrible thought struck him. He might have rushed into supporting too quickly. Initially, he had only planned to pretend allegiance, with no genuine intention behind it. His plan had been to reap significant benefits during this process. However, he had received none of those advantages and instead seemed to have inadvertently pledged loyalty. After reflecting on this, Li Tai felt somewhat uneasy. Gulyulu. Perhaps he had underestimated the prince brother Li Xiuxian standing before him. If not, he wouldn't have been so easily deceived by this simple jade ornament, allowing it to sway his judgment, making what Li Xiuxian said sound reasonable. It was only after deep reflection that he realized the underlying issue. Since he had already agreed, it would be impossible to back out easily without causing their entire plan to fail. So, he had no choice but to temporarily cooperate with this crown prince brother. With gritted teeth, Li Tai accepted. In the prince's mansion, night draped the surroundings in a hazy gloom. Suddenly, in the middle of the dead night, a shadowy black figure stealthily dashed towards the mansion. The figure moved with incredible speed, leaping swiftly over rooftops, and within moments had arrived at the high walls of the mansion. These towering walls were no match for him. With a powerful leap, he easily landed inside the estate. Once inside the mansion, he looked around carefully. Strangely, there were no guard dogs barking or prowling about. This realization caused him some confusion. Where were the dogs that usually patrolled the mansion? When he was reconnoitering, he had discovered that there were some vicious dogs in this mansion. But now these dogs had all disappeared, which made him very curious. What's going on? Where have the vicious dogs gone? Just as he was puzzled, the lights suddenly flickered, and strong beams of light appeared around him, shining directly on his face, illuminating it clearly. The assassin turned pale with fright and quickly looked around. It was then he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Li Yu led the group, holding a knife in his hand, pointing at the assassin in front of him, and said, "Who sent you here? Why did you come to my mansion?" The assassin first showed surprise, and then immediately became ferocious. "You're just a little prince. Do you think your small mansion can confine me? I merely came to take a look to see if there are any treasures. It has absolutely nothing to do with your thoughts." After saying these words, he instantly turned and fled, while forcefully scattering lime from his hands. Many packets of lime flew out. The white lime scattered in the air, making the air appear very hazy. As he was smugly confident he could escape, a large net was suddenly thrown over the wall, landing right on his head. The net was made of steel wire and extremely strong. He slashed at the mesh with his dagger, but it had no effect, causing great alarm within him. What was happening? Why doesn't my precious sword work? Haha, another one who brings trouble upon himself. Thinking your skills could let you break into the mansion at night. Li Yu stepped forward, looking down at the man on the ground with some cold laughter. You were spotted as soon as you approached the mansion. That's why such arrangements were made. People from the martial world like you always underestimate the authorities. Do you think the government office is a place where anyone can wreak havoc at will? Chapter 502, The Village Massacre. Huh. The man lying there burst out laughing, as if he had heard something extremely amusing. His gaze was fixed on Li Yu in front of him, emitting a sinister laugh. You bastard. I know it was you who massacred our Xiao family village. This assassin, usually coming and going swiftly, now let out a sinister roar, evoking sorrow from those who heard and tears from those who saw. Li Yu immediately froze upon hearing this. What are you talking about? Our Xiao family village, what does it have to do with me? I've never been there. Why are you coming to seek revenge against me? Li Yu frowned, his expression somewhat confused. The assassin on the ground suddenly laughed wildly, uttering a sinister voice. Do you still dare to deny it? When you led people into our Xiao family village, we warmly welcomed you. But when you left, why did you massacre all the villagers of Xiao family village? Every single one of us was killed. Saying this in a tone filled with despair, the assassin struggled violently. However, he was held down firmly by the guards next to him and couldn't move at all. In saying these words, he seemed almost deranged. In my possession is a blood-written letter from our Xiao family village. For the deaths of the 108 members of our Xiao family, you are responsible. Even if you kill me today, you can't cover up the truth. Sooner or later, it will come to light, and your true face will be revealed before everyone. I've already entrusted my good friend with preserving these blood letters. They will reveal this letter to the whole world. Upon realizing he could not escape capture, the assassin let out a crazed laugh. Li Yu felt boiling anger after hearing this. What did these things have to do with him? He never remembered killing anyone from Xiao family village anywhere, anytime. Go and search his body for the blood-written letter. Li Yu commanded. The guard stepped forward quickly and tore open the assassin's clothes. From within his clothing, they soon found a blood-written letter, handing it over to Li Yu. After receiving the blood-written letter, Li Yu glanced at it briefly and smirked coldly. I thought it would be something else, but it's just this. Such things can easily be forged. Using this to justify your actions shows how inadequate your evidence is. But since you say this matter involves me, I must investigate it thoroughly. Besides, I haven't even left the capital city recently. How was Xiao family village massacred then? Your statements may seem coherent sentence by sentence, without flaws or issues. However, together they expose numerous loopholes. Some people came holding poorly made imperial decrees, claiming it's because the emperor wanted me dead that they brought the decree to get rid of me. Do you think you're the first one? Li Yu scoffed coldly. No, you're just one of them. The assassin roared furiously. I am not lying. It was you who slaughtered our Xiao family village, and I will surely retaliate. His breathing was so rapid, and he screamed wildly, driven mad. Li Yu no longer paid attention to the man in front of him and instead snorted. Inquire clearly about the details, and send someone to investigate the Xiao family village incident. I want to thoroughly investigate whether this man planned an assassination attempt on me, deliberately disguising himself, or if the matter truly occurred. If it really happened, report back to me immediately. Li Yu ordered. He originally expected some drama, but it turned out to be such a predicament involving him. If someone were pretending to be him and committing murders everywhere, it would definitely not be tolerated. The thing Li Yu hated most was having someone urinate or defecate on his head by framing him with false accusations. Yes, Your Highness. At this moment, someone rushed over to Li Yu, whispering something softly in his ear. Hearing this, Li Yu paused momentarily, took off his armor, and hurried away temporarily. This left everyone feeling suspicious and puzzled. In a small tavern, Li Yu walked inside, soon reaching the heaven character room in the inn. Once he entered, he heard In Yu's voice. You've finally come. I discovered bad news for you. What kind of news? Li Yu looked at In Yu in front of him, his eyes filled with some confusion. The Crown Prince and Prince Wei have already formed an alliance. They are preparing to make a move, aiming to completely annihilate your influence in the court. Moreover, I learned another piece of news. It's not only them who will act. Some other princes might also take advantage of the situation and stab you in the back. What? Upon hearing this, Li Yu sucked in a sharp breath and stared intently at In Yu in front of him. You're not joking, are you? How could they suddenly do such a thing? Launch an attack on me, and even form an alliance? When In Yu heard Li Yu's tone filled with bewilderment, she immediately covered her small mouth and giggled. You still don't understand, do you? You're not just any ordinary prince anymore. With your growing fame and your influence in the court, not to mention the favor and trust you've earned from the Emperor of Tang, all the princes now sense a crisis and regard you as their greatest competitor. Even the Crown Prince can clearly feel the threat coming from you. The only one who doesn't seem to care about this competition for the throne is yourself. But anyone with ambition for the throne would easily recognize the hidden danger within all this. I suspect that after they band together to drive you out of the court, they will then proceed to fight amongst themselves. To them, the Crown Prince isn't worth respecting. You are their biggest internal concern. After listening to this, Li Yu burst out into loud laughter 3 times. If they want to make a move, I'll gladly meet them halfway. Li Yu looked at In Yu and asked, is this the intelligence provided by your mole in Goguryeo? Yes, the informants from Goguryeo have been quite active recently in investigating these matters. The information they uncovered was indeed unexpected, even to me. And according to higher-ups, I'm supposed to stir up more chaos, or even cooperate with you when necessary. When necessary, we could directly start trouble and cause great disorder within the Tang dynasty. They've even asked me to try luring you. Chapter 503, Borrowing Force to Counteract. After hearing this, Li Yu immediately froze for a moment. He had never expected that Gaozhuli would harbor such plans within all of this. It was truly outrageous. If these schemes of the Gaozhuli were allowed to succeed, then there would be quite a bit of trouble. Liu sighed and said, if it's really like this, then the troubles will just come to us. But in the next second, his eyes lit up with an idea. I'm just about to have a contest with these two individuals, but if your involvement in xiuxian happens, won't you be able to accompany me openly? Liu spoke with a hint of excitement as he looked at Inyu. And they will try every method to issue orders secretly controlling me and manipulating everything from behind the scenes, causing irreparable chaos. At this point, Liu chuckled slightly. In such a scenario, we can meet each other openly without worrying any more about any troubles caused by our meetings. Liu extended his hand, grasping Inyu's palm firmly in his own. He consoled her softly and said, from now on, if anything comes up, you can find me directly. After our discussion, we'll respond accordingly. Using the strength of xiuxian like this is precisely how I achieve my goal. Don't you agree? Borrowing force to counteract, it's indeed the best way. Given the current situation, relying solely on my strength would indeed bring immense pressure. The waters of Jingzhou are too deep, so let's stir things up a little. Since they're coming anyway, then let them come. I won't fear them. Liu said this, and his eyes emitted a cold look. Now, he felt the pressing danger. It wasn't just attacks from the Crown Prince and Wei Wang, but also many others. These people seem intent on targeting him, treating him as a soft target, eager to press their advantages. Listening to all this, and you looked at Liu standing before her, feeling somewhat touched in her heart. This maneuver could indeed work, and it posed no issues. Yes, it's feasible. If done this way, I can submit my report and avoid being incessantly pressed by those above. And you paused here, glancing at Liu before her, revealing some traces of worry in her eyes. But if we do this, might it not harm you? After all, the Tang dynasty is your foundation. The emperor is the person you should prioritize. Ho ho. After hearing this, Liu burst out laughing loudly. Don't worry. It won't harm me. Liu said this calmly. If it harms me, you can tell me outright and I won't agree. Isn't that enough? At that time, they will certainly instruct you to use various methods to lure me, but I'll have countermeasures ready. You need not have any worries. Liu held Inyu's hand gently as he spoke. Upon listening to these words, Inyu exhaled deeply. All right, Inyu said softly. Could you possibly stay tonight and not go back to the mansion? She held Liu's hand with a low voice, wanting him to stay instead of returning to the Wangfu Palace immediately. She needed someone around her, especially at such times. Inyu leaned gently against Liu's side, seemingly falling asleep peacefully, as though only by his side could she feel at ease and rest fully. Liu gently stroked Inyu's hair, feeling nothing but sorrow inside. Only by his side did Inyu show such tenderness. In her usual life, how much danger must she have endured? How many struggles caused her so much unease? Liu took a deep breath and calmed himself quickly. While I'm here, you don't have to worry about any troubles. I'll protect you properly. Liu made a silent vow to himself. Changsun Pingting tossed and turned restlessly in her room, unable to fall asleep. Sitting up, she asked, has His Excellency not returned yet? The maidservant nearby hearing this, quickly shook her head saying, Mistress, His Excellency has not yet returned. Please get some rest sooner. It seems earlier in the mansion, there were great noises indicating possible disturbances. Changsun Pingting upon hearing this shook her head. It shouldn't be that way. Even if something happened, it should have been resolved by now. These matters aren't big problems for His Excellency. With immense strength and unparalleled intelligence, these trivialities wouldn't pose any difficulty for him. He probably went out on some business. As Changsun Pingting said this, a sudden thought struck her. She vaguely guessed a possibility. Liu went to meet a woman. He had gone to see some woman, so he wouldn't be returning tonight. Thinking of this, Changsun Pingting felt a twinge of pain in her heart, and without saying anything, she eventually tossed and turned before drifting off to sleep after a long time. The next day, at the imperial court, Liu stood below. However, as soon as the court assembly began, numerous petitions were immediately presented, all of which pointed fingers at Liu, brimming with hostility toward him. Emperor Taizong, seated above, hearing these accusations, instantly displayed a look of solemnity on his face. Esteemed ministers, how do you defend yourselves against these allegations? These officials stepped forward, their faces adorned with faint smiles, seemingly having anticipated such an eventuality. One censor stated, I respectfully submit to your majesty that there are issues with these accusations because they're far too coordinated. It seems like they were plotted well ahead. I am merely the targeted individual, and they have come after us deliberately. Therefore, I more firmly believe that this is a case of retaliation and suppression. Though I don't know who orchestrated it, their intentions are certainly malicious. It's possible that their goal isn't just to target us, but rather to aim for those who recommended us. I've heard that recently the Crown Prince has been very close to Wei Wang, and those impeaching us also associate closely with the Crown Prince and Wei Wang, yet all the accusations turn out to be baseless. This censor adjusted his sleeves, presenting himself as incorruptible. Needless to say, my sleeves hold nothing at all. Although I admit I'm somewhat greedy, a man loves wealth responsibly, gaining it in ethical ways. I simply invested shares and take a small monthly interest for my living expenses. As we speak, there's something important we intend to report. At this point, the censor knelt down. Yesterday, I received information hinting that someone would file charges against me today. Even worse, we have discovered unspeakable matters. Chapter 504, Reporting the Crown Prince's Rebellion. When the censor spoke to this point, he made a resounding statement. I have heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has disloyal intentions. He is currently trying to curry favor with many generals and ministers, and he also holds some power on the borders. Now he even intends to interfere in politics. Who knows what the Crown Prince wants to do? When the censor said this in public, it instantly startled Li Changqian, who was looking quite smug. It felt as if a great bell were ringing in his mind, emitting a buzzing sound. He never would have thought that the censor dared so much to speak such words. This caused an intense wave of fear to surge in his heart. His body trembled constantly. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Damn it, damn it. Such emotions were continuously flashing through his mind. Upon hearing these words from above, Li Shimin instinctively glanced at Li Chengqian, as if trying to discern something from his face. At this moment, Li Chengqian quickly stepped forward, kneeling on the ground. He exclaimed with a hint of wailing, "Your Majesty, how dare I rebel? Your Majesty is a wise sovereign, with battle-hardened troops, and beloved by countless commoners. I am merely the young crown prince. How could I entertain such disloyal thoughts? Not to mention that I am the crown prince, destined to inherit the throne." Li Chengqian said this, hoping to gain Li Shimin's understanding. As Li Shimin listened to Li Chengqian's explanation, he inexplicably developed a sense of distaste, seemingly unwilling to pass on his imperial throne to Li Chengqian. Changsun Wujia instinctively glanced at Li Chengqian, then quickly withdrew his gaze, refusing to look at him again, as if he didn't recognize him at all. Li Shimin remained silent for a long while, causing the atmosphere in the court to become cold and oppressive. Everyone could feel the unrest in the air. The censor stood there with his back straight as an arrow, as if he was the one speaking truthfully and fearing nothing. At this moment, Li Yu spoke up, "Father Emperor, I have something to say about this matter. How dare the censor utter such words that drive a wedge between father and son within the royal family? I suggest we immediately raid his home, investigate him thoroughly, set an example, so that later generations will not dare to make wild statements lightly." Originally, Li Shimin's eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at the censor, as if he might kill him at any moment. However, after Li Yu's words, Li Shimin did not follow Li Yu's advice. Instead, he began deep contemplation within his own mind about how to handle this situation. A second later, Li Shimin snorted coldly. "Humph, the censor talks nonsense. Give him 20 strokes." Following Li Shimin's command, someone immediately came over to drag the censor away. Yet the censor showed no panic at all, standing tall and firm with his back straight. "If your Majesty wishes to punish me, then please proceed without restraint. I have no issues. But let me reiterate my point. These matters I have indeed investigated thoroughly. The Crown Prince will certainly cause trouble in the future, leading to many chaotic situations. When that time comes, it might be impossible to stop." After hearing this, Li Shimin suddenly flew into a rage. It seems 20 are not enough. 40 strokes should be given. However, fearing he might kill the censor before him, he sneered slightly. "Grand Eunuch Zhou, you go and keep an eye on it." Upon hearing this, Grand Eunuch Zhou hastily agreed and hurriedly walked out. Outside, the guards had already stripped the pants off the censor. As two eunuchs prepared to carry out the flogging, Grand Eunuch Zhou stepped out and said coldly, "Do not damage the censor. If you do, I will hold you responsible." The guards were also greatly shocked, remembering this warning. Though they dared not question whose meaning this was, it was naturally clear why Grand Eunuch Zhou, usually by the emperor's side, suddenly appeared here. Not long after, outside came the incessant cries of agony from the censor. Li Chengqian's cold sweat dripped profusely from his forehead, drop by drop falling down, and his hands were shaking continuously. A feeling of terror surged from his heart, making him shiver with fear. He was extremely afraid that Li Shimin would order an investigation of this matter, because if deeply pursued, certain traces would inevitably implicate him. Li Shimin spoke up. "What kind of character does the Crown Prince have? Am I unclear about it? He can't possibly do such a thing." After saying this sentence, Li Shimin heavily struck the dragon chair. "If I find out which prince has these intentions, then he will surely be subjected to being skinned alive." This statement shocked everyone immensely, especially Li Chengqian, who felt as though his legs might give out beneath him, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Originally, there were continuous petitions being submitted, but now they all seemed to have calmed down. Only a few ministers remained to report on conditions from various regions and their handling opinions, leaving the court in an unusual peace. Li Yu smiled faintly at this scene. All of these events had been meticulously planned by him. With one decisive move, he struck hard against Li Chengqian. He had known for some time that this man harbored rebellious thoughts, so merely exposing a small part of them was enough to make Li Chengqian tremble uncontrollably. Based on the intelligence Li Yu had gathered, Li Chengqian was indeed planning rebellion, secretly forging connections with local forces for unknown purposes. At this thought, Li Yu sneered. It was said they were supposed to keep clear of each other, yet trouble still sought him out. Time passed swiftly. After the court session ended, a eunuch approached Li Yu and whispered, "Your Highness Xuanhuan, the emperor requests your presence. Please follow me." Li Yu followed the eunuch, soon arriving at the imperial study. Inside the study, Crown Prince Li Chengqian stood, his legs shaking uncontrollably and cold sweat streaming down his forehead. "Father Emperor, I truly do not have such intentions." Emperor Li Shimin snorted coldly. "If you had such intentions, I would have already deposed you. As a prince, you don't take care of your own image, showing little regard for hierarchy. Moreover, you are not obedient to tradition, and I've been very dissatisfied with you for a long time. Today I summoned you here to give you a warning. Think carefully about your actions, and ensure no further such rumors circulate in the future. I could punish him today, but what about tomorrow?" When Li Shimin reached this point, he sighed deeply. "My sternness toward you is solely for your own good, not to estrange us. To become the master of Tang in the future, one must possess both wisdom and talent." Chapter 505, Speaking of Peace. Did you know? I once asked Prince Qi if he wanted to be the crown prince. Do you know what he said? At this moment, Li Shimin said these words to Li Xiuxian. The instant Li Shimin spoke, Li Xiuxian felt as though struck by thunder and immediately froze in place. He could hardly believe that Li Shimin had actually thought about replacing him. His hand trembled violently, and at that moment, his somewhat problematic leg also began shaking uncontrollably. A strong sense of jealousy and anger surged into Li Xiuxian's heart, making him want to fight Li Yu to the death right away. I don't know. Li Xiuxian gritted his teeth and replied. He said that the great Tang dynasty is unsuitable for him. He only wishes to be a leisurely prince who cares for the world without involving himself in the affairs of court. He also said that Father Emperor is still young and can continue ruling the empire for a long time. Li Shimin paused here and lightly shook his head, filled with some sighs and reflections. After hearing these words from Li Shimin's mouth, Li Xiuxian was shocked beyond measure, and another sentiment of disdain welled up within him. Prince Li Yu is clearly full of covetous thoughts for the position of crown prince. Otherwise, how would he have instructed the censors to speak such words today? Prince Qi arrives. With the eunuch's voice, Li Yu entered the study. Li Shimin looked at Li Yu and then said, Prince Qi, you've come. Father Emperor. Li Yu respectfully bowed and spoke. I pay my respects to my older brother. Li Xiuxian managed to force a small smile onto his face and nodded slightly at him. Today, I called both of you here because I want you two brothers to reconcile, so there will be no conflicts or contradictions because of these matters. After all, you are brothers. When brothers work together in harmony, nothing can stop them. This Tang Empire always requires the joint effort of both of you to make it better and possess a more perfect future. When Li Yu heard this, he nodded and said, Understood, Father Emperor. I will certainly maintain harmonious relations with my elder brother. Li Shimin finally nodded satisfied. Then he pulled both of them over, spoke for a while, and eventually let the two leave. As soon as they stepped outside the palace, Li Xiuxian had already accumulated a bellyful of anger. He directly rushed toward Li Yu and swung a punch. But before the punch even hit Li Yu, he blocked it with his hand. Elder brother, you just committed yourself before Father Emperor to being loving and harmonious with us younger brothers. Isn't attempting violence now a bit excessive? Li Yu said this with a touch of contempt. Li Xiuxian erupted with fury and said, You dare mention this to me? Why did you send people to accuse me falsely? Li Xiuxian said angrily, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Ho ho, Li Yu coldly laughed. Elder brother, you're going too far saying such things. What accusations? What sent men? How could I not know these things? I have never sent anyone to frame you. Li Xiuxian stepped forward and came in front of Li Yu, lowering his voice threateningly. Don't think I don't know. It's all your people. Ho ho, elder brother, why were those people suppressed so severely today? Don't tell me you don't know what happened. You want to act, but can't bear the consequences of your actions. Isn't that double standards? What does double standards mean? Li Xiuxian seemed confused. Double standards mean that things you do, I'm forbidden to do. I can only be beaten and only watch you eat the meat. Li Yu rolled his eyes and replied sarcastically. Actually, I didn't plan to do such things, but you're truly pushing me too far. Simply recruiting Wei Wang Li Tai against me is unacceptable. If I don't counterattack, would you really see me as a soft target? You can choose to struggle with whoever you want, but don't come after me. I am not interested in these schemes. Understood. Li Yu paused here, a smirk creeping up on his lips, showing a devilish smile. Also, don't tell me that you have nothing to do with this matter. Did you ever contemplate rebellion? Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian felt as if his breath was about to stop. What evidence do you have to say such things? Li Yu rolled his eyes again. Can there be any evidence for these kinds of matters? If I could find evidence, Father Emperor would have found it long ago. Would Father Emperor still be speaking to you so gently? Li Yu's laughter, devilish in tone, pierced directly into Li Xiuxian's mind. He stood motionless there for a long while before coming back to his senses and realizing his guards had already gathered around him while Li Yu had disappeared far into the distance. The words spoken by Li Yu earlier had pierced his heart, pressing on him like the weight of a mountain. How does he know about these matters? No, he's merely trying to slander me with this matter. If he really knew all about it, would he have held back? It is truly infuriating. So said Li Xiuxian as he took a deep breath. I must make arrangements carefully so that these matters become more secretive, making it much harder for incidents to occur or for things to be easily exposed. Having thought this, he hastily departed. Wei Wang Li Tai appeared somewhat anxious. If only you hadn't urged me to collude with Li Xiuxian. Now look, an imperial censor has reported his rebellion. If I am linked with this rebellion, I might be dragged down too. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Chui family burst out laughing. He lightly patted Wei Wang's hand and consoled him, saying, Prince Wei, what you're saying is a bit exaggerated. If Prince Qi had real evidence, he would have acted by now. He probably just heard some rumors and overstated some actions. These days, which prince doesn't know some generals at the borders? Among the founding generals, if asked who has the best relationship with any prince, none other than Qi Wang would come to mind. If anyone were to rebel, it would be Qi Wang who has the most capability. Doesn't he have an iron workshop along the coast? He has made many farming tools which, with slight modifications, could immediately turn into sharp weapons. He can produce tens of thousands of weapons without difficulty. All these are incredibly sharp weapons. When the time comes, who could stand against them? So why do you panic? The middle-aged man from the Chui family picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip of tea, and casually remarked. Chapter 506, The Leisurely Prince. Wei Wang Li Tai was startled after hearing what was said. He quickly exclaimed, It can't be. How dare he do such a thing? If he does this, How could our emperor father possibly overlook it? Yes, how could the current emperor overlook it? The middle-aged man from the Chui family smiled as he spoke. Since that's the case, why are you in such a panic? As the man from the Chui family finished speaking, a smile played on his lips. Hiss! Wei Wangli Tai's voice shrank at this point as he anxiously whispered. But if this is true, won't he actually succeed in rebellion? Our father succeeded this way back then. If he succeeds now too, wouldn't I end up with no place to bury my body? At these words of Wei Wangli Tai, the middle-aged man from the Chui family burst out laughing, as if something hilariously absurd had been heard. A glint of disdain flickered through his eyes. He thought that Wei Wangli Tai seemed like he might be an exceptional person, but now it appeared that he was merely a waste of time and resources. If Miao Yu were truly to successfully rebel, would there still be any reason for him to say all these things? Whether or not he succeeds in his rebellion, what do you have to worry about? We already have ultimate leverage over him. As soon as we reveal even a little of it, his position will immediately become unstable. Even if he became crown prince, his status would immediately become precarious. And we can frame him by planting items within his territory. Once they're discovered, just imagine what'll happen to him. What we want to do, we can easily accomplish. Deep inside Wei Wangli Tai, immense joy welled up. He never imagined there'd be such advantages available. It truly was a wonderful event. Haha, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. He muttered this repeatedly with an expression filled with excitement. Then what should I be worried about? However, are our people all properly arranged? Don't let our attempts at framing fail, giving him another chance instead. Wei Wangli Tai did not notice that a strong sense of malice had spread across his own face, his leaning figure revealing an intense emotional state. This individual was quite ruthless and greedy. Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man from the Chui family slowly raised his lips in a satisfied smile. Indeed, Wei Wang had proven to be extremely easy to manipulate. With a slight extra push, he would surely have complete control over Wei Wangli Tai. These noble families naturally were not fools. They knew that if they ascended to the imperial throne themselves, the entire realm would be unsatisfied and resist them. Thus, it was far better to simply influence the emperor to a certain extent while still retaining power within the system. Through their system of recommendations, they could control the empire within certain limits. That's naturally a given. The middle-aged man from the Chui family laughed. We've long solved that problem, with operatives already planted into strategic positions. When needed, they can cooperate from the inside and out. At that point, isn't everything entirely under our control? The middle-aged man from the Chui family said with unrestrained smiles on his face. Huh. After considering this, Wei Wangli Tai burst into laughter, a sense of great relief surging through him. Previously, he had always felt some unease, but now he felt completely reassured. Good, this is excellent. Wei Wangli Tai extended his hand, grabbing the middle-aged man's hand in front of him. It seems that with the help of the Chui family, this seat of power cannot belong to anyone else but me. But sir, much still depends on your continued assistance. And what should I do? Wei Wangli Tai said with earnest seriousness, his tone filled with sighs. Of course, you must first topple the crown prince, said the middle-aged man from the Chui family. You need to penetrate deep into the crown prince's circle to uncover his core secrets. Once you understand both sides thoroughly, you can effortlessly achieve whatever future plans you devise. Knowing yourself and knowing the enemy means 100 battles without peril. Prince Qin has always suggested that the crown prince might attempt a coup. Perhaps that rumor may indeed be true. To counteract the crown prince, we must focus here. Wei Wangli Tai nodded very contentedly, displaying some relaxed humor. For him, this occasion assured enormous gains. At this moment, he once again broke out into hearty laughter. Prince, is what you said true? Lu Xue asked Li Yu, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Upon hearing Lu Xue's words, Li Yu noticed a subtle flicker in his eyes before bursting into loud laughter and saying, Of course not. How could that be possible? Although he was aware of the crown prince's intentions to rebel, it should still be ongoing with the gradual buildup of power. He believed genuine rebellion would require much more time. It couldn't possibly occur now. Moreover, revealing this information now might alter history and make future events unpredictable. Lu Xue displayed some keen intelligence in her eyes as she spoke excitedly. We can certainly plan all these strategies against the crown prince. As long as we dethrone the crown prince, the one most likely to become emperor will be your highness. At this point, Liu covered his mouth instantly and coughed twice, pretending to feel unwell, thus avoiding Lu Xue's remark. After finishing his coughing fit, he said, Xue, you must not think about such things. There are so many princes involved. I know what I'm doing behind the scenes concerning this matter. What challenges do you think I might face? So under no circumstances can this be done. If he brings disaster upon himself with thoughts of rebellion, which later get uncovered, what does that have to do with me? At that point, won't everything become doable? Besides, I don't think I should become the emperor. My aspirations lie elsewhere. What's good about being the emperor anyway? Liu looked intently at Lu Xue as he spoke. To be like my father, sitting in the palace every day where even eating and drinking are carefully planned out for specific reasons, one must always ponder over significant state affairs. Ministerial memorials arrive endlessly, and one has no choice but to endure this burden. But for me, it's simpler. I don't need to concern myself with all these matters. With a calm laugh, Liu conveyed this sentiment. Hiss. At this moment, Lu Xue realized everything clearly. His intent is to live as a leisurely prince, contributing efforts to the court, yet without managing excessive responsibilities. Chapter 507, The Replacement. When Liu heard this, He laughed heartily and said, "No one knows me better than Xue." At this moment, Lu Xue frowned and said with a serious expression, "But your highness, there are some major problems here. If the prince who ascends the throne has an adversarial relationship with you, our entire mansion may face annihilation. This matter seems not very complicated, but it appears extremely troublesome. More importantly, your highness's life will likely be at the mercy of others' whims. This is no small matter, especially given how extraordinary your highness is, with such a grand reputation that no prince would tolerate your presence." Lu Xue said these words with a solemn expression. After hearing Lu Xue's words, Liu showed no sign of panic but replied seriously, "I think we should delve into this issue from another perspective. I'm currently preparing to enhance my power. If my strength becomes formidable enough, then naturally, no one will dare to cause trouble for me. Just think about it. When that time comes, will I still fear them? If things come to a head, your highness, what if they drive you to an impossible situation?" After pausing for a moment, Lu Xue asked again with these words. Liu's eyes displayed a touch of surprise as he paused, revealing a ruthless look in his eyes. "Then I simply won't give him the chance to ascend." The moment Liu finished speaking, Lu Xue immediately understood, her concerns vanishing as calm replaced worry. Lu Xue had endured many hardships, leading to deep concerns about future instability. This was why she'd consistently harbored thoughts of encouraging Liu to vie for the throne. However, Lu Xue no longer held those ideas now. Instead, she felt anticipation. To what extent can Wang Yi really achieve? Lu Xue thought silently to herself, showing signs of expectation on her face. Cough, cough. Liu covered his mouth and coughed slightly. "Let's stop this discussion right here. You know, I know, heaven knows, earth knows. Don't let anyone else know. Only in this way can we ensure our peace." Lu Xue nodded earnestly and said, "Your highness can rest assured, I absolutely will not mention any of this, nor will I let this matter become worse." Liu nodded his head. "How's the investigation going with the assassin I dispatched you to investigate? What were the final results?" Liu spoke, his expression grave. "Your highness, we are still investigating this matter, but we've found some clues already. It seems someone did impersonate you and slaughtered Zhao family village. And they took something from Zhao family village. Although we don't yet know what that item is, it clearly has great significance. Even the assassin couldn't identify what it was, only that it had been kept in Zhao family village for decades. And given the martial prowess of Zhao family village, which was home to several experts, its easy annihilation indicated a serious issue at hand." Hearing this, Liu immediately frowned. "So it's true that someone dares to impersonate me and stir up trouble so recklessly." Liu furrowed his brows, revealing a trace of murderous intent. He quickly composed himself and continued, "Since that's the case, I'd like to meet this assassin myself and understand exactly what's going on." Liu entered the dungeon of Qi Wang's palace. Though small, only 2 or 3 guards stood outside. Inside the cell, the assassin wore chains, thoroughly restrained. His face reflected nothing but hatred, and he appeared to be gesturing frantically while muttering something. Upon entering, Liu looked at his gestures and mocked. "Oh ho, what are you gesturing at? Still not giving up even now?" As he spoke, a derisive laugh escaped his lips. But before he could finish, the assassin reacted explosively. His hair and body hair stood on end, and his eyes fixed on Liu with venomous intensity. "You have the nerve to show up? Are you afraid I'll kill you?" He snarled viciously, unleashing curses. Upon seeing this, Liu laughed loudly. "Is that so?" Afterward, he sat down, his expression serious as he stared at the assassin in front of him, and said, "Actually, I don't have any urgent thoughts toward you. After all, you're just an assassin, and surely you don't know too many things. I'm only interested in finding out who the real culprit is behind all this. Given that someone is impersonating me and causing harm everywhere, this matter has crossed my red line, and I will absolutely not tolerate it. For this reason, I want to get a clear understanding." Prince Liu thusly addressed the assassin before him, appearing resolute. The assassin hesitated for a moment, doubt flickering in his eyes. He began to question whether the Liu in front of him was truly the same mastermind responsible for the massacre of his family in Zhao family village. Sitting across from the assassin, Liu sighed and said, "I don't know who swayed you, but think carefully. Might the person who sent you be the real murderer? Considering how clear they made everything seem to you, don't you find that strange? All the villagers in Zhao family village were slaughtered, as if witnessed by your own eyes. Do you think what I'm saying makes sense?" Liu spoke directly to the assassin. The assassin shook his head solemnly, replying with weight, "I still remember the situation back then. The prince, it was you who came to our Zhao family village. At the time, I was hunting on the mountain. When I returned, you had already arrived and were resting in our courtyard at Zhao family village. I caught a distant glimpse of you, noticing your dignified figure, and later heard around the village about a noble guest visiting us. But it turned out no noble guest came to Zhao family village. It was a butcher instead." As the assassin spoke these words, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He wept sorrowfully, his cries heart-wrenching. Whimpering, his voice carried a sense of despair. "I never imagined that events would spiral so far beyond control." At this point, hatred flared up once again in his eyes. Chapter 508, Treacherous Intentions. When Liu heard this, he immediately froze for a moment. Then he stared at the assassin in front of him and questioned him. "That is to say, what you saw was a figure resembling me. And the information you gathered in the village only indicated that a noble had come to the village. It wasn't definitely me, right?" Liu frowned as he stared at the assassin in front of him. After hearing this, the assassin's expression became serious as he glared at Li Yu and said, "That's correct. I hadn't seen you before. But later on, after investigating, the only person who passed by there was you. Besides you, who else could it be?" He spoke fiercely with an overwhelming killing intent. After listening to this, Li Yu shook his head. "You don't know what I went through back then. I was almost assassinated several times. At the time, the Emperor sent people to protect me, enabling me to safely return to the capital. At that time, there were the Emperor's men protecting me. How could I possibly have done such a thing? So, the person who killed the people in your village absolutely cannot be me. There's only one possibility. You mistook someone else for me. In this imperial court, recently, I am the only prince. There are several others who look similar to me. For instance, the crown prince looks very much like me from the side. We are brothers, naturally growing up to resemble each other." Li rolled his eyes and said, "Impossible. The Emperor is your father. He might cover up for you. Perhaps." The voice of the assassin involuntarily lowered a bit because he realized he might have wrongfully accused the prince. If it were some minor offense, forgiveness might be possible. It's an entire village. Without war, a whole village was slaughtered. Do you understand what kind of crime that is? Do you think it would still allow me to walk around so freely and confidently? Do you see any possibility of that?" By the time Li Yu finished speaking, he burst into laughter, laughing so heartily as if he had heard the most amusing thing ever. But, the assassin tried to speak, but quickly closed his mouth because he knew Li Yu was right. Li Yu nodded his head. "If I find out who it is, I will certainly reveal this matter publicly." The assassin nodded in response with a hoarse voice and asked, "If it turns out that you are the killer, will you let me go?" Li Yu laughed loudly after hearing this. "What kind of joke are you telling? You came here to assassinate a prince. Don't you understand the seriousness of the situation? Now things have come to this point. The best result you can hope for in your remaining life is to spend it in prison." The assassin clenched his fists tightly but did not utter any pleading words. His gaze carried a sense of resolution. Li Yu, upon hearing this, chuckled maliciously. "This matter ends here, and I don't wish to investigate further. However, I might just trouble you when I'm feeling down." Li Yu gave a cunning smile. After hearing this, the assassin took a step back. Satisfied, Li Yu walked away, but as soon as he stepped out, his expression turned somber. It was very likely that someone was impersonating him with a mask. It was even possible that a prince really committed these murders. It must have been for some benefit that they killed the people of Zhao family village. As Li Yu thought about this, some guesses flashed through his mind. The matter was complicated, requiring slow and thorough investigation. Prince Li Xiuxian returned to his crown prince's residence, filled with anxiety as he paced back and forth, thinking about how to deal with the current predicament. Several people stood beside him, their faces bearing expressions of gravity. "Prince, you absolutely cannot take this lightly anymore. Such troubles have arisen, and we must solve them promptly. If His Majesty continues to doubt you this way, it's highly possible that he will strip you of your title as crown prince. After all, none of the previous princes has ever encountered such difficulties as you have. The Emperor is a ruthless man. He never considers the consequences of his actions. Even for you, big trouble might arise." This man spoke with some regret. Li Xiuxian replied somewhat impatiently, "I haven't rebelled. This is merely hearsay against me, deliberately trying to frame me. That's why I asked you all to come over, so that you could help me get rid of this matter. We must find a way to clear my name of this accusation, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do." At this point, he sighed and revealed an expression of helplessness. "Your Highness, I think there's no need to be overly concerned about this matter." Just then, a chronicler spoke up. "If the Emperor has already suspected you, it's clear that you shouldn't go back to the crown prince's residence. This proves that the Emperor has a deep understanding of you, knowing that you would never commit such an act. By doing nothing now, we should be able to clear your suspicion as the crown prince. Or, we can shift the blame elsewhere." The chronicler's words carried a hint of intrigue, as if he had already formed some sort of scheme. After hearing this, Li Xiuxian took a deep breath and asked, "Then what should I do to resolve this situation?" The chronicler replied solemnly, "I've heard that the borderlands of Tubo are somewhat unstable. They seem to have certain intentions. It would be fitting to intervene in their affairs. For example, by spreading some rumors. Once these rumors arise, the attention directed at you will immediately shift. They are simply too idle, which is why they engage in internal conflict for the crown. If something else diverts their gaze, would you still be the most dangerous person? Moreover, Tubo has long harbored rebellious thoughts. Our great Tang dynasty is the supreme celestial nation, yet they dare to behave so arrogantly. This is an excellent opportunity to strike them and give them a proper lesson, achieving two goals with one action." Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian's eyes lit up instantly. This is truly a brilliant idea. With this idea, I can solve these major problems. Zhao Gongcheng, I am very satisfied with your strategy. Starting from next month, your stipend will increase by 10%. Chapter 509, The Turmoil of Tubo. As Li Xiuxian announced this reward, it momentarily brightened the eyes of the other ministers present, revealing envious expressions. This not only meant gaining prominence before the crown prince, but also represented receiving his recognition. Having one's name marked in the crown prince's regard ensured being the first thought of in future matters. Zhao Gongcheng greatly benefited this time, and everyone present showed envious expressions. After dismissing these strategists of his, Li Xiuxian sat in the palace, surrounded by dimness, his face still grave, only to see him muttering, "I never expected Prince Qi to outmaneuver my plans. How utterly infuriating. Having done such things, he has exposed me publicly. How am I supposed to shake off this trouble? At this point, he clutched his chest with a hand, his breathing becoming labored, as if in pain, even more so filled with regret. If only I hadn't been discovered, planning and scheming according to my own mind. Once I amassed sufficient strength, no one could decide my position. Damn it, damn it. He spoke here with tears streaming from his eyes. Prince Qi, you and I have an irreconcilable feud. When I ascend the throne, I will surely take a proper vengeance on you, leaving you without a burial place. Time passed quickly, with the news of Tubo stirring up trouble reaching Jingzhou Prefecture. Originally, everyone was discussing whether the crown prince might be plotting rebellion. But with the news that Tubo dared to cause trouble reaching the capital city, all were immediately silenced, showing signs of unease and sighs. For one must understand, since the founding of the Tang dynasty, after enduring many wars, they had established a formidable reputation. Originally, there were still those who dared to offend the heavenly kingdom, but later they were all subjugated. Since then, none dared to stir up trouble against the Tang dynasty. With Tubo suddenly jumping out, it made all the court officials and common people feel offended. In Emperor Taizong's imperial study, as Taizong reflected on recent events, he felt an internal weariness, coupled with some annoyance and speechlessness. The rumor of the crown prince wanting to rebel spreads, causing him considerable unrest. The crown prince plotting rebellion naturally subjected the emperor to immense condemnation. Considering that Li Shimin had previously killed his own brothers and imprisoned Gaozu to become the grand emperor, now his son following suit would naturally elicit secret applause from many. Yet Li Shimin couldn't say anything. This was the karma of his past actions. Thus every time he thought about this matter, he felt a pang of distress. He naturally knew that the censors were guided by Li Yu because they were Li Yu's people. Initially, I wanted to let them fight it out, but never imagined that these disputes would become so fierce. Is the crown prince really contemplating rebellion? This thought flickered in Li Shimin's mind, haunting him incessantly. Just then, the discussions below interrupted Li Shimin's thoughts. The Minister of War stepped forward to say, Your Majesty, we now possess substantial strength and can completely teach Tubo a lesson, ensuring they will never dare covet our great Tang again. In the past, Goguryeo also harbored intentions to probe our great Tang, and we have thoroughly taught them their lesson, eliminating all concerns. Marching to war is the best solution, and our warriors are already brimming with blood and passion. Said thusly, the Minister of War's breathing revealed traces of hormones. The Minister of Revenue sighed at this moment, reporting to Your Majesty, although the Ministry of Revenue currently has some surplus, it cannot sustain a major war right now. Should a war be truly instigated, it may very well be a significant burden for our great Tang. There is a high likelihood that the stable situation will rapidly destabilize. If we wish to act against Tubo, it would be best to wait another 2 to 3 years. Once our strength becomes robust, we can easily crush them. Our great Tang possesses the most advanced farming tools and potent rice strains. Our current yield far surpasses the Sui dynasty, and we need not worry about future affairs. Time is the most valuable weapon of our great Tang. With each passing day, we grow stronger. But should we just leave Tubo unchecked? Administering a severe lesson upon them would indeed be excellent. Right at this moment, the Minister of Works interjected, You're underestimating Tubo too much. They reside long-term in the high mountains and do not adapt to the plains regions. Even if we manage to conquer them, ruling over them effectively would be extremely difficult. In the region of Tibet, the mountains are simply too high. In the past, there were also people who tried to rule over Tubo, but because their land was too scattered and the high-altitude areas were too barren, even if we had the intention to compete, we would need to expend a great deal of effort to stabilize the situation. The benefits may not justify the cost. The best method is marriage alliance. Once everything stabilizes, naturally peace can be maintained in the future. A marriage alliance is the best solution. Just then, the Minister of Works spoke, but his words made Emperor Taizong feel somewhat uncomfortable. He wished to be an upright emperor. How could he easily bring up marriage alliances? As he thought about this, he felt somewhat discontented, yet he knew that what the Minister of Works said was correct. Indeed, marriage alliances are a very good approach. Tubo has repeatedly requested marriage, but they have been sent away each time. Yet, they remain persistent. Now, should we really proceed with it? Emperor Taizong had not yet made up his mind, harboring some hesitation in his heart. While pondering these matters, he remembered what Li Yu had once mentioned. How could the rich lands of Tang fear such rebels? Shaking his head, he expelled these thoughts from his mind. On the streets at this moment, a group of people were walking along the street, discussing various things, with a heavy demeanor on their faces. This matter is a bit troublesome. If we wish to resolve this issue, we must handle it properly. How did such rumors spread within the populace? Our intention to propose marriage for the Zanpu will be significantly affected. How will we explain this to the Zanpu in the future? The Zanpu refers to Songtsen Gampo, the 33rd Zanpu of the current Tubo dynasty. Of course, in the minds of his subordinates, this was the true founding monarch. His fame resounded throughout Tibet, gaining the acknowledgement of all. They also sought the hand of a princess from the Tang dynasty. Upon arriving in Tang, they witnessed its prosperity and envied it immensely. Chapter 510, Stolen. They saw the richness of the Tang dynasty. Here, there were thousands of fertile fields, endless numbers of people, and each commoner was well fed and dressed. Most importantly, the women here were truly too beautiful. Compared to the dark-skinned women of Tubo, these women seemed like celestial beings. These were just some ordinary women. They couldn't compare with the noble women of the royal palace. If they could seek a royal noblewoman for their Zanpu, their social status would certainly be elevated to an entire new level. then they'd surely have it made. As soon as they thought about this, they instantly felt warm inside. This was a monumental celebration. However, it remained uncertain how the Tang dynasty would make its choice. A Tubo man spoke in a muffled voice. I don't know what will happen to us here in the Tang. Will they reject our demands? They refused us last time. However, the headman of Tubo raised his head this time with a proud tone. Humph. Isn't this time different? You guys also haven't realized that in the past few times we've come, it was because the Tang dynasty didn't think much about Tubo's strength, but this time, we've brought knives, swords, white kata, and gifts. If they refuse marriage alliance, then it's war with us. The Tubo headman gritted his teeth and said so. Moreover, I already investigated in Tubo. There are still many border troubles in the Tang dynasty. Everywhere, people are keeping watch. It seems Goguryeo is still watching greedily. They must not hold our request hostage, or else they can't blame us for being rude. The Tubo headman said this arrogantly. He depended on speaking to Boshin, knowing no one here understood him, allowing him to talk nonsense freely. The Tubo people discussed among themselves excitedly. They had come to this wealthy place. Perhaps, they could even bring back a beautiful princess. This was the perfect outcome. In the future, maybe they could live on this fertile land if given the chance. However, the climate here was way too hot, making them somewhat unable to bear it. At that moment, someone suddenly bumped into them. He hit a Tubo person and stood up, immediately apologizing. These Tubo people could speak Chinese, which was why they had been sent over. Hearing the apology from the person before them, they thus did not take much notice of it. As they hadn't gone far, they suddenly realized the money in their pockets was gone. Where's my silver? Where's my heavenly pearl? It was definitely that guy just now. The moment he collided with us, he already stole the stuff. We cannot let him go, or we'll starve. Chase him. With a furious roar from one of the Tubo men, they immediately rushed off in the direction of the thief. They quickly caught up with the thief. Before they could severely punish this thief, they noticed this thief shouting loudly in front of them. The Tubo people are beating people. They're beating people. As he struggled, he kept shouting and cursing. You are just foreign Tubo people. How dare you be so bold? I'm not afraid of you. As he made such moves, he screamed in agony as if struck heavily and continuously rolled around in the crowd. It made these Tubo people gape in amazement. They had never seen such tactics, all at once dumbfounded. What is going on? Not possible. How can these Tubo people be so oppressive? Grabbing a regular citizen and calling him a thief. How dare they point a deer and call it a horse? The Tubo people hearing the surrounding murmurings were all flabbergasted. Never imagining the results would turn out this way, they became somewhat regretful. What on earth is happening? Just at that moment, a few burly men squeezed out from the crowd. These burly men, with righteous indignation, roared at the Tubo people in front. Dare to use your hands? I'll tell you right now, I'm not someone you can offend easily. You outsiders, this place doesn't welcome you. Get out. These people shouted loudly, constantly abusing them. After hearing these words, the Tubo people turned red in the face with anger, having never expected to be insulted so after coming here. One Tubo man shouted angrily. Clearly he stole our belongings. We merely wanted him to return our money. How can you defame us like this? If you don't believe us, check his body to see if our items are on him. The young man who was caught showed no sign of panic. He walked out from the crowd with a smug tone and said, Go ahead and search me. If you find even one thing that belongs to you on my body, you can cut off my head. As he spoke, his words immediately caused these Tubo people to reveal expressions of confusion. Could it be that we've really suspected the wrong person? Just as this thought crossed his mind, their movements became hesitant. The man being searched then said in an arrogant tone, I've been telling you all along that this has nothing to do with me, but you refuse to believe me. Are you finally willing to believe now? As he spoke, he let out a cold snort. Could it really be that I made a mistake? Could our money pouch have fallen somewhere? And how come our belongings are still missing? Just as they entertained these thoughts, the young man remained completely unfazed and extorted them by saying, Since I'm not involved in this, you must compensate me. You gave me a severe beating. I don't care where you came from. If you don't pay up today, you won't leave. As he spoke, he fell to the ground and started rolling around, causing these Tubo people to stare in shock. Why should we pay you compensation? We merely wanted to search you to see if our belongings were stolen by you. Since you didn't steal our things, why should we offer compensation? As this Tubo person spoke, his tongue twisted in his mouth, making his speech awkward and unclear. But the young man showed no signs of hesitation. Instead, he shouted loudly, Why? You're not leaving then. In a sudden move, he grabbed the nearby Tubo man, speaking with a hint of anger in his voice. These Tubo men had no intention of arguing with him any further. After all, their money pouch had been stolen and they needed to retrieve it at all costs. Just as they attempted to break free from this man, something unexpected occurred. Chapter 511, Sowing Discord. Just then, the man suddenly let out a loud scream of pain and fell to the ground. He wailed loudly. It's truly unjust. Not only do you falsely accuse me, but you also refuse to compensate me, and now you're even brutally beating me. How can you do such a thing? How dare you do this to me? At that moment, a few burly men who had been waiting nearby immediately rushed forward and grabbed the hands of the Tubo people. They scolded them. You have some nerve to beat our citizens on Tang Dynasty soil. Your boldness is truly beyond measure. Compensate us. Compensate us. The surrounding commoners also shouted loudly in unison, all filled with anger. This instantly made the faces of these Tubo people pale with fear. How could these people do such things? Not only did they rob their money, but they were now also threatening them. The young man suddenly threw a punch, striking one of the Tubo's faces directly, making it swell up, looking extremely comical. I'll show you that I'm not someone to be trifled with. In no time, the group was already wrestling together. Though these Tubo people had thoughts of fighting back, they didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, this was Tang Dynasty land. If they dared to draw knives here, there would be no benefit for them at all. After a round of beatings, these Tubo people were knocked down on the ground. Lying there, their faces were pale, and some couldn't even utter a word. Feeling the gaze of those around them, they clenched their teeth angrily. How can you wrongfully accuse us like this? Having finished everything, the young people revealed smiles on their faces. The parents looked at each other briefly, then quietly left. It turned out they were following certain arrangements, deliberately provoking the situation to make these envoys despise the Tang Dynasty. They quickly arrived at a small courtyard and began dividing the spoils. There were plenty of good things they had stolen before, all laid out on the table, causing them to show excited expressions upon seeing them. Who would have thought we could steal so many valuable things and still complete our mission above expectations? Do you think why these Tubo people are coming? I don't believe the princess would marry any of those seemingly foolish men. These people are indeed too stupid. At this moment, the man who looked like the leader scoffed and said, "These matters aren't simple. Don't underestimate them. They clearly look like warriors, and they also show respect for the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, they might have already acted during earlier moments. You must be cautious. If they catch you, next time it definitely won't be this easy. Do you know why the higher-ups want a war between Tubo and Tang? If a war really breaks out, won't it be the ordinary people who will suffer?" Just then, another man sniffed and replied, "If we don't create chaos now, it'll be much harder to stir trouble later. Our master is the most important person. He is divinely ordained to come into this world and become emperor. This is heaven's will. Though the people may endure hardships in this process, they will certainly ascend to heaven and achieve godhood or immortality in the future." It turned out they were part of some private force, intentionally causing trouble. They hadn't noticed that someone had been trailing behind them, watching every one of their moves closely. It seems like someone wants to cause more trouble, so they arranged this deliberately. But unfortunately, these plans were too crude, and a slight misstep has already let us uncover all the secrets. We can now make a move. But after considering for a moment, he stopped his action. It wasn't time to act yet. A plan needed to be devised to investigate their actions further. Once he knew their situations thoroughly, better measures could be taken accordingly. This tracker laughed silently as he kept following them, trying to discover where their stronghold was located. Liu soon heard about the incident that happened in the capital city. Only then did he realize the Tubo people had arrived so early, and some doubts rose in Liu's mind. But he quickly calmed down because this matter really had nothing much to do with him. Still, he felt very puzzled. Why would these people mercilessly beat the Tubo people? And it should not just be these arrangements. There must be other schemes at play. Could it be that someone is attempting to sow discord through all this? After considering this, Liu commanded his subordinates. These matters must be investigated immediately. Arrange people now to look into what exactly is happening and report every detail to me. Everything must be thoroughly and clearly investigated. He swiftly dispatched individuals for a deeper probe, hoping to uncover the truth. The governor of Jingzhaofu soon learned about the incident, his face paling at the realization. He never expected such a diplomatic mishap to occur. Now, no one but the prince could save him. After some contemplation, he decided immediate action was necessary. The capital city quickly erupted in heated discussion, with everyone buzzing over the event. In the inn where the Tubo delegates stayed, each one bore visible injuries as specialized doctors tended to them. "You Central Plains people are truly barbaric. How dare you falsely accuse us and then assault us? We did nothing wrong, yet our money was stolen, and we've endured such beatings." The official responsible for reception silently cursed the ruffians who had caused this chaos. What audacity to harass the envoys in such a way. Not only were the envoys assaulted, but their belongings were also stolen. Fortunately, the large items were already loaded onto carts by the envoys. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. "You must conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, or else we will certainly file a complaint to our xuanhuan. If that happens, things will become much more complicated." The reception official coughed lightly. "Very well, I will personally inform His Majesty about this matter and ensure that justice is served." "That's acceptable." Upon hearing this, the Tubo delegates visibly relaxed, ceasing their demands for further accountability. Chapter 512, Preventing the Marriage Alliance. Li Shimin heard the report from the officials below, and only then did he learn that these Tubo people had been beaten by a group of hooligans after arriving in the capital. For a moment, he was somewhat speechless. Speaking of these Tubo people, Li Shimin's impression of them was also very deep. These Tubo people were all dirty, with a strong odor. In the past, although he had also interacted with these people and thought they were very annoying, because these people were envoys from Tubo, he did not drive them away directly. Later, Li Shimin learned that the Tubo people disliked bathing, which is why their bodies had such a strong smell. And they also had fleas on them. So to a certain extent, Li Shimin didn't have a particularly good impression of these Tubo people. Especially when these Tubo people came to the Tang dynasty to ask for the princess hand in marriage, it made him feel some aversion internally. How dare some barbarians come to seek the hand of the princess? Is marrying the princess something that easy? So these Tubo people came several times, but failed every time. When he thought about this, he felt a bit of a headache. Let's just leave it at that for now. Let those below provide them with good food and drink, and avoid any conflict with them. Let this matter end here. As for those goods, try your best to retrieve them if possible. Li Shimin instructed the ministers in front of him. Yes. The ministers below then left. Liu also received reports from his subordinates. After hearing the news, he also felt greatly surprised. What? These Tubo people came to Jingzhaofu and such things happened. They are really too unlucky, but how can they expect to marry the princess? It's like a dream. Is it that easy to marry the princess? Liu said this and became somewhat dissatisfied. At this moment, the system appeared. Ding! With a clear sound, a system panel appeared in front of Liu. System task. Please prevent the Tubo people from asking for the princess hand. Let Princess Wenxing stay in the Tang dynasty. Mission reward, 1,000 points. After seeing the task on the system panel, Liu was also greatly startled. This mission didn't seem simple, which pleased him. Thinking of this, Liu instantly started drooling. Liu originally had an intention to interfere in this matter. After all, one thing he hated most was that the Tang dynasty always liked to send various resources of civilization out. This created many powerful civilizations, which eventually threatened the Tang dynasty later on. Thinking of this, he began to think about how to deal with the situation. If the Tubo are rejected again, they might directly attack the Tang dynasty. Then, they will be severely disciplined so they understand the dignity of the Tang dynasty and no longer interfere militarily in the future. Moreover, even if arranged marriage occurs, absolutely nothing more valuable must be given away. As Liu thought about this, he began to consider how to complete the task. Soon he came up with a good idea. He called over Lu Zhua and gave him instructions. This matter is not simple. I need you to accomplish the task. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhua wasn't sure what to do. The Tubo sending envoys to request the princess damages our Tang dynasty's dignity greatly. If we were still in a weaker stage, a marriage alliance would indeed be necessary. But now that the Tang dynasty is in its flourishing years, how could we allow these Tubo people to cause trouble? We must give them a severe lesson so they understand the consequences of arrogance and never dare to provoke us again. Lu Zhua was immediately stunned upon hearing this. But soon he understood, this was no ordinary task. The prince is a visionary person. Since he has foreseen possible problems from the Tubo, naturally, he needs to wholeheartedly assist the prince. My lord, then what should I do next? Liu's immediate priority is to stop the Tang dynasty from arranging the marriage alliance. Next, he must investigate the specific circumstances surrounding the Tubo people and see if they truly intend to cause trouble. If they stir up trouble on the border or prepare for anything, report back to me quickly. I want to know exactly what they plan to do. Yes, my lord. Lu Zhua had already decided in his heart to thoroughly investigate this matter. At the same time, at the special station house that hosted guests from foreign tribes, these Tubo people were all extremely angry. The Tang dynasty is going too far. Before, they said they would give us an answer, and now there is no news. They are obviously just humoring us. The Xuanhu has already said it. If they refuse to marry the princess to our Tubo, then we will take action against them and teach them a harsh lesson. And let us send this message back to Tubo directly. At that time, they will confront the Tang dynasty. But this Tang dynasty is really not easy to provoke, with so many troops and each one seeming fiercer than the last. What should we do? Fear nothing. At this moment, another Tubo person spoke. The Xuanhu has already prepared for battle. We naturally must follow orders and show the might of our Tubo. Otherwise, we will certainly be looked down upon. This would not be a good thing for us. Good. I will immediately send this message back. As long as the Xuanhu makes his move, we can definitely break through all obstacles with irresistible force and bring the princess home then. Who knows? Maybe we can even occupy this land of prosperity and then give the Tang dynasty a severe lesson, making them never dare to look down on us like this again. These people drank a bit of alcohol and were all wildly bragging in their Tubo language, without any worry that someone might overhear them. But they didn't know that outside, someone had already recorded every word they said. When Liu received this document, he instantly furrowed his brows. Indeed, these Tubo aren't being honest, having made preparations on both fronts. On one hand, they seek a marriage alliance, and on the other hand, they're preparing for combat. With this dual approach plan, they are truly ruthless. He very well knew that the Tubo's fighting capabilities weren't that great, but it was still not the best time for drastic actions yet. Thinking about this, Liu started to contemplate and soon came up with an idea. As the court meeting began, at this moment, with the submission of a memorial by a minister, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone started whispering to each other, asking what exactly had happened. Chapter 5:13, Court Deliberations. Surely not. The people of Tubo actually dare to cause trouble on the borders of our great Tang. They are just a small place. If it weren't for the high mountains and cold climate, we would have wiped them out long ago. How could we let them become so audacious? In the imperial court, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward with some anger in his voice, seemingly dissatisfied with these ministers' reactions. Our great Tang has experienced countless battles, and our armies and soldiers are all fierce and brave. We fear no one. If the people of Tubo dare to come over, then we'll let them know our power. They should know that we from Great Tang are not to be trifled with. Cheng Yaojin's words immediately silenced many people. This is a formidable general, though he only has 3 axes, but his strength cannot be underestimated. Very few people can withstand his 3-axe blows. And if there is a disagreement, he really will resort to physical violence. At this moment, Changsun Wuji spoke up. This matter is not that simple. How dare Tubo move without caution? They must have their own conspiracy. They are devising some plans, which is why they suddenly act now. We must severely strike them, so they never dare cause trouble again, and by doing this, we maintain our greatest advantage. After all, our great Tang cannot just easily wage war. Once war breaks out, it leads to enormous consumption. Although Tang can still bear it, our main target right now is not these Tubo people. They don't amount to anything. We can pacify them and make them behave. If after giving them benefits, they continue to stir trouble, then we shall harshly punish them. As Changsun Wuji said this, he displayed an expression as if having grasped all wisdom. Many ministers nodded their heads. Your Majesty can receive the envoy from Tubo and inquire what they intend to do. If they behave properly in the future, we may reward them accordingly. If they refuse to be obedient in the future, then we will severely punish them. These ministers were all discussing the matter heatedly. For them, this was no small issue. The crown prince stood there, and upon hearing everyone's lively discussion, he instantly sighed in relief. Finally, no one was pointing fingers at him anymore. If they continued to focus on him, it might cause him a lot of trouble. He did not want these troubles to reach him because once they did, things would become complicated. As he pondered these matters, another incident occurred. Li Yu stepped forward. I humbly address my father, Your Majesty. I have something to say. When he heard this, he turned his gaze towards Li Yu, and a wave of puzzlement arose in his heart. How did Li Yu suddenly step forward? Li Yu stood there calmly. Father, I have my own opinion on this matter. Tubo is just a foreign land. Such a small Tubo daring to challenge our great Tang so brazenly. Isn't that harming your reputation, father? I believe we should not conduct a matrimonial alliance with Tubo. Instead, we must harshly punish them and let them know their place. Only by doing this can we become stronger in the future, achieve a better tomorrow, and attain the prosperity of great Tang. Father is truly an enlightened emperor and surely understands that matrimonial alliances are necessary only when a dynasty's national strength is insufficient. This itself is a stance of compromise and provides an opportunity for others to take advantage. Does my father remember the fates of those princesses sent to matrimonial alliances during the Han dynasty, or the outcomes for those dynasties that chose matrimonial alliances? These barbarians never consider any propriety. Whatever they seize, they soon turn around and attack us. Speaking of civilization to these barbarians is itself something we shouldn't do. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Emperor Taizong, who sat there, felt a surge of worry. He thought Li Yu was indeed right, but there was hesitation in his heart, because he also received news about some disturbances caused by Tubo on the border and was hesitating whether a response was necessary. At this point, Li Yu hurriedly said, Father, I think I can lead as the vanguard and thoroughly investigate how they plan to proceed. If we can give them a decisive defeat, I believe they won't dare offend Great Tang ever again. After listening to this, Emperor Taizong sharply inhaled a cold breath, because he felt that Li Yu was absolutely correct, and with Li Yu's unstoppable force as a fierce general of the highest order, it would surely bring great advantage to the Great Tang. Father, remember the old saying, if you don't strike first, you'll be struck by 100 punches. Only by severely punishing Tubo and stopping their arrogance can they understand the might of our Tang dynasty. They will then humbly acknowledge Great Tang. After hearing this, Li Shimin was deep in thought, but did not make a decision right away. Instead, he nodded and said, let's deliberate on this matter further later. There were numerous discussions, and just at that moment, Li Xiuxian shot a sharp look filled with hatred at Li Yu. In his eyes, Li Yu's words were merely an attempt to shift blame towards him, trying again to tarnish his reputation with allegations of rebellion. As this thought crossed his mind, a strong surge of anger arose within him. You bastard, wait for me. He kept his head low and didn't utter a single word. When the court meeting ended, Li Xiuxian hurriedly left. Li Shimin, however, summoned these envoys from Tubo. Upon arriving at the reception hall, the Tubo envoys remained standing without bowing. Are you the emperor? One of the Tubo envoys spoke, appearing exceedingly arrogant and unafraid even in the presence of Li Shimin. This caused Li Shimin to furrow his brows slightly, revealing some irritation. Nonetheless, he refrained from acting rashly and merely nodded to the envoy from Tubo. What does your Xuanhu intend? Is this how you present a marriage proposal? We are the Great Tang dynasty, a supreme empire. For you to refuse to kneel before me, do you consider your Xuanhu greater than myself? Upon hearing this, the Tubo envoys found it strange and wouldn't easily bow down. One of the Tubo envoys hastily replied, Great Emperor of Tang, we have no such intention. We simply do not know proper decorum. Chapter 514, Preparations for War. If the Emperor insists on causing trouble for us, we will not be afraid either. We have made 2 sets of preparations. If you refuse to arrange a marriage alliance with our Xuanhu, then we will certainly engage in battle with you and see who emerges victorious. Our Xuanhu is an unparalleled ruler of a great era. Not only has he unified Tibet, but he's also constructing grand palaces. On that towering plateau, we've already gained a shining star. We just don't want to go to war with the Tang dynasty. It doesn't mean we're afraid. And thus spoke this envoy with pride, seemingly boasting. After hearing this, Li Shimin felt quite enraged. These people were truly audacious, showing him no respect whatsoever. He was, after all, an emperor, and even though he didn't want to quarrel with these envoys, it still made him quite angry. He let out a cold snort. Does your Xuanhu think he can match wits with the Tang dynasty? I'd like to see what kind of power you actually possess. Don't get beaten up by my soldiers. These Tibetans originally thought they had come for an arranged marriage, but instead, they were being challenged to fight, making them extremely angry. However, surrounded by Chinese people, they dared not act rashly. Your arranged marriage, I refuse. The Tang dynasty won't allow such a thing. Having said this, Li Shimin waved his hand to shoo away these Tibetan envoys. These Tibetan envoys grew infuriated. The leading envoy cursed aloud. Don't think you can be so arrogant now. Once our forces arrive, we'll give you a harsh lesson. We'll return immediately and report this matter to our Xuanhu. We will certainly return. Thus spoke this angry Tibetan envoy, full of resentment. Li Shimin was also provoked. Throw all these Tibetan envoys out, and from now on, drive anyone who comes here away. All the Tibetan envoys were forcibly driven out of the palace gates. After seeing this scene, the leading envoy clenched his fists, revealing an expression of hatred. How dare they? How dare they? Do they really intend to start a war? If you want war, we will report back to our Xuanhu and let him speak to you with swords and spears. These Tibetans slunk off, but upon returning to their inn, they were soon expelled and ended up standing in the street, seething with anger. At this point, they could do nothing but rush back immediately. However, shortly after leaving the city, they were surrounded by a group of people. In the face of this crowd, their expressions turned fierce as they stepped closer. Their eyes glinted with chilling, murderous intent. You Tibetans, unexpectedly there are treasures among you. I thought I was stealing from a poor man, but it turns out you're a big fat sheep. Since you're here, leave everything behind. There's no way I'm letting you leave. You rich targets, leaving your belongings here would be the best outcome for you. I had planned to return your stolen items, but since you were kicked out, haha. The young thief laughed loudly atop his horse. After hearing his words, the Tibetans grew pale with anger. It's indeed you thieves who stole our things. Give them back to us immediately. One of the Tibetans lunged forward angrily, but he was kicked back down before he could reach them, landing clumsily. The thief said furiously, attack. Take everything they own. These are the ones who got expelled. The court won't give them another chance. Even if they file a complaint, they wouldn't cause us trouble. This sparked excitement among the group. They rushed to these Tibetans, robbing them of all their belongings and beating them severely, which caused the Tibetans' faces to grow pale with fury. They protested loudly in their anger. That's all our property. How dare you treat us like this? Before long, they were stripped of everything and thrown aside. The young thief walked up to the Tibetan envoy and threw down a string of coins. This money will serve as your fare home. Don't come again, or I'll rob you every time I see you. People like you never bathe and reek so strongly. Do you think you're worthy to seek the hand of the Tang princess? You'd better just roll back home and never come here again. As they spoke, they let out mocking laughter. The envoy clenched his fists tightly, revealing a look of hatred. He wished he could immediately annihilate these people, but there was nothing he could do about it. He firmly memorized the appearances of these individuals in his mind, determined to take revenge on them. Muttering to himself, he said, you just wait. You just wait. I will definitely come back, and when that time comes, I will kill all of you bastards. In the end, this group of Tubo people had no choice but to beg their way back, enduring great misery. Fortunately, the post house still recognized them and gave them some leftover food, barely allowing them to return to the border. Once they returned, they immediately went before Xiuxian Gampo and knelt down, bursting into tears. Xuanhu, their insults are simply unbearable. Initially, we thought they would agree to have the princess marry you, but instead, they mocked us as peasants, unworthy of marrying the princess. And they said our bodies emitted a strong odor. The emperor also looked down on us. After only meeting us, he expelled us. He even said that if we dared to attack them, they would teach us a lesson. As they spoke, tears streamed down their faces. After hearing everything, Xuanhu tightly clenched his fists, revealing a hateful look in his eyes. How dare they? These people's audacity truly knows no bounds. The Tang dynasty has only just been established for not many years, and I have already unified Tubo. If that's the case, then let's see who can outmatch whom. After learning about this matter, Xiuxian Gampo immediately assembled his troops, ready to wage an all-out war against the Tang dynasty. They aimed to invade the borders of the Tang dynasty to show them that Tubo was not a weak nation. While they were mobilizing their armies, some merchants recorded all these events and hurriedly returned to the Great Hall, delivering all this information directly to Li Yu. Chapter 5:15, Entrapment Before Battle. Li Yu soon received the urgent document delivered at maximum speed, but as he saw these documents, his eyebrows immediately furrowed. Tubo really is sending troops, and it seems this time it's because of some humiliation they've suffered. Their desire to deploy troops has become stronger. Their preparations are even more formidable than what history records. They wish to wipe out the shame in one decisive battle. Li Yu put down the document in his hand and smirked coldly. Tubo truly is a land of barbarians. I originally thought that they might have had different battle strategies, but never expected their deployment of soldiers to be so chaotic, truly unable to resist attack. It seems that the reason Xiuxian Gampo was able to unify Tubo is probably because Tubo's overall strength is generally weak, which allowed him to achieve such success. But these Tubo people, who have lived on the plateau for years, have much stronger bodies. Only they can't withstand the high temperatures of ordinary Central Plains areas. As soon as the temperature rises, they start to lose their armor. Li Yu shook his head, stood up, and said, it's just the right time now to send reinforcements to the battlefield. Li Yu spoke like this, and just as he was about to leave the door, Xiao Lu came hurriedly to Li Yu's side, lowering his voice and saying, my lord, we found some leads regarding the matter you asked us to investigate before. Indeed, someone impersonated you and slaughtered Zhao village. We have uncovered some clues, and now suspect that some individuals are trying to frame you. There are already some rumors circulating in Jingzhou Prefecture. These whispers point secretly at you, alleging you have cruel and bloodthirsty tendencies. In addition, there are several rumors spreading in the capital city, each pointing toward different villages. These villages, incidentally, all have survivors. They know something about your affairs, possibly because they heard about Wang Yaning's visit to their places. What? Upon hearing this, Li Yu became enraged instantly. He couldn't believe how brazenly someone would dare use his name, not only for personal gain, but also go as far as to stir up such trouble. This infuriated him. What an abomination! His original plan was to head to the border and confront the Tubo forces properly, delivering a harsh lesson to them and making them understand their powerlessness. But now, with such rumors appearing in the capital city, this creates a slight disadvantage for him. Moreover, with some survivors from these villages still around, they may very well raise complaints and even directly step forward to seek justice. Xiao Lu said gravely, Lord, since they have taken action, it shows they must have been prepared beforehand. If they make a move, it will definitely be surprising. Shall we capture all these survivors now, so they cannot be easily used as weapons against you? Hearing this, Liu shook his head. It's too late no matter what we do now. The reason they dared take such action and spread this information means they aren't afraid of me acting immediately to take these people away. If I were to remove these people, it would serve as indisputable evidence that I killed all the villagers myself. They devised such a poisonous plan. Whether I respond or stay silent, it could swiftly turn into a vicious attack leading directly to my downfall. Liu, after speaking this, burst into laughter. So it appears I have underestimated them, but they have also underestimated me. Thinking I would let this slide, am I? As he spoke, a look of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. My lord, what should we do now? Liu walked a few steps and gently shook his head. Do nothing for now. Just wait for them to make their appearance. For any action, there must always be a mastermind behind it. Monitor these individuals closely, watch those close to them as well. If anyone monitors them, track them quickly to uncover the truth about who's actually pulling the strings from behind. On another front, I'm preparing to leave the capital and engage Tubo. As Liu mentioned this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ah yes, investigate the nearby government offices of these villages to check if they received any reports of incidents. And why didn't they relay the information up the chain? If they have conspired together, then conduct further investigations to clarify their situation thoroughly. Only by understanding fully what they're doing can we destroy them altogether, thereby unveiling their core ideas completely. After saying this, Liu's lips curled upward gradually. All the truths will come to light, and it's just as well that I get a chance to stretch my bones properly. As Liu spoke, his eyes emitted a murderous intent. Perhaps I haven't moved in a long time, which makes these people underestimate me. Do they think I don't kill? Liu spoke coldly, and the murderous aura around him didn't dissipate. Meanwhile, Li Shimin soon received the news too. As he looked at the records of the village massacres, his expression immediately darkened. For him, linking Liu with such events would be very disadvantageous. The nearby eunuch quickly whispered, Your Majesty, we don't know what happened either. Should we inquire about it with Prince Qi? But Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. What result would we get now by asking him? If it was really him who did it, would he admit it? And if it wasn't him, then who did it? Besides my other children, who else could look like him? Unless someone can find someone exactly like him, disguise them accordingly, and even mimic his martial arts skills. Only then could such schemes truly work. I'm curious myself how this whole situation will play out. From now on, send people to monitor Prince Qi's residence and report back daily actions. I want to know precisely what he's up to. Yes. The eunuch beside him didn't ask any questions, but withdrew immediately to carry out the orders. At a certain basement somewhere within the capital city, several black-clothed figures were sitting there. They all had their faces covered, making it impossible to see their features clearly. This time, our ace has struck true. Even with all the favor given to Prince Qi, how does one explain away massacring entire villages when survivors exist? We merely need to fan the flames further, so there's no escape for him. Each of the black-clad individuals laughed. Just then, one of them voiced concern. What if he finds some evidence? We cannot overlook this. All evidence must be thoroughly destroyed without fail. Chapter 516, Replacement. The previous black-clothed man showed a smirk. Rest assured, I have already completely eliminated all traces of this matter. Even if he has such ability, he won't be able to find any evidence. Unless someone among the survivors knows that it was us who slaughtered the villagers. Otherwise, how could they possibly suspect us? I had already killed all those people who contacted us back then. And it was done extremely secretly, leaving no trace behind at all. So you can rest assured, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Now we just need to push this matter further, making it more obvious. By that time, no one will be able to escape from our grasp. His words were cold and detached, making one feel a chill as soon as they heard them. Hack hack. At this moment, the black-clothed man at the top covered his mouth and coughed twice, making a sound that seemed to interrupt everyone's thoughts, drawing all their attention towards him. Master, what's your opinion on this? It was clear that the skin exposed by the black-clothed man at the top was already very aged. It was evident that he was truly an elderly man. Even just sitting there, he exuded a massive presence. One could tell immediately that he was not an ordinary elder, but rather someone with real power and authority, seemingly deciding the life or death of many with a single word. His status was certainly extraordinary. I know what you intend to do now. Even if he manages to find some evidence, so what? As long as no one admits to this matter, it isn't something we've done. He is just a prince, also a means for us to attack. As long as these people are cruel enough, overthrowing them won't cause any trouble. We can easily retaliate against them. Once the time comes when we're needed, we can stand up truly and claim the part of the kingdom that should rightfully belong to us. Why should they be the ones to rule the world while we can only struggle on, hiding underground? Back then, it wasn't just them who fought. We were also participants. Yet why did we end up in this current state later? Wasn't it because we were too merciful back then? Otherwise, based on our cooperation with them, by now we should occupy most of the seats in the court. They are indeed too excessive. In the elder's words, it seemed like there were even greater secrets hidden, waiting to be unveiled as time progressed. Upon hearing these words, the others present started whispering quietly among themselves. But none dared to delve deeper into the subject, respecting the elder's statement instead. The elder sat there reminiscing about past events. After a while, he sighed and said, "Being old makes one nostalgic for the past. You don't need to take it to heart. Your plan is very good, and I will continue to support you as always. Once they are completely subdued, the days ahead won't be like this anymore." He spoke, his tone filled with sighs. "Everyone, continue preparing well. In the future, this world will ultimately belong to us. The matters concerning those princes also need to be properly manipulated. You must make thorough preparations. Once disputes arise across the land, we'll seize the opportunity. The world doesn't solely belong to the Li family. We can also try our hands at ruling." As he spoke, the black-clad men all burst into laughter. "That's right. Why should only they get to rule the world and not us?" "Exactly. Sooner or later, it's our turn to rule the world." All of them began talking, with pleasant expressions on their faces. Yet, their eyes betrayed the joy hidden within, while their faces remained carefully concealed without showing a hint of their true selves. It seemed that their public identities were also remarkable, but those identities failed to satisfy them, which was why they undertook these actions. After much contemplation, Li Shimin decided to personally summon Li Yu, wanting to ask what exactly was going on. And now it wasn't just him who knew about this matter. Quite a few people in the entire court were also aware of it. Li Shimin thus felt an immense burden weigh upon his mind, and he sighed deeply. Soon afterward, he summoned Li Yu. "Li Yu, you should know why I have called for you, shouldn't you?" Li Yu nodded. "The eunuch has already given me a rough idea. He believes that the recent rumors are not good for the royal family. But your majesty, it was you who sent someone to bring me back. So how could I possibly be involved in such a deception? So there must be someone hiding the truth and intentionally framing me. Although I do not know who this person is, I am certain they have ill intentions towards me. After all, I have too many enemies within the court, not only enemies from outside, but even some of the princes are my rivals." When Li Yu spoke about this, he sighed and said, "Because of this, your majesty, you must uphold justice for me. I am willing to personally investigate who the mastermind behind these events is, their motives, and restore the royal family's reputation." At this point, however, Li Shimin shook his head and said, "If you get involved in this, wouldn't people suspect it's on purpose? At that point, who would still believe in the fairness of the court? At least for now, we cannot do such a thing. I will personally dispatch Wei Zhang to conduct the investigation. Although he is old, his mind remains as sharp as ever. And he is upright in both conduct and character, known for his steadfastness. He will surely uncover the truth and give you real justice." After Li Yu expressed his gratitude, he sat down. "Since the capital is rife with these rumors, it's inappropriate for you to stay here. Who knows what unforeseen incidents might arise? I will assign Uncle Chung to accompany you to the frontier. If Tubo dares to act, hit them back hard." After hearing your words, I indeed agree. We are a great nation. How can we allow a small country like theirs to threaten us? Besides, I've already received intelligence suggesting they plan to move troops. Since they show no kindness, don't blame me for acting mercilessly. Chapter 517, Dispatch. Li Shimin spoke with icy words, revealing a strong murderous aura. His eyes, having gazed into the infinite void, now locked onto the people of Tubo. Upon hearing this, Li Yu became extremely excited at once. Completing this task would grant him a large amount of points. Then he could exchange them for whatever he desired. After pondering on this, he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Father Emperor, for your decree. I will go and make arrangements immediately. Once I get there, I will severely punish these bastards, teaching them that even Lord Ma has 3 eyes." After hearing this, Li Shimin burst into laughter. "Son, be careful. These Tubo people come from the wilderness, but they have unified their own country. Even though it is just a small nation, they still have some elite soldiers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to unify the land. Now, what you need to do is severely punish them when you get there. Beat them until they are bloodied and annihilate them in one swift move. You must remember, war is dangerous and must not be initiated lightly. If they don't act, we naturally won't either. If they strike, then fight back fiercely. There are no cowards in our great Tang. I have crushed countless enemies and witnessed unmeasurable slaughters." Saying this, his eyes showed signs of nostalgia. "Back when, I galloped on the battlefield, killing countless enemies, defeating innumerable foes. People like Wang Shichong and Do Jinda were all my defeated opponents. Speaking of which, at this moment, Li Shimin recounted roughly his life achievements while Li Yu listened silently beside him, understanding some past events of Li Shimin. Listening to these stories filled him with great lamentation. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he patted Li Yu's shoulder. "If you truly butchered those villages, then this time around take some gold and treasures. Once you're there, don't come back. Otherwise, I will personally capture you and bring you to justice. If this matter has nothing to do with you, then come back boldly, no matter who acted against you. I will certainly bring them back. Who dares to frame my son?" Li Shimin spoke with authority, his whole person exuding an overwhelming presence. Indeed, he was a mighty ruler. Speaking these words made Li Yu inwardly moved. He laughed heartily. "Father Emperor, rest assured. I shall return with dignity, as this matter has nothing to do with me. I haven't had much enmity with these people, and this matter isn't too related to me. In fact, before rumors appeared, I had already been investigating this matter. Because an assassin directly attacked my mansion, accusing me of murdering their kin and demanding accountability. But after capturing that person, I quickly found out that indeed someone was impersonating me. Just as Li Yu was about to continue, xiuxian interrupted him. If you have the ability to uncover the true culprits behind the scenes, then investigate quickly. Do not delay. Don't tell me now. Otherwise, I might become angry. Tell me everything after you return, and I'll make the final decision. Xiuxian efficiently categorized the matter without delay. Li Yu took a deep breath, nodded, and said, Father Emperor, I will handle it immediately and will not let this issue linger. This is quite good. Xiuxian nodded. He. Upon hearing this, Li Yu chuckled, unconsciously touching his head. He was soon dismissed by Xiuxian, holding an imperial decree, swaggering towards Cheng Yaojin's home. There, he pounded forcefully on Cheng Yaojin's door, shouting, Old Cheng, I've come. Open the door fast. The gatekeeper inside was initially irritated, but upon seeing that it was Prince Qi, his face lit up instantly. This was a prince, one that they couldn't afford to offend. Among these princes, any one of them could ascend the throne, so if one bore a grudge, it could lead to immense trouble. Thus, they naturally had to be shrewd, never causing any troubles for their master. Your Highness, please wait. I'll immediately call Master Cheng. Grandpa drank some wine last night and hasn't gotten up yet. Today he still plans to visit Wang Xinling's house to get a few good jars of wine. Huh. When Li Yu heard this, he burst into laughter. There's no need to visit my mansion for that. I've already prepared plenty of fine wine. Right now, we can enjoy a hearty drink until we're thoroughly intoxicated. The taste of these wines is absolutely wonderful, perfect for our enjoyment. He said this with excitement, revealing an air of satisfaction. Let us revel in the present moment, as there may be no tomorrow. His Highness recites such beautiful poetry. Not long after, a hearty voice rang out. Ah, it explains why I had such a splendid dream last night. It was because Prince Qi has arrived. The prince must have come to bring me wine. Last night, I finished all the fine wine I had, and I was just planning to go to your Highness's place today to get more. Little did I know you'd deliver it straight away, precisely meeting my desire. Li Yu gave a command to someone behind him, saying, Bring up all the fine wines. Today, I intend to drink endlessly with old Cheng until we both fall asleep drunk. You young one, don't disrespect your elders. I followed His Majesty in conquering the empire, so technically, you should call me uncle. Don't call me old Cheng, showing no respect. Old Cheng, don't blame me. It's really not proper how you treat me, but now I'm a legitimate prince. How do you treat me? Coming to my mansion, asking for wine, and never properly training some of my subordinates. This time I've come because I truly need to fight on the border. The moment Cheng Yaojin heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. So, you've already received the emperor's approval. What's the plan? Are we attacking Goguryeo at the frontier, or going to teach those barbarians a lesson? Chapter 518, The Imperial Decree. After hearing this, Emperor Taizong, Xiuxian, burst out laughing loudly. Your Highness can just rest assured. Of course, I'm going to give those barbarians a good lesson. Each and every one of them is disloyal. Naturally, I will punish them severely. You wouldn't know what the Tibetan people have done. They dared to propose marriage, and on top of that, they've stationed heavy troops on the border, preparing for war with our great Tang. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, his eyes flared with anger. These barbarians truly have some nerve. Don't they know who they're dealing with? One by one, they lack any self-awareness. No wonder they dare to come to our great Tang for marriage. Do they really think they are a proper nation? Li Yu certainly knew these Tibetans were not very honest. As soon as the Tang dynasty encountered even the slightest issue, they would act up immediately. Of course, throughout all this time, the great Tang had been extremely benevolent towards them. Even though the Tang had severely punished them before, they absolutely did not take it lightly. Because, although they weren't very powerful, these men fought without fear of death, as if specially trained. Unfortunately, their fighting strength was relatively weak. Moreover, they didn't understand military formations and lacked many horses. Thus, fighting them wasn't particularly laborious. In fact, for the borders, it was actually an excellent opportunity to gain merit. Because of this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes now also revealed a glint of anticipation. You little scamp, hurry up and take the imperial decree out so I can read it carefully. Once I finish, I'll start preparations. Li Yu retrieved the decree from his robe and handed it over. The imperial decree was directly given into my hands by Father Emperor, so we can leave at once. Even when we reach the border, we can still do a lot. But we won't be able to mobilize large numbers of troops for our own use. Oh, so it's an internal decree. It seems His Majesty is quite furious this time around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you on this mission. We're definitely going to teach these people a lesson until they cry father and mother. Let's go, but today I'm definitely visiting your residence to have a hearty drink. Drunk or sober, no one will criticize us. Cheng Yaojin followed Li Yu boldly. After enjoying fine wine and exquisite cuisine, Cheng Yaojin began to get unruly due to intoxication. There he stood, wielding a massive axe and shouting, Come, who dares to battle me? Cheng Yaojin. If anyone can defeat me, I'll petition His Majesty to promote him to a general. Ha ha ha. He shouted aloud and seized whoever was nearby for a duel. Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle, but said nothing more. After all, Cheng Yaojin's happiness while drunk was understandable. As he watched this scene, Cheng Yaojin suddenly hurled himself toward a nearby wall. With a single punch, he created a massive hole in the wall. To think you would sneak peek on me, watch me destroy your walls. Seeing this, Li Yu quickly rushed forward and grabbed Cheng Yaojin by the hand, saying, You mustn't destroy this wall. Otherwise, this place will end up hollow. I know you're intoxicated, so calm down and don't stir trouble unnecessarily. All the items here are very precious. If you break them, it will cost a great deal of money to compensate. Yaojin said nothing, only delivering a ferocious punch back at Li Yu. The force behind the blow was immense. Had it landed, Li Yu might have ended up with a bruised nose and face. Upon seeing this, Li Yu no longer endured, stretching out his hand to press down on Yaojin's fist. Instantly, the punch lost all its strength and was pinned against the table. This angered Yaojin, who struggled fiercely. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, his fist remained immobile as if restrained by a weight of 1,000 genes. Enraged further, Yaojin lifted his other hand to strike Li Yu. With a stretch of his hand, Li Yu caught Yaojin's second hand. After all, Yaojin was one of the heroes from the tales of Sui and Tang dynasties, capable warrior despite wielding 3 axes. His strength was considerable, otherwise, he couldn't wield those 3 broad axes. Nevertheless, Li Yu used a single hand to pin Yaojin firmly against the table, making him utterly unable to move. It didn't take long for Yaojin to stop struggling, quickly collapsing onto the table, falling asleep like that. Li Yu shook his head, finding Yaojin in this state genuinely amusing. I didn't expect you to be like this, going berserk when drunk. No wonder no one invites you for a drink. They were probably beaten up by you. Next time we should really have a proper drinking session. But absolutely, we can't let you get so drunk. Otherwise, it'll be hard to explain. After Li Yu finished speaking, he watched Yaojin sleep, and only then ordered someone to take him to bed. The next day, after Yaojin woke up, he found himself with bruises on his nose and face, immediately feeling confused. How did I end up with a bruised nose and face? This didn't happen before. Could it be that someone in the mansion hit me? Or did I beat someone in the Wang's mansion? At this thought, Yaojin became fearful. He was worried that he might have beaten Li Yu. If he had hit Li Yu, that would be problematic. Prince Qi is currently the emperor's darling. If he hurt him, it wouldn't be easily forgiven. With this realization, he quickly called out. Someone. Soon a servant arrived, asking beside him. General, is there something important you'd like us to do? Yaojin covered his forehead with one hand while quietly asking. Did I fight fiercely with His Highness last night? Just give me a quick summary of what happened so I can figure it out. I think I fought hard last night, but don't remember who I fought with. Did I accidentally hit anyone from the Wang family? The servant laughed, covering his mouth. Old General, you don't need to worry. When you were about to cause trouble while drunk, His Highness noticed it right away and pinned you down on the table, preventing anything major from happening. You can rest assured, nothing untoward happened last night. Later, you slept soundly in bed until now. Upon hearing this, Yaojin's heart instantly leapt in surprise. Chapter 519 Enemy Attack. Could it be that something happened? Otherwise, why haven't we seen Prince Qi? He was clear about how much wine he drank last night, and there was no way the prince could have drunk less. If that was the case, then something might have happened. He knew exactly how much strength the drunk person had. He wouldn't believe nothing happened at all. Could it be that after beating the prince last night, the prince secretly went to get treatment to save face? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt alarmed and started swallowing his saliva forcefully. It seems I must quickly resolve this matter, otherwise it won't be easy to explain. With that in mind, he immediately shouted at the servant in front of him. Hurry, take me to see the prince. The servant found it impossible to dissuade him, so he hastily led him to see Li Yu. Li Yu was practicing calligraphy in a courtyard, holding a brush as he wrote with great fluidity, just like creating a vivid painting before their eyes. The characters he wrote were incredibly skillful, as if crafted by divine hands. Yaojin looked from the side. His head ached trying to understand the content. Walking forward cautiously, he whispered, Prince, did I not have any conflict with you last night? Or perhaps hit you? I feel as if I caused trouble last night. Now, I'm feeling quite guilty inside. After hearing this, Li Yu burst into laughter. That's good news. Last night, General Cheng, you were absolutely fine until you got drunk and started throwing a tantrum. You almost destroyed my walls, claiming that back at the frontier you fought countless battles and didn't fear me, a mere young one. Then, you nearly ended up fighting me, your drunk self. If I hadn't had some strength left, there'd have been no way to make you sleep soundly. Upon hearing this, Yaojin's eyes revealed surprise. Did you really manage to make me sleep last night? Otherwise, why would I have slept obediently? Nodding, Li Yu said, of course. Otherwise, how would you have managed to fall asleep? That's also fortunate because when you broke the wall plaster last night, I already dispatched someone to fix it. There are no problems now. Sighing here, he continued. If only those things were arranged properly yesterday, there wouldn't have been so many troubles. I didn't expect that after you got drunk, your temperament became so bad. Originally, you didn't use to hit people, but now even you start hitting others. It seems I can't let you drink too much fine wine anymore. Otherwise, one day I truly fear being beaten by you. After listening, Yaojin immediately spoke up loudly. Prince, rest assured, I will absolutely not hit anyone anymore, so don't skimp on the fine wine, or I'll feel as though I'm going to die. Laughing out loud again, Li Yu replied, you certainly know how to enjoy life. I don't have too much fine wine left, and if all of it gets taken by you, I will be the one suffering. Prince, please hear me out. I will definitely make everything right this time, otherwise, I'll be troubled. This trip to the border, I will support you well and deal with everything thoroughly. Oh, I also know some pretty beautiful girls. I'll introduce them to you when the time comes, so you can have more chubby babies. You're a prince of our Tang dynasty now, you can't lack children, right? You need to have more kids for a chance to become an heir. Remember, we in the Tang dynasty believe in more children bringing blessings. Missing a child simply isn't acceptable. Look at me. I've already had several sons, and my wife is preparing to give birth again. After listening, Li Yu fell silent, glaring at Cheng Yaojin in front of him. Are you saying that as if I can't find a wife? Cheng Yaojin heard this, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed, "Huh, Prince, I was drunk last night, babbling nonsense. All right, I'll gather the house guards immediately. We'll set out today." When Cheng Yaojin reached this point, he also became serious. Last night, they had already made arrangements. However, the departure of a prince was absolutely not a simple matter. Especially this kind of traveling out of the capital was no trivial matter. Although everything was prepared beforehand, it still took time to prepare and set off. A day later, they had already traveled dozens of miles. To reach the border, it would take at least another half a month, perhaps even more than a month. Old Li sat in the carriage, noticing that Li Yu often disappeared for a while, which made him feel curious. Could the recent rumors be true? When Li Yu returned again, he hurriedly approached him and asked, "Prince Qi, could it be that the rumors are true? If you're going to do something like that, don't drag me into it. I still want to live a few more years." After hearing this, Li Yu immediately rolled his eyes. "If I were really doing something like that, I wouldn't intentionally cause trouble at this moment. I'm afraid someone might be following us, and after we pass by, they massacre the villagers. If such a thing really happened, I wouldn't be able to explain myself with even 10 mouths." After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin took a sip of wine and relaxed. "Your Highness, what you're saying doesn't make sense. With me by your side, who could possibly suspect you? I can vouch for you," Cheng Yaojin said casually. "But what if someone thinks I've been bribed by you? Their concealment is very deep, and I suspect their plan is also very intricate. There must be a reason why they're trying to get me into trouble. All I want now is to catch these real culprits. Am I the kind of person who kills innocents randomly? These people are too despicable," Li Yu angrily said, glaring furiously. Cheng Yaojin nodded. Indeed. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped, and a signal came from ahead. "There's an enemy attack." Cheng Yaojin's expression instantly turned grave as he tightened his grip on the twin axes by his side. Chapter 520, A Master. Although he had been drinking, his mind instantly became sober. After all, as an old soldier who had experienced battles, he was no slouch in terms of skills and abilities. He roared at the underlings in front of him. "Have we clearly identified who is coming? What about their clothing?" One of the soldiers in front of him immediately reported, "Report to the general, we could see them from afar riding on fine horses." Although there weren't many horses, a good number of people were following behind them. These individuals are all dressed in black clothes, and even from a distance, it's evident that they have weapons in hand. More importantly, they're heading straight towards us. They don't seem hesitant, and it seems like their sole purpose is to target us. This time, it appears they intend to give us little room to maneuver. Upon hearing these words from his subordinates, Cheng Yaojin's face changed drastically as he murmured, "Could it be this time they are targeting the prince? Prince Qi, before, I found the preparations you made somewhat puzzling, thinking how could anyone possibly follow. Now, looking back, it's likely that they have harbored ulterior motives against you for quite some time. It seems, Your Highness, that even though you haven't achieved much in court politics, just gaining favor with the emperor has turned into a great offense already." Li Yu remained calm upon hearing this. Standing up composedly, he said to Cheng Yaojin, "This matter isn't so simple. It might not necessarily be just someone from the imperial court trying to create trouble for me." After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Li Yu, and said, "Judging by what you've just said, surely you've also incurred other enemies besides those from the court?" Cheng Yaojin looked at Li Yu with eyes full of astonishment, as if he couldn't comprehend how much animosity Li Yu was capable of drawing towards himself. Li Yu paused briefly at this remark, looking slightly embarrassed as he said, "General Cheng, please let me explain first. I suspect these mysterious arrivals might even be from Tubo, which cannot be entirely ruled out. I've heard rumors of a group of Tubo people hiding within our Tang Empire's territory, probably discovering our planned movements, and thus confronting us directly now." At this, Cheng Yaojin burst into loud laughter. "If it's the Tubo people, then it can only be better. My axe yearns for blood after so long." Though Cheng Yaojin smiled as he spoke, one could distinctly notice the fierce and terrible killing intent shining from his eyes. Cheng Yaojin himself also seemed to revel in the idea of combat once more. Since entering the court, despite differing border skirmishes, I've had few opportunities to act myself. Growing older doesn't make physical fighting any easier either. Often, I can merely spar with some old comrades, but my full strength remains underutilized. Having such a chance now truly gives me immense satisfaction. With this excited proclamation, Cheng Yaojin revealed a powerful aura tinged with malevolence. "If it is as it seems, let me thoroughly decimate them." Cheng Yaojin bellowed these orders to those around him. They had brought along numerous private soldiers, every single one personally cultivated under their care. The private soldiers of Cheng Yaojin were particularly renowned, each having gone through countless battles to remain at his side. They were battle-tested soldiers, collectively forming an exceptionally formidable force when united. Even Li Yu's subordinates were exceptional, everyone wielding great power and efficiency. The moment the signal for attack sounded, they promptly organized themselves into tactical formations. Suddenly, those rushing toward them arrived close without warning, attacking instantly. The rest behind them surged forth, brandishing their weapons toward the defensive formation. Cheng Yaojin, seeing this spectacle, instead of showing panic, revealed signs of exhilaration. "Haha, this is fantastic. Indeed, they are hostile killers. Allow me to show them what I'm capable of with my 3 strikes." Saying this, Cheng Yaojin plunged his hatchet into the crowd. By his side, several trusted guards surrounded and protected him closely. Li Yu showed no trace of worry either. With an earlier roar, he had charged into the throng. In Li Yu's hand, a long blade gleamed while Lu Shuai safeguarded him nearby. With broad, sweeping motions, none dared challenge his prowess head-on. Meanwhile, the lead assailant had singled out Li Yu, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He rode a fiery horse, with a strand of cold and sinister smile on his face, exuding an overwhelming killing aura. He took immediate action, charging towards Li Yu on his steed. His target was Li Yu, but amidst the chaos when figures were indistinct, he refrained from launching a full frontal charge against Li Yu. When Li Yu became exposed in the crowd, all enemies surged forward recklessly to slay him. There were over 100 of them, and each one possessed remarkable skills. The clashes between them triggered immense uproar. Kill. The moment of collision instantly reversed the situation. Li Yu roared furiously at his bodyguards. Protect me. Break through them. After issuing the command, Li Yu bellowed again, striking out with a reverse palm strike that sent an enemy attempting to ambush him flying away. Beware. Lu Shuai cried out in alarm upon noticing someone shooting arrows from afar. Since they were the ones ambushed, they hadn't donned heavy armor, relying instead on their physical prowess for resistance. Thus, any hidden sneak attack could likely inflict significant harm on them, potentially even costing Li Yu his life. In that instant, Li Yu suddenly felt as if his entire being had become hyper-aware. He sensed the intent to kill coming from the approaching enemy. He also realized that this opponent must truly be an archery master, possibly even a martial grandmaster. At the very moment the arrow was loosed, he felt that no matter where he moved, it might still hit him. An intense spirit tightly locked onto him, ready to release the arrow at any moment. No, it might not just be one arrow. Experts like these, once they initiate combat, could unleash terrifying attacks and devastation. Taking a life would merely take an instant. Chapter 521, Hit by an Arrow. At this moment, Li Yu also stirred up his emotions, and the war god blood within him was activated this time. His 5 senses and perception instantly reached their peak. He let out a roar of anger. Come on! In the blink of an eye, he suddenly lowered his head, and the weapon in his hand seemed to become part of him, charging towards the enemies in front of him. And at this very instant, he plunged himself into the midst of the enemy ranks. He already knew that among your subordinates and bodyguards, it was entirely impossible for him to gain any protection because the enemy was just too strong. Especially someone with extremely powerful archery skills, they were downright terrifying. They were like snipers. One careless moment could cost him his life. The moment Li Yu rushed into the crowd, the Grandmaster who wielded the bow instantly released 3 arrows. When he shot these 3 arrows earlier, he appeared somewhat listless. However, after these 3 arrows were shot, it was as if they had eyes of their own. Despite Li Yu being amidst a crowd, there was no way to stop these arrows. In an instant, the enemies Li Yu used as cover were pierced through their bodies. 3 large holes appeared on their bodies, and they all fell simultaneously, spurting blood from their wounds. As they hit the ground, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and died immediately. Li Yu evaded 1 arrow, but he didn't breathe a sigh of relief because he already felt another powerful attack about to fall upon him once more. This made him furious. You truly seek death. He acted again, swinging a slash from his hand. This slash met another arrow. Then, from an exceptionally cunning angle, another arrow was shot, hitting Li Yu's chest directly, seemingly causing him grave injuries. The distant Grandmaster instantly revealed a look of surprise. This was their strongest prepared force. To them, Li Yu was far from ordinary. In the past, he had repeatedly ruined their plans, making every one of them seething with anger. Now seeing Li Yu in such a state, it made them even more excited. You, Li Yu, still think you're invincible? You're nothing more than an ordinary person. That archery grandmaster showed a look of satisfaction as he stepped forward slowly. He drew the sword from his waist and approached to end Li Yu's life, cutting off his head. For him, killing a noble prince, and not just any prince, but one renowned for his heroic feats, was an unparalleled honor. When he was first sent here, he regarded Li Yu disdainfully and chose to launch a surprise attack without hesitation. But when he saw Li Yu display his prowess earlier, he immediately realized this was a true expert, almost possessing supernatural strength. Compared to the legendary mighty generals, he was no less capable. There was even a possibility that he might be stronger than some cultural figures. How could encountering someone like this fail to make him feel uneasy? If they engaged in a real battle, he might not have been able to defeat Li Yu. Because of this, he chose ambush. Hiding in the corner, he suddenly shot 3 arrows, intending to take down Li Yu. Finally, after injuring Li Yu, a sense of excitement spread across his face. You've ultimately fallen into my hands. Seeing Li Yu injured, Lu Shuai immediately lost her cool. She couldn't suppress her concern over whether Li Yu was hurt by the arrow. This was no trivial wound, and it could very well claim his life, so she couldn't hide her rage. I will kill you. Thus spoke she, her murderous intent evident. Kill. With a roar of fury, she charged towards the assassin grandmaster. You're merely a woman. No matter how good your martial arts are, how could you possibly be my match? I've long reached the limits of martial arts. Attacking a prince today was effortless. Get out of my way, or I'll take your life as well, said the grandmaster coldly, sending out a chilling palm strike. Upon seeing this, Lu Shui's eyes slightly contracted, having sensed the overwhelming pressure exuding from this assassin master in front of her. After only blocking 1 palm strike, Lu Shuai found her breathing becoming difficult. She retreated several steps as a surge of internal energy entered her body, causing her considerable discomfort. Not far away, Cheng Yaojin witnessed this scene and was enraged. He grabbed his axe and charged over to engage the grandmaster. However, before he could reach, the leader of the black-clothed men stepped forward to block Cheng Yaojin's path. If you want to pass, you must go through me first. Today, all of you will die here. After my grandfather kills the Prince of Qi, it will be your turn next. The leader of the black-clothed men grinned smugly, clearly excited about how soon they would eliminate everyone in front of them. In the very next second, the black-clothed leader's eyes slightly narrowed, as if he'd spotted something unbelievable. For the previously arrow-wounded Li Yu had now stepped in front of Lu Xue and absorbed a palm strike from the Grandmaster. From afar, it was evident that there wasn't a single mark on his body. This made the black-clothed leader reveal a look of panic. He muttered to himself, "What is going on? I didn't understand what happened earlier, but now, Li Yu looks completely uninjured. What exactly happened?" He swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and trembled uncontrollably. Haha, at this moment, Li Yu burst into a hearty laugh. How else would I have lured you to come to my face if I didn't pretend to be injured earlier? Li Yu threw the arrow he had been holding onto the ground. Though faintly visible, there was blood staining the shaft of the arrow. Apparently, he had indeed been struck by an arrow earlier. However, Li Yu had prepared well in advance, immediately consuming a golden strawberry. As a surge of life energy coursed through him, the wound inflicted by the arrow on his chest healed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he now felt an intense itch at the site where the wound once was due to its rapid recovery. He could also feel a refreshing sensation flowing throughout his body. You're unharmed. The Grandmaster's eyes widened with some astonishment. Chapter 522, Gunfighting the Grandmaster. This is impossible. This was the thought that crossed the Grandmaster's mind at this moment. You see, just a moment ago, he had clearly seen himself hit the target. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all this way. This realization filled him with a sense of panic. If someone could really fake it to this extent, it proved that Li Yu's innate strength was an even more terrifying existence. A person like this was truly extraordinary. At this thought, in the next moment, he swallowed hard, but being a grandmaster and the pinnacle of martial arts, he quickly regained his composure after only a brief lapse. A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. So what if you temporarily avoided death? You'll die by my hands right now. He said this with venom, his body exuding a boiling killing aura. With full concentration focused on Li Yu, he charged forward wielding his sword. Li Yu remained completely unfazed, gripping his long blade as he hacked back. In a short moment of combat, they had already exchanged several rounds. The black-clad assassin beside them wasn't even given much consideration. Those who barely made contact were instantly thrown back, grievously injured. Some, whose luck ran out, were killed on the spot. Cheng Yaojin, seeing this, burst into laughter. It seems you're going back empty-handed this time. No, this time there will be no chance for escape. All of you will stay here. Cheng wielded his three-board axe toward the leader of these black-clothed assassins, and the two immediately clashed fiercely in mutual attacks. The head assassin was no match for Cheng Yaojin, and after about 10 rounds, Cheng brought down his axe directly onto the man's shoulder. The assassin fell to the ground, unconscious or possibly dead. Cheng spat a wad of saliva on the man and said with some mockery, "You useless waste, how dare you fight me? What are you even worth? Though I only knew 3 moves on the battlefield in my earlier days, those were from years past. Nowadays, I am far better educated and have developed great skill. Moreover, through all these years of battle experience, I have become seasoned. How could a novice like you ever compare to me?" Cheng looked over toward the direction where Li Yu was exchanging blows with the Grandmaster, revealing a look of seriousness in his eyes. Because during this exchange, Li Yu displayed such an intimidating level of martial arts skill and strength. It appears that this one is even more powerful than the Emperor of years past, having hidden their true strength for so long. It looks like he's a ruthless person indeed, he murmured softly, revealing some surprise in his eyes. He knew well Li Yu's life story, and he remembered that Li Yu once showed off some kung fu skills. He never expected that Li Yu would have progressed to such a high level. It's clear that without being born with divine strength, it would be impossible to train to this degree, Cheng thought. These assassins have tried multiple times to attack him, yet ended up in such a state. It's too foolish. To kill such a peerless warrior, one needs either a specialized formation surrounding him with thousands of people to prevent his escape, or use relay attacks to exhaust him before finally attacking. Otherwise, where does one find the opportunity to kill such a man? A faint smirk crossed Cheng's face, laced with disdain. Sure enough, the Grandmaster took a blow to his shoulder from Li Yu. The pain shot through his shoulders as if the bones were shattered. His face twisted with astonishment. Why is it like this? He can feel distinctly that Li Yu isn't as fearsome as he originally imagined, taking many blows from him. According to reason, Li Yu's strength should have declined by now, yet he's jumping around as if nothing happened. Keep in mind, he has reached the highest realm achievable in martial arts, a Grandmaster. Aside from a few individuals, none could rival him. But now, he found himself in this predicament, standing there gasping for breath. Fear naturally arose within him. There was no more way to proceed. He couldn't help but resent the intelligence operatives who informed him that Li Yu was merely a man born with natural strength. Could a person with natural strength possess such a level of prowess? To still be able to withstand injuries? This enraged him greatly, his teeth clenched tight. You guys wait for me. Once I go back, I'll definitely clean you up. Those wastes need to be kicked out directly. Otherwise, it shouldn't have turned out like this. He murmured with hatred flashing in his heart. After making a determination, he didn't hesitate at all and left in the next second because he knew the matter was irreversible now. Staying here would only risk losing his life. But Li Yu wouldn't let him go so easily. Li Yu smirked coldly. This is not a place where you can come or leave as you wish. Leave your life behind. With those chilling words, Liu immediately leaped forward in just a few steps, extending his hand to fiercely grab toward him. Sensing the killing intent from Liu, this grandmaster did not linger but quickened his pace, escaping Liu's attack. Just then, suddenly there came a sound like thunder. The grandmaster only felt an intense pain in his chest. The next moment, he tilted his head down to his chest, finding that there was actually a hole in it. It seemed something had pierced through his chest with overwhelming power. This made him very confused. What exactly happened? He was confident he could dodge any projectile weapon, yet he couldn't avoid this one. Why was that? Though his chest was perforated, he managed to control his body and slowly turn around to see what had happened. He saw that Liu was holding an oddly shaped tube-like object, revealing some astonishment in his eyes. He even managed to speak. What exactly is that thing in your hand? I'm a grandmaster-level martial artist. Even generals of the court who fought 100 battles would be no match for me. I can escape from their grasp with ease. In fact, except for those few great generals, I don't fear anyone. What kind of dark weapon do you hold that could kill me? Chapter 5:23, The Emperor's Resolve. A look of longing appeared in his eyes, as he wanted to see clearly what was going on. However, he had no ability to do so at all. Phew. He was breathing heavily, trying hard to maintain his breathing. His figure became unsteady. He vaguely felt that this weapon might also possibly change the entire battle situation in the future, because he could sense a chilling killing intent from this weapon. It seemed that these weapons were extraordinary, far beyond everyone's understanding. At this moment, Liu burst out laughing. These weapons are called muskets, specifically researched by me for self-defense. No matter what kind of enemy, they can't withstand even a single round against me. Good. Then this grandmaster revealed a cheerful smile. Then he sat down directly, lowered his head, and stopped breathing, dying just like that. The remaining black-clad person saw that the most powerful warrior alongside those around him had all died, instantly showing a look of terror. They originally came with absolute confidence as death warriors. But after arriving here, they witnessed this scene. They were absolutely no match. That was a grandmaster, and yet, they were killed by the prince before them? What kind of being is this prince? Cheng Yaojin roared. Surrender your weapons, and you won't be killed. Otherwise, we will all cut you down. These remaining people hesitated for a moment. But the next second, they drew their swords and attacked Liu and Cheng Yaojin's men in front of them, each one fearless of death. They weren't willing to die just like that, so they decided to fight it out. After seeing this scene, Liu shook his head slightly because he knew everything was over. As his subordinates charged in, though there were a few experts among these black-clad people, they were quickly subdued. However, those who were captured immediately swallowed poison and committed suicide. None of them were willing to leave any trace of life behind, as if living would lead to something even more terrible. After seeing this, Cheng Yaojin frowned. What's going on? These people are clearly death warriors. Normally, it would be impossible to train such a large number of death warriors. It's likely only certain individuals within the court who can achieve this. Or perhaps only those clans can cultivate such a vast number of death warriors, and all of them have hidden their household registrations. They don't even appear in the census records. Even if one wants to investigate their identities, there's nowhere to start. When Cheng Yaojin got to this point, he cursed fiercely. These bastards truly dare anything. One day, I'll capture them all and cut off their heads. After hearing this, Liu laughed heartily. On that day, I will still depend on General Cheng. After taking a deep breath, Cheng Yaojin exhaled it. So, do you know what these people are all about? Who exactly sent them? I don't know. I only know someone is targeting me, and keeping these people around could help in the investigation. But they've already committed suicide. To investigate their identities now will be even harder. Liu said this but showed some cold laughter. However, this grandmaster might not be the same case. In the martial arts world, how many truly exceptional masters reach this level? Just with a little bit of investigating, one can find out exactly who this person is. More importantly, once we discover who has excessively close ties with him, further investigations can be carried out to trace the root of the issue. The opponent must have believed that sending an expert-level grandmaster for the attack would ensure a safe return, without any worry concerning my issues. But how could they ever imagine that I wouldn't give them such an opportunity? Speaking up to this point, Liu burst into hearty laughter. I am really looking forward to it. Upon saying this, his eyes revealed a trace of coldness. General Cheng, it is you who shall bear witness to this matter. I hope you can truthfully report this event, allowing me to clear some suspicions. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin didn't refuse at all. He burst into laughter. Of course. These assassins even dared to try and kill me. True brashness. One day, I'll catch them all and make sure they never dare stand up against me. Laughing heartily again, Cheng Yaojin spoke. The battlefield was soon cleaned up. All black-clad people were exterminated. Cheng Yaojin's and Liu's subordinates also lost several people, while more were injured. They soon left some people behind in the area for treatment, while the rest were fully armed and continued to move forward. This matter was also quickly reported upward. After Li Shimin saw the memorial on the report, his eyes revealed a fierce look. He seemed not to have expected that someone would be so audacious as to openly attack his prince and general. He had originally thought that the attack on Liu might have hidden some issues. Perhaps those people weren't originally this reckless. They hadn't succeeded before and had since been warned severely by him, so they shouldn't dare to act again. But he didn't expect these people to make another move. Moreover, this time their forces were more ruthless. It turned out that a full-fledged grandmaster led the assault with so many accomplices. How could he not be enraged? Strong anger began to emerge from his heart. His impulse to kill these people couldn't be suppressed immediately. His breathing became rapid. "Bring me someone," Li Shimin called out, and soon a eunuch came in. "Gather all the generals. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my Tang dynasty." At this moment, Li Shimin harbored a true murderous intent. He intended to slay a group of people, thereby making them afraid to stir up trouble. If necessary, he was ready to remake the world order. Even if it meant bearing a millennium of infamy, he was determined to exterminate several families. As the generals in the capital hurried into the palace, the situation across the entire Jingzhou prefecture appeared increasingly serious. Everyone was worried about what exactly had happened. The events taking place at the moment were truly horrifying. It seemed that some kind of terrible crisis might break out at any time. When Changsun Wuji received the news, his heart skipped a beat. What exactly is going on? Could it be that the emperor is preparing to gather many generals for an expedition against Tufan? No, this feels more like the rhythm leading up to something significant. It seems like His Majesty is preparing for something remarkable this time. Changsun Wuji muttered to himself. Chapter 5:24 Dongjing. Li Chengxian could be said to have been very relaxed recently. On the one hand, Li Yu had been dispatched by Li Shimin, making his life increasingly easy. More importantly, his alliance with Changsun Wujia had already reaped certain benefits to a certain extent. Now, several generals had already defected under his command, adding to the power he had previously controlled. To a certain degree, he had quietly amassed significant authority. He was now satisfied in his heart. To a certain extent, he already possessed the resources needed to rebel. However, he still needed a justifiable excuse to move these soldiers around the Jingzhou prefecture. If necessary, he could suddenly act and capture the people in the palace, giving him a chance to deal with Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. He already had thoughts of rebellion. It must be understood that although he was the crown prince, the emperor's favor was not on him. He felt like an abandoned crown prince. Every time he thought about these matters, he felt deeply aggrieved inside. He actually didn't want to do such things. If his father the emperor could cultivate him with real earnestness and full of care for him, then he would surely be content to be a proper crown prince. Wasn't it just that he liked some beauties? Wasn't it just that he was slightly indulgent? But after Li Yu came to the capital, he had changed quite a bit and was no longer willing to do these things. Why did his father still treat him as before? Why couldn't he forgive him? Whenever he thought about this, he felt an overwhelming anger in his heart. As a result, he could not hide the emotions within him. Every breath was filled with agitation, revealing a painful expression. Damn, he murmured this way, anger welling up spontaneously. At this moment, a eunuch outside hurriedly rushed in. As soon as he entered, he immediately knelt down in front of Li Chengxian. "Prince, something major has happened." Li Chengxian, upon hearing the words from the eunuch, received a great shock. Could it be that what I've done has been discovered? When he thought about it here, his heart suddenly jolted. However, he quickly suppressed the anxious emotions in his heart, glaring at the eunuch in front of him, asking sharply, "What exactly happened? Why are you so panicked? Could it be that someone is already attacking the gate outside my palace?" With that, his eyes were filled with killing intent. After hearing this statement, the eunuch was immediately terrified. "My crown prince, how could this happen? This is the eastern palace of the crown prince. Who dares to do such a thing? It's like this. Just now, I got the message that His Majesty summoned all the marquis generals from the capital into the palace. It seems there's work to be done. I suspect that the emperor's actions may involve something serious. There might even be war being planned." The crown prince said if there's heavy mobilization among the generals and troops in the city, we must report the matter swiftly. So, I'm rushing to tell you right now. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxian's face turned deathly pale, as though he had heard something terrible. Walking back and forth, the fear in his eyes was completely unmasked. He couldn't comprehend why things had become so bad and severe. The only reason that could make the emperor mobilize troops into the capital would be one. Someone is rebelling. Thinking about the schemes he himself had been involved in, Li Chengxian instantly felt terror rising in his heart. Could it be that what I did has been discovered? Otherwise, things wouldn't have gotten this far. This matter seems not simple at all. He mumbled to himself, showing hints of despair. Seeing the state Li Chengxian was in, the eunuch was startled and asked anxiously, "Crown Prince, what's wrong with you? How come you're like this?" Upon hearing his question, Li Chengxian scolded loudly. "What do you know? Get out of here," said Li Chengxian. Soon afterward, he approached the prepared chest, opening it and staring at its contents, his eyes displaying some solemnity. Inside this chest were certain things, like the vial of Huding poison in front of him. If ingested, it would take effect in an instant, leading to certain death with no possible cure. Even a great sage would be powerless. Considering this, he gravely said, "If my father truly intends to replace the crown prince, then I will kill myself." After saying this, he tried to take a deep breath. Just at this moment, a eunuch was knocking on the door in a hurry. "The imperial prince's palace has sent an order for you to go over there." Li Chengxian felt despair in his heart, but still nodded and walked towards the outside. Li Yu didn't know that what had happened here had caused quite a stir in the capital city. Even Li Shimin was prepared to thoroughly clean house. Someone had dared to ambush the imperial envoy, and one of the princes had already angered Li Shimin immensely. These people were utterly reckless and lawless, having completely incensed him. Even with the events from before, he hadn't been so enraged. Li Shimin had warned everyone several times, yet now someone dared to attack a prince and set up such conspiracies. Li Yu and Cheng Yaojin had already arrived at the border where they were received by Hou Junji and Niu Jinda. Niu Jinda, looking at Li Yu in front of him, revealed some admiration in his eyes. With an excited tone, he said, "This person in front must be Prince Qi, right? Before, I've heard about the name of Prince Qi. He is a famous prince who not only possesses immense power, but also great courage. Staring at Prince Qi appreciatively, after praising him, he asked, "Does His Majesty have any imperial decrees?" Sheng Yaojin stepped forward and struck a punch on Niu Jinda's chest. "Why don't you show me any respect? I've come late by half a day and you haven't even noticed me." Niu Jinda sniffed and said, "Old Chong, we've known each other for how many years now? Do I really need to place you in my sight? I've kept you in my heart. Isn't it just that I'm handling important matters first? Our personal relationship is one thing, but helping you is another matter entirely. You two coming is indeed a relief. This Sansan Gampo is as despicable as a son of a bitch. Using our Tang dynasty vassal state Xuanhuan as a reason for obstruction, he plans to launch an attack against us." Chapter 5:25, Incitement. What? This rogue has great audacity. In Sheng Yaojin's eyes, there was a trace of annoyance as he spoke. When Gaozu was still around, we had several battles with them. This time, the emperor has already made up his mind to teach them a good lesson. Let these Tufan people know that our Tang dynasty is not to be messed with, and they'd better run away when they see us in the future. Ha! Ho Junji standing beside also burst into laughter. That's right. Indeed, we must give these Tufan people a severe lesson. However, as he looked at Li Yu in front of him, his eyes always showed some traces of disgust. But he concealed it very well, quickly gathering his emotions. Li Yu felt somewhat strange, but he didn't delve further into it. Generals, although I have a little reputation, compared to both of you, I am indeed not a match. Although favored by my father the emperor, and sent to the frontier for this matter, I still need to rely on both of you generals. Niu Jinda and Ho Junji also laughed heartily upon hearing this. Since Prince Qi has been dispatched by the emperor, naturally we should become closer with your highness. Don't worry, all matters are on us. Ho Junji looked at Li Yu in front of him, and a flicker of mockery flashed through his eyes. He then suggested, "How about this, Prince, since you just arrived here, we're also holding a bonfire party. We can invite you to participate and let you experience military life. After all, only by integrating into our army can one earn respect from the soldiers." After listening to this, Li Yu also did not refuse Ho Junji's suggestion. Knowing that he would have to stay for quite some time, he accepted without hesitation. "Fine, I will enjoy myself thoroughly." Having said that, he followed Ho Junji, and they rushed to arrive at the military camp without delay. As seen within the orderly arranged military camp, in the middle of it was burning a huge bonfire. Several muscular men were playing within. Of course, their play was skillful, with hundreds of caddies worth stone lock placed in front. These muscular men threw the heavy locks around in their hands as if the stone lock was as light as cotton candy. After Niu Jinda entered, he looked at these soldiers who stopped their actions to look at him, seemingly prepared to salute. However, he stated promptly, "Don't bother with us, continue your own fun. If I get itchy fingers, I might join in too." His words caused everyone present to burst into hearty laughter. "The general has immense strength and peerless martial prowess. How could we possibly be your opponents?" A soldier quickly added a flattery-filled laugh and responded. Upon hearing this, Niu Jinda couldn't help but laugh heartily and appeared genuinely pleased. "You boy knows how to speak. Everyone should learn from this lad." Niu Jinda said, "Prince, would you like to take a look?" Li Yu nodded. "Certainly, I'd like to take a look." Upon seeing the arrival of the general and the prince, these strong men became excited, unleashing all their skills and engaging in combat among themselves. After witnessing this scene, a trace of astonishment flickered in Li Yu's eyes. He realized that among these soldiers were indeed some fierce warriors, especially those strong men, each being robust and displaying extraordinary strength. They were so absorbed in their fights that Li Yu found himself exhaling deeply. It seems with such soldiers around, even if the Tufan dare to attack despite having great power, they would definitely receive a harsh punishment this time. Thinking about this, Li Yu's passion surged and couldn't be hidden anymore. Originally, I was worried about what kind of trouble these people might cause. But now thinking back, it's merely a trivial matter. He had a mission, and he must prevent them. "Prince Qi, why don't you also go down and test yourself?" Ho Junji suddenly said beside Li Yu, carrying an alluring tone as if he extremely wished to witness Li Yu battling fiercely right there. After hearing this, Li Yu's heart momentarily flashed with a trace of suspicion, yet he didn't hesitate much longer and burst into laughter. "Of course, after seeing so many brave warriors training here, I've long been yearning to fight intensely. Exactly, fighting properly with these brothers would help show the dignity of our Tang dynasty." Li Yu directly took off his coat and walked down, approaching the wrestling arena. He said to the soldiers in front of him, "Just come at me without holding back. For me, no matter how skilled you are, none of you can possibly defeat me." Upon hearing these words, the soldiers standing before him changed expressions drastically. After all, Li Yu's words were nothing short of provocation, which would surely irritate these soldiers. As expected, one of the strong men slapped his chest hard and shot a look filled with disdain and mockery. "You may be a prince, but don't think for a second we'll give you any quarter. You should know that we're all top-notch strongmen. Even if you come and wrestle with us, there's no way you can win against us." After hearing this, Li Yu burst into laughter. "This is not as simple as you think. You are fundamentally no match for me. Despite appearances indicating some strength, you're actually just mediocre. I am the true master. For me, these stone locks are merely children's toys." Everyone present was startled. Even Niu Jinda at this moment showed a serious expression, seemingly trying to observe Li Yu's features clearly from afar. He muttered softly, "This prince is indeed extraordinary. He makes such grandiose claims here. and it's unclear whether he will embarrass himself next. But truly, this situation isn't easy to resolve. If he angers all the soldiers on site, they might end up poorly managed afterward, potentially causing big trouble. When Niu Jindao thought of this, he felt somewhat uneasy. Could it be that Hou Junji deliberately incited Li Yu online, intentionally pushing him to create this situation? The moment he thought of this, anger welled up within him. Chapter 526, Reputation. However, he quickly calmed down. Even if he only observed the matter without any interference, it seemed that he wanted to make a judgment at a crucial moment. Just at this time, Li Yu moved forward. Previously, he also stretched out his hand and took out the stone lock in front of him. However, he just used one little finger, which was enough to lift the stone lock in front of him. Under his little finger, the stone lock seemed like an effortless toy. With the turning of his little finger, the stone lock also rotated effortlessly at that moment. When these people saw this scene, they were instantly stunned. They knew that these were all tools for daily exercise, and none of them were ordinary. Even they couldn't possibly lift those stone locks with one finger. One of the strongmen immediately showed an angry expression. Who has brought some fake stone locks here? Isn't this deceiving people? Prince, I would like to try this stone lock, he said to Li Yu in front of him, showing some eager expressions as he walked vigorously towards the front, wanting to try the stone lock in front of him. Li Yu did not mind at all, only seeing that he put down the stone lock in his hand and said to the strongman in front of him, if you want to try, then go ahead. I won't have too many opinions. After hearing this, the strongman did not hesitate. He went up and picked up the stone lock in front of him. As soon as he extended his hand and tried to lift it with force, he felt that the strength required by this stone lock was somewhat great and immediately revealed a shocked expression. Only to see him muttering, what's going on? Why is it so heavy? Li Yu looked at this strong man in front of him and revealed some sarcasm, saying, didn't you just say that you could easily turn this stone lock? Now perform well. Let me see if you actually have such ability. Hearing this, the marble-faced man was enraged and stretched out one of his little fingers at this time, trying to hook the stone lock in front of him. A crisp sound followed, causing this strong man to emit a scream. It turned out that his finger had been dislocated due to the excessive force he exerted. Fresh blood could be clearly seen flowing from the broken skin. Seeing this scene afterward, the surrounding soldiers each drew a deep breath through clenched teeth. Li Yu didn't seem to care at this point. These things are too light. Is there anything heavier? Li Yu asked while a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Yes. At this moment, one of the strongmen spoke up. There's a huge stone lion outside the military camp. This stone lion weighs over 5,000 caddies. Even among us strongmen, 5 people cannot move it. If Prince can carry this stone lion, we will naturally all admire you, and whatever the Prince says later, we absolutely won't dare to oppose. Upon hearing this, Li Yu slightly smirked and revealed a hint of a smile. He was waiting for these strongmen to utter this very sentence. All he said was, lead the way. Chen Yaojin, who was watching from afar, also drew a sharp breath. Earlier, I thought this Prince Qi's strength was merely average, but now it seems that his highness is indeed extraordinary. He possesses innate divine strength, yet he has always hidden it before. No, he actually mentioned his innate divine strength in his official reports earlier, but all the civil and military officials considered it mere boasting from the prince. Not even Emperor Li Shimin suspected that he possessed such skill. It seems everyone underestimated this prince. It appears that Prince Qi will genuinely show his capabilities and make a big name for himself in this world. Chen Yaojin muttered, his eyes revealing some anticipation. I hope this prince can display skills that satisfy everyone. After speaking these words, he lightly laughed, gaining more confidence in repelling the Tibetan tribes. You see, having a peerless general, one charge could instantly crush these coming enemies, sending them back with heavy blows. The thought of this made him extraordinarily excited. If he could achieve this step, he is sure to build a sky-high reputation. But when that day comes, no one will be able to contend with us. Tibetans are nothing but weak dogs. Chen Yaojin whispered to himself. Niu Jindao was also somewhat excited at this moment, saying with a laugh, haha, it seems that Prince Qi will also have a good chance to show off his skills this time. I've been saying that His Royal Highness Prince Qi is an extremely capable person, but you didn't believe me. It seems this time is indeed the turn of Prince Qi to show his prowess. After hearing this, Hou Junji revealed a touch of ferocity in his eyes. He could hardly imagine how Li Yu could display such immense strength. On what basis had this prince trained himself to such a level? This was simply not human. Although Hou Junji's mind was roaring internally, his face remained incredibly calm, showing no signs of agitation whatsoever. Earlier, he had nodded and said, if the prince truly has such skills, then it is truly a blessing for all under heaven. Let's go see if His Royal Highness Prince Qi can actually lift this 5,000 gene stone lion. When this thought crossed his mind, he felt it was rather audacious. This is a 5,000 gene stone lion. Even if it cannot be lifted, it wouldn't be considered much of an issue. After all, personal martial prowess has already been shown. If so, in the Tang army alone, he would instantly become the very first among equals. By that time, even they might not match Li Yu's prestige in the military. At that point, all under heaven would extol his reputation, believing him to be a true world-class master, one who stood apart from others. After all, in the army, those most admired were such unparalleled martial experts. To possess such a warrior was tantamount to being invincible. After reflecting on this, he began to feel slightly uneasy, yet still did not utter a single word, because he knew that if he voiced these thoughts, he would become the target of everyone's resentment. They soon arrived in front of the stone lion. They saw that it was a massive sculpture, towering about 5 meters tall. The lion crouched powerfully on the ground. It was clear to see that this was crafted by a highly skilled artisan. The stone lion was so vividly detailed that it seemed ready to leap into life. This work had originally been carved by a past master, specifically created as a gift for Emperor Yang of Sui, but when he passed away unexpectedly, the statue was never delivered. Chapter 527. The Strength to Lift a Mountain. One of the strongmen, with an air of self-satisfaction, stepped forward. As soon as his hand touched the stone lion in front of him, he turned around and mocked Li Yu. Now you should show your skills. Can you lift this stone lion? If you really have such strength, then come give it a try. After hearing this, Li Yu did not bother explaining much. He made no boastful words but walked directly to the stone lion. It was evident that when he stretched out his hand and gave a firm grasp, the stone lion moved in an instant. The strong man who originally intended to mock Li Yu immediately drew in a sharp breath upon seeing this scene. He quickly swallowed back the words that had already reached his lips, for the power displayed in front of him was far beyond his imagination. How can this be? This thought flashed through his mind. Could he really lift this 5,000-pound stone lion? If he can truly accomplish this, wouldn't he then become the world's strongest strongman? How could such a person appear here? With this thought flashing through his mind, he subconsciously swallowed his own saliva. Cheng Yaojin also slightly narrowed his eyes. The stone lion has moved. The most regretful one at this point was Hou Junji. Upon witnessing this sight, his heart was filled with panic. Many onlookers also gathered around. They too drew in a sharp breath after seeing this scene. It was simply too astonishing. What exactly is going on? The stone lion. Li Yu isn't the first person to attempt lifting it. But up to now, there hasn't been anyone who could do what he just did. In the blink of an eye, all the spectators were shocked. Some looked on with anticipation, hoping Li Yu could lift the stone lion in front of him, while others among them bore a serious expression, waiting to see how Li Yu would embarrass himself. In their eyes, there was a significant difference between merely shaking the stone lion and actually lifting it. But just at the next second, Li Yu roared. Every muscle in his entire body tightened in that very moment. Veins popped out as power erupted from his hands. The blood of a war god flowed constantly within him. An immense power spread and exploded from his body. In that instant, the stone lion moved and detached itself from the ground. Li Yu stood firmly on the ground. In the next second, all his shoes burst apart, and the floorboards beneath his feet crumbled instantly. His legs sank deeply into the ground. The next moment, Li Yu lifted the stone lion over his head with one great effort. After witnessing this act, everyone present widened their eyes and stared, disbelief clearly evident in their expressions as though trying to understand what had just happened. What exactly just happened? A distant strong man, eyes bulging wide, frantically rubbed his own eyes, seemingly attempting to discern more clearly what occurred. Simultaneously, his breathing quickened, and his hands trembled. All the other strong men were stunned into silence. Then Li Yu let out a loud laugh. It seems I have not failed in my mission. I've lifted the stone lion above my head. After saying these words, he carefully lowered the large stone lion once again. He pressed both his hands against the ground, exerted force, and thus leaped out of the mud. The ground wasn't sturdy enough. As a result, stepping on the stone slab shattered the ground. Initially, I didn't intend for this to happen, he said while sighing deeply. Do you all yield now? These originally skeptical strongmen all fell to their knees in front of Li Yu. We are all convinced. Your Highness, your prowess indeed shocks the heavens and moves even ghosts and spirits. Tibet's attack this time truly demonstrates they don't know any better, seeking their own downfall. Cheng Yaojin simply took broad steps and approached. He looked at the footprints shaped like a human on the ground, his eyes contracting slightly further. He approached the stone lion and tried moving it, but there was absolutely no movement. He lightly shook his head and sighed. It seems I am old. Your Highness, this time you have truly made a big impression. To you, this stone lion is nothing more than a small toy. Li Yu did not object. He smiled shyly towards Niu Jinda and Hou Junji and said, Both generals, I inadvertently tore my shoes and pants. So, I need to go change my clothes first before I can join both of you until we're completely drunk. After hearing this, Niu Jinda paused for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Your Highness can just go ahead without any worry on my side. You've really made a huge impression this time, bringing great honor to the Tang dynasty. Previously, the brave warriors in my army were all quite arrogant, thinking that only they, as weightlifters, were the best under heaven. But now, Your Highness has demonstrated your might, and they are all convinced. In the future, it will be much easier for me to manage the troops. Li Yu smiled but did not respond. At this moment, Lu Shui hurriedly came forward and put clothes on Li Yu's body to cover his figure, avoiding any breach of etiquette. After Li Yu left, the soldiers who had been watching remained quiet at first, but in the next second, it was as if a lock had been opened, and they began to discuss animatedly. The buzzing sound of their conversation continued endlessly, like a swarm of bees. How could anyone possess such incredible strength? They murmured quietly amongst themselves. Of course, they still maintained a fair amount of solemnity. Cough, cough. Just then, Niu Jinda coughed and said, Prepare for the banquet. Everyone may leave now, no need to stay here anymore. After saying this, he approached the stone lion. Attempting to test its weight, he touched the surface of the stone lion and felt its immense heaviness. Sighing deeply, he stepped back and remarked, This Prince Qi is truly extraordinary, displaying such formidable power. Truly good news. At that very moment, Hou Junji muttered ominously, But the current crown prince isn't this Xuanhua. What does this Xuanhua intend to do? Fearful indeed are the potential unfortunate incidents in the future. The incident at Xuanhu Gate might repeat itself. If that day comes, where should we generals turn? To fight would be futile, and surely things would get complicated. Cheng Yaojin interjected. You're overthinking this. This Wang Ye is a leisure-loving person with no intention of studying or ruling the world. All he truly loves is fine cuisine. So, you don't need to worry too much. If he had the ambition to do these things, he wouldn't be the same as before long ago. With his status as a renowned prince, how could he be as simple as you imagine? If he really were that simple, someone would have taken him down long ago. Niu Jinda spoke up with a tone filled with doubt. Thus, regarding what old Cheng said, we cannot agree. However, this is a good thing. Niu Jinda's eyes revealed some fiery emotions. Our great Tang Empire needs a good war to establish an even more stable dynasty. The current world is truly somewhat weak. Only after establishing a more stable dynasty can we create a more powerful future. Niu Jinda continued, revealing some nostalgia. Moreover, the most important thing now is not this matter, but rather how to plan for the future based on this matter. What we need to do is not to be cautious in prevention, but to properly guide this prince so he understands that contributing to the Tang dynasty is the most important thing. Our Tang dynasty has reached such a stable level that the possibility of future development already exists. If we can eliminate the obstacles from these regions, we will be able to truly build a land of eternal peace and tranquility. He mumbled like this, showing some joy on his face. The other two people were slightly stunned after hearing this speech. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. Niu Jinda, your ordinary thoughts are too extreme. If there was really such an opportunity, it wouldn't be your turn. The emperor must have known everything by now and would not let such matters go unchecked. As long as there's a better future, I believe this matter can be done better. Liu soon arrived at the barracks, and inside, hot water was already prepared. Thus Liu washed up. Lu Xue served beside him, her face showing some discontent as she said angrily. I observed from afar earlier, and those generals' eyes seemed off. It seems they are jealous of you, my lord. Liu closed his eyes, allowing Lu Xue to massage him, relaxing his entire body. Although he looked clear-headed just then, it wasn't that simple. In fact, he had expended quite a bit of energy to display such skills. Liu opened his eyes and asked, tell me about the previous events. What exactly happened? It's a good time for me to understand as well. Lu Xue pouted and recounted what happened. After listening, Liu nodded. There's no big issue here. I'll stroll around in front of those generals later and communicate with them well, and this matter can be considered resolved. After a little while, they finished bathing, changed clothes, and walked out. At this point, Cheng Yaojin and the others were still discussing. Liu swaggered over to their faces and asked, how about my performance, gentlemen? Upon hearing this, Niu Jinda stretched out his hand and gave a thumbs up, praising, His Royal Highness, Prince Qi, is indeed extraordinary. One could say an exceptional individual. This stone lion hasn't been lifted by anyone for decades. Yet, you managed to lift it effortlessly. This proves that you not only possess unparalleled natural strength, but also have made significant progress in martial arts. Such skill, anyone would have to admire it. Just wonder if your excellency has taken any special medicine to boost your physical abilities? If so, you should be extremely cautious. These medicines could cause serious problems and could even cost you your life. It would end disastrously. After hearing this, Liu's eyes immediately showed some seriousness, followed by a hearty laugh. Haha. Gentlemen are overly excited. How could I possibly take any drugs? I know these drugs will certainly harm my body. I am absolutely impossible to do such a thing. If you don't believe me, General Jui can arrange for someone to check me thoroughly to see if I've taken any drug. After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin hurriedly explained. General Niu Jinda is just joking with your highness. Everyone knows that. You were born with divine strength and possess exceedingly powerful martial arts, which is why you've displayed such skills. Anyone else would absolutely be incapable of demonstrating such ability. We naturally have no doubts whatsoever, so His Grace the Prince, please do not take offense. Liu retracted his hand and sighed. There are still a few generals who harbor suspicions and jealousy towards me. After he finished speaking, he burst into laughter. Although I've shown these abilities, I am but an ordinary person after all. My skills mean nothing really. Liu chuckled as he spoke, then stretched lazily. Is there any plan for today in this military camp? This is a good opportunity to show off and let me witness your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin smiled. Prince, your words humble us greatly. The feast and revelry have been prepared long ago. Please. In Tubo, Sansin Gampo looked at the vast army before him, admiration showing in his eyes. At present, he had gathered an impressive army of 200,000 soldiers. With such a formidable force, it was enough to crush the Tang troops guarding the borders. Yet, knowing that he commanded 200,000 warriors, he still felt it wasn't enough. He intended to gather more soldiers and give the Tang dynasty a harsh lesson. Moreover, this time he wanted to penetrate deeper, plundering more land, and absolutely couldn't forgive them easily like before. Recalling previous opportunities he had squandered, fury seethed within him. It was inconceivable to him how the Tang Empire could look down on him so much when he was the ruler of a great nation. How could he swallow this insult? He needed to retaliate fiercely. At that moment, a man rushed in hurriedly. Zanpu, something seems awry. It appears the enemy has gathered an extremely powerful army, ready for a decisive battle against us. And I've heard some news. Hasn't the enemy dispatched a certain prince? Chapter 529, Interrogation. Sansin Gampo sneered after hearing this. What can they do even if they have more people? These people are asking for it. Sooner or later, I will wipe them all out. If the mist on the high plateau cannot be obtained through words, then it must be achieved with swords and knives. These people from the Tang dynasty think they are so powerful. Today, I will teach them a good lesson that they won't dare to look down on me anymore. He was speaking angrily, showing some signs of agitation. What about our preparations beforehand? I had ordered them to gather an army of 250,000 soldiers before. How's it going now? If we have enough soldiers like that, I am ready to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. The man in front revealed an excited expression. Xuanpu, even the most remote areas have rushed here, forming an army of 250,000. As long as you lead us, Xuanpu, we are ready to go at any time. They don't want to marry into our family, right? Then we'll force them until they agree to the marriage alliance. We will make them pay tribute to us forever and ever. After that, they will never dare to look down on us. Even though their land is larger than ours, we will eventually take back their territory step by step. After he finished speaking, Sansin Gampo became extremely enthusiastic. This matter is entrusted to you. We must always be prepared with a powerful army to sweep them away and let them know our strength. After Sansin Gampo finished speaking, he headed outside, where tents were seen stretching endlessly into the distance, filled with constant activity of people coming and going, preparing for departure. Meanwhile, in the capital city, xiuxian entered Emperor Li Shimon's study, standing nervously in front of Li Shimon and trembling with unease. I wonder why Father Emperor summoned me suddenly. Is there any urgent matter? Xiuxian asked cautiously, fearful of angering Li Shimon. Li Shimon looked at Xiuxian with a touch of regret. Although this crown prince was not as excellent as he had hoped, he was still barely acceptable. He sighed and said, "As my son, how do you view these families?" Li Shimon's unexpected question startled Xiuxian. He had not expected such a query since these families formed a crucial part of the Tang dynasty. Without them, the dynasty would lose much of its strength. Although these families had their own ideas and interests and sometimes paid lip service to the Tang while harboring secret opposition, they were indispensable for now. After hesitating for a moment, Xiuxian replied, "Though some of these families have gone too far on certain matters, in fact, they are important pillars of the Tang dynasty. Without them, the entire Tang dynasty may find it hard to function properly. So they are an essential part of us." After answering thoughtfully, Xiuxian instinctively stole a glance at Li Shimon. Li Shimon looked at Xiuxian with a sigh and said, "But what if they act against your interests or even launch an attack against you? If they dare to do so, they must be punished severely. Get rid of those who dare to stir trouble, making sure they never disrespect the Li family again. Remember, the Li family, no matter what, is one of the mainstays of the Tang dynasty, controlling the military power of the entire dynasty. They can't even compare with us. Even though they possess cultural knowledge and command some soldiers, they are not the legitimate rulers. The commoners of the Tang dynasty will not acknowledge them, but recognize only us." Xiuxian's words made Li Shimon feel immensely pleased. "You little guy actually have some strategies in mind. I originally thought you might not be able to answer, but unexpectedly, you can explain these issues clearly, indicating significant progress. In the future, you should accompany the generals closely, because I have a very important mission to entrust to you. Some families are indeed too excessive. They dared to act against you, the royal brother, so these people absolutely cannot be left alone. Even if my great Tang dynasty is governed by benevolence and virtue, we cannot tolerate these people." Upon hearing this, Xiuxian was instantly terrified and hurriedly knelt down. He had to know that he harbored the ambition to take over the empire, and these families were a crucial link in his plans. Indeed, they would serve as vital support for his future endeavors. Without the backing of prominent families led by Changsun Wuji, even if he occupied the throne of the Tang dynasty, it would likely bring enormous problems. He absolutely could not afford to do such things. Facing his father's words, all he could do was delay matters. "Father Emperor, I have something to say." And with that, Xiuxian spoke up with those words. "At this moment, the Tang dynasty is facing such major issues. I believe we should maintain calm and gain a deeper understanding before making decisions. We still don't know exactly what the situation is. If we rashly convict them of crimes, it might provoke their resistance. The current foundation of the Tang dynasty relies on these forces. Rebellion must not be provoked under any circumstances." Upon hearing this, Li Shimon looked at Xiuxian with a hint of disappointment. Clearly, his son did not want to offend these noble families. These clans, while being essential pillars of the Tang Empire, posed a direct threat to the rule of the Li family, yet the prince hesitated to dismantle their power effectively. A heavy strike and firm lesson were imperative, ensuring they never dared to challenge the Li family again or entertain any ambitions toward the throne. "You may leave for now." Li Shimon waved his hand dismissively, signaling Xiuxian to go. He naturally understood the true intentions of the crown prince before him. It seems like this prince has perhaps been bought off by these families, or perhaps he himself is implicated in this matter. If so, then I will personally handle the cleaning up. Li Shimon's eyes flickered with a glimmer of murderous intent, but he refrained from acting immediately and instead gazed into the distance. "If I wish to avoid further chaos within the Tang dynasty, I can only methodically clip their wings one by one, ensuring they never build such formidable strength again." Chapter 530, The Messenger. Li Shimon muttered to himself, a fierce gleam flashing in his eyes as he gazed into the distance, filled with intense killing intent. "These people are somewhat ungrateful. We should show them who's boss with some heavy-handed measures." Li Yu already knew that the Tibetan army of 250,000 had arrived. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise, for the numbers were indeed large. He sighed, probably understanding why this was so. It must be because his appearance altered some small parts of history, causing discrepancies to emerge today. But these changes weren't significant enough to affect the ultimate course of history, so he hadn't really altered true history. Thinking of this, he sighed again. It seemed these historical events still remained unchanged. Cheng Yaojin then came to Li Yu's side and whispered, "Your Highness, this situation is rather dire. Big trouble has come. This time, too many of them have come. Our manpower is not sufficient. Even if we go at it head-on, I doubt we'll gain any advantage. If we must fight, Your Highness would need to be our vanguard, piercing through their main army to give them a harsh lesson. Even if they don't surrender after that, this will be a good warning to them. The best scenario would be to crush them completely, showing our unstoppable force sweeping across Tibet. Then even if they refuse to submit, there's still the possibility. Even though their land isn't fertile enough, we can still extract plenty of gold and silver from them." When Cheng Yaojin spoke about gold and silver treasures, his eyes showed a fiery excitement. He was someone who was quite greedy. If we could get hold of so much treasure, he certainly wouldn't regret it at all. After hearing this, Li Yu furrowed his brow. "All right. Just make sure the men guarding me are the personal guards I brought along. I don't trust others," Li Yu said, revealing suspicion in his eyes, but also displaying an air of determined authority. Cheng Yaojin naturally understood Li Yu's concerns. Having insufficiently trusted personal guards around you poses a risk. They might turn on you unexpectedly. If something like that happened, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. It could lead to immediate defeat in battle. Falling off the horse could result in the frightened warhorse scattering both him and the soldiers. If such a moment occurred, it wouldn't be a minor event. Not only would he gain no merit, but serious troubles would arise. "Yes, Your Highness, that is no problem," Cheng Yaojin quickly replied. He now realized the impending great battle required utmost caution, and even small sacrifices may be necessary. Li Yu took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Someone, quickly, fully armored, he ascended to the city tower. The armor on his body fit him like ordinary clothing, posing no problems whatsoever. They looked far away into the distance, able to sense the chilling atmosphere before them. Such a massive army, brimming with the desire to fight. Xianxia Gampo was in the rear of the formation. From afar, he watched with annoyance as the Tang forces cowered within the walls of the city, letting them attack the fortress. Military strategy says that the higher and stronger the fortress, the greater the peril during an assault. Although we have a 250,000 strong force, this is my foundational power ruling over Tibet. We cannot lose it. Xianxia Gampo took a deep breath, calming his emotions. "Someone," he spoke aloud. "Pitch camp. I wish to see how long they can endure this. Send a messenger to parley with them, telling them that I seek peace with them and hope they send me their tools, which would end this matter peacefully. If they do not agree, then I will launch a full-scale assault and annihilate them completely." With a tone of anger, he continued, filled with murderous intent. Soon, a messenger arrived at the military camp. This messenger bore a hint of a smile in his eyes. Facing the few generals and princes present, he wasn't the slightest bit flustered. Indeed, two armies may clash, but one doesn't kill a messenger. To the esteemed generals and prince, our ruler Xianxia Gampo greatly admires the culture of the great Tang and wishes to obtain its teachings. As long as you are willing to send the princess over, this matter will end here. Our king will not hold you accountable for blocking the door. However, to the messenger standing before him, even though it sounded like the words of a pretty clown, before these generals could respond, Li Yu abruptly stood up and angrily rebuked the messenger in front of him. "What are you barbarians capable of? So you've lived on this land for a long time, familiar with its terrain, and there are some treasures hidden among these mountains. But do you think you can stop the iron cavalry of the Tang Empire? Although you may have some cavalry, you haven't truly experienced major battles. Frankly, you're nothing but a bunch of trash. If we were to fight, your only fate would be complete annihilation. Since you want to fight, let's give you a good battle. Now go away immediately." Li Yu angrily scolded the messenger, driving him out. Despite Niu Jinda's initial thought to keep the messenger around, he closed his mouth after a moment of consideration. He truly understood that if these barbarians lost, it would be fine, but once they tasted victory, they might immediately launch an attack and quickly occupy this land, which wouldn't be a minor issue. Thus, it was essential to severely threaten these barbarians, making them hesitant to invade easily. At the same time, they needed to hurt them so badly that they'd come begging themselves. Li Yu then coldly snorted. "If they want a great battle, then let's properly engage them. I don't believe they brought enough food supplies. These Tubo people aren't suited to this climate. If the weather gets hotter, they'll have no choice but to retreat back to the highlands. Otherwise, their combat effectiveness will rapidly decline, and even our small force can thoroughly discipline them." Li Yu explained this to the three generals standing in front of him. Chapter 531, Radical. Of course, to make them submit honestly and sincerely, the most important thing is still to teach them a severe lesson with our fists, so that they will never dare to fight against us again. At the same time, we must be careful not to let the things in Tang Dynasty that could make them stronger be passed on to Tubo. Even if they want to come and study, we must absolutely not give those things to them. Otherwise, it will only make them stronger. If anyone tries to bring seeds or various books into Tubo, then they are betraying our great Tang. Li Yu frowned deeply as he said, "Why should we do this?" When Cheng Yaojin spoke up here, he also knitted his brows in questioning. "General Cheng, this matter actually involves the very foundation of Tang's dominion. Just think about what makes our great Tang powerful. It's because we have a sufficiently long history, even more so a sufficient civilization. Tubo hasn't had any complete writing system yet, so how can they have two strong fighting capabilities? They're merely a group of wild men who battle based on instinct. Even their strategies, they've merely stolen from us. So why would we have any particular concern for them learning from us? The real worry lies in them taking these lessons and turning around to fight us with them. Once the Tubo becomes stronger and Tang starts declining, they will retaliate against us. Therefore, this time we must definitely stop this matrimonial alliance. We absolutely cannot allow them to succeed, otherwise it will only make them stronger. I've already discussed this with Father Emperor, but I fear Father Emperor might agree with the matrimonial alliance due to opposition voices from ministers. Once that happens, an age-old disaster may brew. And their habit of calling Father Emperor the Heaven Khan is actually a defamation. Father Emperor is the true dragon son of heaven. How can he possibly be compared to their Khan? Liu said this, seemingly looking down on them deeply while staying vigilantly cautious. Cheng Yaojin had already understood Liu's meaning and frowned deeply himself as he said, "Unless this time we can win a great victory, utterly crushing Tubo's forces. Otherwise, they will try every possible method to avoid starting war. These civil officers prefer marriage alliances and compromises. After all, the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have enough silver, and more importantly, there isn't much gain for us in warring with them." Liu chuckled slightly and said, "But if this time we can completely crush them and strike directly at their core, at that moment, even the officials within the court will have special ideas. They will no longer sympathize with a weakling. Tubo must keep some strength for matrimonial alliance to be justified. Marrying for peace is a disgrace. If we lose, then that's fine. But if we win and still need a matrimonial alliance, it simply slaps the face of our great Tang. I know General Niu surely has a flawless strategy that will severely punish Tubo, but my aim isn't just punishment. It's direct destruction. To greatly weaken their power, leaving them with no chance to rebel. This is precisely what I want to achieve." Liu's eyes flashed with a ferocious gaze as he spoke, exuding intense murderous intent. Niu Jindao was astonished upon hearing Liu's words. He had never expected that the prince before him thought so deeply, having seen through his own plans far earlier, clearly showing the prince's remarkable abilities. "Prince, what then do you suggest? I have shown a force impossible to stop, and thus should lead the most elite army as vanguard to directly crush them in the front. Charge straight through their main camp, capturing Songtsen Gampo. This person is a mastermind behind Tubo's grand blueprint. Precisely because of his existence, today's Tubo has been transformed beyond recognition. It's no longer just that small landlocked country. No." Just then, Ho Junji stepped forward to speak. If Liu were allowed to personally command troops to decimate Tubo, his prestige would skyrocket immeasurably. At that point, who could match him? By then, would the crown prince even still be considered crown prince? Countless people would likely seek to supplant the crown prince, and even these ministers would waver in their loyalty. We currently have 500,000 troops, but facing 2,500,000 troops, problems might arise. Should we lose, that itself will be a calamity. More importantly, the prince is like a treasure worth 1,000 gold pieces. How could you risk going to the battlefield yourself? If we cannot defeat them, it might end up hurting the prince. How will we explain to His Majesty then? The most important thing now is to play safe, securing a stable victory first. The decision of whether to chase or fight further shall be in our hands later on. Your Highness's idea is feasible, but far too radical. Therefore, I do not support your idea." When Ho Junji said this, he pulled Cheng Yaojin standing in front of him. "Cheng Yaojin, persuade the prince quickly." After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin coughed slightly, but shook his head gently. "I agree with your Highness's idea. Our great Tang army has excellent armor and sharp weapons. Our soldiers are also well trained and have gone through countless fierce battles. Each one of them is fierce and valiant. Even if they outnumber us, it absolutely does not mean we are less capable in fighting. And having your Highness as the vanguard, breaking straight through them would be straightforward. If we can achieve unparalleled feats, our names will certainly go down in history. So I support your Highness's idea." Upon hearing this, Ho Junji immediately became furious and shouted angrily. "This matter clearly has already gone beyond our imagination. If you insist on doing this, wouldn't it bring us huge troubles? You are truly a bunch of lunatics. Have you forgotten what happened back then?" Niu Jinda shook his head. "Today is different from before. Nowadays, we rest well prepared and rely on our cities. We attack when necessary and retreat freely. Moreover, our forces are more elite. You want to court death? I won't join in. I absolutely won't approve your plan." After Ho Junji finished speaking, he threw his hand forcefully, turned his body around, and stormed off. Liu watched him leave, and a look of coldness appeared in his eyes. This man isn't trustworthy. There must be something wrong with Ho Junji. It wasn't just opposition. It was as though there was some specific issue motivating his dissent. Chapter 532. Take it down. This. Niu Jinda had also hoped to launch a preemptive strike, teaching these Tibetan people a harsh lesson. However, seeing how strongly Ho Junji opposed it, he began to worry. Both Niu Jinda and Ho Junji were the individuals specifically responsible for matters here. But now that Ho Junji was showing such exaggerated opposition, if Niu didn't take his stance seriously, any future issues could bring him significant trouble. Thinking of this, his originally enthusiastic mood quickly dimmed. Cough cough. Should we reconsider just a little bit more? After all, the issue that General Ho raised is indeed a concern. If we end up losing, there might be some serious trouble. By the time Niu Jinda finished speaking, his voice already lacked confidence. Huh. Liu listened and immediately laughed heartily without a trace of panic. He said with calmness, "I don't think we need to worry at all about this matter." He continued calmly. "We have already analyzed our situation thoroughly. We hold an absolute advantage. It's just in terms of numbers where we lack slightly. But even so, this isn't our disadvantage but rather our advantage because they themselves carry massive problems. We merely need to expend a certain amount of effort to defeat them, like burning their provisions which will cause them to retreat on their own. They cannot adapt to the climate here. We simply need to choose a day when the weather is a little hotter, and that would make their army crumble instantly, rendering them incapable of resisting us and allowing us to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Seeing Liu speak so confidently and calmly while outlining several conspiratorial strategies, Niu Jinda's earlier uncertainty evaporated as he reached out and firmly patted Liu's shoulder. Huh, he burst into laughter. Your Highness, Prince Qi, it seems everyone underestimated you before. Once these schemes are put into action, they will surely give these Tibetan invaders a brutal lesson. But General Ho is a high-ranking officer, and he has many confidants in the army who control a force of 20,000 troops. If he disagrees, then? Niu Jinda paused here, looking at Liu and waiting for his response. Huh. After hearing this, Liu suddenly burst out laughing once again. General Niu, do you think His Majesty sent us here without any preparation? At this point, Cheng Yaojin revealed a decree from his bosom. His Majesty's edict, Cheng began reciting. The contents of the decree granted Liu and Cheng Yaojin authority over the local military forces and the strategy against Tibet. Any general refusing to follow would have their command stripped and replaced to handle military affairs. Upon hearing this, Niu Jinda finally understood why Liu and Cheng Yaojin hadn't pursued Ho Junji. He sighed bitterly, saying, Old Cheng, knowing all this beforehand, why didn't you warn him earlier? Isn't it too late now that he has completely lost contact with us? He will probably hate us until death. Cheng Yaojin remained unperturbed and replied earnestly. It was his own suggestion not to proceed with the plan, thus temporarily relieving him of his command, which turned out to be a good thing for him. If we lose, we will bear no responsibility, and he will surely feel grateful towards us. If we win, this whole incident won't concern him either, nor would he blame us. After hearing Cheng's explanation, Niu Jinda felt relieved and slapped his head. Still, you're the thoughtful one, old Cheng. After you explain it this way, my guilt is now lifted. Since this is the case, I won't get involved in the matter. He smiled, without any trace of concern remaining. Since that's settled, let's summon General Ho over. Liu wasted no time in giving the order. He had no special connection with Ho Junji, and since the latter did not support him, Liu saw no reason to hold back. Having the support of a great general certainly brought immense benefits, but since Ho Junji wouldn't cooperate, Liu had no choice but to proceed according to his own plan. No sooner had Ho Junji returned to his tent, still unable to rest, than he grabbed a piece of paper intending to write down everything that had occurred. However, before he could write more than a few words, someone hurriedly arrived outside the tent. Report to the general. General Cheng requests your presence for discussion. He says there are some important matters that require your attention. Upon hearing this, Ho Junji had no suspicion at all. Instead, a hint of smugness surfaced in his mind. In his view, it was definite that Liu and Cheng Yaojin's people dared not offend him. After a series of deliberations, they decided to compromise with him. He muttered a cold snort. I originally thought you would hold out against me until when, but now it seems you're still afraid of me. He set down his pen and rushed out once again. Yet as soon as he followed the person leading him to the main tent, he saw Liu and Cheng Yaojin standing there, their gazes directed at him, slightly unusual. This made Ho Junji suddenly uneasy, sensing something wasn't quite like what he imagined. He glanced around and noticed Niu Jinda was not present here. He quickly asked, wasn't I summoned for discussion? Where's General Niu? Could it be that this matter has nothing to do with him? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's face darkened slightly. He said calmly, this time we indeed called you over to accept an imperial edict. Ho Junji, upon seeing Cheng Yaojin pulling out the decree, panicked in his heart and knelt down immediately. But after listening to the contents of the decree, his heart sank deeply. The content of the decree was extremely harsh towards him, plunging him instantly into a crisis. It was clear that the decree aimed to strip him of his military command, causing his complexion to drastically change. He shouted hastily, you cannot do this. I am a high-ranking general dispatched by the court. I possess military authority here. How can it be taken away so easily? Someone come here. In great panic, Ho Junji immediately began calling out. Unfortunately, no one responded from outside. Then, a servant of Liu entered and said, General Ho, please stop shouting. Your personal soldiers have already been subdued by us. Chapter 533, Challenge. How dare you? Before Ho Junji's words had even finished, several guards rushed forward and pinned him down. Ho Junji was furious. I am the great general sent by His Majesty. How dare you humiliate me like this? I tell you, I have committed no crime. When I get out of here, I will not forgive you. You'll see my strength. He cursed loudly, but the guard stood firm, pressing down on Ho Junji before him without budging. He wanted to explain further, but a guard shoved a handkerchief into his mouth, rendering him helpless and unable to utter a word. Ho General, if you had just surrendered your military authority quietly, that would have been it. But how dare you defy an imperial decree? This is a tremendous sin. Do you think your noble title can still be retained? Liu's words frightened Ho Junji. He stared fiercely at Liu in front of him. If he could speak through glares, his eyes might have already emitted flames. Liu chuckled and said, don't look at me like that. I'm merely speaking the truth. Nothing is greater than the Emperor's order, not even heaven or earth. You're only a great general dispatched by Father Emperor, yet according to current requirements, you must follow my commands. But you refuse to respect them. I won't make things difficult for you. If you stay put in the camp and surrender all your power, this matter will be over. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless. There might even be harsher consequences. Liu spoke coldly to Ho Junji, who was facing him. His face turned deathly pale after hearing these words, his fists tightening as if he wanted to say something furiously. However, Liu burst into laughter. Even if you want to say something, I won't pay attention to you. Detain General Ho properly here. Remember, under no circumstances are you allowed to disrespect him. Immediately report any developments to me. Liu instructed the guards before him. Take out the cloth from his mouth. I wish to understand General Ho's thoughts. After Ho Junji coughed, he quickly said, I am willing to cooperate with your highness, but could you not imprison me here? After all, I am a prominent great general. If I don't appear in public, suspicion might arise. That could possibly harm your cause. However, Liu shook his head. You needn't worry about that. At this moment, you're nothing but a prisoner, a disrespected general. I can't get too close to you, otherwise, Father Emperor may hold me accountable. Liu smiled cunningly. Ho Junji became infuriated upon realizing he'd been tricked by Liu. Lock him up. After Liu said that, he sent people outside. The news of General Ho's sudden illness quickly spread throughout the camp, and many came to check on his condition. When the generals discovered that Ho General was lying in bed unconscious, they all wept loudly. In the camp, whenever there were such instances of unconsciousness, it usually signified major issues for the general. There was even a chance that this marked their final farewell. Soon, Sheng Yaojin took over all the military power and decided that they should take action against Tubo. After eliminating Ho Junji's threat, everything calmed down. The following challenges ahead wouldn't present any trouble to him. Thinking of this, Liu stretched lazily and picked up the intelligence reports before him. It contained much recorded information. Only then did Liu realize the hardships of managing a large camp. At that moment, Sheng Yaojin walked in with a smile. Ha! Prince Qi, why do you have a worried expression? It seems as though these events aren't quite going according to your expectations. After putting down the documents in his hands, Liu showed a bitter smile. How could these matters be so simple? I originally thought many things could be done easily, but now it appears that only experienced old generals are truly capable. Fortunately, with your assistance, I've been able to stabilize and master the changes here. From now on, these tasks will be entrusted to General Niu. Now that the great battle is about to begin, these problems won't be troubles anymore. Instead, they'll become the weights tipping us toward victory. After Liu finished speaking, he stood up, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. Sheng Yaojin, hearing this, also burst into hearty laughter. Sansan Gampo soon received the challenge letter from the Tang army. Upon seeing the letter, he let out a wild laugh, as if he had encountered something incredibly amusing. It's truly too funny. They simply don't see us as a threat. Next, it's up to you all to annihilate them. Indeed, they underestimate us. It's just a few tens of thousands of soldiers, yet they dare to challenge us. Sansan Gampo spoke through gritted teeth, his anger rising. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started a war over this matter. War consumes not only enormous financial resources, but also stirs up terrifying hidden conflicts. Launching a war might result in numerous side effects, possibly causing many civilians to become displaced. The wounded soldiers would require vast amounts of wealth for recovery, something unacceptable to them. Yet, Sansan Gampo eventually decided to start this war, merely to regain his dignity. Simultaneously, he believed he possessed the confidence to defeat the Tang dynasty and didn't need to prolong the conflict, aiming only to reap great benefits. It was precisely because of this that he anticipated the war so much. He took a deep breath, gazing at his massive encampment before him, barely able to contain his excitement. With such a formidable army, I will surely be invincible. Sansan Gampo murmured to himself. Since you wish to confront me, I shall confront you. Since you want to seek death, I'll grant your wish. Sansan Gampo said this with a tinge of fury. Bring me the troops. I'll show them how powerful I am. Sansan Gampo declared, his eyes filled with madness. Come on, let's fight. Chapter 534, The War Begins. Who? A high-pitched sound continuously rose, piercing through the sky. Countless armies gathered at this moment, forming a powerful combat force. From afar, you could see these Tubo people. These Tubo people only had some simple formations. They were not proficient in more advanced battle arrays. Moreover, what was extremely crucial was that when these people gathered, they did not form a formidable lineup. Sheng Yaojin observed the formation from a distance, and he burst into laughter with joy. His originally tense mood relaxed considerably. The biggest issue in war is the strength of the opponent's formation and their immense power. If such a situation arises, it's highly likely one will fail. Once failure happens, it becomes a huge trouble. After all, maintaining momentum in combat is most important. Once that breath is lost, it becomes impossible to continue fighting. Sheng Yaojin pointed to the distant Tubo soldiers and said, These Tubo are indeed barbarians, having no great strength. At times like these, it seems they lack knowledge. But yet they can gather so many troops and harass us regularly. If they also became as disciplined as our Tang army, they would instantly become a significant threat. Li Yu's words immediately made everyone present gasp in shock. Sheng Yaojin also furrowed his brow on the side. Indeed, it seems that Sansan Gampo wanted a princess from us before for a reason. Li Yu nodded. These Tubo know their own problems, so they must carefully think about solving this issue. They wage war against us partly due to perceived humiliation, but perhaps there's also an intention to gain enormous benefits from us. We absolutely cannot let them get such good things. We must thoroughly suppress them so they don't learn these skills. This war is the best opportunity. After Li Yu finished speaking, he looked at Cheng Yaojin and said, General Cheng, I'll leave this matter up to your arrangements. I will launch an immediate attack on them. This major battle will be commanded by you and General Niu. Cheng Yaojin heard Li Yu's words and calmly responded, Prince, just go ahead. There's absolutely nothing to worry about here. I will handle everything properly and won't hold you back. Great. Li Yu then moved forward with his personal guards, coming to the front of the army. His face carried a cold, murderous intent, his gaze looking far out, as if containing an ominous, killing aura. It seemed that anyone who offended him would meet with disaster. The soldiers around him were all fiercely capable. They were personally selected elite warriors, each exceptionally brave, following him closely, ready to launch an attack. All of them wore armor and rode steeds. Xiaolu also wore a set of armor, following by Li Yu's side. She looked at the dense crowd and felt somewhat nervous. Your Highness, we're facing hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers. Just thinking about charging into battle makes me feel somewhat anxious. I will protect your Highness's back, ensuring no one harms you. After hearing this, Li Yu laughed heartily, extending his hand to gently pat Xiaolu on the shoulder, saying in a calm voice, Don't worry, while I'm here, these people have absolutely nothing to fear. The next thing we'll face is hundreds of thousands of enemies. Do we have the confidence? Li Yu loudly shouted this question to those behind him. He was mounted on a stallion at the very front, roaring, Do you have the confidence? As he spoke, everyone roared together in unison. Prince sends us forth. Long live. Long live. We have confidence. We all have confidence. They roared like thunder, their voices full of ferocity without a trace of hesitation. In the formation, everyone directed their eyes toward them, their gazes filled with astonishment, as if wanting to clearly understand what was happening. When a general on a pure white horse emerged from the crowd, everyone gasped sharply. Charge! Li Yu bellowed this command. After he roared, the galloping steed surged forward in an instant, heading straight ahead, forming a ferocious and terrifying army. Besides Sansen Gampo, a soldier who witnessed this scene immediately gasped, Your Highness Sampu, that one is Crown Prince Li Yu from the Great Tang. This man doesn't seem reasonable, but we've heard that he lacks real power. He's merely a prince. If you could capture him, Your Highness, you would surely force the Tang to reconcile with us. Then they wouldn't dare to trouble us anymore. Sansen Gampo, after hearing these words, raised his head and laughed heartily. Excellent. He bellowed loudly at the people behind him. Who dares to bring this Qi Wang down? If anyone can accomplish this, I will surely reward them well. Not only will their status be elevated, but they'll also receive my praise and immense power. At that moment, from the crowd of Tubo soldiers, a towering man stepped forward. In his hands was a massive warhammer. As he came forward, he showed a fierce expression and said, Your Highness Sampu, there's no need to fear such an event. In my view, this man appears utterly weak. Since this is the case, let me finish him off so he knows how powerful we are. His words were accompanied by a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Seeing the towering figure before him, Sansen Gampo also revealed a hint of joy in this instant. The man standing before him was none other than their first general, Garqingla Qinghe. Garqingla Qinghe even had a son who was exceptionally brave, though due to his young age, he hadn't accompanied them here. There, with several dozen warriors following behind him, he declared, Your Highness Sampu, since they look down on us and send out a pale-faced prince like him, then let me go capture him and teach him a good lesson. These people might appear threatening, but their threat means nothing. As he spoke, fierceness glinted in his eyes. Hiss! When everyone heard his words, they instantly gasped in awe. What a valiant general. Chapter 535, Breaking the Formation. The general, Garqingla Qinghe, strutted outward with a cold expression on his face, ferocious and intimidating. He quickly led an army and rushed outwards. Each of these men was fierce and powerful. They wore fur clothes, exposing their upper bodies as they surged forward toward the front lines. The general's eyes displayed an indifferent demeanor, completely unconcerned about what faced him. This was indeed a powerful man with such a terrifying will. He was also a general of immense martial prowess, commanding a fierce following of very capable soldiers. When they marched boldly onward, both armies soon formed ranks. An eerie killing intent rose as each side had brought forth a contingent to meet in battle. At that moment, two formidable military forces were formed. Both armies charged simultaneously, rapidly dashing forward. Li Yu was at the forefront of his army, feeling the warrior blood within him burning intensely, making him extraordinarily excited. This feeling of battle truly is exhilarating. Li Yu muttered to himself, his entire body brimming with fervor. Then he burst into laughter, shouting, Let's go. With those words, he issued a charge forward. The speed of both cavalries increased, Li Yu leading the charge as he raced ahead. As he collided with the enemy, Li Yu let out a laugh. In one swift motion, his blade swung and instantly bisected the foe before him. A crazed slaughter followed. General Garqingla Qinghe felt a massive pressure from Li Yu, stirring up anger inside him. They are tricking me, coming here to die? Even if I exert unimaginable power, could I successfully counteract this kind of mighty warrior? Surely, this was a world-class warrior who might accidentally be killed with even a minor misstep. At the instant that thought crossed his mind, Li Yu lifted his weapon and slashed straight at Gar. Do you really possess such incredible strength? Saying this, a smirk slowly curved on his lips. You people from Tubo, do you have anyone capable enough to fight against me? Since you're such a strong warrior, I'd like to see if you even have the ability to fight me, Li Yu said as he raised his hand and swung down his blade. His attack was so powerful that it caused an agonizing cry from the opposing general. No, How can you be this skilled? He screamed sharply in disbelief. But in the next second, Li Yu's blade ruthlessly cut across his neck. This valiant general stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe that he was already dead. Blood spurted violently from his neck, and his whole body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Li Yu did not pause. Instead, he continued to charge forward alongside his troops. These Tubo cavalrymen were shocked. They couldn't imagine that their general would fall so easily without withstanding even one charge. Upon seeing this scene from behind, Songzang Gambu roared in fury. No! How could this happen? He was my most accomplished general, yet couldn't even last for a single round. He muttered, his entire being revealing signs of despair. Beside him, another officer, who had been continuously talking earlier, instinctively swallowed his saliva. He too seemed unable to believe the situation, trying hard to discern exactly what went wrong. I heard while in Jingzhaofu that this prince wasn't supposed to possess such exaggerated skill. But now he demonstrates extraordinary power. Could we have been deceived? His voice faltered slightly. If it's true, then this truly is terrible, he whispered again, trembling uncontrollably. Though Songzang Gambu wished to strike and kill this subordinate right away, he knew better than to act rashly. It would certainly shake the confidence of his troops. After deep contemplation, he took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. His eyes reddened, thinking of his cherished officer. It was precisely due to this general that his army gained such potent power. He drew another deep breath and then yelled loudly. What are you all standing around looking at? Command everyone to advance immediately. I want him dead. Even if we have to pile up bodies, we will overwhelm him with numbers. Since he is a prince, capturing him would be an enormous victory for us. How could the Tang army dare to engage with us then? After slaying the warrior, Li Yu did not hesitate but continued to charge forward, lead a large group and break through their ranks. As he said this, he let out a roar, leading his men in a straight charge ahead. In the next second, they directly crashed through the crowd in front of them, one sword swing after another cutting down enemies before them, breaking through the enemy ranks. In the next moment, all the enemies in front were broken through. Li Yu was like the sharpest blade, cutting down enemies one after another with his sword, blood splattering everywhere, soaking the ground. In the next instant, Li Yu continued charging forward. The Tibetans in front managed to withstand this wave of assault, but at a great cost. Upon seeing this scene, Xiuxian immediately showed a look of shock. He had only hoped that Li Yu could penetrate the enemy general's line and boost morale. But he never imagined that Li Yu could achieve such a terrifying level, killing not just a mighty general, but also piercing through the front line of the enemy army. In this way, Li Yu easily pierced through the enemy, creating such a significant effect. How can this be possible? Neo Jinda also revealed astonishment. However, as experienced war generals, they knew an opportunity should not be missed, so they immediately issued orders for their troops to continue charging forward. In the next second, the enemy troops before them were thoroughly breached. After piercing through the enemy, Li Yu also showed a smile of satisfaction. At that moment, he burst into laughter. Come and fight with me. The Tibetan army had been able to maintain their formation and engage with the Tang army, but under Li Yu's cavalry charge, they quickly collapsed. Chapter 536, Retreat. Songzang Ganbu never imagined that the massive army he mobilized would be defeated so quickly. He felt a chill running down his spine. Exactly why has this happened? He clearly remembered asking his strategists before departure if they could defeat their enemies in one decisive blow. At the time, his subordinates had assured him there was no issue with engaging in combat, and he had also considered what to do in case of failure. But he didn't expect such a devastating defeat. In large-scale battles like this, once combat became intense, the troops he brought might face serious problems. Thinking of this, he started feeling some panic inside, as a strong emotion surged up at this moment. At this point, a general hurriedly approached him and said anxiously, Zanpu, let's leave here immediately, or we may run into serious trouble. We can gather our scattered troops and fight back again. We will have more chances to engage them again later. We won't fail just like this. After hearing this, Songzang Ganbu clenched his fists tightly in reluctance. It's impossible to fail like this. I absolutely refuse to believe that we failed this easily. Hurry up and gather the remaining troops. Yes, I can still fight against them again. I must fight my way back. He was shouting wildly as if mad. This empire he rebuilt through great hardship couldn't be destroyed so easily. He refused to abandon his future so simply. He wanted another chance to confront them. Zanpu, if we continue to fight now, it is very likely that all of us will perish here. As long as you are alive, we have a chance to return. But if something happens to you, then there will be no hope of returning ever again. Zanpu, please protect yourself for the survival of our people. As he said these words, his body convulsed continuously. After hearing this, he stopped hesitating because he knew his general was right. He must avoid any further mishaps. Go. Immediately after saying this, he turned around with his group and left. Carrying only about 4,000 survivors, they hastily retreated from the scene. Li Yu observed this and instantly revealed a sneer in his eyes. Who would have thought that their army of several 100,000 could be so easily defeated? They can't be allowed to escape. If we manage to annihilate these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, it would be decades before they can recover. Therefore, we will seize this opportunity to strike at their stronghold again and directly reclaim this land. As Li Yu spoke, a cold and ruthless killing intent flickered in his eyes. The soldiers by his side were all breathing heavily, having already fought fiercely in the previous battle. Every one of them was somewhat fatigued, and now their breaths grew even heavier. We absolutely cannot tolerate allowing this to happen. Attack. They can't provoke us again, or come at us once more. Eliminate them all. this is the best choice. Cheng Yaojin had originally been watching from afar, worried. But when he saw the Tang army break through the enemy line like this, he became extremely excited. Ha ha ha, isn't this wonderful? This is an absolute victory. If news of this great triumph reaches the imperial court, there is certainly a tremendous reward awaiting us. These barbarians believed they were powerful and wouldn't fall so easily. Who knew how weak they actually are? Since they're this weak, we can launch another attack on them. Order the troops to fully advance. We must crush them utterly. With every successive victory, we naturally become the top force. And each one of us will be promoted and rewarded. As the drums sounded, the army immediately pressed forward. Every soldier grew elated. Before the battle, they assumed it would be extremely difficult, but once combat began, it turned out to be surprisingly easy, almost effortless in defeating the enemy. Every single soldier was overjoyed because they realized they would receive immense rewards. The soldiers cut down the Tubo people in front of them, killing and scalping one after another. Some soldiers immediately fell to their knees in surrender, not daring to fight against the Tang army any longer. They knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. When they came, they were so arrogant, but now, defeated, they were equally afraid, because they knew that if they offended these Tang soldiers, they might end up without a proper burial. They did not wish to die here. They had wives and children back home. Even becoming slaves would be better than dying. These soldiers quickly surrendered, and soon all the captured citizens kneeled in fear. 10,000 upon 10,000 soldiers were all subdued, and they swiftly kneeled down on the ground, daring not to think of fighting anymore. As these people kneeled, Niu Jinda laughed with relief. I never expected that we have achieved such great merit this time. It seems this prince is truly extraordinary. If it were possible, we could choose to further advance, directly conquering Tubo. Meanwhile, Liu continued chasing the fleeing group ahead. His voice roared. Isn't it you who wanted to take the lives of our Tang soldiers? I'll tell you, you cannot escape. Everyone here must die. Liu's words carried boundless arrogance. From the very beginning, you could never be our match. If I catch up to you, your death is certain. So why don't you just kneel and beg? Then maybe I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll order my men to attack. Liu was whipping his horse while shouting loudly, trying to urge those ahead to stop. But at that moment, Songzan Ganbu ordered his men to run even faster, unwilling to stay and fight him, because he was utterly terrified. Chapter 537, Great Victory. Liu, after seeing them all escape, also stopped, sighing heavily as they had fled too far. Moreover, following the previous battle, the horse he was riding, a magnificent steed of pure bloodline, had grown somewhat fatigued. One must understand that bearing such a great weight and going through such intense combat represents an extremely strenuous consumption of physical strength. Liu sat atop his fiery horse like an unparalleled hero, showing a trace of disdain as he looked upon the defeated soldiers before him. At this moment, these remnants of the army were all kneeling on the ground, not daring to put up any resistance or even think about escaping. God, God, they all murmured aloud, loudly calling out. In their eyes, Liu was an invincible warrior, and none dared show any disrespect. Upon seeing their performance, Liu gently shook his head, knowing these soldiers had already been broken by him, having lost all courage to fight against him again. All these men should be captured, let them return with us. These hundreds of thousands of prisoners will also represent a significant consumption of food supplies. Just at that time, a soldier came to Liu, lowering his voice and quietly said, General, if it's so, shall we just kill them all then? This way, there would be no need for excessive food expenditure, instead reaping maximum benefit. After hearing his words, Liu gently shook his head and said, Ignorant. Do you know what difficulties we face now? These are all very precious subordinates. If we killed them, it would lead to nothing but impeachment. They are also very valuable laborers. Keeping them alive can allow for cultivation of large tracts of fertile land. What our Tang dynasty needs most right now is precisely these important labor forces. These tens of thousands of soldiers certainly can cultivate vast tracts of good land, which can bring enormous income for our Tang dynasty. Don't look at how much they eat now. Eventually, they'll become significant laborers capable of generating great wealth. So you must learn well. Don't harbor any ignorant thoughts. Bring them all back to company headquarters. I want to have a good conversation with a few generals and plan to march into Tubo. After returning, Liu saw Cheng Yaojin before him, stepping forward to give him a hug. Cheng Yaojin didn't mind the bloody smell all over Liu. Instead, he showed a gratified smile and said, Prince, your victory in this campaign is truly great. It seems we will certainly gain huge rewards upon returning. In fact, I had no intention of gaining merit on this trip, thinking we might not secure such a grand victory. Who would have thought, Prince, you have such capabilities leading everyone, and thus conquered these enemies so easily? Once we return, it's sure to earn you tremendous accomplishments. It seems this time His Majesty will surely appoint you as Crown Prince. The achievements of the Crown Prince couldn't compare to yours. As Cheng Yaojin spoke, he expressed some reflections. Upon hearing these, Liu shook his head lightly and said, If I truly wanted to become Crown Prince, I'd already have ideas inappropriate for my station. But towards this aspect, I do not entertain such thoughts. Even if my father Emperor wanted to change the position of the Crown Prince, I would never accept it because the role of Crown Prince belongs to my brother. If not him, it still shouldn't be me. I absolutely do not entertain such thoughts. In the future, we can discuss launching larger assaults against them. We could gain more territory by pushing forward like this, forcing them to plead for mercy, thereby ensuring no one on the mountain dares to hold rebellious thoughts ever again. Li Yu's words radiated formidable killing intent. The two generals before him also felt a massive sense of pressure. This prince was truly a mighty general. After selling himself out to the enemy, he did not have any compromising thoughts, but rather resolved to redouble efforts to launch even more powerful offensives to defeat the foes. Even they themselves were filled with a feeling of admiration, truly deserving sons of the Tang dynasty. Prince, rest assured, next time when we engage in battle, we will surely win without failure. Since you wish to launch another attack, we will absolutely support you in defeating these enemies. After finishing, Cheng Yaojin shouted to the generals behind him. Do you feel we should launch a bigger offensive? Do you have such plans? These generals all shouted excitedly. Of course we have greater ambitions. His Highness's martial arts are simply extraordinary. We've already gained so much from this battle. How could we not attack again? As long as we keep attacking, we can gain more territory. Everyone will be able to secure noble titles and rewards. Even if there are no special honors, we will all receive promotions and rewards. How could we not launch another offensive? We originally had little room for advancement here, but now with such an opportunity, how could we not seize it firmly? Just by seizing this chance, we will be able to rise in rank and wealth. Everyone is very eager for it. Then a general stepped forward from the crowd. He had previously been somewhat hesitant about whether to join in, but now he had no doubts. But when the victory report came before old Li, he immediately burst out laughing in excitement. He had never imagined that his son possessed such immense power, defeating Tubo in such a short time. He had originally thought that if his son couldn't achieve even half of this, he would immediately send someone else to take over without any delay. But now, he knew he had made the absolutely right decision this time. Does this son resemble the me of old? But will he become a threat to me in some way? When he saw Li Yu making some requests, he suddenly burst into laughter. Because Li Yu made some requests below, hoping to go on tours overseas. He hoped for more steel to build large ships for traveling abroad, as he seemed to have endless interest in the vast ocean. Li Shimin laughed heartily upon reading this. Send someone to reward Prince Qi extravagantly, at the highest level this time. Chapter 538, Decision. After the eunuch below heard his words, he immediately took action. Li Qinggan soon received this news, and he stood frozen in place, seemingly not expecting things to develop this way. He tightly clutched his head, striving to recall what had happened. With an inner despair that was unbearable, he let out a painful wail. Heaven, why have you bequeathed me as this crown prince? And why must I encounter such a brother? This person is simply an unbeatable devil. He has achieved so much merit in such a short time. Isn't this forcing me to die? I am just a small crown prince. Even if all the ministers in court are inclined towards me, if I cannot establish similar achievements, then I will only end up on the road to death. Why do you have to force me this way? Why treat me like this? He roared furiously, seeking relief from this situation but unable to achieve it. Tightly gripping his fists, his body convulsed, tears streaming down his face. Truly pitiful, tragic, lamentable. Why must it be like this? He muttered these words under his breath, as if trying to say something more. But his body felt as if all its strength had been drained, and he slumped limply into his chair. After about an hour, he seemed to regain some vitality, slowly struggling up from the ground, muttering, "No, it's not yet the final outcome. I refuse to accept defeat this easily. I am of imperial lineage. It is my destiny to become emperor. How could I be so easily defeated by him? If that's the case, I shall gather all those loyal to me and launch the decisive battle. If I can secure victory in this fight, then no one will dare to act against me again. Previously, I always thought I could wait longer, but now I can no longer delay." When he spoke these words, the eunuch beside him trembled violently upon hearing them, still kneeling there without daring to say a word. The eunuch knew that any emotion could provoke Li Qinggan's anger, jeopardizing his life. Yet, he remained composed, being a confidant of the crown prince, naturally free from panic or fear. "Someone," Li Qinggan said decisively. He had already made up his mind, determined to rally the most powerful forces before Li Yu returned to the capital. This time, he would seize the throne. Once he obtained it, he would no longer fear Li Yu. At the thought of Li Yu possibly becoming emperor and exacting retribution, he shuddered uncontrollably. What right does she have to gain a stronger force than me? I, a noble of high regard, can't accomplish this, while he can. I refuse to concede. In no way am I inferior to him. Whether it's my mother empress or the people supporting me, we far outnumber his followers. But why am I losing to him? Li Yu remained unaware that Li Qinggan, under his influence, had reached this desperate state. Stretching lazily after deep inhalation, Li Yu exhaled slowly, rubbing his neck, with a look of seriousness in his eyes. How's the recent situation? At this moment, Cheng Yaojin also revealed a hint of laughter. That Sans and Gambu was utterly frightened. After they fled to the border, aren't they trying with all their might to return? Fortunately, you had arranged for someone ahead of time, so now we've stranded them midway. There's no way for them to return. But how did you know they might take that particular approach? As he asked this question, curiosity flickered in his gaze. After hearing this, Li Yu burst out laughing. Isn't this matter simple? The only few routes they can use to return are exactly these. I've already had people set up blockades on these roads long ago. As long as he can't escape, we'll capture him. Since he's already captured, it naturally follows that we can properly arrange him, and whatever belongs to us completely. With what we've achieved thus far, along with all the scattered armies, they've all been captured by us comprehensively. Probably for the next 100 years, Tubo will have absolutely no chance to resist again. After Li Yu finished these tasks, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, revealing a sense of relief. Next, let's take a look at Xianxia, the unifier of Tubo. This man truly possesses remarkable talent. There's no way anyone else could have achieved this. Now they can only become an idle prince of our great Tang dynasty, peacefully handing over Tubo. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin was greatly startled. He hadn't expected Li Yu to possess such terrifying confidence and determination. He planned to annex the entirety of Tubo. This was absolutely terrifying. At this thought, Cheng Yaojin swallowed hard, a tinge of hesitation in his heart. Li Yu then massaged his neck and strode confidently before them. How do you all perceive this matter? If you can't handle it well, the remaining tasks will be solely mine to manage. At that point, I'll ensure there won't be any burden on your part, as this is undoubtedly a tremendous achievement. As long as we succeed, our names will certainly appear in the annals of history. Li Yu looked at the two generals before him, declaring in a commanding tone. After hearing his words, Cheng Yaojin instinctively swallowed his saliva again. For Cheng Yaojin knew without doubt that if they could capture Tubo directly, being granted the title of Duke would be entirely reasonable. Niu Jinda also heard this and began swallowing his own saliva repeatedly. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His emotions were intense, and his mind somewhat wavering. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. What's the best course of action here? At this moment, this question flashed through his mind. The next second, he made up his mind quickly. If not now, when? Should they let others snatch away this monumental achievement? Chapter 539 Surrender. We temporarily have no problems, so we can certainly do a little bit of work properly. They were caught by us, so now we can think of ways to directly control the entire Tubo. The reason they could stand against our Tang dynasty was because they had an army of over 200,000. Now that they've been subdued, they naturally have no way to fight us anymore. So now we can tidy them up and continuously expand our territory, gradually swallowing them up. Indeed, they have many people loyal to them, but as long as we have enough strength, we can keep regaining all the lost lands. After thinking about this, he felt a sense of excitement welling up in his heart. My lord, since it's like this, why don't we go together? We might even be able to see the newly added land of the Tang dynasty. Niu Jinda said shamelessly at this moment. In his view, the situation was already ripe to consider Tubo's land as their own. Li Yu burst into laughter after hearing this. The Niu general standing before him truly was an interesting person. I also feel that now is the time to put in some effort. Just doing this step will allow us to expand our territory. Let's go and take a good look at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia revealed a touch of despair. He never would have expected for his people to be trapped here, with their route back cut off. He was extremely restless, pacing back and forth, whip in hand, violently lashing the ground. In his eyes, there surged a wave of anger. Why did they calculate our defeat so early? Why did they corner us here? Are there traitors among my men? Who has betrayed me? He roared at the soldiers in front of him, hoping to uncover something from them. At this moment, one of the generals spoke up. Zanpu, we still need to carefully consider this matter. Absolutely cannot let them off easily. These people may seem somewhat capable, but they mean nothing to us. As long as we return, we can utilize the disadvantages of unfamiliar terrain to strike back fiercely. As long as we're on our own land, they will not be able to attack. On our land, only we who are protected will survive. When these outsiders come to our place, they will definitely die immediately. Even if they survive, they will likely become weak. At that point, we will launch our fiercest assault and destroy them entirely. But right now, our most important thing is to successfully return. Once we accomplish this, we won't have to worry about this anymore. With these words, the general made Xianxia visibly relieved. Azu, you are worthy of being my great general. After I return, I will reward you greatly. Just after Xianxia spoke these words, the sound of galloping horses came from afar, rushing towards them and enveloping the group. Upon hearing the sound of the hooves, everyone was startled. They instinctively started running, unsure of how many enemies were coming and what the enemy intended to do. The thought alone made them tremble all over. Underneath this pressure, we absolutely cannot give up. We are after all the chosen ones of heaven. We are the eagles of the plateau. We will not perish here so easily. Xianxia summoned courage in his heart, shouting loudly to his soldiers. Fight! Just as they prepared for a great battle with newfound courage, Li Yu appeared with a cavalry unit, riding past on his horse and surveying them. Xianxia, I told you before that you wouldn't escape, and you didn't believe me. You thought you could escape, but now what's your move? Li Yu's eyes flashed with a cold smirk as he gazed at Xianxia before him. He harbored great disdain towards Xianxia, for this man was like a thief, stealing a princess and countless valuable documents from the Tang land. All these things can make a country stronger. It was precisely because of the leakage of these things that later on, Tubo kept attacking. Whenever they lacked nutrition, they would come down from the plateau to fiercely retaliate against Tang dynasty. This led to several campaigns by Tang, but no one could subdue them. That's why this time Li Yu schemed for them all to descend and fight, thereby eliminating their capable forces entirely, making things much easier now. Looking at these people in front of him, he revealed a cold smile. Now you have all been captured by us, so what do you plan to do? If you just stay here obediently, it will be your only chance to survive. If you want to escape, then I will use the harshest methods to annihilate you. I'm not someone who shows mercy. Li Yu spoke in an icy tone, which made these people tremble all over. As long as I eliminate you all and release some news, naturally countless people will come to support me and help unify Tubo. Do you think how many will come if I drop even a hint? Li Yu's words immediately shattered Xianxia's inner defenses. He realized he must survive, otherwise, there would be no way out. A bitter laugh appeared on his face as he loosened his grip and threw his weapon to the ground. The mighty ruler of a nation surrendered. As soon as he dropped his weapon, several generals behind him let out cries of despair. They knew they couldn't change Xiuxian Gampo's decision and were therefore filled with pain. Xuanhu, it is because we failed in our duties that you ended up like this. We've let you down. Seeing these people shouting desperately with feelings of desperation. At this moment, Liu also burst into laughter. Chapter 540 returned to the capital. Being able to capture these people without spilling blood was indeed an excellent outcome for him. He originally thought that these people would fight to the death, but unexpectedly, just a few words completely shattered their resolve, causing them to surrender and lay down their weapons. As long as Xiuxian Gampo is captured, there will be countless options available. At that time, the entire Tubo can be under his control and support. Whether it's attacking, killing, defending, or advancing, everything can be done effortlessly, with complete dominance over them. At this thought, a faint sneer appeared on his lips. Capture all of them. And Xiuxian Gampo in front of you, there must be absolutely no damage. He is the ruler of a country. You need to remember, he must be treated with the respect due to a foreign king. Liu spoke these words aloud. And if any of you who have surrendered attempt to escape, don't blame me for being ruthless. As long as you stay under my command obediently, I will not harm you. Liu said this with a hint of laughter in his tone. Hack! Just as Liu had achieved what seemed like total annihilation of their enemies, he began dismantling Tubo's structure. At the same time, the voice of the system also rang out, granting Liu 3,000 points soon after. Watching these points, his face revealed a slight smile. With these 3,000 points, I can accomplish a great many things. What once was impossible now became possible. At this very thought, he immediately chose to exchange these points for shipbuilding technology. Countless streams of information passed through his mind. Liu felt slightly dizzy and couldn't help but rub his forehead, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. He knew just how vast the information was and how much benefit it held for him. A slow upward curve of his lips revealed some satisfaction. This mission has been completed. Very quickly, he would receive the enormous amounts of gold and silver sent from Tubo, hoping for forgiveness from Tang dynasty and to redeem Xiuxian Gampo. Because Xiuxian Gampo was their king, Xuanhu, he learned something significant too. In the heart of Xiuxian Gampo's base camp, there were already several people, each harboring different ambitions since they'd heard about his defeat on the front line. They wanted to seize control of Tubo. After reflecting on this, Liu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Unbelievable, utterly unimaginable. There exists such a horrifying possibility inside. Xiuxian Gampo might lose his authority soon, turning into nothing more than a pitiable individual. With this reflection, Liu let out a prolonged sigh and gently shook his head. I initially believed your future to be bright, but alas, losing on the front lines alone could cost you your position. He promptly had this message delivered to Xiuxian Gampo. Upon hearing it, Xiuxian Gampo could hardly believe that such a major issue had arisen in his own stronghold. Even though he'd assigned some trusted allies to handle matters and sent a great amount of gold to negotiate his release, he wasn't sure if Liu would agree. He'd long since discerned from certain cues, a look, a word, that Liu may bear ill intentions. At this thought, he clenched his fists tightly, filled with anger, yet knowing he couldn't remain inactive. Taking another deep breath, he exhaled deeply again. I wonder what conditions His Royal Highness requests in order to let me return. If I do go back, I'll ensure harmony between Tubo and the Tang dynasty lasting 100 years. In the days ahead, I truly won't dare harbor any rebellious thoughts. Upon saying this, Xiuxian Gampo knelt directly in front of Liu. But when Liu heard this, he laughed loudly instead. Rest assured, the matter will not be decided by me alone. It must be presented to His Majesty the Emperor. Only then can decisions be made. Don't worry, later I'll send some of your men back to assist in stabilizing your power at home. Of course, you may choose who returns, or leave the decision unmade. After hearing this, Xiuxian Gampo immediately shouted loudly, we're willing to cooperate. We absolutely want to make this choice. I will never do anything reckless like this again. Upon saying this, he bowed 3 times with force, tears streaming down his eyes. Since you've spoken so sincerely, then it naturally seems feasible. In fact, originally we only regarded your country as a barbaric land far from the influence of civilization, and we wouldn't have launched any harmful attacks against you. But how dare you underestimate the great Tang dynasty? Our Tang dynasty is the celestial kingdom with fertile land since ancient times, and it also possesses a powerful army. Any intruder will be severely punished by us. When your ancestors were around, they once clashed with our Han people, but were severely disciplined. Now that you haven't learned this lesson, hence why you've come to such an end. Xiuxian Gampo quickly nodded in agreement. Liu then soon presented many conditions to Xiuxian Gampo, for example, demanding that he provide more gold and jewels, and also give up some territories. This made Xiuxian Gampo extremely angry. However, after some negotiation, Xiuxian Gampo ultimately agreed. Liu then took Xiuxian Gampo along with a large number of captives back toward Jingzhou Prefecture. When this news reached the capital, all the people there were greatly astonished. Even Li Shimin was taken aback. He never expected that Liu would be able to accomplish something so significant. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, it brings honor to my face. I originally thought that at most this Tupo would become a future concern even after being defeated. But unexpectedly, Prince Qi has managed to achieve this level, securing even more territory and capturing the ruler of this mighty nation. So even though he's just the king of an uncivilized country, Bringing him back is still a triumph for our celestial empire's majesty. Just as Li Yu brought these people back to Jingzhou Prefecture, bystanders watched them from afar, their expressions filled with excitement. For the common folk, knowing that the great Tang dynasty was so powerful made them feel incredibly proud. A strong country meant a more stable society for them, which they considered the best situation, and because of this, everyone lined the streets in welcome. At this moment, Sansan Gampo's face was dark and grim. Although he sat astride his horse, he kept his head low and dared not look at the surrounding townsfolk. Chapter 541, Cooperation. His Highness Prince Qi is mighty. These people all burst into jubilation. The commoners were shouting loudly in unison, for they had always held a natural liking for Prince Qi, because this prince truly possessed the ability to save countless lives. Not only did he introduce many hybrid rice and other plants, allowing these commoners to eat their fill, but he also introduced many great things, like the plow and the xuanhuan plow. These things greatly aided them in farming, and it was said that Prince Qi had discovered a new cultivation method that could increase rice production even more. Now Prince Qi had achieved such a great victory on the frontier, it was said that he crushed over 50 to 60,000 enemy troops. Prince Qi alone charged 3 times into the battlefield and back, directly slaying numerous generals, capturing the Tibetan king amidst thousands of soldiers, and bringing him back to the capital city bound. How could this not instill respect? Just thinking about this point, they were all filled with excitement. Li Yu rode on his steed, Cheng Yaojin by his side. He had also experienced many similar matters in the past, and now he sighed. It was probably a few years ago, I once experienced something like this. At that time, I thought the world seemed to be cheering for me, but later I realized that the reverence of the common folk, for us generals, might actually be a bad thing. If there's too much of it, it could make some people uneasy. Cheng Yaojin spoke up, his voice calm. After hearing this, Li Yu laughed heartily and said, "This is the heart of the common folk across the land, and also the heart of our Tang dynasty. The people willingly admire the Tang dynasty. This is a tremendous, good omen. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to worry. As for the other side, my fame has grown too great, so I have already prepared to ask Father Emperor to authorize the creation of large steel ships, preparing to set sail overseas. I intend to see if the outside world truly possesses vast lands, or if there are primitive tribal groups. That's my wish." As Li Yu spoke these words, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that old Li didn't have many years left. As he grew older, the jealousy and suspicion would grow increasingly intense. Even Li Chenggan was driven to rebellion this way. He wasn't supposed to die, but he chose the path leading to death. Huff. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin appeared deep in thought. Presenting captives at the Meridian Gate was a grand event. Old Li had waited for a long time, and when he saw the army enter with its prisoners, each soldier perfectly aligned, a brilliant smile graced his face. Finally, they've arrived. The ceremony of presenting captives at the Meridian Gate caused quite a stir, with countless people looking from afar. Some of them gleamed with excitement in their eyes. To them, this was indeed a great event. Yet others had glints of cruelty in their eyes, because they realized things had become impossible. Li Chenggan watched from afar as well, trembling all over. "How dare you do such a thing? Why is it not me who plays the role of hero? I am the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. I am the heir to this dynasty, but now I have fallen to such an end." At this point, tears streamed down his eyes. As long as I can deal with these bastards, I will surely inherit the imperial mandate. With that thought, he quickly calmed himself. While pondering these issues, someone was observing the crown prince. They recorded every detail of his expression and actions, and in a cellar nearby, people began whispering among themselves. "What? You actually want to cooperate with the crown prince? Don't you know that those involved in these affairs are tigers that eat men without spitting out bones? If we cooperate with these people, it's very possible we won't meet a good end. Maybe he'll betray us, gaining favor from his father, while plunging us into enormous danger." At this moment, the most proficient black-clad man sneered. "Don't worry, he won't. You must consider a very important fact. He no longer has such good opportunities. Right now, he's more worried about his position. If he doesn't act now, he will be completely and utterly ruined. We can show him some slight goodwill. This way he will obediently accept what's happening, and then we will own a crown prince. This crown prince will act according to our ideas and provide us with a great deal of information. And he can also become our puppet, so that we can do whatever we want at that time." After the leader of the black-robed people said this, it immediately sparked heated discussions among the remaining black-robed individuals. Approve. After one person spoke, all the others agreed as well. When Li Chenggan woke up, he found a letter next to his pillow, and upon seeing it, he instantly became frantic, breaking out in cold sweat. He could see himself licking his lips, fear evident in his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. What is going on here?" He muttered to himself, trying to figure it out, while his legs trembled uncontrollably. Since the other party was able to place the letter right by him, it proved they had the ability to take his life if they wished. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion and directly picked up the letter, beginning to read it. He discovered that the contents of the letter were about wanting to cooperate with him. As he read the details, he gaped in disbelief. Could it be that this is a message proposing cooperation? But is someone deliberately trying to test me? While he harbored this thought, suddenly its own cry came from outside, causing him to immediately raise his head and look over. "Prince, it's not good. There's a head at the gate." Upon hearing this, Li Chenggan rushed outside. When he reached the gate, he indeed saw a box on the ground, which had been opened. Inside was a head. The head had its mouth wide open, eyes filled with terror. He felt an eerie familiarity with this head. Isn't this the general who previously disregarded me? How did his head end up here? He paused for a moment, then noticed there was another letter in the box. Chapter 542, Reconciliation. Of course, xiuxian wanted to find out who had brought this letter and what they were trying to achieve. Before he reached out to take the envelope, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Perhaps their intent was to use his power, which is why they had given him such a gift. Without hesitation, he took the envelope in front of him and began to read its contents. The opening line of the message inside stated, "Prince, I know you are very dissatisfied with the current situation and so wish to drastically change everything. This human head is our gift to you. We hope it pleases you. If you truly want to cooperate, we can help you achieve things you could never do alone, like striking at certain people. For instance, this human head. If you want to accuse us, feel free to do so, we fear nothing. Let me also inform you that your younger brother Xuanhuan has already begun expanding our territory. He has captured much land from the Tibetan tribes." Xiuxian stiffened upon reading this. He hadn't expected the sender to have gathered intelligence on these matters so thoroughly, evidently aimed directly at him, and couldn't help but feel deeply disturbed. But he knew for sure whoever sent this envelope absolutely wasn't the emperor. This matter involved killing a general, no small matter at all. Seated there, xiuxian didn't hesitate for long before determination flickered in his eyes. He was no incompetent man. He was the crown prince. Years spent without Emperor Taizong's favor had dramatically altered his personality, making him appear as a hedonistic prince on the surface. But beneath that facade lay a man ready to seize the throne, a rebel waiting for his chance. He had already made contact with several generals whose support gave him the courage to dream such ambitions. These generals had pledged their allegiance, affirming that when the time came, they would back his rebellion and secure his ascension to the imperial throne. Thinking about it, he felt an urge swelling within him, yearning to act immediately. Yet, he also understood how insufficient his strength was. Perhaps their words of support were merely lip service, concealing ulterior motives against him. He couldn't be sure whether their decisions were right or wrong, or if their intentions were sincere. Such uncertainties weighed heavily on his mind. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. "If this is how it is, then I will test if you have the real abilities," he murmured softly. In no time, he wrote another letter and instructed the eunuch standing before him. "Take this letter and deliver it. Remember, once the letter is delivered, your involvement ceases. Do not concern yourself further." The eunuch nodded fervently after hearing these words and promptly left with the letter. Now, relaxed in his chair, a look of bewilderment clouded his face. Soon, he threw the severed head directly into the furnace. The flames had already ignited within the furnace, soaked generously with fire oil. Once the head landed inside, roaring flames shot forth from the furnace, so intense that one misstep could result in someone getting scorched. The nearby eunuch saw this, but neither hesitated nor spoke, knowing well that the crown prince had resolved himself to something definite. This eunuch had long been a confidant of the crown prince, sharing in both his victories and defeats. "What tasks need my attention next, your highness?" questioned the eunuch. Shaking his head lightly after hearing the eunuch's inquiry, xiuxian replied, "There's nothing else to be done. Just focus on doing your own work." With that, he stood up and quickly left the place. Meanwhile, Liu had accompanied Li Shimin into the palace. As Li Shimin gazed at Liu, admiration and satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. "In the past, I too thought you weren't capable of great responsibility, but now I see that you are truly my son, not only possessing my talents but inheriting the noble spirit of Tang. I indeed overlooked you before, offering you little care. But now, you are my most capable child. Since you have managed to acquire so much land this time, is there anything you wish to ask me?" Liu stood up and spoke. "Father Emperor, I no longer desire anything at the moment, for I already possess immense wealth and a fief. But I have no interest in vying for power. All I want now is to explore the depths of the ocean. I've heard that far beneath the sea lies an infinite amount of fertile land. I wish to go deep into the ocean, to investigate those who come from other lands, to see what it is they truly seek. If possible, I hope to bring back more wealth for the Tang dynasty. What can possibly be explored in such savage and remote places?" At this point, Li Shimin responded somewhat discontentedly. The person standing before him was his most beloved son. Everything he had accomplished had brought Li Shimin's affection for him to its peak, but so too had it brought his suspicions to their zenith. Now, more than ever, Li Shimin worried that Liu harbored treacherous intentions. After all, he himself had once acted similarly. Denied the position of crown prince by the father emperor, resentment had festered within him. Now, having conquered vast territories and achieved great feats, how could Li Shimin not feel some apprehension about Liu? After taking a deep breath, Liu exhaled slowly, saying, "Father Emperor, you must trust me. I absolutely have no strange ambitions. For many, the imperial throne is something that must be fought for, but to me, it is nothing more than a handy hot potato. After all, there are far too many things worthy of exploration out there, and compared to them, the throne holds no value to me whatsoever." Liu's words stung Li Shimin slightly. "You refuse the position I offer you. Do you perhaps think it was one I seized unjustly, and thus you harbor dissatisfaction? Could it be that you intend to seize it back from my hands?" Chapter 543, Investigation. After hearing this, Liu just shook his head and said forcefully, "Father Emperor, the matter is not so simple. Why would I even need to seize power? I have no interest in these things at all because I believe there are far more important things to do in this world. As an emperor, you work tirelessly. I've long seen your toil, which is why I've never entertained any such thought. All along, my only desire has been to be a good prince without any of these ambitions. If I truly had these thoughts, I would have already told you. I wouldn't have refused the position of crown prince for so long. The crown prince is indeed very weak and lacks capability. However, it's his rightful claim to the throne. If he didn't have rebellious sentiments, perhaps he could have become a genuine emperor, though that's uncertain. I feel his intentions are not right. However, I have absolutely no desire to become the crown prince. All I wish is to be a carefree prince, enjoying happiness throughout my life. That is my aspiration. So please, Father Emperor, let me follow my own path. After saying this, Liu knelt down before Li Shimin. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin rolled his eyes, feeling speechless. Who would have guessed that you actually harbor such disdain for the imperial position? It seems I misjudged you before, thinking you desired this position. Since you show no interest in it, then that's that. As he said this, Li Shimin sighed deeply and shook his head. Inwardly, Li Shimin also sighed with relief once he knew his son harbored no ambitions for the throne, thus easing some of the burdens from his mind. Since you've spoken so plainly, I do have a mission for you, Li Shimin announced, fixing his gaze on Li Yu. Li Yu was puzzled but still nodded his head and responded, no matter what task you give me, I shall comply. Recently, I've heard about pirates operating along our coastlines. These pirates are allegedly raiding our coastal areas. I know you're interested in the sea, so how about you go and eliminate them all for me? If you can do this, I'll grant your wish. In the future, wherever you want to go, I will no longer stop you. After all, you've demonstrated certain capabilities and I won't force you into anything. After all, you're my beloved son. Li Shimin spoke to Li Yu while revealing a glint of anticipation, looking curiously at him. He wanted to see something specific in Li Yu's eyes. But as Li Yu stood there, his eyes remained pure and showed no sign of complicated emotions. Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed with relief and waved his hand, signaling for Li Yu to leave. At the same time, large crowds gathered in the princely residence. All the people in the mansion erupted in jubilation upon learning that their lord had secured new lands and received many rewards. They were all excited. Many were whispering among themselves, we've always heard about the extraordinary strength of our lord, yet some of you still doubted it. Now, after showing off his skills, he has earned so much reward. We belong to the princely household. Perhaps, if one day our lord becomes emperor, we may benefit too. We might even become ministers someday. The steward of Qi Wang emerged from the mansion, overheard their murmurs, and reprimanded them sternly. Why are you all gossiping here instead of doing your work? Has the mansion ever mistreated any of you? How dare you act so indifferently and lazily? Today, there were rewards, and you don't want them? With these harsh words, the steward dispersed the servants who hurriedly scattered, afraid to conflict with Qi's steward. After watching these people depart, the steward shook his head. He naturally understood why they felt this way, but deep down, he himself had some similar thoughts. But he knew achieving such goals was practically impossible. After all, he was merely a lowly steward, and despite his importance within the mansion, many matters of state were still far beyond his reach. His Highness the Prince is now at a high position, and it's likely that many people are eyeing his mansion. I must ensure to manage this mansion properly for the prince. After pondering this, he took a deep breath. You all have complex emotions indeed, but I want to see if you're capable of causing any trouble. Muttering these words, he revealed a smirk on his face. Whoever you are, once inside the mansion, I won't let you harm his highness or his interests so easily. Having said this, he shouted loudly, send for someone. Soon, someone arrived before him. The steward instructed, recently, there have been some suspicious people around the mansion. You must immediately investigate and find out what's going on. At that moment, the sound of drums and gongs from outside drew attention. Smiling, the steward walked outside. The prince has returned. Behave yourselves, or I'll have your skin flayed and bones broken. Li Yu entered from outside, noticing the somber look of the steward, and asked in a low voice, what has happened? Why are you so anxious? The steward also lowered his voice and told Li Yu, your highness may not know, but recently some people have secretly infiltrated the mansion. These people seem to have ill intentions. They've caused numerous troubles and committed countless crimes. It seems they are trying to uncover the secrets you've entrusted with the mansion, and perhaps even plan to harm you. I won't tolerate their actions, and now I intend to teach them a severe lesson, making them realize the severity of underestimating our abilities. Upon hearing the steward's report, Li Yu laughed heartily. You explained it clearly, my boy. Now tell me, how do you intend to handle this situation? I've already sent men to thoroughly search. We must reveal the masterminds behind these intruders and make sure they don't meet a good end. Chapter 544, Longing. When the butler said this, his eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He had done so many things for Prince Qi's mansion and had long since become cunning in thought because he knew that gentleness could not protect the mansion. Hence, he became as ruthless as this. Li Yu saw the butler in front of him. All he did was wave his hand slightly to keep the butler silent. He smiled and said, it's just that my status now is different from before, which is why it has caused so much worry and vigilance. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare send so many people to my mansion to create trouble. My mansion isn't an ordinary place. They've sent people here more than once. But their people have already suffered great losses, so why do they continue to send more? At this moment, Li Yu questioned aloud, asking the butler in front of him. The butler's eyes revealed a hint of confusion at this time. How could he know why this was happening? These matters were beyond his comprehension. He asked quietly, Your Highness, could it be that your current status is extraordinary, so they think you might inherit the throne, thus making them cautious toward you, or even sending assassins? After hearing this, Li Yu shook his head. No, It's actually Father Emperor who is full of doubts and concerns about me. Father Emperor may seem to highly value me on the surface and entrust me with numerous responsibilities, but in reality, he fears that I harbor rebellious thoughts. Father Emperor ascended the throne initially due to a rebellion, becoming the son of heaven. And now that I have grown up and developed strong relationships with generals, establishing a significant reputation, how could he not worry about me? Alas, when Liu spoke to this point, one could see him let out a deep sigh. I don't want to argue about this matter, but Father Emperor is filled with concerns, believing that I may contest the throne. It's possible that many generals might side with me, which is why Father Emperor has sent people to the mansion. There are possibly many spies here, perhaps even other important ministers trying every means to infiltrate. So, let these people remain. Anyway, I won't stay here any longer. Upon hearing this, the butler was shocked. He never expected that the master was planning not to stay in the mansion anymore. He immediately kowtowed 3 times and said, "Your Highness, I don't know why you wish not to stay here. If there are issues, I am willing to handle them." Liu waved his hand and replied, "You wouldn't understand the situation, so stop talking too much. I will leave the capital for some time, intending to suppress pirates along the coast. I won't be in the mansion for a long period, so you can properly arrange many matters. Those who behave honestly may stay. If anyone dares to make a move, cut off their hands immediately. Do you understand?" Liu's voice grew stern as he spoke to the butler in front of him. "Yes, Your Highness." The butler replied cautiously. After saying all this, Liu moved forward into the residence. As soon as he entered the inner courtyard, Changsun Pingting suddenly lunged forward, embracing Liu tightly with anticipation, and said, "I truly missed you so much. I've been thinking about you every moment lately." After hearing her words, Liu also reached back to hold Changsun Pingting tightly. He looked seriously at Changsun Pingting in front of him. Her face was flushed, and merely looking at her made one feel her shyness. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Liu harbored pent-up feelings inside. Changsun Pingting whispered, "I heard earlier that you crushed the enemy forces on the frontier. You're such a wonderful husband. Not only do you possess exceptional abilities, but you've severely punished many enemies. I really adore you. Many wives of noble lords consider you to be extremely capable. They believe I've gained a great advantage by marrying you, making me your chief consort. My father recently spoke with me, though I refused his request. My father admires you greatly, believing our union to be my blessing. My father also requested that I give birth to your son as soon as possible." When Changsun Pingting spoke these words, she was utterly bashful, burying her head in Liu's embrace and not daring to look up. It was as if Liu had transformed into a ravenous demon at this moment. Her voice became incredibly soft, as though it could ensnare one's soul. Liu took a deep breath, revealing a look of helplessness on his face. The Changsun Pingting in front of him was truly too enticing. After exhaling deeply, he tightly embraced the blushing Changsun Pingting before him. With a deep voice, he said to her, "Soon, I'm going to punish you properly." His voice carried restrained ardor, causing Changsun Pingting's body to tremble violently. She bit her lips tightly, not daring to utter a single word. He then picked up Changsun Pingting and walked into the house in front of them. Once he left, Liu Shuai stood outside. Her heart was filled with a sense of helplessness as she watched this scene from afar. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? She murmured, slightly helpless. In fact, she harbored quite some resentment within her heart. She had arrived first, yet her turn never came. Just thinking about it made her feel as if countless insects were gnawing away at her insides. She didn't know how to alleviate this feeling inside her and only gently bit her lips. She muttered softly, "I can't go on like this anymore. Otherwise, I'll be consumed by my inner anger and won't be able to extricate myself." She clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath afterward. "In the future, I hope I can become better," she thought, reminiscing about something before hastily leaving. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. The news of the general's incident was delivered to the capital and placed before Li Shimon's desk. Chapter 545, In the Shadows. Emperor Taizong looked at the information in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion as he tried to figure out the general process. Suddenly, he slapped his hand heavily on the table. How dare someone have the audacity to do such a thing? Truly reckless and arrogant. If I find out, I absolutely cannot let them off easily. Send an envoy to investigate what exactly happened. No matter who is involved, it must be thoroughly investigated, and they must be caught. Emperor Taizong roared these words at the people in front of him. The eunuchs all trembled visibly. They didn't dare to speak, only swallowing hard. "Your Majesty, this matter is extraordinary. It will take a lot of effort to investigate clearly. The court is rather strained right now." A senior eunuch spoke softly. "Your Majesty, though we are confident in resolving these issues, such a huge challenge is not easy to solve." Enraged, Emperor Taizong kicked one of the eunuchs, sending him sprawling to the floor as he shouted loudly, "What use am I nurturing you for? If you can't handle even these small tasks, what good are you to me?" Hearing these words, the eunuch trembled in fear. "Your Majesty, we will surely resolve this matter quickly and uncover the truth. Please forgive us." After hearing the eunuch's plea, Taizong took a deep breath. "You may step down for now. This issue stops here temporarily. When there is clarity, I will conduct a thorough investigation." Calming down, Emperor Taizong then ordered, "Bring Cheng Yaojin to me. Summon Prince Qi too. He being a prince, this is the time for him to prove his worth. If he can handle this situation properly, I will reward him greatly. Convey this message to him. Should he achieve this step, I shall give generous rewards. At that time, should they harbor any other ideas, I would certainly support them." He said this slowly, calmness evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, the eunuchs hurriedly left. Li Yu soon received the news and opened his mouth wide in disbelief. How could there be an assassination attempt now? These people's courage is really quite beyond belief. Could they actually want to provoke their own death? Li Yu cursed as he stood up. Beside him, Changsun Pingtun swiftly helped him tidy up his clothes. Li Yu lightly patted Changsun Pingtun and said, I've understood the situation. You must help me well in the next steps. Manage the palace well within the estate. That's your biggest help to me. Do you understand? Changsun Pingtun arrived at her post and nodded firmly. Prince, you can rest assured. Regardless of anything, I will handle everything perfectly. After hearing this, Li Yu nodded contentedly and left with peace of mind. Soon, Li Yu reached the palace. He naturally had some doubts about the eunuch's statement. Therefore, he furrowed his brows. These eunuchs often exaggerate. If Emperor truly has such thoughts, he would definitely notify everyone. Thinking about this, Li Yu felt a sense of gravity creeping into his mind. The situation was no longer as simple as he had thought. There were so many questions. The other party must have come prepared, deliberately killing people and leaving evidence and information behind, guiding them purposefully. As Li Yu contemplated this, his emotions seemed to become more entangled. It'd be fine if they could discover the truth, but failing to do so might affect something. Originally, he planned to leave for overseas. Staying here wasn't beneficial for him at all. After taking a deep breath and calming himself quickly, he gently shook his head. I'd like to see how this matter unfolds. He promptly entered the study, looking at Emperor Taizong. Taizong raised his head and ordered, examine the information in this memorial document. Someone has shown unprecedented audacity by directly assassinating a high-ranking general. Moreover, they used extremely cruel means to cut off the head of this general. With such audacity, it proves they have only one idea in mind, to truly shake the foundation of our nation. We must teach them a good lesson. Those who can commit such deeds and leave no trace are absolutely top-notch experts. Other than you going after this person, I believe other generals might just alert the enemy prematurely, making it possible to lose them and likely fall into mortal peril instead. Upon hearing this, Li Yu drew in a sharp breath. But he soon calmed down, shaking his head lightly. Father Emperor, I think you're overcomplicating this matter. How could there be such an incredible master of the martial arts in this world? If there were such powerful experts, they would have already made moves against us long ago. Li Shimin nodded and said, It is true that I've discovered a group plotting treason in the shadows. I suspect this matter may not involve him directly. These people might very well be linked to influential families. Hence, the only option left is for you. I will officially send you on an external mission, but in reality, you will investigate this issue secretly. If you can uncover the truth and eliminate this organization, I will grant your request to leave. After hearing this, Li Yu's emotions surged instantly. Excitedly, he asked, Is what Phoenix said true? Li Shimin nodded and replied, A gentleman's word cannot be taken back by 4 horses. I am the dignified ruler of an entire country. How could I deceive you? Only then did Li Yu nod and say, Father Emperor, understood. I will take on this task. That's better. Just at this moment, Cheng Yaojin rushed in hurriedly. I will entrust this matter to both of you. You must thoroughly investigate this matter. Cheng Yaojin quickly adapted to the matter assigned by the emperor standing before him. Once they had departed, Cheng Yaojin sighed. This case won't be easy to solve. Chapter 546, Analysis. Since this matter has become so terrible, how can it not make people angry? Cheng Yaojin was speaking through clenched teeth. I have indeed dealt with this organization in the past. Some of their experts seem to deeply resent war and chaos, so they gathered together. But unfortunately, they changed later on. Each one of them thought that they should be the ones destined for power. Because of this, they caused a lot of trouble in later times. Someone even attempted to assassinate the emperor, but these people had lofty ambitions without the matching abilities. The moment they left the city, they were captured by our men and executed afterward. Because of this reason, these people later went underground. For a long time, the emperor has been asking me to investigate their activities. I didn't expect them to resurface. The emperor's current strong reaction is also because of them. If these people are not dealt with, the emperor will never feel at ease. SSS. Li Yu sharply drew in a breath of cold air. It was only then that he truly understood. These people were incredibly audacious. No wonder his father had such complex emotions. Let's go. Since it's like this, we must thoroughly investigate this matter. Li Yu said. Upon learning about this matter, Li Qinggan's whole body began to tremble, becoming utterly enraged and filled with anger. I can't believe the audacity of these people, daring to create such major issues. They have long been enemies of the court. No wonder they dared to do such things. As he spoke, boiling rage surged within him because he'd been deceived. With a fiery passion swelling inside him due to his fear, all he wanted was for them to confess immediately. But alas, despite his hatred for these people, he knew he absolutely couldn't act rashly. If exposed, he himself would face trouble. Everyone would then know he was one of the chief culprits. Just thinking about it made him feel short of breath. He clenched his fists tightly, losing control of his temper. The eunuch beside him whispered softly, Prince, what you need least now is worrying about this matter. After hearing this, Li Qinggan immediately felt confused and glanced at the eunuch, asking quietly, Why? Upon hearing this, the eunuch replied softly, Your Highness, think carefully about this. These people come with ill intentions. They must be wanting to use your influence to oppose the court. It's possible they want to rely on your Highness' ability under these circumstances. How could they dare expose your identity? Since your identity won't be revealed, you naturally can plan every possible way to deal with them. Now, they have given you leverage over them. Why worry? The words from the eunuch made Li Chingan feel a little excited. He looked at this eunuch in front of him, feeling some admiration. Stretching out his hand, he pointed at the eunuch in front of him. You're quite clever, explaining this matter so clearly. At first, I thought there were no useful people around me, but now I realize they were just buried talents. Saying this, he gently patted the eunuch. From now on, don't stand by my side unless necessary. If something happens, help analyze properly for me. You used to be surnamed Zhao. I'll call you Xiaoheng from now on. The eunuch knelt on the ground, bowing to Li Chingan. Thank you, Your Highness, for granting me this name. Today, Father Emperor will summon me. You'll follow me into the palace. If anything happens, I'll call on you immediately. Remember? The eunuch nodded. Your Highness, rest assured. These matters are not overly complicated to me anymore. Whenever you need, I'll give my utmost effort. That's better. Li Chingan let out a sigh of relief. Li Yu and Cheng Yaojin headed toward the camp where the general had been murdered. In the camp, many soldiers already stood on the drill field. Quite a number had been called out, kneeling on the ground as if begging for mercy. Others showed fear in their eyes, afraid to utter a word. A general was loudly berating the people in front of him. You bastards, how dare you even think of harming a general? Who gave you the guts? The emperor has already sent people. An investigation will surely find the true culprit among you. Even though I don't know who exactly did it, if there's evidence of attempted murder, none of you will escape. General, we absolutely had no such intention. Yes, General, we wouldn't dare. General, please let us go. Another person pleaded, his voice filled with panic. It's not that I won't let you go, but you show no self-awareness at all. You are sealing your own fates. As he spoke, he picked up his whip and lashed out at a soldier, immediately leaving him bloodied and wounded. Just tell me where you went. If you don't confess, then listen to this. You'll only die. His icy gaze swept over the crowd before him as he declared coldly, I'm not joking around with you. You want proof? Try me. General Cheng, Prince Qi has arrived. Hearing the soldiers' cries from outside, the general paused mid-lashing, quickly tossing the whip to the ground and rushing out. Pay respects to General Cheng and His Highness Prince Qi. Did the Emperor send you both to investigate this matter? Not a single one of these soldiers has admitted anything. Besides them, could anyone else possibly have infiltrated our headquarters? If they refuse to admit their crime, it's death. General Cheng seethed, his eyes blazing with anger, while an ominous killing intent hung thick in the air around him. It was as if he were a genuine god of death ready to massacre all the soldiers. Chapter 547 Scaring. When Li Yu heard the words of the general in front of him, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a cold look as he fixed his gaze on the general in front of him. Then he took a step forward, and a chilling aura emanating from his eyes immediately pressed heavily upon the general. The general, feeling the terrifying killing intent radiating from Li Yu, instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back, his eyes filled with fear. Because the killing intent emanating from Li Yu was simply too frightening, as if he had once slaughtered countless people, just like a truly terrifying butcher. All lives seemed insignificant before him. With a mere flick of his hand, he could take someone's life. A single glance from him made it feel as though one's heart might stop abruptly. Li Yu issued a cold voice. Actually, I don't intend to conflict with you, or eliminate some of you. You? Could it be that you've already locked onto the murderer among these soldiers? Is this your attitude toward the soldiers? You're the person who has the most contact with the general, aren't you? If you were the real mastermind behind all this, then everything would fall into place, don't you think? Li Yu said to the general in front of him, letting out a sound of disdainful mockery. After hearing this, the general started trembling in his hands and feet, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with terror. Li Yu's words directly broke through his defenses, filling him with despair. Even due to the pressure of this killing intent, he couldn't even clearly form a retort. It wasn't until several minutes passed that he let out a sharp scream. My lord, there is no way I could be the mastermind behind this. Please understand me. I really didn't do these things. I only discovered the general's head missing early in the morning. General, and I have always been like brothers in arms. How could I possibly kill him? Li Yu gave a cold snort. Who knows now? Aren't you also treating the soldiers as less than human, thinking they are the real murderers behind the scenes? But I believe you're not entirely innocent either. Li Yu's words directly shattered the defense of the general standing in front of him. He fell to his knees, shouting loudly for mercy. Spare my life, my lord. These things I truly know nothing about. If I knew anything, may heaven strike me down with lightning. As he spoke these words, he was swallowing saliva, his hands and feet trembling continuously, and his whole body filled with an atmosphere of fear. Li Yu looked at the figure of this killer in front of him and revealed a hint of disdain. I thought you had more courage, but you're just a man who pretends to be brave. Someone, take him away, imprison him, and investigate what he did last night thoroughly. Investigate who he met as well. You must get to the bottom of this matter. After saying this sentence, Li Yu instantly summoned many people. Then his younger brother stepped onto the platform, sweeping his gaze over the soldiers in front of him. Observing the combat-ready soldiers before him, he let out some laughter. His laugh sounded such that all the soldiers before him, one by one, showed expressions of puzzlement, unsure why this prince was laughing. Only after stopping his laughter did Li Yu speak aloud. From now on, I am taking charge of the military camp. Therefore, I want to find out who the true perpetrator is. But I highly suspect that many of you might be involved in the assassination of the general. The emperor has given me very little time to conduct this investigation. In that case, I need to search among you for the real culprit. I'm quite curious as to who assassinated the general, so I intend to identify the real criminal among you. But but I feel that the real culprit may have concealed their identity and fled long ago, or perhaps is still hiding among you. Therefore, I must investigate your relationships carefully, looking for any traces of the real criminal among you. If not, you will naturally be released. If there is, we must expose them all. So in the coming period, don't entertain any xiuxian psychology in front of me. Soon, I will individually find out who among you is the real culprit. With the previous fool, I am absolutely confident that I can discover the mastermind among you. If you don't believe me, try and see if I indeed have this ability. When Liu reached this point, he could be seen cracking his neck before calmly walking forward and sitting directly atop the platform. The soldiers and generals below, upon seeing Liu's attitude, were all shocked. This prince was truly terrifying. His words already made them feel nervous and scared. Run! Liu shouted loudly at the soldiers in front of him. The soldiers obediently began running as instructed. After assigning Qing Yaojin with some words about soldier training, Liu proceeded to delve deeper into the investigation to uncover the real mastermind. Cough cough. In the evening, the soldiers were murmuring among themselves. They only felt an overwhelming exhaustion in their bodies, while a wave of anger surged through their hearts. We are not involved in this matter, so why are we being vented on? The prince is too excessive. The emperor sent him to find out the truth behind this case, but he's just making us suffer. Who knows what he's thinking? That's true. We're just ordinary soldiers. There's no way we could have any contact with the general. Besides, the head has already been taken away. Who can even confirm that it's really the general who died? Another one spoke angrily, filled with curiosity as well as unease and fear, worried they might be used as scapegoats. They were just common foot soldiers. If framed, they wouldn't have any choice but to accept their fate. It won't happen. I've heard that this prince is someone who places great importance on trust. He would never let us be killed like this without knowing the truth. They debated endlessly, speaking with undertones of concern. However, because Liu had already scrambled all their divisions, they hardly knew each other. Within the military camp, these soldiers rarely communicated with one another anyway. Chapter 548, Clues. Qing Yaojin then revealed a look of doubt and asked softly, Your Highness, are you just investigating this matter now? Will it delay important affairs? Everything must be investigated officially before any conclusion. There's no way to uncover the truth from the videos in front of us. When Liu heard this, he shook his head and said, Then you have misunderstood. I've already placed informants among these soldiers. Otherwise, why would I disrupt their organization and let them re-enter the camp? It was to make them exchange information with each other, thus exposing the true secrets. Killers wouldn't be so stupid as to admit they are killers, right? At this moment, Qing Yaojin spoke with a look of confusion. No matter how much a killer hides, they will reveal many clues. Few people nowadays pay attention to this aspect, especially those unreliable killers. They aren't professional killers at all. So if they really want to kill someone, they would definitely leave behind many clues that expose the true perpetrator behind the scenes. Because of this, we sent people to observe them. As long as they reveal themselves, we can directly send troops to arrest them. Previously, that useless general had already picked out all the suspects, but unfortunately most of them had alibis. The most crucial part is that the soldiers guarding the tent don't even know when the general was killed. According to my dispatched forensic expert, it was found that this general seemed to have brought a woman in, and before the incident, they were engaged in debauchery. Upon hearing this, Qing Yaojin instantly got furious. He has such a big gall to do such things. Even I wouldn't dare to do such things in the military camp. How dare he do such things? His death is justified. Qing Yaojin cursed fiercely, breathing heavily. But since it's like this, why not find that prostitute? That prostitute is still in the brothel. According to the records of the carriage driver, the prostitute directly returned to the brothel. More importantly, she didn't have anything in her hands. Upon hearing this, Qing Yaojin sighed bitterly. This woman isn't the mastermind either. Then who is the real culprit? Even if this woman isn't the mastermind, she is probably related to this matter. Because when this woman went out, she hesitated, and then her actions attracted the eyes of the guards. In this situation, if someone sneaked out from the tent quietly, wouldn't it be quite natural? And in this military camp, there should be other soldiers inside acting as collaborators, allowing them to accomplish killing the general without fail. Now what needs to be done is to find them all out. After Liu finished speaking, he picked up something in front of him and started looking at it. Qing Yaojin also mimicked him, sitting beside Liu. In his eyes, there was a sense of curiosity, and looking at Liu in front of him made him feel even more astonished. Because Liu was truly remarkable, achieving this extent within a short period of time. Thinking about it here made him sigh in nostalgia, feeling even more incredible. Achoo! Liu suddenly sneezed, as if he had caught a cold. Lu Shui just entered from outside with hot tea water, placing it in front of Liu. Your Highness, I've discovered some traces. Indeed, that brothel is problematic. Several people have gone missing within that brothel, and the disappearances happened right before the general was killed. I suspect that someone might be hiding in that brothel, even replacing several individuals, thus making the entire plan flawless. I've heard that some of these individuals may be able to create human skin masks, so they might have hidden their real identities. Well said. Liu nodded. And the next second, an astute and capable man rushed into the room and knelt directly in front of Liu. Your Highness, I've thoroughly investigated and found a hideout. Amongst these soldiers, I've identified 5 highly suspicious people. These 5 individuals are very suspicious and might even be the masterminds behind the scenes. They acted together in committing the crime. Liu nodded and said, Continue your investigation until you discover the true mastermind behind this. Yes. The robust man left the room once again and walked out of the door. Cheng Yaojin, upon seeing this scene, opened his mouth wide in disbelief. How could it be possible to uncover clues in such a short time, or even find the real culprit behind the scenes? Isn't this too incredible? Prince Qi, how did you manage to achieve all this? The people you sent out are incredibly skilled, uncovering the truth so quickly. Li Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing these words. This is just the result of some small training I conducted beforehand. I anticipated that we might face such difficulties, so I trained my personal guards accordingly. I made sure they were capable of investigating issues so they could protect me more effectively. I never expected them to perform so well when I sent them out. Upon hearing Li Yu's explanation, Cheng Yaojin stood there stunned for a moment. He originally intended to inquire about more details, but unexpectedly, Li Yu had explained everything with such clarity. After pondering for a while, he sighed deeply and chose not to pursue further questioning. Achoo! In the brothel at the same time, one of the pimps was walking down the road and suddenly sneezed loudly. His face also displayed signs of fatigue. Just last night, someone came directly to search the brothel, keeping him up all night, thus leaving him extremely tired. Simultaneously, his mind was filled with questions about what exactly had happened. News of the general's murder spread wildly early in the morning. Many people claimed that Heavenly Sword Divine soldiers were responsible for killing the general. Moreover, the events within the Pure Stream community had left him feeling extraordinarily tense. It seemed as if an unseen hand was making preparations in the dark, ready to reveal its true fangs at any time. As he stepped into a narrow alleyway, he entered a little room. Inside, an old man sat where an elderly woman holding a string of beads had previously been. Chapter 549 Fishing. The moment this turtle servant saw the old woman, he dared not say a word and knelt before her immediately. Fragrance mistress, I suspect that someone has started to investigate me. Today, in our brothel, there were some mysterious people who quietly came into our establishment and conducted an investigation related to the girls. As soon as these words were spoken by the turtle servant, the originally motionless old woman sitting there, who had been fiddling with her beads, instantly opened her eyes. Hee, money-making, I know how to write now. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just looking at her eyes would be enough to terrify anyone by the fierceness of her gaze. Then she coldly snorted and said, I didn't expect the court to have capable individuals. In such a short time, they've already traced it back to the brothel. After finishing this speech, the old woman emitted a chilling laugh and muttered icily, These people are truly despicable. Since we are about to reappear in the world, we absolutely cannot let them underestimate us. Otherwise, they'll really think we're useless. She continued speaking coldly. Upon hearing the words of the old lady in front of him, the trembling servant beside her drew his neck inward, well aware of exactly what the old woman's intentions were. It was evident that she wanted to eliminate those who opposed her. Just imagining this caused his heartbeat to accelerate continuously, while his hands and feet started trembling uncontrollably. Was she planning something big? Right when this thought surfaced in his mind, the old woman looked directly at the turtle's servant and smiled faintly. Do you know what else I want to command you to do? The instant the turtle's servant thought about this, he immediately kneeled on the ground. Desperation welled within him, and he did not dare look up at the old woman in front of him. Since you've been discovered, it means you no longer hold any value. Moving forward, you will simply serve as bait. As long as you carry out this task well, I promise you a reward. You can choose any reward ahead of time, given your dedication after joining. When the turtle servant heard the old lady's words, all traces of fear or panic disappeared from his face, replaced by unwavering confidence. Fragrance mistress, ever since I joined, I have always harbored one idea, to dedicate my entire life to serving. Now, with such a fine opportunity presenting itself, I naturally am willing to take on this mission. Please allow me, fragrance mistress. Once he spoke these words, he began bowing profusely. Good. Seeing the performance of the servant in front of her, the old woman's face broke into a gratified smile. You are indeed a good child. At that exact moment, footsteps were heard outside. This brought serious expressions onto her face, as she fixed an icy gaze upon the servant before her and hissed. What is going on here? How could you bring these people along unless you are seeking death? Her tone carried a lethal air. Shoo. Upon hearing this, the servant instantly shrunk back, withdrawing his neck instinctively. Old madam, this matter truly has nothing to do with us. I haven't let anyone here. They must have followed me. How could I bring them intentionally? I'm merely a humble servant, this outing having been conducted under extreme secrecy. How could they track us here? Right at that moment, a frosty voice came from outside. That's because you've long been suspected by us. You assumed you were being extremely cautious, but in reality, you were exposed a long time ago. Now you're sneaking around, so we followed your trail to discover your secret. It's unfortunate we haven't caught a bigger fish. This turns out to be merely a small fry. We originally thought you couldn't escape us, yet here you are, caught right away. Lu Zhuo appeared from outside, his eyes carrying a frigid killing intent. Old woman, judging from your appearance, you seem to be an adept. I suggest you better surrender willingly. Otherwise, once swords clash, none shall escape unscathed. If you lose your life, don't blame me for being ruthless. The old woman slowly rose from her place, emitting a cold and mocking laugh. What kind of joke are you making with me? If you think I'll surrender quietly, then that's simply impossible. To defeat me, you'll have to take my life. I'm completely different from you all. I've survived countless wars to be still alive as an old man. I can't be compared with you guys who haven't experienced anything at all. As this old woman took a step back, the air suddenly filled with numerous flying arrows, each carrying a terrifying killing intent, directly aiming at him. Lu Zhua had clearly anticipated such a potential danger and also retreated several steps at this very moment. At the same time, he emitted some cold laughter. Do you actually think you're the only one who has made arrangements? In the next second, many iron balls were thrown in from outside. Once these iron balls flew in, they exploded instantly within the room. This old woman had barely managed to make any sound when she revealed a look of terror. A tremendous shockwave erupted inside the room, making her chest feel excruciating pain, while her eyes filled with shock. Cough, cough. She was forcefully coughing, her gaze showing fear, seemingly unable to believe how she could have suffered such severe injuries so suddenly. Her eyes were also full of astonishment. Who exactly are you? Why can you use something so terrifying? How could I sustain such serious injuries in such a short time? She asked this way, laced with despair. Huh. Lu Zhua walked into the room from outside, sneered at the old woman in front of him. That's because you're too foolish. I've already noticed something was off about you, yet you thought everything was fine on your end. Moreover, you actually concealed so many weapons. Do you think I wouldn't investigate you? You people have always enjoyed hiding weapons. Killing through ambush is your preferred method. He spoke with disdain. Chapter 550 rooted out. Each and every one of them preaches righteousness, but in reality they are just thieves and rogues unworthy to be seen on any respectable stage. As Lu Zhua spoke these words, he began to curse furiously. In his eyes, none of the people before him deserved any sympathy. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates rushed forward and pressed the old woman in front down onto the ground. The old woman was already weak beyond measure. Being pinned to the ground made her produce sounds filled with anger and hatred. Her anger burned, wanting to struggle and stand up. But before she could even move, she was violently slammed onto the ground, fists raining down like hailstones striking mercilessly against her head. You young ones today completely lack martial virtue. The old woman roared these words angrily. Huh. Lu Zhua, upon hearing this, seemed to find it laughable, sneering disdainfully. And you have the audacity to mention such virtues? Someone like you, a menace, does not deserve my pity. After dealing with you, I still need to deal with the rest of your gang. After saying this, Lu Zhua waved his hand once again. Take action. Following his command, his men grabbed the old woman and dragged her away. Liu watched the person who had been captured and knelt on the ground, revealing an expression of astonishment in his eyes, as if sensing something strange. What a tremendous amount of boldness. Liu stared at the person in front of him, laughing. My lord, I really do suffer from sleepwalking. I absolutely did not have any intention to go out and send any messages, said a soldier kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling with fear. His hands and legs shook incessantly. Many of the generals nearby also revealed looks of doubt in their eyes, watching Liu, seemingly trying to discern something from his face. One of the generals couldn't help but step forward and question him. My lord, I have seen this soldier before. He wouldn't do such things. After hearing his words, Liu let out a loud laugh. General Qin, I don't know how much you know, but let me ask. Why do you remember this soldier? Could it be that this soldier has some special relationship with you? To the point that you're willing to deceive and even confront me in order to protect him? After Liu finished speaking, he turned towards General Qin and asked, General Qin, can you properly explain this? General Qin quickly calmed down and explained, My lord, although I may be greedy, I absolutely haven't betrayed the court. It's just that this man has certain ties behind him. In a sense, it is impossible for him to act against the court. Because of this, I interceded on his behalf. After listening to this, Liu gently waved his hand and said, You don't need to worry about this matter. I will handle anything related. Now what I am curious about is, you people, how well do you actually know him? Liu turned towards the generals present, revealing a faint smile, as if waiting to observe their choices. General Qin also showed some confusion. As for more detailed matters, I'm not entirely clear either. After all, it's impossible for me to supervise him all the time. We should summon other soldiers from his tent and inquire. That way, we'll see if he truly suffers from sleepwalking or if this is an isolated incident. This time, he clearly wanted to escape. Such thoughts often fail to account for the fact that I've arranged someone to guard outside, giving him no chance of escape. My lord, the soldier kneeling on the ground trembled as he spoke. However, his eyes slowly became sharp, emitting a dangerous aura. As several soldiers walked in from outside, they saw the soldier on the ground and looked confused. Do you know if he suffers from night walking? General Qin stood in front and questioned the soldiers present. Isn't this Li Zhan? He doesn't have any history of night walking. He sleeps so soundly at night. There's never been any unusual noise. Yes, might I ask why you gentlemen called us here? The soldiers all inquired in unison. If that's the case, then you may leave. General Qin said this, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. Hearing this, the soldiers below laughed heartily. I thought I still had a chance to escape, but it seems that you've known my identity all along and were waiting for me like catching a turtle in a jar. How unfortunate that I don't have a good ending. He said this with a laugh filled with sorrow. After his laughter subsided, he slowly stood up, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. I will wait for you underground. As he spoke these words, he was about to bite the pill in his mouth into pieces. But in the next second, Liu reached out and grabbed the stone in front of him, hurling it over to strike the soldier's jaw. This blow prevented the man from opening his mouth. Blood flowed from his mouth, and shock flashed in his eyes. Take him away, interrogate everything from him. These people are audacious enough to require uncovering all their bases in the capital. Only then can we successfully eliminate them entirely. Otherwise, they will surely become xiuxian and cause a great deal of trouble. Liu spoke coldly, his voice slightly hoarse. From his tone came a strong sense of killing intent. Yes. 2 guards stepped forward and dragged the soldier away. I believe there must be more of their followers hidden within this military camp. It's just that these individuals are hiding deeper. He feared death, so he quietly tried to flee, only to be caught by me. I believe among the remaining individuals, some will not fear death. Once we uncover them, we will certainly discover even more information. As he said this, his gaze swept over the crowd before him. The remaining generals felt chills run down their spines, fear rising in their hearts. Humph. Liu looked at the group, saying nothing further. If any of you have any information, it would be wise to share it with me. Chapter 551 Corruption. If we can uncover the truth behind the scenes, I will certainly reward all of you. Liu's words resonated directly in the hearts of everyone present, filling the hearts of all those present with tension and unease. One of the generals spoke up. General Qin, I once saw you exchange meaningful glances with this soldier. Could it be that you were colluding with him? Exactly. Who else besides you would have any connection to him? At this moment, one by one, the subordinates were filled with suspicion in their eyes, focusing intently on General Qin, making him suddenly feel an uncontrollable chill. General Qin could sense the suspicious gazes from around him. He could be seen nervously swallowing his own saliva. You cannot suspect me like this, because I have absolutely nothing to do with this matter. I just took some money, which is why I let him in. This young man has always been showing respect, seeking a promotion for wealth. If he were caught, I would definitely lose a source of income, so that's why I felt this way. He cried out in panic, hurriedly explaining the reason why he pleaded for leniency on behalf of the other person. It turned out he was engaging in corrupt behavior, taking bribes which made him sympathetic towards the other person, fearing that others might cut off his financial route. However, he had no idea he had fallen into such a trust crisis. Since you are guilty of corruption, then we must thoroughly investigate you. Liu looked at General Qin and said these words. At this moment, General Qin felt as if his head had exploded, filled with countless buzzing sounds continuously echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, in a cellar somewhere, 2 men dressed in black were discussing things heatedly. One of the black-clad men was playing with a small knife in his hand, revealing a look of seriousness in his eyes. Why hasn't there been any news for such a long time? Is there possibly a problem? That old guy usually doesn't delay business matters like this. In the past, within such a short period of time, he would have already stirred up a lot of trouble. But now, after so much time has passed, he still hasn't made any moves, making me suspect if something has gone wrong. At this moment, another general spoke up. I think it might not just be a simple problem, but likely a major issue. The old woman back then killed quite a few people over mere verbal disputes. It's possible that she got too excited and went off to create more chaos. We can't let her cause even more trouble. We're already in a very dangerous situation being chased down, and if we expose ourselves again, it'll be a huge problem. Don't worry, xianxia won't do something like that. Though she's somewhat rebellious, she wouldn't disregard the orders of the sect leader. As long as the sect leader still exists, she will never dare to do such a thing. The group discussed amongst themselves, their eyes reflecting heavy expressions. Suddenly, a sound came from outside, seeming to be a footstep. One of the black-clothed men sighed in relief. I told you there would be no problem. The sect leader ordered us to wait for xianxia here, and she will surely join us after finishing the task. One of the black-clad men smiled confidently while speaking, but when he noticed that the footsteps seemed unusual, his face instantly grew serious. Something's not right. These steps don't belong to xianxia. Someone else is coming. Just as the two stood up, Liu appeared before them. Several people followed closely behind him. When the 2 black-clad men saw this scene, they didn't bother trying to fight him. Instead, they immediately fled. After witnessing this, Liu revealed a slight sneer. Since both of you have already seen me, you might as well stay here. After all, I will not give you the chance to escape. Your only destination is staying here quietly. Having said that, Liu instantly launched 2 throwing knives from his hands. The knives were incredibly sharp, accompanied by a cold gleam. These 2 hadn't escaped far. Merely turning around, they suddenly felt a sharp chill on their backs. 2 knives embedded themselves in the backs of the 2 individuals, freezing them in place, as they heavily collapsed to the ground. Their bodies twitched slightly before becoming entirely still. Yet these 2 weren't dead, they merely seemed to have fallen into a paralyzed state. Liu walked up to the 2 men and said, Rest assured, I will absolutely not let the 2 of you die so easily. I will torment you thoroughly. How dare you commit such evil deeds? I will never let you die so easily. At this moment, Liu no longer resembled his previous self, but was instead a truly cold-blooded general who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Liu extended his hand and gestured forward. Investigate. At this time, Li Qinggan was looking at the letter in front of him, his eyes filled with anger. He had never expected these assassins to be so bold. They had even gone so far as to approach him personally and send a letter demanding cooperation, forcing him into a partnership. After seeing the letter, Li Qinggan felt his breathing become more rapid, a wave of intense anger rising within him. Damn it, it's really too despicable. They actually dared to blackmail me with past events. Although I anticipated something like this, their audacity is beyond belief. Beside Li Qinggan, the eunuch quietly spoke up, lowering his voice. Your Highness, I believe there might be some reason behind this. It's possible they have encountered major difficulties and are thus seeking your help as a last resort to solve their current predicament. I think, Your Highness, that you don't need to lift a finger to resolve this issue. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian immediately showed a look of confusion as he stared at the eunuch before asking, "So how do you suggest we achieve this?" "Prince, this is actually a golden opportunity. These people want a rebel, right? I believe they could entirely serve as the vanguard for Your Highness, allowing them to charge ahead first. As long as they accomplish certain tasks and give Your Highness an opportunity to seize power, cooperating with them isn't unreasonable. After all, just by doing a little bit more, we could reap vastly different results," the eunuch whispered persuasively. Chapter 552, Taking Action. Xiuxian, hearing the words of the eunuch before him, became instantly more alert and eager in his demeanor. "You little fellow, I knew you'd always have a bunch of wicked ideas. I suspected you right from the start. Didn't think you'd actually manage to pull something like this off. It shows you've got some ability. Just make sure that you absolutely don't leak any information about this matter." In an instant, Xiuxian's mind swirled with devious schemes. He could fully exploit this opportunity without exposing himself. The moment he started thinking about these possibilities, feelings of excitement surged through his chest. At the same time, this emotion in his heart became increasingly exhilarated. His previous hesitation was immediately erased, leaving behind only intense hostility. His eyes turned cold, as if they could see through everything in the world. "Let me eagerly anticipate this development," he muttered to himself with seething enthusiasm. "Failure is not an option. This is my best chance." Xiuxian, upon pondering these thoughts, pulled a token out from within his robes and tossed it towards the eunuch. "Do it." The eunuch, looking at the token offered to him, couldn't hide his excitement. "This is the Crown Prince's token, symbolizing the absolute authority of the Crown Prince, and now it's in my hands." Without further delay, the eunuch knelt down, cradling the token in both hands as he addressed Xiuxian. "Young master, rest assured, I will handle this matter flawlessly, and no problem will arise." After saying this, the eunuch rushed off hastily. Meanwhile, Luxua had already captured several outposts and rounded up all the people inside. A group of over 10 individuals were now squatting on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. None dared look up at Luxua. "How did you find us?" one among them asked, his voice raspy with tension. All of them were disoriented by panic, barely managing this simple question driven purely by instinct. Luxua, observing their reactions, sneered with disdain. "It's because all of you are far too stupid. I've given you chances, but you haven't taken them seriously. And now I've easily uncovered your tracks. With just a bit more effort, I can eradicate every single one of you. You shouldn't think that just because you have some abilities, you'll escape consequences. There are experts behind us who will avenge us, and you won't survive the night." Another cloaked figure bellowed angrily before being cut short when a servant approached and struck him hard across the face. The impact was brutal enough to cause blood to pour from the blow. The other cloaked figures remained silent thereafter. "Don't worry. Amongst you, another person has already confessed to everything, revealing why you're doing this. In such circumstances, do you really think whether or not you confess makes any difference? I merely wanted to give you the opportunity, as I didn't wish to kill unnecessarily. But alas, you have missed your chance." After finishing, Luxua ordered that these men be separated. The black-cloaked figures exchanged glances amongst themselves. They wished to divulge the secrets they possessed, but the guards nearby didn't allow them even the slightest opportunity. This plunged them into despair. On Liu's end, he swiftly captured a few more people, who were arranged for placement inside the military camp. Some were watchmen, while others were regular folk. Each bore looks full of malevolence, their hatred for the Tang dynasty evident at first glance. Liu stared at these individuals and broke into a laugh, asking mockingly, "Shouldn't you explain yourselves? Why is it that so many outsiders have infiltrated our Tang army camp? The backgrounds of these people have been thoroughly checked by my men. They aren't registered citizens of the Tang dynasty, but phantom identities. They held letters which allowed them direct entry into the camp. Shouldn't you owe me an explanation?" Liu cast piercing stares at the generals, delivering his questions with forceful authority. Each general trembled in response. None would have anticipated Liu confronting them so directly. They were ensnared in grave crisis. At this moment, a deputy general hurriedly interjected, saying, "Your Highness, we can't be blamed for these matters. Every year, the court gives us rations that aren't enough to keep the soldiers alive. We also have to find some money so they will stay loyal and disciplined. Though we did take a portion of it, it was all for preparing for the court." Upon hearing this, Liu let out a cold laugh. "You're still trying to defend yourselves. Do you think I don't know what schemes you've been cooking up? Even though you have no direct connection with the assassination of General Mo, it's because of your negligence that led to his death. Therefore, I must strip each of you of your ranks." After Liu said these words, the deputy generals erupted like a pot of boiling water. They never expected that Liu would make such a determination to take all of them down without leaving even a single chance. In an instant, one of the deputies pulled out his sword from his waist, pointing the blade straight at Liu in front of him. He roared in anger, "We recognize you as our prince. If we didn't, what are you but nothing? Now you dare to sabotage our operations, arresting our people. We have no ties to this affair. Why don't you report this to His Majesty? We think instead that you are the one with ulterior motives, scheming treachery." This deputy general continued hurling curses, but before he could finish more sentences, he felt a chill behind his back. A tall man had come closer. It was Cheng Yaojin. Approaching silently, he spoke with an icy tone. "Oh, I'd love to see how great your skills are. And yet you dare to make big talk here. It's because you failed to manage this area well, leading to information about this place reaching the Emperor's ears. That's why His Majesty ordered us to investigate. You dare to defy Imperial commands? Chapter 553, Rebellion. Could it be that you're not afraid of having your entire families executed? At this reprimand from Cheng Yaojin, his voice immediately reached the ears of everyone present, causing them to tremble with fear. Though filled with anger in their hearts, they did not dare to confront Cheng Yaojin. They knew what he said was correct. The people in front of them were Imperial envoys. Opposing them would mean opposing the Emperor. Full family execution would still be considered light punishment. The situation could escalate to exterminating 9 clans, leaving absolutely nothing behind. We dare not. A threatening expression on his face, a subordinate general at this moment threw away the knife in his hand and directly knelt down. Cheng Yaojin sighed at this point. You guys are truly inept at doing things and adept at ruining them. Remember, never cause such trouble again. After saying these words, he shook his head and walked forward. The opinion Prince Qi just expressed is my opinion as well. If any of you do not agree, then come find me Cheng Yaojin's trouble and see whose head is harder, mine or yours. After hearing this statement, none of the generals dared to hesitate. One by one, they allowed themselves to be apprehended by the guards, who stripped off the armor from their bodies. After finishing this task, Liu let out a sigh of relief. The presence of these subordinates with thoughts of rebellion indeed created conflicts. Unfortunately, all they wanted was to bargain for more. But little did they expect that Liu would act so mercilessly, not only capturing them, but also giving them no benefits. My lord, we have discovered their hideout. At this moment, Lu Zhuo approached Liu hurriedly with an excited look on his face, taking out a scroll of documents from his hands. Your Highness, what you asked us to find is right here. These people have deeply concealed themselves for the sake of this thing. Now that they've done this, should we retaliate immediately? Upon hearing his words, Liu shook his head lightly and said, now is not the best time. We can certainly choose a better opportunity. The key is to keep an eye on them. After locating their tracks, we will eliminate them entirely without leaving them any chances, because some of these people are extraordinary. While speaking, Liu's eyes carried a chilling gaze. Just by looking slightly into Liu's eyes, one could feel an immense threat. At this time, Cheng Yaojin stood beside Liu and nodded. Your Highness, your plan is indeed right. These people might very well design an ambush. I've heard there are many experts within their ranks, so we must proceed cautiously. Liu nodded and responded. Even if they possess such experts, I am unafraid, for none of them can match my strength. After saying that, he strode forward resolutely. Let's go. In a civilian residence nearby, there were over a dozen black-robed individuals watching the surrounding soldiers guarding the house from outside. They let out a roar of anger. How dare you, bandits, attack a civilian residence? Don't you fear the laws of the Tang dynasty? Do you believe me when I say I can have someone send a petition to ensure your demise? Upon hearing this, the leading soldier chuckled coldly in return. Talk about escaping first before mentioning anything else. Now, all of you stay put. I know some of you are skilled warriors, yet the great army surrounds you. How can you possibly escape? With just a little bit of force, we can crush you completely. Even if you wish to resist me, you won't have a single chance. If we slightly ignite your house with oil, you'll burn inside completely. Surrender honestly. Put down your weapons and walk out. The leading guard shouted loudly. However, these black-robed figures inside gave no response. Instead, they quickly shot several arrows, determined to resist to the end. Feeling the intense defiance from these individuals, the servant grew extremely angry. You refuse to surrender? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. We will capture every last one of you, making sure none of you escape. We won't flee anyway. You may think we are staying here just to attract your attention. However, we unexpectedly failed to draw your main forces. Your Tang dynasty will soon fall. Do you think we ended up here based purely on our own capabilities? No, we are just pawns, aiming to draw your attention and make everyone focus on us, thus neglecting other areas. The sky of the Tang dynasty is about to change. Upon hearing this, the servant's face instantly turned pale with shock. This matter had exceeded his imagination and could potentially involve significant secrets of the court. Thinking about it, he hastily called over one of his men and quietly gave a few instructions. Liu soon received the news, and his expression changed instantly. The reason why the other party was saying these things must be because they were confident. But why did they suddenly utter such words? At this thought, Liu frowned, guessing a possibility. This year, considering this, his face turned ashen. Bad news. Xiuxian might rebel at any moment. At this point, Cheng Yaojin was also startled. Prince Qi, you're not joking with me, are you? How could the crown prince suddenly rebel? He is the legitimate crown prince. After listening to this, Liu emitted a cold laugh. You know he's the crown prince, yet he has never been content with being an obedient one. For him, his true desire is to become the ultimate ruler, standing above all others. I've always known about his ambition, and I've noticed some traces of rebellion in his actions, which is why I deliberately exposed those signs. I imagine that His Majesty already knows about his ambitions but hasn't taken strict measures, instead hoping he would reform. But now, with these people acting so boldly, they must have followed Li Chengqian's orders. Cheng Yaojin was also shocked. Then what are we waiting for here? We must go back immediately. If we don't, once he succeeds, it will be troublesome. However, after hearing this, Liu smiled faintly. I believe there's absolutely no need to worry. The Emperor might already have a plan. Now, we're merely luring the snakes out of their holes. Chapter 554, Favor. Your Majesty, he absolutely would not do such a thing. After all, xiuxian is his son too. Cheng Yaojin murmured these words. He knew what kind of character xiuxian was. Although everyone knows that he is a righteous ruler, in reality, the current emperor is also a decisive man when it comes to meting out punishment. If xiuxian truly dared to rebel, then there would be only one outcome for him: death with no place to bury his body, and there would be absolutely no other possibility. When Cheng Yaojin thought about this, he felt a tightness in his chest. With the situation having deteriorated to this extent now, he realized he could do little about it, and could only strike the table forcefully, issuing a long sigh of regret. Now that the situation has become so terrible, he feels somewhat at a loss. Cheng Yaojin let out another deep sigh, revealing an expression of helplessness. Let's go. There's no need to rush. We can also return to inform the Father Emperor of this matter. I'm sure the Father Emperor has been anxiously waiting for news on this. Liu said this to Cheng Yaojin, who stood before him. Cheng Yaojin nodded. It's best if we go back together. At this moment, Li Shimin sat in the palace with a look of anger in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and slammed them onto the table. How despicable. It is truly so despicable. My son dared to do such a thing. Does he not fear me? I already noticed that his ambition was a bit large in the past, but now he even has thoughts of rebellion. How dare he do such a thing? As Li Shimin spoke to this point, his voice emitted a strong chill, which would make anyone listening feel a cold sensation throughout their body. The eunuch beside him immediately knelt down. Li Shimin stared at the eunuch before him and asked this question. Do you think he genuinely wants to rebel? Is my disciple, the crown prince, very dissatisfied with me, his father emperor, thus prompting him to have such thoughts? Li Shimin's voice was filled with sorrow and rage, scaring the eunuch kneeling on the ground into shaking, swallowing saliva subconsciously. He didn't dare to say a word and knelt silently on the ground. Your Majesty, I think there is something strange about this matter. After all, with the situation being so dire and the information coming to your Majesty so quickly, it might be possible that someone is intentionally spreading messages behind the scenes. After all, once the crown prince's position becomes unstable, it will affect the whole realm. The eunuch cautiously spoke, sharing his thoughts. Li Shimin sat there quietly looking at the eunuch before him. His eyes emitted a concentrated killing intent, scaring the eunuch trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat continuously streamed down from this eunuch's forehead, because he had been scared witless by this matter as well. But since he was a close attendant by Li Shimin's side, all he could do was answer honestly without any panic or hesitation for everything. This was already the best method he could think of, and also the sole chance he believed he had to earn the emperor's forgiveness. Li Shimin sat there, his eyes carrying a hint of confusion. He saw him shake his head lightly. Fine, I've roughly understood your ideas. You may leave first. You don't need to worry about the rest. You should also go back and rest recently. This person was actually the grand steward in the palace, usually responsible for many things, but after the emperor's words, his position became uncertain. Thinking of this made him feel some regret, and even more fear. He was slightly afraid whether this incident might implicate his family, or even possibly involve the power he controlled. It seemed that the emperor was resolute this time to move against the crown prince. When this chamberlain considered this, he sighed deeply, feeling full of helplessness and tangled emotions inside. He could only shake his head. At this moment, a man walked in from outside. Your Majesty, I wonder why you summoned old Chan. Before the face of the present Li Shimin, he threw a document directly towards this minister. His face carried some pained yet helpless expressions. Look at the content on this. My good son truly dares anything, reaching such lengths. Li Shimin's words were filled with suppressed murderous intent, surprising the minister greatly in front of him. Your Majesty, I think this matter must be deliberated carefully. After all, this is the crown prince we're talking about. If arrested for treason, it would likely cause a great scandal. I believe if we can conduct an in-depth investigation, it might be easier to uncover what exactly happened. If we go by the evidence we have now, it's very likely that he has thoughts of rebellion. But if we investigate further, it might shake the foundation of our nation. And once that happens, it would be a losing deal. After hearing this, Li Shimin slammed his hand on the table in anger and roared. Do you think I don't know this will be a losing deal? But now he has become a relic of the Tang dynasty, offering no benefit to the great Tang, but instead becoming a danger to it. In this situation, what do you suggest we do? Li Shimin said this as he glared at the minister before him. The minister slowly raised his head, revealing none other than Fang Xianling. Looking at the letters in his hand and the impending rebellion, he felt a turmoil in his heart. The crown prince doesn't actually have these thoughts. Perhaps those around him are influencing him. As Fang Xianling said this, he revealed a bitter smile because even he knew the possibility he was suggesting was unlikely. That's right. Even from his point of view, Li Xiuxian was highly likely to have plans for rebellion. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many letters. Gulping. When Fang Xianling thought about this, his heart suddenly filled with shock. Because he saw his own son Fang Eli's name among the people involved, filling his heart with astonishment. What is this all about? How did he get involved in this affair too? Fang Xianling said with great alarm. Now do you understand why I called you here? Your son isn't behaving either. Li Shimin stared at Fang Xianling and said this. The man before him was one of his most important ministers, so he had to question him thoroughly to see if he had been involved in the matter. Upon thinking about this, Fang Xianling felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not show any emotions anymore and knelt down again, bowing deeply to the ground. Your Majesty, I have sinned. Please punish me. Chapter 555, Seizing Power. Li Shimin sat at the highest place, his eyes revealing a calm emotion as he looked at Fang Xianling before him and revealed a wry smile. I'm not showing you this matter to make you confess. Instead, I want you to consider how we should handle it. Many involved here are sons of ministers, and even several ministers themselves are implicated. If we really dig deep into this, many ministers would be implicated, and I would have no choice but to exterminate their entire families. He paused here, revealing an expression of helplessness in his eyes. Li Shimin didn't wish to do such a thing. After all, many of these people were ministers who had fought alongside him to establish the empire. Even he couldn't have imagined that so many would betray him, filling him with feelings of helplessness that he could do nothing about. He could only say, "The heart's greed swallows itself like a snake eating an elephant." Even though he had taken such good care of these ministers, they still harbored treacherous thoughts. Do they not realize that he is the true emperor? At his command, can't they be immediately executed? As Li Shimin thought this, he felt increasingly restless and almost wanted to arrest them all and sentence each one to death by hanging. Huff. He took a deep breath and exhaled all the tension. You tell me, what should be done with Du Ruhui's son? He has been involved in treason, and according to the law, I can only order the extermination of his entire clan. What should I do then? Your Majesty, this old minister is willing to shoulder the responsibility, and I will bear everything. But Li Shimin shook his head. You're overthinking it. As the ruler of the realm, any blame for this must fall on me. How can I shift the blame onto you? Sighing, he continued, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. But the next second, a fierce resolve appeared. I will determine punishments based on their levels of responsibility. If someone's actions are unforgivably egregious, then they must be dealt with appropriately. The extermination of clans is unavoidable, necessary to uphold the dignity of the imperial house. Maintaining the royal family's authority is the most important thing. Otherwise, if everyone learns from their example, what would happen? For Fang Yi, since he is the son-in-law of the emperor, I will not pursue charges against him related to this matter, but his actions will still be investigated. If he really is involved in some conspiracy, then death is inevitable. Is this acceptable? Li Shimin said, addressing Fang Xianling. At this moment, Fang Xianling realized the situation he faced was dire, slightly off, and his entire family might be eradicated, possibly even the 9 clans connected to him. So he could only focus on self-preservation first. Thank your Majesty. Fang Xianling said gratefully. Li Shimin responded with some pain. This task falls to you, Fang Xianling, to catch all these conspirators without leaving any behind. Understood. Fang Xianling accepted the responsibility. When the soldiers stormed the eastern palace of the crown prince, Li Chang'an felt his scalp numb with terror. Fear overwhelmed him. He knew it was over. He reached into his chest and pulled out a vial of poison, ready to drink it down. But just then, the soldier rushing ahead snatched the vial from his hand, saying, Young master, His Majesty has given strict orders. We must present you alive. If you take the poison now, our positions will become very difficult. So please cooperate. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to tie you up forcibly and bring you directly to His Majesty. Li Chang'an's face showed a bitter and helpless smile. His plan had barely started when it was already discovered. Despair filled him. He desperately wanted to drink the vial of poison right there and then. But he also realized his helplessness. With this sigh, he remarked, to succeed or to fail, my father once succeeded through rebellion and ascended the throne, while I only wanted to learn from him. But alas, destiny did not favor me. To succeed or to fail, it is as it is. Bring me wherever you wish. I will no longer resist. After sitting down, Li Chang'an emitted a voice filled with resignation. The general observing Li Chang'an initially wanted to say something, but closed his mouth tight the next second and said nothing more. Let's go. Li Chang'an was led away. When Li Yu and Cheng Yaojin returned to the capital, they witnessed the scene of the general rushing into the crown prince's mansion to arrest people, leaving them helpless. Who would have thought that this matter would ultimately come to pass? Li Yu murmured. Cheng Yaojin also revealed a wry smile. It seems you foresaw the occurrence of this event. If you had given some warning, perhaps they wouldn't have reached this point. After hearing this, Li Yu snorted. This has nothing to do with me. Unless these ministers hadn't deliberately provoked issues, do you think the crown prince would have ended up like this? He is inherently a very talented individual, but under the constant pressure from the ministers, he eventually became what he is today. More importantly, the queen passed away, leading to his gradual loss of favor. And with the loss of family affection and becoming entangled in power struggles, do you still believe he would listen as attentively as before? He long considered me his sole mortal enemy, thinking that it was because of my existence that he lost so much imperial favor. He couldn't wait to eliminate me. If I had told him not to rebel, do you think he would have understood? He would definitely have thought I was trying to trap him. It might even have hurried his preparations, possibly giving me an unexpected advantage. Maybe he'd attempt an ambush on me halfway. And do you think that would be a good thing? Li Yu's words left Cheng Yaojin momentarily stunned, unable to respond. How could this be blamed on Li Yu? It was entirely the crown prince's doing. Cheng Yaojin muttered quietly. The situation will become more complicated in the future. We don't know yet how things will turn out. Li Yu sighed. Now, we should report to His Majesty and disclose all our findings. I think this may be for the better. Having said this, he strode forward without paying any more attention to Cheng Yaojin at his side. After sighing once again, Cheng Yaojin quickly caught up. Chapter 556, Seeking Mercy. When Li Yu and Cheng Yaojin entered the palace, they saw many eunuchs hurriedly running back and forth. They all had serious expressions on their faces. At the same time, inside the palace, the guards were also constantly rushing around, seemingly preparing for something. The eunuch leading them in also revealed a face full of tension and anxiety. It seems things have become more complicated. Please, His Highness Prince Qi and General Cheng, Follow me quickly. The eunuch spoke hastily, his face already showing signs of extraordinary worry. Let's go, lead the way. Li Yu said to the eunuch in front of him. Li Yu soon arrived at the imperial study, with a serious expression on his face. Father Emperor, I don't know exactly what has happened to make the situation so terrible. Alas, Emperor Taizong sighed deeply upon hearing this. His eyes then showed some seriousness, focusing on Li Yu, as if trying to discern something from his face. The matter has now turned into this state. Shouldn't you explain to me what is going on? You are my son and should be aware of this matter. And he is your elder brother, and the act he committed is not small. Now it has caused a great uproar in the Jingzhou government office. I suspect that there are many people who may also be implicated in this matter. When Taizong said these words, Cheng Yaojin's complexion slightly changed, as if he thought of some unpleasant situation. Is the emperor planning to deal with them? Or does he intend to keep them in the palace, investigating everyone thoroughly? Cheng Yaojin felt very helpless during this visit, unconsciously tightening his fists, thinking about how to explain himself. Father Emperor, I have a different perspective on this matter, he said with an air of righteousness. I believe that the rebellion of Crown Prince, besides his own reasons, also owes to the efforts of several ministers present here. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Taizong's countenance changed greatly. He fixed his gaze intensely on Li Yu as if trying to see through him. Haha, Taizong's expression darkened slightly, seeming ready to rebuke Li Yu before quickly regaining his composure. Speak. Since you've decided to voice your thoughts, there's no need to hide anything. Tell me everything. After hearing this, Li Yu sighed deeply. Your Majesty, when the top enjoys something, the bottom will surely emulate it. You are a wise ruler, but the Crown Prince doesn't have your tolerance. Yet, these ministers treat him like you, educating him strictly to the extreme. In such circumstances, the Crown Prince was originally extremely suppressed, which made him increasingly irritable, causing him to lose his determination as the heir. He has sensed a lack of attention from your Majesty as well as rejection from many ministers. He desperately wants to rid himself of this situation and hopes to return to normal. But how can there be a perfect situation in this world? The more he struggles, the deeper he falls into crisis, making him more despised. When Li Yu reached this point, he sighed heavily. Though I wish to help my brother, I find myself powerless. Even though the Crown Prince harbors rebellious thoughts, at this stage, I don't think he fits this description. I hope the Emperor can spare his life. After all, he is your royal bloodline. As a prince, even if he attempts a coup, it is still not deserving of death. Prince Li Yu stated earnestly to Taizong in front of him. Upon hearing this, Taizong sighed deeply. You are right. Indeed, this is true. As my son, I demanded too much from him while teaching. But the Tang laws are set as such. Even if the death sentence is pardoned, the living punishment cannot be avoided. Taizong sat down after saying this, looking at Li Yu as if trying to detect something from his eyes. However, Li Yu stood there calmly, his face displaying only peace without any sign of impatience or ambition. It was as if he were the blue sky, profound and serene. From his eyes, one couldn't see any dissatisfaction or agitation. Taizong did not say anything more, but sat down directly, gesturing to the two people in front of him, and said, Explain this matter thoroughly to me. Exactly how far have you gone this time? And what kind of people have you caught? What exactly did those people do? Upon hearing this, Li Yu bitterly laughed. Father Emperor, we have already uncovered the true culprits behind the scenes, and they are all recorded on this list. Please, Father Emperor, take a look at it. While investigating, we discovered some things about this organization and successfully arrested some of its key members. We are continuing our pursuit against them in hopes of capturing every single one of them. But now, Father Emperor, your large-scale arrest of criminals has caused conflicts. So, even if we wish to continue catching them, there are indeed clashes. After hearing Li Yu's words, Taizong revealed a surprised expression. Then, after hearing everything, he let out a long sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. You are right. Many of the ministers involved in this incident should not be considered guilty. Since that is the case, I will no longer continue my investigation into this matter and will instead leave it to you two to handle. Arrest all those enemies. Not a single one of them should be spared. For these people, I can say I've endured enough. Initially, they attempted to assassinate me, but due to the persuasion of the ministers, I chose not to further investigate then. Now they have done such deeds, and I believe they must not be allowed to go unpunished. Capture all of them without exception. I will give you a token. Carrying my token is like standing in my stead. Absolutely, not a single one of these individuals should be spared lightly. All of them must be captured. Tightly clenching his fists, Taizong glared at Li Yu in front of him and angrily issued his command. Since he wouldn't dwell on his son's rebellion, his emotions were directed entirely toward these individuals. Yes, Father Emperor. Li Yu immediately replied. Chapter 557, Saving the Crown Prince. Li Yu quickly left soon after. At that moment, a system task appeared. Save Li Xiuxian. Though he has a feud with you, he shouldn't die like this. He should vanish at the right time from this world. You can choose to forgive him, or you can choose to eliminate him. Seeing the system's options in front of him, Li Yu did indeed flash a smile. Cheng Yaojin was startled upon seeing Li Yu smile, and felt some surprise as he tried to understand what was wrong with Li Yu. But in the next second, Li Yu had already reined in his smile completely, becoming perfectly calm. General Cheng, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Li Yu asked Cheng Yaojin, who stood before him, revealing some confusion. Cheng Yaojin instinctively swallowed his saliva and carefully said, I just thought your highness smile just now seemed a bit strange. It was as if after the Crown Prince's trouble, you seemed quite delighted. After hearing this, Liu suddenly burst into laughter. Of course I am happy. He has been against me for so long, even secretly sending people to attack me, wanting to cut me off completely. How could I not be happy if anything happens to him? I'm not someone who repays grievances with virtue. Upon hearing this, xiuxian also laughed wryly. The crown prince cannot die yet. He is an important part of the court. If he dies now, it will cause unrest in the court. After listening to this, Liu immediately burst into laughter again. Don't worry. Even if this causes turmoil, there won't be any major trouble. Our emperor is a wise ruler, and all the ministers greatly respect him. If anyone rebels, countless people will strike against them. They will absolutely not tolerate rebellion. Many officials are entangled in this affair, but they are truly innocent. I mentioned earlier that His Majesty should not overly punish them in order to ensure that most of the ministers do not stir up trouble further. Saying this, Liu's face showed a trace of bitter laughter. I have the heart, but not enough power. The most critical task for us now is to find out those masterminds behind the scenes and successfully capture them all. This is the most pressing matter. Other things shouldn't concern us. After Liu said this, xiuxian stopped advising further, nodded, and followed him out. By this time, the capital city had become filled with shock and chaos. An unknown number of people were hesitating about what happened, trying to investigate the causes of these events. When they learned it was the crown prince rebelling, everyone was instantly shocked. Because this event far exceeded their expectations, making every one of them feel this should not happen. Without warning, and entirely unpredicted by everyone, the crown prince rebelled, leading to this massive situation during his plotting. Everyone felt fear and unease, feeling that matters should not have turned out this way. Yet, they had no idea where to start investigating. As many high-ranking minister families were being investigated, even many individuals got detained, and many others were scrambling desperately to pull strings. At this moment, Wei King Li Tai, too, was somewhat panicked. He met the head of the Chui family once again. Looking at the responsible member of the Chui family, his face was extremely gloomy as he glared and questioned. How exactly did this thing happen? Why has it gotten so bad? Aren't you supposed to explain this? Could the crown prince really suddenly rebel within such a short time? Didn't you say you had arranged a great many people to cooperate with them? I would also serve as a crucial link, and when I appeared, I could take care of all of them. So how come it ended up like this? Wei King Li Tai's eyes carried heavy killing intent, glaring at the person in front of him as if wanting to peel his skin off. After hearing what Wei King Li Tai said, the Chui family's head burst out laughing loudly. King Wei, do you think we know about this matter? All the things done by the crown prince were unexpected situations. It seems like something threatened him, forcing him to make such decisions. We only just learned about this matter ourselves. Do you think if we knew about this, we'd still let the situation turn out so poorly? The crown prince is still alive now. This proves that he won't die easily. Likely, some incidents might happen alongside certain events. He might reveal you. Once this happens, you will be completely done for. After hearing this, Wei King Li Tai's complexion paled, and he took 2 or 3 steps back, knocking over the teacup on the table. He shouted with anguish. There is absolutely no way such a thing could happen. I was not involved in his rebellion, although I did have plans and hoped that he would rebel. But this time, his actions have gone beyond our expectations, and Prince Qi Li Tai seems to have gained some power. Not only has he not encountered any problems in this matter, but he has also gained tremendous benefits. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. We must grab him firmly. I hope to overthrow him directly during this event. Since the crown prince wants to rebel, Prince Qi should rebel as well. Only when brothers rebel can peace come out of this matter, and only then will I gain benefits from this matter. So I suggest that you best release those things during this period. Only by doing this can we ease the situation, and I can once again escape from this matter and no longer be restricted. Wei King Li Tai growled softly, demanding that the Chui family take such steps to resolve the matter. After hearing this, the Chui family member instinctively swallowed his saliva. We want to do this better too, but it might be extremely dangerous if we get involved now. But if you don't involve us, there's a possibility we might still implicate me. If this matter implicates me, do you think I'll let you off easily? Wei King Li Tai roared with anger, slamming both hands hard on the table and demanding an explanation from the person in front of him. The Chui family member, upon seeing Wei King Li Tai act this way, instinctively took 2 steps back and showed a look of fear. Chapter 558, Negotiation. He had never expected that Wei Wang Li Tai would exhibit such an expression, which could result in such a terrifying action, making people feel uneasy. It seemed that if he did not comply with the demands of Wei Wang Li Tai before him, he might face the danger of life and death. Wei Wang's crazed appearance truly frightened people. Instinctively, he swallowed his saliva. This matter has already been investigated by me. You'd better not say more. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Wei Wang roared coldly. Fine. After careful deliberation, the head of the Chui family stood up and said to Wei Wang Li Tai, Indeed, these matters we can collaborate on. We've already set up our pawns. We can initiate it right away. But absolutely, we cannot act alone. You must make those people behind you move. Only then can we unite and achieve maximum effect. Otherwise, this matter may not be so easy to settle. Though we have the intention, we lack strength. Fine. Upon hearing these words from the best person responsible in front of him, Wei Wang Li Tai immediately revealed a satisfied look. The reason he put on that fierce expression was precisely to gain help from the people in front of him. At this moment, his heart instantly became light. Originally, I still thought this matter was complex and difficult, but now with your support, I don't think there will be any major issues. After all, I am no longer as weak as before. Wei Wang Li Tai's thoughts wandered for a moment, filled with dreams for the future. Huff. Only after taking a deep breath and exhaling did his face show a contented smile. When I ascend the throne, I absolutely will not let things become so terrible again. I will use every possible means to deal with this matter well. At that time, I imagine much can be accomplished accordingly. Wei Wang Li Tai somewhat smugly said in his heart. Meanwhile, Liu was riding swiftly along the streets with troops. Their goal was to capture the intellectuals behind these black-clothed men. They galloped on the street as if the targeted location was already determined. They rushed over hurriedly at this time. In one room, there were several black-clad figures carefully discussing. Just shortly afterward, the door was smashed open, and Liu's people directly stormed into the room. Looking at these people in front of him, a killing intent showed in his eyes. Ho ho, what a bunch of bastards. You really have no idea how audacious you are, daring to do such deeds. Liu's remarks further enraged the people in the room. They looked up at him, each being experts. Their imposing presences fell on Liu, carrying a strong sense of threat. After feeling this threat, Liu snorted coldly. Are you scum trying to threaten me? That's rather arrogant. Do you know that all who wanted to threaten me before have already been dealt with by me? Filth like you doesn't deserve to exist in this world. After saying this sentence, Liu suddenly drew the sword in his hand. One of the seated black-clothed men then spoke. Truly worthy offspring of the royal family of Tang dynasty, possessing natural godly power, no wonder you dared come here to challenge us. Unfortunately, you underestimated our strength. The black-clad man sitting at the top just lightly laughed, as if something very funny had happened. Did you think you were the only one with innate divine power? In an instant, the black-clad man tore his own garment. As soon as his clothes were torn, his muscles swelled. The formidable muscles, the icy gaze, and the dreadful killing intent were released immediately, causing everyone in the room to feel some terror. They didn't expect that their leader had such immense power. Only a few close to the leader knew the extent of his abilities. Kill. At this point, the black-clad men inside the room moved, disregarding everything and charging toward Liu before them. Cheng Yaojin also brought a group of people following Liu closely. Seeing the attackers charge over, Cheng exposed a ferocious grin. The people of your organization gathered together at that time to rebel against the court. Do you really think you possess such great strength? At first, it was merely because you managed to hide well. Even if you had martial arts, under the threat of the military and political power of the court, you wouldn't be able to show much strength. Our soldiers all wear armor. Each one of them is truly an extraordinary expert. How could we possibly fear you? You all should die now. At once, these people roared in anger and instantly transformed into black-clothed figures charging toward him. They aimed to handle each one completely every time. This was because each one was clad in armor, wielding swords, spears, and arranging their formations, which formed an unmatched killing formation. Just by looking at this army ahead, a powerful pressure could be felt, weighing heavily on their hearts. However, upon colliding like this, these black-clad men displayed immense force. In just a few short minutes, they had fought their way through the front ranks, about to break through entirely. But in the next moment, they began to feel a tremendous threat. Because these factions were utterly fearless, charging forward relentlessly. The black-clothed figures were instantly killed, falling heavily to the ground, collapsing with thuds. Despair spread across their faces. They thought they could survive by virtue of their mastery of martial arts, but instead ended up being slaughtered like animals. Ha ha ha. At this moment, one of the black-clothed men burst out laughing. This black-clothed figure wore a cold expression on his face, taking step after slow step forward, radiating terrifying killing intent that made others shiver with fear. The leading black-clad man had now engaged Liu in combat. Raising his fist, he hurled it straight at Liu. Chapter 559, Trading Wounds. His first punch did not hit Liu, but instead struck the wall. In that very instant, the wall crumbled into pieces. The splintered stones flew off toward the distance and crashed heavily against another wall. Liu was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that the person before him was a true master of extraordinary skill, possessing not only immense natural strength, but also having honed his martial arts to perfection. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yaojin was also greatly startled. If it weren't for accompanying Liu this time, there might have been real danger to his life. It was no wonder this ringleader could continuously evade capture. With such powerful innate strength, he was far from ordinary. Such a person was indeed a genuinely fearsome expert, whether in terms of combat or their own formidable abilities, surpassing the mundane completely. Just seeing the prowess displayed by this master instilled panic in the heart. Even common soldiers, who possessed strict discipline and had been through countless battles, would feel despair when facing an absolutely unbeatable enemy. At this thought, Cheng Yaojin clenched his fists tightly, anger rising within him. Gripping his axe, he fiercely swung it at the enemies in front of him. With one chop, he split a black-clad man in two. Liu took a deep breath at this moment, showing no trace of panic or fear as he revealed his most potent skills. With just a raised hand, he slammed a heavy punch forward, colliding directly with the fist of the black-clad ringleader. When their fists met, the air exploded violently, forming a massive wave. Their fists continuously smashed against each other, and they battled furiously, creating waves akin to a storm after merely moments of struggle. Liu laughed heartily at this point. I originally thought you had more tricks up your sleeve, but I see your level is merely like this. Let me properly teach you a lesson. After saying this, Liu threw another punch. Their fists collided again, igniting hot air around them. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to their military-level strength, nobody dared approach when their fists collided. Large craters appeared on the ground, as if from an explosion. This black-clad ringleader might have already noticed that his men were no match for these officers. A cold glint instantly appeared in his eyes. In the midst of the fight with Li Yu, he suddenly rushed toward these forces' direction. Seeing this scene, Li Yu's eyes narrowed sharply. He yelled urgently at the soldiers before him. Hurry, retreat. Retreat as far as you can. The soldiers roared in anger, none daring to engage. They all retreated quickly. Li Yu also deeply inhaled, then exhaled slowly, trying to calm his mind. He knew the situation wasn't simple. To defeat the leader of this night group before him, he would need to trade injuries. When the black-clad ringleader lunged towards Li Yu, he stood still, unmoving, accepting the incoming blow without flinching. The ringleader's heavy punch landed squarely on Li Yu's chest. Seeing Li Yu didn't dodge, a flicker of excitement flashed across the ringleader's eyes. He had never imagined that Li Yu would do such a thing, and thus, he paused momentarily in shock. Just in that brief moment, a cruel smile emerged on his face. Although I don't know why you accepted my punch, I am a mysterious heavenly master. If you receive my blow, you are certain to die. Since you want to die, let me send you to death. The black-clad ringleader burst out laughing maniacally while confronting Li Yu, and then instantly aimed another heavy strike at his head. But in the next second, Li Yu tightly grabbed his hand and wouldn't let go. Then, he instantly swallowed a golden strawberry, and a vast wave of life force began circulating within Li Yu's body. Though his internal organs had sustained some damage and a taste of blood filled his throat, the very next second, Li Yu grinned savagely. Because his condition had fully recovered in that instant, he struck a blow in reverse and hit the ringleader of the black-clad man squarely on the chest, instantly causing him to emit a muffled groan. His eyes also revealed a look of astonishment, seemingly not expecting to have suffered such a heavy injury. He held one hand over his mouth, his eyes filled with surprise. He fixed his gaze on Li Yu as if trying to discern something from his face. At this moment, Li Yu grinned cruelly. Do you think you're anything? Why do you think you managed to hit me? It's just that I wanted to end this battle quickly, to avoid accidentally injuring innocent people. The ringleader of the black-clad men firmly pressed his chest, feeling as though his chest might explode at that moment. A taste of blood surged up from his throat. He was extremely clear about his own strength. It was simply impossible for Li Yu to escape unscathed, yet why had Li Yu so easily evaded this fate? He couldn't quite understand, and the anger within him rose like waves. Are you pretending, right? Only to see that at this time, the black-clad ringleader wasn't giving up. He raised his other fist, delivering another heavy blow to Li Yu's chest. Li Yu fought him flesh against flesh, and they engaged in fierce combat. Their battle was marked by gory injuries. With one last powerful punch, Li Yu retreated 2 steps and smiled. You lost. There he stood, looking at the black-clad ringleader and saying these words. The ringleader clutched his chest and spat out another mouthful of blood. I don't think you're as simple as your appearance suggests. You actually possess such terrifying strength. Your life force recovers too quickly. Just now, I thought you were done for, but turns out I fell into your trap. As he spoke, he laughed loudly, his tone full of despair. I won't die this way. I'll be back. After shouting these words, he turned and attempted to flee. Chapter 560, Eliminate the Traitors. But how could Li Yu possibly let him leave just like that? In an instant, Li Yu directly pursued, extending his hand and grabbing hold of the man's back, delivering another heavy blow to his back. At this moment, Zijin, the black-clad man, was thrown out and then crashed heavily onto the ground. A mouthful of blood spewed from him as he emitted a pitiful wail. He seemed to want to struggle a bit more, but before he could act, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his head tilted to one side, and he became completely unable to utter any more words. Seeing this scene, Li Yu let out a long sigh and gently shook his head. You were originally a good person. Why did you choose to become a thief? Li Yu sighed again. Turning around, he looked at the remaining black-clothed men before him and roared in anger. Now, I've already given you your last chance. If you still refuse to surrender, then prepare to die. Think carefully and clearly about this. Don't force my hand, otherwise, your fate won't be pleasant. As Li Yu spoke coldly, a chilling aura emanated from him, pressing down heavily upon them. Initially, these black-clad men also intended to resist until they felt the terrifying deterrence coming from Li Yu. Each of them trembled involuntarily, swallowing their saliva, and most of them dropped their weapons. Of course, there were still a few who, seeing this scene, instead of showing any intention to beg for mercy, roared loudly and turned to flee. However, Li Yu wouldn't allow them the chance to escape, pursuing them relentlessly, delivering palm strikes to their backs with precision. These individuals screamed in agony one after another, all meeting their end within a very short span of time. Afterward, Li Yu said no more on the matter. The rest is for you all to handle. I have more important matters to attend to. Saying this, Cheng Yaojin slapped his chest confidently and said, Prince Qi, go ahead with whatever you need to do. I'll handle things here. Nodding his head, Li Yu swiftly departed, no longer concerning himself with Cheng Yaojin before him. In the heavens, at this point inside the heavenly prison where darkness reigned, a man sat silently, his eyes reflecting a vacant expression. It seemed as though he had lost all hope, sitting there unaware and immersed in despair. Only when the door was pushed open at this moment did a figure dressed in black enter the room and gaze intently at the person before him. You shouldn't have rebelled. If you hadn't rebelled, you wouldn't have been captured so quickly. Hearing these words, the black-robed man slowly raised his head and fixed an intense glare on Li Yu, seemingly trying to discern something from his face. The next second, he erupted in laughter. So it's you. Are you here to mock me? Is it your victory that makes you laugh at me? I hate this. I hate it so much. This black-clad man laughed loudly, emitting a voice filled with anguish. He'd endured so much. How could he not be enraged? At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly in despair. I thought I could control every opportunity here, but never expected to merely create opportunities for your success. Your plan was so meticulous that even I couldn't escape your influence. Wasn't this all planned from the beginning? This scheme to harm me? Liu shook his head. You're thinking too much. This has nothing to do with me. The reason you are in this predicament now is due to the crimes you've committed yourself. I warned you initially not to imitate others, but you believed I was plotting against you. But aside from your constant machinations against me, what wrong have I done to you? You don't reflect on your own wrongdoings, but instead focus all your blame on me. Do you really believe that everything is entirely my fault? Liu's words made Li Chingan suddenly burst with fury. He stood up, glared fiercely at Liu, and roared in anger. Why not? How long have you been harming me? If it weren't for those people you arranged to constantly frame my people, would I take such desperate risks and try to fight you? You're now a loser anyway, so telling the truth wouldn't matter now. But in fact, I never plotted against you. Perhaps others were scheming against you, but you failed to notice, placing all your suspicions solely on me because I am simply too talented. You must know that I have created a lot of things, and these things are of very high value. For me, it is not much of an issue. But at this moment, you are showing such restless emotions. Do you still think it's me? If that's the case, then you can just die. Originally, I even thought about pleading for you, hoping Father Emperor would forgive your life. But now you treat your savior like this. After hearing this, Li Chingan started to laugh. Would you really be so kind as to let me go? If I survive from this event, I might become your biggest opponent when you ascend to the throne in the future. Liu snorted coldly. What's so good about being an emperor? You think being emperor is the most wonderful thing in this world, but for me, it's the greatest prison in the world. From the beginning, I've had no such thoughts because the value I already possess is far greater. I want to explore broader horizons and witness the wider world out there rather than being confined to just Tang dynasty lands. Though Tang has a large population, there are even more vast lands and seas in this world. Perhaps you haven't experienced what lies beyond, but if you do, you won't care for these local struggles anymore. Instead, you'll wish to venture out and see. After hearing this, Li Chingan was left speechless, as if meeting Liu for the first time. He murmured, is what you're saying now really true? Do you really not harbor any ambitions and instead want to explore the vast expanse of the world? That is definitely the truth. Liu nodded and said so. Upon hearing this, Li Chingan immediately burst out with anguished cries. This cannot be. How could it turn out like this? Why do you speak in this manner? It sounds so hurtful. Previously, he was talking about how painful and uneasy he felt. I was wrong. Chapter 561 Jealousy. Turns out all of this happened because of my jealousy, leading to this situation. If I hadn't harbored such thoughts, perhaps things wouldn't have ended up this way. He muttered these words to himself, tightly clenching his fists as sweat streamed down from his forehead. As he let out cries of anguish, Liu slowly approached him. You don't understand the Emperor Father. He is kind-hearted and lenient. This time, he won't harm you because even though he has killed your father and brother, he does not wish to kill his own son. Because if he really did that, it would leave an ignominious name in history. He fears doing such a thing, so he will certainly be lenient toward you. But after letting you go, he will surely hope for your suicide. When that time comes, I will think of a way to save you and help fake your suicide so that I can take you away from here. Liu said these words to the Li Xiuxian before him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian laughed loudly. His laughter carried an undertone of sadness, tears flowing from his eyes with a touch of bewilderment as he seemed to scrutinize Liu in front of him. I never imagined that the person who ultimately saves me would be someone I've deeply hated. Truly, the world changes unexpectedly. At this moment, Li Xiuxian finally released all the resentment in his heart, revealing a faint smile. Thank you. If I manage to survive, I'm willing to become a lowly foot soldier at your side. Because only you deserve my loyalty. Your broad mind resembles the vast ocean, capable of encompassing all emotions. Saying this, Li Xiuxian knelt before Liu. Liu nodded, then turned and left. After Liu walked out of the door, Lu Shui walked by his side and asked this question. My lord, do you truly intend to save his life? To us, he has no more value. If you want to save his life, might there be any issue? Could he in the future rise again to become your enemy? After hearing this, Liu burst into laughter. He's actually a very smart person. It's just that he was influenced by others that made him what he is today. Even if we save him, what could he possibly do? He has already severed ties with his subordinates and previous friends. At that point, even if he appeared publicly, no one would see him as the crown prince anymore. Because the true crown prince on that day will die, and at that time, he would merely be a ghost wandering in the shadows. So within our presence, it's better that he meet the historical end as foretold. History dictates his fate. This is the fate he deserves. Liu murmured these words, emitting a long sigh. In the capital city, the spectacle of arrests had finally come to an end. Many sons of high-ranking officials were thrown into prison, and quite a few ministers themselves became implicated in this event. In the court assembly, Emperor Taizong's face was pale and grim. He sat there silently, as his gaze swept over the assembled ministers. It seemed as if he were trying to discern something from these men. His anger made all the ministers too afraid to look him directly in the eye. Your Majesty, dealing with this matter should be quick, or complications may arise. After all, it involves so many ministers, even implicating the crown prince. Seated above, Taizong sighed heavily. His tone was laced with powerlessness. It's not that I desire to undertake such actions, but the situation is exceedingly complex. Even if I wish to act, I am somewhat powerless. Taizong spoke thusly, his eyes carrying a tinge of perplexity, as if he was debating how best to address this issue. After reflecting, he clenched his fists tightly. The reason I called you all here is to discuss how to handle this matter. Why are you making excuses, which infuriates me greatly? Follow protocol and produce a plan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unforgiving. After saying this, Taizong slammed his hand and left in anger. The ministers gathered below also felt troubled, uncertain about how to explain these matters. They all sighed in unison. This is a crime of treason. If mishandled, there could be disastrous consequences. There is even the possibility of provoking the emperor's rage, allowing none of them to escape. Due to this reason, they continue to delay their decisions repeatedly. And this time it involves the crown prince, who is very likely to face the charge of beheading due to this incident. But he is the emperor's own son. Once killed, what would be the consequences? When the emperor regrets it in the future, he might even exile himself. This situation is incredibly helpless. They have truly and thoroughly fallen into a dilemma. But the emperor demands a plan, so they have no choice but to discuss and prepare to present a plan to the emperor. At this moment, xiuxian walked into the room, his face tinged with melancholy, as if unable to believe that matters had come to this. He sighed deeply, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Just at that moment, the eunuch outside called out, "Your Majesty, Prince Qi has come to pay respects." Xiuxian was already troubled and had just prepared to wave his hand to dismiss Liu, but paused mid-action and told the eunuch before him, "Let him in." Liu entered the room and said to Xiuxian, "Father Emperor, I imagine you're still distressed over the matter of my elder brother." Xiuxian glanced at Liu, seemingly trying to discern something from his face. A second later, he nodded and said, "Indeed, this worry lingers in my heart. Father Emperor, I know you are worried about others being implicated in the Xuanhuan Gate incident, thus causing your current melancholy and leaving behind an infamous legacy. So I think there's absolutely no need for my elder brother to be executed. After all, he is the crown prince, and despite having committed treason, he is still your son. If he is executed like this, it will only damage your reputation." After finishing these words, Liu paused and awaited Xiuxian's response. Xiuxian took a deep breath and then stared at Liu, saying, "Do you think my actions now are somewhat excessive?" Liu shook his head and replied, "Father Emperor, this is not excessive in the slightest. My elder brother's matter can be handled later without any problems. And if Father Emperor is really uneasy, the crown prince could go to sea with me." Chapter 562 Substitution of Punishment. It's possible to take away all the people around the crown prince and exile them beyond the seas. This way, they can be punished while also ensuring your majesty's benevolence. Xiuxian had originally been sighing with sadness, but after hearing Liu's words, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he instantly became relieved. Indeed, exile was also an excellent solution. Those who had committed crimes could be exiled beyond the seas. Beyond the seas stretched an endless expanse. There were shining kingdoms in some places or lands far away by 1,000 miles. Once banished, it would basically be impossible for them to return in their lifetimes. This way, punishment could be carried out, justice served as both a warning and an education to the populace at home. After thinking about this, Xiuxian laughed heartily. Originally, I was hesitant about how to deal with this matter, but after hearing your words, I no longer have any doubts. I've already promised you that you may leave this capital city and travel overseas for amusement. Moreover, you've accomplished so much, establishing remarkable achievements for the Tang dynasty. Since you want to save them, it's an act of kindness, though outwardly it must appear appropriate. This time, I will execute those who should be executed, and if you wish to take anyone away, go ahead. How are the ships coming along?" Upon hearing this, Liu smiled. "Your Majesty, rest assured, the ships are ready. I've already instructed my subordinates to prepare them for testing on the open seas. Perhaps we can sail upriver and reach Jingzhou Prefecture." "Good." Xiuxian nodded and waved for Liu to leave. He sat upon the imperial throne in the palace, as the entire grand hall fell into an extremely quiet atmosphere. His eyes reflected a sense of melancholy. It seemed he wanted to see through everything, but ultimately, he gently shook his head. "I am not a cruel and merciless father. Many of my past actions were out of necessity. My brother, if only you hadn't staged the Xuanhuan Gate incident, would I have ended up killing you? You absolutely shouldn't have done such a thing. Now my own son wishes to emulate me from back then, but unfortunately, he is being restrained by me. I must let him calm down and stop causing trouble. He is currently in prison, and perhaps this is all karmic retribution for the sins I forgave back then. Perhaps there is such a factor embedded within our bloodline. Prince Qi is indeed the most incomprehensible of my sons. He seems to utterly disdain the position of emperor, believing it is something he doesn't deserve. At the same time, he very much desires to leave here. He believes that beyond the seas lies a new world, and therefore wishes to go out and explore more vast opportunities." Xiuxian thus muttered to himself, softly recounting all these thoughts. "For years, I have always wanted to be a good emperor, but until now, I have never achieved this aspiration. I am still not truly a worthy emperor. But as for today's subjects of the Tang dynasty, they all have food to eat, clothes to wear, and life has started becoming prosperous. The surrounding border regions have all been severely chastised by me, and things will certainly get better." When the crown prince was not killed, instead being returned to his fiefdom, everyone was greatly shocked, and they all praised Emperor Taizong's humanity. At the same time, a large-scale execution took place among the rebels who were put to death. The nightfall approached, and on one riverbank lay a moored ship. By the side of the vessel stood several prisoners dressed in convict robes, boarding the ship. He looked at the boat before him with a somewhat bewildered expression. What's going on? Could the emperor really have forgiven us? He murmured, somewhat perplexed. At this moment, Liu walked over from afar and looked at the people before him. You have committed the crime of treason. Do you know your offenses? After hearing Liu's words, each one knelt to the ground. We pay our respects to Prince Qi. Not realizing they hadn't died, they knew it must be due to the strategy of the prince before them. Emperor's edict. You are either offspring of ministers or yourself prominent officials with great merits. Thus, although this time your death sentence is waived, a lesser penalty shall not be avoided. However, to prevent further rebellious plots, you must be dealt with visibly. Yet, this gives you a chance for survival. You will be exiled beyond the seas and will never be able to return to the Tang dynasty. What? After hearing this, He collapsed to his knees. He had never imagined he would meet such a fate, tears streaming down his face. Go. Liu spoke to these people in front of him. One by one, they boarded the ships without further resistance. To be allowed to live this time was itself an enormous stroke of luck. Had it been handled as per past precedents, each and every one of them would have been put to death. In the year 645 AD, xiuxian passed away amidst his worries and resentment. Emperor Li Shimin also shed tears for his tragic fate, feeling sorrowful, and stayed away from court affairs for several days. He had xiuxian buried with the honors of a state duke. Everyone in the imperial court talked about this matter. All were moved by Li Shimin's compassion, while some men believed this emperor was truly extraordinary. For a crown prince involved in treason, to end up like this clearly highlighted his mercy. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Li Shimin looked at xiuxian, who was already gaunt and worn out, evoking both a caring sentiment and a deep pain. Why did you rebel? You are my son. If you hadn't rebelled, you would surely inherit the throne someday. Did you really want to emulate me? Li Shimin questioned xiuxian from above, filled with frustration over the failure of potential. After hearing this, xiuxian began weeping uncontrollably, clutching his face tightly with both hands, lamenting, Father, I was wrong. I once thought I was never favored, that the whole world was against me, which led me to do such despicable things. But now, I finally understand that you, Father King, have not been angry with me. It's all because of my own doing. By this point, tears streamed down his face. Li Shimin had originally intended to berate him further, but seeing the expression of contrition on his son's face caused him to hold back his words, only letting out a long sigh. Chapter 563, The Grand Finale. This might be our last meeting after you leave this time. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he stepped down from the imperial throne and gave xiuxian a hug. He never looked back nor glanced at him again. After he left, xiuxian let out a pitiful wail. Father Emperor, he called out in despair. Li Shimin brought xiuxian to the wall of Jingzhou Prefecture. Looking down from the wall, they could see the splendid lights of Jingzhou Prefecture. It was truly beautiful. Liu sighed. I will take you away from here next. Once we leave, you can never return. Take a few more looks now if you wish. After looking for a long time, xiuxian grabbed a handful of soil from the ground. Let's go. In the following month, news soon reached the capital. Prince Qi Liu had built a large iron ship that was sailing on the sea. It was said that he intended to explore the overseas territories, heading for a wider world. Of course, during the process, many people expressed great doubts. How could an iron ship sail on the sea? This matter was completely beyond their expectations, filling everyone with bewilderment. It seemed somewhat strange. How could iron float on the sea? This shocked everyone. All believed it was merely a rumor, but when a real iron ship arrived, everyone was astonished. How miraculous is this? Many people came over to watch. Prince Wei Li Tai, upon seeing this, was filled with despair. How could this be? If we let him continue like this, he might create even more auspicious omens. Now, many people already believe that he is the heir to the future dynasty. He must die. Prince Wei Li Tai stared at the person from the Cui family in front of him, hatred in his eyes. But before they could act, quite a few people rushed in from outside at this moment and fixed their gaze on them. Liu walked in from outside, glancing at the leader of the Cui family in front of him, a slight sneer appearing on his face. Cui Cheng, how dare you come under orders from the Cui family to meet with Prince Wei Li Tai? Haven't you already committed a great sin? The Cui family may very well perish because of this. When Prince Wei Li Tai saw Liu walk in, his face immediately changed drastically as he roared angrily. How dare you do such a thing? Are you rebelling? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Liu burst into laughter, as if he had heard something extremely amusing. Does whether I rebel or not depend on your decision? By the emperor's verbal decree, the Cui family has attempted to interfere with the succession to the imperial line. I am here specially to deal with this issue. Seeing him speak like this, his eyes radiated a fierce murderous intent. In an instant, everyone felt a shock and unease within their hearts. Upon hearing this, Cui Cheng's face changed drastically. He turned around wanting to escape, but in the next second, Liu pulled out a knife and stabbed straight through Cui Cheng. Prince Wei Li Tai, you are my father's son. This time regarding your rebellion, he forgives you. I hope you do not harm yourself by doing things like this in the future. Next time, he won't be lenient. Have you understood? Prince Wei Li Tai sat there, with some bewilderment in his eyes. He had never expected all his deeds would be seen clearly and thoroughly. He touched his lips, and didn't say anything afterward. I was wrong. Prince Wei left, holding his face in both hands, crying. However, Liu did not detain him when leaving. Instead, he sent people to monitor him closely so that he would have no more ability to rebel. On July 10, 649 AD, Li Shimin had fallen critically ill. He lay there, his eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. He already sensed that his life was fading quickly, and he might fall into death at any moment. A desperate aura emanated from him, yet he had no regrets either. He lifted his head and asked, "Has he returned?" "Your Majesty, who do you mean?" A eunuch nearby cautiously asked. "Prince Qi. He said he went to explore the wider seas, so he should have returned by now." Li Shimin mumbled, feeling unusually weak, lying there with an expression of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed in from outside. It was Li Yu. He came to the dragon bedside, gazed at the lying Li Shimin, and sighed. "Father Emperor, what happened to you?" "I'm sick, very severely sick." As Emperor Li Shimin spoke to this point, his eyes lit up with a piercing gaze, focusing intently on Li Yu before him. "You've thought about it, haven't you? I want to pass the imperial throne to you. You're so clever and immensely talented. If you take charge of the Tang dynasty, its future will be even brighter." "No, I don't have any intention of inheriting the throne. I think Li Ji would be a better successor. First, he's much younger than me. Second, I still have no ambition for the throne. In the future, if he encounters any difficulties, I'll help him." Li Yu spoke. "Fine then, bring Li Ji in," Li Shimin said, and Li Ji was quickly ushered in. He was a graceful youth, walking in and standing before Li Shimin. "Father Emperor," Li Ji said, slightly nervous. Li Shimin reached out to pat his head, saying to him, "Your elder brother doesn't plan to inherit the throne, so I give this position to you. In the future, you must strive to make Tang stronger." After speaking, Li Shimin picked up a jade seal and stamped it firmly on the imperial decree that had been prepared beforehand. After finishing everything, he lost all his strength. The jade seal dropped to the ground, and he fainted. In that very instant, Li Ji knelt down. "Father Emperor." Li Yu also knelt, but secretly injected some true energy into Li Shimin. At the same time, he discreetly placed a golden strawberry inside Li Shimin's body. Li Ji inherited the throne, and Li Yu became an assisting minister. Meanwhile, aboard a large iron ship, Li Shimin looked at Li Xiuxian before him and gently patted his shoulder. "From now on, there is no longer any estrangement between us, father and son. When I exiled you back then, I was still an emperor. Now, I am just an ordinary father. Let's go see the world you've built overseas." At this moment, Li Xiuxian smiled. "Father Emperor, overseas we have already constructed a prosperous world." Li Yu stood by their side as they watched the Tang Empire expand to the vast overseas lands. The grand finale.